Family, I was completely stunned at 3 years old. After taking a bath, I awakened the incredible 3-leaf clover martial spirit with a dual soul ring for 1 leaf, along with gifts from a mysterious world. I have crossed over to become MaHongjun, starting at hellish difficulty, and now I plan to find a master to cling to for support. This journey in the Douluo continent is about to take off. I tell you, at that moment, I was completely dumbfounded. Suddenly, a holographic projection-like panel popped up in my mind, clearly displaying function: 1 leaf, 1 level 10, 1 leaf dual soul ring, 1 leaf 1 ability, 1 leaf 1 world. Who understands this, family? 1 leaf dual soul ring. If it grows 9 leaves, wouldn't that mean 18 soul rings? I was only 3 years old. 3 years old, and I awakened such an incredible thing. Can you believe it? I felt completely numb, as if all the good luck in my life had been used up, and I was already far ahead. This story starts from the moment I opened my eyes and discovered I had crossed over. Goodness, I directly parachuted into the Douluo continent, becoming the future fat guy from the Shrek 7 monsters MaHongjun. Just thinking about his ending in the original work made me feel dizzy. While Tang San, Xiao Wu, Daimu Bai, and Zhu Zhuqing all became gods in pairs, I, a lifelong single dog, would be in the divine realm watching others show off their love. In the end, my wife Bai Qinxiang would die in old age on the mortal plane without me ever seeing her. Who could stand this? This start was simply hellish difficulty. I was an orphan, picked up by the village chief of Wudong village. It is said that my mother was not human, but a 10-headed fire phoenix, who transformed back into her original form and flew away after giving birth to me. Alright, so my mom is a soul beast? I reluctantly accepted that. Anyway, in this life, apart from the village chief, I have no relatives. I thought my life would be like this, without a system or a golden finger, just waiting to awaken that side defect-laden, evil fire phoenix martial spirit at the age of 6, and then follow the old path of the original work. But unexpectedly, the turning point came on my 3rd birthday, catching me off guard. That day, I was soaking in a wooden tub, and out of curiosity, I wondered where exactly this martial spirit was hiding in my body. Does it really have to wait until I'm 6 to come out? I really don't want to be a licking dog anymore. I need to take the initiative. I relied on my naturally strong spiritual power, capable of introspection, and began a carpet search in my body. Guess what? Just as I was about to give up after scanning back and forth with my spiritual power 800 times, suddenly Duong, my spiritual power collided with a mass of green light. The green light instantly exploded and drilled in my mind along my spiritual power. At that moment, I felt as if my soul had been hit hard by a hammer, and everything went black as I fainted in the bathtub. If it weren't for the village chief arriving in time to pull me out of the water, I might have become the first person in history to drown in a bathtub after crossing over. I was unconscious for a week. When I woke up, after finishing the celebration meal the village chief had prepared for me, I returned to my little room. Just as I was about to gesture towards the heavens and say, "My fate is determined by me, not by heaven," I suddenly felt an intense itch in the palm of my right hand, as if something was about to emerge. Looking down, I was shocked to see a deep black little grass tattoo pattern slowly appearing in my palm. At the same time, I felt a warm flow of energy added within me. This soul power? I was dumbfounded. I'm only 3 years old. Isn't the iron law of Douluo continent that one awakens at 6? Could it be my golden finger has arrived? I was so excited that my hands trembled, quickly focusing my thoughts, and the little grass from the tattoo whoosh formed in my palm. It was a small green grass, glowing softly with a total of 3 leaves. I thought, isn't this just a 3-leaf clover, a common thing? But just as I examined this grass, that massive green light appeared in my mind again. When my spiritual power touched it, that green light whooshed, transforming into familiar Chinese characters. Initial panel martial spirit. 3-leaf clover growth type martial spirit host. MaHongjun function. 1 leaf 1 level 10. 1 leaf dual soul ring. 1 leaf 1 ability. 1 leaf 1 world. Note: 1 leaf represents a major level. 1 leaf represents an additional hidden soul ring position, and each leaf connects to an unknown world. Martial spirit status. Innate deficiency requires host to make up the foundation. When I saw 1 leaf dual soul ring, I almost jumped up in joy. But then I thought, wait, there are only 3 leaves now. Even if it's a 1 leaf dual ring, that's just 6 soul rings. What about my future soul venerable, soul sect, and soul king? Am I going to be stuck at level 30 for life? That would be too frustrating. I tried to communicate with this grass, coaxing it with kind words and yelling, but it didn't respond at all, just like a model. I could only helplessly complain. Such an intelligent panel. Yet there's no customer service, 1-star review. Forget it. If I can't figure it out, then I won't think about it. I quickly sat cross-legged on the bed and began to cultivate according to the meditation method given by the panel. But after just 10 minutes of practicing, I felt my meridians were about to burst. It seems my age is too young, my body can't handle it. I had to stop and looked at the panel in my mind again, only to find it had updated. Martial Spirit. Lucky Clover, 3-leaf clover. Weapon Martial Spirit Innate Level. Level 3. Martial Spirit Status. Innate Deficiency, not fully awakened. Hint. Each leaf has a hidden soul ring position. You must understand the meaning represented by the leaves, and only after removing the restrictions can you add them. The hidden soul rings obtained are not traditional skills, but rather gift from the worlds connected by the leaves, which may include the breath of the demon slayer. 8 gates Duinjia. Grass character sword technique. 10 fiend treasures. The further back the leaves, the more precious the rewards. Seeing this hint made me feel like I was dreaming. 8 gates Duinjia. Grass character sword technique. This is going to shatter the entire power system of the Douluo continent. I was so excited that I just wanted to shout, "Is there anyone else?" However, calming down to look at it, innate soul power level 3. Sigh, such an incredible ability wasted. Plus, that function of one leaf, one world. I tried it with my current soul power. It was like pouring a drop of urine into the ocean, not even making a sound. I guess I won't be able to do anything until I reach the soul sage level. As I lay on the bed sighing, a gentle female voice came from outside the door. Knock, knock. Little Hong, are you there? Sister is here to see you. Feeling better? Is it Sister Xiaodai? I'm fine now, please come in. I quickly sat up and put on a well-behaved look. The visitor was the village chief's granddaughter, Ma Xiaodai, my nominal sister. She has liked to tease me since childhood and is now a genius girl studying at the Intermediate Academy in Soto City. As soon as the door opened, a beautiful sister about 13 or 14 years old, with an extraordinary aura, walked in. Upon seeing me, she rushed over, hugged me, pinched my cheeks, and teased, "I heard you almost drowned while bathing in your room? Sister specially took leave to come back to see you. I've told you countless times, don't call me Little Hong." And I fainted. Do you understand? My face turned red as I struggled in her embrace, feeling like I was about to suffocate. Mainly because in my past life as a single dog, I had never experienced this kind of thing. Seeing me shy, Sister Xiaodai laughed even more happily, patted my head, and said, all right, you know to be shy, looks like our little Hong has grown up. After messing around for a while, I quickly asked about serious matters. Sister, do you know where Shrek Academy is? I want to go there to study in the future. Sister Xiaodai was taken aback for a moment, then looked at me with appreciation. Ambitious. Shrek Academy is located in a small village south of Soto City. Speaking of which, I almost got it back then, but unfortunately, my talent wasn't enough and I didn't pass the assessment. I'm sorry, sister. I didn't mean to bring up something that makes you sad. My heart sank sure enough. The plot matched up. It's fine, little one. Sister Xiaodai waved her hand and suddenly leaned mysteriously, saying, aren't you curious how Grandpa Dima, a village chief, knows the headmaster of Shrek Academy? Yeah, how does Grandpa Dima know Flander? My curiosity was piqued immediately. Sister Xiaodai lowered her voice and whispered in my ear, he'll tell you a secret, but you mustn't tell anyone. The headmaster of Shrek Academy, Flander, actually came from our village. He was raised by Grandpa when he was a child. What? I was shocked. I didn't expect this connection. Then why doesn't he come back to live in the village? Shoo. Sister Xiaodai made a gesture for silence, because he has made quite a few enemies as a soul master and is afraid of involving the village. So his relationship with Grandpa has always been a secret. You mustn't let this slip. Let me tell you, seeing her so nervous, what could I say? I immediately patted my round chest and promised, don't worry, sister, my mouth is tighter than a safe, not even a crowbar could pry it open. Only then did Sister Xiaodai smile and leave. I was left alone in the room, starting to ponder my future path. Who understands the plight of someone like me? I crossed over without parents, starting from scratch, with no big shot to rely on. Wouldn't that just mean waiting to be taken down by a roadside monster in one hit? So, the urgent task was to find a master for support. The first thought that came to mind was to go to Nodding City and cling to Tang San's thigh, joining him in worshipping the master. And oh, I passed on that. Let me tell you, I am not a sycophant. The fate of that MaHongjun in my previous life serves as a warning. Besides, that master's theoretical knowledge is something I practically got calluses from listening to in online classes in my past life. It's of no use to someone like me. Moreover, his combat power is too weak, mainly focusing on avoiding pitfalls. As for the poison Douluo, no way. I'm not studying medicine. I can't handle all those bottles and jars. Why would an old poison master take me in? And the spirit hall? Goodness that. The local water depth is as deep as the Mariana Trench, and with such a big secret in my hands, I'm afraid I'll evaporate into thin air the next day. instead of taking the guaranteed path to godhood at Shrek Academy. I'm running off to infiltrate an organization that's destined to be wiped out by the main characters. I must be out of my mind. So, after thinking it over, I decided to stick to the original plot and become a disciple of Flander. After all, he is a soul sage, and in this early game map, he can easily protect me, a newbie. Time flies, and 3 years have passed. In these 2 years, I've already been sent to Shrek Academy. Why? It's because my damn Phoenix martial soul started developing ahead of time. As my soul power gradually increased, the thing became restless, resulting in my appetite exploding exponentially. The village chief's meager savings were quickly being eaten away by me. To make matters worse, that evil fire also started rampaging in my body, leaving me feeling distressed every day. There was no choice. I could only blush and come clean to the village chief, saying that my body had a little issue related to my martial soul and that I needed to eat soul beast meat to suppress it. When the village chief heard this, his face turned green, and in the end, with no other options, he could only write a letter to inform Flander about my situation. As soon as my chief teacher saw the letter, his eyes lit up. He probably guessed that I had a mutated martial soul and thought he had struck gold. Without saying a word, he rushed to the village, coaxing and deceiving everyone, saying he wanted to take me to the big city to see the world. He even painted a grand picture, saying that when I awakened my powerful martial soul at the age of 6, he would take me as his direct disciple. I know his little thoughts like the back of my hand, but I didn't expose him. After all, Grandpa Village Head really can't afford to support me anymore, and going with him is the only way out. So, at the age of 4, I was taken to Shrek Academy by him. At that time, the academy was in a state of desolation, empty and devoid of even a ghostly shadow, just in time for the gap between the previous graduating class and the next one that hadn't yet enrolled. I finally had a dormitory of my own. Life was spent eating during the day and forcing myself to meditate at night. But who understands my family? That wicked fire inside me made it impossible to calm down, greatly reducing my cultivation efficiency. When I first crossed over, I leveled up 2 levels in a year, but in the past 2 years, I've only managed to crawl from level 5 to level 7, with my progress halved. I was lying in bed, sighing, when the door was kicked open with a loud bang. "Little fatty, get out here. Have you forgotten what day it is?" A hoarse voice with a hint of magnetism shouted in. I took a glance and thought, great, my chief teacher is here. Over 50, with a build as sturdy as a bear. His appearance was quite abstract, with a shoehorn-shaped face, a hawk-like nose, and wearing black-rimmed glasses, behind which were all calculations. "Teacher, is there something going on today?" I asked sleepily. "Didn't you say that the most important thing for me is to sleep?" I was poking fun at him, hoping to eat less and save his gold soul coins. "Sleep, sleep, sleep. All you know is to sleep. Today you will awaken your martial soul. If you don't awaken something powerful, you'll spend your life in the academy cleaning toilets to pay off your debt." Flander was so angry that he was puffing and glaring. I know. I climbed up helplessly. "Don't worry. Once I become a soul master, I'll spend your money and pay you back double." I knew very well that although this old guy valued money like life, he truly cared about me. As soon as he heard I would pay him back, Flander's eyes lit up as if he had seen a mountain of gold. In the past 2 years, I must have consumed at least 1 or 2,000 gold soul coins here, and he probably couldn't sleep at night from the pain. "That's better. Let's go. I'll take you to the martial soul branch." Flander was energized, grabbing me by the back of my collar, not giving me a chance to react at all. A pair of owl wings suddenly spread out behind him, and he flew me directly into the air. Wow, a pure natural, pollution-free private plane. In just about 10 minutes, we landed at the entrance of the martial soul branch in Soto City. "We're here." Flander pushed his glasses and said to me seriously, "Little fatty, as long as your innate soul power reaches level 8, I'll make an exception to accept you as my direct disciple. As for having full innate soul power, don't think about it. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Hey, this old guy is even giving me psychological massage. Hey, remember what you just said, teacher?" I smiled at him. "If I have full innate soul power, then the money I owe you will be written off." Ahem. Flander was choked by me for a moment, probably recalling how he had painted a similar picture when he tricked me into coming to the academy. His old face flushed red. Flander. "One tea, let you little brat run away from your debts. Hurry up and go inside." Once we entered the main hall, there were already quite a few parents and children lined up inside. Flander began to mutter beside me, calculating how many gold soul coins I would receive as a subsidy each month, looking so greedy it was hard to watch. "Teacher, what are you thinking? At your age, still single. Hurry up and find me a teacher's wife. It's good for your health." I couldn't help but complain. Everyone around suddenly looked over, and Flanders' old face instantly turned the color of pig liver. Shut up. What do you little brat know? I lowered my head in grievance and muttered, it's not like I wanted this. This damn fiery rage is really harmful. While waiting in line, I noticed that, wow, this awakening of martial souls actually has class differentiation. One line clearly consisted of children from wealthy families. And the person in charge of the awakening was a guy who looked decent but had a terrible attitude. The other line was much simpler, with a beautiful older sister in charge, and her attitude was incredibly gentle. Do I even need to choose? I decisively stood on the side of the beautiful sister. Perhaps my calm demeanor stood out too much among the chattering little kids, as the beautiful sister spotted me right away. Hey, chubby kid, come here for a moment. She said, her voice as sweet as honey. Tell sister your name, and I'll let you awaken first. I pushed the short and chubby guy in front of me. I'm talking to you. Hurry up and come over. The little chubby guy looked at me speechlessly. Bro, are you sure you're not calling yourself? Nonsense. I'm built, you know. Feel my muscles. I immediately flexed my bicep for him. All right, you two come over. The beautiful sister laughed at us. We had just stepped onto the stage when the sleazy guy next to me started acting all sarcastic. Hey, Anna, I've already got 5 level 4 soul powers over here, and you're still at 0. Looks like you can't escape dinner tonight. Folks, I have to say, this operation is way too abstract. Workplace bullying has even moved to the soul awakening scene. The beautiful sister, Anna May, was so angry that her face turned pale, but she still held back from exploding. It turned out they had made a bet to see who could awaken more geniuses. Then it was the turn of the chubby guy in front of me, named Pang Hu. This kid seemed silly, but when he awakened, wow, he transformed into a mutated martial soul, the Diamond Hammer. When his soul power was tested, the crystal ball lit up to 70%. Innate level 7 soul power. Sister May Anna was immediately shocked and excitedly invited him to join the spirit hall. Pang Hu looked silly, but he was actually quite shrewd. After politely declining, he immediately pushed me out. Big soul master sister, you should awaken this strong brother. He is definitely better than me. Call me Xiao Ma Ge. I shot him an annoyed glance. This kid cleverly ran off the stage and even invited me to come play at his family's blacksmith shop later. Just when May Anna had produced a level 7 genius and was about to win, that sleazy guy, Fei Dong, stopped pretending and started shaking things up on the spot, using copper soul coins to bribe kids to line up for him. You shameless. May Anna was shaking with anger. The competition didn't say this trick was forbidden. Fei Dong said, looking smug. I looked at the beautiful sister whose eyes were red with anger, and a fire ignited in my heart. I patted my chest and walked up to her. Sister, don't worry, awaken me. Today, even if it's just the two of us, it will be enough to win this bet. May Anna looked at me, her eyes rekindling with hope. I took a deep breath and stepped into the hexagram array. The soul power within me instantly surged like a floodgate opened, rushing wildly. Waves of warmth spread throughout my body, and the soul power began to skyrocket. Soon after, a dazzling red light erupted from my entire body, the momentum several times greater than the golden hammer of Pang, who just moments ago, dyeing the entire hall a deep crimson. Suddenly, a phoenix cry resounded. I tell you, behind me suddenly appeared a phantom of a phoenix, and that pressure, wow, it stunned all the little kids in the room. Even that beautiful sister May Anna was almost out of breath. But this phoenix, how should I put it? It's a bit bulky. No, it's a bit chubby. Anyone who understands knows it's like a giant rooster combined with a plus version of a phoenix, looking particularly heavyweight. However, the wings are still those wings. They look really cool. I turned my head, and that big fat chicken turned its head with me. The scene was simply incredible. I was still comforting myself, saying that this is better than the original version's chicken, right? At least mine looks a bit more like a phoenix and is more aesthetically pleasing. But then that beautiful sister, May Anna, directly silenced me with one sentence. She stared at me with wide eyes and, looking confused, asked, "Is this a phoenix chicken?" My face turned red instantly, and I quickly retracted my martial soul. It wasn't that I was afraid of embarrassing myself. I felt the evil fire in my body spike up a level, and if I didn't retract it, I was afraid I would make a fool of myself right there. Once I retracted my martial soul, the heat subsided a bit. I quickly turned to the beautiful sister and acted cute, saying in a sweet voice, "Sister, this is my evil fire phoenix. Please measure my soul power." I was anxious because this was a key KPI that would determine whether I could inherit the divine position in the future. Seeing that my martial soul's aura didn't seem fake, May Anna didn't hesitate much and eagerly asked me to place my hand on the crystal ball. As soon as my hand was placed on it, the ball started to act like a water pump crazily sucking the soul power from my body. I watched as the crystal ball suddenly lit up from the inside out, shining like the sun without leaving a single crack. I thought to myself that this was bad. If it kept sucking, the ball would explode. I quickly cut off the supply of soul power. I can guarantee that the purity of my soul power is absolutely unparalleled. If Tang San came, his Shintian skill would only reach about 2/3 of my level. Innate full soul power. My goodness, it's actually innate full soul power. The guy next to me, Fei Dong, had been dumbfounded for a long time, and now he was pointing the crystal ball, trembling and unable to speak clearly. The next moment, Mana let out a sharp scream, directly picked me up, and lost all her noble demeanor, showering my face with kisses. Wow, sister. You really go for it. I was left dumbfounded by the kisses, only able to spread my hands in helplessness, silently thinking, this isn't my fault. It's all because you're too charming. Fei Dong's face instantly turned as dark as a pot bottom, and I couldn't be bothered to pay him any attention. Mana helped me register my information and kept inviting me, but of course, I refused. After all, I was going to be a man of Shrek. After the registration was done, Fei Dong finally couldn't hold back anymore, leaned over, and with a fake smile said, your name is MaHongjun, right? Kid, as long as you join the Wuhuan Temple, I'll give you 1,000 gold soul coins. His tone was arrogant, making me frown. I shot back directly, not great. Also, don't call me kid, watch your mouth. I already found this guy unpleasant, and he still dared to talk to me like that? He took a deep breath and started to PUA me. 1,000 soul coins. Think it over carefully. I've seen many geniuses like you. If you don't join the Spirit Hall, you won't have a future. In the end, he even added a threat. Before I could say anything, Mayana pulled me behind her and stepped forward. You're really something. Have you seen many with full innate soul power? A toad yawning. Your tone is really not small. Fei Dong was provoked and shouted at Mayana. Mayana, you're obstructing me from recruiting talent for the Spirit Hall. I'm reporting this to the elders. Do you know the consequences? Mayana sneered. I've long wanted to leave this broken place. At worst, I'll resign. What do you do to me? I'm the queen, radiating confidence. As soon as I saw the situation, I couldn't let my sister bear it alone. I squeezed out from behind her, speaking in a childish voice, but with full force. Sister Anna, don't pull me. I don't believe a word of this useless thing. Look at him. He looks so weak, and he still has the nerve to call me small. I feel like he's even smaller than me. You bastard. What did you say? Fei Dong was hit where it hurt, his face twisted in anger, ready to make a move right there. I squinted my eyes and coldly asked, who did the dog bastard say? Without thinking, he shouted, the dog bastard said you. Haha, I laughed directly. Your IQ is really lacking. You really are a dog bastard. You got angry when I called you small? Did I hit a sore spot? I could see in his eyes that he felt uneasy. Little brat, you've completely angered me. Someone, block the door. Black Tiger martial spirit, possess me. Fei Dong let out a sinister laugh, and the shadow of the Black Tiger behind him suddenly pressed down on me. His lackeys rushed in and completely blocked the way. Wow, they really want to close the door and beat the dog. Let's see who dares. Mayana picked me up and summoned her martial spirit, sternly shouting, Fei Dong, this is Suatua City. If you dare to act recklessly, the City Lord's mansion won't just sit back and watch. Fei Dong had gone mad. City Lord's mansion? My Fei family has already joined the Spirit Hall. Does he dare to offend the Spirit Hall? Besides, your martial spirit is neither a chicken nor a phoenix. It's nothing good. Go. The group around us instantly activated their martial spirits, their momentum pressing down on us. Fei Dong even directly unleashed his second soul skill. Black Tiger, heart-piercing, a pair of energy tiger claws aimed straight at my heart. Second soul skill, Thorny Rose. Mij onreacted even faster. And countless thorny roses instantly formed an energy wall in front of me. Fei Dong's claw struck the wall, howling in pain. Good. Am I shameless? Today, I'll show you my shamelessness. Fei Dong completely went berserk, his momentum rising again, and a third soul ring slowly appeared. It was actually a purple 1,000-year soul ring. Soul Sage. Those lackeys also revealed their soul rings, and all their momentum converged, making me sweat. Thankfully, Mayana used her soul power to protect me. I gratefully glanced at her and then shouted with all my might towards the door, Flinder, if you don't come out, I'm joining the Spirit Hall. You can forget about taking me as your apprentice. No response. I was anxious. I have sharp eyes and immediately saw that old man at the door still dreaming. I yelled again, Dean, someone has stolen your gold soul coins. Who? Who dares to steal my gold soul coins? In the next second, an earth-shattering soul sage momentum instantly exploded in the entire area. Flinder appeared in front of me as if he had teleported, with 7 soul rings. yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 blinding everyone's eyes. The momentum of those lackeys was like fireflies meeting the sun in front of him. Fei Dong and his group were directly crushed to the point of being unable to move. One clever one even knelt down. Soul Sage, please spare us. Flinder didn't even look at them, pointing at Fei Dong with a cold voice. You can all leave, but this kid stays. Anyone who dares to bully my Flinder's apprentice, even if the King of Heaven comes today, I will demand an explanation. The lackeys scrambled to escape, leaving only 3 die-hard supporters still protecting Fei Dong. Flinder adjusted his glasses, turned to me gently, and said, "Little fatty, not bad. You have guts. Remember, a soul master who doesn't dare to cause trouble is not a good soul master. Go, let him experience the power of your martial spirit." I thought at that moment, this old man's figure was simply amazing. I immediately nodded. Okay, I know what to do. I held a small flame in my hand and walked step by step towards Fei Dong. That guy was still stubborn. What do you want to do? This is the Spirit Hall branch. You can't bully the weak with your strength. I couldn't be bothered with him and said to the 3 die-hard followers beside him, "This has nothing to do with you. Get lost. You can't handle a soul saint." At that moment, I was still too soft-hearted, thinking of letting them off the hook. As a result, that Fei Dong still dared to act arrogantly. Do you dare to leave? Don't forget how you got your status. Flinder frowned, and his killing intent was almost overflowing. Among those 3 guys, one was clever. Seeing Flinder's expression, he was so scared that his soul almost left his body, shouting sorry, Fei Xiao, before running away without looking back. The other 2 followed suit, fleeing in a panic. I should have made them stay together and reported them for being ungrateful. After the 3 idiots ran out, they didn't go far and directly went to the Fei family to report back. All right, now that there are no outsiders. I looked at the still stubborn Fei Dong with a smirk. Perfect, I'll use my little wicked fire's power to test it on you. Fei Dong's eyes shifted, and he actually wanted to negotiate with me. Kid, let's make up, okay? I'm a soul master. You can't hurt me. Flinder directly interjected. Little fatty, stop wasting time. It will be troublesome if we wait any longer. I suddenly had an idea and decided to call for backup. I immediately turned around and shamelessly shouted at Flanders, "Teacher, I'm going to experiment. You have to protect me." After saying that, I swiftly threw the fireball. Fei Dong was about to move, but Flanders' imposing aura suddenly pressed down on him, making him freeze as if his pressure points had been hit. The small evil fire accurately landed on his ridiculous hair. With a sizzling sound, a burnt smell wafted through the air as Fei Dong's hair evaporated instantly and his scalp was scorched. He rolled on the ground in pain, cursing, little bastard. I won't let you off." Flanders casually flicked his hand, extinguishing the fire, and Fei Dong fainted from the pain. Not bad. Let's go quickly," Flanders said. And he specifically added to Mayanna's direction, "I'll report this matter to the Lord." I quickly ran to Mayanna's side and, "Sister Anna, come with us." Mayanna took my hand, hugged me, and then ran to the counter to get a soul certificate, proudly raising it. "The certificate for Fat Tiger, I won't come here anymore. It's better if I give it to him myself." I looked at her and awkwardly complimented, "Sister Anna, you are so dedicated. I admire you more and more." She shot me a glare and said, "Get lost, you little brat. What do you know about admiration?" I immediately snuggled into her arms and whispered, "Sister, I'm not small." "All right, little pervert, let's go," Mayanna said, but she wasn't angry at all. When the stingy Flander heard that Mayanna was treating, his eyes lit up, and he immediately agreed. On the way, he seriously explained to Mayanna that my martial soul had a flaw, so my desires were 10 times that of an ordinary person, which made me feel quite embarrassed. I could only smile wryly and say, "It's okay, I can handle it." Upon hearing this, Mayanna instantly felt guilty and apologized while patting my head. I jokingly said, "You can mock me, but you can't mock my martial soul. It is a true phoenix." The 3 of us chatted as we walked, and soon we arrived at a place I was very familiar with, the Rose Hotel. Wow, isn't this just a couple's hotel? Not long after we walked away, a large group of people burst into the martial soul branch, led by 2 soul emperors. Fei Dong's father, Fei Long, and his uncle, the deputy branch master Fei, who were furious at the sight of Fei Dong being carried away. The 3 guys I let go were kneeling on the ground, spilling all the details about our appearances. After hearing this, Fei Long surprisingly didn't think of revenge immediately. Instead, with a dark expression, he asked, "What about that girl from the Mei family?" His second brother Fei, who seemed a bit worried, afraid of offending the Soul Saint. But Fei Long sneered, "What are we afraid of? Once we swallow the Mei family and offer their wealth to the Martial Soul Hall, what is a mere Soul Saint?" Wow, these people were already plotting how to deal with us. Meanwhile, At the entrance of the Rose Hotel, Flinder was stunned, pointing at the door and asking, "Are you sure you want us to eat here?" Mayana generously replied, "That's right. This is my family's property. We provide food and lodging, and from now on, you can come here for free." Upon hearing this, Flinder's expression instantly changed from surprise to ecstasy. He didn't care about the whole couple's thing. Finally, this immense fortune was coming my way. He strode in boldly, completely ignoring the strange looks from those around him, as if he were an old cow eating tender grass while carrying a child. Mayana led us into a private room and even apologized to me, saying that today's incident was her fault. I quickly comforted her, saying that even if it wasn't because of her, running into someone like Fei Dong would have led to a fight today anyway. Flinder nodded in agreement, saying that with my innate full soul power, that guy wouldn't have let me off. Mayana smiled sweetly and helplessly patted my little head. I said to her, following her lead, pointing at the small forest outside the window, and pretended to innocently ask her, "Sister Anna, your family is so extravagant, right? In the precious land of Soto City, you even have an artificial forest for raising pets?" Well, Sister Anna immediately explained to me, saying that it was called the Roseback Forest, and what they raised there were not pets, but ingredients, all kinds of rare low-level soul beasts, to ensure the hotel dishes are fresh. They are killed and cooked on the spot. As soon as I heard this, I got into character and shook my head dramatically, saying, "Oh, what a pity. What a pity." Sister Anna's curiosity was piqued, and she asked me what I found so regrettable. What could I say? I couldn't just say I regretted that such a great place wasn't a little romantic sanctuary for couples, could I? I immediately switched to a pitiful expression and said, "What a pity that so many gold soul coins, if they were all spent on buying chicken for me, I could eat well for a long time." This directly shifted the topic to my damn martial soul. I sighed and confided in the two of them. I said my martial soul is called Phoenix, which sounds nice, but it's actually a dark fire martial soul. This thing is tormenting. Besides finding women, I can only rely on eating, preferably ice attribute soul beast meat, to barely suppress it. But that's just a temporary fix. Who understands the burden I have to bear at just 6 years old? My half-true, half-fake act of self-pity completely stirred up Sister Anna's sympathy. That old guy Flandra listened nearby, also wearing a look of pity. Sister Anna immediately patted her chest and promised me, "Don't worry, MaHongjun, I'll take care of any issues with your martial soul from now on." At that moment, both Flander and I were stunned, looking at each other with our eyes, saying, "Is there such a good thing?" As a result, when Sister Anna saw our lewd expressions, her face instantly turned red, and she spat at us, saying, "What are you thinking?" What she meant was that she would instruct the household mercenary group to hunt more ice attribute soul beasts for me to keep. Let me tell you about old F's face. It's simply that of a master of changing expressions. As soon as he heard that Sister Anna was going to help, he was so grateful he was almost in tears. However, Sister Anna, worried about hurting his pride as a soul sage, said it was a loan to me, and I could return it when I was capable. When Flander heard it was a loan, his face stiffened a bit. But right after he heard that I would return it in the future, not that he had to return it now, his face lit up like a blooming chrysanthemum. He immediately changed his tune and urged me to thank her quickly. I rolled my eyes in my heart, truly a miser who wouldn't part with a penny. But my mouth was sweet, grabbing Sister Anna's hand and saying, "Thank you, Sister Anna. You're so nice, and if one day I can't control myself, I'll definitely come to find you first." This meal was incredibly satisfying. It was filled with hearty dishes, like soup made from the 100-year-old soul beast, the blazing snake. That old guy Flanders was practically drooling all over the table, completely losing the dignity of a soul sage. I mocked him for being embarrassing, and guess what he said? He said, "What has dignity worth? This food costs gold soul coins." After that, he started eating like a starving ghost reincarnated, and I quickly joined the food battle. In the blink of an eye, 10 days passed, and we were squatting in the soul-hunting forest. That old miser Flanders insisted on not taking me to the Stardow forest for safety reasons. I even teased him, saying, "Teacher, I have a surprise for you later." But instead of a surprise, a scare came first. In the dead of night, I heard some movement outside. Flanders suddenly darted out. How could I just stay put? I secretly peeked out of the tent, and wow, a pitch-black, ancient, ghostly unicorn snake with poisonous horns on its head. Flanders activated all 7 of his spirit rings, treating it like a great enemy, and was trying to negotiate with it, saying we meant no harm. I could immediately see that the snake had a wound on its belly and a panicked look in its eyes. It wasn't here to pick a fight. It was running away. I shouted at Flanders, "Teacher, get out of the way. You're blocking its escape route." Flanders was taken aback and quickly pulled me to the side. The big snake glanced at me gratefully, then bypassed the tent and ran away. Just as we both breathed a sigh of relief, I have to tell you, A terrifying pressure that could crush a person into a photograph suddenly descended from the sky. Flanders' old face instantly turned red, and he quickly used his soul power to protect me. When we turned around, we found a woman had appeared behind us without us noticing. Her aura and looks were simply stunning. She coldly asked if we had seen a 10,000-year soul beast pass by. When Flanders saw who it was, he was so scared that his soul almost flew away, and he blurted out 2 words, "BB Dong." Holy crap, the Pope of the Spear Hall. At that moment, 1,000 head of grass mud horses galloped through my mind, but on my face, I maintained a stable expression. Taking advantage of Flanders being dumbfounded, I directly switched to my innocent mode, sweetly answering, "Beautiful big sister, your aura is so strong." I just saw a big black snake being chased away by my teacher, and it ran off in that left direction. BB Dong probably had never encountered such a straightforward little kid like me, and surprisingly believed me. Without even looking at us, she directly chased after the wrong direction I pointed to. Once she left, Flanders' legs went weak, and he patted his chest, saying, "You little brat, do you know who she is? If you deceive her, we're both done for." I curled my lips. I learned to hold grudges from you. After all, she almost crushed me just now. 2 days later, I finally found a suitable soul beast, a 420-year-old ghost vine. Flanders was stunned on the spot and said, "You're a fire-playing phoenix. Why do you want a plant-type soul ring? Are you crazy?" I chuckled and directly revealed my hidden second martial soul, the clover. "I told you." Flanders dropped his chin on the ground and almost couldn't find it. He stuttered and said, dual martial souls. Weapon and beast dual martial souls." He was completely stunned, then seriously educated me on how dangerous dual martial souls are, saying how the last person with them exploded and died, and also mentioned that BB Dong has dual martial souls as well. I waved my hand to reassure him, saying, "Don't worry, teacher, I know what I'm doing." After saying that, I crossed my legs and began to absorb the yellow soul ring. The real surprise was just beginning. I didn't plan to simply add this soul ring to the leaves. Instead, I used my soul power to guide it slowly, carefully aligning it with the first circle of mysterious hidden patterns on the root of my 3-leaf clover martial soul. Let me tell you, this was an intricate task. I focused all my attention, using my soul power like a needle, cautiously pressing the bright yellow soul ring onto those patterns. It worked. After more than half an hour, I felt my whole body filled with power. When I opened my eyes, wow, the first soul ring was complete, and my soul power logically broke through to level 11 Soul Master, just as I finished absorbing it and hadn't even had a moment to catch my breath. The first leaf of my 3-leaf clover martial soul suddenly burst forth like a dam breaking, shooting a silver light straight into my forehead. Everything went dark in front of me, and I felt like my brain was stuffed with fireworks, buzzing as if it was about to explode. Ouch! It hurt. I let out a scream and fell to the ground. Teacher Flanders was startled and rushed over, shaking me vigorously. "Who understands, family?" I was just having a headache, but his shaking made me feel like the chicken soup I had just eaten was about to come up. I quickly, weakly shouted, "Stop! Stop shaking, teacher, or I really will be gone." Once I recovered, I realized I had gained a tremendous treasure in my head. The parasitic skill given by the ghost vine, soul ring, just a sprinkle of water. The real good stuff was a set of techniques directly poured into my brain. The strongest breathing technique from Demon Slayer, the sun breathing. This thing could dramatically increase my physical quality, doubling right off the bat, and when practiced to the extreme, it was said to achieve 8 times. I touched my 3-leaf clover martial soul, feeling ecstatic, and directly named this hidden soul ring the Faith Soul Ring, because it brought me the faith to change my destiny. The next day I woke up, guess what I saw? That stingy Flanders was actually making me chicken soup. He even added some ice attribute spirit herbs, claiming it would suppress my evil fire. Let me tell you, those herbs were worth at least hundreds of gold soul coins. The old man said it was a freebie, but I figured he was practically bleeding inside. A hard mouth, but a soft heart. I felt warm inside. After finishing the soup, I wiped my mouth and dropped a bombshell on him. I said, "Teacher, let's not leave just yet. I feel I can absorb another soul ring." Flanders' eyes nearly popped out, and he shouted at me, "What? No way. Are you trying to get yourself killed? You're only level 11. Which martial soul are you going to add it to? Are you looking to add it to the Phoenix martial soul? Are you asking for death wish?" I calmly summoned the clover and pointed at the leaves, saying, "It's not a phoenix, it's this." Flanders was even more confused. "Are you level 20? No way. Get lost." He irritably tapped my forehead. "How could you get a second soul ring without being level 20? You returned everything I taught you, right? I won't waste words." So I directly stepped back a few paces then pushed off the ground with my feet and swooshed forward. I darted in front of him, plucked one of his beard hairs before he could react, and then swooshed back. I blew on the beard hair in my hand and proudly raised my chin at him. Now do you believe it? My martial soul is special. After absorbing the first soul ring, my physical attributes doubled. Flanders stroked his chin, completely stunned. In his half a lifetime, he had never seen such a flashy move. After thinking for a long time, he finally looked at me seriously. Are you sure it's okay to absorb another one? I patted my chest and assured, no problem. I feel like I can still absorb one, that is, over 700 years old. And after absorbing this, I can even add the first soul ring to my Phoenix martial soul. Flander rolled his eyes, but still believed me. After all, I usually behaved so well and understanding. However, after searching all day, we didn't even see a suitable soul beast hair. Flander sighed, saying how great it would be if his friend Yu Xiaojiang, who studies martial soul theory, were here. I couldn't help but scoff inwardly. Master S theories were just so. How could they compare to my teacher Flander, who was practical and caring? I quickly flattered him, saying, "You're much better than him." Upon hearing this, Flander's mouth almost reached the sky with joy. As it was getting dark, I couldn't wait any longer, so I made up a story, claiming that I'd seen in an ancient book at the village chief's house that my grass martial soul had great effects absorbing soul rings from snake or spider types. Flander was half convinced, but with no other options, he said if we couldn't find a plant type tomorrow, we would reconsider. In the middle of the night, while I was keeping watch for the teacher, the opportunity came. A 7-meter-long big black snake suddenly swallowed a small squirrel. With a glance at the soul power fluctuations, it was over 700 years old. The biling snake. I tell you, it was like someone delivered a pillow just as I was dozing off. Flander instantly woke up, and when he saw the snake, his eyes lit up. His martial soul was the four-eyed cat eagle, which was a natural counter to snakes. Without saying a word, he unleashed his martial soul and quickly subdued the biling snake, leaving it barely alive. I hurried over, first tying it up with clover, then unleashing a burst of Phoenix evil fire, and finally, with a swift motion, a bright yellow soul ring emerged. Flander, still a bit worried, cautioned me. Think carefully now. This is a snake-type soul ring. If there is any danger, I will break you off immediately. I nodded, it's decided. Just wait and see, teacher. I sat down cross-legged and started to inhale, but this time something went wrong. The poison of that phosphorescent snake was incredibly fierce. It drilled into my body along the soul ring, and my face changed from green to white, like a flashing color light. Flander was outside, anxiously stomping his feet. But I couldn't hear anything at all. I quickly turned the sun breathing in my mind, but it still felt a bit lacking. Just at this critical moment, I suddenly had an epiphany. The sun breathing transformed within me. Hey, it became the flame breathing that suited me better. It was incredibly domineering. And once the scorching soul power surged through, no matter what kind of snake poison it was directly assimilated, burned into my own energy. Thank you. It charged me in reverse, right? Now, the soul ring of the bailing snake was perfectly absorbed by me. When I slowly opened my eyes, I felt explosively strong. My soul power had reached level 12.5, and I couldn't help but put my hands on my hips and laugh wildly. My mind already imagining the looks of admiration from the young ladies of the major sex in the future. As a result, Flander rushed over with a guilty face, thinking that my soul skill was too trashy and that I had gone crazy from the shock, comforting me. "MaHongjun, don't be sad. It's all the teacher's fault for believing in Yu Xiaojiang's nonsense theory. If the first soul skill isn't good, we still have the future." I directly interrupted him with a big question mark face. "Teacher, why are you so dramatic? Who said I can't do it? A man can't say he can't." I'm not forcing a smile. I'm genuinely happy. So happy that I'm about to cry from laughing. That old guy Flander looked at me with suspicion, and he came over and gave me a smack on the head. Wow, he almost burned out my CPU. He stared at me and asked, "Still saying it's not the soul skill affecting you? What do you mean by laughing like this?" I held my head, wincing in pain, but I didn't hold back my words. "I'm happy. I am Frid. So what? Once my soul power surpasses yours, I'll hit your head every day." When Flander heard this, he scoffed and said, "Sure, let's see if you can surpass me first. Hurry up, stop talking nonsense, and show me what your first soul skill is all about." I tell you, as soon as this comes up, I'm no longer sleepy. I spread my right hand, and that small 3-leaf clover spirit suddenly appeared. I chuckled and said to him, "Teacher, my first soul skill has a powerful name. It's called bitter phosphor flame poison." I cleared my throat and began to teach him. Simply put, I could directly unleash my domain, Domain expansion, centered around me, within 5 meters, is my absolute territory. In this domain, I am the only rule. If I want someone to be poisoned, they'll have to kneel as soon as they take a breath. If I don't want someone to be poisoned, they'll just feel like they've entered a sauna. It's hot, but absolutely safe. At that moment, Flanders' eyes went wide, and his mouth was agape, big enough to fit an egg. He exclaimed, wow, a domain-type soul skill? And it can distinguish between enemies and allies? You, my friend, have created a true artifact for deceit. This thing is unexpected. Even a soul master of a higher level will kneel and sing your praises if they let their guard down. I still had to put on an act, pretending to be dissatisfied as I pouted. Hey, it's just okay, a bit limited in scope, otherwise it would be more exciting. Flanders shot me a big eye roll. His expression seemed to say, if you keep showing off like this, I'm going to get angry. And that was that. 3 days later, we returned to Shrek Academy. I told Flinder that I wouldn't practice my evil fire phoenix martial soul for now. Who understands the side effects of that thing? It can easily get out of control. And without a girlfriend, I can't handle it. I don't want to go down the path of self-destruction at such a young age. Flinder was at a loss and handed me over to a short, sturdy middle-aged man who looked like a black bear, our academy's vice principal, Zhao Wujin. Then he packed his bags, saying he was going to show off. Oh no, go find his theoretical research buddy, you Xiao Jiang. Zhao Wujin, this guy, has a voice as rough and strong as he is. He slapped me on the shoulder, nearly knocking me to the ground, and laughed heartily, saying, good kid, no wonder Flinder, that stingy old man, is willing to spend money on you. It turns out you're a potential stock. Full innate soul power. The future is promising. I didn't take his hint and directly asked him when the enrollment would start. It would be too boring to be the only student. Zhao Wuji had a look on his face as if to say, what are you thinking? He said that he probably wouldn't be able to recruit anyone this year again. However, the good news is that the funding issue in our college has been temporarily resolved. A few days ago, the wealthiest family in Suatawa City, the Mei family, suddenly came to us to help out of love and donated a large sum of money. I know what's going on. This isn't love-driven energy. It's clearly energy generated for me. In the blink of an eye, 3 months have passed. Flander still hasn't returned, and the academy hasn't recruited a single new student. During this time, my damn fiery passion flared up 3 more times, and each time, Zhao Wuji carried me like a little chick to the Rose Hotel, seeking help from my good sister Anna. As a result, our relationship has become quite solid. However, the cost is that my weight has skyrocketed from 100 pounds to 160. And looking at my round self in the mirror, I've made up my mind to lose weight. Otherwise, how can I pursue pure love in the future? One day, I was once again taken to Anna's exclusive suite by Zhao Wuji. After just finishing a bunch of cold attribute foods to suppress my fiery passion, I looked up and saw Anna's beautiful face. Wow, I felt that fire suddenly wanting to flare up again. She noticed my discomfort and told me to take a cold shower. Without saying a word, I dove into the bathroom with a leap. As a result, family members. An awkward situation occurred. Just as I was about to take off my pants, I saw a set of, well, it was the intimate clothing that Anna had changed out of, hanging nearby. My mind went blank, and I quickly turned on the shower. But the water flow was too strong, and I accidentally got splashed. When I finished showering and came out, looking at Anna, it was so hard to speak. I stammered, Anna, your clothes. I accidentally got them wet. And guess what? Her face instantly turned bright red, and she stammered at me, saying, how could you do this? Sai, if I can't get married in the future, you have to take responsibility for me when you grow up. I directly saw an old lady on the subway looking at her phone with a confused expression. How did this misunderstanding come about? I quickly explained, sister, what are you thinking? I just got splashed by the bath water. At worst, I'll buy you a new set. Only then did she relax, covering her face and feeling shy, saying I scared her to death, and she thought oh dear, what is a nearly 20-year-old girl thinking? After that incident, the atmosphere became quite subtle. To break the awkwardness, Anna asked me if the college was still recruiting, saying she wanted to recommend someone. I was surprised and thought, oh, there's this good thing? She said it was the chubby kid who awakened his martial soul with me last time, named Fat Tiger. I thought about it for a moment and agreed to go meet them first. So, Sister Anna took me to the Pang's blacksmith shop in Soto City. When we arrived, we saw Fat Tiger and his father, Pang Tai. As soon as the father saw me, it was as if he had seen his savior. He hurriedly asked Sister Anna how things were going. Sister Anna pointed at me and said, you should ask him, he's the dean's personal disciple. As for me, I directly laid out the rule that Shrek only accepts monsters and not ordinary people, and set a small goal for them. Fat Tiger must obtain his first spirit ring before the age of 7.5. When his father heard this, he turned pale and said that this requirement was too abnormal. Sister Anna also chimed in, saying it was too difficult. Without saying a word, I took out my Spirit Master notebook from my pocket and slapped it on the table. The two of them leaned over to take a look and were instantly dumbfounded. When they saw the line that said rank 13 Spirit Master, Pang Tai gasped in shock, unable to speak clearly. 13th rank? How? How is this possible? Didn't you only practice for a few months? I crossed my arms and casually made a cup. That's right. Is there a problem? Goodness. The way they looked at me was like staring at some prehistoric giant beast. I then slowly said, now you know what a monster is, right? However, for Anna's sake, I can let Fat Tiger hang out with me for a while, focusing on a companionship-style growth. Whether it will work out depends on him. Pang Tai was so excited he almost knelt down to me, immediately deciding that the blacksmith shop would be run by me from now on, giving whatever I wanted at cost price. That kid Fat Tiger was also quite perceptive. He came up, hugged me, and shouted, Brother Xiao Ma, from now on, if you tell me to go east, I will never go west. If you tell me to touch a chicken, I will never steal a dog. As soon as I heard that, I laughed. This little brother can really handle it. So, I brought Fat Tiger back to Shrek. He looked at our shabby academy, which was like a rundown house, and was completely stunned. I had to come up with some nonsense about the mountain is not high, but it gains fame with the presence of immortals, and somehow managed to convince him. That night, I went to report this to Zhao Wujia. When he heard that I had secretly brought a child back, he exploded, glaring at me with wide eyes and shouted, What the hell are you doing? This is a monster academy, not a children's shelter. I'm not worried at all, and I slowly throw out 2 trump cards. First, this child was recommended by our biggest sponsor, the Mei family. Second, he has an innate soul power of level 7. Upon hearing about the innate level 7, Zhao Wujia's eyes instantly lit up. He stroked his chin, and his tone immediately softened. Innate level 7, that's not bad. With some good training, he should barely meet our academy standards. Let me tell you, these old guys are all big shots who have retired from the Spirit Master world. They talk about enjoying retirement, but they're actually itching to get back into action. When Zhao Wujia heard about the innate level 7, he was thrilled beyond measure. As soon as I saw the opportunity, I quickly decided to invest more. I said, Teacher Zhao, I've left the person for you, but you have to train him to the limit. If he doesn't reach the Soul Master realm within 6 months, he can pack up and leave immediately. As soon as I said this, Zhao Wujia's eyes lit up with excitement, just like a gym coach who had found a gifted talent. Rubbing his hands together, he said, let's go, take me to see him. He loved doing this. He was practically a devilish coach. We ran back to the dormitory, bouncing along. Our dorm, if you want to call it that, was really just a small courtyard in the village. I kicked open Fat Tiger's door, and this guy had thinking I was there to drag him into some 007 style physical training. I quickly sidestepped and bam. The final interviewer, Teacher Zhao, has arrived. As soon as Zhao Wujin stepped in, his imposing figure filled the room. He looked Fat Tiger up and down, and guess what? He smiled, patting Fat Tiger's solid shoulder. He said, not bad, not bad. You've got the build, just like I did back in the day. Family, who understands? I was like an old man on the subway looking at his phone. This aesthetic was amazing. I was looking at potential, and he was looking at physique. Fat Tiger, being clever, quickly bowed and introduced himself. Hello, teacher. I'm Fat Tiger. My martial soul is the Diamond Hammer, and my soul power is level 8. He obediently summoned that big hammer, which was thicker than his arm. Zhao Wujin saw it, and was even more pleased, saying that this hammer could hit hard and withstand blows, and it was like a long-lost brother of his own powerful golden bear. Then it got explosive. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Wujin suddenly asked with a serious face, Kid, do you want to be my disciple and inherit my legacy? I was shocked at the time, and Fat Tiger was also stunned, completely frozen in place. I quickly gave him a push, asking, what are you dawdling for? It's soul, saint accepting disciples. Your ancestors must be smiling down on you. Hurry up and bow. Only then did Fat Tiger react, and he knelt down with a thud, banging his head 3 times. He said that his dad had long instructed him that if a teacher accepted him as a disciple at the academy, he had to show the same respect as to his biological father. Zhao Wuji was as happy as a 200-pound child, helping him up. But then that old guy changed his tone, saying that while he accepted him as a disciple, the training would be doubled. From now on, I'll personally train you. And if you embarrass me, I'll kick you out of the sect myself. Fat Tiger's face instantly fell, going from heaven straight to hell, experiencing an emotional roller coaster. I was still gloating beside them, patting Fat Tiger on the shoulder and saying, little fatty, just hope for the best. As a result, retribution came quickly. Zhao Wuji lifted his eyelids and said, you better not laugh either. Starting tomorrow, you two will practice together. Let's see how much weight you've gained. I'm just a big danger. Huh? Me? I also have to get up at 5? I really can't take it. Just like that. Fat Tiger and I began a grueling training regimen that lasted for half a year. In the blink of an eye, 3 years have passed. Over these 3 years, we both grew as if we had taken hormones. MaHongjun, am 10 years old, and my soul power has already skyrocketed to level 24. A great soul master. Fat Tiger is also doing well, having become a formal student long ago. But this broken academy hasn't recruited a single new student in 3 years. Just the two of us. It's simply like we are the leftover children of Shrek. Finally, it was time for the annual enrollment season. Fat Tiger and I set up a small table at the village entrance. Oh no, at the school gate, watching the newbies come to register. Just when we were so bored we could count ants, a man who looked like he walked out of a BGM appeared. With long golden hair, a charming gaze. And over 8 meters tall, the key point is he came in showing off. With a buzz, 3 soul rings, yellow, purple, blinded everyone's eyes. Teacher Lee was shocked. A soul sovereign? Not bad, what's your name? That guy lifted his chin and said Dalu bye. I was really annoyed at that moment. What a guy. Showing off on my turf and looking better than me? How can I tolerate that? I walked straight up to him, stepping forward with 1 soul ring at a time. Yellow, purple, exactly the same configuration as him. I stood in front of him, nostrils flared. So what if he had the white tiger spirit? I have the phoenix. Shouldn't he come over to greet me? Dai Mubai was also taken aback. He didn't expect to encounter such a tough opponent in this shabby place. But he remained quite graceful and said, Hello, I'm Dai Mubai, a level 33 soul master. Please give me your guidance. I don't care about that. I'll just directly mock him. Sorry, I'm only 10 years old. Your age is a bit beyond my level. Then I throw out the big bet. Let's make a wager. If you lose, you'll have to call me Little Ma whenever you see me in the academy. If I lose, you get to enroll without taking the exam. Dai Mubai's arrogance also kicked in, all right. If I win, you all have to call me Boss Dai. Teacher Lee was there fanning the flames. No problem. Hongjun is the direct disciple of the dean. He has the final say. Great, that settles it. I had Fat Tiger clear the area. This kid muttered under his breath that the boss is obviously the dean, and I'll deal with him later. Once the area was cleared, there were layers of onlookers surrounding us. Dai Mubai smiled wickedly. Let me see just how monstrous the students of the Monster Academy really are. As soon as he finished speaking, the white tiger marshal's soul manifested, and that tiger claw came rushing toward my chest with the wind. The speed was fast, but unfortunately. In front of me, it was like it was moving at half speed. I smirked, is that all? With a quick motion, I left a shadow behind, making him grab at nothing. His attack went straight through my illusion. Wow, this guy's face turned green with anger. He probably didn't expect me to be so slippery. Realizing he couldn't handle me in close combat, he panicked immediately. As he opened his mouth, I tell you, a beam of white light shot out like Ultraman firing a laser. His second soul skill, White Tiger's Radiant Wave. I thought you were joking, right? Playing remotely with me? I immediately summoned my Clover Soul, and it grew wildly like it was pumped with hormones, layer upon layer, creating a huge, thick wall of vines right in front of me. His white light wave crashed against it, making a loud cracking sound. The vines broke. But I activated a cheat, soul parasitism. The broken parts instantly grew back, and his destruction rate couldn't keep up with my growth speed. Family, who understands? It's all about endless vitality. I don't hold back my words. No way, sir. Is this the extent of your strength? What about scraping? It seems you're also a master of words. Honestly, I'm laughing my heart out inside. I've always wondered how high that ridiculous Demon Slayer breathing technique I practiced has really taken me. Today, using a strong attack-type soul master like him as a target. All the data is right here. In terms of speed, I outpace him. When it comes to soul power purity, we're about even. This wave is a blood prophet. He seems to have realized that I have no malice and am just a bit restless, and he even smiled. All right, he has some skills. Suddenly, his third soul ring, that purple 1000-year soul ring, lit up. Third soul skill, White Tiger Vajra transformation. Let me tell you, the scene instantly looked like he activated Super Saiyan mode, golden light flashing, his muscles bulging dramatically, almost matching my height. An alarm seemed to ring in my head, and for the first time, I felt a hint of danger. I can't take this lightly anymore. I need to be serious. He thumped his chest like a big gorilla and charged at me, wanting to clash head-on. Come on, who's afraid of who? With a thought, I instantly switched my breathing technique from Demon Slayer to fire breathing, and my soul power became furious. When he threw a punch, I punched back. Boom. With a loud sound, the ground beneath us cracked. Wow, his strength is really impressive. I was pushed back 5 steps while he only took 3. All right, you're strong in power. But can I just admit defeat like that? Strength is good, but fighting isn't just about arm wrestling. I shouted loudly, activating my second soul skill, and the 3-leaf clover martial soul in my hand shone brightly, turning into a long stick that was completely emerald green, like black jade. The supervising teacher's eyes lit up. I pointed the stick at him, grinning arrogantly. Did you see that? You've already used your 1,000-year soul skill. And I'm just getting warmed up. Admit defeat, it's not shameful. That guy was also stubborn. In your dreams. All right, you asked for it. I immediately demonstrated a set of stick techniques, loudly proclaiming. The first move of the tiger-beating stick technique, stick hitting dog head. To be honest, I thought that move looked ridiculous, like I was just monkeying around, completely unstructured. Daimubai was about to mock me when the stick in my hand suddenly burst with dazzling light, moving so fast it left only a green shadow, directly heading for his forehead. He was startled and quickly activated the white tiger protective shield. The energy was blocked, but the stick is solid. With a crisp sound, it hit his forehead, and a round, bright bump instantly formed. He covered his head and yelled, "You little rascal, playing dirty. Sneak attack. It doesn't count. Do it again. I consider it a loss if I care about him." Hearing him shout makes me even happier, and my hands keep moving. I twist the stick, executing another move from the sky. The 36 style of the dog beat stick technique. No dogs under heaven. Actually, I just shouted this name randomly, but my momentum was right. I poured all my remaining soul power into it, and the stick was glowing green, striking the same spot on his forehead with another heavy blow. Another scream. His protective shield activated again, but it didn't completely block it. Old wounds added new bruises, and his handsome face was almost twisted into an expression meme. He rolled up his sleeves, ready to fight me for real, but at that moment, the teacher finally couldn't stand it anymore and rushed out, shouting, "Stop. All right. Stop. Let's call it draw. You both have run out of soul power, right?" Then he turned to Daimubai and congratulated him, saying that he was accepted into Shrek Academy. You know what? This Daimubai really is a man. He didn't get upset about losing and generously admitted his inferiority. Seeing him so reasonable, my attitude softened as well. After all, he got a good deal, and I'm not the kind of person who would hold a grudge. So, we considered ourselves acquaintances after the fight. After the excitement was over and the crowd dispersed, I took Daimubai and my little sidekick Fat Tiger to start touring our Celestial Academy. Goodness, it was so shabby. The entrance was all dilapidated, and inside was just a dirt road, a complete urban-rural junction. But this guy Daimubai managed to find some class from the wooden boards on either side of the door. One said a mountain is not high. It is famous if there are spirits, and the other was more direct. School motto. Only accept monsters, not ordinary people. He instantly felt a sense of respect, thinking that this academy was all about being hidden and unassuming. I introduced my little brother Fat Tiger to him, telling him that we are both only 10 years old. His eyes nearly popped out, pointing at my face, which is almost as mature as his, with a look that clearly said, "Are you kidding me?" I could only sigh helplessly. Sigh. It's the spirit soul's fault. I grew up a bit too quickly. There's nothing I can do. He burst out laughing. Just as we were chatting, Fat Tiger, being cheeky, made a joke at my expense, and I shot him a friendly glare, which scared him into finding an excuse to leave right away. I continued walking with Daimubai, and as we passed the dormitory area, a cleaning lady, Aunt Zhang, saw me and was very enthusiastic. "Oh, Hongjun, is this the new student? You haven't eaten yet, right? My daughter Tsuehua made your favorite braised pork. Come over to eat later." I was completely stunned at that moment. Who understands what family feels like? And it's Tsuehua again. I quickly gave Daimubai a look, and he, being clever, immediately responded, Yes, I just arrived. I need him to help me get familiar with the environment." Finally, we managed to send Aunt Zhang away. Daimubai, holding back a laugh, asked me, "Bro, who is Tsuehua?" I could only sigh deeply. Alas, my charm is too great. The village aunties all want to introduce their daughters to me. What a headache. He patted me on the shoulder with an expression of "I understand," and our relationship instantly became closer. Once we settled into the dormitory, we headed to the cafeteria. As soon as we reached the entrance, we saw Fat Tiger and a handsome silver-haired guy waiting there. Fat Tiger looked at me as if he saw a long-lost relative and said he'd been waiting for me to start eating. I asked who that handsome guy was, and Fat Tiger said he was a new teacher brought in, named Oscar. That Oscar was really good-looking, with a pair of peach blossom eyes, and he knew how to engage, taking the initiative to greet us. As soon as I saw this little guy being so innocent, I immediately had the urge to tease him. Clearing my throat, I adopted a senior's tone and said, "My name is MaHongjun. Just call me Xiao Ma Go from now on. If you have any issues in the academy, I've got your back." Oscar was indeed fooled. His eyes lit up as he sincerely called out, "Xiao Ma Go." Dai Mubai and Fat Tiger beside him were almost choking on their laughter. "All right, everyone is here. Let's eat." But when the food arrived, all four of us fell silent. The pieces of meat in the dishes were so small that we had to aim carefully with our chopsticks to pick them up. Is this it? This is the treatment on the first day of school for new students? While we ate, we wildly complained about the principal Flanders, whose image in our minds instantly shifted from a profound and mysterious powerhouse to a miserly old Scrooge. The next morning, that old miser started causing trouble again. As soon as dawn broke, that terrible bell rang, yanking me out of my dreams. I sluggishly made my way to the small square, and wow, everyone was staring at me like I was a giant panda, apparently waiting just for me. I chuckled without a hint of embarrassment and stood right next to Fat Tiger. That old rascal Flanders cleared his throat and immediately pointed at me. "MaHongjun, coming in so late again. What were you doing last night? Is your martial soul acting up again?" I tell you, this is not criticism at all. It's just him giving me a way out. I immediately understood and yawned, saying, "Oh, I'm used to it. I'll just go to Soto City after training." As soon as I finished speaking, I felt a gaze from the side suddenly stick to me. I looked over and saw the new guy, Xiao Ao, who looked quite decent with a pair of peach blossom eyes. The way he looked at me at that moment was something only family would understand. It was as if he was about to make a brotherhood pact with me, probably thinking of my martial soul as his long-lost brother. Once Flender saw everyone was present, he began his opening speech. "Let me summarize the main point for you. Welcome to Shrek. We have no rules here, as long as you don't kill or set fire. You could do whatever you want." Then he shifted the tone, and the key point came, "But tuition fees must be paid. 100 gold soul coins each, except for MaHongjun." Wow. In an instant, 3 envious, jealous, and hateful gazes pierced through me. I cleared my throat and waved my hand at them in a particularly Versailles manner. "Don't be jealous, guys. I'm a special case. You can't replicate it. Are you mad? Just asking if you're mad?" After paying the fee, that old rascal Flander finally had a bit of a smile on his face. And then he announced our source of happiness for the next month. Every day from the academy to Soto City. We have to do 5 round trips with a heavy load. No soul power allowed. And if we don't finish, we won't get to eat. I was stunned at the time, and Dai Mubai's expression also changed. The worst off was Xiao Ao, whose face turned as green as a cucumber in an instant. He was a support type, and you expect him to run a marathon without soul power? Isn't that asking for his life? Sure enough, not long after the run started, Xiao Ao looked like a broken bellows, about to collapse. I couldn't bear to watch anymore, so I shouted at him, "Idiot, stay behind me. I'll break the wind for you." At first, he looked confused, wondering what breaking the wind meant. I didn't bother explaining and just urged him to keep up. Hey, wouldn't you know it, this trick really worked, and in the end, he managed to hang in there. After the run, I felt like I was about to collapse. So I slipped away to the Rose Hotel in Soto City, my secret supply station. Sister Anna had already prepared a huge table of ice attribute soul beast meat for me, and I sat down and started eating like a whirlwind. Let me tell you, that stuff is incredibly expensive, but there's no choice. My lousy martial soul relies on this to keep going. Sister Anna just sat quietly next to me, watching me eat, and I felt a bit embarrassed. After finishing, I told her that I probably wouldn't need to spend so much in the future. But then she leaned over with a curious expression and quietly asked me, "So, are you planning to solve it in other ways in the future?" I was taken aback at that moment. "Can I talk about this topic with girls?" I quickly shook my head. As a result, she warned me with a serious expression not to harm young girls and definitely not to go to those messy places. In order to make my big creditor happy, I quickly approached her with a smile and said, "Sister Anna, don't worry, I'm a serious person." I even made a joke on the spot. "How about this? I don't want to work hard anymore. Why don't you support me?" To my surprise, Sister Anna took it seriously. Her face turned red, and she half-jokingly, half-seriously said, "It's not impossible, but if you were with me, you couldn't have any other women. Do you still want that?" At that moment, I blurted out, "No way. I'm going to be the man of the sea god. How can I give up an entire Amazon rainforest for a single tree?" The air instantly froze. Sister Anna's face darkened visibly, and without saying a word, she turned and walked away. I was left dumbfounded, realizing that understanding a woman's heart is as difficult as finding a needle in the ocean. This joke was not worth it. A few days later, Flanders suddenly announced a month-long break from running. Little A.O. was so happy he nearly did a backflip on the spot. However, Flanders' next sentence sent him crashing from heaven to hell. We're going to the Starry Forest for a month of practical training. Not only that, he also said he would introduce us to two sisters. As soon as he finished speaking, two beautiful women walked out from behind the teaching building. One was my sister Ma Xiaodai, whom I hadn't seen in a year, and the other, wow, wasn't it Sister Anna, who had stormed off a few days ago? She turned her head and gave me a proud look from the back. Dai Mubai and little Ao were practically drooling. Thus, our quirky little team set off in high spirits. Feeling bored on the road, I started telling them stories from my hometown journey to the west. I built up the suspense, asking whether Tang Sung ultimately stayed in the kingdom of women. They had all sorts of guesses. Sister Xiaodai was the most naive, saying Tang Sung must have stayed. I chuckled and dropped the bomb. Let me tell you, the queen of the kingdom of women asked Tang Sung with deep affection, "Are you marrying or not?" Tang Sung was actually moved and softly said marry. But let me tell you, his horse was definitely a bit of an idiot. It heard drive instead of marry. It took off at full speed out of the city, leaving the queen in disarray. Fat Tiger laughed so hard he almost spit, but Xiaodai and Anna were not having it. They chased after me, insisting I change it to a happy ending. I shrugged and said I wouldn't tell it anymore. They could listen if they wanted. Guess what? Even that old guy Flander secretly came over. Wanted me to tell him the continuation later. This damn charm. To placate the two sisters, I had to pull out my secret weapon, cleared my throat, and started singing the theme song from the Kingdom of Women. Mandarin ducks double perch, butterflies double fly, the garden in spring is intoxicating. I sang with such dedication that I felt like the conflicted holy monk. As I sang, I suddenly felt a jolt in my body, as if something had awakened. And 3 words popped in my mind, breath of sound. What is this thing useful for? Am I going to have concerts when I get into fights? Using my singing to spiritually transcend my opponents? I was pondering what this new skill really is when Anna's crisp voice suddenly rang out behind me. You were singing so well. Why did you stop all of a sudden? Can you not be so brief? I was petrified at that moment. Sister, what you said is very easy to misinterpret. Okay. Goodness, I immediately felt a chill down my spine, and my survival instinct kicked in instantly. I quickly assured her that I would be as honest as a quail at night. Only then did Sister Manna let out a cold snort, which meant she was letting me off the hook. I told you this matter is settled. When we sleep tonight, I'll be in the middle, with Sister Xiaodai on my left and Sister Manna on my right. It's like being caught between a rock and a hard place. That rascal Oscar came over with a lewd grin, saying he has good self-control and wants to switch places with me. I shot him a glare, making him take a look at Sister Manna's fierce expression that said if he dared to come over, it would be curtains for him. That kid instantly backed down and went to snuggle with Fat Tiger for warmth instead. But the singing thing isn't over yet. Sister Manna and the others, including Dai Mubai and his big guys, all said they wanted to learn the song I sang, Daughter's Feelings. I couldn't help but laugh. My sore throat was just an excuse, and my little schemes were sparking with excitement. Teach you? Sure, I have to teach. When Zhu Zhu Qing, Ning Rong Rong, and Xiao Wu come, we'll all sing together. I, the man who has mastered the breath of music, will take center stage, and you guys will be my hype crew, with your howling voices to highlight my heavenly voice. Who understands, this operation is simply out of this world. These fools have no idea of my ulterior motives, and they're all deeply moved, thinking I'm a good brother. Sigh, there's nothing I can do. I was just a nobody in my past life, and now that I finally have a chance to show off in front of beautiful women in this life, don't I need to plan it out well? The next day, we set off directly for our destination, the Stardo Great Forest. Old Flander flew in front, acting like a GPS, starting to teach us about the forest, saying it is divided into edges, peripheries, mixed areas, and cores. He even mysteriously mentioned that there's a place deep within that is a great danger zone, something he read in ancient books. After saying that, he wouldn't let us ask any questions, making it seem like a state secret. I have to tell you, although Flanders said to everyone that I have a twin martial spirit and came to get soul rings for the second martial spirit, the biggest trump card I have is actually kept very secret. If things like hidden soul rings or the demon slayer breathing technique were to be exposed, I estimate the entire Douluo continent would go into an uproar. At that time, all kinds of deities would come to capture me for research, and I would be in big trouble. So, it's not that I don't trust my brothers. It's just that this secret is too significant. My principle is very simple. Help friends, not reason. Anyone who harms my people, I will definitely root them out, but to protect them, some things must remain buried in my heart. Hurrying along, it was already dark when we finally reached the outer circle. At Flanders' command, we set up camp. Oscar was exhausted like a dead dog, collapsing on the ground and unwilling to move, but Dai took charge and quickly set up our huge tent. Just as we finished setting up camp and had a couple of bites of dry food, preparing to rest, suddenly, there was a loud roar. I tell you, the noise was so great that the entire tent was shaking. I was the first to react, bursting out of the tent. Good grief, a fight was already underway outside. Flander was locked in a fierce battle with a massive, pure, white scorpion. The scorpion had its tail raised high, the stinger shining bright red, exuding a menacing aura that clearly indicated it was no ordinary foe. King of the Earth, I blurted out. Dai and the others rushed out as well, looking bewildered. I had to take on the role of commentator on the spot. This thing is a top-notch fire attribute soul beast. From the looks of it, it was trying to ambush us, but got intercepted by the Dean. Don't be fooled by the fact that it's being held down by the Dean. Even if the 5 of us went up against it, we probably wouldn't survive a single swipe of its tail. Sister Mayana also came to her senses and added, "This should be a 1,000-year-old one, judging by the color of its soul power. Hongjun, do you have the confidence to absorb it?" While we were talking, Flander had already unleashed his martial soul and quickly took down the King of the Earth. He brushed the dirt off his hands and calmly called out to me, "Hongjun, come take a look. This is a premium specimen around 4,000 years old, and with your martial soul, it's a good deal." I immediately understood and instantly put on an expression of immense admiration. I rushed over and praised him enthusiastically. "Wow, teacher, you're amazing. This powerful spirit beast is like a toy in your hands. A soul sage, so terrifying." Flander was so pleased by my compliments that he kept saying to be humble, but his smile almost reached his ears. I was really dying of laughter. This old man was so easy to read. I walked up to the King of the Earth, took a close look, and then turned around to show off to everyone. "Look, it has 9 segments on its tail. According to my research, it grows 1 segment every 500 years, so this one's age is roughly around 4,500 years. Using it as the first spirit ring for my second martial soul is a bit challenging, but it's not a big deal." Dai and the others stared in shock, looking at me as if I were an encyclopedia. I felt incredibly satisfied and, without hesitation, drew my dagger and struck a few times at the King of the Earth's head, making sure it was completely dead. As it finally went cold, a deep purple spirit ring suddenly emerged with a buzz. I sat cross-legged at that moment and summoned my second martial soul, the evil fire phoenix, and got started. As I drew on my soul power, the energy from the soul ring surged into my body. At first, it felt okay, warm and cozy like soaking in a hot spring. But the next second, everything changed. Damn, it was so painful. I felt like I was being torn apart, with knives scraping through the gaps in my bones, and my face turned pale in an instant. No, I had overestimated myself. This 500-year-old soul ring was still too much for my little body. There was no choice but to activate my cheat. Breath of the Sun, double my physical attributes. Hold on. After activating the cheat, that tearing pain finally eased a bit, and my complexion slowly stabilized. 1 hour, 2 hours. I sat there, fully absorbing the energy. But just as I was about to finish absorbing the soul ring's energy, a colder and more sinister energy burst forth from the corpse of the Earth King, filled with that guy's resentment, violently attacking my mind. I clenched my teeth and decided to go all out. I instantly switched my breathing technique from the breath of the sun to the breath of flames. The characteristic of the breath of flames is purification and devouring. As that scorching soul power surged, it burned away the resentment like firewood, turning it into my own nourishment. By the time I opened my eyes again, it was almost dawn. Flander and the others were gathered around me, their eyes red, especially Flander, whose old face had tear marks. "Bro, do you feel like the wind is a bit strong today?" Dai looked at me with a strange expression, blinking repeatedly. I looked down and saw, wow, completely bare. Not even a pair of shorts left. They were all shattered by the energy fluctuations from the soul ring I just absorbed. My face turned red in an instant, and a hungry tiger pounced and dove into the nearby bushes, only its head sticking out, shouting at Fat Tiger. "Fat Tiger, clothes, hurry." That little rascal Fat Tiger just laughed and deliberately said loudly, "The boss truly is the boss, really big." Then he finally tossed me a piece of clothing. While I was putting it on, I felt that Sister Mayana and Sister Xiao Dai were secretly glancing at me. It was just too much. When I casually walked out, Flander hurried over to pat my shoulder and asked how I was doing and what soul skill I had obtained. I felt a bit of itchiness at the base of my tail, and a bold guess suddenly came to my mind. I cleared my throat and joyfully announced, "First soul skill, Phoenix Roar Sky Strike. It is an area of effect burst skill that stuns opponents within 5 meters and burns them with the erupting magma." Flander nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad. The first soul ring is a 500-year super limit soul ring. You will be the sharpest blade in our team from now on. I sighed and said somewhat pretentiously, alas, the consumption of soul power is just too great. I estimate that with my current soul power, I can only use it once. After that, I'll be completely out of energy. Flander gave me a direct eye roll. Just be content. Others are still struggling between the yellow and white soul rings. And you've already made it in one step. What more do you want? Let me tell you. The envious and jealous look from Xiao Ao next to me is almost burning 2 holes in my body. He is patting his thigh with a pained expression, saying, "Bro, you're being a bit Versailles here. With such a high explosive and high attack soul skill. Even if you give me a dozen, I wouldn't mind. And you're still being stingy." I see the looks in everyone's eyes, each one like a hungry wolf, wishing they could swallow me alive. Hey, since you're all so supportive, I won't hold back. I have to give you something even more explosive. I quietly channeled my soul power towards my tailbone, took a deep breath, and then slit. My newly changed pants met their tragic end on the spot. A completely snow-white tail, as if carved from mutton fat jade, suddenly sprouted from behind me. At the tip of the tail, there was a fiery red barb, glimmering coldly, looking quite formidable. Goodness, as soon as this thing appeared, I felt an itch and numbness in my lower back, and I couldn't stand straight, feeling as if I had drunk fake liquor. While I struggled to control this disobedient tail, I awkwardly told everyone, cough, cough, couldn't control it, it really itches too much. In fact, this thing was my biggest gain this time. Flander turned pale instantly. He rushed over in a flash, nervously glanced around, and then whispered angrily at me, "You idiot, this is an external soul bone. Quickly put it away. Do you want to be captured for dissection research?" I was a bit confused at the time and muttered softly, "There's no one else here. Why are you in such a hurry?" I just can't take it back. I have to tell you, at that time I really didn't know how precious this thing was. Flander looked at me with an innocent face and then calmed down to educate me. It turns out this is called an external soul bone, and its rarity is comparable to a 100,000-year soul ring. It's a top-tier equipment that can grow along with my level. If you just got it and haven't fully fused it with your body, there are indeed bad people who would kill for it to take the bone. At first, Daimyo Bai and the others were still confused, but as soon as they heard the word soul bone, their eyes instantly lit up, and they were about to drool with envy. After messing around for a long time, I finally managed to tuck that troublesome tail back in. Now I was feeling pumped, so I ran over to Daimyo Bai, nudged him with my elbow, and teasingly said, "Hey Dai, aren't you jealous of my character? No worries, you'll never have it. So don't be envious." Daimyo Bai's face was as dark as a pop bottom. If he could have beaten me, I bet he would have gone for a real PK right there. He forced a smile and pulled Xiao Ao in, saying, "Hee, who knows what the future holds, right?" Xiao Ao quickly chimed in, sourly saying, "Exactly. Anything is possible." Flander couldn't take it anymore and splashed cold water on us. "Do you think external spirit bones grow on trees? You can just pick them up off the ground? Instead of daydreaming, you might as well focus on your training." Seeing their expressions, I decided not to provoke them further and quickly changed the subject. All right, I'm done teasing you. Come on, use your wisdom and give my precious spirit bone a cool name." Xiao Ao was the first to answer. "The tail of the earth. How about that?" "Bah, you're the one with the tail. Your whole family has tails." Daimyo Bai immediately followed up with something even more outrageous, "Emperor Whip." I rolled my eyes at that moment. "Dude, why does your name sound a bit off? Does it have some special effect? Does anyone in the family understand?" The naming taste of these two is simply at the level of rat heads and duck necks, emphasizing the abstract. Sister Mayana, however, was reliable. After thinking for a moment, she said, "This soul bone of Brother MaHongjun looks like a whip and comes from the Earth King. So let's just call it Earth Whip, shall we?" "Great, we'll call it Earth Whip." I quickly finalized it, fearing they might come up with some outrageous name again. So, this matter was settled. In the following days, it felt like we opened a soul ring wholesale market in the Stardow Forest. First, we helped Mei Anna and sister Xiao Dai secure their 3rd soul rings, and both got 1,000-year level ones, happily advancing to soul respect. Then it was my turn. With Flinder's help, I directly obtained an 8,000-year-old flame bird. My second soul skill, let me tell you, is incredibly cool. It's called Solar Piercer, which can release a flame spear that automatically tracks and locks onto targets, hitting wherever I aim. The enemy can only take it head-on and can't dodge at all. Produce. The blue energy consumption can be large or small, entirely under my control, making my endurance in battle maxed out. When our group safely returned to Shrek Academy, Flinder was amazed, saying our luck was just too good. Little did he know, it was all thanks to my lucky Clover martial soul, which has a koi aura, As long as I don't run into those protagonists who naturally attract villains, I basically one T encounter any danger. Back at the academy, I could already control my external soul bone freely. But I still had another big issue on my mind. My evil Fire Phoenix martial soul problem hadn't been resolved yet. So, I went directly to find Flender. At that time, he was in his office, happily counting a table full of gold soul coins. I got straight to the point. Teacher, I found a way to solve the drawbacks of my martial soul. You have to accompany me to Heaven-Do City. Flender didn't even look up, quickly putting the money into the soul guide device while casually saying, "Oh, what method? If it costs too much, then forget it. I think Mayana is not bad. Have you considered her?" I'm speechless, just throwing out the big card. Teacher, I'm not joking. This matter needs you to step in and ask Principal Liu Erlong of Lamba Academy for help. I tell you, the name Liu Erlong is simply Flander's electronic switch. His hand that was counting money immediately stopped. His eyes lit up in an instant, and he raised his head to look at me. Erlong? Good kid. You're even investigating me now? Tell me, how can I help you? I deliberately emphasized my tone. I need Shenyang to help introduce me to Yu Qianheng from the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon family. I need his assistance with this matter. Ahem. Don't talk nonsense. What's Shenyang? Flander retorted verbally, but the corners of his mouth were almost reaching his ears, and he pretended to recite a poem I taught him. I originally intended my heart towards a bright moon, but unfortunately, the bright moon shines on the ditch. T-Sage, an old man who says one thing and means another. Anyway, upon hearing it was for my martial soul and that he was going to find his love interest, Flander didn't hesitate to throw the academy affairs onto Zhao Wujia's shoulders and hurriedly took me to Tiando City. The way he rushed, it wasn't tea for me at all. He was clearly eager to meet his old flame. 10 days later, we stood under the towering city gate of Tiando City, which was over 10 meters high. Wow, what a grand sight. There was a huge notice posted on the city wall, Blue Tyrant Advanced Soul Master Academy, sincerely recruiting soul masters above level 40. As soon as Flander saw the words Blue Tyrant, he became excited, his eyes filled with longing. We discussed for a bit and thought that meeting the future Shenyang shouldn't be too shabby, so we first found a clothing store to upgrade our outfits. I not only helped Flander pick out a particularly dapper suit, but also took the opportunity to charge him a fee to get myself a new outfit. By the time we stood at the entrance of Blue Tyrant Academy, looking sharp, Flander got nervous again. Looking at the academy built in the forest, which was 10 times larger than our Shrek, he felt a bit inferior and quietly said, This is Erlong's academy? It's much more impressive than ours. I quickly encouraged him. Teacher, you're already here. What are you afraid of? Show your golden iron triangle spirit. Remember, we're here to save the fallen. To rekindle past ties. With my encouragement, Flander finally straightened his back. The security guard at the door was quite diligent and insisted on verifying his identity. Flander had no choice but to unleash his martial soul. With 7 soul rings shining, yellow, purple, 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 black, 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 the guard was instantly dumbfounded and stuttered a salute. Soul Sage, please come in. I'll go inform the dean right away. The change in attitude was astonishingly quick. Under the guidance of the security guard, we arrived at a small courtyard at the back of the academy. It was particularly quiet, resembling Flander's rural academy style quite a bit. I whispered in his ear, See, you have something in common. Remember, be serious later. You can't act like a sycophant. Flander was so nervous that his palms were sweating. Yet he still stubbornly replied, Got it. If you keep talking, you'll have to pay me back for the gold soul coins you owe me, with interest. I really can't believe it. What time is it? And he's still thinking about his little gold soul coins. The security guard shouted into the yard, and after a while, a beautiful woman in a blue skirt walked out of the wooden house, her hair still a bit damp, with a surprised expression on her face. Boss Fu, how did you know I was here? Let me tell you, that's Aunt Liu Erlong. That figure, that beauty, TSK. The way she looks just after a bath is simply stunning. That old man Flander almost had his eyes pop out, just as he was about to grin. My cough interrupted him. He immediately straightened his face, imitating the domineering style I taught him, and said in a deep voice, Erlong, I come here this time with no trivial matters. Liu Erlong was taken aback for a moment, then smiled, Oh, what matter could bring you, Boss Flander? To seek my help? Let's go inside and talk. Once inside, Flander explained my situation, and after hearing it, Liu Erlong readily agreed to help, saying she would even put her old face on the line to ask her father to make this happen. The opportunity had come. I immediately rushed up with a sweet voice. Thank you, Sister Erlong. You're really beautiful. No wonder our teacher talks about you every day at the academy. Flander's face turned red, and he was frantically giving me signals, but I pretended not to see and continued rambling. So, Aunt Erlong, don't you want to have a child with talent like mine? My teacher has wanted a child for a long time. It's just that he can't marry and have kids because he's always thinking about a woman. Flander really couldn't take it anymore. Quickly coughed a couple of times and followed the script I taught him on the way. Ahem, Erlong, we haven't seen each other for years. Let's go out for a meal, my treat. As soon as Lu Erlong heard he was treating, her eyes lit up and she smiled brightly. Oh, Boss Flander, have you struck it rich? It's the first time I've seen you so generous. Let's go to Drunken Spring Tower. I'm going to extort a good sum from you today. I told you, Flander couldn't hold back at that moment, coughed twice, and his face was almost as red as his neck. He insisted on pretending to be calm, saying that even if he was stingy, he couldn't be stingy towards you, Erlong. Oh my, the way he said it was just short of carving "I like you" on my face. Who is Lu Erlong? A fierce dragon. How could she not understand? As soon as I saw her expression, I knew her heart was racing, but she kept pretending not to understand, hurriedly urging us to leave, afraid that Flander would confess on the spot, which would be awkward. Just then, MaHongjun, as the strongest wingman in the room, had to spice things up. I glanced around and saw a plate of sliced cucumbers on the table. I immediately asked, Aunt Erlong, your skincare is amazing. Is it because of these cucumbers? Lu Erlong turned her head, gave me a proud look, and somewhat sourly replied, well, you know, kid, this isn't just any cucumber. It's one I've specially cultivated, infused with spiritual energy. It's for whitening and anti-aging. Your rough skin can't handle it. I couldn't help but laugh inside. No wonder Lu Erlong looked like she and Flander were from different generations. She was using spiritual cucumbers for skincare, emphasizing both technology and hard work. I immediately responded, oh, my teacher needs it the most. If he could have even a tenth of your skin, he would be as handsome as Wu Yinzu. My filial piety is absolutely genuine. I just want to bring these two together. Lu Erlong's face turned red, and just as he was about to blow up, Flander quickly stepped in to smooth things over, saying in a particularly profound manner, Hongjun is right. One should cherish the people in front of them. I have to say, this statement hit Lu Erlong right in the heart, and she probably recalled that little incident with Yu Xiaojing, causing her eyes to dim instantly. Flander sensed the atmosphere was off and quickly waved his hand. Let us go, let us go. Zue Chunlu. We want to go back until we're drunk tonight. When they arrived at Zue Chunlu, it was quite impressive with an antique charm. Lu Erlong directly ordered a VIP room for 888, and after sitting down, she playfully teased Flander. Old Flander, this meal will cost over 100 gold soul coins. Should I take care of it? Flander, unwilling to lose face but suffering in silence, pounded his chest and declared, a few hundred gold soul coins? What is that? I want to even blink at over 10,000. Family, who understands? I was waiting for this line. I snatched the menu and started my performance. Teacher, Aunt Erlong also invited Yu Qianheng and his team. We must order more dishes. Flander's face instantly turned green, but since the words were already out, he could only nod with tears in his eyes. I pointed at the menu and read, Bodhi Jai Jai, 1 serving for 10 gold soul coins. Good heavens. This ISNT fried rice. It's practically an assassin for my electronic wallet. Let us get 2 servings. Teacher, you don't like rice, right? Flander was almost crying but managed to force a smile. Yes, I don't need it. You guys order, don't be polite. Can I be polite with him? Tung Jiao chicken, Dohua fish, flying dragon soup, Geely shrimp, and let us add a 10-year roasted bull leg for 100 gold soul coins. By the time we finished ordering, Flander's complexion had turned from green to a purplish black. The dishes hadn't even arrived, yet when Lu Erlong had a few drinks and was getting a bit tipsy, just then there was a knock on the door, and Yu Qianheng arrived with his team. Wow, the entire Tiando royal team was present. I thought, ISNT this convenient? This saved me a lot of trouble. When Lu Erlong saw them, she instantly sobered up. Her change of expression was faster than flipping a book, and she seriously introduced us. Could I let this opportunity slip? I dashed forward and shook Yu Tianheng's hand. Hello, I'm MaHongjun, a level 27 soul master. Come, everyone sit down, don't be polite. Today my teacher is treating, so let us eat together. My set of operations flowed smoothly, leaving Yu Qianheng and the others at a loss, and they could only sit down obediently. A pretty girl with purple hair burst out laughing. Seeing the opportunity, I shouted at them, don't be shy. The dishes are all served, and my teacher is really nice. Flander, sitting across from me, was heartbroken but still had to wear a gentle smile. Yes, Hongjun is right. Don't be shy. I took a bite of the 10 gold soul coins fried rice, and my eyes lit up. I immediately shouted to the waiter, This rice is so delicious. Please give each of us new friends a serving. 8 portions. That's another 80 gold soul coins. Flander's mouth was already twitching. The purple-haired girl's favorability towards me instantly skyrocketed as she smiled and said, "Thanks. I'm Douluo Yin, and this is my best friend Yi Lingling, the ice beauty of our academy, who still doesn't have a boyfriend." As she spoke, she pushed a cold-looking girl next to her forward. I took a look and thought, "Isn't this an opportunity?" I quickly put on my most innocent expression and said, "You two sisters are so beautiful. I'm MaHongjun from the assault department, and I'm almost 11 years old this year." 11 years old? The whole room was shocked, jaws dropping all around. Flander had to step in and explain that I looked this way because of my special martial soul. Douluo suddenly understood and joked, "Oh, I was going to introduce Lingling to you, but since you're so young, never mind. Can I calculate it?" I immediately straightened my chest and said, "Don't, sister. I can do it. Look at me. How am I any smaller?" My words made everyone laugh. The ice queen named Yi Lingling, who had been silent, glanced at me at that moment, and a hint of blush actually appeared on her face. Douluo noticed that the atmosphere had become lively and joked. "If you want to pursue our Lingling, it's fine. Just invite us to the Drunken Spring Pavilion for dinner more often." I quickly picked up the cue, "No problem. But you guys have to pay." At this, even Yi Lingling couldn't help but chuckle, and that smile was simply enchanting, like an ice mountain melting, bringing the warmth of spring. Strike while the iron is hot, and let the witty words flow. Beautiful appearances are all the same, but interesting souls are rare. Someone as outstanding as me can not only make you laugh, but also protect you. I tell you, just this sentence completely stunned Yi Lingling. She kept mumbling about interesting souls being 1 in a million, and suddenly her soul power surged, actually breaking through on the spot. Her smile, combined with the brilliance of her soul power, was breathtaking, leaving everyone in the private room, including Yu Tianheng, in awe. Lu Erlong couldn't help but ask Yu Tianheng who this girl was. Yu Tianheng solemnly introduced, "This is our team support, Yi Lingling, who possesses the top-tier healing martial soul in the continent, the 9 Hearts Begonia." My heart skipped a beat. It turned out to be her. Who understands, family? This 9 Hearts Begonia martial soul sounds impressive, but it's actually a bottomless pit passed down through 1 lineage with 1 life and 1 death. It's a cursed martial soul. No wonder she looks so cold. It turns out she's carrying such a heavy burden. Lu Erlong seems to know some insider information and boldly asks Yi Lingling in public, "So, what do you think of my family's Hongjun? I've heard that in your 9 Hearts Begonia clan, at your age, you should find a husband with good talent to break the curse." Wow, this is practically a public matchmaking. Yi Lingling froze, her face turning as red as an apple, and she instinctively said, I'm just a bit interested in him. There's no other feeling." After saying that, she secretly glanced at me. Flanders nearby was watching with amusement, probably thinking that this kid is about to have some romantic luck. I quickly stepped in to diffuse the situation, narcissistically tossing my head. "Hey, why are you all looking at me? Although I admit I'm quite handsome, Lingling is not that shallow of a girl. Everyone, let's stop teasing her and eat." As soon as I said this, everyone looked at me with a gaze that seemed to question where my confidence came from. Douluo directly retorted, "You think you're handsome? Maybe if you eat less in the future and lose some weight, you might have a chance. But right now, I have a thick skin and take pride in it. Sister Yin Yin, you have such good insight. You're just speaking the truth. When I grow up to your age, I will definitely be a handsome guy." Douluo laughed out loud at my antics. "Hongjun, you are so funny. All right, from now on in Tiando City, I'll take care of you. I'll acknowledge you as my little brother. It's done." I felt so happy inside. The plan worked. I connected with Douluo Yin so easily. Yu Tianheng, watching us from the side, didn't he seem jealous. Instead, there was an inscrutable look of confusion in his eyes. I tell you, that old poison master was radiating such an aura at the time that he almost sent me away on the spot. The pressure was at the soul master level. It made my calves cramp up, so I quickly activated the breath of the sun, doubling my physical abilities, and barely managed to stand my ground while pretending to be on the verge of death. I tell you, my acting skills deserve a little golden statue. Don't you think? Fortunately, that old guy didn't really want to kill me. He just wanted to show me who's boss. When he saw that I could withstand it, his gaze immediately softened with a hint of appreciation, and he retracted his pressure, saying, "All right, kid, you've got some skills. No wonder you can help Yin Yin with the poison. Speak up. What are your conditions?" I keep my word. The independent Gu Yin was almost in tears, and only relaxed when she saw this situation. My temper flared up, and I stubbornly repeated, "I've said it already. I'm not here for a reward. I just came to help you with the poison." Hey, that old man didn't get angry, but instead laughed, saying, "Kid, interesting. Do you know the poison in me is hundreds of times worse than Yin Yan's? Just because you can treat her doesn't mean you can treat me. Don't get carried away. I'm overjoyed. Is it a wild fantasy? I'm just capitalizing on the information gap." I went into my fortune-telling mode and revealed all his old issues. Do you feel numbness and itching under your ribs on rainy days? And does it flare up twice a day? Once every hour? Also, do you feel a sharp pain in your head and soles at midnight? So painful that your whole body twitches? Every time I spoke, that old poison's eyes widened a bit more. By the time I finished, he was completely stunned, pointing at me and stammering, How do you know that? You little brat. You can also practice the art of Qi Huang? I calmly replied with 2 words, slightly knowledgeable. Does anyone understand? This is not just slightly knowledgeable. I basically gave a spoiler from God's perspective. But to him, this was just the humility of a rare genius. He immediately became serious, sent his granddaughter, Dugi Yin, away, saying he had important matters to discuss with me. Before leaving, Dugi Yin stared intensely at her grandfather and warned, "Grandpa, you must not harm Brother Hongjun, or I will never talk to you again." Oh, I was really touched at that moment, but I guess the old man was thinking that a girl shouldn't stay too long. Once the door was closed, the old poison asked straightforwardly if I already knew about Dugi Yan's issues, which was why I deliberately approached her. Of course, I was just talking nonsense, saying I was an ordinary person with no background. How could I know about such things? If you don't believe me, go check. He stared at me for a long time and suddenly asked, "How old are you? What level is your soul power?" This was my territory. I immediately reported my stats. Almost 11, level 28 soul master, and I estimated I would reach level 30 soon. Hiss. Let me tell you, seeing a title Douluo gasp in shock is quite an experience. He was stunned, murmuring to himself, "Not even 11. What a monster. Your martial soul quality must be extremely high, with innate soul power of at least level 9, right?" I casually shrugged my shoulders. Top-level beast martial soul, Phoenix. Innate full soul power. The feeling was like handing in a blank exam paper, and the teacher still gave me full marks. So satisfying. Seeing his shocked expression almost made me laugh out loud. But I had to keep a straight face, acting as if this was all basic stuff. But then this old guy switched gears and actually started playing matchmaker. "Little monster, what do you think of my yin-yin? I have intentions." I quickly interrupted him. "I have no intention. I regard Sister Yin-Yin as my own sister. She is 5 years older than me, and besides, she already has someone she likes. Just kidding, I really don't want to get involved in you Tianning's matters." The old poison master sighed, not insisting any further, and returned to the main topic. "Can you really cure me? Speak up, what do you want? As long as it solves my problem, I will agree to 3 conditions." The opportunity had come. I threw out the bait. There's a 50% chance. But if I have rare spirit herbs to assist, it can go above 90%. Spirit herbs. Upon hearing this, his eyes lit up. I wouldn't dare say anything else, but when it comes to spirit herbs, I, Dugibo, would say there's no one on this continent who could claim to be better than me. Let's go. Old man will take you to a good place. Goodness, he didn't doubt me at all, dragging me out, quickly informing his granddaughter, and whoosh, he flew out of the Heaven Do City. The speed was like the wind cutting through the air. In less than half an hour, we arrived at a place called the Sunset Forest. This place was filled with 10,000-year-old beasts, yet the title law directly ignored them, leading me through without any obstacles, finally stopping at a steep cliff. The old poison master proudly pointed at the poisonous mist below and boasted, "Little monster, do you see that? This is a great formation set up by me. Even a title Douluo would have to think twice before approaching." I praised him wildly, calling him the #1 poison master, but in my heart, I was thinking about something else. He noticed my meticulous thoughts and directly asked if I guessed what he was planning to do. I followed his words and said, "Old poison master, with such abundant spiritual energy here, this must be your medicinal garden, right?" He nodded, his tone carrying a hint of weariness as he said that he owed his current status to this place. However, due to the backlash from the martial soul, he had already experienced the loss of his black-haired son to white-haired parents, which was why he was so grateful that I could save his granddaughter. I was quite moved as I listened, patting my chest and guaranteeing, "Don't worry, old poison, I have the herbs. I'm being modest with a 90% certainty." Old man believes you, follow me." After saying that, he jumped down the cliff with a thud. I was dumbfounded at that moment. Isn't this the same move he used to test Tang San in the original work? He wanted to see if I had the guts? What a joke. Is my Phoenix martial soul just for show? Without saying a word, I activated my martial soul. Suddenly, a pair of flame wings spread out behind me, and I also activated the breath of the sun, diving straight down towards the bottom of the cliff. By the time I landed steadily beside him, he was already shocked. "Good kid, I forgot you had a flying martial soul. So, how's the environment here for you?" I rolled my eyes and secretly complained that this old guy was indeed not trustworthy. But I said, "It's okay. I can barely survive. In fact, if I hadn't used cheats, this cold and hot environment would have knocked me down long ago." He looked at me deeply and said, "Not bad. Your physical strength is almost on par with that of a soul master." I casually said a few words, but my eyes were already not enough. Because in front of me was that legendary place. A hot spring, perfectly divided into two halves, one half milky white and the other half crimson, emitting two types of steam, one cold and one hot, resembling a Taiji diagram. The eyes of ice and fire. Family. Tang San's greatest cheat from his previous life is right in front of me. I was so excited that my whole body was trembling. This is one of the 3 treasure troves of Douluo continent. The immortal herbs inside, as long as I know how to pick them, will all be mine. Old Poison saw me staring at the hot spring as if I had lost my soul and quickly reminded me not to touch anything recklessly, as that stuff could be deadly. Can I not know? I laid it all out. I know what this thing is. It's called the Eye of Ice and Fire. The paradise of plant-type soul beasts. With the herbs here, I could be 100% sure to cure you. As soon as he heard this, he became anxious and urged me to hurry up. I don't indulge him and shot back. "What's the rush? Don't I need to see what herbs are available first? Your poison hasn't been around for just a day or two." As a result, I casually said, "Do you think I'm a god?" Which surprised him again. He looked at me suspiciously and asked, "Do you know of the existence of gods? Have you obtained the inheritance of a deity?" I focused my thoughts and decided to take a big gamble. I pretended to be profound as I looked at him. "So what if I do? So what if I don't? Old Poison, will you take action against me?" He immediately shook his head. "Just kidding. I'm trying to curry favor with you. A divine inheritor. Am I crazy to offend you?" "Done." I continued to bluff. "I have obtained the divine position of the fire god, which doesn't team match your attributes. So you can't take it away." Now he completely believed me, and his gaze towards me changed, becoming incredibly friendly. He even joked that when I become a god, I shouldn't forget him. This is reality. After all, talent and background are the real currencies. I seized the opportunity to throw out a bigger bait. "Old Poison, have you ever thought about becoming a god yourself?" He was taken aback for a moment, then gave a wry smile. "That's unrealistic. What if I told you I have a way for you to obtain divine inheritance?" I revealed my intentions. Old Poison instantly became excited, breathing heavily, but quickly calmed down and stared at me, saying, "Kid, you almost led me astray. Speak, what are the conditions? Just so, you know, if it's too excessive, I won't agree, and you need to prove that you really have divine inheritance." This old fox is not easily fooled. I decided to hold off on that for now and said, "Let's not talk about that for now. Let's discuss the matter of detoxifying you. You promised me 3 conditions, and it's time to fulfill them." He was straightforward. "You say?" I chuckled and stretched out my finger. "First, I can pick any spiritual herbs in this medicine garden from now on." This wasn't really a condition for him, and he readily agreed, even tossing me a jade vial containing detoxification pills, allowing me to come and go freely here. "Second," I continued, "you need to help me build a force. I'll provide the money, and you'll serve as a guest elder for 5 years. After 5 years, you can decide whether to stay or leave. If you choose to stay, once I become a god, I'll help you become one too." What a kid, waiting for me here. He shot me an annoyed glare, but still agreed, saying he was used to freedom and didn't like being in charge. As for the third condition, if I run into trouble in the future, you must lend a hand and can't refuse. I laid out all my conditions in one breath. These 3 conditions were more outrageous than the last, practically welding him to my ship. To my surprise, after hearing this, the old Poison Master not only didn't get angry, but felt my conditions were too simple. Almost feeling guilty, he directly took out a blue pouch from his bosom and handed it to me, saying, "Your spatial soul guiding device is too inferior. This is called the Rui Bao pouch. It has a large space, can preserve medicinal materials, and can even hold living creatures. It's a gift for you." Now it was my turn to feel embarrassed. Family, I originally intended to trick him lightly, but instead, I ended up being given gear. I quickly accepted the treasure and solemnly promised, "Don't worry, I will definitely cure you and Sister Yin Yin. That's just how I am. When I take advantage of others, I feel guilty. I won't hesitate anymore." And I took off my jacket right there, saying, "Come on, let's treat you right now." The old man also. "Undress?" The old Poison's old face instantly turned red. I laughed. "We're all big guys. What are you shy about?" Then, the most awkward part came. We sat cross-legged facing each other with our shirts off. His body was as thin as a stick, and then there was me, With a muscular build at just 11 years old, it was simply incomparable. He was still being tough, mumbling something about silver guns and wax heads. I'm too lazy to deal with him, so I'll just say my method. Use my soul power to go in and devour the toxins in his body. Because the poison is already seeped into the bones, so it needs to be done slowly. He was quite professional and asked me what to do if he used poison again after being cured. I directly proposed the ultimate solution. At that time, you can get a soul bone specifically to absorb the toxins from the backlash of the martial soul. When he heard this, he immediately slapped his thigh, regretting that he hadn't thought of it earlier. I couldn't help but smile inside. If you had thought of it, what would I have to do? Then I began to treat him. I sent my soul power into his body to start absorbing the venom from the green phosphor snake. To be honest, this poison was like a great tonic for me. In less than 5 minutes, I was sweating profusely and my soul power was nearly exhausted. So I quickly stopped and began to meditate to recover. As for that old poison master, he stood up feeling refreshed and dressed himself. Noticing that his waist no longer ached and his legs no longer hurt, he felt completely revitalized. He checked his body and found that the toxins inside had decreased by almost 1/10, which made him even more convinced of my identity as the inheritor of the fire god. By the time I finished my cultivation, it was almost dark. When I checked, I was surprised. I had absorbed only a small amount of poison, yet my soul power had actually improved significantly, and I was not far from reaching level 29. This was simply a VIP upgrade pathway. Seeing that I was fine and had also gained benefits, the old poison master suggested that we stop for today to avoid worrying Yin Yin, and that we would come back tomorrow. I could only nod in agreement, feeling anxious inside, with a whole patch of celestial herbs waiting for me, and I had to hold myself back. Why? Because harvesting these things is very particular. If you mess it up, the celestial herbs can turn into poisonous ones, and you be sent away on spot. I figured that Douluo, the old man, must have suffered this loss before. Otherwise, how could he be stuck at level 91? Neither advancing nor retreating? It was purely improper handling that caused the medicinal effects to be compromised. For the past half-month, I had been playing in the ice and fire duality eye with him, helping him absorb the poison while also leveling myself up to level 29, a complete win-win. During this time, his granddaughter Douluo Yin came by, and I helped her clear the poison as well. Goodness, the more outrageous things were yet to come. The old man didn't think of getting her a soul bone for a cure. Instead, he pushed his granddaughter towards me, saying from now on, I'll leave Yin Yin to you. Who understands this, huh? Isn't he just blatantly trying to pair us up? It was as if he was about to engrave the words son-in-law on my face. I almost spat out a mouthful of blood at that moment, my mind ringing alarm bells. I had to get stronger quickly, tame this old guy, and then bring Douluo Yin into my future team to stabilize the situation. Of course, I had to hold back my impatience and do a thorough reconnaissance. I scanned the area, my eyes almost turning green. 8-cornered shimbing grass, fiery apricot blossoms. Oh my. Ice and fire dual demons. The evil fire in my body calmed down as if it had seen its father. I tell you, I suddenly had a bold idea. If I could handle both of these, wouldn't my evil fire be cured right away? Who knows? My martial soul might even undergo a second awakening. This thing is a treasure in the original work belonging to Tang San, and now, haha, it's all mine. And that strange mushroom, sky-connecting chrysanthemum, heartbreak red, TSK, all top tier. The most crucial part is still my target, the coxcomb phoenix flower. I previously only knew that it could purify my phoenix flames, but upon closer inspection, wow, not only does it purify flames, but also enhances certain aspects of functionality. I figure my current firepower is something most people can't handle. If I add a buff to it, what would happen? It would be incredible. Unfortunately, I could only look but not touch, which was maddening. The day I cleaned out the toxins from Douluo's body completely, he felt a bit reluctant, saying that he wouldn't need to come anymore. I thought the opportunity had come, so I immediately put on a serious face and said, Old Poison, I have an announcement to make today. My faction, Heavenly Net, is officially established. I even painted a grand vision for him, saying that we would build a city, construct a palace, and go head-to-head with the Spirit Hall. Guess what? The old man not only didn't he laugh at me, but instead appreciated my spirit, saying he liked my determination, and he immediately agreed to join as our guest elder as promised. I quickly bowed in respect, sincerely thanking him. He supported me while laughing, saying that who knows who would be bowing to whom in the future. I thought to myself, that's for sure. Once I become a god, he would be an elder. However, the old man still had ulterior motives, and he couldn't stop talking about his granddaughter. He said he would just sit tight and not run errands unless I became a couple with his granddaughter. I was speechless, saying, Your granddaughter is 7 years older than me, and she has a boyfriend, the future heir of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. What do you expect me to do? As a result, the old man didn't care about his pride, saying he would go refine some medicine for me to love a certain kind of wood, essentially making sure it would happen. Wow, this old man is willing to come up with such tricks just to find a son-in-law for his granddaughter? I quickly explained to him, saying, "Brother, my little evil fire can't handle ordinary girls. You're pushing your granddaughter into the fire pit." He still didn't believe me, saying that having multiple wives was normal for nobles and that I was being ignorant of my blessings. Seeing that this topic was going nowhere, I quickly shifted gears, saying that now that our faction was established, we needed a base, right? Upon hearing this, he dropped the previous topic and generously said that Prince Shueshing had given him a large courtyard that was unoccupied, and he would give it directly to me. I shot over a compliment. The title Douluo really is terrifying. Well, your ice and fire eyes will just be our backyard in the heavenly net. No objections, right? He pretended to hum, saying he had long agreed to let me use the herbs as I pleased. What did it matter if it was just a title? As a result, I couldn't help but clarify whether it was just for casual use or if he would directly give them to me. The old man immediately circled back. "Humph, you think too highly of yourself, but it's not impossible. Look at my granddaughter." "Stop." I immediately activated my martial soul and ran away in a flash. I was afraid my resolve would waver if I listened any longer. When I reached the entrance of the estate in Heavendo City, I was stunned. It was too big. I quickly expressed my gratitude again, joking that if Sister Yin wasn't already taken, I would definitely offer myself in return. The old poisonous man tossed me the key, huffed in a proud manner, and left, probably to think about how to continue matchmaking us. The next day, I returned to the Blue Tyrant Academy, where Dean Flandra was using the 5-in-a-row game. I taught him to cultivate feelings with Aunt Lu Erlong, even deliberately letting her win, being quite attentive. Aunt Lu Erlong saw right through him, refused to play with him, and insisted on dragging me down. Wasn't this a perfect opportunity? I thought for a moment and suggested that playing chess was boring. Let's add some stakes. If I lost, I would be at your beck and call from then on, even helping you chase away Flandra. Aunt Lu Erlong got excited at this, agreeing on the spot. Little did she know, in my previous life, I was known as the chessboard jongleur. I directly employed all sorts of formations like the long snake formation and the bagua formation, defeating her decisively. She lost convincingly and asked what I wanted her to do. I then revealed my true intentions, smiling as I said, "I've formed a force called Heavenly Net, and I'd like to invite you and Teacher Flandra to be our chief elders." Both of them were stunned. Their first reaction was to worry that I had been deceived by that old fox Douluo. I quickly explained, "What are you thinking? It's my force. I'm the leader, and the old poisonous man was brought in by me." Once I said this, their gazes at me changed. A mere 11-year-old child had pulled a title Douluo to be a subordinate? Who would dare write such a script? I explained the whole story, and Teacher Flandra was immediately excited, slapping the table with a proud look on his face. "Erlong, did you see that? This is my disciple. He will definitely earn a title in the future. MaHongjun, I'm joining." Aunt Lu Erlong was much calmer and asked me what this force was planning to do. I said that we shouldn't compete for supremacy, but instead focus on business and intelligence, with the goal of establishing a commercial empire and intelligence network covering the entire continent. At that time, Flandra mocked me, asking if I even had 4 digits in my pocket. I felt a bit embarrassed, as it seemed that whether my past life or this one, I indeed hadn't had more than 4 digits. But could I admit defeat verbally? Absolutely not. I replied directly, "Facts speak louder than words. You'll see when the time comes." Seeing that I was so confident, Lu Erlong finally relented and said, "All right, I'll trust you this time. I'll take on the role of the Elder of the Earth Network." I quickly took the opportunity to explain to her, "Aunt Erlong, don't worry. The Chief Elder of the Earth Network is just a title. It's just for show. Our organization is divided into 2 parts. The Heavenly Net is responsible for making money, while the Earth Network handles intelligence internally. In the early stages, you just need to guide a little, and once our company grows, we will immediately find a professional CEO and city lord to take charge. You could just team up with Teacher Flanders, acting as a figurehead and controlling things from behind the scenes." Upon hearing this, Lu Erlong finally relaxed and said that was fine, as she hated being in charge. Teacher Flanders, listening nearby, looked at me with suspicion and said, "You kid, you're not trying to learn from me how to be a hands-off manager, are you? You've pushed a lot of things from Shrek Academy onto Zhao Wujia." I told you, I was just about to swear an oath at that moment. I said, "Teacher, how could I possibly do that? I'm just painting a big picture for you." "Ah, no, I mean planning a grand blueprint. I will personally handle the economy and money matters. You just help me keep things in order. I can't do everything by myself, can I? Besides, Senior Poison Douluo has already agreed to be our chief guest. If we let him down, who can withstand that old monster's fury? After hearing this, Lu Erlong's heart softened, and she said, all right, seeing how pitiful you are, I'll help you for a while. As soon as I heard it, I thought, the opportunity has come. I immediately climbed the ladder. Aunt Lu Erlong, you are too kind. If you really don't want to manage the Lamba Academy, why not just merge with Teacher's Shrek Academy? All of us at Shrek are geniuses, and Teacher's dream is to promote the Academy. He would definitely be happy to take over. As a result, Teacher Flanders had a brain freeze, chuckled, and drifted off. Well, let's wait until your Aunt Lu Erlong becomes your Master-S wife before we talk about it. Goodness, before he could finish his sentence, Lu Erlong had already started rolling her fists, and the fluctuation of her soul power was simply overwhelming. Flanders instantly went into panic mode, cold sweat pouring down as he stammered, just kidding. Erlong, don't slap my face, give me some face. Lu Erlong snorted coldly, saying that even if she forgot Xiao Gang, it wasn't tee up to him. But this time, she surprisingly didn't team make a move. She just unleashed her martial soul, and a fire dragon directly bound Flanders, tossing him around like a sandbag in midair. I had sensed something was wrong long ago, so I slipped out 10 meters away, watching my teacher, who had become a sycophant, being stylishly beaten up, shaking my head and my heart. Sigh, my teacher has completely fallen, mainly focusing on a companionship-type pursuit. But looking at Lu Erlong's demeanor, her strikes weren't heavy, purely playful teasing, TSK, a bit enjoyable. This matter was settled. However, after a week passed, my net had not caught a single person, just a few soul emperors coming to fill the numbers. It was simply pitiful. There was no way around it. Tiando City was too deep, all part of the Noble Circle, so I decided to change the map and go to Soto City, starting from where our dream began. So, I, Teacher Flanders, and the Poison Douluo whom I had tricked into coming, all three of us took a carriage to Soto City. On the carriage, the old poison guy began to interrogate me, asking what was so good about Soto City that we had to go there. Teacher Flanders, being quick-tongued, directly revealed my secret, saying that there was a business family in Soto City, the May family, and the young lady in charge is my recognized sister. I was planning to go there to seek investment and cling to their legs. I tell you, as soon as those words came out, the temperature in the car dropped by 20 degrees. Dugu Bo's gaze was like a knife. Huh, I said, why do you look down on my yin-yin? So it turns out you've hooked up with a rich woman? Little monster, give me an explanation. I'm Sonam right now. I said, Senior, are you even going to interfere with me making friends? He squinted his eyes, and the murderous aura was almost overflowing. That Miss May is a few years older than Yin-Yin, right? Didn't you say you don't like older ones? What? Do you look down on my Dugu family? I exploded at that moment and said, when did I ever say I liked her? Old poison, don't forget our agreement. I am the leader. If you keep being so rude to me, just wait until I become a god, and see if I take you along for fun. After I confronted the old poison, his momentum diminished, but he started to act unreasonable. Anyway, when I get back, I'll give Yin Yin a strict order not to associate with that blue electric Tyrannosaurus kid. If my granddaughter can't get married, you brat must take responsibility. I rolled my eyes and couldn't be bothered to deal with him. Teacher Flanders was frantically trying to mediate nearby, and before long, he was calling Dugu Bo his brother, which left me stunned. I simply closed my eyes and focused on my cultivation, ignoring these two clowns. We made our way to Soto City, and as soon as we entered the city, I sensed that the atmosphere was off. We headed straight for the May family, and wow, what a scene it was. The May family courtyard was packed with soul masters, and even people from the Spirit Hall had shown up. At the entrance, a middle-aged man with a face full of flesh was shouting at the head of the May family, Meijin, marry your daughter to my son, Fei Dong, and we can forget about this matter today. Otherwise, don't blame me for flattening your May family. I took a closer look, and the sickly handsome guy next to the middle-aged man was none other than Fei Dong, who I had defeated with a single move back in the day. His father, Fei Long, has now surprisingly become a soul saint. I heard the head of the May family declare resolutely, never. My May family would rather shatter into pieces than remain intact. At that moment, my sister Anna whispered to her father, Dad, I've already notified Shrek Academy. Buy us some time. Just as her words fell, two elders from the May family suddenly knelt down and ran out to the opposing side. They defected on the spot. I was so angry that I almost laughed. What kind of incompetent teammates are these? The elder of the May family was furious and immediately engaged in battle, his sick soul ring lighting up as he used the tulip net to block Fei Long's attack. But Fei Long didn't want to fight him head-on. He simply waved his hand and ordered, all souls zone and above. Climb over the wall. No mercy. Instantly, over 30 souls zone jumped over the courtyard wall like dumplings. And the Mei family's guards couldn't hold on. Cries of agony filled the air. The scene was in complete chaos. My sister Anna was exhausted of soul power and was cornered by that Fei Dong. As that lewd face was about to get close, a glimmer of determination flashed in Anna's eyes. She was going to self-destruct her martial soul and take them both down, just as she grabbed Fei Dong's hand. The martial soul's light shining brightly. She was on the verge of an explosion. I descended from the sky. A phoenix flame pierced directly through Fei Dong's heart, and I took the opportunity to wrap my arms around Sister Anna's waist, bringing her to a safe distance. When she opened her eyes and saw me, tears streamed down her face. I patted her shoulder and said, "Sister Anna, it's okay. I'm here." With just that one sentence, the entire scene froze. The Rose Gold family head saw Zhao Wujia and Douluo behind me and instantly gained confidence, rushing over to shout, "Brother Zhao, quick! Help stabilize Anna's martial spirit, or she'll explode and die." Zhao Wujia didn't dare to respond and kept signaling Douluo with his eyes. The old poison master shot me an annoyed glance and said, "Little monster, aren't you going to take care of your sister? Do you want her to die?" I quickly helped Sister Anna over and said, "Please." On the opposite side, Feilong saw Zhao Wujia, and his face went pale, but he still dared to fire a signal flare to call for help. Zhao Wujia, I didn't stop him at all, and his expression seemed to say, "Call whoever you want. If a titled Douluo comes and can't save the Mei family, then I lose." Feilong really thought he was safe and arrogantly shouted, "Zhao Wujia, don't get too proud. The person behind me is the Cardinal of the Spirit Hall, an 84th level soul Douluo. Even if a titled Douluo comes today, they can't save the Mei family." Just as he finished speaking, a red light flashed, and a hawk-nosed, shadowy middle-aged man landed in front of him, his 8 soul rings shining, exuding an imposing aura. He glanced at us and arrogantly said, "You are the teachers of Shrek Academy? Dare to oppose the Spirit Hall? You don't know what death is. Just in your own lives, I don't want to kill more." Upon hearing this, Zhao Wujia merely scoffed, then turned his head, a fawning look on his face as he addressed Douluo, who was treating Sister Anna. "Senior Douluo, what do you think? How should we deal with these people? Should we root them out?" When the hawk-nosed cardinal heard the name Douluo, his face changed, and upon a closer look, his legs went weak. "Why you? You are the poisoned Douluo." Douluo had just finished treating Sister Anna, stood up, and slowly walked forward. "I just heard someone wanted us to end our own lives." Everyone who understands the hawk-nosed cardinal, who was so arrogant just a moment ago, suddenly knelt down before the old poisoner, bowing his head like pounding garlic. "Your Majesty, spare me. I didn't know this was your territory. For the sake of Elder Ju, please let me go. It's all the Fei family's doing. They instigated it." Douluo snorted coldly. "Get lost. Go back and tell that chrysanthemum in the Spirit Hall to wait. A year from now, I'll settle the score with him." The cardinal, as if granted a reprieve, scrambled away, and as he left, he waved his hand to call back all the Spirit Hall reinforcements he had brought, escaping incredibly fast. Those sons of bitches ran away. But that old bastard, Fei, couldn't escape. Let me tell you, at that moment, all those people from the Spirit Hall vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving only the head of the Fei family, named Fei Long, standing there all alone, his face turning green. He couldn't understand why the bishop of the Spirit Hall looked like he had seen a ghost upon hearing the words, "Your Highness." What a guy. This old fellow could really bend and stretch. Just a second ago, he was fierce and menacing, and the next second he almost knelt down, flattering the old poisonous creature. Senior, as long as you show mercy, I will give you half of the Fei family's wealth. No, the Mei family. I will offer you half of the wealth I took from the Mei family." I was standing right next to them and almost burst out laughing. "Are you trying to negotiate with the king of hell? And here you are, painting a big pie in the sky." He didn't even dare to think about becoming a titled Douluo. He probably thinks that old poison is at most an 89-level soul Douluo and believes he can still spend money to survive. I silently glanced at the old poison master, then gave him a knowing look and nodded. The old poison master understood and walked step by step towards that Feilong. The atmosphere, let me tell you, instantly froze. Then, the most explosive scene arrived. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. 9 circles. Family, who understands? 9 soul rings suddenly rose from beneath the old poison master's feet, and the sense of oppression was like a moving signal tower, with full 5G signal. Feilong let out a roar. "Title Douluo." He finally understood, finally got it. Why the people from the Spirit Hall ran faster than rabbits. Of course, if you provoke a title Douluo, they just find a place to hide. Would the spirit hall mobilize for a small fry like you? Dream on. Everyone from the Fei family was dumbfounded, standing there like wooden stakes. The old poison master's gaze was as cold as an ice blade, and he couldn't be bothered to say another word. If the little monster doesn't want you to exist, then you should disappear. After saying that, his martial spirit directly possessed him, and the sixth soul skill, Emerald Phosphor Light. Two green beams shot out in an instant. Fai Long, with a strong desire to survive, roared out his martial spirit's true form, wanted to withstand it. But little did he know, a title Douluo wouldn't care about martial ethics when fighting a soul sage. There was no time for you to react. That soul skill was also automatically locked on. There was no way to dodge. With a thud, his black tiger true form was instantly reverted, and he spat out a mouthful of blood 3 meters away, suffering serious injuries. This old guy was tough too. Seeing he couldn't win, and with his son lying on the ground in an unknown state, he didn't even blink. Turning around and running wildly out of the yard, he sold out his teammate decisively. But what he didn't know was that the old poison master was holding back a belly full of anger. Because I didn't agree to marry his granddaughter. He was troubled with no place to vent his frustration. How could I let him escape? When I saw that the old poison creature didn't move, I got anxious and quickly shouted, "Old poison creature, make it quick. Don't let him run away, or there will be more trouble later." Guess what he said? He actually gave me a disdainful glance and arrogantly replied, "What's the rush? I'll let him run for another 3 seconds. That way, no one can say I'm bullying the weak." At that moment, I thought to myself, what a load of nonsense. Keep pretending. You said 3 seconds. So 3 seconds it is. Fai Long was running for his life, and in just 3 seconds, he had already shot out over 20 meters. Just then, the old poison master leisurely recited 8th soul skill, Time Freeze. With a buzzing sound, a green light swept across the entire arena, and I felt like I couldn't move at all, as if time had been paused. The frantic Fai Long was frozen in place, maintaining a running posture, looking utterly ridiculous. Destruction. Little black cat. The old poison master muttered some edgy lines, and like a slingshot, he shot right in front of Fai Long, delivering a punch infused with terrifying soul power, mercilessly striking him right on the head. Duong. I could see it clearly from over 40 meters away. That head. Oh my, it looked just like a ripe watermelon, and it burst open right there, spilling red and white all over the ground. My mouth twitched. Is this still not bullying the weak? For the first time, I felt that old poison was someone to deal with. His skin really is thick. His brother, named Fei, who suddenly seemed to be possessed by an acting master. "Big brother, I'm going to fight you," he shouted dramatically, and what happened next? He turned around and launched an attack right at me and Anna. Goodness. He was playing the strategy of surrounding Wei to rescue Zhao, making a diversion. I reacted remarkably quickly. The characteristic of the sun's breath activated instantly, and I teleported while holding Anna, disappearing from the spot. Boom! A loud noise erupted, and the place where I had just stood was directly smashed into a large pit. Teacher Zhao Wujia's iron fist arrived as well, landing a punch on Fei Hu's chest, sending him flying backward for more than 10 meters. However, this kid took advantage of the momentum and leaped onto the wall, trying to escape in the opposite direction from the old poison master. "Oomph, you think you can run?" I was furious at that moment. I didn't want to expose the secret of my dual martial souls. So I directly used my Phoenix martial soul and unleashed my second soul skill, Fiery Sun Spear, a flame spear as thick as an arm shot out, with automatic tracking. Fei Hu still tried to play dead to dodge it, but he was too careless, thinking that as a high-ranking soul master, I posed little threat. What happened? Not killing after teleporting doesn't seem right, does it? My flame spear seemed to have eyes, predicting his movements perfectly, making a turn. Puff! With a muffled sound, it pierced right through his chest. My soul skill had the enhanced characteristic of the Breath of Flames, with explosive piercing power. Just like that, a soul emperor was taken down by me. To be honest, it was my first time killing someone, my palms were sweaty, and my face was probably quite pale. But at least I didn't embarrass myself. The following matters were simple. The head of the Mei family brought people to clean up the remnants of the Fei family completely. My heavenly net was officially launched, and the Mei family delivered all of the Fei family's territory, assets, and wealth wrapped up neatly. Dean Flander was quite generous as well, bringing in all the teachers from Shrek Academy, including Soul Saints and Soul Emperors, into my organization as elders. Now, I was part of an organization. As for the Spirit Hall, they didn't dare to make a peep. It's a joke, with a title Douluo stationed here. Who would dare to come and cause trouble? About 10 days passed, and that kid Oscar came bouncing over to find me. Brother, is that heavenly net really backed by a title Douluo? My teacher has joined. What about me? I glanced at him and said, let's talk when you reach level 30 Soul Master. The kid then started sighing and complaining about being a support type with no future. I couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. What kind of man plays a soft support? Just go look for the old poison master. When I arrived at the dean's office, the old toxic guy was lounging in Flanders' chair, crossing his legs and shaking them leisurely. You finally made it, he exclaimed upon seeing me, as if he had seen a savior. I've got good news and bad news for you. Which one do you want to hear first? The good news. I was too lazy to argue with him. The May family has joined the Heavenly Net, and I've already agreed to it. If you've agreed, what opinion can I have? I said, old toxic guy, can you stop shaking your legs? They say shaking your legs will shake away your fortune. I complained to him irritably. I regard money as dirt. He replied nonchalantly. As for the bad news, that effeminate guy from the spirit hall, Douluo, has issued a challenge to me, a duel in a year. I felt a tightness in my heart. Are you sure? Don't worry. He smiled confidently. Thanks to you. The poison in my body is already under control. My combat power has greatly increased. I can reach level 92 within 6 months. I may not be able to defeat him, but escaping shouldn't be a problem. As we chatted, he mentioned someone named Old Jack. As soon as I heard it, I got excited. Who is it? You keep mentioning it. An old friend, surprisingly. There was a hint of nostalgia in the old poison's eyes. Now he is living in seclusion as the village chief in a place called Holy Soul Village. Let me tell you, this old Jack is no ordinary person. The poisonous one himself said that he is a level 91 titled Dalu, but his one-on-one combat ability is the best on the continent. At the same level, even the so-called strongest Haotian Douluo has to take a step back. He's simply a walking leader. If it weren't for his soul being secretly injured, he would definitely be the pinnacle of combat power on the continent right now. I was so excited that a bold idea popped into my mind. I had to find a way to recruit this great master. After chatting with Old Poison, I went to find teacher Zhao to discuss an important matter. The next morning, Dalu, Bai, and Oscar gathered in the square and noticed that neither I nor teacher Zhao had shown up. Oscar, with his big mouth, started to guess wildly. Is Jungu experiencing evil fire again? Did teacher Zhao go to help him? He even made a particularly lewd gesture to the person next to him. As a result, teacher Zhao and I emerged from behind, each carrying a pile of oddly shaped iron tools. I was so furious that my face turned dark. You little brat. Oscar, I think you're tired of living. Oscar was so frightened that his face turned pale, nearly begging for mercy. Teacher Zhao cleared his throat and announced, from today onwards, you no longer need to run circles around Suatawa City. Upon hearing this, Oscar immediately wanted to bow to teacher Zhao. Dalu Bai, however, remained calm and said, the teacher hasn't finished speaking yet. Sure enough, teacher Zhao pointed at the things we brought and said, from now on, your physical training will use these tools. MaHongjun, you come and introduce them. I picked up a short stick with a thick spring in the middle. This is called a strength bar, used for training arm strength and chest muscles. Dai Lao Das requires 240 kilograms of force to bend. Fat Tigers is 190 kilograms. And as for you, I glanced sideways at Oscar, it's 130 kilograms. Over 200 kilograms? Dalu Bai tried it, and after doing 30 reps was drenched in sweat. His arms numb. When Oscar heard his was over 100 kilograms, he immediately sat down on the ground, crying and shouting that he wanted to die. I kicked off with a single blow, just 130 kilograms, and look at you, what a disappointment. I said, are you up for it, you thin dog? Get up and practice. Just like that, the hellish physical training officially began. Arm strength exercises, push-ups, sit-ups, frog jumps. Every day, they trained so hard that they cried out in agony. Of course, I trained along with them. After 4 months of daily persistence, their strength skyrocketed, while I finally hit my own bottleneck. That day, I was doing my last set of push-ups when I suddenly felt a surge of soul power within me, and an invisible barrier with a crack shattered. I, MaHongjun, have finally reached level 30. I tell you, leveling up to 30 was really frustrating. On the surface, I'm just an ordinary student at Shrek Academy, but secretly, I'm the master of the Heavenly Network. And what is the result? I'm poorer than anyone else, living a hard life. Only Oscar knows this secret, and it's because his teacher gave him a strict order. If he dares to speak out, his soul power will be directly crippled, so he keeps his mouth shut. Being a master feels like being in an underground party, afraid that one day I won't be able to keep up with my status and will be taken out by some unknown opponent. So as soon as I hit level 30, I urgently asked that old man Douluo to drag me into the Stardow Forest. And guess what? My luck this time was just like the delivery during Double 11, stuck on the road. The twin martial souls are great, and I got 2 soul rings, but they're both over 9,000 years old. I was just a breath away from reaching 10,000 years. I can tell you my mood at that moment was like opening a blind box and getting a thank you for your patronage. The person faced Magic Spider, and the 8 spider spears I've been longing for didn't even show a shadow. The other soul ring from the evil fire phoenix. That fiery tail bird was also over 9,000 years. If I hadn't activated the breath of the sun to withstand it, I would have almost died right there. I really didn't dare to gamble on a 10,000-year soul ring. If I lost that bet, my time-traveling script would have come to an abrupt end. Sigh. In the end, it's still a lack of security. I always think I have to outshine Tang San. I can't be weaker than him. Otherwise, in this strange world, I feel empty inside. It's just unbearable. After finally getting out of the forest and returning to Shrek, I felt completely relaxed. Although I didn't get a 10,000-year soul ring or soul bone, at least my soul power reached the peak of level 32, so it wasn't all in vain. Just in time for the academy to have a break, I thought I should relax a bit, so I ran to Soto City. Wanted to find someone to make me an amazing kite. As soon as I entered the city gate, I heard a commotion nearby. I took a look and wow, an old madam, her makeup looking like she was going to perform in a play, was tightly pulling a girl, insisting on dragging her into her so-called e-home courtyard. The girl was wearing a tight dark purple outfit, and her figure was, in short. She had an ice-cold expression and said with a straight face that she was only 12 years old and had taken a wrong turn. But the old madam wouldn't believe it, spitting out words, "Girl, with that figure, who would believe you're 12? Don't be shy. Coming to us, you would definitely be the top star." As soon as I saw this, I thought, isn't this the script for a hero saving a beauty? I cleared my throat and went up. I said, "Annie, people are saying you got it wrong. Are you crazy because you're lacking in performance? This beauty is a soul master. Be careful not to provoke her, or she might set your building on fire." When the old madam heard the words soul master, her face turned pale, and she stammered an apology before running off in a hurry. The girl just shot me a cold glance, said thank you, and turned to leave. That aura was simply incredible, instantly creating a barrier that said keep your distance. I had a hunch, with that figure, that presence, and her 27th level of soul power. She was most likely my future classmate, Zhu Zhuqing. Interesting, very interesting. I didn't follow her. I had my own important matters to attend to. I spent 5 silver soul coins to order a super large kite, and it hurt me so much. Altogether, I only have a little over 280 gold soul coins, all of which I earned from the Spirit Hall. I didn't touch a single coin from the money I earned from my net of connections. And guess what happened? Just as I came out of the shop, carrying my kite that was bigger than a person, I heard that cold voice again. "Excuse me, do you know where there are any available hotels?" "Oh, it's you. Who knows my family? This Soto City is just too small." When I saw it was her again, I kindly told her that the hotels must be full these days since Shrek Academy is enrolling students. Then, in a moment of impulse, I boldly said, "If you really can't find a place, go to the Rose Hotel and mention my name, MaHongjun. I have a reserved suite. I won't be staying there anyway." As soon as I said it, I felt something was off. The Rose Hotel. The Rose Hotel. I forgot that guy Dai Mubai hangs out there every day. My good intentions have just dug a giant pit for my brother. Now it's going to play out like a real-life love-hate scenario. Sigh, whatever. I quickly gave her directions, shouldered my big kite, and slipped away, pretending I knew nothing. Back at the academy, I went alone to fly my kite. The wind was so strong that if I weren't heavy enough and strong, I might have been lifted into the sky by the kite. But flying a kite alone is really boring. After a while, I reeled it in and went back to my room to meditate. With nothing to do, I opened my golden finger panel to take a look. Wow, after the upgrade, the information is much more detailed. I checked my skill list. Blue phosphor flame poison, parasitism, ink jade empty rod, spiderweb binding, phoenix cry sky strike, sunblaze thrust, phoenix wing sky soar plus an external soul bone, earth whip. I had so many skills that they were almost too much to fit on one page. But the problem is, my soul power at level 32 just isn't enough. If I use all 6 soul skills one after another, I'd be drained completely. Isn't this just a pure skill showcase? It seems I must quickly get some celestial herbs to improve my level and soul power quality. 2 days later, the Academy's enrollment officially began. Early in the morning, I took the initiative to volunteer and took over the job of leading new students from that guy Dai Mubai. I wanted to see for myself what the legendary Tang San and Xiao Wu really looked like. As I was walking toward the school gate, I ran into Dai Mubai, whose face was as dark as a pot bottom, cursing under his breath. As soon as he saw me, his expression changed, and he greeted me warmly. My heart sank a little, and I tentatively asked, "Hey, Dai, who pissed you off?" He immediately started to vent. "Bro, I've had the worst luck. Yesterday, I went to Soto City to get in touch with those twin sisters, and guess who I ran into? My fiancée, E, whom I've been betrothed to since childhood. I swear I should have checked the calendar before going out. I was almost sweating at that moment, but I still had to pretend. Huh, what a coincidence. Then, you could just find an excuse to get out of it, right? What excuse? Dai Mubai was about to cry. If it were somewhere else, it would be fine. But the problem is, I ran into them at the Rose Hotel. There's no way to explain. I was stunned and internally apologized like crazy. Brother, I'm sorry. I really let you down. I had to comfort him on the surface. Ahem. Well, boss Dai, you really are unlucky. Take care and move on. Focus on the future. He was still puzzled, wondering how his fiancée, he could end up in that kind of place. I didn't dare to say anything and quickly changed the topic, saying I had to go welcome the new students and made my escape. Seeing his unwilling expression, I secretly vowed that in the future, I would set up a net and go to the Star Luo Empire to help you seize the throne. As a way to make it up to you, I ran to the entrance of the academy, sat down on a crooked tree, and looked at the hundreds of people lining up below. Our Shrek Academy is so run down it looks like a village, and many parents were whispering, wondering if the Spirit Hall was deceiving them. In the queue, a boy with an ordinary appearance and a super cute girl with long braids stood out. The girl was complaining, "Third brother, this place is too shabby. Did the master get scammed?" The boy rubbed her head and said, "The teacher brought us here. There must be a reason for it." I raised the corners of my mouth. I couldn't be mistaken. Tang San and Xiao Wu. My mobile warehouse of immortal herbs has finally arrived. As soon as the enrollment time arrived, Teacher Li Yusong lazily stood up and announced the rules. No older than 13. Soul power, no less than level 21. And the first soul ring must be over 100 years old. As soon as these words came out, a large group left. The family at the front paid 10 gold soul coins, but when tested, their son's soul power was level 21, yet he had just turned 13 2 days ago. Teacher Li directly shook his head, not qualified. The mother immediately exploded, saying we clearly met the standards. As soon as I saw it, I knew it was time to showcase some real skills. I jumped down from the tree, cleared my throat, and educated these bumpkins about what Shrek Academy is, only accepting monsters, not ordinary people. Teacher Li was also quite in tune. With a snap, 6 soul rings dazzled their eyes. I casually activated the 3 soul rings of my Phoenix martial soul to set the tone. Those people instantly became obedient. Although that family of 3 was unwilling, they had no choice but to leave in defeat. Looking at the gold soul coins in that box, I couldn't help but sneer. This little money wasn't even worth my attention. Once those people left, the remaining ones began the formal assessment. Teacher Li glanced at the next registration form, and suddenly his tone grew serious as he asked a little fairy in a white dress. "Ning Rongrong, level 26, support type soul master, young lady. Do your family know you are here studying?" I tell you, when the little fairy in the white dress heard this, she pouted her lips, and her voice was so soft it could squeeze out water, but her words were sharp. "Oh, isn't it called Monster Academy? Why are you still doing background checks? Afraid our family will come knocking?" Goodness, such sarcasm. I was eager to see how the teacher would respond. And guess what? The usually quiet MaHongjun suddenly laughed. He stepped forward and took charge of the situation, saying to the little fairy, "You are the little princess of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, Ning Rongrong, right? All right, I'll accept you into Shrek. You can go straight to the 4th round. No need to wait in line here." I was completely stunned at that moment. Who is this guy? A student with so much power? As soon as he finished speaking, he glanced at us, still waiting in line. Anyone with a spirit power over level 25, step forward. You can skip the first 3 rounds and go straight to the last one. Instantly, the crowd erupted. All eyes turned to that Teacher Li, eager to see his reaction. But Teacher Li remained calm, explaining nonchalantly. What he says goes. He is the direct disciple of the dean. Our academy indeed has this rule. Those who reach level 25 can come over to test their age and spirit power and go through directly. Guys who understand this. This academy is so unconventional. Ning Rongrong also looked at MaHongjun curiously. "Do you know me?" But MaHongjun didn't even raise his head, coolly replying, "No. Just stand aside and wait. Don't block the people behind." I almost burst out laughing. This little princess probably faced such a rebuttal for the first time in her life. Her little face looked a bit embarrassed, but she obediently stepped aside. At that moment, a super cute girl with rabbit-eared decorations popped out of the crowd, pulling a particularly handsome boy beside her and rushing forward. Me. Both of us are over level 25. She was so lively, afraid the sun would tan her. Only then did Teacher Li look up and ask as a routine, name, spirit power, martial spirit, age. The rabbit-eared girl answered loudly, my name is Xiao Wu, level 29 assault type, martial spirit jade rabbit, and I still have 2 months until I turn 12. I was stunned at the time. A level 29 before the age of 12? What kind of incredible configuration is this? Teacher Li was also surprised and quickly got to work feeling the bones, pinching Xiao Wu's arm to confirm her age was fine, before allowing her to test her soul power. The crystal ball buzzed, and the light exploded to nearly 90%. Teacher Li was so happy he couldn't close his mouth, nodding repeatedly, not bad, not bad, a genius. You stand next to that little girl from earlier, and then let MaHongjun take you both to the 4th round. Xiao Wu was very righteous and pulled the boy next to her. Wait, we are together. The boy, feeling helpless, had to introduce himself. Tang San, level 29 control system. Martial soul, blue silvergrass. This time, even Teacher Li was dumbfounded. Blue silvergrass? Blue silvergrass can reach level 29? Tang San was very confident. Absolutely. Teacher, does this count as a monster? It does. Definitely. Teacher Li excitedly asked him to stretch out his hand to measure his bone age. As soon as he touched Tang San's hand, he exclaimed, have you practiced soul skills? The bones feel off. Let me see your calves. Tang San laughed and obediently placed his calf on the table. Teacher Li pinched it and was even more satisfied. Not bad, kid. The muscles are well developed, and the bone age is fine. I have to tell you, your calf muscles are the 2nd most developed I've ever seen. Tang San was curious. Who's the first? Teacher Li pointed to MaHongjun, far away in the sky, but close at hand. Tang San and Xiao Wu immediately greeted MaHongjun politely. MaHongjun waved his hand, saying not to call him senior, just call him by name, and then let them both release their martial souls and soul rings, so others wouldn't say Shrek Academy is going easy. The next moment, I tell you, that scene was incredible. The light on Tang San and Xiao Wu lit up simultaneously, and both had 2 yellow 100-year soul rings under their feet. A blue-silver grass sprouted from Tang San's hand, while Xiao Wu directly manifested her martial soul, her ears turning into fluffy rabbit ears. The people in line around them, including the parents, had their mouths open wide enough to fit an egg inside, and no one dared to question anymore. Just as MaHongjun was about to take these 3 geniuses away, a cold voice suddenly came from the back of the line. Wait, I'm also over level 25. Looking back, we saw a stunningly beautiful ice queen with a figure that was off the charts walking towards us. Her aura was so cold that it felt like the temperature around us dropped several degrees. As soon as MaHongjun saw her, his face lit up with delight, and he was just about to strike up a conversation when the beauty shot him a glare and squeezed out 2 words through clenched teeth. Pervert. After saying that, she completely ignored MaHongjun, walked over to the table, released her martial soul, measured her level, and checked her bone age, all done with seamless and efficient movements. I was standing right there, and everyone was dumbfounded. What is going on? That gossip queen, Xiao Wu, immediately leaned over to MaHongjun, raising her eyebrows and asking, Hey, why did she call you a pervert? Did you do something to her? MaHongjun looked speechless and scratched his nose. How would I know? A woman's heart is as deep as the ocean. We gathered together, and MaHongjun led the 4 of us into the academy. On the way, Tang San looked at the broken sign at the academy entrance that read only monsters allowed, no ordinary people, and thought that a soul master who doesn't dare to cause trouble isn't a good soul master. It felt like the place suddenly gained some prestige. MaHongjun said while walking, the academy manual costs 1 gold soul coin each to be paid along with the tuition tomorrow. As soon as Xiao Wu heard this, her face turned green. A broken manual costs 1 gold soul coin? That's robbery. MaHongjun quickly comforted her. Oh, the principal is stingy. Don't worry. The academy will spend more money to train you, so you won't lose out. Just then, a shouting voice came from around the corner. Selling sausages. Oscar's big sausages. Delicious and tasty. 5 copper soul coins each. We saw a scruffy-looking uncle pushing a small cart and shouting. Xiao Wu's stomach growled, and she looked at Tang San pitifully. Brother, I'm hungry. Tang San was about to go buy some, but MaHongjun stepped forward, threw out a gold soul coin, and grandly said, Oscar, give me 10. It's on me. The sausage vendor, Oscar, brightened up, took the money, and pretended to be polite. Oh, boss. How can I accept this? MaHongjun directly divided the sausages among us, giving 2 to each person, even to the ice queen Zhu Qing. Then he looked at us mysteriously and said, Hurry up and eat. Don't be polite. You'll have to eat this eventually, so try the taste first. Xiao Wu took a bite and asked indistinctly, Does this uncle sell here every day? MaHongjun chuckled. Uncle. He's only 14, just 2 years older than me. And he's also a student at our academy, just grew up a bit too fast. Ning Rongrong almost spat out her sausage. 14? You're 12 too. As she spoke, she glanced at Zhu Zhuqing's impressive figure. Are all the people in your academy this mature? MaHongjun coughed twice. Ahem. It's the influence of martial spirits. Don't mind the details. Monster Academy refers to talent, not appearance. Xiao Wu's eyes lit up with interest. So, have you had your birthday yet? Let's see who's older. The older one gets to be the big sister. MaHongjun teased her on purpose. I still have half a month until my 12th birthday, so I must be older than you, right? If you're older than me, then the position of Shrek's big sister will be yours. I still have more than a month. This is driving me crazy. Xiao Wu indeed went into a frenzy, just missing it by a little bit. MaHongjun rolled his eyes, thinking that everyone present is older than this 10,000-year-old rabbit. We chatted and ate happily. The atmosphere was really joyful. At that time, we still didn't know where Oscar's sausage came from, and we all enjoyed it so much. Thinking that MaHongjun was quite a nice guy. Just before we arrived, MaHongjun stopped and seriously reminded us. The 4th round is a real battle. The examiner is teacher Zhao Wujian, a soul sage, and his martial soul is the great strength diamond bear. You guys be careful later. As soon as we heard the word soul saint, our faces turned pale. Ning Rongrong exclaimed in surprise. Zhao Wujia? Could it be that legendary figure? The immovable King Zhao Wujia, who fought his way out from the encirclement of 16 bishops from the Spirit Hall. MaHongjun nodded. Yes, that's him. So later, we need to work well together. His strengths are attack and defense, but his weakness is speed. We need to use this to buy some time. Upon hearing this, Tang San immediately got into the zone, looking at us with a serious expression. All right, let's report our abilities to each other first. My name is Tang San. I'm a level 29 control system user, and my martial spirit is Blue Silvergrass. Xiao Wu followed up. My name is Xiao Wu. I'm a level 29 attack system user, and my martial spirit is the Jade Rabbit. Ning Rongrong sweetly chimed in. My name is Ning Rongrong. I'm a level 26 support system user, and my martial spirit is the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile. I hope everyone will take care of me. Finally, all eyes turned to the ice-cold beauty who had hardly spoken the whole time. She simply stated, Zhu Zhuqing, level 27 agility attack system user, martial spirit, nether spirit cat. Wow. As soon as this ice-cold beauty finished her introduction, the fat guy beside me, MaHongjun, stood up confidently. All right, stop dawdling and listen to my arrangements. He cleared his throat, and with that demeanor, you would think he was the dean. I'm an attack system user, Evil Fire Phoenix. I have explosive power but poor endurance. I'll be the main damage dealer. Xiao Wu, you'll cooperate with me and take him head on. Zhuqing, you're fast. So attack from the side and disrupt him. Tang San, he paused to look at the blue silver grass in Tang San's hand. That grass must have some skills. You'll be in charge of controlling the battlefield. Keep an eye on teacher Zhao and protect the teammates, okay? I tell you, this fat guy is full of tricks. He didn't even report his soul power level, probably afraid of discouraging us. We know his little schemes all too well. He wants to establish his authority, sell a favor, and also test how strong he really is, whether he can take down a soul sage. As a result, Ning Rongrong wasn't having it and jumped out right away, shouting, what about me? I have the powerful support of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda. MaHongjun glanced at her with a look that said he was looking at his silly little sister. You? Of course. You're just supporting me and Tang San. Does that need teaching? The control system is the brain of the team, and I, the main attacker, and the core output. Your soul power probably only has enough to buff the 2 of us. Just get us fully buffed, and that's it. Ning Rongrong was stunned by the rebuttal and surprisingly didn't throw a tantrum, probably because she was intimidated by this fat guy's series of tricks. Come on, give me a buff and let me try, MaHongjun suddenly said. Don't read the manual to me. I know how powerful your 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda is. I want to see the actual effect. Ning Rongrong was pleased to hear the compliment and waved her small hand, and a beam of light fell on MaHongjun. I noticed MaHongjun frown, and my heart sank. He secretly felt it. Wow, the enhancement wasn't even 30%, just about half. The main point was the information gap. He knew very well that Ning Rongrong's enhancement was based on his inherent qualities, and that breathing technique he had activated didn't count for her buff. Ning Rongrong was quite confident. How about it? Did my power increase by 30%? MaHongjun didn't even lift his eyelids. Yeah, no problem. All right, time is almost up. Teacher Zhao is coming. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Wuji on the recliner suddenly opened his eyes wide, looking like a bear that just woke up grinning as he stood up, cracking his knuckles as he walked over. Bones popping. How is it going, you little brats? Have you discussed it? Come on, let Grandpa loosen your muscles. Xiao Wu whispered to Tang San nearby. Why does he always say little brats and not little bear cubs? I almost laughed out loud at that. Teacher Zhao, MaHongjun stepped forward, grinning. We agreed, right? The 7th soul skill, the martial spirit true body, can't be used. Don't worry, I want to even use my 6th soul skill, Zhao Wujia said, pinching off a stick of incense. If you can't hold on, you, MaHongjun, will have to run 20 laps around Soto City. No problem. As soon as the incense was lit, Ning Rongrong immediately made her move. 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda. First, speed. Second, power. 2 beams of light struck directly at MaHongjun and Tang San. Zhao Wujia's eyes lit up. Good heavens, from the 7 treasure glazed tile school? That old fellow Flender must be going crazy with joy. While he was talking, his hands didn't slow down. He slammed both fists into the ground with a bang. Want to take out the support first? No way. I could barely keep up with my eyes. MaHongjun flickered like a ghost, instantly appearing beside Ning Rongrong, grabbing her hand, his toes tapping lightly on the ground several times like a martial arts film, lifting her and rising into the air. Boom! With a loud noise. The ground beneath us shook, and a wave of yellow earth swept past where we had just stood. As soon as MaHongjun landed, he shouted at Tang San. Tang San go! Tang San's blue-silver grass shot out like countless thorny poisonous snakes, instantly surrounding Zhao Wujia tightly. But the soul power around Zhao Wujia acted like a shield. The blue-silver grass couldn't get close. Leave it to me. MaHongjun activated his martial spirit. A mouthful of phoenix flames sprayed onto Tang San's blue-silver grass. There was a series of explosions, and wow, the blue-silver grass instantly turned into fiery whips. The flaming vines lashed out. Zhao Wujia didn't react in time, and his clothes were instantly burned to shreds. Good kid, trying to play dirty with me. His face turned red with anger. At that moment, Oscar happened to pass by, shouting loudly, "Oh, isn't that Teacher Zhao? The latest trend in 2025, battle-damaged beggar outfit?" "Shut up," Zhao Wujia yelled, and Oscar ran away in a hurry. "Teacher Zhao, the incense is almost halfway burned. You're not going to go easy on us, are you?" MaHongjun was still stoking the fire to buy time. "Stop wasting words." Zhao Wujia was furious. His figure flashed, and a gigantic palm struck towards Tang San. Tang San activated his ghost shadow escape just in time to narrowly dodge, but Zhao Wujia wouldn't let up. Xiao Wu panicked. Her eyes turned red instantly. 2nd soul skill, charm. Zhao Wujia's movements froze. His eyes became dazed. But in the next second, before I could shout a warning, I saw a golden light explode from Zhao Wujia's eyes. Xiao Wu let out a muffled groan, directly backfired by her own soul skill, and fainted. "Xiao Wu." Tang San rushed over like crazy and hugged her. When he looked up at Zhao Wujia again, that look in his eyes, who understands? It was dark and devoid of any emotion. Instantly switching to "what are you looking at?" mode. Seeing that look from Tang San, MaHongjun felt a bit displeased. But he glanced at the unconscious Xiao Wu and suppressed the fire, stepping forward and pointing at Zhao Wujia, exuding dominance. "Teacher Zhao, you're finished. I told you. No one could save you today." Ning Rongrong was practically starry-eyed beside him. "I want to fall for your tricks." Zhao Wujia was completely enraged, using his 4th soul skill, tracking. A purple soul ring shot out, directly wrapping around MaHongjun. "Oh no, I was careless." MaHongjun's expression changed, and he saw Zhao Wujia charging at him like a cannonball. He hurriedly used his 3rd soul skill, Phoenix Wings Sky Soar, soaring into the sky. Seeing he couldn't reach the one in the sky, Zhao Wujia immediately changed direction and punched towards Zhu Zhuqing. Tang San finally regained his senses, sending out the blue-silver grass to entangle Zhao Wujia for a moment, buying Zhu Zhuqing a second to escape. At this point, the incense had only burned a little over halfway. "Not bad. Being able to force me to this extent. You've earned your qualifications," Zhao Wujia praised with his mouth. But his hands didn't stop. However, it would end here. 3rd soul skill, gravity enhancement. Damn, I feel like I've suddenly gained several hundred pounds. The horse in the sky, Hongjun, fell several meters before stabilizing. Tang San and Xiao Wu had just woken up, their movements a beat slower. In this moment of distraction, Zhao Wujia punched Tang San and sent him flying. "Can you afford to be distracted in battle? How did your teacher teach you? You're leading the students astray." As soon as Zhao Wujia said this, my heart sank. It's over. I've stepped on a landmine again. Sure enough, Tang San got up from the ground. His eyes icy. Shut up. You can't speak about my teacher like that. Just as he finished speaking, with a few metallic sounds from his sleeve, 6 cold lights shot towards Zhao Wujia's face. Good heavens. Let me add some fuel to the fire. At the same time, the horse in the sky, MaHongjun, launched an attack. His second soul skill, Blazing Sun Thrust, shot towards the root of Zhao Wujia's thigh like an energy drill. Thud, thud, 2 sounds. Zhao Wujia dodged 5 hidden weapons, but was still hit by the last one on his arm, and at the same time, the energy cone from MaHongjun struck firmly at the root of his thigh. His face instantly turned pale, and black smoke even started to rise from his body. It's poison. Tang San's needles are poisonous, and Hongjun's soul skill also carries poison. Before Zhao Wujia could recover, Zhu Zhuqing's Phantom 100 Claws and the just-recovered Xiao Wu charged forward. Especially Xiao Wu, having found the weak point in Zhao Wujia's soul power after being poisoned, immediately launched a waist bow, followed by her self-created 8-section throw. I tell you, that scene was like a live broadcast of violent aesthetics. Zhao Wuji was kicked around like a ball by Xiao Wu, from top to bottom, from left to right, and finally smashed to the ground with a loud bang. It was so tragic. When the dust settled, Zhao Wuji stood up, clutching his old waist and limping, completely enraged. You bunch of little brats. You've completely pissed me off. 5th soul skill, gravity compression. 6th soul skill, great strength diamond roar. Roar. A terrifying sound wave erupted, and all of us were knocked to the ground, holding our ears in pain. And MaHongjun fell from sky. Zhao Wuji looked at the remaining small piece of incense, just about to take action, when he saw MaHongjun struggling to stand up, drawing on the last bit of soul power in his body, and shouted, "Phoenix, screaming sky strike." A golden red beam of light shot out like a freaking laser cannon. Damn, are you trying to commit murder? Zhao Wuji didn't have time to dodge, and could only activate his first soul skill, Immovable King Body, to take it head-on. Boom! With a loud bang. Zhao Wuji's Immovable King Body shattered on the spot, and his whole body flew back several meters. His already sparse hair turned into a bird's nest, with smoke rising. Just as he stood up, ready to rush over and beat someone, MaHongjun, using his last ounce of strength, shouted, "Time's up, Teacher Zhao." After saying that, he fell straight back. Tang San was about to help, but a shadow was faster than him, catching MaHongjun. It was Zhu Zhuqing. A slight blush appeared on her face as she softly said, "Thank you. We won. How are you?" MaHongjun was probably stunned too. This ice-cold beauty actually care about someone? He instinctively glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, and that look. Hee. As a result, Zhu Zhuqing immediately felt it, quickly let go and stepped back, coldly saying, "Don't get me wrong, I just want to thank you, nothing else." MaHongjun stumbled and almost fell again. Sigh. It seems I'm getting old. Zhao Wuji, with a bruised face, sighed as he walked away. We were all exhausted, and Xiao Wu supported Tang San while looking at MaHongjun in amazement. "You're amazing. Your 3rd spirit ring is actually a purple 1,000-year spirit ring." MaHongjun waved his hand. In fact, his spirit ring configuration was just a bluff, and his true strength was well concealed. At this moment, Oscar dared to approach, praising MaHongjun enthusiastically. "Hongjun, you're incredible. My admiration for you is like the endless flow of the Yangtze River." MaHongjun was almost drained, pushing him away. "Enough nonsense. Can you be a bit more perceptive? Hurry up and give me a recovery sausage." Oscar was taken aback, glancing at Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing beside him, feeling a bit embarrassed. Can I transform here? Isn't that inappropriate?" "Nonsense. If I tell you to transform, then transform. We're all on the same side. You'll find out sooner or later what's there to be shy about." MaHongjun shouted impatiently. Oscar trembled at his shout, feeling uneasy, and hesitantly managed to say, "Okay, but you all have to promise not to laugh." Let me tell you, his voice is so soft and fluffy. Combined with that big beard on his face, it's just too much. Even the contrast cuteness can't compare. Next to him, the young lady Ning Rongrong got angry and directly snapped. "How can a big man act like a little wife? So annoying. If you're food type, hurry up and transform. We're still waiting to return to the blue." Well, with words like that, Oscar had no choice but to go for it. He cleared his throat, closed his eyes, and began to chant with a look of determination. "I got a big sausage. I got a big sausage." Goodness. I was standing right next to him and almost couldn't hold my breath. This soul chant was too ahead of its time. Suddenly, 5 steaming sausages popped out of his hand, and he first handed one to me with envy on his face before sharing with others. Family who understands. The atmosphere was completely silent. It wasn't tea that we didn't want to laugh. We just couldn't tea. Everyone was frozen, their expressions like they'd eaten a fly. Ning Rongrong was the first to crack, squatting down and dry heaving. Next, Xiao Wu joined the battlefield, and even the ice-cold beauty Zhu Zhuqing turned her face away, her shoulders shaking. Tang San's already pale face looked even whiter than paper. The only one unflustered was me. I bit down without changing my expression. While chewing, I looked down on them. Is it that serious? It's just a bit of a perverted soul chant. Your thoughts are way too impure. The world has changed. Tang Sen leaned against a tree, looking weak, and gave me a thumbs up. Brother, you're awesome. You're really fierce. I can't eat anymore. If I had known it was going to be like this, I wouldn't have eaten it for anything. After saying that, he directly sat down, probably exhausted. Xiao Wu came to her senses and yelled as she lunged at me. MaHongjun, I'm going to kill you. I quickly took a few steps back and raised my hands in surrender. Stop, stop, stop. I'm doing this for your own good. In a couple of days, when the teacher forces you to eat, you'll understand my good intentions. You're doing this on purpose, Xiao Wu said, her eyes turning red with anger. I was just saying how nice you were to treat us to. Oscar weakly added from the side. It's a big sausage. Get lost. Ning Rongrong pushed Oscar away with a slap, pointing at my nose and scolding. How can you be so perverse? You've really disappointed me. Zhu Zhuqing also coldly chimed in. Men are all worthless. Hey, can you believe it? Just because of a sausage, these three girls instantly formed a united front, getting along as if they were real sisters. I sighed and didn't bother to explain. Fine, say whatever you want. Didn't I eat too? Oscar, keep an eye on Tang San. He woke up. Take him to the boys' dormitory. You three, are you still going to the dorm? If so, come with me. Xiao Wu snorted, but still followed along. Halfway there, she suddenly said, unless. I paused for a moment, not even turning my head. Unless I apologize and give you a basket of carrots, right? All right. Xiao Wu instantly stopped crying and bounced along, even forgetting about her brother Tang San. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing watched from behind, dumbfounded. The change in attitude was too quick. What happened to the deep sisterhood? When we reached the dormitory door, I pointed at the small wooden building and said, here we are. Although it's a bit simple, it's still clean. You three can live together for some support. Ning Rongrong wanted to say something, but Xiao Wu directly pushed us out. All right. You don't need to meddle in our girls' affairs. Don't you have something to do? Hurry up and go. Before I left, I added, if there's anything in the academy, just find me. After saying that, I slipped away. I'm not being self-abasing here. I'm just trying to increase my kindness value. There's a system panel in my mind, and ever since I was promoted to soul respect, I've had a kindness value progress bar. Every time I do a good deed, this thing goes up. I estimate that once it fills up, I'll be able to unlock a second hidden soul ring. So I'm doing all this to become stronger, you get it? Just sat down cross-legged in the dorm and was pondering why this kindness value is increasing so slowly when suddenly, wow, there came a wailing from the back mountain. That sound was heart-wrenching. Upon listening closely, isn't that teacher Zhao Wujia? My heart skipped a beat, and I instantly understood. It must be that Tang Sen got beaten up by teacher Zhao during the day, and his protective father, Tang Hao, has come to take revenge. How could I miss such excitement? I quickly changed into a black outfit, and, using the hidden ability of my martial soul, stealthily made my way into the small forest on the back mountain. Why was I so bold? First, I knew Tang Hao was coming to fight, not to kill. Second, I knew that the poisoned Douluo was also at the academy today, and he would definitely come over. Third, if I could mediate the fight or something, I might even increase my kindness points. I found a big tree and squatted on a branch to look down. Wow, what a scene. A big man in a tattered robe was violently punching and kicking Master Zhao Waoqi. Master Zhao was screaming in pain, but strangely, the big man only targeted his body and didn't hit his face. Looking beside me, I saw Dean Flinder and Douluo standing there, probably giving them face and leaving Master Zhao with some dignity. This beating lasted for a whole incense stick's worth of time. After it was over, Tang Hao stopped and said in a domineering tone, Tang San is my son, and from now on he is in your care. If anything happens to him, even with the poisoned Douluo around, I will flatten your Shrek Academy. Dean Flinder, also a tough character, pushed up his glasses and said, neither humble nor arrogant. Your Highness Tang Hao, the path of cultivation is inherently fraught with danger. We can only do our best and cannot give you a 100 guarantee. Tang Hao glared, and a terrifying pressure instantly erupted. The leaves around started falling, and I lost my balance while squatting on the tree and fell down with a thud. Oof. Tang Hao, don't go too far. Douluo stepped forward, and 9 soul rings instantly lit up, directly helping us withstand the pressure. If you dare to touch a single hair on Shrek's teacher, I guarantee your son won't see tomorrow's sun. Wow, are we about to fight? Tang Hao also revealed his soul rings, and the atmosphere became extremely tense. As soon as I saw the situation, I realized it was not good. If this continued, something serious would happen. My buddy directly switched to mobilizing mode. Although he wasn't present, his name had to be mentioned. I stood up under pressure and cleared my throat. Your Highness Hao Ian, let us talk things over calmly. Our academy students are all quite significant. If you really want to make a move, you should think twice. Tang Hao was taken aback, probably not expecting a little kid like me to speak up in front of him. He looked at me with great interest. Oh? Go on. How are they significant? Ning Rongrong, the young master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, backed by the Douluo of Swordbone. Dai Mubai, a direct descendant of the imperial family of the Star Luo Empire. Not to mention our ties with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family and the recently risen Heavenly Net. So what do you think? Is that enough face? I quickly reported all our connections. Tang Hao's pupils constricted sharply, and after a long silence, he surprisingly compromised. All right, as long as it's not your academy's responsibility, I won't cause trouble. But I have a condition. You are not allowed to pry into the identity of that girl with the third wheel, nor have any ulterior motives toward her. Others might not understand this, but I did. He was talking about Xiao Wu, the 10,000-year soul beast. I quickly pretended to be clueless. Dugabo readily agreed. No problem. I Dugabo, give you my word. Only then did Tang Hao retract his martial soul and disappear in a few flashes. Once he left, Dugabo and Flender surprisingly started to praise each other like a commercial, and in the end, they even swore brotherhood. It was quite a sight. I quickly interrupted them. Ahem, teacher's brother Dugu, can we tone down the enthusiasm a bit? I need to head back first. By the way, how is the concert venue I asked you to prepare? Flender looked helpless. The venue is fine, but it's difficult to invite those beauties from the Tianshui Academy. This matter is on me. Dugabo took it upon himself. I tell you, I'm planning to create an entertainment industry in Douluo continent and hold concerts. This is the main source of income for our Tianluotuang organization, and it must be a huge success. I smiled with satisfaction and bid them farewell. When I returned to the dormitory, I was pleasantly surprised to find that my kindness points on the panel had increased slightly to 54 points because I had just successfully mediated a conflict. The next morning, we were having breakfast in the cafeteria, and I introduced Dai Mubai and another chubby guy, Fat Tiger, to the new students. Just as we were chatting, the college bell suddenly rang. Dai Mubai and the other two jumped up as if they had been electrocuted, barely having time to finish their food before they dashed out. Tangsen looked confused and asked, "What are they doing?" I calmly took a sip of soy milk. The academy rules state that we must gather in the square within 3 minutes after the bell rings, and if we're late, the training volume doubles. But for you freshmen, it's no big deal on your first day. Xiao Wu curiously asked, "Why aren't you running?" Because my usual training volume is basically double from the start. I was bragging a bit, but in my heart, I was actually planning something else. I needed to come up with a way to extract the exclusive secret from Tang-san on how to pick and preserve fairy herbs. As I thought of this, a light bulb went off in my head, and I got a brilliant idea. I pushed my bowl away, stood up, and walked outside. "You guys go to the playground first. I have something to discuss with the dean." I rushed straight into the principal's office, dragged Flander aside, and whispered, "Teacher, I have a big plan. You know about Tang-san's background. Let's skip the physical training today and have a cultural class instead. You can assign a homework task to draw the patterns of these herbs. I'll write down their effects, and then leave the methods for harvesting and preservation blank for Tang-san to fill in." Flander's eyes lit up upon hearing this, thinking my idea of making the children pay for their parents' debts was simply brilliant. He patted me on the shoulder and said, "You kid, you really have a lot of clever ideas. All right, I'll call in Fat Tiger and Oscar to cooperate and make sure we put on a good show." Great. I excitedly dashed off to the playground. When I arrived, Teacher Zhao Wuji was giving a speech to the new students. He saw that I was late and immediately shouted with a dark face, "MaHongjun, line up. Double the training tomorrow." "Yes." I quickly stood at attention and then reported loudly. "Report, Teacher Zhao. The dean wants Fat Tiger and Oscar to go to the office." Zhao Wuji was taken aback for a moment, looking displeased. "What's the matter?" "I'll tell you, it was that fat guy MaHongjun who said, I don't know. The dean is calling someone probably to see us few direct disciples. There's a special opportunity." Zhao Wuji's face grew even longer, but he could only wave his hand and tell us to hurry up and leave. Good heavens, Oscar and I quickly dashed to that old guy Flanders' office. Oscar, that little rascal, even cheekily knocked on the door. "Dean, what good news do we have?" When the door opened, Flanders' old fox face appeared, and he immediately started painting a grand picture for us. Do you want your spirit to ascend directly on the spot? Oh my gosh, who wouldn't want that? Oscar was stunned at the time and said, Dean, isn't the martial soul innate? Can it really be upgraded later? Flinder chuckled and directly threw out 2 sheets of paper. The ink still wet, clearly just written. I leaned over to take a look. There were several oddly shaped flowers and plants drawn on it, with annotations about their effects, like greatly nourishing pure yang and solidifying the foundation and cultivating the essence. Our eyes were about to pop out. But the most crucial part, the methods for harvesting and preserving these things, was left blank. Goodness, this was like giving us an open book exam, but only providing half the answers. Before we could react, Flinder took us to the playground. That clever little fat tiger stood next to MaHongjun, pretending to be a dullard as soon as he returned to the team, while Oscar was still dazed, probably thinking about the martial soul upgrade. At that moment, Flinder cleared his throat, stood on the steps, and began his performance. Ahem, I am Dean Flinder, and today I will give you your first lesson. I thought to myself, what could the first lesson be? Guess what? The first item was to pay your tuition fee of 101 gold soul coins within 10 minutes. Family, who understands? He started by cutting a wave of leaks. Dai Mubai took the lead, and we obediently went to pay. After paying the money, Flinder pulled out a stack of notes, and I saw, wow, ISNT this just to fill in the blank question about the fairy herd from the office earlier. The second assignment. Flinder's voice had a hint of calculation in it. In 3 days, fill in the blanks for me. Whoever does the best will not only get a full refund of their tuition, but will also have their tuition waived for the next 6 years. I tell you, when those words came out, the whole place exploded. 6 years of tuition, that's not a small amount. That kid Tang, San got the note, and his eyes lit up like a spotlight, completely in line with his profession. Folks, he casually scanned the room and found that, apart from us old hands, the freshmen all looked confused. He immediately wanted to take advantage of the situation and asked, Dean, if we all complete it, do we get free tuition? Flander, like an old fox, replied nonchalantly, sure, but no copying off each other. If caught, both of you will be kicked out. Xiao Wu's face instantly fell, looking like a wilted eggplant. She had been hoping to cling to the academic powerhouse. I was about to burst out laughing. Tang San, you probably don't know that this whole setup was a trap set by MaHongjun, just waiting for you, this walking Xintian Dalu, to dive in. The next day in class, Flander directly used his soul power to quickly sketch the appearances of those celestial herbs on the blackboard, like the coxcomb phoenix flower and the 8-petal fairy orchid, each one sounding more mysterious than the last. The most outrageous was one called the Heartbreak Red, which required you to think of your beloved while picking it, and you had to drop blood to recognize it as yours without any wavering. Goodness, is this cultivating immortality or acting in some annual tragic romance drama? That kid MaHongjun even stood up to show off, saying, Teacher, I know a bit about that choa tulip. You can't eat it directly. You have to absorb the essence from the flower stamen. Keep acting, keep acting. Flander cooperated perfectly, nodding and saying, not bad, but this is homework. No more talking. In 3 days, whoever scores the highest gets free tuition. I tell you, the new students below were staring wide-eyed, as if they were looking at a book in a foreign language. Only a few of us old students understood what was going on. Flander was still pretending to be all dignified, saying that this was to broaden our horizons, so we wouldn't miss opportunities in the future. Sure enough, Tang San took the bait and quietly approached MaHongjun after class. Brother Ma, how come you seem to know a lot about this? MaHongjun, not the least bit flustered, directly shifted the blame to the Poison Daw. Hey, what do I know? I only heard His Excellency Poison Daw mention it occasionally. What a masterful deflection. It was nothing short of epic. As soon as Tang San heard the words Poison Daw, he immediately believed it without a doubt. MaHongjun was probably overjoyed inside. The fish had taken the bait. That night, when MaHongjun returned to the dormitory, he immediately performed a classic escape act. He changed into night clothes, activated his martial soul, and slipped out of the academy, heading straight for Soto City. He had to personally keep an eye on that concert of his, just as he arrived at the entrance of the Heavenly Luo Network's base. A stunning beauty named May Anna latched onto him. Let me tell you, this sister was as fiery as they come, complaining right away. Brother Jun, you little ungrateful one. You finally thought of your sister. MaHongjun forced a smile. This sister had taken a liking to him since he saved her a year ago and had been pursuing him like crazy, but he had been avoiding her all along, using his age as an excuse. He was quite the tough guy, preferring to suppress his evil fire with ice attribute spirit medicine rather than acting recklessly. His self-control was impressive. He got straight to the point. Sister Anna, let's talk business. Take me to see the concert venue. I need to get back before sunrise. May Anna pouted but still worried about his health. Sigh. I knew you wouldn't come without a good reason. Have you found a solution for that evil fire of yours? Soon, MaHongjun replied briefly, and the two headed straight to the venue. That venue, wow. It was even more extravagant than the Soto Great Spirit Arena. It could accommodate 50,000 people. Flander, that old money grubber, had played with the ticket prices, creating Spirit Master VIP areas, wealthy businessman areas, and ordinary areas. With the front seats, called Douluo No. 1, selling for astronomical prices. It was as if the words harvesting leeks were branded on his forehead. After MaHongjun took a look, his perspective completely opened up, and he proposed an even bolder idea. Sister Anna, let's invite all the famous academies in the Heaven Do Empire to come under the name of Shrek and the Heavenly Luo Network. Consider it an academy exchange meeting. Mayana was stunned. What about security? Those geniuses are all high and mighty. Won't they end up fighting? What are you afraid of? We won't invite everyone, just the 10 most representative ones, and set up 10 luxurious private rooms for them on the second floor, free of charge. Let's call it the exclusive suite of the 10 great academies of Heaven Do. MaHongjun was quite ambitious. He wanted to use the concert to make Shrek Academy's name known all at once, and, by the way, boost the clothing industry of the Heavenly Luo Network. Their clothing brand, called Ancient Style, was planning to have the beauties from the Tianshui Academy model for them, and find the handsome guys like Dai Mubai to endorse it, igniting a trend on the day of the concert. This business acumen was incredible. The two of them whispered and discussed until midnight. Mayana even insisted on treating MaHongjun to a candlelight dinner and delayed him until the middle of the night before letting him go. As a result, the next morning, when the assembly bell rang, MaHongjun was dead asleep, completely under his covers, unmovable even with thunder. In the end, it was Oscar who dragged him out to the playground. Flander's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. What kind of behavior is this? Late on the second day of school, one person makes a mistake, and the whole group is punished. Everyone, run 15 laps around Soto City, go. I was dumbfounded at that moment. 15 laps? Ning Rongrong exploded on the spot, her young lady temper flaring up. I'm a support type soul master. Why should I be punished? It's not my fault. Flinder didn't even raise an eyebrow. Defying the teacher adds to the punishment. All of you, 20 laps. No food until you finish running. MaHongjun saw that things were going south and quickly stepped in to mediate. Teacher, the new students can't keep up with the stamina. How about? Flinder took the opportunity and exchanged a glance with MaHongjun. Okay. 10 laps for the new students, 15 laps for Ning Rongrong. And no use of soul power. Go. I understood the meaning of that look immediately. This girl is up to you. MaHongjun had no choice but to lead the way, and we hurried to follow. Xiao even tried to persuade Ning Rongrong. But that young lady huffed and directly left the group, speeding away, shouting, I'm not running. The academy's food is terrible. I'm going to Soto City for a good meal. The rest of us exchanged glances, dumbfounded. MaHongjun was quite calm. Don't worry about her. I guarantee she won't skip a single lap, unless she doesn't want to stay at Shrek. Since one laggard was gone, we started chatting while running. To show his apology, MaHongjun directly promised to take us to the best Punglai restaurant in the city for a grand feast after we finish running. As soon as Fat Tiger heard about food, his eyes lit up. Oscar, standing beside him, acted mysterious. Don't worry, Hongjun has plenty of money. I estimate he isn't interested in it. Of course, the restaurant is owned by his family. It's just money going from one pocket to the other. Xiao Wu, the foodie, perked up and immediately asked, Are there carrots? MaHongjun laughed heartily. Yes. Plenty. Steamed and fried. Xiao Wu, can't you think of anything other than carrots? Xiao Wu was unconvinced, linking her arm with Tang San's and showing off. Humph. You're the one with carrots on the brain. I also have my little third. Let me tell you, at that moment, our group of single guys had our energy completely drained. Man, that meal was like a large-scale dog slaughter scene. But luckily, there was plenty of alcohol. After our run, we were so hungry that our stomachs were touching our backs. And we rushed into the Punglai restaurant to start eating and drinking heartily. The atmosphere instantly lit up, except for that awkward pair, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, who had zero communication throughout. The rest of us were almost drinking like sworn brothers. Just as I was about to pull Tang San into another round, he couldn't take it anymore and quickly found an excuse to change the subject, saying, Hey guys, how's the homework going? Did everyone finish the assignment on that immortal herb that the dean assigned? Let me tell you, Tang San is truly a treasure. The moment he opens his mouth, we all perk up our ears. He says he knows everything about those fairy herbs and is willing to share with us. But the condition is that we can only take one copy and cannot share it outside. Oscar was the first to get excited. Hurry up, Brother San. Enlighten us. Guess what happened next? This guy Tang San, having had a bit to drink, activated all his artistic cells and insisted on first telling us a love story. Xiao Wu was cheering beside him, her cheeks flushed, almost like she wanted to hang a banner, saying, "I want to hear gossip." At that moment, I felt a jolt in my heart. No way, bro. Are we having a Chinese class here? He cleared his throat and started. Once upon a time, there was a legendary herb called Xiangxi Du in Shanghong. It was originally a common peony flower transformed by the flower goddess of the heavenly realm. Goodness, listening to this story, the summary is, the fairy sister fell in love with a mortal guy, and they lived a shamelessly happy life together. When it got to this point, my mind couldn't keep up, and I instinctively asked, wait a minute, what does ear to ear mean? I'm just purely curious. As a result, Tang Sin turned red in the face, stammering for a long time without being able to say anything. That girl Xiao Wu was bold, directly answering. Ear to ear means whispering sweet nothings in bed with someone you like. Wow, I understood right away. Isn't that just cheering for love? So artistic. Everyone at the table looked at me with "Are you stupid?" expression. It was just too much. I was so embarrassed I could have dug out a 3-bedroom apartment with my toes. Tang Sin quickly continued. Then it got klitsch. The fairy sister was taken back by the heavenly court, saying that fairies cannot fall in love with mortals. The young man was heartbroken, lamenting to that peony flower every day, and in the end, his longing turned into illness, spitting a mouthful of heart's blood onto the flower, and he was gone. The flower absorbed the blood of deep love and became the red of longing and heartbreak. The picking conditions were also extremely harsh. It had to be someone who only had one person in their heart, a love so deep it was obsessive to obtain it. Xiao Wu listened with tears in her eyes, completely immersed in it. I had only one thought in my mind. Isn't this just a pure love warrior falling down? Really emo. After the story was finished, Tang Sin finally started getting to the good stuff. Let me tell you, that part was basically a game strategy guide. What kind of octagonal ice grass needed to be picked with iron tools, and the fire apricot flower had to be touched with jade tools. Some had to be stored in wooden boxes, and some had to be kept in stone boxes. I was listening on the side. My eyes were wide open. Memorizing like crazy, I felt so good inside. The only thing in my mind was, thank goodness I didn't have the urge to pick them early. Otherwise, the treasures I found with so much effort would have been wasted. Tang San even specifically mentioned that the rare mushroom and heavenly chrysanthemum were suitable for the boss. The coxcomb phoenix sunflower was suitable for me, and he even said the 8-petal immortal orchid was suitable for Oscar. But he was afraid we would overthink it. So he added, of course, this is just joking. These fairy herbs are like winning the lottery jackpot. You might never come across one in your lifetime. I nodded along on the surface, saying, my luck is definitely not good. It's all up to you guys. But inside, I was overjoyed. Who understand my family? I know exactly where that thing is. This round is simply an unbeatable start. I'm winning big. After a hearty meal, we swayed back to the academy. But as soon as we walked in, we bumped into a wall. Flander's face was so dark it looked like it could drip ink. His voice was deep and ominous, as if he was going to eat someone. Did you finish running? I'm still a bit confused, so I replied, yes, I finished running. He emphasized his tone and asked again. I said, it's you? I just realized, wow, this is talking about Ning Rongrong. I casually replied, oh, you mean Ning Rongrong? She disappeared halfway through, and we don't know where she went. After we finished running, we went to have a meal, and now we're all reeking of alcohol. I went back to wash up and sleep. Flender didn't even raise an eyebrow and said, all right, you guys go back and rest. We'll talk about today as matters tomorrow. The tone he used made Dai Mubai and the others feel a chill down their spines, sensing that something big was going to happen tomorrow. Once everyone was asleep, I quietly sneaked into the principal's office. Flender was indeed awake, sighing to himself. As soon as he saw me, he asked, what is up? Did you find out about the fairy grass? This old fox could tell from my unable to hold back laughter that something good was happening. I asked him what was bothering him, and he opened up to me. It turns out that Ning Rongrong's father, Ning Fengji, the leader of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, has written to him again. In the letter, he asked Flender to strictly discipline his daughter while also agreeing to collaborate with our newly formed organization, the Heavenly Net. This is actually fantastic news. It's like our startup has directly secured an endorsement from the industry leader. But Flender is worried. He said, Ning Rongrong is a little witch. You can't hit her or scold her. I don't have the time to cater to this young lady. As soon as I heard his tone, I understood. This old guy wants to pass this hot potato to me. I shook my head directly. No way, no way. If I beat her up, what if her 2 titled Douluos come looking for trouble? Even a poisoned Douluo can't handle that. When Flender saw that I'd seen through him, he simply stopped pretending cleared his throat, and said, "Ahem, you could take some gentler measures." "All right, this matter is up to you." "Fine, what else could I say? This old man has been running around for my sake. I can't really make things difficult for him." I could only reluctantly agree. "Okay, but you have to cooperate with me. For the next few days, you just act like a hands-off manager at the academy, and I'll be the bad guy. But it's agreed, if something goes wrong, I can just run away." After settling this matter, I took the opportunity to throw out my big plan. I said to him, "Teacher, I have a bold idea. Next year, we should participate in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Tournament, and we're going to win the championship." I told him that once Oscar completed the third soul ring, I would go to the Sunset Forest and collect all the celestial herbs from the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye. At that time, everyone would level up. Their talents would skyrocket, and winning a championship will be a piece of cake, right? Our Shrek must become famous in one battle. When Flinder heard this, his eyes lit up. He was so excited and said, "Good kid, if you can really get the celestial herbs for everyone to use." Winning the championship is not a dream, but he still reminded me that the celestial herbs are too precious and I should prioritize using them for myself first. The next morning, Flinder called us all to the playground. He first praised Hang San for getting full marks on his assignment and then complimented me for my good supplement. But then he changed his tone. "However, some people haven't even submitted their assignments." Ning Rongrong stepped forward. Ning Rongrong's face instantly fell. We all had a tacit understanding and took a step back together, directly highlighting her. She shot me a fierce glare and reluctantly stood out, still stubbornly saying, "I won't. I haven't checked the materials, and you didn't say it was due today." Flinder was so angry he laughed. "Oh, not completing your assignment and still being so proud? Then let me ask you, everyone finished the long-distance run yesterday. Where were you?" Ning Rongrong exploded. "Were you following me? Who do you think you are, Flinder? Just a little soul sage. The food at the academy is so bad. What's wrong with me going to Soto City for a good meal?" As soon as she said this, Tang San and the others were stunned, their expressions like they had seen a ghost. Flinder's cold smile deepened as he slowly said, "Your father, Ning Fingji, is also just a little soul sage. The Limiter 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Martial Soul is also just a little soul sage. Indeed, there's nothing impressive about it." Wow. This move directly silenced Ning Rongrong. She was so angry her face turned red, and she couldn't say a word for a long time. In the end, Flinder issued an ultimatum. "Since you look down on this place, then please leave. Shrek does not welcome you." Ning Rongrong also got fired up. "You want to drive me away?" "No way. I'm staying here." Flinder completely ignored her and looked at me directly. "MaHongjun, she's your responsibility now. If she doesn't complete the punishment, expel her and throw her luggage out." After saying that, he turned and left, looking quite carefree. I nodded heavily and agreed. On the playground, the atmosphere was awkward to the extreme. I looked at Ning Rongrong and said, as a classmate, 20 laps, and you can use your soul power. Oscar, you run with her and set an example. I was trying to create an opportunity for Oscar. As a result, Ning Rongrong snorted coldly, didn't even look at Oscar, and directly confronted me. I don't need him to accompany me. What I want is a real man, not a sissy. If you think I'm boring, you can run with me yourself. After saying that, she turned around and ran towards Soto City. Oscar's heart sank at that moment, and I pushed him in frustration. "What are you standing there for? Go chase after her." Once they had run far away, Dai Mubai came over, patted my shoulder, and had a look that said I was hopeless. "Bro, are you really stupid or just pretending? It's obvious that Ning Rongrong is interested in you, and you push her to little Oscar? You really need to learn some emotional intelligence from me." Before I could even respond, Zhu Zhuqing, with her icy expression, floated over, rolled her eyes at us, and sarcastically said, "Humph, unlike some people who have seen countless women, yet can't keep themselves in check and want to drag good people down." After saying that, she left without looking back, exuding an air of aloofness. Dai Mubai was about to blow up, but when he saw it was Zhu Zhuqing, he instantly wilted and waved at me, saying, "A good man doesn't fight with women, bro. I'm out of here." And just like that, he vanished. I stood still, pondering the words "good person." Goodness. I subconsciously glanced at the green panel in my mind, and guess what? The kindness value section actually jumped up by 3 points with a ding. Just because I received a good person card? Family. Who understands how this kindness KPI is calculated? I'm completely baffled. I quickly grabbed Tang San, who was about to take Xiao Wu away, and said, "Third brother, wait a moment. I have a philosophical question to ask." Tang San looked at me with a puzzled expression and said, "We're brothers. No need to be polite." I scratched my head and sincerely asked, "So, what does it mean to be kind? You seem so mature and steady. Can you tell me about it?" Let me tell you, Tang San is really capable. He didn't laugh at me and seriously recited his teacher's quotes, like mountains are mountains, water is water. Mountains are not mountains, water is not water. A whole set of them, leaving me completely confused. As a result, Xiao Wu next to us couldn't take it anymore and directly interrupted. Xiao-san, what are you saying? I can't even understand it. To put it simply, kindness means having a good heart and not randomly killing cute spirit beast babies. Just this one sentence made my mind buzz, as if I'd been struck by lightning, and suddenly everything clicked. I was instantly enlightened. A Buddha's heart, an emperor's strategy, a bodhisattva's compassion, a thunderous method. Yes, isn't that it? The next moment, my mental panel exploded. The spiritual fluctuations were so intense it felt like it was in vibration mode, and my kindness value skyrocketed by 100 points. That weird lock that had been keeping my three-leaf clover martial soul locked, with a snap, shattered. The hidden soul ring was directly unlocked, and the panel changed dramatically. Plus new functions were added. I quickly glanced over, and wow, the soul skills of the evil fire phoenix hadn't changed, but the clover martial soul had completely exploded. What with the phosphorus flame poison field, parasitism, and binding, plus a ghost slayer breathing technique. This system had directly given me an epic upgrade. I was completely stunned at that moment, fully immersed in my new cheat, not even noticing when Tang San and Xiao Wu left. I only vaguely heard Xiao Wu pulling Tang San to buy carrots. I silently noted it down in my heart. Just for Xiao Wu's hint today, I would definitely help her in the future if she needed it. As for the other side, I heard that Xiao Ao chased after Ning Rongrong, and it was quite a chaotic scene. He ran over to fawn over her, saying he could help her finish those 20 laps. Ning Rongrong ignored him completely and just started running. After 2 laps, the young lady was already exhausted and drenched in sweat. Xiao Ao approached her again, took out his martial soul, and recited that embarrassing spell. Rongrong, you must be tired. I have a big sausage here. Eat some to regain your strength. As a result, Ning Rongrong shot him a glance, and suddenly replied fiercely, I still have 2 pieces of bread in my bag. Eat your head. I told you. When I later listened to Xiao Ao's learning, I was shocked on spot. This girl understands yin and yang. After she finished speaking, she accelerated and left Xiao Ao far behind. Of course, in the end, she didn't complete her 20 laps. She ran 5 laps and then slipped away to Soto City to eat, drink, and have fun. I had anticipated this long ago. So I turned around and went to find Flander. I told him, Dean, forget about Ning Rongrong's matter. Don't punish her. I want to use her for an experiment. Flander looked curious. Experiment? This isn't like you. What are you up to? It's a secret. I gave him a mysterious smile. Just kidding. How can I tell you about my system? That's my biggest trump card. Then I told him that once Xiao Ao breaks through, I plan to go to the Sunset Forest by myself. Flander was still a little worried, and I said, it's fine. I'm now a level 34 soul master, plus my external soul bone, which has my self-created super mixed poison. I would even dare to take on a soul king. It's all about confidence. Early the next morning, as soon as I arrived at the playground, Ning Rongrong ran over and blocked me, looking anxious as she asked, oh, didn't monitor me yesterday, right? I said lightly, I've been watching. Her face turned pale. Then you. Won't tell the dean, will you? No. Huh. Thank you. You're really a good person. As soon as I finished speaking, there was a ding in my head, and my kindness value increased by 5 points. Hey, this deal can work. I immediately seized the opportunity and started lecturing her. Since you're in Shrek, you should rein in your young lady temper. Do you think this is an ordinary academy? Let me tell you, everyone here is extraordinary. She was still unconvinced, looking proud. I directly delivered a blow to her information gap. Do you know what Dai Mubai's last name is? He's from the royal family of the Star Luo Empire. He's a prince. And Tang San, do you really think he has a useless martial soul? He actually has a twin martial soul. One of them is the continent's strongest attack type weapon martial soul, the Haotian hammer. At this point, Ning Rongrong was completely dumbfounded. Her expression changed from pride to shock, and then to realization, faster than flipping a book. She finally understood that Shrek Academy was truly a place worthy of her. As soon as we arrived at the playground and stood still, we noticed that Xiao Ao hadn't T-com. Flinder's face darkened. He was about to ask Tang San to go catch him when Xiao Ao rushed over like a gust of wind. Before he even arrived, his voice had already reached us. Dean, Hongjun, I've broken through. I finally reached level 30. Flinder initially didn't T-react, stunned for a moment before he exploded. What? You've broken through to Soul Master? A 14-year-old food system Soul Master. Let me tell you, the Dean's eyes nearly popped out. He was even more excited than I am. Xiao Ao was showing off. saying that he could receive 100 gold soul coins every month from now on. Dalu, standing next to him, coolly shot him down. I've been able to get that for a long time. Do you see me flaunting it? Flender cleared his throat and directly started the class. All right, since everyone is here, today's lesson is very simple. Oscar, give each of them one of your big sausages. When I said this, Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and the other girls turned pale and instinctively stepped back. Tang San quickly stood up to protect Xiao Wudin. Can we not eat it? Flender had a look that said they were too young. No. Today's task is to eat without any psychological barriers. In the future, you'll be a team and must get familiar with your teammates' abilities. Just as everyone looked at each other, Ning Rongrong, the person I least expected, actually stepped forward first. She walked up to Oscar, snatched the sausage from his hand, closed her eyes like I did back then, and swallowed it in one bite. After swallowing, she boldly bowed to everyone. I was wrong before, and I apologize to everyone. From now on, we are partners. Wow, at that moment, everyone's gaze towards her changed. I also stepped forward to ease the atmosphere, saying that we would all be brothers and sisters from now on. Seeing that Ning Rongrong had eaten, Tang San and the others also gritted their teeth and took the sausage. Just as Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing were about to swallow it down with determination, I shouted, "Wait, why are you eating so fast?" Xiao Wao, Xia Zonings. Oscar, confused, took out a bunch of bottles and jars from the soul guide. I quickly pulled out a portable barbecue grill from my treasure bag, placed the sausages from their hands on it, and with a puff of flame, I lit it up. With cumin, chili powder, and a secret sauce, I worked quickly. The aroma immediately wafted out, and the golden, crispy, grilled sausages, paired with various spices, made everyone's mouths water. I sniffed the air and handed the grilled sausage to the two of them, nodding at them. It smells great. Come on, Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, try this. My cooking skills are all about professionalism. He also had seasonings, but has included precious ice attribute spirit medicine powders. So he naturally didn't want to waste them in this situation. Not to mention the two girls. Even the others couldn't help but feel their appetites whetted. Xiao Wu quickly thanked me, took a big bite, and began to savor the otherworldly version of the grilled sausage with a look of enjoyment. MaHongjun held out the large sausage in his hand to Zhu Zhuqing and said, "Go ahead, it looks really good." "Thank you." Zhu Zhuqing's cold words also carried a hint of warmth. MaHongjun revealed a knowing smile, and the kindness points in his mind also showed a positive increase. Once the two girls ate the large sausages without any psychological barriers, Flender finally let everyone go, leaving them some time after class. In fact, he had gone to great lengths for the unity of the Shrek group. To help Oscar integrate into the new students faster, he could only resort to such a method. After Flender left, everyone relaxed. Although Flender had always been very kind, his aura as a soul saint made it impossible for the Shrek group to feel completely at ease. "Hongjun, you have a way. I see that they are eating without any psychological barriers at all. By the way, what was the opinion you just mentioned? Since everyone is here, why not share it?" Dalu, relieved after Flender left, looked at MaHongjun and said, "It's a small matter. Once they get used to it in the future, we won't need to be so troublesome. After all, Xiao Ao sausages are mainly to enhance our endurance, not just for eating." MaHongjun waved his hand dismissively. The others had no idea that MaHongjun was secretly overjoyed. For him, kindness points were something that money could not buy. It not only allowed him to secretly gain wealth, but also in the favor of beautiful girls. What I just mentioned isn't a big deal. Our Shrek Academy is a monster academy. Although there are only 8 of us, we are a whole. Since we are a whole, we should come up with a nice name. What do you all think? MaHongjun said. "Yeah, how did I not think of that? Why don't we name our little group after Shrek? There are 8 of us. Let's call ourselves the Shrek 8 Monsters. How about that?" Dalu said happily, looking at everyone. "All right, no problem. Xiao San, Xiao Ao, Fat Tiger, Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, Rongrong, what do you all think?" MaHongjun looked at each of them in turn, asking for their opinions. "No problem, but I also have an opinion. Since the dean wants our relationships to be more united, why don't we rank ourselves according to our ages? Dalu is the oldest, so he ranks first and will be our big brother. Then it's Xiao Ao for second brother, then me, Fat Tiger, Hongjun, Xiao Wu, Rongrong, and Zhuqing is the youngest, so she'll be the 8th sister. What do you all think?" Tang San said with a slight smile, his demeanor warm and pleasant. Although they had only been in Shrek Academy for a few days, he felt a sense of familiarity with everyone, not knowing why he raised this point. Great. Just like that, I get to be the big sister. Hee. From now on, Zhuqing and Rongrong will have to call me 6th sister. Xiao Wu was the first to clap in agreement, looking excited. MaHongjun and Dalu also expressed no objections. Alright, since everyone has no objections, let's settle on this. The Shrek 8 monsters are united. We don't seek to be born on the same day, but we seek to die on the same day. As the oldest, Dalu naturally had no objections. Being a person of great loyalty, he was the first to stand up and extend his hand. We don't seek to be born on the same day, but to die on the same day. Everyone's emotions were instantly stirred, and they solemnly extended their palms, placing them together in order of age, passionately saying. As for why there was such a scene, it was naturally due to MaHongjun often telling them stories of the three kingdoms. Chapter 94, Second Awakening of Martial Soul, 1, will be available tomorrow. Xiao Wu's delicate and smooth little hand rested on MaHongjun's big hand, but for once, he didn't have any other thoughts. With his 10 times the usual desire, he would usually think wildly when holding a girl's hand. Xiao Wu had now become the sixth sister, while MaHongjun, the youngest boy, had now become the fifth brother. In that moment, the Shrek 8 monsters first came together as one, and MaHongjun inexplicably felt a sense of brotherhood. A single thread cannot become a rope, and a single tree cannot form a forest. MaHongjun understood the importance of unity. One person may be strong, but it's not true strength. Even the strongest is just a sheep. A strong team is truly strong. United they are wolves, and only through unity can there be powerful energy. Coming together as a team. Each of the talents in the Shrek 7 monsters is a rare existence on the continent, each with their own thoughts and pride. If it weren't for Shrek Academy, these talents would never have gathered together. From now on, we don't seek to be as famous as Lu Guan and Zhang from Hongjun stories, but we hope to be as close as brothers, sharing life and death together. Dalu also emotionally shouted again. Who are Lu, Guan, and Zhang? Xiao Wu, Tang San, and the others looked at MaHongjun with puzzled expressions, hoping he could provide an explanation. They are characters from a story in my dreams. The affairs of the world will inevitably divide after a long time of unity, and unite again after a long time of division. Lu, Guan, and Zhang swore brotherhood in the Peach Garden. The warlords fought against Dong Zhuo. Guan Yu cut down Hua Xiong and the story of Giao Chan. Zhao Zilong's 7 forays into Chang Banpo to rescue the young lord, loyal and righteous. Guan Yu flooded the 7 armies, renowned throughout China. MaHongjun slightly modified the story and then sat down on the nearby grass, detailing the story of the romance of the three kingdoms to everyone. The Shrek 7 monsters were captivated by the passionate historical background described by MaHongjun, gathering around him and listening intently to his narration. Different individuals had different feelings. Dalu focused on the political issues and the brotherhood of Lu, Guan, and Zhang. Tang San, the fat tiger, was more interested in the comparison of the strengths of famous generals, while Oscar preferred the strategies of the advisors who planned from afar. As for the 3 females, Zhu Zhuqing, they paid more attention to the beauty of the chaotic world, drawn to the love stories within. The boys enjoyed the heroic tales, while the girls were curious about the tragic love stories and the heartbreaking backgrounds. MaHongjun shared all of this in detail with the 7 of them, and from a distance, Flinder watched this harmonious scene with a slight smile of satisfaction. Zhao Wujia stood beside him like a little iron tower. Hee, it's good to be young. These little monsters can bond so quickly. Tomorrow, I'll take Oscar and the others to the outskirts of the Stardow Forest to obtain the 3rd soul ring. The Tianluoduang forces are just starting to develop, and they need your supervision, boss, Zhao Wujia said with a grin, feeling somewhat pleased. The next morning, the other 7 of the Shrek 8 monsters, led by Zhao Wujia, left the Shrek 7 monsters. MaHongjun, meanwhile, set off alone without stopping, heading toward the Sunset Forest not far from Tiando City. On the way, MaHongjun organized his somewhat disordered skills. Although he was only a soul master at the Soul Zune level, his strength was absolutely comparable to that of a soul sect powerhouse. The mere fact that he possessed dual martial souls, beast and weapon, allowed him to use them together, which could easily overpower other dual martial soul users of the same level. Although the 3-leaf clover martial soul was currently treated by MaHongjun as a trump card, it did not mean he could not use it freely. The skills of his 3-leaf clover martial soul could be said to be even more powerful than Tang San's martial soul after its evolution into the Blue Silver Emperor. MaHongjun's 2nd hidden soul ring could also be attached, but he did not intend to obtain the soul ring with Tang San and the others. It wasn't a matter of trust. Rather, MaHongjun wanted to obtain the immortal herb to enhance his martial soul's quality before acquiring the soul ring. Just thinking about it made him a bit excited. The 2nd hidden soul ring could be obtained right after MaHongjun consumed the immortal grade Wangchuan Qiushui Du. With his far superior mental strength, he was confident he could withstand the soul shock of a 10,000-year soul ring. Although it was a second hidden soul ring, it was still a second soul ring, which was enough to make MaHongjun excited. He had even found a way to release 2 martial soul rings simultaneously, meaning that even as a soul Zune, once he acquired the second hidden soul ring of the 3-leaf clover martial soul, he could release 7 soul rings. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black. Perfect for showing off. This was also because MaHongjun had the special dual martial soul that allowed him to release them together. 5 days later, MaHongjun finally arrived outside Tiando City. He did not go directly to the Ice and Fire Yinyang, but instead prepared to enter Tiando City to purchase some special tools for preserving the picked immortal products. He went directly to the Tianluotuang base to find Lu Erlong and explained his purpose. Lu Erlong, perhaps due to Flinder's influence, paid special attention to MaHongjun. I'll arrange for someone to buy what you need right away. Come on, let Annie see if you made progress. Lu Erlong did not show any hesitation because MaHongjun was the leader of Tianluotuang, still treating him as a junior. After speaking, Lu Erlong pulled MaHongjun over to check his soul power. MaHongjun released his soul power in coordination. Otherwise, with the special hidden ability of the 3-leaf clover martial soul, Lu Erlong might not have been able to see his soul power level. Level 35. Oh my, it's only been a year since we last met. If I remember correctly, you should only be 12 years old now, right? At just 12, you're already close to advancing to the soul sect level. At your current training speed, you can definitely reach the soul sect before 14. Lu Erlong said, her expression extremely shocked, her small mouth agape. It shouldn't take that long. I think I should be able to reach the soul sect level before I turn 13. MaHongjun said confidently and calmly, thinking that after consuming the suitable immortal herb, even if his soul power remained pure, it could still increase by 5 levels. Not to mention that he still had a 10,000-year soul ring yet to be attached. He thought that the estimate of reaching the soul sect before 13 was conservative. It was very likely that within half a year, or even within 3 months, he would completely absorb the medicinal power of the immortal herb and advance to the soul sect. However, this sounded a bit arrogant to Lu Erlong. Having confidence is good, but you shouldn't be too proud. Come to me when you need to obtain the soul ring. The things you want should arrive soon. Lu Erlong clearly did not fully believe MaHongjun's words and frowned slightly. Well, I'll head back to my room first. Just have someone deliver the items directly to my room. MaHongjun did not explain anything and showed no signs of dissatisfaction. He understood that Lu Erlong was unaware of his possession of the immortal herb, and her behavior was likely to prevent him from becoming too proud. Lu Erlong responded lightly, and then sat back down in her chair, closing her eyes to rest, fearing she might not be able to resist standing up and giving him a beating. However, because she was somewhat cautious about MaHongjun's identity, she deliberately held back. If it had been another junior speaking arrogantly in front of her with her personality, she would have definitely gone up to give them a beating without a second thought, making them understand why flowers are so red. Chapter 95. Shelf Announcement, a belated shelf announcement. I had to take a break from writing this afternoon because of the launch today, so I got up at 5 a.m. to go work on the construction site. I'm exhausted, and I hope everyone can understand. But no matter how tired I am, I will continue to persevere. In the blink of an eye, this is already my 4th novel. After more than half a year of writing, I have earned less than 2,000 yuan, but I still persist in writing. Not for any reason, just for my dream. I hope one day I can support my family by writing novels and not have to work so hard on the construction site. I'm very grateful for the support from my readers, whether from QQ Reading or Chidian Reading. Thank you for your continuous support and companionship. I will definitely keep writing steadfastly. If you like it, you can continue to support and subscribe. If you don't, we may meet again by chance. Society does not keep the incompetent, and reality forces us to grow. If you don't work hard, how can you face tomorrow? If someone throws money at you, kneel down and pick it up one by one. It's okay. When it relates to your sustenance, a little dignity doesn't matter. Everyone has it hard. Life is tough. Thank you for your support. Rejecting the Bikuj. If you want to read for free, the copyright is in the QQ browser, and you can read it there. It feels more comfortable than Bikuj, and of course, the most comfortable is Chidian Reading. I've tried various novel apps, and only Chidian Reading feels the best. Chapter 96. Second Martial Soul Awakening. 2. Sunset Forest. Ice and Fire Yinyang I. MaHongjun, filled with excitement, used special methods to pick various unparalleled immortal herbs. After safely storing the Rui Baobao bag, MaHongjun looked at the 2 celestial herbs in the center. the 8-angled Xianbing grass, and the fierce fire, apricot blossom. In fact, MaHongjun felt that there was no need for him to worry about the effects of cold and fire poisons when consuming these two celestial herbs. The breath of fire possesses the characteristic of being immune to all poisons, so dealing with cold and fire poisons was not a problem. However, MaHongjun still had no intention of using the breath of fire. He planned to use the ice and fire duality eyes spring to conduct ice and fire body tempering, enhancing his physical strength further. The 8-angled Xianbing grass and the fierce fire apricot blossom were undoubtedly the most suitable celestial herbs for him. Approaching the center of the two celestial herbs, his 3-leaf clover martial soul was unleashed like a whip, directly pulling the two celestial herbs into his mouth. It was proven that MaHongjun's caution was not misplaced. The 3-leaf clover martial soul on the left turned into an ice stick, while the one on the right turned to ashes. Fortunately, MaHongjun reacted in time and severed the stem of the 3-leaf clover the moment the celestial herbs entered his mouth, preventing the two fierce energies from entering his body. These two energies were not poisons. If they entered his body, the consequences would be unbearable. The two celestial herbs should be consumed within 10 breaths of being picked, dissolving upon entry and flowing down the throat into the stomach. MaHongjun felt an overwhelming fragrance and an excellent taste. He maintained his current state, quickly stripped off his clothes, and within a breath, stepped into the center of the ice and fire duality eyes spring, sitting cross-legged and floating on the water surface. His body trembled violently, and then he seemed to transform into a mix of ice and fire, half ice and half fire, red and blue alternating, looking extremely strange. Fortunately, MaHongjun's spirit was incredibly strong, and his willpower unwavering. The impact of the two extreme auras was intensely painful. Luckily, the ice and fire duality, I was the only place that could withstand the energy of the two extreme celestial herbs, rendering all toxins ineffective. The milky white and crimson colors were clearly distinct. Even when MaHongjun stepped in, it only caused some ripples before returning to calm. Mist filled the air, and time flowed like water. As night fell, darkness enveloped the earth, and the ice and fire duality, I also sank into darkness, with only MaHongjun's pair of iron-like bright eyes remaining bright. Meanwhile, in the Stardow forest, Tang San, who was also sitting cross-legged beside a spirit beast with 8 spider legs, had a look of pain on his face that was no less than MaHongjun's. However, upon closer inspection, several of the spirit beast's spider legs were clearly in ruins, evidently the marks left by a soul master during the battle. The Shrek team, including Xiao Wu, looked nervously at Tang San, who was absorbing the spirit ring. MaHongjun felt the ice and fire energy within him raging violently, coursing through his body's meridians, shattering them, and then rapidly healing due to the medicinal properties contained within the ice and fire energy. However, the meridians that healed again became even more resilient and wider, more than twice their original size. If he meditated and practiced again, MaHongjun would find that his cultivation speed would definitely increase exponentially compared to before. The energies of ice and fire surrounded MaHongjun, and then he absorbed them into his body through the operation of the breath of the sun, finally transmitting them to his two martial souls. On the palm of his right hand appeared an ordinary, entirely green 3-leaf clover, with a phoenix phantom appearing behind it. At this moment, the robust phoenix figure began to change shape at a visible speed, becoming more exquisitely beautiful and noble, resembling a normal phoenix. The 3-leaf clover martial soul also gradually blossomed, and the 4th leaf began to slowly condense and take shape. At this moment, Tang San in the Stardow forest suddenly opened his sharp eyes, waking from the illusion, and an indescribable scene unfolded on his back, where 4 strange spider legs had also sprouted. MaHongjun, who was similarly bare, had a much greater foundation than Tang San. His robust muscles became even more refined, and his physique shrank considerably, with only his height of over 1.8 meters unchanged. Don't forget, MaHongjun was merely a 12-year-old boy. A 12-year-old boy reaching over 1.8 meters in height was definitely due to fertilizer. The earth whip on his back also grew automatically from his tailbone due to the absorption of ice and fire energy. At this moment, the earth whip turned entirely snow white, resembling the color of the legendary 10,000-year Earth King, indicating that the quality of MaHongjun's external soul bone had advanced to the 10,000-year level. After MaHongjun woke up and had just left the spring, he hadn't even had time to check the changes in himself when a female electronic voice with no emotion echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully awakening the 4-leaf clover. The quality of the martial soul's second awakening has improved, and soul power level 1. Huh? Who's speaking? MaHongjun was suddenly startled, and his martial soul instantly attached, cautiously looking around. After checking around and finding nothing, he finally realized that the voice came from the panel in his mind. The host does not need to panic. I am the green panel in your mind. Also the spirit of the lucky clover, 4-leaf clover. I was born because the host's lucky clover martial soul achieved a second awakening. And my role is to provide the host with information and functions about the martial soul at any time. Who, you're a system? MaHongjun woke up from his surprise and began to converse with the spirit in his sea of consciousness. No, I am a spirit of the 4-leaf clover martial soul. Because the quality of the 4-leaf clover is too powerful, the heavenly Tao of the Douluo world does not allow such an existence to be born. So the excess energy evolved into me, little green. The female electronic voice sounded synthesized, devoid of any emotion. Are you alive? MaHongjun asked in confusion. No, I am a spirit, a product evolved from the lucky clover martial soul based on the host's most desired golden finger direction in the mind. I do not yet possess intelligence and can only assist the host in using the martial soul functions in a simple manner, the spirit explained. MaHongjun did not speak, but already believed more than half of what was said. He had a premonition that the appearance of the green panel in his sea of consciousness would likely undergo changes in the future, just not expecting it to happen so quickly. Therefore, it can be inferred that the green panel was also the excess energy of the lucky clover martial soul that evolved. And now, it had absorbed the ice and fire powers of the celestial 8-angled Xianbing grass and the fierce fire apricot blossom, undergoing another transformation. The ice and fire powers acted like a key, unlocking the potential of the 3-leaf clover. Otherwise, its inherent effects would not be so significant as to give birth to a spirit. Chapter 97. Shui Binger after taking out his black tight-fitting suit from the Rui Baobao bag and putting it on. MaHongjun finally had time to check his current soul power level. Not realizing it until he looked, he was shocked to find that his level had already reached the 38th rank soul master, surpassing Dai Mubai, who was 15 by a small rank. It's worth noting that the primary function of these two celestial herbs was not to increase soul power. In the original work, Tang Sen only increased 4 levels after consuming them, and that was after 6 months of cultivation. Although he had only increased by 3 levels, one must not forget that his soul power purity was more than twice that of an ordinary soul master. So the difficulty of his increase was naturally also double that of an ordinary soul master. Your own level 3 is equivalent to an outsider's level 6. Hint: upgrading a 3-leaf clover to a 4-leaf clover rewards soul power level 1. The electronic voice in MaHongjun's mind timely echoed in his consciousness, a sound that only he could hear. Even a title Dalu would not detect it. MaHongjun suddenly realized and eagerly checked the attribute panel in his consciousness. Host, MaHongjun Soul Power. Level 38 Strong Attack Control System, Soul Master Martial Soul 1. Evil Fire Phoenix First Soul Skill. Phoenix Cry Sky Strike Second Soul Skill. Sunlight Piercing Stab Third Soul Skill. Phoenix Wing Sky Soar Quality. Top Level Semi-Perfect Beast Martial Soul. Possessing extreme fire, powerful explosive force, and extremely fast speed, with a 1 chance of rebirth after death. Desire is exceptionally strong, with vigorous evil fire. Possessing 20 times the desire of an average person. Martial Soul, 4-leaf clover function 1. Goodness Point Lottery, 1,000 goodness points per draw, 100 base goodness points. 100 points. Function 2. Faith Point Lottery, 1,000 faith points per draw, 100 base faith points. Function 3. Friendship Point Lottery, not opened. Function 4. Luck Point Lottery, not opened. Others, not opened. First Soul Skill, Biphosphor Flame, Poison Domain. First Hidden Soul Skill, Parasitism, Entanglement. Second Soul Skill, Ink Jade, Empty Rod. Second Hidden Soul Skill, None. Can be acquired. Third Soul Skill, Web Coverage. Special Talent Skill, Ghostly Extinguishing Breathing Technique. External Soul Bone, Earth Whip, 10,000 years, Soul Bone, None. Soul Guidance Device, Rui Treasure Bag. If I take the Rooster Crown Phoenix Sunflower now, will it directly upgrade the Evil Fire Phoenix Martial Soul to a perfect state? MaHongjun asked after observing the changes in his Evil Fire Phoenix Martial Soul. Yes, but it is suggested that the host find a girlfriend first before absorbing it. It won't be too late. MaHongjun was instantly speechless. He suddenly felt that this martial soul spirit might be a bit inappropriate. MaHongjun glanced around, saw nothing missed, and was about to leave the ice and fire yin yang to rush back to Shrek Academy to share his joy with his teacher. 10 days later, walking on the streets of Soto City, MaHongjun was in an extremely good mood, holding the sun and moon to pluck the stars. There is no one like me in the world. A leaf can cover the eye, a leaf can cut the stars. Lost in the improvement of his strength, MaHongjun stood on the street of Soto City, talking to himself like a fool, particularly grandiose. Sister, look at that person in front. How silly he is. Talking to himself alone, it's really a pity for such a good-looking face. A lively girl with dark green hair said to a beautiful girl with long water blue hair flowing behind her, whose fair face was adorned with delicate features. At first glance, the girl didn't seem particularly stunning, but upon closer inspection, one could continuously discover her beauty, which was a kind of hazy aesthetic. MaHongjun turned his head to look and unexpectedly felt an inexplicable attraction from this girl, his fair face unconsciously flushed with a hint of red. The girl also sensed a familiar aura from MaHongjun and quickly scolded her companion. Shut up. Don't talk nonsense. Then the water blue-haired beauty involuntarily walked towards MaHongjun, shyly apologizing. Excuse me, classmate. I'm really sorry my younger sister speaks without thinking. Please don't take offense. If I'm not mistaken, you should also be a student from a Soul Master Academy here for the Star Concert, right? My name is Shui Binger from the Tianshui Academy. Now, even Flinder would not dare to recognize MaHongjun. Although there were still traces of his previous appearance, the chubby face had disappeared, replaced by a handsome youth with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. From just his looks, it was absolutely impossible to tell that MaHongjun was only 12 years old. The muscles on MaHongjun's body, having been tempered by the ice and fire power, were now no longer visible. In MaHongjun's words, only the concentrated essence is the essence. My name is MaHongjun. I'm a student of Shrek Academy. MaHongjun looked at the girl's outstretched hand and found himself stammering, feeling nervous for the first time in front of a girl, his heart racing. He shook hand with the girl's delicate, boneless, slender jade hand, which was icy cold, without any distracting thoughts, and they parted immediately. MaHongjun surprisingly felt an innate fondness for that cool sensation. This was the first time MaHongjun felt so pure and flawless since he began interacting with women, without needing to deliberately suppress the desires within him. The chilly aura from the girl, named Shui Binger, seemed to naturally carry a hint of the ability to neutralize the evil fire within him. Haha, you're actually shy. How cute. Sister, look at how fierce you are, you scared him. Shui couldn't help but laugh at MaHongjun's appearance. Cough, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. MaHongjun felt utterly embarrassed, feeling a sense of humiliation, having been teased by a little girl at his age. Shut up. If you don't behave, next time you won't be allowed to come out and play. Shui Binger's expression suddenly turned cold as she glared at Shui. Sister, isn't he just a soul master? I was just joking. Who told him to be so cute? Don't be angry, okay? Shui clearly didn't expect Shui Binger to care so much. Seeing that Shui Binger seemed genuinely a bit angry, she quickly shook Shui Binger's arm and acted cute. All right, let us hurry back. Tomorrow we have to attend the opening ceremony of the Star Concert. Douluo invited us personally to participate in the first day of the Star Concert. We mustn't miss it. Shui Binger said somewhat helplessly. The already distant MaHongjun was taken aback upon hearing this, not expecting that Douluo and teacher Flinder's actions were so quick. In just over a month, they had already invited people from various academies. Thinking of this, MaHongjun quickly headed to the base of the Heavenly Net to inquire about the concert situation. Chapter 98, Opening Ceremony of the Star Concert. 1. After meeting with Flinder, MaHongjun learned from him that Tang San and the others had returned safely and had successfully advanced to Soul Ancestor like Oscar. This did not surprise MaHongjun. His gains this time were significant. He decided that after the effects of the 2 immortal-grade medicinal herbs in his body were absorbed sufficiently, he would absorb the Wang Chuan, Chiu Shui Lu, and Rooster Crown Phoenix Sunflower, which were extremely suitable for him. As for other useless immortal-grade herbs, MaHongjun planned to give them to the other Shrek's 7 monsters with the lowest soul power, such as Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Fat Tiger, who were still at the Great Soul Master level. For the others, MaHongjun also prepared top-grade herbs just below the immortal herbs, such as 9-grade Purple Ganoderma, 9-section Emerald Bamboo, and Tianshan Double Lotus. These top-grade herbs, as described by Douluo, were also able to enhance soul power and strengthen the foundation, being peerless treasures. He had advanced to Douluo because he had consumed one such peerless treasure. In the entire Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye, there were only 2 9-grade Purple Ganoderma, 1 top-grade 9-section Emerald Bamboo, and 1 top-grade Tianshan Double Lotus. Although these rare herbs are precious, after obtaining the martial soul spirit, MaHongjun's mindset has greatly improved. Apart from the herbs that are useful to him, he no longer has much desire to possess other herbs. As the saying goes, 3 parts depend on fate, 7 parts on effort, and 90 parts on the golden finger. Upon arriving at the headquarters of the Heavenly Spider Network, MaHongjun quickly presented the identity token of Douluo and was soon taken to the core area of the headquarters. In a quiet room, Flanders was sitting opposite Douluo, with a chessboard that was familiar from his past life placed between them. "You're back. Little monster, come on. Let me see how to make the next move." Douluo started to pull for help without any shame. MaHongjun stepped closer, glanced at the chessboard, and immediately realized that this poisoned Dalu was a terrible player. He had lost both rooks and only had 2 knights and a cannon left. Meanwhile, Flanders still had a full set of pieces. MaHongjun shrugged and said helplessly, "I can only try. No one can guarantee that this chess will work for you." After saying that, he moved Douluo's red knight into his own 9-square center, placing it in a position of desperate survival, a heartwarming move. Flanders' eyes brightened instantly as he moved his cannon piece, making a direct hit. However, MaHongjun leisurely moved his king piece, causing Flanders to fall into deep thought. MaHongjun's move must have profound meaning. As shrewd as he was, it was not so easy to deal with him, but in the end, he still made too few moves and was cornered by MaHongjun's knight. Stepping into his riverhead formed a linked knight, essentially a pair of mandarin ducks threatening the king, and tripped the king's foot with the remaining cannon. It was a dead game with no way out, and in the end, Flanders lost, but he didn't mind, smiling calmly. After all, chess was something MaHongjun had taught him, and winning was to be expected. "How was this trip? How many levels did your soul power increase?" Flanders was the first to ask about MaHongjun's results from a trip. MaHongjun proudly extended 4 fingers and said nonchalantly, "Not much of an increase. Just a little bit for small levels, nothing to be concerned about." "What? With the purity of your soul power, you could increase 4 levels? If Dai Mubai and the others consumed it, wouldn't they directly advance to Soul Zone? If that's the case, our Shrek Academy might actually have a chance to win the championship in next year's Continental Soul Master Competition Finals." Flanders exclaimed in shock. As MaHongjun's personal disciple, how could he not understand the state of MaHongjun's soul power? "Little monster, are you speaking human language? This is called a little bit? I suddenly regret giving you the Garden. With a 4-level increase, aren't you about to advance to Soul Zone? Yin Yin is already 18 and is only a 38-level soul venerable. For levels, that's something an ordinary soul master might take 2, 3, or even 4 years to achieve." Douluo couldn't help but marvel. Comparing to Flanders, he still understood a bit less about MaHongjun's soul power and martial soul. "Isn't it just for levels? What's the big deal? Although it's because I consumed 2 rare herbs, the increase in soul power from these 2 rare items is just an add-on. I still have 1 suitable rare item that I haven't consumed, and just this one alone could raise me to the Soul Zone realm with some surplus." MaHongjun thought of the Coxcomb Phoenix sunflower in his treasure pouch. If it weren't for the spirit reminding him to wait until he had a girlfriend before consuming it, he might have already been eager to consume it to advance to Soul Zone. Flanders and Douluo were left speechless. Although MaHongjun had long mentioned the effects of the rare items, both felt he was somewhat exaggerating. Douluo, not believing it, stepped forward and grabbed MaHongjun's wrist, channeling his soul power into him to examine it. What pure soul power! Even an ordinary soul king wouldn't be this good. As long as you have an auxiliary soul beast to support you, with your soul power purity and soul skill explosiveness, ordinary soul king experts might not be your match. The premise is that after you advance to Soul Zone, the purity of your soul power won't decline. Douluo's eyes flashed with excitement as he spoke. He felt that MaHongjun really had the potential to become an existence above tidal Dalu, an immortal existence that everyone would want to be. "Don't worry, my soul power will only become purer. It's just that the future cultivation speed might slow down." MaHongjun said, somewhat dissatisfied. "You should stop acting coy in front of me. Wanting to have the strength to challenge beyond your level comes at a price." Douluo said irritably, "Hey, I'm just saying, after this Star concert ends, Old Poison, you and I will go to the Star Do Great Force together. My lucky grass martial soul can add soul rings again." MaHongjun didn't hide his intentions from Douluo. His dual spirit beast, martial soul, was no longer a secret among the higher-ups of the Heavenly Spider Network. "Looks like calling you little monster is really correct. I can't imagine what it will be like when your strength fully erupts with the Phoenix martial soul activated and then using your control-type martial soul. Douluo Madhaviv. Meanwhile, Flanders was much more composed. He had become so accustomed to the incredible things happening to MaHongjun that nothing surprised him anymore. Chapter 99, Opening Ceremony of the Star Concert, Part 2. I wouldn't be surprised by anything incredible happening to you. The luckiest thing in my life is accepting you as my disciple. Flanders suddenly sighed. Your luck has always been good. Even I, a title to a level existence, envy you for having such a disciple. The poisoned Douluo beside him was now almost as close to Flanders as he was to MaHongjun, casting envious glances. All right, no more teasing. Tell me which academies have been invited to the Star Concert tomorrow. MaHongjun said seriously. Oh no, I was so busy chatting that I forgot I promised to have tea with Feng'er yesterday. Darn it, I have to go now. Douluo suddenly changed his expression as if remembering something significant when MaHongjun asked which academies had been invited to the Star Concert. And he disappeared in the blink of an eye. Feng'er? Who is that? Teacher, do you know? MaHongjun, seeing that the poisoned Douluo had left, was no longer in a hurry to ask about the concert, and instead became curious about Douluo's matter. Do you know who the titled Douluos on the continent are? The one who can make Douluo so concerned is naturally also a titled Douluo, and moreover, the only openly known healing-type titled Douluo on the continent. Flanders clearly knew the situation and said with a smile, Healing-type titled Douluo? What martial soul is the healing type? MaHongjun asked with some confusion. Nine-Heart Begonia, you should have seen a Nine-Heart Begonia Soul Master. I learned about this situation because I mastered the intelligence and information of the heavenly net. It is said that the Nine-Heart Begonia martial soul is passed down only in a single line, and there could be at most two Nine-Heart Begonia Soul Masters existing simultaneously on the continent. If a new Nine-Heart Begonia Soul Master appears, one of the existing Nine-Heart Begonia Soul Masters will perish. Her ability is solely one, which is full body healing. Depending on the soul power used, the range varies. If assisted by a Nine-Heart Begonia Soul Master, one can fight recklessly without fear of death. Flanders said with a serious expression. What is her relationship with Yi Lingling of the Tiando royal team? MaHongjun asked in confusion. Mother and daughter, Flanders succinctly replied. He had seen Yi Lingling once in Tiando City and naturally knew who she was. Is it possible to invite her into our heavenly net? MaHongjun's eyes lit up. You'll have to ask Douluo about that. It is said that the two had an extraordinary relationship in their youth. However, the Nine-Heart Begonia clan has always kept out of the Soul Master world. They came to Soto City this time because they were invited by Douluo to oversee the situation. Flanders couldn't help but show a cunning smile. MaHongjun immediately understood Flanders' meaning and decided not to dwell on the topic further, also revealing a cunning smile. Well, I met some people from the Tianshui Academy on my way back. They said the opening ceremony of the Star Concert is tomorrow. Why are you all in such a hurry? What if I don't return in time and mess things up? MaHongjun recalled his purpose and couldn't help but ask. You underestimate our heavenly net's intelligence capabilities. Even if we can't compare to the top 3 sex intelligence systems, we are more than enough compared to the lower 4 sections. You didn't deliberately hide your whereabouts on your way back, so I naturally knew you would arrive on time. The reason for the early start is that there have been too many Soul Masters gathering in Soto City recently. To maintain order, it's better to hold it as early as possible. Otherwise, do you think Douluo would still have the face to invite other titled Douluos to oversee things? Flanders was initially a bit proud, but when he mentioned the issue of order, he couldn't help but feel a bit distressed. If it weren't for Douluo and Yi Lingling's mother, the Feng'er he mentioned, overseeing Soto City, those Soul Masters coming from all directions would have caused chaos long ago. They wouldn't have had the leisure to play chess. So that's how it is, but I underestimated it a bit. I didn't expect Douluo to create such a big scene. Which academies are participating? MaHongjun suddenly realized. Of course, Tianshui Academy, the most eye-catching, cannot be missed, as well as the Chihua Academy, Thunder Academy, Tiando Royal Academy, Plan Academy, Tianqing Academy, Sanghae Academy, Elephant Armor School, and Xinglua Academy, among others. Flanders proudly listed them one by one. Shrek Academy is just a mid-level academy, and now more than half of the academies on the continent have been invited in the name of Shrek Academy. As the Dean of Shrek Academy, he naturally feels honored. Well, let us start tomorrow. I'm really looking forward to it. The Heavenly Net will definitely profit greatly this time, and the Star Concert, along with its initiator Shrek Academy, will make a name for themselves across the world. MaHongjun's expression was full of anticipation. Traditional Chinese culture will be promoted by him for the first time on the Douluo continent, combining martial arts style with Hanfu clothing, along with more than 10 classic ancient-style songs he prepared. This concert is bound to be a hit. Shrek Academy. At this time, the Shrek's 7 monsters were gathered in the small playground. After MaHongjun and Flinder inquired about the situation, they hurried back to Shrek Academy. Just in time for everyone to be present, MaHongjun called them all together to distribute the immortal herbs and top-grade spiritual medicines. At this moment, the attire of the Shrek students had undergone significant changes. The boys were wearing the martial arts outfits that MaHongjun intended to sell. Ning Rongrong wore a wide-sleeved flowing fairy dress designed by Mayana, who was responsible for clothing in the Heavenly Net, while Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing were dressed in colorful fairy dresses. The colorful fairy dress has 7 colors, with Zhu Zhuqing in purple and Xiao Wu in pink, looking just as good as the wide-sleeved flowing fairy dress. Seeing the smiles on their faces, they were evidently very satisfied with the school uniforms. "Huh, you all look so much more refined in these uniforms. What about me? I want to wear one too." MaHongjun didn't intend to take out the immortal grade items immediately, but joked with them. "Haha, they all have arrived. Your fat tiger has already been delivered to your dormitory. But you've slimmed down quite a bit. I almost didn't recognize you. Luckily, this kind of clothing can accommodate both fat and thin." Daimubai laughed epidi. After the trials in the Stardow Great Forest, everyone in Shrek became more united. Then I'll try it on when I get back. How about it? Big Brother Dai, am I the most handsome among the Shrek's 7 monsters now? MaHongjun said with a proud smile. Come on, stop being so vain. If it weren't for your fair face and that annoying voice, I wouldn't have believed you were you. Dai Mubai said with annoyance. When they first met, the two almost got into a fight, but it was only when MaHongjun revealed his identity that a battle was avoided. Fortunately, MaHongjun's appearance had not changed much. He just lost the fat on his face and slimmed down quite a bit. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to explain. Although he had lost weight, he still looked stronger than Dai Mubai. In simple terms, he had become more handsome. Chapter 100 Equip the 7 monsters with immortal great herbs 1. As the saying goes, a white face can cover 3 uglinesses, while being overweight ruins everything. Now MaHongjun is both fair and handsome, so it is only natural that he looks more attractive. This time I brought back good stuff for you. This item is only for handsome people to use. Given that you are also handsome, beautiful, and cute, I'll give it to you. MaHongjun said with a laugh, not caring at all. Little Ma, aren't you making it hard for me? Fat Tiger? Fat Tiger, who was beside him, couldn't help but frown. Here, even the average-looking Tang San is much better looking than him. Being dark and fat has nothing to do with being handsome. Except for you. Fat Tiger, you really need to lose some weight. The overall attractiveness of our Shrek 7 monsters has been lowered quite a bit because of you. MaHongjun said to Fat Tiger, feeling a bit embarrassed to flatter him. To earn a little goodwill, he didn't mind praising others more. Although Fat Tiger wasn't ugly, he certainly had nothing to do with being handsome, and he couldn't lie about it. Boo-hoo, even Little Ma has become so handsome. It seems I really need to think of a way to lose weight. Fat Tiger was on the verge of tears, knowing he was ugly but feeling powerless to lose weight. In terms of training, he was even more diligent than MaHongjun, whether it was exercising or cultivating soul power. He spent more time than MaHongjun, yet his weight kept increasing, and his soul power level even fell further behind MaHongjun. The gap in innate talent is something that hard work alone cannot make up for. You can only compensate for it with opportunities. Nowadays, there's a way that might help you lose some weight, the 9-petal purple Ganoderma, one of the best among Lingji, which has the effects of solidifying the foundation, cultivating the essence, enhancing energy, and increasing power. Although it cannot be considered a true celestial-grade herb, the help it provides to soul masters with insufficient innate soul power surpasses that of celestial products. After MaHongjun finished speaking, he took out a 9th-grade purple Ganoderma that emitted a purple glow under the puzzled gazes of everyone. After careful analysis on his way back, MaHongjun felt that the 9th-grade purple Ganoderma was more suitable for Fat Tiger. In the original work, the master, who came from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, was ostracized by his family due to a failed mutation of his martial soul, which led him to study the theoretical knowledge of soul masters, and his soul power had been unable to break through level 30. The 9th-grade purple Ganoderma was precisely the solution to the problem that had troubled him for many years, allowing him to surpass the limitations of his martial soul's innate deficiency, hence leading to his subsequent progress. Naturally, MaHongjun would not give this 9th-grade purple Ganoderma to the master. While it is undeniable that the master's research on soul master theory is somewhat interesting, his character is something MaHongjun cannot commend. If it weren't for the relationship between Flinder and the master, he would never have allowed the master to train them at Shrek Academy. At this moment, although MaHongjun had not yet met the master, based on the timeline, he should have arrived at Shrek Academy for a few days already. However, due to the recent issues with the Star Concert, the master's training schedule had been pushed back. Therefore, MaHongjun had not encountered the scumbag who was rumored to have almost seduced the Pope and slept with his own sister. Little Ma, do you think everyone is as perverted as you? This is not a case of innate deficiency. I am innately level 7 in other academies. This is definitely a genius among geniuses, Fat Tiger complained after hearing MaHongjun's words. It should be noted that apart from him being an innate level 7 soul power at Shrek Academy, all the other 7 were either innate level 9 or level 10 with full soul power. Each one of them had the potential to become a title Dalu, except for him. Without significant opportunities, his innate level 7 would at most allow him to cultivate to level 89 in the soul Douluo realm. Of course, this is merely theoretical. The gap between theory and reality is still quite large. In the past century, there have been dozens of soul masters with full innate soul power on the surface, but the number of title Daluos has certainly not exceeded 30. As for the hidden geniuses and forces, MaHongjun was not clear. Through the intelligence network of Tianluodawang, he only knew that the hidden forces were definitely not weaker than the upper 3 sects among the so-called 7 major sects. But he was not very clear about their specific strengths. Do you want it? If not, I'll give it to others, MaHongjun said somewhat irritably. Yes. How can I not want it? If it is not weaker than celestial products, then after I take it, wouldn't I have hoped to advance to the level of title Douluo in the future? I want to say much and thanks. From now on, little Ma, you are my reborn parents. You tell me to go east, I want to go west. You tell me to steal chickens, I want to touch dogs. Fat Tiger immediately said excitedly as he took the 9th grade purple Ganoderma from MaHongjun's hands. What a joke, although Fat Tiger looks a bit silly. He is not a fool. A herb that can rival celestial products is something a fool would refuse. Hearing Fat Tiger's words, MaHongjun couldn't help but smile and recalled that Fat Tiger looked just like a little fanboy when he was younger. Ding! Kindness points 10. Total 110. The system's electronic sound suddenly rang in MaHongjun's mind. An increase of 10 kindness points made MaHongjun feel it was only natural. After all, this was an existence that was not inferior to celestial products. Giving it away like this to gain 10 kindness points was indeed normal. The others couldn't help but chuckle, but Fat Tiger could not wait to directly swallow the 9th grade purple Ganoderma and started to meditate to absorb the soul power. The people from Shrek had assigned a task on celestial herbs on the 2nd day of a new student's enrollment this year. Naturally, they all understood the knowledge about celestial herbs and knew how to consume them, so they did not ask MaHongjun for his opinion. Dai Mubai couldn't help but say, bro, you just went out for a bit. Did you strike it rich? Am I handsome? MaHongjun deliberately wanted to tease Dai Mubai and did not answer his question, but countered instead. Handsome. Little Ma is the most handsome and the richest. Hurry up and tell bro what good stuff you brought back, Dai Mubai said, completely disregarding any decorum and flattering him. This was also because he and MaHongjun had become so familiar over the past 2 years that he could act this way. Otherwise, if it were someone else, even if they were holding celestial products above his head, he wouldn't act this shamelessly. The celestial grade miraculous herb, the heavenly chrysanthemum, is most suitable for attack-type beast martial soul masters. As a brother, don't refuse me. This is my gift to you, MaHongjun said happily and generously. I love you so much, brother. I want to say much in thanks. Everything is here, Dai Mubai said, pounding his chest, his tone serious. Well, you don't need me to teach you about its effects and how to absorb it here. MaHongjun took out a large chrysanthemum from his spatial soul tool and handed it to Dai Mubai. The chrysanthemum presented a magnificent purple color. Strangely, every petal looked fluffy and exceptionally cute, and the entire chrysanthemum was a perfect unity without any fragrance wafting out. The central flower core rose more than half a foot above the petals, and the top of the flower core shimmered with a faint golden glow. Chapter 101. Equipping the 8 monsters with celestial herbs, Part 2. Haha, no need. The knowledge the Dean taught us, I haven't forgotten, Dai Mubai said, and he also began to sit cross-legged according to the method of consumption and absorb the power of the celestial herb. Ding! Congratulations. Host kindness points 30. Total 140. What is this increase calculated by? MaHongjun couldn't help but asked the artifact spirit in his heart. It depends on the person and the degree. The higher the fortune of the person, the more kindness points the host can gain from them, and the degree of kindness also affects the amount of points. MaHongjun suddenly understood how to acquire kindness points. Kindness, in essence, is just that. It may be perceived as foolish by some, yet one can still gain kindness points. Just like in an animation, it says that you clearly know love can create everything, yet you refuse to face it and even deny it. Why is that? Because love can create everything, but can also destroy everything. When you use love to protect a flock from wolves, that love is equivalent to destruction for the wolves, because they will starve to death. This world is inherently like this. It's either the wolves die or the sheep die. It's either the weak wolves starve to death or the weak sheep get bitten to death. So in this world, there is no absolute kindness. There are only different stances and perspectives on issues, just like the relationship between soul beasts and humans. However, MaHongjun firmly believes that there is light in this world. Perhaps this world is too cruel, but that is why it is beautiful. We exist for love, and we exist to become stronger. Seeing that MaHongjun was lost in thought and had stopped moving, the others thought he was contemplating how to distribute things, so they all looked at him with anticipation. Even Tang San, who usually has the most stable personality, was now staring at MaHongjun without blinking. Why are you all looking at me? Do I have flowers on my face? MaHongjun, coming back to his senses, pretended not to know and asked everyone. Fifth brother, you don't have flowers on your face, but you're just too handsome right now. I can't help but want to look at you. Do you lack a girlfriend? What do you think of me? Ning Rongrong said half jokingly and half seriously as she looked at MaHongjun, her eyes sparkling with little stars. Ahem, stop joking. The divine grade, Chilua Tulip, should be able to elevate your martial soul to the 9 treasures glazed tower. If it really works after you take it, and you want to thank me, you can stay by my side as a maid. Having the little sect master of the 7 treasures glazed tile school as a maid is quite impressive. MaHongjun teased without a hint of embarrassment. Sure. But if my martial soul doesn't elevate to the 9 treasures glazed tower, you'll be responsible for it. Ning Rongrong giggled and gave MaHongjun a flirtatious glance, then spoke ambiguously. You should go absorb it quickly. MaHongjun was taken aback and hurriedly took out another tulip, radiating with 9-colored light, throwing it to Ning Rongrong and saying, Hey, this is a divine grade herb. Don't break it. What if it falls on the ground? Ning Rongrong quickly and carefully caught it, complaining a bit. Don't say it might fall on the ground. Even if it falls. Cough. Anyway, you'll eat it. Stop talking nonsense and absorb it quickly. MaHongjun didn't say anything disgusting, chuckling instead. Thank you, fifth brother. I really love you so much. Ning Rongrong's words made MaHongjun feel quite comfortable. Ning Rongrong cupped the Chilua tulip in her hands and approached MaHongjun, unexpectedly giving his fair face a kiss. Feeling a bit shy as she said, This is to thank you. Don't misunderstand. I have to go absorb the divine herb's power now. Ding. Congratulations, host. Kindness points 40. Total 180. MaHongjun dazedly touched the wet lip mark on his face and could still smell the faint fragrance of a young girl lingering on him. Even the voice of the spirit in his mind sounded hollow and unclear. Everyone exchanged glances. Only Oscar's eyes flashed with a hint of unnoticed disappointment, which quickly disappeared. He looked at MaHongjun with some anticipation and said, Little Ma, I know you're not interested in money, only in women. Rongrong is handed over to you. I can never catch up with her. As brothers, you shouldn't have any reservations. Even though I like women, I'm not that casual. What are you talking about? Didn't Rongrong say not to misunderstand? Forget it. This is another 9-grade purple Ganoderma I prepared for you, the last one. Since you've been promoted to Soul Master, you'll be a core member of the Heavenly Net from now on. MaHongjun was speechless and felt somewhat helpless. If he had another martial soul, he could argue a bit, but with this evil fire phoenix martial soul, if he claimed he wasn't interested at all, no one would believe him. However, he was indeed not a casual person. Otherwise, he wouldn't still be a virgin. Heavenly Net? What's that? Is it some big power? Xiao Wu couldn't help but ask, as her desire for divine herbs was the weakest among everyone. She could continuously improve her strength just by leveraging popularity, so her usual training was rather inconsistent, not very keen on soul power cultivation. It's nothing, just a sect I created backed by the Shrek Academy. So it's developing quite well. Oscar wanted to join the Heavenly Net a while ago, and I promised to let him in once he became a Soul Master. MaHongjun casually explained. Yeah, I'm gonna absorb it too. Haha, I really hope to directly elevate to Soul Sovereign. Oscar also set aside his previous concerns and happily began to refine his herbs. Ding! Congratulations, host. Kindness points 20, total 200 Xiao San. This is a mutated top-grade spiritual herb, the top-grade Tianshan Snow Lotus. Its effects are even stronger than ordinary divine herbs, and it should be very suitable for you. So I'm giving it to you. MaHongjun took out a snow lotus that glowed with a mix of red and blue light. Mutated? Tianshan, snow lotus? Tang San had never heard of this divine herb, so he asked curiously. Not completely, but almost. One lotus, two births. If I'm not mistaken, this top-grade mutated spiritual herb's effect is even above that of divine herbs. MaHongjun answered truthfully. This herb grew next to the 8-angled xianbing grass, and because it just happened to be around the spring, it coincided with MaHongjun's absorption of the divine herb. The evil fire phoenix martial soul's elevation to the ultimate fire undoubtedly absorbed the residual energy of the ultimate fire, causing a mutation under the intertwining of ice and fire, and giving rise to a red, dual-petaled snow lotus. Actually, calling it a snow lotus is a bit inappropriate. Calling it a fire lotus might be more fitting. However, MaHongjun was too lazy to name it, so he just casually said it that way. That's why he claimed its medicinal effect was no less than that of divine herbs, and might even surpass it. Thank you. Its effect is indeed no less than that of divine herbs, and it has a great impact on me. I think calling it the Ice-Fire Dual-Petal Lotus would be more appropriate. Tang San checked it and couldn't help but say happily. MaHongjun, having learned about herbs from Douluo, saw that Tang San thought the same and felt reassured. It was also because MaHongjun had taken the 8-angled xianbing grass and the fire apricot that the effects of this herb overlapped, leading to it being given to Tang San instead of keeping it for himself. In the past, he would have preferred to throw it away rather than give it to Tang San, but now he clearly wouldn't do that. He wasn't afraid of Tang San being weak. He only found him too weak. Moreover, he could also gain kindness points, so why not? After all, it's not impossible to draw something like meteor tears. Thus, kindness points were tremendously beneficial for him. Chapter 102. Equipping the 8 monsters with divine herbs, and it can be called anything. A name is just a code. As long as it's useful, go for it, Xiao San. Among our Shrek 8 monsters, only your talent can compare with mine. Now I'm about to be promoted to Soul Sovereign. If you don't work hard, you'll be left behind. MaHongjun said lightly. He didn't feel guilty at all for seizing the opportunity that should have belonged to Tang San, being able to give this top-grade, mutated spiritual root, which was not inferior to divine herbs, to Tang San. He felt he had done enough. Of course, this was also because MaHongjun didn't need this top-grade, mutated spiritual herb. The 2 divine herbs he took had overlapping effects, and their effects were superior to this one. After all, they were 2 divine herbs, and while their soul power enhancement might be similar, they were much better in terms of foundational strengthening. I definitely won't be left behind by you. Great kindness does not need to be thanked. I will remember this, Xiao San. Tang San solemnly clasped his fists in gratitude. With his understanding of medicinal properties, he naturally knew the preciousness of such a mutated top-grade spiritual herb obtained through opportunity. His gratitude towards MaHongjun had grown immensely. Ding! Congratulations, host. Kindness points 100, total 300. MaHongjun was overjoyed. Indeed, the kindness points given by Tang San were far higher than those from others. The child of fate is indeed different from ordinary people. Obtaining kindness points is much easier than faith points. In fact, MaHongjun holding concerts also had a potential deeper meaning, but he wasn't sure if it could work. Hearing Tang San's similar assurances, MaHongjun was so happy that he pulled Tang San's hand, excitedly saying, "Good brothers for life. For now on, Shrek Academy will rely on us to carry it forward. No matter how great my achievements in the future, Shrek Academy will always be my home." Tang San nodded heavily. At this moment, his sense of belonging to Shrek Academy was unprecedentedly strong, far beyond what he had experienced in the 6 years at Nodding Academy. Well, hurry up and absorb it. I will protect you, and once your strength increases... There are some things I need to tell you, he said, exchanging a knowing smile with MaHongjun. Before meeting Tang San, MaHongjun had harbored a dislike for him, stemming from his understanding of Tang San from his past life. However, the current Tang San had not yet become the selfish person he remembered, one who allowed only officials to set fires while forbidding the common people from lighting lamps. If he could still bring him some kindness, he would not offend him for no reason, even if it were characters like Hu Laina, Qian Rinxue, or Bibi Dong, who were not actually that bad as villains. As long as they could bring him kindness, he would not offend them for no reason and might even find ways to befriend them, provided they did not provoke him. Through the intelligence from the heavenly spiderweb, MaHongjun realized that the Douluo continent was far more complex than the surface portrayal of 1 palace, 2 emperors, and 7 sects in the storyline. There were hidden aristocratic families and sect forces behind the scenes, although he did not know the specifics of their strength. MaHongjun had a premonition that these forces were definitely not inferior to the 7 major sections. Well, then please protect us. Xiaowu, I'll absorb it first. Hongjun must have prepared suitable herbs for you. These herbs are all celestial products that strengthen the foundation and enhance vitality, with no side effects. Just follow the method to take them, Tang San said, sitting cross-legged on the grass nearby. For a moment, only Xiaowu, Zhu Zhuqing, and MaHongjun remained among the Shrek 8 monsters. The other 5 were surrounded by a layer of colorful energy, all enjoying the effects of the celestial products as they absorbed them. Seeing the expectant gazes of the 2 girls, MaHongjun had no intention of teasing them. He took out the water immortal jade bone and the 8-petal celestial orchid. In fact, the medicinal power of the 8-petal celestial orchid was even greater than that of the water immortal jade bone. It was more suitable for Oscar, but to make the strength of the group more balanced, and since there were no other suitable celestial products, MaHongjun decided to bring it out as a substitute. As for the Heartbreak Red, MaHongjun would not give it to Xiaowu. Such a precious item was something he would reserve for his beloved. In the original work, the chrysanthemum once said that Heartbreak Red was a divine treasure among flowers, and he would dedicate his life to protecting its owner. He also mentioned that if he obtained Heartbreak Red, he could reach that legendary level. According to MaHongjun's deduction, this legendary level was at least the limit Douluo level or even higher. Even the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum, which perfectly matched his martial soul, could only bring him to the limit Douluo level. Therefore, the preciousness of Heartbreak Red was self-evident. The water immortal jade bone, which Tang San originally prepared for Xiaowu, was taken by her instead of Zhu Zhuqing, who was unable to pick the celestial treasure, Heartbreak Red. Thus, the 2 exchanged their celestial herbs. But Xiaowu had not yet consumed Heartbreak Red. Instead, she kept it close, which was a waste. However, in the early stages, Heartbreak Red helped Xiaowu avoid the detection of the title Dalu, preventing her identity as a soul beast from being exposed. Later, after Xiaowu sacrificed herself for Tang San, it helped her retain a glimmer of hope for resurrection. One could say that every action has its predetermined outcome. Now, as MaHongjun prepared the water immortal jade bone to enhance Xiaowu's strength, it could not be said to be worse than in the original work. Xiaowu's identity was already no secret to Poison Douluo and MaHongjun. Therefore, before the Continental Soul Master competition began, consuming the water immortal jade bone was still more beneficial than harmful for Xiaowu. Because Poison Douluo had agreed to Tang Hao's request that night, Xiaowu was now safe in Shrek Academy. Xiaowu, this flower is called water immortal jade bone. Its function is to nourish and strengthen your bones, and it is extremely suitable for you as a close combat battle soul master. I estimate you didn't pay much attention to the herbal assignments given by the dean. When you take it, remember to only eat the petals and suck the buds to absorb its effects. Like everyone else, you need to use your soul power to calm your mind to better absorb the essence. MaHongjun instructed Xiaowu in detail, as he had a good impression of her. In fact, with his 10-fold, no, now 20-fold, desire compared to ordinary people, he had a good impression of any pretty girl. But this good impression referred to her character and personality. Thank you, 5th brother. I won't kiss you now, but I will definitely repay you when I have the chance, Xiaowu said. Although she personally did not like to train, that was only when she was not being pressured by others. Now that everyone was consuming celestial products, she did not want to be left behind. Whether or not to repay was irrelevant. What mattered was that they were partners, right? MaHongjun smiled with satisfaction. These partners were indeed worth cultivating. At least they knew how to express gratitude. Chapter 103. Special Soul Master Talent. Yes, we are partners. From now on, you are Xiaowu's 5th brother. You are the best man in the world apart from Tang San, Xiaowu said seriously. But her words made MaHongjun, who came from the modern world, feel a bit strange. Oh, so you never regarded me as your 5th brother. I really wasted my affection on you. MaHongjun pretended to be angry, looking at Xiaowu and teasing her. Xiaowu realized her mistake. 5th brother, please don't be angry, okay? I knew you were the best, and you wouldn't hold it against me. I'll go absorb it now. She quickly made a pitiful face and then, smiling, ran to the nearby grass to begin absorbing. Although she looked young and usually harmless, that was merely her appearance. The real her was bold, open, and very emotional. Reader, can a 10,000-year-old rogue rabbit not be bold and open? Although she was a soul beast, she was far better than many humans. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving 100 kindness points from Xiaowu, bringing your total to 400 kindness points. As MaHongjun listened to the electronic sound from the martial soul spirit in his mind, his mood brightened as he was now halfway to a lottery opportunity. And how could he not be happy? Now only Zhu Zhuqing remained. Among everyone, Zhu Zhuqing was the one most eager to improve her strength. This was a point where even MaHongjun felt inferior. This girl carried too much pressure that someone her age should not have to bear. After careful consideration, MaHongjun thought that if Zhu Zhuqing consumed the 8-petal celestial orchid, it might be better than taking the water immortal jade bone. In fact, Zhu Zhuqing was better suited for another celestial product, Heartbreak Red. But MaHongjun knew that Zhu Zhuqing could not take it because she currently had no one she deeply loved. Even Dalu, her fiancé, seemed to have changed, just like the relationships among the other 7 monsters. When she was young, Zhu Zhuqing obviously could not develop feelings for Dalu, seeing him merely as an older brother. Living in such a family background, she did not oppose men having multiple wives, but the premise was that they could not act that way in front of her. Dalu clearly crossed her boundaries that time, and he had not shown any remorse since. She had already lost hope in Dalu. The pressure she is under has naturally increased, because if she cannot be with Dalu, according to family rules, she will already be considered a failure. A failure means death, or at the very least, her martial soul will be crippled, which for a soul master is not much different from dying. Zhu Zhuqing quietly watched MaHongjun, not saying anything, her face showing little emotional fluctuation, her cold demeanor giving off an aura that discouraged approach. Zhuqing, I'm not saying this to criticize you, but stop acting so cold all the time. If something is bothering you, speak up. Don't keep it all to yourself. This is the 8-petal immortal orchid, one of the immortal herbs, and it's the easiest for you and the others to absorb among the immortal products. The 8-petal immortal orchid needs to be stored in a jade container, as long as it's kept in jade. It won't wither for 1,000 years and won't lose its potency for 100 generations. It is the mildest yet most potent among all the immortal herbs I brought back this time. Although it's easy to absorb, it requires quite a bit of time. Its main function is to solidify the foundation and cultivate the essence, expelling impurities from the body, enough to compensate for your and the other 6 innate martial soul talent deficiencies and accelerate soul power cultivation speed. Moreover, the enhancement it brings you will not be small. MaHongjun explained. Thank you, 5th brother. When I have time in the future, I will talk to you about my matters, she replied, still in a faint voice, but with a hint more warmth. After MaHongjun handed the orchid to Zhu Zhuqing, she sat cross-legged on a large patch of empty grass nearby and began to absorb the immortal product. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained 100 kindness points from Zhu Zhuqing. Total kindness points, 500. MaHongjun was astonished. It seemed that among everyone, Zhu Zhuqing had given him the most kindness points because of this matter. Although she wasn't the main character, she had given him kindness points that were comparable to those of the main character, and his gratitude towards her was undoubtedly greater than towards others. Of course, this didn't mean that Fat Tiger, who gave him the least kindness points, was lacking. It was just that Fat Tiger wasn't a significant character in the original story. He wondered if the concert tomorrow would bring him faith points. If possible, he wanted to add a few songs that could resonate with the people of the Douluo world. He couldn't just promote ancient-style music all the time. After all, different people have different tastes, and having more support would be great. MaHongjun muttered to himself. In fact, there was music in Douluo continent. But compared to the peak music of his previous life, the music there was still in its infancy, lacking creativity. However, Douluo continent also had its own advantages. Some special martial souls provided bonuses in music that were far beyond what could be compared in his previous life. Awakens had privately found 3 beautiful women with microphone martial souls. Although their soul power was only at level 3 or 4, their enhancement to beautiful sounds was still quite good. It was said that there was also a drum martial soul owner who was a 23rd level great soul master, whom Awakens had spent considerable resources to recruit from a noble family elsewhere. As for owners of string instrument martial souls, they weren't particularly special. So there were 9 such special talents in total. This was also the reason why MaHongjun brought up so much ancient-style music from his memory. Watching the others who were cultivating, with nothing to do, MaHongjun also sat down on an empty patch of ground not far from several people. The majestic aura of steppe on mountains and rivers should appeal to many soul masters, so he thought to add it. The touching melody of Ordinary Road should also have a good effect, and the song Goodbye would likely be loved by many young soul masters in the academy. So he decided to include them. MaHongjun took out the songbook he had prepared from his treasure pouch and began to write down the lyrics and melodies of the songs he was murmuring. For someone like MaHongjun, who was proficient in melodies, this was not a problem. However, it was mainly after he advanced to Soul Master that both his mental power and memory had made significant progress, allowing him to do this. Time passed from noon, when MaHongjun returned to the afternoon, and then to the evening. The first to awaken from cultivation was Zhu Zhuqing, who had consumed the most mild medicine. Upon waking, Zhu Zhuqing stretched her body, and the beautiful scene almost made MaHongjun's eyes pop out. For those who understood, they knew what kind of figure she had, and MaHongjun's blood boiled, almost losing control of the little fire inside him. Chapter 104. Sister Ning Rongrong. Zhu Zhuqing, who was feeling the changes in her body, did not notice MaHongjun's gaze. After stretching, she felt a comfort she had never experienced before. She unconsciously let out a long sigh of relief. Noticing MaHongjun's wolf-like gaze, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly felt a wave of shyness. Hee, Zhuqing, you're really beautiful. How do you feel? How many levels have you improved? MaHongjun, using all his willpower, suppressed his inner desires and feigned ignorance as he asked. Zhu Zhuqing, who had some understanding of MaHongjun, knew about his martial soul issues, so she didn't blame him. Hearing MaHongjun's question, her expression revealed excitement for the first time as she said, I improved 3 levels and am now at level 30. According to the Academy's initial statements, I feel I still have quite a bit of soul power accumulated. Once I obtain the 3rd soul ring, I should be able to improve at least 4 or even 5 levels of soul power. Thank you. I am now filled with hope for my future. Congratulations. You are the youngest soul master in our academy. Your advancement to soul master is not far behind mine, and you even did it earlier than I did. If I get bullied in the future, I'll have to ask you for help. MaHongjun was very happy for Zhu Zhuqing's strength improvement. Not only because it would benefit Shrek Academy in winning the Continental Soul Master competition, but also because he was glad to see this cold yet passionate and strong-willed woman break free from her shadows. I owe this improvement all to you, 5th brother. Your matters will be my matters in the future. I feel like my martial soul has also changed. It's not just that the quality has improved. Zhu Zhuqing nodded heavily, then said with some confusion. She did not intend to hide anything. It was known that martial soul information was something every soul master wanted to keep secret. The fact that Zhu Zhuqing could tell MaHongjun without reservation showed her trust in him. Let's not talk about that for now. Once you get familiar with it, we can discuss it later. Take advantage of just having absorbed the immortal herb's power and go back to cultivate your soul power. It's getting late, otherwise. The scene later might not be too pleasant. MaHongjun looked at the energy gathering around Dai Mubai and Tang San and smiled lightly. Scene? Zhu Zhuqing looked at MaHongjun with some confusion. It's just that the medicinal power of Tang San and Dai Mubai might be a bit intense. I estimate their clothes will. MaHongjun raised his eyebrows and said. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing instantly realized, her face flushed red, and she quickly turned to conceal her embarrassment, heading back to the dormitory alone. The second to wake up was the support-type Oscar, along with Fat Tiger, both of whom awoke almost simultaneously. I'm at level 36. I actually improved 5 levels all at once. It's just awesome, Oscar exclaimed as soon as he woke up, looking like he had completely emerged from the shadow of being rejected by Ning Rongrong. I only leveled up by 4 levels. After obtaining the spirit ring, I became a 30-level spirit elder. But if what the teacher said about the theory is correct, I should have around 32 levels after getting the spirit ring. Fat Tiger chuckled, appearing simple-minded, but actually quite shrewd. Well, there shouldn't be any problems. Although Tang San's teacher has slightly lower spirit power, he's not without merit. The theoretical views of our academy's teachers are the same as his, so there shouldn't be any issues. Moreover, you are just in the initial absorption stage. Most of the medicinal power is still accumulated in your bodies, waiting for you to develop it in the future. For a long time to come, your cultivation speed will likely have a qualitative leap until the medicinal power is exhausted. MaHongjun was not surprised. Although the 9-tier purple ginseng is not among the immortal grade herbs, it is definitely the best below the immortal grade. And its medicinal power is not inferior to that of the immortal grade herbs, even enhancing the speed of spirit power cultivation even more. I feel like the quality of my martial soul, the diamond hammer, has improved quite a bit, and it's at least doubled in weight. So calling it the mighty diamond hammer might be more suitable. Fat Tiger nodded repeatedly, speaking very happily. Then a flash of light appeared in his right hand, revealing a golden giant hammer that was only slightly smaller than his own size. My martial soul hasn't changed much, but it has also improved significantly in quality, and I can make more sausages in the future. Oscar said. Kindness points from Fat Tiger 10. Kindness points from Oscar 20, a hollow voice from the martial soul's spirit echoed in his mind again. Today is definitely a lucky day for MaHongjun, as he reaped a large number of kindness points thanks to the precious immortal herb. He was almost able to carry out the first kindness point lottery. Well, you should take advantage of just having absorbed the immortal great herb to cultivate quickly. Now is the best time to cultivate spirit power. MaHongjun was not surprised. He had long felt that Fat Tiger's mutated martial soul was not complete. Now that he has consumed the 9-tier purple ginseng, which is comparable to the immortal grade, it is within his expectations that there would be changes. The 9-tier purple ginseng in the original work allowed Luo San Pao to evolve and help the useless master break through his 30-level bottleneck that had trapped him for decades. So its effects are certainly not weaker than those of immortal great herbs. Oscar and Fat Tiger sat down at the periphery to continue their cultivation, trying not to disturb the others who were still absorbing the immortal great herb. Ning Rongrong was the third to wake up. She was so excited that she almost shouted, but upon seeing the others still absorbing the immortal great herb, she immediately held back her voice and walked over to MaHongjun, saying, "Thank you, fifth brother. From now on, you're my real brother. Can I be your adopted sister?" "I? Adopted sister? Well, I don't mind, it's up to you." MaHongjun didn't refuse Ning Rongrong's deliberate closeness, as he needed the support and cooperation of the 7-treasure glazed tile school behind her, so he naturally wouldn't decline. Brother, you're so nice." Ning Rongrong stepped forward and hugged MaHongjun's arm sincerely. "All right, don't do that, otherwise I might not be able to control the primal power within me." MaHongjun's face turned red, and he said somewhat irritably. He wasn't shy. It was just that he was getting a bit flustered by the continuous temptations from Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong. If it weren't for the residual ice attribute spiritual medicine suppressing it, he would probably have turned into a hungry wolf by now. Okay, I get it. Fifth brother actually having such a martial soul is quite interesting. At least it looks very cute, and it has more masculine charm. Ning Rongrong couldn't help but giggle. MaHongjun felt utterly speechless. Can cuteness be eaten? Can cuteness get a girlfriend? As for masculine charm, that's just being a man. Chapter 105, A Melody That Moves the Four Directions, Part 1. MaHongjun didn't continue Ning Rongrong's conversation, but turned his head to look elsewhere. Ning Rongrong also didn't dare to provoke MaHongjun anymore, although they all knew that MaHongjun had willpower far beyond ordinary people. No one dared to guarantee that he wouldn't suddenly lose control and deal with him on the spot. Dean Flinder had privately told them about MaHongjun's situation, warning them girls to be cautious around him. After learning this, they admired and feared MaHongjun at the same time. They admired him for being able to keep his integrity in such circumstances, but they feared that he might suddenly lose control and do something to them. Ning Rongrong's 7-treasure glazed tile tower martial soul upgraded to the 9-treasure glazed tile tower as expected, reaching level 30. Like others who hadn't upgraded to Spirit Elder, her specific level couldn't be determined without obtaining a spirit ring. Next were Xiao Wu and Dai Mubai. Xiao Wu's body shimmered with light, giving her a dreamlike appearance. Her skin became even more translucent, making people want to climb up and kiss her. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai also underwent subtle changes at the same time. His body began to swell and became incredibly strong, ripping his clothes. As the light faded, the two of them simultaneously regained consciousness. MaHongjun had no intention of reminding Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong was also entering her cultivation beside them. Xiao Wu glanced in surprise at Dai Mubai's strong physique, only shyly turning her head away without much reaction. If it were Zhu Zhuqing or Ning Rongrong, they would have probably closed their eyes in embarrassment. Pervert hum. With a cold snort, Xiao Wu turned her gaze back to Tang San. Dai Mubai, waking up, coincidentally saw this scene, and even he felt his face flush, quickly taking out a spare set of clothes from his spatial soul guide. Fortunately, this outfit, which blended martial art style with Hanfu, was not just a single set. On Tang San's body, the red and blue lights flickered and intertwined, and the extreme ice and fire energy erupted instantly, turning Tang San's clothes to ashes in an instant. However, Xiao Wu's gaze was fixed on Tang San's body and his assets. "Xiao Wu, little San is too much of a pervert. Stop looking. When he wakes up, I will definitely teach him a lesson for daring to act lewdly in front of you." MaHongjun pretended to be angry as he approached the three. No, little San is not a pervert. This is caused by the immortal herb energy, so you can't blame him. Little San is just like fifth brother, pure and innocent. Xiao Wu quickly said instinctively upon hearing MaHongjun's teasing. "Just like me? That really can't be considered pure and innocent. Although my body is pure and innocent, my heart You know what I mean? MaHongjun said with a mischievous smile. He didn't know why, but he just liked to bicker with Xiao Wu and enjoyed watching her get flustered and helpless. Perhaps it was because he liked small animals in his previous life. In his previous life, MaHongjun's favorite was a pet cat, followed by a pet rabbit. After all, little rabbits are so cute, and making them into spicy rabbit heads would definitely taste great. Disgusting, hum? I don't understand. I'm already a level 37 powerful assault-type spirit elder now. My 8 strikes will be even more fluid now. Fifth brother, do you want to give a try with me? Xiao Wu said threateningly. MaHongjun had seen Xiao Wu's 8 strikes during the assessment, and naturally, he didn't want to try it easily. It wasn't that he was afraid of not being able to escape, but rather that he was worried about hurting Xiao Wu. Once Xiao Wu successfully performed the 8 strikes, even if MaHongjun accidentally slipped, he could suffer a great loss. Now Xiao Wu's spirit power was only 1 level lower than his, and if he wanted to fight back, he would have to use all his strength. However, his martial soul skills were far too powerful. If he struck with all his might, it would definitely be either death or injury. Forget it. I humbly concede to Six Sisters' soft skills. So let's not try it. It's a bit too serious to say someone has passed away. MaHongjun expressed that he still hasn't seen much. Finally, after Tang Sen woke up, his soul power surprisingly advanced rapidly to level 36. The blue silvergrass, like MaHongjun's 3-leaf clover, acquired the ability of ice and fire immunity. Of course, the so-called immunity has its limits. Tang Sen's level of immunity is still somewhat inferior compared to MaHongjun's. This also shows that the effect of the ice and fire dual lotus is not inferior to that of a single rare herb. The next day, the Shrek Academy 8 monsters were ready to go, entering the concert venue under the guidance of many teachers. Dalu successfully became the first soul master among the Shrek 8 monsters. However, he still needed to obtain a soul ring to truly qualify as a soul master. With the concert approaching, there was no time to get a soul ring. Even without obtaining a soul ring, they could continue to cultivate. Although the increase in soul power might not be as significant as if they had obtained a soul ring earlier, it would still greatly benefit their foundation. In terms of foundation, the other 7 monsters from Shrek may far exceed ordinary soul masters, but compared to MaHongjun, they still fall short. Even Tang Sen, who possesses the Xiantian skill, cannot be compared to MaHongjun. Upon entering the concert, the members of Shrek Academy found that the venue was already packed with people, with sounds of chatter and noise filling the air. Fortunately, they were led through a special passage by the staff and arrived backstage. In a room, Flander excitedly pulled MaHongjun over, saying, "Hongjun, you finally made it. The sheet music you gave me has been shown to those special talents." And they all said it's fine. The beautiful girl group from Tianshui Academy is also ready and can start anytime. Are the sound amplification soul guides and mirror soul guides all prepared? MaHongjun asked. Yes, there are a total of 12 sound amplification soul guides. Besides the 4 for the concert, the other 8 are spread out in all directions across Soto City. Enough to cover the entire city, Flander said, trying to contain his excitement. The tickets for this concert were incredibly hard to come by, with some scalper prices reaching 10 gold soul coins each for the most ordinary tickets, while even more precious tickets were nearly impossible to find. The event was a huge profit for the Tianluo Diwan. In the Douluo continent, soul masters are considered superior beings. And how could commoners not go crazy over a concert by them? It was like having some celebrities from the previous life holding a concert right next to you. And not just 1 or 2, but a large portion of the entire entertainment industry. Furthermore, there were members of the Tianshui Academy's beautiful girl group, who already had a fan base. Hongjun, what songs have you written? Are you going to perform on stage today? Daimubai asked excitedly. These old students liked to bother MaHongjun to teach them singing or tell stories when they had free time, and they naturally understood MaHongjun's extraordinary, almost celestial level of skill. Well, I can't say just yet. You'll see when the time comes, MaHongjun said, naturally not wanting to waste time explaining. This concert was not just MaHongjun's personal concert. There were many well-known figures from the music industry in the Douluo continent participating. Otherwise, how could it have caused such a stir? Of course, these people volunteered to participate, not because Tianluo Diwan invited them. Regardless of location, music is something that allows people to express emotions and relax. Therefore, both soul masters and ordinary people have a special emotional connection to music, which is the unique charm of music itself. Brother, I heard this concert gathers the entire music industry and a large portion of the visible soul master talents. It's the first ever collaboration between the music and soul master communities on the continent, making it the grandest music event ever. I heard there will be a competition to rank the top 10, and each of the top 10 will receive very generous rewards, with the champion getting a grand prize of 100,000 gold soul coins. Is that true? Ning Rongrong looked at MaHongjun with anticipation. Well, it should take no less than 10 days to determine the top 10 of the competition. The number of participants exceeds my expectations, with about 1,000 contestants, among whom more than half have special martial souls related to music. MaHongjun was unaware of these details, so Flander naturally took over the conversation to introduce it to everyone. That's great. Dean, I want to sign up too. Xiao Wu, Zhu Qing, do you want to join? Ning Rongrong excitedly. Zhu Qing remained silent, but looked at Flander, wanting to hear his opinion. Xiao Wu looked at Tang San. Although the registration time has passed, as members of Shrek Academy, you can still be added, but you shouldn't hold too high of hopes. Your voices, while pleasant, are still amateur. Busy this, MaHongjun. It's basically unlikely for you to enter the top 10 of the competition, Flander said lightly. That's okay. If you want to participate, then go ahead. I have ways to help you achieve good results, MaHongjun said, looking at the three girls' beautiful figures, his eyes lighting up. Tang Sen originally didn't want Xiao Wu to participate, fearing she would be watched by others, but hearing MaHongjun's words, he felt embarrassed to oppose and could only nod silently. Yay, thank you, fifth brother, you're so nice. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong both looked at MaHongjun with gratitude. Zhu Qing unexpectedly nodded at this moment, indicating her willingness to participate, which surprised even MaHongjun, let alone the other friends. Zhu Qing, you can sing too? MaHongjun asked curiously. Of course, she can, and she sings even better than us, Ning Rongrong said proudly as she pulled Zhu Qing over. After spending these days together, the relationship between Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Qing was not just like sisters, but not far from it. Yes. Zhu Qing was very happy last night, and hummed a song I had never heard before going to sleep. It was simply a heavenly sound, and even compared to Fifth Brother, it was not inferior, Xiao Wu explained. They had heard MaHongjun hum songs before. Although he usually didn't use the characteristics of the sound breathing technique, his high soul power allowed him to control his voice strongly. And combined with the inherent beauty of the songs, his level was absolutely that of a top-tier musician. Oh, that's wonderful. I composed a song for our Shrek 8 Monsters team, and I just need a girl with some musical talent to collaborate with. We will perform together as 8, with me and Zhu Qing singing the main part, and then all 8 of us singing the climax together, MaHongjun said, suddenly feeling excited and inspired. He really didn't know that Zhu Qing had such a talent. He couldn't help but secretly wonder if it was because of her cat-like martial soul that made her have a musical talent. Great. Do you have lyrics? Why didn't you tell us earlier? If you had told us sooner, we could have practiced a bit, Ning Rongrong said joyfully. Well, today is definitely not go to work, but it's good to get familiar early. The opening ceremony will feature a hot dance performance by the beautiful girl group from Tianshui Academy, which can stir the audience's emotions. Otherwise, it would be more suitable for us to sing this song together, but now we can only put this song at the end. Teacher, please help me get some paper and a pen. I'll read it out so they can write it down. MaHongjun thought for a moment and couldn't help but explain. All right, this song is called Breaking the Cocoon. If you open your eyes in a nightmare, facing a cruel world whose heartstrings are stirred by the wind, nostalgia comes too late to say goodbye. Holding your hand and moving forward, day and night. Never stopping, twisting through time and space. It can hurt, it can cause heartache, yet still bravely fight. That's what makes a hero. Look up amidst chaos and endless battles. Looking back, you are by my side, breaking the curse of fate, making the story immortal. The martial spirit, surging wildly, guarding your solitary courage. Even if the future is like a torrent, never retreating. MaHongjun's magnetic voice surrounded the ears of the Shrek 7 monsters, and just the recitation of the lyrics immersed the 7 into the mood, unable to extricate themselves. Just the lyrics alone gave me a feeling of being there. Hongjun, you are truly remarkable. I believe the melody of this song must be even more beautiful. Tang San's eyes sparkled, clearly moved by the lyrics written by MaHongjun. Yes, it's very beautiful, but these songs aren't exactly mine. They are songs that appear in my dreams, perhaps transmitted to me by another version of myself from another world. MaHongjun inexplicably said something, leaving the others puzzled. Brother Ma's strength is evident. So don't be humble. We all know your strength, Fat Tiger timely flattered him. The others nodded in agreement. Only Tang San's expression changed slightly, stroking his chin in contemplation. However, looking at the song about martial spirits that he had just written, he couldn't help but shake his head. How could another world possibly write a song so relevant to the martial spirits of this continent? He had no way of knowing that even he was merely a character from a book in MaHongjun's world. And MaHongjun knew exactly what he would become in the future. But now, with MaHongjun, everything is uncertain. With MaHongjun around, Tang Sen probably wouldn't have the chance to act recklessly in Douluo continent. Indeed, it is quite suitable for you. It should add a lot of color to the competition. The concert is about to begin, so I'll go out and report your names, and then notify the Poison Douluo to announce the start. Flinder nodded in agreement, stood up and said, Chapter 107. A song moves the four directions. 3. Everyone nodded in unison and followed Flinder out of the room. Under the guidance of the staff, they arrived at the VIP box belonging to Shrek Academy. Thank you very much to everyone in the Spirit Master community for giving me this face. And I also welcome everyone from the music industry to come and support us. I'm especially grateful to the vast audience for coming to witness this unprecedented musical exchange event throughout history. On behalf of Shrek Academy, I sincerely thank you for your presence. Douluo, dressed in a brocade Hanfu robe, looked more scholarly as he finished speaking and deeply bowed in gratitude. Instantly, the atmosphere in the venue exploded. The title Douluo bowed and thanked them. What an honor that is. Especially for those who spent a great deal to enter the concert venue. Their excitement was beyond measure, and those with inflated vanity showed it even more. Oh wow. Shrek! Shrek! Excited shouts and screams rose and fell, instantly stirred by the title Douluo bow. Seeing this, Flinder couldn't help but smile slightly, exchanging glances with Douluo and sharing a smile. Silence. Douluo's voice was not loud, but with his soul power in operation, the entire concert venue could hear him clearly. The audience instantly fell silent. The authority and charisma of the title Douluo were terrifying. The spirit masters attending the concert were all young, and aside from Shrek's teachers and staff, there were very few senior spirit masters over 50 years old. Therefore, there was naturally no one above the title Douluo to cause trouble. Even the strongest, the master of the Elephant Armor Academy, Huyenjun, was respectful and did not speak further. Everyone, don't be nervous. I'm not letting you shout now, so that you can cheer better for your favorite contestants later. Now, I announce that the first Music Star concert hosted by Shrek Academy officially begins. Douluo smiled faintly and announced humorously. The audience erupted into a commotion. Who said title Douluos are serious? Come out and accept your slap in the face. It seems the legendary title Douluos are not as serious as they appear. This is too humorous. Poison Douluo is definitely the most easygoing title Douluo I've ever seen. You just stop it. You haven't seen many ordinary spirit masters, and I know you've only seen Poison Douluo as a title Douluo. Haven't you ever seen a pig run if you've never eaten one? Sure. If you want to die, don't involve me. Two familiar people in the audience were discussing something. Flattery and all sorts of unnutritious voices once again rang out vigorously. Until the lights in the concert suddenly went out, the venue fell silent. Before the audience could react, colorful lights lit up on stage, focusing on the Poison Douluo in the center. Now, let us welcome the beautiful girl group from Tianshui Academy to present the opening dance and the first beautiful song of this concert, Song of Tianshui. As the spotlight disappeared, it illuminated 7 stunning figures appearing on stage. Fair-skinned, beautiful, and long-legged, their outfits were astonishingly captivating, dressed in the colorful fairy skirts designed by Tianluo Wang. Height, beauty, long legs, and clothes full of fairy charm attracted the attention of all the males present, and not just the males, but also the envious gazes of the females. Fair-skinned, beautiful, long-legged, and with a fairy-like charm that descended into the mundane world, they instantly captivated everyone's attention. The center position was occupied by Shui Binger, who had met MaHongjun before. The admission criterion for Tianshui Academy is that one must be a beauty. The other 6 beauties stood behind Shui Binger, first performing the opening dance for everyone, and then their melodious singing was intoxicating. The main singers were actually Shui Yuerer and Shui Binger, and their voices, like phoenixes singing heavenly music, immediately won the support of nearly everyone present. The audience fell silent, listening carefully to the wonderful and melodious melody, creating a feeling of being bathed in spring breeze, lost in it. Oh no, Hongjun, do you still have confidence in winning the competition? The voices of these 2 beauties are not inferior to yours. Do you have the confidence to defeat them? Dai Mubai exclaimed, then looked at MaHongjun and asked, what are you making a fuss about? I already knew these 2 would be tough opponents. Not only are their soul powers not inferior to mine, but their martial spirits also have enhancements in vocal music. However, your words underestimate me too much. My strength is not as simple as it appears in front of you. MaHongjun confidently replied, slightly irritated. The characteristics of sound's resonance. Sound can evoke a resonance within the soul, and when combined with singing, the effect becomes even more pronounced, depending on the quality of the song. This is the source of his confidence. The presence of the spirit allows him to clearly understand the abilities he possesses. At this moment, Douluo has already taken a seat at the front of the judges' panel on the high platform, with the deans of the 10 prestigious academies seated beside him. The invitation from the poisoned Douluo was something they could not refuse, and upon receiving the news, they also wanted to take this opportunity to communicate with other schools. What is called communication is, in fact, a way to probe each other's strengths and weaknesses, to prepare for next year's Continental Soul Master Competition. These esteemed deans or vice deans were naturally invited to the judges' panel as judges. At 909, 9 points. A total of 105 points. All evaluations were high scores above 9 points. Including Douluo, there were 11 judges in total, with a perfect score of 110 points, so the performance of Tianshui Academy could not be considered poor. The concert was in full swing, and various talents from the music industry began to take the stage. However, due to the lack of soul power support, their singing was inherently lacking in both sound quality and control. Thus, the highest score did not exceed 100 points. Finally, it was MaHongjun's turn. He walked onto the stage very naturally, and as the spotlight shone on him, he unexpectedly felt a slight sense of nervousness. Seeing MaHongjun's fair and handsome face, a wave of screams erupted from the audience, mostly from young girls. So handsome. The boy on stage named Hongjun has no fame. He should be from the Soul Master community, truly talented at a young age. So handsome, I want to have your babies. MaHongjun. MaHongjun. Hearing the screams from the audience, MaHongjun couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. But he was no longer nervous and calmly said, "The first song I bring to everyone is an original song from my dreams, called Starting Over, dedicated to everyone and to my past self. All the honors of yesterday have become distant memories. After struggling through half of my life, tonight I walk into the storm again. I cannot drift along with the tide for the sake of my beloved family. I must be strong no matter how hard it gets, just for those hopeful gazes. As long as the heart is there, the dream is there. There is still true love between heaven and earth. The ups and downs of life are just starting over." MaHongjun's hoarse yet magnetic voice, with a hint of nasal tone, combined with the simplicity and unpretentiousness of the lyrics, struck directly at the hearts of people, together with the resonance of sound. Using plain language and deeply moving melodies, it expressed the strength of people facing challenges and adversity. Everyone present fell silent again. The entire concert, including the judges' panel, was quiet. No, it should be said that the whole Soto city was silent. That magnetic voice, filled with a sense of grandeur, emitted a unique charm that penetrated the soul, with a penetrating power that struck at each person's spirit. Chapter 108. A song moves the world, and, across from the concert venue, the Great Soul Arena, which usually has a full house, now had at least 10 times fewer spectators. On the arena, a soul master who had once gained some fame with 10 consecutive victories was facing an unprecedented crisis in his life. He was born into a common family and had worked hard to achieve his current strength and status. However, some time ago, he inadvertently offended a nobleman, someone he could not provoke. After some mediation by friends, he was willing to resolve the conflict through a battle, but if he lost, he would have to forfeit all his assets. At this moment, he had just had one of his arms severed by the opponent hired by the nobleman, and he was looking at his opponent with immense anger. This was clearly not an intention to reconcile, but rather a desire for his life. Being hot-headed, he was thinking about using his last trump card for a desperate counterattack. Suddenly, he heard the song coming into his ears and fell into it. Seeing that the soul master opposite him wanted to continue attacking, he shouted loudly, no longer caring about winning or losing. "I lose. I admit defeat. Yes, money can be earned again, but life is only one." Being from a common background, he had come from nothing. Losing now was just starting over. Thus, because of MaHongjun's song, a level 32 soul master was saved. This soul master lost all his assets, nearly 10,000 gold soul coins, which could be considered a modest fortune. While paying up, this soul master asked a staff member standing by as a witness, "Can you leave me 10 gold soul coins? I want to go to the celebrity concert across the street and see who is singing just now. Even adults like to listen, and I really enjoyed that soul-stirring song just now. But this, I can't decide, since you have already signed the contract. However, I happened to buy a ticket yesterday, but I couldn't attend because of a last-minute shift at the Soul Arena. This ticket is of no use to me and will expire tomorrow. so I'll give it to you. The staff member immediately recognized a kindred spirit and handed over a concert ticket printed with the 5-star red flag. Similar scenes played out throughout Soto City, giving countless people in difficult situations the courage and hope to start over. Watching MaHongjun on the stage, now increasingly composed and at ease, and listening to the deep yet impactful song, the Shrek 7 Devils looked at MaHongjun with admiration, especially Zhu Zhuqing, who was the most obvious. As one song ended, it instantly gained countless fans. The audience erupted with intense cheers and screams. Even those high-minded soul masters in their seats became lively. With 50,000 spectators, everyone was in awe, excitedly shouting MaHongjun's name. So handsome, so handsome. This is a true man song. I'm in love. A voice from a wealthy woman rang out. MaHongjun, I want to have your babies. Do you need a boyfriend? Came a shout from a male fan. The instant cheers drowned out the voices of the audience below. 10 points. Douluo was the first to raise his scorecard. 10 points. 10 points. 9 points. Young people shouldn't be too proud, he said. Although I don't understand music much, I can tell that your song isn't good enough. You must have used a special soul skill, which is why it is so moving. So I will deduct 0. 1 points to keep you grounded and continue to work hard. Seeing how popular MaHongjun had become because of the song. Instantly rising to fame, Huyenjun felt jealous and gave a score of 9. 9 points. MaHongjun was participating in the competition in his personal capacity, so no one knew that the only titled Douluo present was standing behind him. Thank you, but this is just the beginning. Master Huyen, you underestimate me too much. Originally thinking he would get a perfect score, MaHongjun was disgusted by such a person and said blandly, what qualifications does someone who doesn't understand music have to comment on the original songs of a former top-tier singer? If he received full marks, according to the rules, he would be directly promoted to the finals, allowing him more free time for cultivation. He didn't expect that someone would appear out of nowhere to undermine him. Sometimes, those who say they're doing it for your own good are actually the ones who cannot stand to see you do well, and they're the most despicable. No need to be polite, hee. Young people need to be humble and not arrogant. Huyenjun thought MaHongjun was unconvinced and said with a forced smile, you are right, but some elderly people shouldn't rely on their age too much, MaHongjun said lightly, then turned and walked down the stage without looking back. MaHongjun stood up to the judges of the contra level, earning another round of cheers from the audience, who voiced their support for him. In truth, what really angered MaHongjun was that he couldn't achieve a perfect score with the classic songs from his past life. That's why he irrationally chose to confront them directly. Hearing the audience defend MaHongjun, Huyenjun, feeling embarrassed, snorted coldly and sat back down, secretly noting down this reckless young man. So handsome. Simply too handsome. This is a real man, unafraid of power, daring to confront Contra. From now on, I am your loyal fan. A rich young lady's voice suddenly rang out, followed by various voices of admiration from the crowd. However, MaHongjun calmly walked off the stage. Feeling a bit of a headache, it seemed that this time he couldn't slack off. Zhu Zhuqing and the others, having signed up last, would have to wait until tomorrow for their performance. Fifth brother, great job. It looks like the championship is secured this time, Ning Rongrong said, standing up to greet MaHongjun as he entered the box. Oscar and Fat Tiger also stepped forward to congratulate him. Hongjun, your performance just now was a bit too aggressive. If I'm not mistaken, the person you offended is even more powerful than the dean. I suspect he might already be a contra-level expert. Aren't you worried he might sabotage you in the next competition? Tang Sen reminded him with some concern. The others, upon hearing Tang San's words, also showed worried expressions. The championship was worth a hefty sum of 100,000 gold soul coins, and if they lost it, Shrek Academy would be in dire straits. They knew that this competition was initiated in the name of Shrek, and they had always thought it was due to the poisoned Douluo's care for their academy as an honorary mentor. They were aware of Shrek Academy's financial struggles, so 100,000 gold soul coins was definitely not a small amount. While they weren't afraid of life-threatening dangers with the poisoned Douluo around, they still couldn't prevent someone from sabotaging them on stage. Don't worry too much, everyone. I know what I'm doing, and I will definitely secure that 100,000 gold soul coin reward for our Shrek Academy, MaHongjun said very seriously and confidently. Well, that's good. With His Excellency the poisoned Douluo here, we don't need to worry about safety, Tang Sen nodded. Zhuqing, just in case, you should sing the song I prepared for you tomorrow. I will have someone deliver the score to the people from Tainlaotawang shortly, so they can practice the accompaniment in advance. After saying this, MaHongjun quickly wrote down a song called Learning to Meow, which left everyone looking at him in admiration. This definitely is a singer who was delayed by being a soul master. He can write a song so easily. We'll learn to meow together. Meow, 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 meow. And act cute in front of you. Sometimes I'm as lazy as a cat. This seems like it needs a duet. Zhu Zhuqing was the first to notice the issue with the song. It's fine. I will sing the male part. I'll use a recording soul guide to record it in advance, and then play it during the performance, MaHongjun explained. Oh, upon hearing MaHongjun's words, a faint blush appeared on Zhu Zhuqing's fair face. Fifth brother, I'm not happy. You can't be so biased. I want to sing too. Xiao Wu pouted and jumped out angrily. Tang Sen shook his head helplessly. He wasn't jealous, but he still felt a sense of defeat inside. Let me think. Xiao Wu, you're so adorable. How about you sing a children's song? It will definitely work well. And you should have no problem making it to the next round. Little white rabbit, white and fluffy, with 2 ears standing up, loves to eat carrots and vegetables. Hopping around so cute. MaHongjun suddenly recalled a children's song from his past life. Great. I like it. Hee. Thank you, fifth brother. But I didn't write it down. Can you say it again? Xiao Wu said happily. I knew you wouldn't remember. Here's the score for you, and also for Zhuqing. MaHongjun swiftly wrote it down and handed it to Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu. Seeing Ning Rongrong quietly watching him, MaHongjun didn't want to neglect her either. So he wrote a song called Gift of Love for her. This immediately caused a stir among his friends, their admiration for MaHongjun pouring out like a river. The next day's competition went as expected, with Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing instantly becoming popular, and even Xiao Wu gained some fame, successfully advancing. Her cute appearance and beautiful face, combined with her rabbit spirit, attracted quite a few admirers. On the third day, during the second round of the competition, MaHongjun sang, stepping on mountains and rivers, and successfully advanced again. Even Hu Yinjun, who originally intended to give him a low score, couldn't help but give him a 9. The autumn wind and setting sun enter the long river, sailing through the misty rain of Jiangnan. Chaotic rocks pierce the sky, stirring up so much warfire. 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers, parting and reuniting just a few decades of spring and autumn. When I am here, surrounded by ambushes and songs of sorrow, I drink with the heavens. What this battle? Who has seen 1,000 arrows fired, stars igniting the night like day, blades and swords intertwining, and I, with my spear, emerge like a dragon, shaking the universe, a roar breaking the sky. The long spear pierces the clouds, letting go of a lifetime of worries, looking at. The line of spear emerges like a dragon, shaking the universe. A roar breaking the sky ignited the fighting spirit within countless soul masters. The streets of Soto City were empty. Those nearby stayed outside the venue. Wanted to see if they could catch a glimpse of MaHongjun's extraordinary style. Those farther away gathered around the sound amplification device set up by Tianluo Wang, listening to that heart-stirring song. This is the charm of modern songs. This is the power of the breath of sound, able to stir people's emotions. If the breath of sound could be applied to battle, it would surely yield surprising effects. Spirit, does the Demon Slayer breathing technique have moves? It does, but you need to draw it with faith points. Its power is far weaker than soul skills. Then I'll try to draw it when I get the chance. Having it is better than not having it, and it would be great for showing off. Tip: the host's first use of the lottery function will receive the blessing of the lucky clover. The items drawn will range from intermediate treasures to high-level rewards. Please work hard, host, and strive to meet the conditions for the draw as soon as possible. Hearing the spirit's response, MaHongjun found that he had unknowingly reached 800 points of kindness, likely due to writing songs for the 3 girls. 5 days later, the top 10 emerged. MaHongjun, Shui Bingar, Shui Iyuar, Shu Shuking, Ning Rongrong, Liu Bing, Sao Yia, Su Song Song, Mo Yi, On Su Kyongkyun. 5 came from the music industry, and 5 from the Soul Master world, with Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing advancing to the top 10 thanks to MaHongjun's original songs from his dreams. During this time, they had defeated countless musicians and soul masters with special spirits. However, unexpectedly, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong both chose to forfeit together. Then came the top 10 knockout rounds. Su Song defeated Zhou Jia, Mao Yi defeated Shui Qian, and Shui Binger defeated Shui Yuer. MaHongjun also undoubtedly defeated Luo Bing with his unique skill. Of course, some outdated lyrics were appropriately modified by MaHongjun. I locked myself away, leaving only a balcony. Every time it got dark, I would push open the window and stare blankly at the night sky. Looking back at the past, scene by scene, the love between you and me is replayed. I listened to the dialogues and other stories. Perhaps those stories could give me an explanation. The love you wanted, I couldn't learn. Watching the love turn bad helplessly. People looked blankly, feeling that they couldn't give you a future. The best love is to let go. In the end, after the confrontation, only Soo-song and MaHongjun remained. One is a rising star in the music world, and the other is a musical genius who is not interested in fame. Their competition immediately drew a lot of attention. When MaHongjun saw the name of this musical genius, he suddenly remembered a musician he particularly liked in his past life and thought to himself, let there be a confrontation between you two. Soo-song is also a soul master, with a very special body martial spirit and innate level 7 soul power, which can be considered a genius. However, he has never liked cultivation, so at nearly 30, he is only at the soul respect level. He cultivates his martial spirit to better sing his music. His composing and singing abilities are no less than some musicians who have reached the peak in the world of music in his past life. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to defeat Shuei Binger, who is also a soul master. Thinking of this, MaHongjun temporarily changed to another song, finally choosing Lujo Moon between the mountains and water. As a child, I stole the light from someone else's wall, reminiscing about 10 years of hardship in the cold window. Now, March brings smoke and haze, the warblers fly, and the grass grows. Amidst the fluttering willow catkins, I see my hometown. Lovers on the bridge enter pairs and leave in twos. By the bridge, the red medicine sighs that the night is too long. The moon sways, and people hesitate. A song of parting sorrow comes from a boat. The moonlight of Lujo shines on my heart. The you under the moon is no longer the same as before. Lujo moonlight, pear blossom rain is cool. Who is beside you now? The moonlight of my hometown is deeply imprinted in my heart, but cannot flow out the tears of that year. Chapter 110, Moon Pavilion Master. Tang Yuehua, countless youths in their adolescence related to the youthful figure in the song, and those older soul masters and judges recalled the girl they encountered in their youth. The atmosphere in the venue began to become oppressive with MaHongjun singing. This slightly sad song, with the assistance of MaHongjun's breath, became even more moving. In the waiting area, there are indeed such astonishingly talented people in the world. Every song is unheard of and unseen. This melody is a century or a millennium ahead of its time. Isn't this the pinnacle of music I am pursuing? Soo-song was horrified as he listened to the beautiful melody coming from his ears, murmuring to himself, no, I am Soo-song, the musical genius of the continent, the representative of the entire music world. How could I easily lose to someone from the Soul Master community? I won't concede so easily. I can't embarrass the music world. If I lose, I must lose gloriously. A determined look flashed across Soo-song's face. Meanwhile, at the judging panel, an elegant woman in a silver palace dress slowly walked out from backstage, looking at the singing MaHongjun with surprise, as if she had discovered treasure, her eyes flashing with a strange light. I have met Senior Douluo before. I heard that there is an unprecedented music event here, and I couldn't contain my admiration. So I specifically finished my affairs to come and watch. I didn't expect to be so late. I am truly sorry. The woman in the silver palace dress said with great embarrassment. The noble aura she inadvertently exuded indicated her extraordinary identity. The newcomer was none other than Tang Yuehua, the Moon Pavilion Master of the Heavenly Do Empire's Court Etiquette Academy. She was also a talented woman who loved music. There's no need to be polite, please. Someone had a seat for Master Tang. Douluo quickly snapped out of his reverie and said seriously. The staff quickly added another table behind the 11 judging seats, showing Douluo's importance to her. The other judges from the 10 Academy saw this, but had no objections, as if it were a matter of course. The woman had not only the backing of the Heavenly Do royal family, but also the legendary first sect in the world, the Haotian sect. The direct descendants of the Haotian sect, Tang Xiao, the Dalu of the sky, and Tang Hao, the Dalu of the sky, are her brothers. And she is the Moon Pavilion Master of the Heavenly Do Empire's Court Etiquette Academy. This is an existence that no academy's power can provoke. Even though the Haotian sect has retreated for many years, its influence still lingers. Greetings to everyone. This music event truly lives up to its name. If nothing unexpected happens, this young man should be the final champion. His understanding of music has reached an unparalleled level, especially his control over emotions. Even I cannot compare to him. I am indeed shameless to serve as a judge this time. After Tang Yuehua sat down and bowed to everyone, she spoke very directly and sincerely. Haha, Master Tang is being modest. You are one of the top music masters in the entire Heavenly Do Empire and even the continent. If you're not qualified, then those old men and women with only partial understanding of music certainly have even less qualification to be judges. Shui Wuchang, the president of the Water Academy, smiled and joked. After speaking, she gave a meaningful glance at Hu Yinjun. She was also the only one present, aside from Tang Yuehua, who was proficient in vocal music, and she was also an 81st level soul Dalu. Shui Wuchang, what do you mean? As a judge, do I need you to dictate how many points I give? Hu Yinjun coldly glanced at Shui Wuchang. Ha, everyone, please calm down and don't take it too seriously. This concert is mainly to promote exchanges between the academies. Besides, music knows no borders. Although we old folks are indeed not proficient in vocal music, we can still distinguish between good and bad. There is no need to argue. Douluo quickly mediated, as these Seoul Dalu-level powerhouses could become troublesome if they got into a quarrel. Moreover, he did not want to affect the event he had organized. This was also the reason he invited Yi Phoenix to preside over the event. There were various conflicts among these academies, and if they fought recklessly, Douluo would find it hard to manage. However, Yi Phoenix had not appeared openly, but worked with Douluo covertly, so that if anything unexpected happened, they could still control the situation. Yes, Master Douluo is right. MaHongjun's Luzhou Moon was sung so beautifully that it even made me feel like I was back in my youth. If it weren't for the fact that I can't give 11 points, I would have to give 10 points. The president of the Fire Academy, Old Fire, also quickly mediated, raising the 10-point card from his table. At this moment, MaHongjun finished the entire song and turned his gaze toward the judging panel. Originally, MaHongjun was prepared to be deducted a point, but unexpectedly, all the judges' scores were perfect 10s. Due to face-saving reasons, Huyanzin had no choice but to give a very high evaluation at this moment. He didn't want to be seen as clueless. MaHongjun actually scored 120 points. Oh my god, a perfect score. Because a new judge, Yu Xianxian, who holds a significant position in both the Soul Master and music worlds, joined the judging panel. The perfect score changed to 120 points. MaHongjun, a truly gifted talent, received such a high evaluation from the Empire's Yu Xianxian. The beautiful and charming female host on stage excitedly introduced to the audience below. Prince Hongjun, I love you. I want to be your princess. Hongjun, I love you just like a mouse loves rice. Instantly, the audience erupted with overwhelming support. As ordinary people didn't care if you were part of the music industry. As long as you sang beautifully and could move people's hearts, you were good. Next, we invite the musical genius Su Song on stage to sing. Can he bring miracles and match MaHongjun? Remember, the champion of this competition will receive a one-day exclusive singing opportunity at this concert, as well as a generous reward of 100,000 gold soul coins. At this critical moment, the female host once again highlighted the benefits of winning the competition. The competition allows for a team to compete against an individual or for solo performances, each having its pros and cons. Tinshui Academy is a typical example. At this moment, Su Song, recognizing he was not MaHongjun's match, looked towards the judging panel and humbly said, "Esteemed judges, I admit I am not MaHongjun's opponent, but I do have an original song that requires collaboration to complete. May I have an hour to invite a few backup singers to present this heartfelt creation to everyone?" That might not be possible. If you had mentioned this earlier, we could have arranged it. Now that the finals are approaching, regardless of fairness to other contestants, just having so many people wait is not something we can bear, so I cannot. Douluo frowned, ready to refuse, but MaHongjun stepped forward. I have no problem with that. However, to prevent the audience from waiting too long, I would also like to invite a few backup singers to bring another song to everyone during this spare hour, which will also need the judges' scoring. Upon hearing backup singers, MaHongjun suddenly thought of having the Shrek's 7 monsters join him to share this glory. Wouldn't that be even better? Alright, since that's the case, let's proceed as you suggested. What do you think? Douluo instantly changed his attitude and agreed without hesitation. Finally looking at the other judges to ask, this shamelessness, flipping faster than a book, left the other judges with nothing to say but to nod in agreement, indicating it was fine. After all, an arm cannot twist a leg. It would be foolish to go against the title Dalu over such a trivial matter. Chapter 111. Breaking out of the cocoon, even Huyanzin dared not voice any objections. He realized that this kid who dared to contradict him had caught Douluo's eye. The beautiful female host then explained the situation to the audience, who expressed their acceptance. They eagerly hoped MaHongjun could sing more songs that would enchant their ears. MaHongjun looked towards the Shrek Academy box and smiled faintly. Brothers, how about we win this championship together? All right, good brother. You're showing off and still remember to bring us along. Daimu Bai, was the first to step out of the box. Following him were Oscar, Tang San, and Fat Tiger, and finally, the three girls, all dressed in outfits that blended Hanfu with martial arts attire. Zhu Zhuqing and the others wore colorful fairy dresses and wide-sleeved flowing gowns. The audience suddenly erupted in cheers, as if they had discovered a new world. And all sorts of gossip and discussions began. Meow Meow Fairy, Rabbit Princess, and Little Fairy, oh my god. So they are all friends of the talented MaHongjun. No wonder their singing styles are so similar. I already knew this, according to the news from my cousin's second uncle's aunt's daughter. They all come from a small village outside Shrek City, and they're all geniuses from Shrek Academy, which is known in their village as the Monster Academy, the most famous Soul Master Academy in Soto City. Shrek Academy may only be a mid-level Soul Master Academy, but its students and teachers possess soul power that surpasses those of higher-level academies. In my opinion, it won't be long before Shrek Academy is promoted to the ranks of high-level academies. An informant from the Heavenly Net began to guide public opinion. If one were to open their eyes in a nightmare, facing a cruel world, MaHongjun stood at the center stage, leading the opening, his voice clear and ethereal, while simultaneously fully utilizing the characteristics of sound breathing. The audience was instantly transported into the song's atmosphere, whose heartstrings did the wind stir, lingering but unable to say goodbye. Then Zhu Zhuqing continued with the next line, and everyone was unable to recover from the atmosphere before hearing such a beautiful and moving voice. If the ending is only tragic, fearlessly breaking out of the cocoon against the wind, MaHongjun continued to lead the song, even if the wings are torn apart, returning to the 19th layer of the abyss. Ningrongrong, holding your hand and moving forward, the night and day do not stop. Xiaowu, twisting through time and space, there will be injuries and heartaches, still bravely fighting. The three girls sang in unison. That's what makes a hero. Raising your head amidst endless battles, looking back at you by my side, breaking the curse of fate, making the story immortal. The five boys sang together. The martial soul is wildly surging, protecting your solitary courage. Even if the future is like a torrent, we will not retreat. Everyone sang together. The atmosphere tightly controlled by MaHongjun. If one were to open their eyes in a nightmare, facing a cruel world, the wind stirs whose heartstrings, lingering but unable to say goodbye. If the ending is only tragic, fearlessly breaking out of the cocoon against the wind, holding your hand and moving forward. The night and day do not stop. This song, the group had practiced together for a week. Even Fat Tiger, who had little musical talent, could sing the climax part. Under the cover of sound breathing and the pleasant voices of everyone, his voice actually added a slightly deep flavor to the song. It must be said that this concert, whether in terms of accompaniment or anything else, was already at the top level in this world. Not only with instrumental accompaniment, but also with martial soul-assisted accompaniment. This was something that did not exist in MaHongjun's previous life. The martial soul has always been a mainstay on the Douluo continent. Once this song came out, Su Song, who had already shown some confidence, suddenly dimmed. He knew he had lost, yet he still wanted to shine with the glory of a musician, knowing he would lose, but still wanting to take the stage, just to avoid leaving regrets in his heart. Su Song invited Xue Qianqian, Mao Yi, and Chun Xuanxuan, who did not participate in the competition, all of whom were true elites in the music industry. Together, they sang an anthem, the melody equally passionate, stirring the hearts of many enthusiastic spectators and soul masters. However, in terms of immersion, it was clearly not as moving as the song sung by MaHongjun, who incorporated the sound breathing characteristic. MaHongjun's sound breathing was practically a bug-like existence in a world without the entertainment industry. If it were in a parallel world with an entertainment industry from his previous life, relying on the characteristics of sound breathing, MaHongjun could undoubtedly reach the pinnacle of entertainment and become a billionaire without question. After all, some people's daily income in that circle was measured in units of pleasure. Wanting to become a billionaire was merely a matter of time. Of course, this is just a thought. MaHongjun is not that kind of person. He wouldn't do anything illegal. He is a serious person. In the end, MaHongjun and the others unsurprisingly got full marks, while Su Song and others only scored 118 points, with only Tang Yuehua and Xue Wucheng giving them 9 points. This is understandable. These older generations of soul masters enjoy passionate scenes and don't consider things as comprehensively as Tang Yuehua and the others do. Let's congratulate Shrek Academy for winning the championship of this concert. Today's wonderful content ends here. Tomorrow's champion's solo concert will be even more exciting. Looking forward to seeing you tomorrow. the beautiful host said before hastily leaving the stage and directly heading backstage to ask MaHongjun for an autograph. Once the audience had left, MaHongjun and the others from Shrek stayed in the venue, waiting to interact with other academies. Soon, ordinary spectators began to leave in succession, leaving only the leaders and deans from various high-level Soul Master academies. There were also specialized staff bringing lunch to everyone, which was different from the meals in Shrek Academy, as these lunches were all provided by the Rose Hotel. They were high-end, elegant, understated, and luxurious. Each academy was active in different areas, spending the remaining time of the day getting to know each other. Everyone was enjoying the delicious food provided for free by the Rose Hotel, which included some low-aged soul beast meat. Meanwhile, over at the Blaze Academy, Huwu was insisting on going to Shrek Academy's area to see her idol, MaHongjun. Shrek Academy is just a middle-level academy. Although it is the initiator of this event, it's not our main goal. Let's go to the Tianshui Academy first. The captain of the Blaze Academy team, Huwu Shuang, frowned and said, "No way. What is so good about those little girls? If you want to go, go ahead. I want to go to Shrek to see my male god." Huwu said stubbornly without caring about the captain's opinion. "Sigh, there's really no way to deal with you. After we finish eating, let's go to Shrek Academy and take a look." Huwu Shuang shrugged helplessly and said to the other teammates. The other teammates naturally had no objections and nodded in agreement, as they also wanted to see the three uniquely talented beauties from Shrek Academy. Chapter 112. The bird that sticks its head out gets shot. In the Tianshui Academy area. "Sister, how about we go to Shrek Academy first? I want to discuss some music-related questions with them," Shui Yuer tentatively asked. Let's go." Shui Binger agreed immediately without thinking. Completely ignoring the surprised looks from the other teammates, she put down her food and led the way towards Shrek Academy's area. "Our Shrek Academy has completely become famous this time. After Hongjun's solo concert tomorrow, we will definitely be even more famous," Dai Mubai said with a smile. But the bird that sticks its head out gets shot. We must not be too ostentatious, or it will cause trouble from jealous, small-minded people." Tangsen also nodded and said with some concern, "I laugh with my sword toward the sky, regardless of life or death. Who fears the small-minded?" MaHongjun said proudly. Of course, this was also due to his strong backing and personal strength, making him unafraid of the schemes of small-minded people. Tangsan's caution was understandable due to his lack of strength and his ignorance of the existence of the powerful Haoyan sect behind him. Otherwise, no one knows what Tang Sen would become. Strength is capital, and it can also be the source of trouble. Those who drown are all capable swimmers. At this moment, in the Xiangjia Academy, Hu Yanjun was looking at his son Hu Yanli with a serious tone. "That kid MaHongjun thinks he has some achievements in music and dares to contradict me in person. Since it's an exchange meeting, a competition is inevitable. Lier, you have the potential to be a title Douluo. You will definitely surpass your father in the future. Do you have the confidence to take revenge for me? Don't worry, father. That MaHongjun only has some minor achievements in a side field. If investigated. Although he is only 12 years old, he does have some talent, but he is still too young, merely a soul master. I will make that kid understand the consequences of going against my father's wishes." A hint of jealousy flashed in Hu Yanli's eyes as he spoke coldly. Hu Yanli appeared to be much taller and stronger than MaHongjun, and even the other team members were similar, all over 2 meters tall, with ages exceeding 20. The weakest among them had soul power that surpassed MaHongjun, with 3 being Soul Zone level soul masters and the others close to level 40. Hu Yanjun was not only the principal of Xiangjia Academy, but also the sect master of the Xiangjia sect, with formidable strength and backing from the Spear Hall, which was not something the Fei family could compare to. The 7 team members from Xiangjia Academy were all from their Xiangjia sect: Hu Yanli, Hu Yanba, Hu Yanshan, Hu Yanshi, Hu Yanqi, Hu Yangai, and Hu Yanshi. If Hu Yanjun were not afraid of the toxic Daluo's potent poison and had to face another title Daluo, he would have exploded long ago. He wouldn't have been able to endure until now. With his defensive power, even some title Daluos stronger than the toxic Daluo would find him challenging. Like him, the 7 students from Xiangjia Academy were all defensive-type soul masters, with not only strong defenses, but also considerable attack power. At this moment, the Shrek Academy team, which had not yet obtained soul rings, would truly be uncertain in a match against the Xiangjia Academy team. Of course, this was under the condition that MaHongjun did not reveal his twin martial souls, and Tang Sand could not use hidden weapons. Otherwise, even if they were all Soul Zone, they might not be able to match the Shrek Academy team. MaHongjun clearly did not know that he had already drawn the ire of the Xiangjia sect, but even if he did, he would not be afraid. If he couldn't win, wouldn't he just bring in Dugabo? He wasn't foolish enough to confront someone stronger than himself alone. In the Shrek Academy area, on one of the seats, a few people who had just finished eating were chatting in their academy's audience area with no intention of practicing. At this time, 4 of the Shrek 8 were in need of soul rings and at a bottleneck. The other 3 also had rapidly improving strengths, so it was necessary to relax a bit. MaHongjun sat in the central position on an ordinary audience seat, staring blankly at the distant arena, thinking about how to showcase ancient-style music in the best way on the Douluo continent tomorrow. Bro, you're really amazing. Even I can't help but want to fall in love with you. I bet the women from other academies are looking at you like you're a golden turtle son-in-law. Ning Rongrong suddenly playfully leaned closer to MaHongjun and joked, "Stay away from me. You all know I'm a serious person." MaHongjun quickly controlled his emotions, not letting any inappropriate feelings surface, and said lightly. The others, seeing MaHongjun's expression, couldn't help but chuckle. Being serious is true, but your martial soul is not very serious. Zhu Zhuqing, who usually spoke a lot, was also incredibly relaxed at this moment, and upon hearing MaHongjun's words, she couldn't help but laugh. Haha, Zhuqing, you really understand our fifth brother. The evil fire phoenix is indeed not as serious as fifth brother. Ha ha. Xiaowu couldn't help but laugh out loud. Xiaowu, how can you say that about MaHongjun? After all, martial souls are innate, and they affect Hongjun's desires. You can't change that. Fortunately, Hongjun has a strong will. Otherwise, you all would be in danger and would have to keep your distance from him, Tang San said seriously. The first half of his sentence sounded like a reasonable remark, but he couldn't help but tease MaHongjun in the latter half. It's really unfair. Hongjun has such a lewd and debased martial soul, yet none of you seem to dislike him. I'm just a little lewd with my incantations, and I've been criticized by all of you. It's heartbreaking. Oscar chimed in, making a funny face. Just give a rest. Your martial soul is not only lewd, but you're also lewd yourself. Hongjun is forced by circumstances, and he only thinks about it in his heart without taking action, Dai Mubai said irritably. Having benefited from MaHongjun, Dai Mubai couldn't help but defend him. Fat Tiger just smiled foolishly, wanting to get his soul ring and become a soul sovereign as soon as possible, then go home to show his father his achievements. Although they were just joking among friends, it showed Dai Mubai's loyal character. The atmosphere was harmonious for a moment, but at that time, a disdainful voice came from behind the group. So, our musical genius is actually a morally corrupt person. This is quite the news, haha. 7 burly men, like 7 iron towers, walked in a row from behind the group. The narrow passage that could originally accommodate 3 people walking side by side now only allowed 1 to pass. The speaker was the young leader of the group. They had come specifically to teach MaHongjun a lesson, and the one who just spoke was their captain, Hu Yanli. Chapter 113, Surrounded by Flowers Looking for Death. Dai Mubai, who had been smiling, suddenly turned grim. Without saying a word, he pushed off the ground with both feet and soared into the air, gathering his soul power in his legs and striking down towards Hu Yanli with tremendous force. Hu Yanli never expected Dai Mubai to have such a violent temper. He could only cross his arms to defend himself, and his entire body was sent flying, kicking up dust, and smashing dozens of spectator seats along the way, making MaHongjun shake his head. Oof. With that little bit of strength, you dare to spout nonsense? Remember to keep your mouth clean next time, Dai Mubai said coldly, his tone dismissive. Oh, is that so? Kid, you must be the captain of the Shrek Academy team. I didn't expect a small Shrek Academy to have a nearly level 40 soul master, Hu Yanli said lightly as the dust settled, standing up unharmed. His teammates, standing like iron towers, showed no signs of surprise or movement, unaffected by Dai Mubai's soul power fluctuations. What? He is completely unharmed? Such strong defense. Hongjun, should we go find the dean? Oscar exclaimed in surprise, then quietly approached MaHongjun. He and MaHongjun were both brave men who wouldn't take a loss lying down. Dai Mubai's nearly full-force attack, even without using a soul skill, had failed to hurt his opponent, indicating that the opponent was clearly stronger. Furthermore, the other teammates also looked fierce, seemingly not much weaker than the leader. Your defense is so high. No wonder you dare to speak so arrogantly. If I'm not mistaken, you should be from the Elephant Armor Academy, Dai Mubai said, narrowing his pupils, though he appeared calm on the surface. This exchange meeting was hosted by Shrek Academy, so how could they not investigate the information on other academies? Based on their appearances and defensive capabilities, Dai Mubai instantly guessed their origins. That's right. We are from the Elephant Armor Academy team. It is well known that Shrek Academy wants to use this exchange meeting to elevate to a higher academy. We just want to test whether Shrek Academy has that strength in advance, Hu Yanli said, without caring about Dai Mubai's sneak attack, suppressing his anger while wearing a fake smile. Such a hypocritical expression on such a big man felt somewhat out of place. Hu Yanli learned from his father, Hu Yanjun, that Shrek Academy might have climbed the tree of Douluo, and he thought to find a suitable excuse before teaching MaHongjun a lesson. Otherwise, if they left a handle for a title, even with their background as one of the lower sects and support from the Spirit Hall, it would still be difficult to deal with. Were you? Whether we are qualified or not is up to you to test. Today, I will make you understand that there are people beyond people and heavens beyond heavens. Dai Mubai, who is not known for being a good person, became furious upon hearing Hu Yanli's somewhat arrogant words and wanted to step forward to settle the score. A little tiger is not worthy to spar with my brother. If you want to compete with my brother, defeat me first. Dai Mubai stepped forward expressionlessly. You. Dai Mubai was furious and was about to confront him. Dai Laoda. Don't be impulsive. Let me handle this. MaHongjun suddenly pulled Dai Mubai back and said calmly, all right, Dai Mubai. Seeing MaHongjun stepping up and knowing his strength, took a step back to give MaHongjun space, willingly becoming a supporting role. Although Zhu Zhuqing's attitude towards MaHongjun made him a bit uncomfortable, he never said anything and always regarded MaHongjun as a brother. Especially after MaHongjun gifted him the precious immortal-grade herb, the Qirong Tongtianju, he secretly vowed that if Zhu Zhuqing and MaHongjun hit it off, he would not oppose them and would even support them. Because of what happened that night, he kept a respectful distance from Zhu Zhuqing, who seemed cold but was actually a fierce woman. Although Zhu Zhuqing was his fiancée, their interactions had been minimal. When he was in the Star Luo Empire, Zhu Zhuqing was just an 8 or 9-year-old child. Even if he were a beast, he would not have any improper thoughts about her at that time. Fortunately, Dai Mubai did not know what would happen in the future. Otherwise, the two would not just have a falling out, but would be much worse off because of the butterfly effect caused by MaHongjun, and the current plot had completely deviated from the original path. How do you want to play? Shrek Academy accepts the challenge. But whether we qualify to become a higher academy is not for you to dictate, MaHongjun said very calmly, but his words made the Shrek's 7 monsters nod repeatedly. Not looking for trouble, not afraid of trouble. The reason Shrek Academy went to such lengths to become a higher academy was partly due to their pride, and partly because it was convenient. Yes, it was just convenient. In fact, with the presence of the Skynet, Shrek Academy only needed the poison Dalu to mention it to Emperor Shui Yi to successfully upgrade. However, influenced by MaHongjun, Flander did not want to directly use someone else's hand to force Shrek Academy to upgrade to a higher academy. Not to mention merging with Lu Erlong's Blue Tyrant Academy. Flander had become somewhat chauvinistic like MaHongjun at this point. Alright, since that's the case, let's head to the Soto Great Soul Arena for a 7-on-7 team soul battle, shall we? Hu Yanli chuckled softly as if his conspiracy had succeeded. Is it really good for you all to leave the other academies behind and compete alone? Why not wait until the exchange meeting is over? And then we can go to the Great Soul Arena together to have a match? Yu Qianheng led the titled Royal Academy students coming from one direction, and surprisingly, the teams following them were from the Blaze Academy and the Water Academy. It turned out that the first few teams wanting to exchange had all chosen the mid-level Shrek Academy. Yes, handsome. You can't leave us at Blaze Academy to fight this group of brutes alone. Huo Wu was the first to jump out of the team, gracefully landing next to MaHongjun, and said seductively. The originally not-so-spacious area became even more crowded, and everyone had to find a nearby seat to sit down. The seats around MaHongjun were surrounded by beauties, including Xue Binger and Huo Wu. Du Guyin and Yi Lingling also came to catch up with MaHongjun, while Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing were already around him. The expressions of the Shrek members became odd and somewhat unnatural, and Oscar and Fat Tiger, who were riding on their coattails, felt as if they were dreaming. Did we fall into a fairy's nest? Why are so many beauties coming for our Shrek Academy? Chapter 114. Martial Soul Fusion Skill? Beauty, do we know each other? Under the gaze of many beauties, MaHongjun awkwardly said. He felt that heaven was deliberately teasing him, knowing his martial soul and still allowing so many beauties to surround him. Oh, right, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Huo Wu, the vice captain of the Blaze Academy team. Your singing is truly enchanting. I really like your voice. Can we be friends? Huo Wu looked directly into MaHongjun's eyes, leaning closer and affectionately said. Looking at Huo Wu's fair skin, beautiful face, exquisite features, and hot figure, MaHongjun couldn't help but feel a surge of desire. Hello, Ning Rongrong. My brother already has someone he likes. So please watch your words and don't try to entice my brother. Ning Rongrong seemed to see MaHongjun's embarrassment and quickly pulled him over to stand between them. The space between the seats could barely accommodate 3 people standing. So MaHongjun's chest was almost pressed against Ning Rongrong's back. Rongrong, it's fine. Just be careful with your words. Sorry, Huowu, right? I'm very happy to make friends with a beauty like you. But my martial soul has some issues, so I can't get close to women. Rongrong is just too concerned about me. Please don't mind. MaHongjun suppressed his turbulent emotions and spoke politely. I was reckless. I also have my faults. Upon hearing MaHongjun call her beauty, Huowu shyly lowered her head. Since everyone is here, let us agree to go to the Soto Great Soul Arena for a match tonight. Let us go. Huyenli saw that MaHongjun was familiar with the other academies and realized he couldn't gain any advantage now, so he proposed his opinion. At your service, MaHongjun replied nonchalantly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving 30 kindness points from Huowu. Current total kindness points, 880 points. MaHongjun. It turns out my grandpa was tricked by you to come to Soto City. I was wondering why I couldn't find him. What kind of love potion did you give him? Du Guyan squeezed over when the outsiders left, climbed behind MaHongjun's chair, and pretended to be angry while pinching his ear. Ouch, it hurts. Yin Yan, let go. I know I was wrong. I'll treat you, I'll apologize. Isn't that enough? The charming aura MaHongjun had just created instantly vanished. Hee, that's better. Lingling, you don't need to look for a plant-type genius soul master to be your 9-heart begonia family's son-in-law. Hongjun is quite good. The top-tier beast martial soul. The phoenix can definitely make up for the gap of him not being a plant-type soul master. Du Guyan smiled and then, satisfied, released her grip. Looking at Yi Lingling, who was squinting her eyes with a smile as she watched them, teasingly said, Yin Yanyu, you shouldn't say that anymore. I want to choose anyone other than a plant-type soul master. Hongjun sings really well, and I like it, but I don't have that kind of fortune. Yi Lingling glanced at the beauties around MaHongjun, who were not inferior to her, and softly said, Sigh, that is really a pity. If I had met Hongjun earlier, then I wouldn't have let other girls take advantage of him. Du Guyan glared at Yu Qianheng, who was like a wooden block in the team, and said somewhat angrily, She liked Yu Qianheng, but until now, the two hadn't broken through the last barrier. Yu Qianheng rarely focused on romance, spending most of his time cultivating his soul power. However, anyone with eyes could see that Yu Qianheng truly liked Du Guyan, but he just didn't express it well in terms of feelings. As a result, even though they liked each other, it wasn't apparent, so they didn't show signs of jealousy. The Shrek members exchanged glances, knowing that MaHongjun also had a plant-type martial soul, but they didn't say anything. Although MaHongjun's second martial soul wasn't a big secret, it was still better that fewer people knew about twin martial souls. Du Guyan and the others were evidently unaware, but the other Shrek members suddenly felt that MaHongjun had become mysterious. The members of the titled Royal Academy were clearly very familiar with MaHongjun, greeting him or nodding in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, the Shui Binger sisters, sitting a bit farther away, finally couldn't help but speak. MaHongjun, we meet again. I didn't expect you to have such achievements in music, already able to establish your own school. What a true master. Can we learn some musical knowledge from you? The usually quiet Shui Binger spoke up first, addressing him in such a friendly tone. It's my honor. I can't claim to be a teacher, just mutual learning. MaHongjun turned to the direction of the Water Academy team and humbly replied, Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving 50 kindness points from Shui Binger. Although they were about 7 or 8 meters apart for Soul Masters, this distance was almost no different from being right in front of them. The titled Royal Academy students were seated behind Shrek Academy. To the left was Blaze Academy, and the Water Academy was on the right across the aisle. Sister, it seems that all of your martial souls are Phoenix martial souls. Do you think you and the handsome guy might also have a martial soul fusion skill? Shui Yuya, who was close to Shui Binger, glanced at MaHongjun and then at Shui Binger, suddenly asked somewhat oddly. However, the speaker had no intention, but the listener had an interest. MaHongjun and Shui Binger exchanged a glance, both sensing a connection. MaHongjun felt that what Shui Yuer said wasn't impossible. His current martial soul was certainly not comparable to the fat chicken phoenix in the original story. With both being Phoenix martial souls, one ice and one fire, it was possible that a martial soul fusion skill could emerge. Nonsense, I'm an ice phoenix, and he is a fire phoenix. Ice and fire are opposites. At this point, Shui Binger suddenly stopped. She was somewhat unsure. Ever since she saw MaHongjun, her martial soul had felt a strange attraction, as if there was something about him that drew her in. MaHongjun felt something similar, but having experienced the ice and fire yin-yang eye, he thought that ice and fire might not necessarily be in conflict. They could even promote each other. However, This was just MaHongjun speculation, and he wasn't sure if the two would definitely exhibit a martial soul fusion technique. If they did, the power would undoubtedly be far beyond that of an average martial soul fusion technique. How could the fusion technique produced by two top-level beast martial souls, the Phoenix, be weak? Chapter 115, Battle 1. Hello, beautiful ladies. My name is Oscar, and I am MaHongjun's brother. I wonder if there is anything I can do for you. Having given up on pursuing Ning Rongrong, Oscar couldn't help but feel his heart flutter upon seeing so many beautiful women. Now that the people from the Xiangjia Academy had left and the potential crisis had been lifted, he became somewhat lecherous, looking around at the lovely ladies while introducing himself. Uncle, how old are you this year? Are you also a student of Shrek Academy? Unlike the disdainful looks from others, Shui Yuer, seeing the more mature-looking Oscar, became playful and cutely asked, pretending to be clueless. Tang Sen unconsciously glanced at Xiao Wu beside him, as if to say that the girl looked like she was teasing him. However, Xiao Wu acted as if she hadn't seen it, turning her head away and obviously ignoring Tang San at this moment. "A what? What did you just call me?" Oscar asked incredulously, pointing at his handsome face. "Uncle. Why, aren't you an uncle? Isn't it only creepy uncles who look like you?" Shui Yue replied confidently. "I'm only 14. Big sister. I might even be younger than you. Although I look a bit mature, I don't look like an uncle at all," Oscar said, his face instantly turning serious. "Small? Are you very small?" 14. Indeed a bit small. Shui Yue wanted to continue teasing Oscar. Finally unable to hold back, Shui Binger, her face flushed, angrily scolded, "Shut up. If you keep talking, you won't be allowed to go out anymore." The redness on her face, whether from anger or shyness, left MaHongjun somewhat stunned, not to mention the other males present. The meaning of Shui Binger's words was understood by the men present, while those who didn't understand looked adorably confused, like Fat Tiger. 14 should be quite big, right? I'm only 12, and Xiao Ma is only 10. Fat Tiger was about to say that MaHongjun was also 12. However, Dai Mubai quickly covered Fat Tiger's round mouth, slapping his head and saying, "Watch your words. It's 12, not 10. Otherwise, it can easily lead to misunderstandings, got it?" Ugh, filthy. Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu, who had just realized the situation, both turned a shade of red. Ning Rongrong, sitting next to MaHongjun, appeared unfazed, as such conversations were something she had long since gotten used to. Dai Mubai helplessly spread his hands and then looked at Oscar, indicating that this was not his business. "All right, everyone, stop messing around. Otherwise, after the exchange is over, I'll treat you all to a feast at the Rose Hotel." MaHongjun couldn't help but smile, then looked at Dugu Yin and the others. "Can we join?" Huo Wu and Shui Binger asked somewhat shyly. "Of course, but we have too many people, so we'll have to split into 2 private rooms. I hope you don't mind," MaHongjun said generously. After all, the Rose Hotel was under the Mei family's ownership, and he wouldn't have to pay for the meal, so he didn't feel too pained about it. The so-called exchange was just about sharing their understanding of martial souls and cultivation methods, with the main focus being on progress. The people from the advanced academies were there to check on the cultivation progress of students from other academies in preparation for the Soul Master competition a year later. 2 hours later, the exchange meeting ended, and taking advantage of the early evening, everyone left early and was graciously invited by MaHongjun to the largest couples hotel in Sutuwa City for dinner. The teams included the Blazing Fire team, the Heavenly Water team, the Tiendo team, and the Shrek team. Due to the need for 2 private rooms, everyone sat separately. The other girls from the Heavenly Water Academy were pushed by the Shui sisters toward the boys from the Blazing Fire Academy and the Tiendo Academy, using the excuse of exchanging music to follow them into Shrek Academy's private room. Huo also came to Shrek Academy's private room separately, and Yi Lingling was dragged there by Dugu Yin. The private room was spacious. Even with the addition of 5 people, there were only 13 in total, which wasn't crowded. Rock, paper, scissors, scissors. The group hadn't even sat down when they saw Ning Rongrong and Shui Yue seemingly playing rock, paper, scissors. Suddenly, I won. I want to sit next to Junshun. Sister, come sit. You're cheating. No way, you were slow. Let's do it again, Ning Rongrong said, looking somewhat unhappy. All right, Rongrong, 5th brother is from Shrek Academy. They can't steal him away, so just let her have it. After all, they are our guests. Zhu Zhuqing pulled the reluctant Ning Rongrong aside and quietly advised her. Fine. After saying that, she casually found a spot slightly closer to the main seat and started whispering with Zhu Zhuqing. As Shui Yue pushed Shui Binger to sit on the left side of the main seat and was about to sit on the right, Huo Wu was 1 step ahead and directly took the seat next to MaHongjun. MaHongjun was a bit unsure whether he should sit at the main seat, but since he was the host, the others wouldn't overshadow him, and he could only sit down at the main seat with determination. Gentle Yi Lingling naturally found a random spot and sat down with Dogu Yin. Shui Yu angrily took a seat to the left of Shui Bing and then looked at Oscar, sweetly asking, "Uncle, can I sit here?" "Ah, yes, yes." Oscar quickly stood up, looking happy as he sat beside her. Tang San and Dai Mubai exchanged glances, smiled at each other, and sat down next to each other. Xiao Wu naturally followed Tang San and sat down with him. Before long, everyone became familiar with each other. Upon learning that the Shrek members were so young, the others from the three teams were somewhat surprised. Especially upon hearing that MaHongjun was about to reach level 39, they displayed expressions of disbelief. Xiao Wu and Tang San were similarly shocked. After taking the fairy grass, they had both reached around level 36 in soul power. You Shrek Academy truly live up to your reputation as a monster academy, achieving similar strength at such a young age. Sigh. It seems the older sister is really getting old. Dogu Yin sighed, somewhat forlornly. Sister Yin is not old at all. We also benefited from fifth brother's influence. So we gained some other opportunities to have our current strength. After becoming familiar with each other, Ning Rongrong spoke a bit indiscreetly. "Rongrong." Tang San called out to Ning Rongrong in a deep voice, signaling her to stop talking nonsense. MaHongjun didn't mind, but still tried to smooth things over, saying, "It's fine, it's not a big secret, and besides, it's already been used up. Congratulations, host, you have received 10 kindness points from Ning Rongrong." MaHongjun had privately asked the artifact spirit. Generally, the first time you receive kindness points, you get more, but it becomes increasingly difficult afterward until you can no longer obtain any. Chapter 116. Fight. Fight for what? In the evening, as night fell, the Soto Great Soul Arena was brightly lit. In the Rose Hotel, MaHongjun and the others ate to their heart's content and drank to excess. The one with the best drinking capacity wasn't MaHongjun or the robust and hefty fat tiger. Surprisingly, it was Shui Bing and Ning Rongrong, who had initially insisted they couldn't drink. When young people gather together and get happy, they tend to lose all restraint. With so many people celebrating together, they didn't use their soul power to dispel the alcohol's effects and naturally drank until they were in a stupor. Most of the boys were sprawled on the table, bleary-eyed, but all insisted, "I'm really not drunk, I can still drink," which was naturally due to the fact that most of the voices at the table were female. The Tiando Royal Battle Team's Blaze Academy private room was no better off, having been treated to a round of drinks by Ning Rongrong, and they were all drunk as well. "Help me up. I can still drink. MaHongjun suddenly stood up and shouted before collapsing back down. His drinking capacity was decent. At least he wasn't passed out like Tang San and the others. Ning Rongrong and Shui Bing were suddenly attracted by his shout, and seeing MaHongjun slump down again, they couldn't help but smile. They didn't expect that MaHongjun, who usually appeared composed, polite, and seemingly in control of everything, would have such a cute side. Then, the two girls teamed up to book a private room for MaHongjun. After settling the other girls, they left the heavily intoxicated boys behind. However, just as the two girls were about to send the last girl, Xiao Wu, to the suite to rest, Xiao Wu woke up bleary-eyed. "Oh, what time is it now? I accidentally fell asleep while drinking. Didn't we agree to go to the Soto Great Soul Arena to fight the Xiangjia Academy team?" Xiao Wu said. "Oh, they're all this drunk. How can they participate in the soul battle? Besides, the people from Xiangjia Academy don't look like good ones either. It's not safe for us to notify them. So let's just leave them hanging." Ning Rongrong said helplessly, glancing at the other boys who were snoring on the table. "Is it really okay to leave them here sleeping? What if they catch a cold?" Xiao Wu asked with a hint of worry as she looked at Tang San. "Everyone is soul masters. They shouldn't catch a cold so easily. Besides, the hotel is fully booked. There's only one room left. Brother Wu has one. Huo Wu and Shui Yueter have one. Yin Yin and Yi Lingling have one. And I have one with Binger. They only have one room left for us. The three of us girls can squeeze together without any issue. How about letting Tang San and Brother Wu share a room?" Ning Rongrong understood Xiao Wu's meaning. She was concerned about Tang San. "No way. Brother Wu's martial soul is too unstable. I don't feel safe. What if something happens? No. How about you all sleep in Brother Wu's room? You all look like you're not drunk and can keep an eye on him. And I can share a room with Tang San. After all, each suite has 2 beds. If Brother Wu's evil fire erupts, you can react in time. Even if nothing happens, Brother Wu treats us so well. It's only right to look after him." Xiao Wu firmly refused, then suddenly had a mischievous idea and looked at the two girls. "Binger, what do you think of Xiao Wu's suggestion? Ning Rongrong asked Shui Binger with a slight blush, clearly excited by Xiao Wu's words. Will this be inappropriate? What is this evil fire you mentioned? Shui Binger hiesit antli asket. Due to the alcohol, her cheeks were flushed, making it hard to tell if she was truly shy or just a bit tipsy. What could possibly be wrong? If I don't say anything and you don't say anything, who would know? Evil fire is just a man's impulsive desire. Because of his martial soul, Brother Wu's abilities in that aspect are quite strong. Binger, I saw Brother Wu drinking quite a bit before I fell asleep. Can you really trust him to sleep alone like that? You can rest assured, nothing will happen. I heard that drunk men usually sleep until noon the next day, so you don't need to worry. Besides, in that state, he definitely isn't a match for either of you. Xiao Wu said, seeing the anticipation in Ning Rongrong's eyes, and as a good friend, she naturally wanted to support her. The reason for bringing Shui Binger along was that she was powerful. If MaHongjun's evil fire erupted, she would be able to help. All right then, it seems we have no choice. Tomorrow Hongjun has his solo concert, so I'll sleep in the living room to keep an eye on him. If he wakes up late, I can wake him up early. What do you think, Rongrong? Shui Binger said. Although she had gotten closer to MaHongjun after the events at the table, she was still not very familiar with him, and clearly, they had not reached the point of sharing a room. That's settled then. As for the Xiangjia Academy matter, we girls don't need to worry about it. Let them wait. Ning Rongrong eagerly agreed. Poor members of the Xiangjia Academy team had already been waiting at the Soto Great Soul Arena for MaHongjun for a whole hour, but still saw no sign of him. At the Soto Great Soul Arena, in a private room. Big brother, that guy would really leave us hanging, would he? Should we send someone to look for them? Hu Yanba looked at Hu Yin Li, whose expression was growing darker, and couldn't help but ask, what is there to look for? After all, this is their territory. Let us go. We probably won't be able to wait any longer. You go explain the situation to the manager of the Great Soul Arena. The compensation we deserve must not be less. Let us go. Hu Yanli snorted coldly, and then walked out of the private room, not forgetting to reassure the manager of the Great Soul Arena, who had been stood up by them. The background of the Great Soul Arena was not something they could provoke. Even if it was backed by the Xiangjia sect, they wouldn't easily stir up trouble. In all the main cities of the Douluo continent, there were branches of the Great Soul Arena, and the scale of the Great Soul Arena was a symbol of a city's strength. Each Great Soul Arena was named after the city it was located in. Here, soul masters could pit their martial souls against each other, competing in soul power and strength, which greatly helped in improving their practical combat abilities early on. Each city's Great Soul Arena did not belong solely to the two empires or the Spirit Hall. It was an independent force outside all factions. Although, nominally, it was a third-party force formed by the two empires and the Spirit Hall leading the 7 major sects. In reality, according to the intelligence of the Heavenly Net, the Great Soul Arena was far more complex than it appeared on the surface, with many hidden forces and families involved. Chapter 117. Above the heavens in the vast universe, there are myriad worlds, including 3,000 great worlds and countless middle and small worlds. However, above these worlds, there are 9 ancient worlds unknown to humanity. One of these ancient worlds is above the heavens, a mysterious and powerful realm, where a catastrophic war is currently erupting. Who claims to be invincible? Who dares to say they are undefeated? The ruthless emperor of the wilderness, Shihao, traverses the river of time and space, leading the all-conquering Emperor Yifan, the Saint Ruined Chu Feng, the troublesome Chu Nan, the empress who waits for your return in the mundane world, the formidable emperor of the great Tao, and the unbeginning emperor who has realized the emptiness of the Tao at the end of the immortal path, along with the 10 strongest resurrected fiends, including the 9-leaf swordgrass, the stone of God, the Kuanpeng, the true dragon, the phoenix, the Qilin, the thunder emperor, the skyhorn ant, the cicada, and the 9 nether hounds attacking above the heavens. These individuals possess immense power, all having ascended to the realm of immortal emperors, with Shihao's strength being particularly powerful and mysterious, even surpassing that of an immortal emperor. Above the heavens cannot be considered the only true realm, or rather, it is not completely the only true realm. There are quite a number of immortal emperor powerhouses in above the heavens who possess complete reincarnation, but those above the immortal emperor level are indeed rare. The emperor of the wilderness is powerful, having once ruled the ages alone, and with so many strong allies behind him, the two sides in this battle are evenly matched, suffering heavy casualties, yet neither side retreats, even a little. The story begins like this. Due to the Emperor of the Wilderness's unilateral rule over the ages, killing the corpses and sealing the ages, the powerhouses of above the heavens began to take action, sending strong beings across time and space. At this moment, the three heavenly emperors of the covering the sky were overwhelmed and fought alongside the remnants of Shi Hao's heavenly army. But they were defeated by the powerhouses descending from above the heavens, mercilessly slaughtered. However, Shi Hao, who had gained a great opportunity and advanced in cultivation, mastered the secret method of resurrection. He shattered the river of time and space, successfully rescuing Yi Fan and the others, and then used the resurrection secret method to return to the time they were killed, successfully reviving them. After a long period of rescue and cultivation, everyone's strength had greatly increased. The Emperor of the Wilderness, Shi Hao, had almost shattered the river of time and space, gathering all the strongest beings that could be gathered from a myriad worlds throughout history. A decisive battle against the strongest forces of above the heavens ensued. And this battle involved not just the immortal domain, but all the myriad worlds. After this battle, the myriad worlds under above the heavens became ruins. Among the strongest existences, besides the Emperor of the Wilderness, Shi Hao, who ruled the ages, and the all-conquering Emperor Yi Fan, Chu Feng, and the nine-leaf swordgrass were also exceptionally powerful. However, in this battle, although the nine-leaf swordgrass reached new heights and successfully eliminated dozens of immortal emperor powerhouses, it itself was completely extinguished, leaving behind only a seed. Due to the shattering of time and space, the Emperor of the Wilderness, Shi Hao, was unable to cross this time point, and thus could not revive the incredibly powerful nine-leaf swordgrass, which had little fortune accompanying it. This seed was ultimately collected by the Emperor of the Wilderness. Shi Hao, the great battle was not over, but time and space began to shatter, and everyone had to discuss stopping the war. In the end, Shi Hao led many strong beings who had died and were revived by him to establish a foothold in above the heavens. Once settled, Shi Hao ventured alone into a mysterious dusty world deep within the Sea of Realms, where he had obtained the resurrection secret method. This resurrection secret method differs from the immortal emperor's method of traversing the river of time and space to rescue others. It can only save the weak and cannot affect the operation of time and space. Instead, it allows for the resurrection of beings above the immortal emperor level. By traversing the river of time and space to retrieve a fragment of true spirit from a living being 3 minutes before their death, one can return to the present and use special methods to gather the dissipated true spirit and then revive them. However, the nine-leaf swordgrass unfortunately died in the central area of the shattered time and space. If it weren't for the main battlefield, Shi Hao, with his current strength, still had a way to pull back a fragment of true spirit, but now it was clearly impossible. Therefore, Shi Hao took the seed left by the nine-leaf swordgrass, hoping to see if he could revive it in this mysterious, dusty world. If it weren't for the unexpectedly powerful strength of the nine-leaf swordgrass, Shi Hao might have already been killed by that formidable presence. Thus, out of gratitude, Shi Hao wanted to go to great lengths to revive the nine-leaf swordgrass. Upon entering the dusty world, Shi Hao arrived at the center of the world, stopping before an array radiating mysterious patterns. He had never dared to approach this place before, as he had a premonition that if he stepped in, he might never return. At his level of strength, he had an inexplicable sense of danger regarding his own safety. After some calculations, Shi Hao had a strange premonition that if he placed the seed of the nine-leaf swordgrass into the array, it might bring about a new life for the nine-leaf swordgrass. Without hesitation, Shi Hao, who was never lacking in action, did just that. As the seed left by the nine-leaf swordgrass was sent into the center of the mysterious patterned array, after just a moment's breath, a brilliant light flashed, and countless spiritual energies began to converge here. The entire world, even the Sea of Realms, trembled accordingly. Then the phenomenon appeared quickly and disappeared just as fast, along with the nine-leaf swordgrass at the center. After Shi Hao exited, this mysterious world concealed itself once again as if nothing had ever happened. One of the 9 ancient worlds, the Star Transformation World, saw the soul crystallization of the Life God King, Zhuo Qiumei, after her death, transform into 2 tiers of meteor. One fell into the hands of Qin Yu on the purple mysterious star, while the other, meant to land on the Princess Jiang Li of the Divine Realm Snowfall City, was unexpectedly intercepted by a seed that fell from the sky, taking away this tear of meteor containing immense vitality, and then vanished without a trace. On the Douluo continent, MaHongjun was still sound asleep, completely unaware that a change was quietly happening regarding something that concerned his and the future survival of the Douluo continent. His four-leaf clover martial soul trembled violently when the nine-leaf sword grass absorbed the vitality of the tear of meteor, as if something urgent was happening, and it automatically emitted soul power, dispelling the alcohol aura from MaHongjun's body. As a result, MaHongjun successfully broke through to level 39. He opened his eyes, still unaware of what had happened, and looked at his improved strength in confusion. Before he could check the situation, Shui Binger, feeling the fluctuation of soul power, anxiously pushed the door open and entered. She discovered that the two people sleeping on the adjacent beds were both staring at her in bewilderment. Although there were two beds, they were very close together, only a step apart, with MaHongjun lying on one side and Ning Rongrong on the other. Sister Binger, what are you doing here? I just woke up. Oh, fifth brother, you woke up? Weren't you drunk? Ning Rongrong, somewhat disheveled and still groggy, rubbed her eyes and looked at Shui Binger at the door. But before she could finish speaking, she noticed that MaHongjun had already woken up on the other bed. Instantly, like a child caught doing something wrong, he wrapped himself in a small blanket, exposing only his little head, shyly asking. Chapter 118, Buddha, I accidentally broke through. The soul power automatically circulated, and the alcohol aura disappeared, so I woke up early. Why? Did you do something unspeakable to me? MaHongjun looked at Ning Rongrong's cute appearance and, feeling in a good mood, couldn't help but tease her. I didn't secretly kiss you. Ning Rongrong, like a student caught sneaking a snack, panicked and hurriedly denied it. Rongrong, you're being too silly, MaHongjun said, joking with her. Shui Binger couldn't help but laugh out loud, looking at MaHongjun with amusement. Oh no, this is so embarrassing, I won't talk to you anymore. Ning Rongrong reacted, her face turning red, and then she burrowed into the blanket, wrapping herself tightly. Just kidding. So, how did I end up here? Did you guys bring me here? MaHongjun's face was also a bit awkward, and then he looked at Shui Binger to change the subject. Well, because there weren't enough rooms, and you all were drunk, Rongrong couldn't bear to let you sleep at the table like the others, so we brought you back to stay with us. Shui Binger explained it simply. Thank you. And MaHongjun looked gratefully at Shui Binger. He was very touched that the two girls didn't care about their reputation and let him stay with them. No need to thank me. Shui Binger was a kind girl and naturally wouldn't say much. The two exchanged glances and found themselves a bit awkward, not knowing what to say. How about you sleep here, and I'll go sleep in the living room? MaHongjun suggested tentatively. Shui Binger had no idea what she was thinking and instinctively nodded. By the time she realized it, MaHongjun had already left the room. MaHongjun arrived in the spacious living room, lay down on the only sofa, and was just about to fall asleep when he suddenly caught a faint scent of a woman lingering in the air. Is this where Shui Binger just slept? This is really sinful. After saying that, MaHongjun quickly sat cross-legged, forcing himself to calm down and using his soul power to suppress the inner fire. The quality of his evil fire phoenix martial soul had become even stronger, and the evil fire had grown accordingly, with desires in that aspect exceeding those of a normal person by more than 20 times. Meanwhile, in the room, after calming down, Shui Binger looked at the bed where MaHongjun had slept and hesitated a bit. Her face flushed with shame as she wanted to discuss with Ning Rongrong about squeezing in together to sleep. However, Ning Rongrong had her head buried tightly in the blanket, clearly not suitable to disturb her. In the end, she could only sit on the bed, and, as soon as she did, she caught a whiff of that unique scent of a man from MaHongjun. It wasn't the smell of sweat and was not unpleasant. In fact, MaHongjun's scent was more pleasant than that of most women. This was naturally related to MaHongjun's luck grass martial soul, which had a mysterious origin and was definitely not as simple as just being MaHongjun's martial soul. Finally, suppressing her inner shyness, Shui Binger also sat cross-legged on the bed in practice for the entire night. The next morning, MaHongjun's champion concert, under the full support of Douluo Duong, successfully opened, with the first song being Yushitan. With strength that can lift mountains and a spirit that covers the world when the time is not right. The steed does not pass. When a steed does not pass, what can be done? What can be done? MaHongjun invited Shui Binger and Zhu Zhuqing to join him in singing this ancient-style song. With a long spear, I ride to bring peace to the world. Yet this farewell is difficult. A voice of you, oh you brings tears to my eyes. Let's drink this cup of warmth and cold together. The audience erupted in excitement. What a heavenly sound. They had never heard such a melody, such a soul-stirring song. The emotions in the song left the audience feeling drained. The second song, Wang Chuanbian, I am willing to give up everything for you, Let me ferry you in this life. The red petals of the Bayan flower are scattered everywhere. Who will care if she is crying? Kneeling in front of the Buddha for 1,000 years without seeing the Buddha's compassion, I really want to see her again. I cross the Wangchuan and walk to the other shore, hoping she can look back. Sanso li bu MaHongjun. His weathered voice expressed a love that could not be attained, evoking sympathy in everyone present who had experienced or longed for love. I'll bring you the third song, which is also a love song, Duabu Du Ta. I hope everyone will like it. Before I sing this song, I want to tell you a story. Please tell me loudly. Do you want to hear it? MaHongjun's voice was like magic, standing on stage like a born deity. Yes, the deafening chorus of responses rose and fell, and MaHongjun's singing had already brought their emotions to a realm of empathy. Once upon a time, there was a princess who lived near a temple. As a child, she would accompany her father to worship the Buddha and met a little monk who was always hitting the wooden fish. Every day, the princess would look for him a play and always brought him some treats. The little monk, holding the wooden fish, was always shy and cautious, smiling and listening as the princess laughed and chatted. The little monk's favorite food was candied hawthorn. Though he never said so, the princess would always bring him a stick of candied hawthorn whenever she visited. Thus, 6 years passed. The little monk's cultivation level grew higher, and the princess became more beautiful. One day, the princess's father came to find the little monk's master with a frown. The princess also acted strangely, no longer laughing or playing. Looking at the puzzled little monk, the princess asked, "Monk, do you like me?" The monk did not speak, and the princess, seeing this, said disappointedly, "I see." At that moment, the princess's father came out to take her away. But the princess did not want to leave the little monk and insisted on staying by his side. The little monk, however, said, "Men and women should be kept apart. Princess, please return." But the princess shouted at the little monk, "I like you." The little monk merely turned silently, with his back to her, and walked back to his room. Later, the princess never came again. Day after day, week after week, she never returned. The little monk's cultivation continued to rise. One day, as he planned to focus on studying Buddhism, he received devastating news. The princess had died, dressed in a red wedding gown, hanging herself. It turned out that a morally corrupt prince had taken a liking to the princess and wanted to forcibly marry her. The princess did not want to, and her father, for her happiness, pleaded with the little monk's master to help fulfill her happiness. But the little monk's master said he was a true Buddha and did not want him to give up his future for romantic feelings. On the night before the wedding, the drunken prince came to the princess's door, forced his way into her chamber, and took her innocence. The little monk found the princess's body. Looking at her corpse dressed in a red wedding gown, covered with a red veil, he said, "Since the Buddha does not ferry her, then I will become a demon to protect her." The next day, he found the prince who had driven the princess to death and slit his throat with a sword. 7 years had passed without a single farewell, and there were no more dark flowers in the temple, only this bit of Bodhi. I asked the Buddha, "Why do you ferry me, but not her? Why? In my past lives, I have sown nothing but concern. Has this little monk turned back?" My voice grows hoarse and chanting. There is no longer her beneath this temple, and Bodhi does not ferry her. Tears flowed from the audience like a flood that could not be contained, overwhelmed by the emotional resonance of MaHongjun's voice. Note, the setting includes the presence of Buddha in the Douluo continent, and everyone naturally understands the concept of Buddha. The fourth song, Spring Courtyard Snow. This life is too long, yet stops just within reach. Who still remembers the time when the pear blossoms were like snow? My heart is unyielding as stone. My heart cannot be rolled up like a mat, gazing empty. The depth of love is hard to decipher. Chapter 119, Long Kue and Jing Tian. The fifth song, Green Silk, You Do Not See Me Dance Gracefully, You Do Not See Me Play the Zither Softly, performed by Zhu Zhuqing alongside MaHongjun. The pair became the focus of the entire audience for a moment. MaHongjun didn't know that because of this song, Zhu Zhuqing and he became a couple in the public's eyes. The sixth song is Heavenly Fate. The seventh song is Great Heavenly Pong. What is there to fear about the cycle of heaven and earth, about souls scattering and spirits flying? It's only sad if their no you. The emotions are deep and heartfelt, melodious and captivating, with a touch of heroism in the tenderness. At this point, no one in the audience could help but admire MaHongjun's talent. Feeling a bit tired from singing, he thought, what should I do if it's too touching and I don't want to sing anymore? MaHongjun suddenly stopped, jokingly holding the soul guide microphone in his hand, and said, my great sword martial soul is already eager and impatient. A soul master with a martial soul of a sword didn't directly respond to MaHongjun's words, but shouted loudly at him on stage. As long as you're not embarrassed, the one who is embarrassed is others. From now on, whenever you start singing, I'll be ready with tissues waiting for you. A beautiful girl with strong empathy, wiping her tears with tissues, said earnestly, "Stop the nonsense, old driver. Hurry up and tell the story. Open the door. We're getting on the car." Huh. A clever voice came from somewhere in the audience, and despite the noisy environment due to the use of soul power, most people could hear it clearly. It seems some of you have guessed it. That's right, I'm going to tell a story again. The next song is also a touching love song, but it's not just about love. It also speaks of the everlasting bond of family and friendship. There will be 3 songs in total: This Life Unchanged, Love, Through Lifetimes, and Forget Time. This story is about a princess named Longkue who grew up with her brother, the Crown Prince Longyang. When they played games, Longkue would feel scared, and Longyang would tightly grip her shoulders, vowing to always protect his sister. The bond between these siblings was particularly strong. Longyang tirelessly sought out one beautiful wide-sleeved, flowing fairy dress after another for Longkue, just to surprise her. In the palace, the only ones who could treat Longkue as an equal were their father and mother, and second to them was Longyang. However, their mother passed away early, and the loneliness in the palace made Longkue feel scared. So Longyang naturally became her reason for living. Longkue loved her brother, and this love was not a simple attraction. Their country was engulfed in war, and while Longyang fought outside, Longkue remained alone in the palace, waiting year after year for her brother to return safely. When Longyang returned for the first time, he had a scar on his face. Longkue touched that shocking scar and couldn't help but cry out in pain. When Longkue secretly disguised herself as a soldier to join Longyang on the battlefield, Longyang glared at her, dragging her out of the troops and breaking her leg to protect her safety. Longyang was a great hero and also a good brother, protecting his sister Longkue well. But he fought bloody battles outside to prevent their people from being enslaved by other countries, while Longkue stayed safely in the palace, filled with guilt. There were rumors that forging a magic sword could save the kingdom of Jiang from destruction. Longyang gathered sorcerers and spent over 100 days forging the magic sword, which was plunged into the blazing furnace, the red glow symbolizing the hope of Jiang's survival. When Longyang finally withstood the enemy's invasion and reached that day, the sorcerers told him that the final step to forge the magic sword required Longkue's flesh and blood. Longkue cried out, wanting to sacrifice herself to the sword, but Longyang, with a stern face, said, "Without that sword, I can still kill the enemy." Unfortunately, after Longyang left, the siblings bid a final farewell. Longyang's letter reached Longkue's hands, which contained his last wish for her to live well. However, the obedient Longkue once again defied her brother's wishes, grabbed Longyang's letter, leaped into the sea of flames in the sword-forging pool, merging her soul with the magic sword. In the end, the magic sword became so powerful that it, along with Longkue, was imprisoned by the strongest sect in the mortal realm, Shushan, in a tower resembling purgatory. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 years passed. During this millennium, Longkue was tormented by the demons within, her mind split into 2. After 1,000 years, Longkue escaped from a magic sword and saw a person who looked exactly like Longyang, named Jing Tian. She was overjoyed, tears streaming down her face as she called out brother. But Jing Tian remained indifferent and even wary of her. Nevertheless, Longkue believed that her 1,000 years of suffering and waiting were worth it. Her brother had just forgotten her, and he would remember again. Longkue kept watching over Jing Tian, feeling that this life was finally her turn to protect her brother. However, we all know that Jing Tian is not Longyang. Longyang had already died in that war. In the end, Jing Tian had to duel with the evil sword immortal, transcending the 6 realms to save the world. A journey that might mean he would never return. For Jing Tian, so that the magic sword in his hand could regain its divine power and increase his chances of overcoming the evil sword immortal, Longkue leaped once more, sacrificing her soul to the sword, representing her complete disappearance from this world. In the end, Jing Tian defeated the evil sword immortal and saved the world. But he could never see his sister again. Below the stage, there was a profound silence. While MaHongjun spoke, he even utilized the characteristics of the breath of sound, allowing everyone to immerse themselves in the story. Such a touching story made it impossible for anyone with a conscience to smile, and emotions ran low. "Woo, it's too touching, I'm crying. Hongjun, you're so bad, always making people cry." A beautiful girl was the first to break the silence, crying out loud. MaHongjun broke into a sweat, unsure of what he had done to her. Fifth brother. I. Am I wearing the wide-sleeved, flowing fairy dress that Lonkue wore in the story? Ning Rongrong from the Shrek Academy area stood up, tearful and excited, and came to the stage to ask. MaHongjun was first surprised, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, then looked at the audience and said, "That's right. Did you all see? This is my seventh sister, Ning Rongrong. I believe you all have seen her too. Isn't she beautiful? Yes, she is. The dress she's wearing is so beautiful, just like a fairy. So beautiful, it's stunning. Little fairy, what she's wearing is the wide-sleeved flowing fairy dress that I personally gifted her, produced by Tainlada Wang. The authentic wide-sleeved flowing fairy dress, sold for only 100 gold soul coins each. For those interested, you can collect a set." MaHongjun shamelessly took the opportunity to advertise. "I want to buy it. Husband, I want it. If you don't give it to me, we'll break up. I'll sell everything to buy a wide-sleeved flowing fairy dress." At this moment, the men in the audience with partners wished they could tear MaHongjun apart to vent their frustration. Time flows endlessly, circling back to the past. The deep changes are not distant. Even after 10,000 years, deep feelings. Looking back, there's no distance. Gradually forgetting the time. The beautiful melody, touching to the heart, a story that moves the heavens and earth. With the story of the fairy sword as a backdrop. Everyone fell in love with these three songs at this moment. Even those who didn't love listening to songs. P.S. I haven't been in the mood to write lately. So, just one update a day. I hope those reading the pirated version can go to Qidian to read. If you're really financially strained, you can go to the QQ browser to read for free, but please don't go to pirated sites or Bkuj. Reading pirated versions will only lead to the disappearance of my book. Chapter 120, the beginning of the end. The concert has ended, but the legend belonging to MaHongjun has just begun. After agreeing to meet a year later at the Continental Senior Soul Master Competition with Shui Bing, Wu, Yi Lingling, Dugiyin, Yu Qianheng, Huo Wushuang, and others, everyone returned to their respective academies to cultivate. As for the scheduled duel with the Xiangjia Academy, MaHongjun and the others had completely forgotten about it. After letting the people from Xiangjia Academy down once, they found it strange that Xiangjia Academy did not bother MaHongjun and the others again. As a result, as MaHongjun and the others expected, the story of Xianjian since spread widely, and the flowing fairy skirts became popular, along with similar styles like the colorful fairy dress. 3 days later, an edict was issued from the Imperial Palace of the Tiando Empire, promoting Shrek Academy to a Senior Soul Master Academy. In a magnificent room in the Tiando Imperial Palace, the Snow Knight Emperor sat in the main position, looking at the elegant and noble gentlewoman beside him, and couldn't help but say helplessly, "I didn't expect that you, who come from the world's #1 sect, the Haotian sect, would praise someone so much. Is that student from Shrek Academy really as talented as you say? Your Majesty, I originally went according to your wishes, and since I personally love vocal music, I went. Before that, I didn't know those people. But when I arrived in Soto City, I found that MaHongjun is quite extraordinary. Not only is his soul power cultivation talent exceptionally strong, but his mental power talent is also unparalleled. His singing seems to contain a kind of power similar to mental strength, allowing listeners to unconsciously immerse themselves in his emotions. Even a titled Douluo, caught off guard, would be drawn in. Isn't such talent enough for me to praise him?" Tang Yuehua, the master of the Moon Pavilion, asked seriously. "Well, if that's the case, it is indeed quite remarkable. I would like to meet this young talent when I have the chance." The Snow Knight Emperor adjusted his beard and laughed heartily. "Yes, there will be opportunities. Your Majesty personally negotiating with the Spirit Hall and the Xingluo Empire to have Shrek Academy specially approved as a Senior Soul Master Academy is precisely to see the future achievements of those geniuses from Shrek Academy." Tang Yuehua said lightly with a slight nod. The soul power levels of the Shrek 8 monsters were naturally exposed through the exchange meeting, and it was not a secret. Anyone who cared to investigate could find out. Indeed, nothing can be hidden from you, Master of the Moon Pavilion. Haha, as an honorary guest of the Tiando Empire, a title Doa being pulled to be his senior advisor, how could I not pay attention to them? The Snow Knight Emperor said with a hearty laugh. Speaking frankly, well, Your Majesty, if there is nothing else, I will take my leave. Tang Yuehua nodded slightly and bowed to take her leave, her etiquette proper, but she seemed unwilling to discuss political matters with the Snow Knight Emperor. Sigh, when will your Haotian sect emerge? The Spirit Hall is too frighteningly calm now. I always feel that they're secretly plotting something. At that time, I wonder if the strength of our Tiando Empire will be able to withstand the Spirit Hall's schemes. The Snow Knight Emperor, seeing this, had no intention of blaming her, sighed, and said with some worry, "If MaHongjun were here, he would be surprised by the Snow Knight Emperor's intelligence. Upon careful consideration, how could a generation of emperors be simple? It's a pity that in the end, he was deceived by the snow, clear river transformed by Qianren Xue. After being poisoned multiple times, although he was barely cured in the end, his life was still limited. Otherwise, with the strength of the Tiando Empire in his hands, the future would surely reach greater heights. Sigh, how could such matters be decided by a mere woman like me, when the strength is sufficient to contend with the Spirit Hall? I believe the Haotian sect will naturally emerge again, allowing the prestige of Haotian to resound once more across the Douluo continent." Tang Yuehua also sighed softly, her tone slightly helpless, but soon enveloped by an innate sense of pride. "In the Star Doe Forest, Zhu Qing, this phantom demon leopard is very suitable for you to absorb, but the age of the soul ring seems a bit too high. Absorbing it should come with certain risks. You decide whether or not to absorb it." MaHongjun pointed to the phantom leopard he had subdued at his feet and said gently to Zhu Zhuqing, "If I encounter danger, will you help me, Brother Wu?" Zhu Zhuqing did not immediately agree, but instead looked at MaHongjun and asked. After their duet on stage, Zhu Zhuqing could no longer suppress her affection for MaHongjun. "Of course, we are good partners and the best of friends. If any of you encounter danger, I will do my utmost to save you, whether you are human or—" MaHongjun did not finish a sentence, but cast a glance at Xiao Wu. Yet, it was this glance that left Xiao Wu utterly stunned. She did not expect MaHongjun to see through her identity. "What else, brother? I feel like you're more articulate than when I first met you." "Hee, I'm moved by what you said." Ning Rongrong, unaware of the meaning behind MaHongjun's words, teased with a smile. "Still a pig, I will protect you all." "Haha, you can rest assured." MaHongjun couldn't help but smile, then changed the subject, laughing heartily. Xiao Wu breathed a sigh of relief at his words, but dared not be certain if MaHongjun truly knew. However, seeing that he held no malice, she felt at ease. "You are the pig. I think I should take back what I just said," Ning Rongrong said angrily, putting her hands on her hips. All right, everyone stop joking. Hongjun, are you sure you want Zhu Qing to absorb this soul ring? This is a phantom demon leopard close to 2,000 years old. Although it is very suitable for Zhu Qing's martial spirit and will reduce the difficulty of absorption, according to my teacher's theory says, the age limit for a third soul ring should not exceed 1,760 years, while this old beast exceeds that limit by at least 230 years. Tang Sen reminded seriously, although he knew about MaHongjun's mystery, and that this 1,000-year soul beast was subdued by MaHongjun himself very easily. He still felt a bit uneasy and reminded him, Little San, I know you respect your teacher very much, but I must say that not everything the master says is correct. While I cannot deny his research on martial spirits, you must understand that the so-called limit on soul ring age is only relevant to the physical strength of ordinary soul masters. After Zhu Qing consumes the celestial grade item, her physical strength and soul power will become even more powerful and pure. It's just over 200 years more. With me here, it shouldn't be a problem, though she might have to endure some hardship. MaHongjun wanted to say that the theory was nonsense and that he understood the original setting better than anyone else. However, to give Tang San some face, he only expressed his point tactfully. Is a limit on soul ring age related to physical strength? Tang San muttered to himself, suddenly realizing the meaning behind MaHongjun's words. He felt that what MaHongjun said was quite reasonable, but until he verified it, he still did not want to overturn his teacher's theory. I'm not afraid of hardship. As long as I don't die, I'm willing to absorb it. Zhu Zhuqing said firmly at this moment. Chapter 121 Defects. As long as you're not afraid of hardship. The absorption of the limit soul ring age is not only related to physical strength, but also to soul strength. MaHongjun nodded in appreciation and then explained to everyone. What you said is the same as what my mother used to say, Brother Wu. Once the age of a soul beast's soul ring reaches 10,000 years, there will be a soul disturbance when a soul master absorbs it. If the mental strength is insufficient and one forces the absorption, the lightest consequence is soul damage, leading to no further progress in cultivation, and the heaviest could result in becoming an idiot or even death. Xiao Wu only needed to glance at Tang San to understand his thoughts. Fearing that Tang San would attempt to absorb a soul ring beyond his level in the future, and couldn't help but add, Xiao Wu was right. I'm telling you this just to let you know that in the future, when cultivating, you should not only focus on increasing your soul power, but also pay attention to the training of your physical body and mental strength. MaHongjun said seriously. The others nodded heavily in agreement. Although MaHongjun's soul power is not the highest now, in terms of strength, even when Dai Mubai fully advances to Soul Sect and obtains his soul rings, he would not be a match for MaHongjun. Even though MaHongjun is still some distance from Soul Sect, he will close that gap within 3 months at the latest. And now he is about to obtain a black 10,000-year soul ring. The power of skills obtained from a 10,000-year soul ring has undergone a qualitative transformation compared to those from a 1,000-year soul ring. And they are not even in the same league. Currently, MaHongjun's soul ring ages are yellow, yellow, purple, purple, purple. Not only that, but the second yellow soul ring has a hint of purple, almost reaching the level of a 1,000-year soul ring, while the last 2 purple ones are dark purple, nearly reaching the level of 10,000-year black. This time, MaHongjun is going to obtain the second hidden soul ring of his martial soul, the trefoil, and he has already told Flinder and the others that it must be at least a 10,000-year soul ring with a minimum age of 15,000 years. Hongjun's other martial soul is unprecedented in the history of the Douluo continent. Even a master has never heard of such a martial soul. Compared to him, we are simply asking for trouble. Anyway, as a food system soul master, I don't need to fight or absorb soul rings beyond my level. Hee fatty. It seems that once this soul ring acquisition is over, your good days are coming to an end, Oscar said, looking at Fat Tiger with a gloating expression. MaHongjun had just thought of this idea, and unexpectedly, Oscar pointed it out directly. However, Oscar was clearly a bit overly optimistic. It's not just you, it's us, including me. After this soul ring acquisition, we will all undergo devil training. Don't think that food system soul masters can't have combat power, Xiao Ao. Train your physical strength well. When you reach level 50, I have an opportunity waiting for you. Seeing this, MaHongjun didn't hide it anymore, coming to Oscar and encouraging him by patting his shoulder. This statement was not only directed at Oscar, but also at the other 6. Informing everyone in advance is good, as it can also prepare them mentally. Good brother, is what you said true? Is it a divine herb? Haha, as expected of my good brother. You never forget me when good things happen. Oscar instantly became excited and gave MaHongjun a bear hug. The others also looked at MaHongjun with questioning expressions, clearly wanting to hear how he would respond, as they also had expectations regarding the divine herb. It shouldn't be a divine herb. The divine power in our bodies hasn't been fully absorbed yet. Hongjun wouldn't give us a divine herb again. And divine herbs aren't cabbages that can be produced at will. If I'm not mistaken, it should be something related to helping Oscar's own strength improvement, Tang Sen said, stroking his chin and pondering. That's right. It's not just that simple. It can also grant Oscar the combat power of a battle soul master. As for what it is, I can't tell you right now. MaHongjun recalled the opportunity Oscar received in the extreme north in the original work and couldn't help but say, gaining the combat power of a battle soul master? How is that possible? Such a good thing exists? Hongjun, you are simply my reborn parents. I want to say thank you. Good brother. Oscar looked at MaHongjun in shock, saying seriously, Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving 50 goodwill points from Oscar. Ding. Congratulations to the host for reaching 1,000 goodwill points for the first time, unlocking the lottery function. Note, the probability of obtaining a top treasure in the first lottery is increased by 90. It's natural for brothers to help each other. Alright, let's stop talking about this. Zhu Qing quickly absorbed the soul ring. After all, we are in the Stardoe Forest, where danger may arise at any moment. The sooner we absorb it, the sooner we can look for the next soul ring target. MaHongjun glanced at Flinder and Zhao Waoqi, who were patrolling the surrounding environment, and reminded them, Brother Wu, then I'll start absorbing it. Zhu Zhuqing took out a dagger and dealt with the ghost leopard beast. The 1,000-year purple soul ring lit up on the ghost leopard's corpse. Xiao Wu turned her head, feeling a bit reluctant, but said nothing. The law of the jungle prevails. Even among soul beasts, there is often infighting, let alone the relationship between soul masters and soul beasts. Although the group had only been together for a few months, their bond was incredibly deep, far surpassing that of friends who had known each other for years or even decades. Those who have shared similar experiences know that relationships among people of their age are purely genuine, without any other complications. It is undoubtedly the purest friendship of their lives. After the age of 18, once people mature and understand more, they often find it harder to experience such feelings, as everything becomes tied to interests. Zhu Zhuqing clearly underestimated her limits. Surpassing the limit of the third soul ring by over 200 years is difficult for her, but not impossible. At this moment, although Zhu Zhuqing was sweating profusely and her clothes were soaked, she was still gritting her teeth and persisting. Among them, if we talk about character resilience, even Tang San, MaHongjun, and Zhu Zhuqing have a certain gap. MaHongjun was constantly paying attention to Zhu Zhuqing's expression, seeing her pale face but still gritting her teeth and persisting. He couldn't help but feel moved. He was always ready to step in to help if Zhu Zhuqing couldn't hold on any longer. Although he couldn't help her absorb the soul ring, he was confident in ensuring her safety, not to mention the unique characteristics of the ghostly annihilation breathing technique. Just the powerful vitality of the trefoil martial soul could protect Zhu Zhuqing's meridians, preventing any aftereffect from failing to absorb the soul ring. Half an hour later, Zhu Zhuqing woke up with a joyful expression. She had not relied on anyone's help and had completely endured it on her own. No one knew the unparalleled pain of absorbing a soul ring that surpasses the limit of its age and how unbearable it is. Even MaHongjun had never experienced such pain. His journey had been smooth sailing. Although MaHongjun absorbed every soul ring beyond his level, his strong talent and special martial soul meant he had never endured this level of suffering. Don't be fooled by MaHongjun's status as the strongest among the Shrek's 7 monsters. In terms of character resilience, he still falls short compared to Zhu Zhuqing, lacking some refinement. One could say that MaHongjun's luck with his lucky clover martial soul, while allowing his strength to rise smoothly, also deprived him of some of the toughening experiences that come with significant challenges. Chapter 122, The Second Hidden Soul Ring, Part 1. This flaw, although it seems to present no issues for now, could limit MaHongjun's future achievements. If he doesn't find a way to change, his potential will only surpass Tang San's by a little, and he will never exceed the limitations imposed by the heavenly Tao of the Douluo world. Compared to true powerhouses, he still lacks significantly, let alone when compared to legendary figures like the Emperor of the Wild, the Flame Emperor, or the Martial Ancestor. However, MaHongjun is only just over 12 years old, and no one can predict what the future holds for him. Compared to the complex environments of other worlds, Douluo world is evidently less challenging. Oh my god, I actually reached level 37 in soul power. It's simply unbelievable. Thank you, Brother Wu. After successfully absorbing the soul ring, Zhu Zhuqing stood up, looking at everyone with an excited expression. She then walked directly to MaHongjun and gently hugged him to express her gratitude. MaHongjun forced a bitter smile, looking at the oblivious beauty, unsure of what to say. Zhuqing, do you not feel any discomfort in your body? After hesitating for a moment, he finally reminded her. MaHongjun wasn't being picky. He was just afraid he wouldn't be able to control himself. These women knew very well about their own issues and still deliberately tempted him, leaving him at a loss for words. For some reason, both Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing liked to express their gratitude in this almost ambiguous manner. Was it because he was single that they felt free to act this way? He wasn't an air conditioner. He had to put a stop to it. Well, actually, MaHongjun enjoyed it deep down, which is why he hesitated, feeling the softness in front of him. Although the clothes on her delicate body were soaked in sweat, the wonderful sensation was even more intense. No, I feel great right now. My whole body is full of power. You pervert. Why didn't you say so earlier? Zhu Zhuqing looked at MaHongjun with confusion, but before she could finish speaking, she realized something was off. By the time she reacted, she found her clothes were almost soaked through, clinging to her body like a layer of film. Her beautiful figure was outlined in a perfect curve, and she was nestled in MaHongjun's embrace. Unable to contain her excitement, she let out a scream, covering her blushing face, and looked at MaHongjun reproachfully. Could you give me some time to speak? Xiaowu, go find a secluded place with Zhuqing to change clothes. MaHongjun spread his hands helplessly and said. Regarding this, MaHongjun wasn't surprised when any woman acted so ruthlessly, but he had no intention of indulging them. Of course, he wouldn't be foolish enough to argue, and instead turned to Xiaowu to change the subject. Okay, Brother Wu. Zhuqing, let's go over there to change clothes. Rongrong, keep an eye on them. Xiaowu glanced at Oscar and the others, who were almost mesmerized, and said to Ning Rongrong, who was standing still. Okay. Ning Rongrong nodded obediently in agreement. 3 days later, Fat Tiger obtained a soul ring from a 700-year-old soul beast, the Strength Bear, reaching level 36 in soul power. Ning Rongrong's soul ring was slightly weaker, only around 600 years, but it was still considerably higher than in the original story. Her level increase was the same as Fat Tiger's, reaching level 36 in soul power. This was because they had been cultivating at level 30 for over half a month, and their soul power accumulation was sufficient for such a significant boost. Otherwise, like Ning Rongrong, even taking immortal herbs at level 31 would only raise her by 6 levels. Staying at level 30 for a while allowed for better absorption of the potential medicinal effects of the immortal grade herbs, raising her to level 37. This didn't surprise MaHongjun at all. It was all within his expectations. Ning Rongrong's improvement was remarkable. In the 6 months since arriving at Shrek Academy, she jumped from level 26 to level 36 in soul power. That's a full 10 levels. Minus the 1 level for obtaining the soul ring, that's still 9 levels. With her own cultivation contributing only slightly over 1 level. The soul power boosted by the immortal herb was as much as 7 levels, demonstrating that the effect of the immortal grade herbs was superior to that of the top grade herbs consumed by Oscar and Fat Tiger. Of course, the top grade herbs they consumed were also not inferior to the immortal herbs. MaHongjun estimated that the two had a similar enhancement to their talents, though they fell slightly short in soul power. This could also relate to the different effects of the immortal grade herbs, much like how the 2 immortal herbs MaHongjun consumed, which combined ice and fire, provided a boost that was still beneath the 9-grade purple ginseng they consumed. As a result, all of Shrek's 8 monsters reached a level above Soul Master, nearly a year ahead of the original plot. One shouldn't underestimate this year. In the early stages of Soul Master cultivation, the earlier one consumes immortal herbs, the greater the future benefits. The soul power level before the age of 20 is proportionate to the achievements one will reach in the future. Alright, I didn't expect obtaining the soul rings to go this smoothly. Next, we need to find soul rings for Dai Mubai and MaHongjun. We must go deeper. You can't act alone from now on. Stay alert and follow behind me and teacher Zhao Wujia, Flinder said as he approached the 8 monsters, seeing that everyone was nearly ready. Okay, everyone nodded solemnly in response. Although their powers had significantly increased, they were still far from being able to operate alone in the depths of the Stardow Forest. The number of soul beasts on the outskirts had decreased due to Soul Master's hunting, but the number of high-level soul beasts in the interior had hardly diminished. Even if some 10,000-year soul beasts were hunted, new 9,000-year soul beasts would level up to fill the gap. Thus, the danger level inside was beyond what they could imagine. Even MaHongjun didn't dare to assert that he could protect himself with his strength. Flinder didn't use his flying martial spirit to scout from above. Instead, he stayed behind to protect everyone, while Zhao Wujia cleared the path ahead. Soon, after about an hour, the group cautiously crossed a slowly flowing, clear stream. The surrounding environment was eerily quiet. Zhao Wujia reminded everyone, "Be careful, everyone. We have entered the inner area of the Stardow Forest, where 10,000-year soul beasts could appear at any moment. If we encounter any danger we can't handle, retreat immediately, and I'll hold the rear." Dai Mubai, being the oldest and strongest among the 8 monsters and a close combat soul master, naturally stayed closest to Zhao Wujia, protecting the girls in the team, including Oscar. "Teacher Zhao, don't worry. We won't hold you back. We'll ensure their safety, and if we face any overwhelming danger, I will definitely escort them to safety," Dai Mubai said solemnly. This wasn't surprising. The last encounter with the Titan giant ape had left them deeply shaken, almost costing them their lives. The saying, "once bitten by a snake, 10 years afraid of a rope," perfectly illustrated their feelings. With their strength, as long as they didn't encounter a 100,000-year soul beast, they still had ample opportunity to escape. Although Zhao Wujia often trained them harshly at the academy, it was precisely because of this training that he had the deepest feelings for these little monsters among all the teachers at Shrek Academy. MaHongjun and the others were aware of this and felt a bit moved. They nodded seriously, indicating that they could take care of themselves and didn't want to distract him by worrying about their safety. Chapter 123, The Second Hidden Soul Ring, Part 2. Alright, it's not as serious as you say. The Stardow Forest is so vast. Our luck can't be that bad. Don't scare the kids. With the 2 of us here, unless we encounter a 100,000-year soul beast like the Titan Great Ape, just like last time, there won't be any issues with self-preservation. Flander broke the somewhat serious atmosphere and comforted them. "Sure, teacher, I have a bad feeling." MaHongjun quickly made a shushing gesture and said. Hearing Flander's words, MaHongjun glanced at Xiao Wu and suddenly felt that Ming might come to find Xiao Wu to play again. "Alright, stop being a jinx. How could we possibly be that unlucky? Let's keep moving. Although there are many 10,000-year soul beasts here, each area only has one. We'll try to avoid the territories of those high-level soul beasts aside from our target," Flander said with a bit of annoyance, then extended his spiritual power to scan the surroundings. Flander, with his 4-eyed cat eagle martial soul, not only has great speed but also possesses excellent vision, with spiritual power stronger than that of soul masters of the same level, making it an extremely powerful variant martial soul. In the depths of the Stardow Forest, On the surface of a tranquil lake illuminated by moonlight, a gigantic presence, as massive as a mountain, with dark fur shimmering faintly under the weak starlight, stood. Its shoulder height was nearly 7 meters, and even on all fours, it felt completely natural. Its body was covered in muscles more terrifying than granite, bulging like small hills. Big brother, I can sense Xiao Wu's aura again. Didn't she just break through to level 30? Why is she back in Stardew Forest so soon? This mountain-like presence was none other than Xiao Wu's soul beast partner, Erming. Erming spoke in a deep voice to the calm lake surface. Moo! A cow-like sound came from the bottom of the lake, and the water rippled as a mysterious creature with a bull's head and a python's body emerged from the depths. Its tone somewhat helpless. It might be that her other human companions have reached their breakthrough limits. She may just be accompanying them this time. Since she doesn't want to return to us, you shouldn't disturb them. If you want to see her, keep your distance so as not to disturb her other companions and cause unnecessary trouble. MHM, big brother, you're so nice. Hee. I'm going to see Xiao Wu now. Don't worry, I won't disturb her other companions. Erming happily nodded his gigantic head. Although a month is just a blink of an eye for them, Erming was still thinking about Xiao Wu, worried that she might be bullied in the human world. Only by taking a look would he feel at ease. During the days without Xiao Wu, Deming was fine, but Erming couldn't eat or sleep. Always lost in thought. Imagine such a massive 10,000-year soul beast looking dazed. That scene is quite thrilling to think about. On the other side, Flander and Zhao Wujing were protecting everyone as they continued forward, searching for suitable soul rings. Within an hour, they found a suitable target. An 8,000-year dark spirit black demon tiger. Although it was a bit high for Dai Mubai's 4th soul ring, it wasn't a big problem. The dark spirit black demon tiger is an extremely rare top-tier tiger-type soul beast, possessing incredibly strong offensive and defensive capabilities. Even ordinary 10,000-year soul beasts might not be its match, so this soul beast's soul ring was extremely important for Boss Dai. It's likely that the few of us combined wouldn't be able to take it down, so we'll leave it to you, Dean. Tang Sin said with a serious expression, looking at the dark spirit black demon tiger resting in a spot illuminated by light. Leave it to me. Flander, you block its path, and I'll handle this soul beast. Zhao Wujing rubbed his sore finger joints and approached the dark spirit black demon tiger with a calm expression. This tiger is a bit too foolish, right? Teacher Zhao is almost 10 meters away from it, and it still hasn't noticed us. Fat Tiger laughed foolishly, then looked at everyone and said in a low voice, No, it's not foolish. It must have sensed us a long time ago. It's just intentionally waiting for us to get careless and let our guard down. Be careful, Teacher Zhao. MaHongjun immediately sensed something was off and quickly warned. Just as MaHongjun's voice fell, the dark spirit black demon tiger, which had been feigning sleep, suddenly sprang into action, opening its massive mouth and lunging straight at Zhao Wujing's head. Amidst the deafening roar of the tiger, a hint of terrifying mental attack mixed in, causing everyone to feel dizzy. Not good, it's a mental attack. Old Zhao, be careful. Flander reacted immediately and rushed in front of everyone, blocking the dark spirit black demon tiger's soul attack. Even Flander, whose spiritual power far exceeded that of ordinary people, turned pale under the sudden attack. Clearly, he had suffered a loss, not to mention Zhao Wujing, who had far weaker soul power and was at the center of the attack. Fortunately, MaHongjun's warning came in time. Zhao Wujing could only shout loudly, releasing his fastest first soul skill. First soul skill, Immovable King Body. Immovable King Body instantly erupts with strong golden light, reflecting any attacks within a 3-meter radius. Zhao Wujing's robust body activated his first soul ring almost the moment he shouted, engulfing him in a strong golden light. The serrated attack of the dark spirit black demon tiger hit Zhao Wujing just a centimeter away, instantly being bounced back, crashing into a nearby tree and falling to the ground, spitting blood continuously. However, Zhao Wujing was also disoriented by the hidden soul attack in that strike, completely stunned. Something's off. This dark spirit black demon tiger was already injured. Could there be other powerful soul beasts nearby that were able to injure a beast with strength comparable to a 10,000-year soul beast? MaHongjun noticed something was wrong. While Zhao Wujing was indeed powerful, his first soul skill, Immovable King Body, could only reflect physical attacks within 3 meters, which was not enough to heavily injure such a powerful dark spirit black demon tiger instantly. Clearly, this soul beast was already wounded. Then why couldn't it be a human? Fat Tiger, the fool, asked at the right moment, clearly unaware of how MaHongjun had come to that conclusion. This is the inner area of the Stardew Forest, and this dark spirit black demon tiger hasn't fled. 10,000-year soul beasts have awareness comparable to that of a child, along with strong territorial instincts. Tiger-type soul beasts are among the top soul beasts, second only to dragon and phoenix bloodline soul beasts, not to mention the top-tier existence that is the dark spirit black demon tiger. As a top-tier tiger soul beast, it wouldn't run from its territory if the opponent was another soul beast, even if it resulted in death. However, if a human soul master came hunted, it would turn and flee if it couldn't defeat them. Seeing Tang Sen looking at him with a half-understood expression, MaHongjun couldn't help but smile slightly, slowly explaining the reasoning to everyone. With his current knowledge of soul beasts, he is already on par with Tang Sen, and in some aspects of rare soul beasts, he even surpasses him. This shows how correct the choice was not to seek Master as a teacher. Just by thoroughly understanding the knowledge from the Shrek Academy's books, he is not inferior to Tang San, which illustrates how little emphasis people on Douluo continent place on theoretical knowledge. It is known that Tang San's knowledge of soul masters is undoubtedly among the top in the continent. Oh, so that's how it is. Everyone suddenly realized. Meanwhile, Zhao Wujia, who had recovered, looked angrily at the dark spirit black demon tiger that was continuously spitting blood, showing no intention of letting it go. Feeling embarrassed, Zhao Wujia directly activated his martial soul's true form, the great strength diamond bear. The balance of the battle naturally shifted to one side, and soon the dark spirit black demon tiger, a soul beast at the top of the food chain, was left gasping for breath. Stop. If you keep going, Mubai's soul ring will be gone. Mubai, hurry up and finish it, give a quick end. Flandre said with some reluctance as he watched the dark spirit black demon tiger being tortured by Zhao Wujia. Okay. Dai Mubai took out a dagger and swiftly ended the life of the unfortunate dark spirit black demon tiger. Chapter 124. Flesh Sacrifice. A glimmer of relief flashed in the eyes of the dark spirit black demon tiger. It had thought it was lucky to encounter an injured 30,000-year soul beast by chance. Originally, it believed its strength could rival that of a 10,000-year soul beast, making it easy to devour the opponent's life essence. The reason the dark spirit black demon tiger was considered special and comparable to a 10,000-year soul ring was that after its mutation, it gained the ability to devour the life essence of others. However, who would have thought that the already severely injured 10,000-year soul beast was not an easy opponent? It turned out that it was also a mutated soul beast with strength not weaker than an ordinary 50,000-year soul beast, and its mental power was extraordinarily powerful. A circle of bright purple, dazzling soul rings slowly emerged from the corpse of the dark spirit black demon tiger, and a hint of joy flashed in Dai Mubai's eyes. From the confrontation between Zhao Wujia and this soul beast, he could tell that this soul beast was extraordinary. It had managed to inflict significant injuries on Zhao Wujia, even while already heavily wounded. Although Zhao Wujia's mental trauma was due to his own carelessness, it cannot be denied that the dark spirit black demon tiger itself was incredibly strong. It was definitely not something they could contend with at their current strength. At least they would need to be promoted to the level of a high-ranking soul king to even have a chance to fight this dark spirit black demon tiger, which was less than 10,000 years old, but had actual strength that had reached the level of 10,000 years. In fact, the soul ring of this dark spirit black demon tiger was absolutely the top soul ring that most feline martial soul masters dream of. It was lucky for Mubai to encounter it. All right, Mubai, hurry up and sit down cross-legged to absorb it. Hongjun will protect you. And Lao Zhao, why are you still dazed? Hurry and recover your damaged mental strength. Flandre began to assign everyone their tasks after resolving the soul beast. The current Flandre was different from the past. As the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Net, his current power, while not as high as that of Ningfengji, the master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, was not much less than that of the masters of the lower four sections. His entire demeanor had become much more imposing, and when giving orders, he was quite decisive. MaHongjun, as the doormaster, was undoubtedly the most frustrated. Upon hearing Flandre's words, he could only obediently sit beside Dai Mubai to protect him. Actually, MaHongjun wanted to check the surroundings for suitable 10,000-year soul beasts himself, but he knew Flandre would not agree to his risking it, so he did not dare to bring it up. The others were either recovering, setting up camp, or resting, while Flandre went to scout the surroundings. MaHongjun, feeling a bit bored, looked at the corpse of the soul beast beside Dai Mubai. He suddenly noticed that the lower abdomen of this tiger, which was about 4 to 5 meters in size, was covered with numerous small wounds. and there were signs of darkening at the wound sites. This looked a bit like wounds left by snake bites. What kind of snake could inflict such a powerful bite? This was a top rare soul beast known for its strong defense, the dark spirit black demon tiger, yet it had so many bite marks. MaHongjun thought in shock. At that moment, MaHongjun suddenly felt a chilling sensation, as if something was secretly watching him. He stood up, maintaining a calm demeanor, and walked into the tent where Tang San and Oscar were, leaving Zhu Zhuqing to protect the recovering Zhao Wujia, while checking on Dai Mubai, who was absorbing the soul ring. Inside the tent, Xiao Ao and Tang San were meditating on the carpet. Dai Mubai's breakthrough had put significant pressure on the others, especially since they knew MaHongjun was also about to obtain his second hidden soul ring, making the sense of urgency even stronger. It's important to note that once MaHongjun acquired the second hidden soul ring, even if his soul power was refined, it would at least increase by 1 level, meaning he would be able to advance to the realm of a 40th level soul master after obtaining the soul ring. Upon seeing MaHongjun suddenly enter the tent, both of them opened their eyes in confusion and looked at him. "Hongjun, why are you here? Didn't the dean say for you to guard Dai Laoda?" Oscar asked MaHongjun with some curiosity. With the Lao Bai's physical condition, there shouldn't be any problems. Although the dark spirit black demon tiger is powerful, the soul ring it produces is still within the range of 1000 year soul rings, so there shouldn't be any issues. I'm here to ask if you feel like you're being watched by something. MaHongjun glanced around and used his special soul power to shield everything around him, asking with a serious expression, "Are you suspecting that someone is following us, or is it a soul beast?" Oscar, who did not feel anything, seriously speculated upon seeing MaHongjun's solemn expression. Although he had no feeling, he never doubted what MaHongjun said. "Hearing you say that, I also have a feeling of being watched. If it were human soul masters, we wouldn't be able to miss it. It seems that we might indeed be targeted by some special soul beast, and this soul beast might even possess intelligence comparable to that of humans." Tang San did not probe further, but slowly analyzed the situation based on his recollection of the day. But you don't need to panic. Since the hidden presence shows no signs of revealing itself, it should not be harmful to us. Once the dean returns, we need to find suitable soul rings quickly and leave this place. MaHongjun comforted the two. In fact, MaHongjun also had his own suspicions, but did not dare to be certain, which is why he sought confirmation from the smartest members of the team, Tang San and Oscar. He felt it was likely that Erming had come to find Xiao Wu again, perhaps because he had listened to Xiao Wu last time, which was why he did not disturb them this time. However, MaHongjun did not know that while his guess was mostly correct, it was not entirely accurate. About 200 meters away from where they had set up camp, a huge ape was crouching beside a pile of granite rocks, its body seemingly blending into the surrounding rocks, appearing quite comical. However, beside it lay a severely injured giant snake, known as the underworld unicorn snake. If MaHongjun were here, he would definitely recognize this giant snake as the soul beast he encountered in the hunting soul forest, the underworld unicorn snake. "Are you saying your time is short, and among those people ahead is a familiar human who saved your life?" Titan giant ape Erming asked, looking somewhat foolishly at the giant snake in front of him, which was only the size of an arm. The giant snake nodded and then communicated in a special way, mumbling a few sounds. "Huh? You want me to help you hold back their strong ones? You want to force a sacrifice?" No, they're Sister Xiao Wu's friends. I can't harm them." Erming quickly shook his head, feeling somewhat troubled. The giant snake actually revealed a somewhat helpless expression in its eyes, and after a round of persuasion, it finally convinced Erming, meaning that this would only benefit them and not harm them. Although this underworld unicorn snake was not particularly powerful among the top-level soul beasts, with a cultivation of only around 60,000 years, its soul seemed to have undergone some kind of mutation, making it smarter than Erming, who was a 100,000 year soul beast. Last time, when being chased by Bibi Dong, she suspected that MaHongjun might betray her, as in her eyes, both MaHongjun and Bibi Dong were humans. However, after being anxious for a long time, she did not encounter Bibi Dong again, and she naturally understood that MaHongjun had not exposed her whereabouts, or even misled that terrifying woman. Although she was severely injured again by a tidal law sent by that woman recently, she managed to escape once more. Coupled with the unfortunate encounter with the slaughtering dark spirit black demon tiger, she was now more injured and was close to death. However, she also had a way to save her life. Although this method would leave her with only her soul, it was better than dying. This method was called body sacrifice, a forbidden technique she discovered in an ancient ruin, and she would only resort to it if absolutely necessary, as it would not benefit humans. Chapter 125. A Sudden Encounter 1. After MaHongjun left the tent, he returned outside and sat down next to Zhu Zhuqing, slowly settling down. Fifth brother. Zhu Zhuqing called out to MaHongjun, seeming hesitant as if she had something to say. What's wrong? Zhuqing. MaHongjun turned to look at Zhu Zhuqing with some confusion. After knowing each other for so long, aren't you curious about my background? Don't you want to know my relationship with Dalu? Zhu Zhuqing asked almost instinctively. MaHongjun had been with them for over half a year, and they often trained together, so they were naturally very familiar with each other. However, MaHongjun had never asked them about their backgrounds, and in their eyes, he was a symbol of mystery. However, MaHongjun's martial soul was somewhat grounded, which made them unable to help but chuckle, often teasing him about it. Zhuqing, haven't you thought about completing your family's mission with Dalu? MaHongjun didn't answer Zhu Zhuqing's question, but instead got straight to the point. You know, Zhu Zhuqing looked at MaHongjun in surprise, her expression even revealing some excitement. I know each of your backgrounds clearly, but that is not important to me. What matters is that we are partners, and if you face any difficulties in the future, you can come to me. MaHongjun nodded lightly and said, I want to be polite then, since you are my fifth brother. Zhu Zhuqing's face flushed slightly, as she boldly said such straightforward words for the first time, letting down her guard. All right, you should go back and rest soon. We need to continue searching for the next soul ring target tomorrow morning. After traveling for several days, it's time to recharge and rest well. MaHongjun had no intention of reminding Zhu Zhuqing, telling her that apart from making her anxious, it served no other purpose. Okay, seeing that MaHongjun didn't want to continue talking, Zhu Zhuqing could only reluctantly stand up. MaHongjun's handsome appearance and mysterious strength were important factors attracting the attention of girls his age, whether it was Ning Rongrong or Zhu Zhuqing. It was impossible for them to say they had no feelings for MaHongjun. However, feelings aside, with MaHongjun's straightforward demeanor, unless a beauty personally pursued him, it was impossible for him to find a girlfriend. Obviously, with Zhu Zhuqing's character, unless something unexpected happened, their relationship would not develop beyond friendship with MaHongjun, as if fate were also trying to help MaHongjun. Just as Zhu Zhuqing was about to return to the tent where the girls were resting, she suddenly caught a glimpse of a huge snake shadow in her peripheral vision, moving rapidly toward MaHongjun's direction. At the same time, not far away, Flinder was looking at the Titan giant ape blocking his path with a wry smile, unsure of how to proceed, whether to retreat or advance. The Titan giant ape merely blocked Flinder's path back, not attacking him, but its massive pressure kept Flinder from moving an inch. Seeing Flinder not moving, it also remained still. Flinder was anxious about MaHongjun's safety and wanted to bypass Titan giant ape Air Ming, but he found it impossible to do so. Although he could fly using his martial soul, as a 100,000-year-soul beast, the Titan giant ape's incredible jumping ability and speed were equally terrifying and could definitely knock him down before he took off. Therefore, Flinder wanted to go underground to bypass it, but he couldn't do so, so he just stood still, staring at Air Ming, the two of them, one large and one small, facing each other, creating a rather strange scene. Flinder could clearly feel that Air Ming bore no hostility towards him. Although he was somewhat puzzled by the blockade, he had no other options. Meanwhile, over by MaHongjun, the moment Zhu Zhuqing saw the snake's shadow rushing over, she suddenly unleashed the unique speed of a sensitive attack soul master, wrapping her arms around MaHongjun's strong waist and rushing towards Zhao Wujia's direction at high speed. At the same time, she shouted, "Be careful, Teacher Zhao, wake up." With Zhu Zhuqing's shout, everyone in the tent, especially Tang San and Oscar, who were already on guard, rushed out and stood in front of Dai Mubai, who was still absorbing the soul ring, their expressions serious as they looked at the giant snake exuding a terrifying aura. At the same time, Zhao Wujia's tightly closed eyes reflexively opened wide, and he sprang up, blocking in front of everyone. If one looked closely at Zhao Wujia's expression, they would notice something was off. Strangely, the giant snake showed no intention of attacking and actually stopped about 10 meters away from MaHongjun, gazing at him with a determined look. "Underworld unicorn snake? Is it you?" MaHongjun exclaimed in surprise, as if recalling something. Before anyone could ask what was happening, a surprising scene unfolded. The giant unicorn snake actually nodded in a very human-like manner. A hint of joy appeared on its face, which was larger than a human's, as if it were happy that MaHongjun remembered her. "Hongjun, do you know it?" Oscar asked, looking at MaHongjun in confusion. The others, seeing that the snake had no intention of attacking them, relaxed a bit, looking at MaHongjun with some curiosity. I once had a brief encounter with you, but I was still young then, and I unexpectedly met you deep in the soul-hunting forest while following the teacher. I don't know how you ended up in the Stardow forest now. MaHongjun was also a bit puzzled, but he still explained to everyone. Hongjun, this soul beast seems to have suffered serious injuries. It looks like it wants to ask for our help. Should we assist it? Tang-san, who had trained his observation skills, was the first to notice that the tail of the nether unicorn was bloody and mangled, and the scales at its 7-inch point seemed to have been hit by some powerful attack, leaving it severely damaged. Upon hearing Tang-san's words, the nether unicorn quickly nodded, as if to say, yes. Yes, that's absolutely right. Only then did the others realize something was wrong, and instinctively looked at MaHongjun, who in turn looked at Zhao Wujia, who was a bit dazed due to his mental power being affected. Clearly, MaHongjun had now become the spiritual core among the Shrek 8 monsters, a fact that even the usually opinionated Tang-san had not noticed. Ever since MaHongjun brought them the celestial grade herbs to enhance their talents, they naturally surrounded him, and for any important matters, they would first think of seeking his opinion. Of course, this was also related to Zhao Wujia's current mental state. Looking at Zhao Wujia, who was somewhat dazed and protecting them like a hen shielding her chicks, MaHongjun felt a mix of helplessness and gratitude as he used his sound of breath to say, Teacher Zhao, wake up. Do you think we should interact with this soul beast, or should we wait until the teacher returns to decide? At this moment, MaHongjun clearly did not know what was happening and wanted to hear Zhao Wujia's opinion, which was a respect he owed him. Before Zhao Wujia could speak, Ning Rongrong's somewhat dissatisfied voice suddenly rang out in everyone's ears. Zhu Qing, why are you still holding on to Brother Wu's? Brother Wu's waist? Although Ning Rongrong's tone was somewhat shy, she was also quite jealous. I didn't mean to. Zhu Zhuqing quickly released her arms that were wrapped around MaHongjun, feeling embarrassed. Zhu Zhuqing naturally knew that Ning Rongrong had a significant affection for MaHongjun, so she rarely expressed her emotions in this regard. Oh, so that was intentional. All right, Hongjun, you've managed to win over our youngest Zhuqing. Oscar teased MaHongjun with a mischievous grin. The others also looked at the two with ambiguous expressions. Only Dai Mubai appeared a bit unnatural, but he didn't say anything. He had long sensed that Zhu Zhuqing might have feelings for MaHongjun, and also knew he had no chance. Moreover, with MaHongjun selflessly giving him celestial-grade herbs, he was actually quite happy for Zhu Zhuqing to be with MaHongjun. However, even though he thought this way, being on the sidelines still made him a bit uncomfortable. Seeing that everyone had relaxed their guard and completely ignored the presence of the nether unicorn, MaHongjun couldn't help but feel speechless. All right, this isn't the time to discuss those things. Can I call you Xiaoyu? How can I help you? MaHongjun glanced helplessly at Oscar and the others, who were being a bit rowdy, and then looked at the nether unicorn ahead. Before the nether unicorn could respond, a very serious shout suddenly rang out. Everyone be careful. I might not be its opponent. Retreat. At this moment, Zhao Wujia had completely woken up, but he obviously still hadn't grasped the situation. What are you still doing? Retreat. Seeing that everyone hadn't reacted, Zhao Wujia shouted again. There's no need to rush, Teacher Zhao. The reason we're not retreating is that this soul beast seems to have no malicious intent towards us. MaHongjun was the first to explain to Zhao Wujia. He then detailed the events that had transpired. At the same time, he felt touched by Zhao Wujia's protective nature towards them. At this moment, neither Tang-san nor Dai Mubai or Oscar had any intention of mocking Zhao Wujia, and their sense of belonging to Shrek Academy became even stronger. This was the teacher of Shrek Academy, who disregarded his own safety to protect his students. Any student would be moved by Zhao Wujia's actions at this moment. Teacher, how is your mental power recovering? Fat Tiger asked, wiping away tears from the corners of his eyes, looking somewhat touched. You silly boy, why are you crying? How useless. I'm not dead. I just suffered a little mental trauma. I'll be fine after resting for half a month. Zhao Wujia clearly felt the emotions of everyone and tried to cover it up, scolding them in a fierce but gentle manner. Meanwhile, the nether unicorn was feeling extremely frustrated inside. These people were treating her as if she didn't matter at all. Thinking of this, she couldn't be bothered to waste words anymore. Suddenly, a dazzling black light erupted from her body, and before MaHongjun could react, it shot directly into his mind. Be careful. Tang-san was the first to warn. Then Zhao Wujia followed. But their reactions, although quick, were still too late. MaHongjun collapsed to the ground, and at the same time, a gentle female voice echoed deep within MaHongjun's consciousness. Don't panic, it's me. Channel your soul power fully and absorb a portion of my soul energy first. I will help you break through to level 40. and then you can obtain my soul ring. A slender phantom appeared in MaHongjun's consciousness and spoke softly. No need. I prefer the soul power I cultivate myself. If you want to use this method to prolong your life, I can help you. My martial soul is quite special, and now is just the right time to absorb a soul ring. The figure of MaHongjun also appeared in his consciousness, showing no signs of panic. Upon seeing her appearance, he quickly reacted. With his intelligence, he naturally connected it to the concept of sacrifice, recalling the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor from the Do Air. He understood what the Nether Unicorn wanted to do, because in the center of his consciousness, no soul entity would be his opponent. The Nether Unicorn clearly understood this but still appeared here, evidently not intending to harm him. All right, I trust you. You only need to keep a trace of soul power for me, and I will definitely repay you in the future, the Nether Unicorn said. No need for the future. You just need to teach me this method of sacrifice, and I will agree to absorb your soul ring. Moreover, it's possible that I can help your soul entity be reborn. MaHongjun clearly was not a pushover, realizing the Nether Unicorn's intentions and starting to raise his demands. The Nether Unicorn was immediately furious, thinking that after offering him a soul ring over 50,000 years old, he was demanding so much. However, MaHongjun's last statement evidently moved her, but she was not easily fooled. How will you revive me? She asked. Better to live than to die. Otherwise I wouldn't choose to parasitize on your soul ring to survive. Become a god. Once you become a god, as my soul ring, when the soul enters the divine realm, there will naturally be a way to reshape your body. Reviving you will be an easy task. MaHongjun said nonchalantly, shocking everyone. You even know about gods. It seems my choice was not wrong. All right, I agree to your request. The Netherworld Unicorn Snake had already prepared for the worst. After a moment of contemplation, she resolutely spoke. In fact, she had long sensed that MaHongjun was extraordinary. Otherwise, she wouldn't have chosen him. She naturally understood that becoming a god would allow her to be reborn, which is why she chose to parasitize MaHongjun, who was most likely to become a god. As a surge of soul power shot into her mind, MaHongjun began to absorb the energy around him. Guided by the energy flow, the lifeless body of the Netherworld Unicorn Snake floated towards MaHongjun. A circle of dazzling black soul rings lit up around the corpse, then rapidly merged into MaHongjun's body. The lucky clover martial soul naturally appeared in the palm of MaHongjun's right hand, and the black soul ring shrank at a visible speed before drifting to the position of MaHongjun's second hidden soul ring. Yellow, purple, black, purple. 5 soul rings were floating around the lucky clover. Although this configuration couldn't be said to be abnormal, it was definitely a top-tier setup. And let's not forget, MaHongjun was not a soul king, but a soul sect. Indeed, after absorbing the soul ring, his soul power advanced a level, reaching the level of a 40th rank soul sect. As long as he obtained the 4th soul ring, he could directly break through and officially enter the soul sect realm. There's a piece of spirit-concentrated wisdom soul bone at the head of my snake's body. You should absorb it too, although it's only over 50,000 years old. Due to my uniqueness, this soul bone can evolve with me through continuous absorption of energy. My soul power is currently too weak and will fall into a deep sleep. I will rely on you from now on, the gentle female voice in his mind said before fading away. The entire process of absorbing the soul ring took no more than 10 minutes, astonishingly fast. Even on the continent, there had never been a record of a soul master absorbing a soul ring so quickly, even a 10,000-year soul ring. Chapter 127. Wisdom Skull, how did it go? Little Ma, what soul skill did you gain? As soon as MaHongjun opened his eyes, he saw Fat Tiger looking at him with concern. Without answering Fat Tiger's question or paying attention to the curious gazes of others, he approached the head of the Netherworld Unicorn Snake, took out a dagger, and without hesitation, separated the flesh to extract a piece of soul bone radiating multicolored light. The spirit-concentrated wisdom skull was quite similar to the soul bone Tang Sen obtained in the original story, both suitable for control-type soul masters to absorb. Of course, it was also extremely important for other soul masters. Originally, MaHongjun had prepared himself mentally to endure the soul shock from a 10,000-year soul ring, but he didn't expect to obtain one so easily. His physical quality was significantly enhanced, especially his mental strength, which also improved considerably. Looking at the soul bone in front of him, MaHongjun was confident that as long as he absorbed it, he would definitely possess mental strength comparable to that of Soul Sage. Soul Bone, 5th brother, your luck is unbelievable, almost absurd. Even in our 7 Treasures glazed tile school, There are not many soul bones over 10,000 years old. You just came to the Douluo forest, and a soul ring and soul bone came to you automatically. What kind of heaven-defying luck is this? Ning Rongrong said in shock, covering her mouth, full of envy. My other martial soul, you all know, is the four-leaf clover. It also has another name called the lucky clover, which I believe is related to the innate skill of luck that the martial soul possesses. MaHongjun explained to everyone, feeling fortunate. The others looked at MaHongjun with envious eyes, but there was no jealousy, only happiness. After all, the Shrek 8 monsters were a team. MaHongjun becoming stronger could also be seen as them becoming stronger. Red Jun's martial soul is indeed unique. Having such an attribute might be a compensation for him only being able to reach the soul sect level. Even the teacher has never heard of such a martial soul. And according to the teacher's speculation, Red Jun's second martial soul, since it can only reach the soul sect level, means he doesn't need to worry at all about the troubles that come with twin martial souls. Tang San said enviously. We have always known that Hongjun is abnormal, but we didn't expect him to be this abnormal, having a second martial soul with a luck attribute. Even if it can only reach the soul master level, I'd still be willing, Dai Mubai added, having finished absorbing his soul ring and standing up, feeling somewhat sour. In fact, the master's statement wasn't entirely correct. If it were just absorbing soul rings of normal limits, MaHongjun wouldn't need to worry at all given his physical quality. However, his several soul rings far exceeded the normal configuration. After absorbing the Netherworld Unicorn Snake's soul ring, he felt pain in his body. If he were to absorb the fourth soul ring immediately, it could very likely trigger a backlash of soul power within him. After putting away the soul bone, MaHongjun scoffed at Tang San's words, but he didn't show it on his face and spoke truthfully. He wasn't intentionally refuting the master's words. It was just the truth. The master was indeed smart and had a deep understanding of martial soul theory, but that was only applicable to ordinary soul masters. For a genius like him, the master's theories were meant to be broken. Of course, if he were to absorb the fourth soul ring right now, there wouldn't be any problems. However, he would need to constantly activate the characteristics of the sun-breathing technique. Although the soul power consumption, while activating the sun-breathing's characteristics, was minimal, it would affect his soul power training speed. When using the characteristics, he couldn't utilize the sun-breathing technique to operate the soul power route. Relying solely on meditation for training, with his pure soul power, it would be good if he could increase his level by 1 a year. This was still due to his exceptional talent. If it were any of the other few monsters besides Tang San, they might not even be able to level up at all. He didn't doubt that Tang San could level up, as Tang San was the child of destiny. His name was well known and shouldn't be judged by common sense. Can we go back now? Ning Rongrong asked excitedly. After such a long search, unable to take a bath or go shopping, she felt like she was not well at all. Yes, we can go back as soon as the dean returns. Oscar, give me a mushroom sausage. I'll go check on the teacher's position and see how he's doing, MaHongjun said, glancing at Oscar, worried about Flinder's safety since he hadn't returned yet. Okay, but you can't laugh at me, Oscar said somewhat reluctantly. Okay, we absolutely won't laugh at you, MaHongjun said, remembering Oscar's lewd soul curse, trying to suppress a laugh. Uncle Big Sausage, just stop being coy. We've seen it before. Huh, Red June seems to have never seen your mushroom sausage, Xiao Wu said playfully. I've heard the teacher talk about the effects of Oscar's soul skill. Practicality is the most important thing. The soul curse doesn't matter. Don't worry, I won't laugh, MaHongjun urged. I have a mushroom sausage. With Oscar's flamboyant movements and somewhat lewd soul curse. A mushroom sausage that had a small round bulge at the tip and was slightly thinner at the bottom appeared in Oscar's hand. Ha ha. MaHongjun couldn't help but burst out laughing like a pig. Ha ha. Although the others had seen it before, they couldn't help but laugh again. You all said you wouldn't laugh. Oscar pointed at everyone with a somewhat aggrieved expression, furious. I haven't finished yet, unless I can't help it, haha. MaHongjun rarely joked with everyone. Just as he was about to take the sausage, Flinder returned with a pale face. Teacher, what happened to you? Did something happen? MaHongjun quickly retracted his hand that was reaching for the mushroom sausage. If he had a choice, he wouldn't want to eat it. Although Oscar's third soul skill only had a flying duration of 1 minute, it allowed him to fly at the speed of the Windtail Crown Snake, which excelled in speed. MaHongjun could fly, but his speed was somewhat lacking and was far from that of the Windtail Crown Snake. Unless he used the Phoenix Wing Sky Soar, he wouldn't be able to fly for long periods. With his soul power purity, he could fly for several hours without issue, but in the Douluo forest, every bit of soul power was extremely important. If he encountered an unexpected situation, insufficient soul power could be fatal. I ran into the Titan giant ape that Xiao San and the others encountered last time, but strangely, it didn't seem to have any intention of attacking me. It seemed to just block my way back. I was worried you all might be in danger, but seeing that you're fine, I'm relieved. Flinder looked at everyone who was unharmed, his expression improving significantly, and then explained the situation to everyone. Only Xiao Wu's expression changed slightly, but she concealed it well. Apart from MaHongjun, no one noticed her change. Tang Sin stepped forward and detailed the situation they had encountered. It seems that the Netherworld unicorn snake should be acquainted with the Titan giant ape, fearing that I might interfere with its sacrifice, which is why I had the Titan giant ape block my path. But how did it manage to get the Titan giant ape to help it? The Titan giant ape is a 100,000-year soul beast. Defeating me would be easy for it, which is really strange. Flinder stroked his chin, puzzled. Since everyone is fine, let's not worry about it too much. We should hurry back to Shrek Academy. MaHongjun, who had a vague suspicion in his heart, glanced at Xiao Wu and then said thoughtfully. Everyone nodded. This trip to the Stardow Forest could be said to be full of surprises, but without danger, making it the first time they felt that obtaining soul rings was so easy. Chapter 128. Great Change. Must read. Not reading will cause confusion. MaHongjun had no intention of exposing Xiao Wu's soul beast identity in front of everyone. Although their relationships had progressed rapidly, they had yet to reach the level of life and death shared as in the original story. No one could guarantee that someone wouldn't be unable to control their greed and take action against Xiao Wu. It was best to continue interacting like this for now. After confirming that he couldn't immediately absorb the soul ring to advance to Soul Zone, MaHongjun's decision to organize devil training upon returning became even more resolute. However, on the way back, a shocking event occurred. MaHongjun looked at the 1,000 kindness points in the depths of his consciousness, and, seeing the probability of the first lottery increase, gritted his teeth and clicked to draw. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the ultimate treasure. The star transformation item, Meteor Tear. Ding! 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 The draw was interrupted. The Meteor Tear was intercepted by a mysterious entity, breaking through the dimensional barrier between a small world and the Douluo world. Would the host like to activate the lucky attribute to obtain the Meteor Tear? The system's wonderful electronic voice rang in MaHongjun's mind. Without caring about what the dimensional barrier was, he quickly asked in his heart, how do I activate the lucky attribute? Can it be activated automatically? Are there any side effects after activation? Host, please rest assured that there will be no side effects, but it will cause the host's luck to be concealed for 3 years. And the lucky attribute of the lucky grass, martial soul, will no longer be present. In other words, the host will only have the luck without the lucky grass. What the heck? This is called no side effects? With luck like that perverted fat guy, wouldn't I be suppressed by Tang San everywhere? No way, I need compensation. Ding, the request is reasonable. As compensation, the host can have the right to freely enter and exit the dimensional barrier. MaHongjun just casually mentioned it, not expecting that there would really be compensation. Not wanting to waste time, fearing that the night would be long and dreams many, he quickly said, what are you waiting for, spirit? Quickly activate the lucky attribute to obtain the Meteor Tear. To obtain the Meteor Tear, MaHongjun was all in. Fortunately, he was still able to use soul skills. Otherwise, he would have to pinch his nose and choose to obtain the Meteor Tear. After all, it was the greatest golden finger that the primordial controller, Qinyu, could grow into. The God King of the Douluo world was simply weak compared to Qinyu. Even if he had to give up his Phoenix martial soul, he would choose the Meteor Tear without hesitation, let alone just losing the support of the lucky attribute for 3 years. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Meteor Tear, 1/9. The lucky attribute has activated, and the host has acquired a mysterious item carried by the Meteor Tear, a mysterious seed left behind by the 9-leaf swordgrass. Why is there only 1/9 left of the Meteor Tear? And what is the 9-leaf swordgrass? Is it one of the 10 fiends in the perfect world, capable of blocking the eye and cutting through the stars with a single leaf? 9-leaf swordgrass, one of the 10 fiends. This clan began in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, its leaves like swords, with a total of 9 leaves. The 4 great immortal kings descended across worlds at its root, and it fought against the 4 immortal kings from other realms with its own strength, disappearing after a fierce battle. What MaHongjun didn't know was that this seed was not only a seed of the 9-leaf swordgrass, but also the only seed left after the Emperor of the Wilderness. Sure Hao resurrected the 9-leaf swordgrass and promoted to the immortal Emperor realm, and then jointly attacked the upper heavens, achieving the utmost sublimation. Ding! Would the host like to consume half of the meteor tear's energy to fuse the seed left by the 9-leaf sword grass into the martial soul? The 4-leaf grass? What changes will occur after fusing into the martial soul? MaHongjun suppressed his excitement and cautiously asked. The martial soul will be upgraded to the 9-leaf sword grass, inheriting the legacy of the 9-leaf sword grass, while also possessing the abilities of the lucky grass itself. Fuse. It must be fused, regardless of the consequences. Fuse immediately. MaHongjun almost shouted in his consciousness. Ding. Fusing. 1 to 2. MaHongjun forced himself to suppress his excitement, staring intently at the changes on the attribute panel. But when the fusion reached 10%, the progress bar suddenly stopped moving. MaHongjun felt as if he had eaten something unpleasant. Spirit. YISNT, the progress bar moving. MaHongjun felt that his mood at that moment was like riding a roller coaster, full of ups and downs. Ding. Detected that the energy of the seed left by the 9-leaf sword grass contains strong resistance. Fusion requires time, estimated to take about a year. You want to tell me that during the fusion process, I can't use any abilities of the lucky grass martial soul, right? MaHongjun suspiciously asked the spirit in his heart. The green panel, which is the spirit, did not speak. But MaHongjun felt that he was right. Just as he was about to ask for benefits, the spirit's voice rang out again. The soul skill ability cannot be used temporarily. After the progress bar reaches 10%, the first soul ring skill can be used. After 20%, the second soul ring skill can be used, and so on. The hidden soul ring skill is not restricted. Phew. Thankfully, it seems it won't be long. By the way, what is the name of the world connected to the Douluo world? MaHongjun let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it wasn't all of it. It should only take less than half a year for all my soul skills to be usable again. Just as he was about to exit the sea of consciousness, he suddenly remembered something and couldn't help but ask. The 3 Kingdoms world. Also, remind the host that due to the special ability of the lucky grass, breaking the dimensional barrier with the meteor tear, it shattered into 81 small meteor tears, most of which fell into the 3 Kingdoms world to choose their own masters. The 1/9 in the host's hand is the largest existence among all meteor tears. The 3 Kingdoms. Is it the 3 Kingdoms that I understand? MaHongjun didn't pay attention to the whereabouts of the other meteor tears at first. Upon hearing that it was the familiar world of the 3 Kingdoms, he immediately felt a surge of emotions, almost bringing him to tears. That's right, it's a reflection of the ancient world from the host's previous life, with countless projections across the myriad realms. However, among all the universes, only one identical world can exist at the same time, and that is the 3 Kingdoms as understood by the host. In this other world, being able to hear the ancient people from his past life and the stories of the 3 Kingdoms, MaHongjun couldn't help but feel a warm sense of home. I have no regrets entering Huaxia in this life. I will still be Chinese in my next life. Having lived again, he felt an impulse to immerse himself in Huaxia. In his previous life, he was a patriotic youth who loved Huaxia's history, everything about Huaxia, and admired the great figures and heroes throughout its history. The world of the 3 Kingdoms is undoubtedly a place filled with heroes and loyal individuals. Can anyone else enter the world of the 3 Kingdoms besides me? After the excitement, MaHongjun calmed down and began to worry about the safety of the 3 Kingdoms world. He had already mentally placed himself in one of its factions. With the 2 worlds connected, conflicts and even wars were bound to erupt. Although he also had fond feelings for the Douluo world, his heart still belonged to Huaxia. Rest assured, host, the world passage will not fully open for another year, and within 3 years. Only those with the strength of a titled Dalu or above can freely traverse the 2 worlds. In a year leading up to that, the spiritual energy of both worlds will be completely the same, and the military generals and advisors of the 3 Kingdoms world will gradually awaken their martial souls. And due to the world's rules, they will be able to condense soul rings on their own. The strength they possess should not be underestimated. And due to the remnants of the meteor tears, it is likely that their power may even exceed that of the Douluo world. Phew, that's good. MaHongjun finally felt at ease. He exited the sea of consciousness and took out a gem that resembled a teardrop, which was indeed half of the remaining 1/9 of the meteor tears he had obtained. He did not choose to absorb the life energy within, as it was crucial for the special talent skill he would obtain through his second hidden soul ring and whether he could use it normally. Chapter 129, Devil Training, Part 1. Shrek Academy. In the dean's office, Zhao Wujing, Flender, and Master Yu Shaojiang took their seats in order of importance. It had been a day since they returned from the Star Doe Forest, and the journey back was calm and uneventful. Or rather, the events that occurred were not within the perception of people at their level. That day, when the dimensional passage linked, apart from Dalu in the Hall of Spirits and Poseidon far away on Sea God Island, as well as some mysterious beings in the major soul beast forests, only a few hidden top-tier experts could slightly sense the connection between the Three Kingdoms world and the Douluo world. However, because the passage between the two was not completely opened, it contained terrifying spatial turbulence. Even titled Douluos did not dare to step inside, so the matter was left unresolved. However, Dalu, the high priest of the Hall of Spirits and the strongest limit Doa in the sky above Douluo continent, close to semi-divine strength, asserted that after 1 year, as long as they reached the title Douluo level, they could step into it. At the same time, they all recognized that the mysterious passage that appeared abruptly in the center of Douluo continent led to a brand new world. As long as Douluo continent could engulf this continent, it would successfully elevate the world. Once the Douluo world leveled up, those powerful titled Douluos would have the hope of advancing to level 100 and the hope of immortality. This information was naturally not something these titled Douluos could discern. It was a vague feedback signal from the Douluo world's mother star wanting to engulf the Three Kingdoms world. Flinder on the main seat pushed up his retro reading glasses and said with a bitter face, "Xiaojang, you don't know the dangers we encountered when we went to the Stardow Forest. We almost didn't make it back. I even encountered the Titan giant ape that old Zhao and the others faced last time." So how did you return safely? You Xiaojang, who had been calm, was suddenly shocked and asked upon hearing Flinder's words. Based on his understanding of Flinder, he knew that Flinder would never joke about such matters. And Flinder's personality had changed significantly, becoming much more stable, making it even less likely for him to joke about such things. Flinder recounted in detail the encounters his group had in the Stardow Forest, hoping that the always astute master, who had extensive research on martial soul theory, could help him resolve his doubts. However, how could Master have heard of such shocking events? He coughed awkwardly a few times and said, "Ahem, 10,000-year soul beasts possess wisdom not inferior to that of humans. Having a few soul beast friends is not impossible. Perhaps the Titan giant ape was tasked by that netherworld uniqueness snake, which is why it would stop you, the strongest, without any injuries. There may be a connection or transaction between the two. What exactly it is, we cannot know. If the netherworld uniqueness snake were here, it would certainly be shocked by the master's wisdom." Although the master's speculation was not entirely correct, it was not far off just by hearing the events. He could guess the reason, which required a certain level of wisdom and understanding of soul beasts. Of course, if MaHongjun were here, he would surely scoff. For anyone with an understanding of the rules of the Douluo world could make a rough guess. This does not mean that Master has any exceptional abilities. It only shows that every field has its own expertise. If what you say is true, and the Titan giant ape is a soul beast with a cultivation level not less than 10,000 years, then there's indeed such a possibility. Flinder nodded. It was also his first time encountering a 10,000-year soul beast, and he had already suspected this in his heart. Hearing Master say that 10,000-year soul beasts have wisdom comparable to humans confirmed his suspicion. Well, it's good if that's the case. 10,000-year soul beasts are not at a level we can currently engage with, so let's move past this topic. Flinder, there's something I've been wanting to discuss with you, but since you went to the Stardow Forest, I haven't had the chance to explain it. I think the suggestion you made before you left was rather unwise. Having a 12-year-old student train with me and other Shrek students seems to lack consideration. After all, students are just students, even if their talent is good. They shouldn't always be doing things that we, as teachers, should be doing. Master tried to keep his tone calm. He had always been a bit discontent with MaHongjun having privileges that surpassed those of the teachers in the academy. He believed that this would eventually lead MaHongjun to develop a sense of entitlement, so he wanted to admonish him a bit. "Master, you know about Hongjun's talent, and he is steady and has a strong will. There's no need to admonish him, right?" Zhao Wujing, not being foolish, naturally picked up on the underlying meaning in Master's words. Seeing Flinder silent, merely lowering his head in thought, he presumed he was considering how to treat MaHongjun and couldn't help but speak up in support. He was quite fond of that kid MaHongjun, loyal, strong-willed, and with exceptional talent. Plus, he was the hidden master behind their heavenly net, so naturally, he couldn't allow Master to have free rein and pointing fingers. No, although his talent is indeed the best I've seen in my life, even comparable to Xiao-san, he is still a student after all. His privileges in Shrek Academy are simply too great. The master did not know MaHongjun's identity at all, because as Tang-san's teacher, MaHongjun had privately instructed Flinder and the others not to reveal too much about the heavenly net in front of the master. So, Master, what do you mean I should do? A faint voice came from outside the window. MaHongjun happened to arrive outside the principal's office and overheard the conversation between the three. Since you're here, I'll be straightforward. Tomorrow you will begin devil training. But you need to follow my commands throughout the process, and you don't need to assist. The master did not show any embarrassment, but directly stated his thoughts. Flinder's expression was somewhat troubled. On one side was his closest brother, and on the other was someone very dear to him. If a conflict arose between the two, he really wouldn't know what to do. MaHongjun walked into the room, glanced at the silent Flinder, and showed no signs of anger. He did feel a bit dissatisfied, but being a very filial person, he did not want to make Flinder uncomfortable. After a moment of thought, he smiled and said, "Of course, I feel inferior to your theoretical knowledge, and following your commands throughout is not a problem. However, when it comes to the training of soul masters and understanding the strength of the Shrek 8 monsters, I believe no one knows better than I do. I have already gained a comprehensive understanding of your strengths through Flinder's descriptions, and I have watched Xiao San and Xiao Wu grow up. I believe I understand their situations better than you do." Only then did the master's lips show a smile, clearly satisfied with MaHongjun's insight. "Since you are so confident, why don't we make a bet? Tomorrow, during training, based on your understanding of our strengths, you can require us to run with weights together. If your judgment does not push us to our limits, then I will need to guide you on how to train. If we all reach our limits, then of course you win, and everything will follow your arrangement. How about that?" A mischievous smile appeared on MaHongjun's face as he spoke lightly. How do you know the content of my first phase of training? Did Flinder tell you? Since you don't trust me, then I will take this bet with you. I will certainly make you believe in my decision." The master first asked in confusion, but then reacted and continued. "All right, it's a deal. Well then, Teacher Zhao, Master, I'll go back to rest now. See you tomorrow." MaHongjun yawned casually and said, then greeted them and left the principal's office. Chapter 130, Devil Training, Part 2. He certainly wouldn't answer the master's question directly. Regarding the master's opinions about him, he didn't care much. He had a bit of contempt for the master's character, and perhaps for this reason, the master also did not particularly like him. It can only be said that they had different standpoints. MaHongjun was a filial person, and he hated the master for leaving home due to emotional matters, neglecting his elderly father and not seeing him one last time before he died. Moreover, he even had that kind of relationship with his cousin. Although it was due to fate's manipulation, as long as one repents in time, nothing is unforgivable. However, Lu Erlong was the woman his teacher liked, so, subjectively, MaHongjun could not possibly like the master. Nevertheless, whether from the perspective of interests or familial ties, the relationship between him and the master was one of mutual benefit and harm if separated, which is one of the reasons he had never fallen out with the master. With his daily breath, even if the master had a good understanding of his strength, it was impossible for him to test his limits. Moreover, MaHongjun firmly believed that human limits are infinite, and the energy of meteor tears could be used by more than just himself. With meteor tears present, as long as everyone trained hard, they would break through one limit after another. The concept of a limit simply did not exist, and there was no basis for judging strength. Although the remaining energy of MaHongjun's meteor tears was only a piece, half of 1/9 of the energy, one should not underestimate this 1/18 of life energy. In the Douluo world, it was definitely enough for MaHongjun to squander freely. The meteor tears contain life energy that can not only widen the meridians in the body, but also possess powerful healing abilities, capable of protecting a person's life and allowing recovery as long as it is not a direct death. Moreover, this particular piece of meteor tears was the true core part, containing a complete understanding of the laws derived from the life god king of the star change world. Other smaller meteor tears also contained insights into the laws, but they were not as complete as MaHongjun's, and as long as one comprehended even 10% of them, they could immediately grow into top-tier powerhouses on the Douluo continent. Early the next morning before dawn, the academy's bell rang. However, since this was the bell for breakfast and not for class, the Shrek 8 monsters, who had been on high alert in the Stardow Forest, did not pay much attention except for Tang San. They all thought about sleeping for 5 more minutes, until 20 minutes later, everyone gradually arrived outside the cafeteria. "Look at how lazy you all are. You still have a nerve to call yourselves the Shrek 8 monsters. In my opinion, you should be called the Shrek 8 lazy instead." Aside from Tang San, who arrived at the cafeteria within 10 minutes, the rest of you all came after 20 minutes. Don't think that just because you have talent, you don't need to study. I can clearly tell you that having talent does not mean you can do as you please. Talent is not strength. Since this is your first time and you've just returned from the dangerous Stardew forest, I'll let it slide this time. Hurry up and come in for breakfast. The master's stern voice echoed outside the cafeteria, although Flinder seemed to be a bit more generous in some respects. A leopard cannot change its spots. The stingy Flinder had no intention of expanding the Shrek Academy cafeteria. Therefore, the food was not very appetizing. In Flinder's words, "You are still too young to experience too much, especially when it comes to food. Otherwise, you will develop habits of extravagance and waste, pursuing these external things, which will affect your soul power cultivation." Therefore, breakfast always consisted of steamed buns, porridge, and eggs, which everyone had long grown tired of. And this was one of the reasons they were not enthusiastic about eating. MaHongjun, like the other Shrek's 7 monsters, kept his head down, listening to the master's lecture without retorting. He was indeed late, but it was only a little late, not beyond mealtime. However, being late is still being late. He would not make any excuses, and he knew that the master had done something commendable today. Tangsen also felt a bit embarrassed and couldn't help but explain for everyone. "Teacher, actually, this can't be blamed on us. It's just that we are tired of having the same breakfast every day, steamed buns, porridge, and eggs. If it weren't for Principal Flinder insisting we must have breakfast, they wouldn't have come at all." Tangsen was used to hard training and had never complained about this point, but seeing Xiao Wu looking a bit wronged, he couldn't help but explain. "Who told you today's breakfast was steamed buns, porridge, and eggs? All right, no need to explain further. Xiao-san, you all come in." The master then opened the cafeteria door, allowing everyone to enter together. The cafeteria was not large. In front of everyone was a rectangular high table with about 10 seats. And at this moment, only 8 of the seats had exquisite dishes. Chicken legs, eggs, and bread. The aroma wafting from them makes one's appetite increase significantly, along with a bowl of unknown porridge that is exuding an intoxicating medicinal fragrance. "Wow, how lavish. Did you make all this? Master, you're truly amazing, having such great culinary skills." Oscar exclaimed in surprise as he looked at the food in front of him. "It smells so good. Just smelling it is much better than the food made by the cafeteria lady." Xiao Wu also couldn't help but praise as she sniffed the fragrant air. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong were much calmer, just curiously looking at the bowl of porridge with the medicinal aroma, while Fat Tiger's eyes had long been glued to the food in front of him. Dai Mubai and MaHongjun, who had already anticipated this, did not show much surprise. "Well, while it's still warm, let us eat quickly. You will have your first phase of training soon. I have already discussed with Dean Flinder that I will be responsible for your meals from now on." The master glanced over the crowd, feeling quite satisfied with their reactions, and nodded. Everyone followed his instructions and began to sit down to eat. Tangsen took a sip of the porridge and, surprised, asked the master, who was not far away studying an ancient book, "Teacher, is this medicinal porridge?" "Yes. The porridge contains some medicinal ingredients that I ground into powder and made according to the method of medicinal cuisine. You are at a critical growth stage, and your nutrition must keep up. Only then can you train better." The master replied lightly, not surprised that Tang San could guess it immediately. Then he glanced at MaHongjun, who still appeared calm, feeling somewhat bored. "It seems I overestimated him, although his talent is excellent. He has a fatal flaw in his martial spirit, and in the research of martial spirits and medicinal properties, he is not as good as Xiao San. The reason he is currently stronger than Xiao San should be related to the lucky attribute of his martial spirit." The master shook his head and thought to himself. Chapter 131, Battle Tang San. If MaHongjun knew the master's thoughts at this moment, he would surely find it amusing. While he may not understand medicinal herbs as well as Tang San, his experience is definitely not less, and may even surpass it. As for the flaw in his martial spirit, it is hard to say. The rooster-crowned phoenix may not be able to eliminate the drawbacks of the evil fire, but it can absolutely evolve the evil fire phoenix martial spirit again, and its quality will not be inferior to Ning Rongrong's 9 treasure glaze tile, the highest quality martial spirit among the 8 monsters. Even now, the gap with the 9 treasure glaze tile is minimal or even negligible. As for the lucky clover martial spirit, it will successfully grow 9 leaves with different meanings in a year, which means he is likely to have 27 soul rings in the future. Compared to Tang San, the gap is not small, and each leaf hiding a soul ring will bring him different special talent skills. The second hidden soul ring grants MaHongjun the talent skill of body technique, 8 gates of Duanjia. With MaHongjun's current physical state, he can only unlock 3 gates. But that kind of power increase can even match a Soul King. The 8 gates of Duanjia. By unlocking the channels that bind chakra in the human body, one can temporarily gain immense power. When all 8 gates are opened, it is also known as the 8 gates of Douluo formation. One can instantly gain dozens of times the power exceeding that of the 5 kages, but the power of the 8 gates of Douluo depends on the practitioner themselves. Given MaHongjun's sun-breathing characteristics, the doubling of his physical quality when using the 8 gates will certainly increase exponentially, which is why it is said that his ability to open 3 gates can contend with a Soul King. The power of the 8 gates of Douluo increases exponentially based on the practitioner's own strength, so the power after unlocking the 8 gates varies from person to person. Opening the 8th gate, Death Gate, will result in death due to the complete consumption of one's life force, but MaHongjun does not need to fear this. The life energy contained in the meteor tears is sufficient to cover the costs of opening the 8 gates. Every person has 8 gates, and as long as they train to bear the load required to open them, anyone can unlock the 8 gates. The 8 gates of Douluo is precisely the method to unlock these gates. For others, the maximum increase might only be tenfold, but for MaHongjun, under the double physical quality provided by sun breathing, it is a tenfold increase, which is not simply a twofold increase. The prerequisite for using the 8 gates of Douluo is extraordinary, overloaded, and long-term training beyond limits. Only in this way can the various parts and organs of the body be trained to adapt to the load endured after opening. Minimizing the damage caused by the immense energy afterwards, forcibly unlocking them is not feasible. Therefore, even with MaHongjun's current physical quality, he can only unlock the 3rd life gate. Life Gate. Under the lotus of the inner flower, MaHongjun can possess the strength of a Soul King. If combined with all his martial spirit soul skills, he would dare to contend with a Soul Emperor. Don't forget, he is currently just a Soul Master without a 4th soul ring. After finishing the meal, everyone walked out of the cafeteria with satisfied expressions. Although they only added a chicken leg and a bowl of medicinal porridge, the taste could definitely be called delicious. To be honest, MaHongjun thinks the master is quite tragic, which is one reason he has never offended him. On the small playground, the master calmly glanced at MaHongjun and said, "Since everyone is full, let me see your strengths now. Although I have a very good understanding of your strengths through Dean Flender, I cannot confirm the authenticity without seeing it with my own eyes." MaHongjun also glanced at the master, saying nothing. The master clearly wanted to be cautious, not wanting to give himself any opportunity to assist in training. But he was evidently going to miscalculate, thinking that this way he could better understand his strength, and figuring out his limits under weighted running training was simply a dream. In this world, no one but oneself can be clear about their limits. To put it bluntly, MaHongjun does not even know what his true limit is. His limit is limitless because he possesses a treasure, meteor tears. "Teacher, what should we do?" Tang San was the first to step forward to cooperate with the master. "It's simple, you just need to have each of you fight against each other. Xiao-san, let us start with your duel against MaHongjun. But the premise is that you're not allowed to use your powerful hidden weapons. MaHongjun, you also cannot use your second control type, martial spirit. Begin." The master's purpose is to see MaHongjun's true strength. He knows how terrifying Tang San's hidden weapons are. There is absolutely no problem in fighting above his level. At this moment, he is just not allowing Tang San to use his powerful hidden weapons, but did not say he couldn't use other hidden weapons. Although MaHongjun is powerful, with a soul power 3 levels higher than Tang San, both are soul masters. Not allowing MaHongjun to use his OPClover martial spirit would definitely narrow the power gap between them infinitely. If coupled with Tang San's strange hidden weapons, MaHongjun would not dare to say he would definitely win, of course. This is without considering MaHongjun's sun breathing and 8 gates of Douluo. So the master is destined to be disappointed. "Yes," Tang San respectfully replied. "No problem." MaHongjun nodded indifferently. "Oh, by the way, you're not allowed to use your external spirit bones either. Until you have completely mastered your external spirit bones, you cannot use them, as the toxins contained within them are not something you can withstand at your current level." The master suddenly remembered something and reminded them. The two nodded in unison. Although MaHongjun's breath of fire could detoxify, he was also afraid of trouble. After all, they were not mortal enemies. Moreover, detoxification also consumed soul power, and the Bilinian poison became even more powerful after absorbing 2 immortal products of ice and fire. Although it might not necessarily kill Tang San, who was familiar with various toxins, it was better to be safe than sorry. MaHongjun truly treated Tang San as a partner, so he naturally wouldn't use the Earth Whip on him. Tang San, level 37 Control System Battle Soul Master. Martial Soul, Blue Silver Grass, Hongjun, please advise. Tang, San said excitedly while making a simple challenge gesture before the battle between Soul Masters. He had long wanted to compete with the strongest among the 8 monsters, MaHongjun. However, he had never had the opportunity and knew that under unrestricted conditions, he was definitely not MaHongjun's opponent because MaHongjun had too many soul skills. What was even more terrifying was that MaHongjun's soul power was much purer than his, allowing him to perfectly unleash all of his soul skills. Moreover, not only were MaHongjun's soul skills numerous, but some of their functions were almost identical to his, and the effects were much better, as if they were evolved versions of his soul skills. Therefore, he had been holding back a breath, wanting to surpass MaHongjun. With his pride, how could he willingly settle for second place? Now that MaHongjun's lucky clover martial soul was restricted, how could he not be excited? MaHongjun. Martial Soul, Evil Fire Phoenix, level 40 strong attack system battle soul master. Be careful. Seeing Tang, since so formal. MaHongjun also restrained his casualness and said seriously. He wanted to see if he could defeat Tang San without using special skills, relying solely on his Phoenix martial soul. Chapter 132. Easy victory, however. If he really couldn't win, he wouldn't be foolish enough to not use his advantages. First soul skill bind. Seeing this, Tang San did not dare to be careless and was the first to launch a soul skill attack. The blue-silver grass in Tang San's hand began to grow larger, transforming into thick vines that surged towards MaHongjun from all directions. MaHongjun stomped his feet on the ground, and his whole body instantly rose more than 3 meters into the air. A pair of red wings sprouted from his back, which were the flying capabilities of the Phoenix martial soul, transformed into energy wings. Gently waving his wings, MaHongjun easily dodged the encirclement of Tang San's blue-silver grass. Be careful, my Phoenix Flame is not ordinary fire, Sunstrike. MaHongjun smiled slightly and reminded him. Before his words fell, a fire cone as thick as a barrel quickly condensed in his hands and shot towards Tang San. Tang San felt as if his entire being was locked by MaHongjun's soul skill. The Ghost Shadow Mist instantly activated, and in a leftward dodge, he unexpectedly approached MaHongjun from below. MaHongjun was momentarily unsure of Tang San's intention. Was he trying to let his attack hit him? But could he fly? Although he didn't know Tang San's purpose, MaHongjun clearly wouldn't let him get close and easily changed positions by flapping his wings. You've fallen for my trick, Skyclaw. However, at that moment, Tang San, who was using Ghost Shadow Mist, suddenly turned, and a claw-shaped hidden weapon flew from his left hand, crashing into the giant tree behind MaHongjun. Following closely behind Tang San was MaHongjun's second soul skill, Sunstrike. Just as MaHongjun thought he had truly been tricked, there was a loud bang. The target of Tang San was not MaHongjun, but the giant tree behind him. The sky claw pierced the giant tree and then opened its tip, firmly stuck on the giant tree's trunk. As the sky claw contracted, Tang San, holding the other end, found that his speed, combined with the contraction of the sky claw and Ghost Shadow Mist, was not inferior to MaHongjun's locked Sunstrike. Tang San had successfully evaded MaHongjun's targeting attack with extremely precise calculations, using the flexibility of Ghost Shadow Mist and the sudden turn of the Sky Claw, along with distracting MaHongjun, allowed this attack to land on the giant tree. The entire tree shook violently, and several branches fell. Even the trunk was scorched by the powerful phoenix flames attached to it. It should be noted that this was not MaHongjun's full-strength strike. It was just a casual attack he could unleash instantly. If it had been a full-strength attack, this tree, thick enough for 2 people to hug, would have surely fallen with a crash. Gulp! The onlooking Oscar and others couldn't help but swallow hard, staring in shock at the destructive power of MaHongjun's casual strike. Tang San also broke into a cold sweat, secretly glad that he hadn't been hit. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have been able to take that blow. However, looking at the slightly damaged sky claw on the tree trunk, he couldn't help but feel a bit pained. This was a hidden weapon he had painstakingly crafted, an essential artifact for home and travel. Cough cough, MaHongjun, you are not allowed to use your flying ability. What I want to see is not the outcome between you two. The master suddenly coughed awkwardly a few times and said lightly. The implication was that he wanted to see their specific strengths to determine where their limits were, to win the bet. Although it felt a bit shameless, it was understandable. After all, the master's strength was there, and for someone who was not even a soul sovereign, what could he see? MaHongjun thought this and silently nodded, retracting his wings. Little San, it seems that the master must see my strength today. Don't blame me for not giving you face. MaHongjun stood 5 meters away from Tang San, not attacking, but saying with a half smile. Don't worry, come at me. I also want to see how big the gap between us is. Tang San nodded and without hesitation launched another attack. Third soul skill, web binding. The blue-silver grass transformed into a web that wrapped around MaHongjun. You want to take the initiative in the attack? Unfortunately, I don't want to play anymore. MaHongjun thought to himself. With the master restricting him from using this and that, MaHongjun also lost the desire to continue competing with Tang San, instantly activating the characteristics of the breath of the sun. His entire being surged out of the bind of Tang San's blue-silver grass like a ghost. And Tang San's third soul skill couldn't control MaHongjun, who was moving at double speed. And at Little San, first soul skill, Phoenix Cry Sky Strike. MaHongjun was too lazy to continue and directly unleashed the most powerful first soul skill of the Phoenix Martial Soul, Phoenix Cry Sky Strike. Of course, this attack had already been adapted by MaHongjun into a single target attack method, marking the only breakthrough in soul skills he had made during this time. Phoenix Cry Sky Strike was originally a group attack skill, but now MaHongjun had figured out how to use it as a single target attack. Although the range became smaller, the attack power was more condensed, and naturally, the power increased exponentially. MaHongjun did not use his full strength, only utilizing 80 of his soul power. This was also his pride. He wouldn't take advantage of the 3-level soul power difference over Tang San. However, even so, at this moment Tang San, unable to use hidden weapons and the 8 spider lances, was still unable to withstand MaHongjun's swift soul skill. MaHongjun's soul power is incredibly pure, allowing him to condense his soul skills in no time, making his attacks much faster than Tang San's control-type abilities. Originally, the group attack skill Phoenix Crying Sky could not lock onto opponents, stunning them within a 5-meter range and burning them with rising magma. However, MaHongjun developed a single target attack method that could somewhat directly lock onto opponents. In an instant, Tang San was stunned by MaHongjun's soul skill, becoming unsteady on his feet. Before he could devise an appropriate response, MaHongjun turned and unexpectedly kicked toward Tang San's chest. Tang San was sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and stood up with a pale face, saying dejectedly, "I lost. I'm sorry, teacher. I couldn't force out all of Hongjun's strength." Tang San felt a bit frustrated. Most of his hidden weapon capabilities were designed for actual combat, making him hesitant during sparring. If he could use the Zhuge Divine crossbow, he felt he still had a good chance of defeating or even killing MaHongjun. Of course, this was just his feeling. MaHongjun was not so easy to defeat. Not to mention the healing ability of Meteor Tears, which placed MaHongjun in an undefeated position. Even his external soul bone could easily block Tang San's hidden weapons. MaHongjun privately experimented with the hardness of the external soul bone earth whip, which was even harder than a 1,000-year-old black iron. Apart from containing intense mixed toxins, he was quite satisfied with its hardness. Although the Zhuge Divine crossbow was powerful, it was not enough to penetrate the earth whip. While MaHongjun had not completely integrated with his external soul bone, he could already easily manipulate it. It was no problem to use it to intercept Tang San's hidden weapons. "It's okay, it's not your fault. I didn't expect your strength to be so great. Even Tang San couldn't force out all your power. I underestimated you a bit. However, if it's just like this, it's not enough for you to assist me in training. Alright, next, Dai Mubai and Oscar will face off against Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, and Fat Tiger." The master glanced deeply at MaHongjun, took a deep breath to calm his emotions, and then looked at the others. Chapter 133. Complete victory. Seeing that the master did not continue to let others battle against him or besiege him, MaHongjun secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After all, the Phoenix Martial Soul was powerful and truly unsuitable for sparring. The Lucky Grass was also in the process of evolving into the 9-leaf grass. Although there were no restrictions on using hidden soul ring skills, it was better to avoid using them if possible. The master seemed to have a face that wasn't too thick-skinned. How about it, Tang San? I held back. Otherwise, if that kick had landed on your heart, you definitely wouldn't have been able to withstand it. MaHongjun said warmly while putting his arm around Tang San's shoulder. I know. If I'm not mistaken, you only used about 80 of your soul power just now. Sigh, really abnormal. Forget it. I won't compare myself with you for now. Tang San shook his head with a helpless smile. This was not the Tang San he knew. If even he couldn't compare with him, who else in the world could? Although MaHongjun's words were nice, he forgot that the world of the 3 kingdoms was about to merge with the Douluo world. In that era of outstanding talents, how could there not be geniuses stronger than him? The trajectory of fate on the Douluo continent was quietly changing. However, no matter how it changed with Tang San's talent, he would definitely be among the best. So MaHongjun's words were not entirely boastful. Looking at the battle in the arena, Oscar was the first to launch his soul skill Little Sausage, restoring Big Sausage, and using Flying Mushroom Sausage, quickly throwing it to Dai Mubai. Little Sausage could instantly remove Dai Mubai's abnormal status. Big Sausage could restore stamina and soul power, and Flying Mushroom Sausage was, of course, for flying. With Oscar's support, Dai Mubai, relying on the Flying Mushroom Sausage and his relentless attacks, almost defeated the unprepared Xiao Wu, Fat Tiger, and Zhu Zhuqing. Fortunately, the three of them often cooperated and quickly stabilized. In the end, Fat Tiger and the others found their rhythm in battle. Fat Tiger relied on the strong defense of his martial soul to briefly withstand Dai Mubai's fierce attacks. Once the effect of the Flying Mushroom Sausage wore off, Xiao Wu seized the opportunity to launch her charm, and Zhu Zhuqing attacked from the side to interfere. Naturally, the poor Dai Mubai could not escape being beaten up by Xiao Wu's 8-fall. Xiao Wu retracted her little foot that had been pressing on Dai Mubai's back, looking proudly at the other students around, as if to say, "Did you see that? If you encounter me, Sister Xiao Wu, it's best to admit defeat quickly, or this will be your fate." Xiao Wu, let me ask you, do you know what you did wrong? However, at this moment, an untimely voice rang out. Looking at Xiao Wu, who was celebrating her victory with a smug face, the master walked over with a stern face and asked seriously, "Huh, us? Master, did you make a mistake? Didn't we win? Shouldn't you be asking Dai Mubai and Oscar this?" Xiao Wu turned her head, a bit confused. They were wrong too. After Fat Tiger and the others regained control of the battle rhythm, Dai Mubai shouldn't have chosen to clash head-on with Fat Tiger. If it were me, I would find a way to first deal with the slowest and weakest defense among you, and then, with Oscar's assistance, take down Zhu Zhuqing and Fat Tiger one by one. However, Dai Mubai and Oscar's decisive performance at the start was quite good. They didn't underestimate you at all and immediately launched fierce attacks to disrupt your battle rhythm. On the other hand, why didn't you interrupt Oscar's soul skill? I mentioned that Dai Mubai and Oscar were up against you three, but if you had taken him out before he created any sausages, that would also fall within the rules. Without Oscar's support, even Dai Mubai at level 42 would quickly be defeated by your combined attacks. You won solely based on your overall strength. If this were a life and death battle, and if the opponent were stronger than Dai Mubai, do you know what the consequences would be? The master said all this in one breath, reprimanding everyone. The three of them dared not retort. The honest Fat Tiger was not too affected, but Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing looked quite indignant. They hadn't expected such a cunning strategy, and moreover, this wasn't actual combat. How could they feel justified attacking Oscar in a 3-on-1 situation? Although the master spoke the truth, they still felt a bit unconvinced, as they clearly won. The master was right. In team battles, support-type soul masters are the primary targets we need to eliminate. Fat Tiger's speed is limited, which is fine, but Xiao Wu, as a strong attack type, and Zhuqing, as a swift attack type, could completely have taken down his sausages or prevented him from creating sausages, while Oscar and Dai Mubai were unresponsive. MaHongjun couldn't help but stand up to speak fairly. "Oh, fifth brother is right. It must be like that. We definitely won't make the same mistake next time, right? Zhuqing?" Xiao Wu, seeing MaHongjun speak, quickly put away her displeasure and nudged Zhu Zhuqing beside her, grinning. The taciturn Zhu Zhuqing just nodded slightly in agreement. The speed of her change in attitude left everyone nearby feeling helpless. "Master, they all fought. Why am I the only one left out? I want to—" Ning Rongrong also stood up, seeing that everyone else had finished their matches. What MaHongjun didn't expect in the end was that the master had actually reached a new level of shamelessness. Ning Rongrong assisted Dai Mubai against MaHongjun, while Ning Rongrong also assisted Tang San and Fat Tiger against MaHongjun, and along with Oscar, assisted Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing in the same way. The reason they initially didn't let Ning Rongrong participate was to conserve her soul power for use against him. Throughout the morning, MaHongjun fought against these Shrek companions, maintaining a perfect record of victories. This left the master and the others, who were already familiar with MaHongjun's strength, astonished once again. It should be known that strength does not represent endurance, and MaHongjun's extraordinary endurance refreshed everyone's understanding of his abilities. To punish you for the mistakes made during the battles and to serve as a form of training, starting now, carry the weighted baskets outside the academy and run 10 laps around Soto City to Shrek Academy, before the battle-weary group could rest. The master approached again and said, This is inhumane." Oscar was the first to break down and scream. "All right, stop complaining. You had the easiest fight. At least it was only a drain on your soul power, not much on your physical strength, unlike us, who exhausted a good portion of our stamina. However, I will definitely support anything beneficial. Dai Mubai surprisingly stood up first to say. Dai Laoda, did you feel it too? Tang Sun also stood up. Yes. You felt it too? I sensed some signs of improvement in soul power after the battle. It seems that although the master's methods are a bit inhumane, they do indeed help with cultivation. Even if we can't see the effects immediately, as long as it aids in soul power training, I will cooperate fully. After Dai Mubai finished speaking, he was the first to run towards the academy's gate. MaHongjun followed leisurely, and seeing this, everyone had no choice but to get up and follow. Chapter 134. Extreme Training. Arriving outside the academy, looking at the weight numbers marked on the baskets under their feet, the Shrek 8 monsters felt a wave of weakness from the bottom of their hearts. Oscar, 100 kilograms Ning Rongrong, 100 kilograms Zhu Zhuqing, 150 kilograms Fat Tiger, 220 kilograms Xiao Wu, 220 kilograms Tang San, 260 kilograms Dai Mubai, 300 kilograms MaHongjun, 500 kilograms compared to the training in the original story. The soul power levels of everyone had clearly made significant progress, but this weight still exceeded their limits. Master, are you sure this is in kilograms, not Gene? Oscar asked, dumbfounded, looking at the master whose face was ashen. The master frowned, also feeling a bit confused. He had clearly instructed Zhao Wujia to find metal weights calculated in Gene. How did it turn into kilograms? However, to maintain his image as a teacher, he didn't voice his doubts. What's wrong? Are you afraid? A mere few hundred Gene of weight is enough to make you hesitate? If you're not afraid, then go carry your weights now, and do not use your soul power. If you can't finish 10 laps, you won't get to eat. And let me tell you, if you can't complete the task, MaHongjun will no longer assist me in training you. The master thought of his bet with MaHongjun and secretly thought this was just what he wanted. Hearing that MaHongjun would not assist in training, the Shrek 7 monsters instantly exploded. MaHongjun's training methods had greatly benefited them. Moreover, the most important thing was that MaHongjun would occasionally give them some advantages to enhance their strength, such as top-grade spirit herbs and advanced soul master knowledge. In order for MaHongjun to train them, they had to complete the task. Even Tang San was no exception. They all hoped to learn more from MaHongjun to narrow the gap between them. No, we can definitely do it. And fifth brother must participate in our training process. Otherwise, we would rather privately accept fifth brother's training than let you train us, master. Ning Rongrong, whose personality had improved somewhat, was surprisingly the first to speak up. MaHongjun secretly nodded, thinking he hadn't taken this sister for nothing. We accept. We will definitely complete the task. Zhu Zhuqing directly shouldered her own weight, expressing her thoughts through action. Xiao Wu quickly pulled Tang San forward to carry his weight, preparing to follow Zhu Zhuqing. For them now, a few hundred Gene of weight might not seem like much, but it was definitely not easy. If they couldn't use soul power to run with the weight, even completing 5 laps would be quite difficult, let alone 10 full laps. MaHongjun lifted his own weight and shook it. It was just right. He knew that his current physical condition was under the effect of the sun's breath, giving him double the physical attributes. Otherwise, lifting the 1,000 Gene weight would be strenuous, let alone running with it. Dai Laobai, how about it? Can you handle it? If not, I can share some of the weight with you. MaHongjun smiled at Dai Mubai, who was struggling a bit to carry his weight. Hee. A man cannot say he can't do it. Let's go. In order to learn more from you, I have to finish these 10 laps. Dai Mubai rolled his eyes and was the first to run out, not even glancing at the dumbfounded master. The others quickly followed, leaving the master standing there in shock. He never expected that MaHongjun would have such a great influence among the students. In fact, he had no way of knowing that before he arrived. It had always been MaHongjun and Zhao Wujia training them together. During the regular training, MaHongjun would occasionally have Tang San prepare top-grade spirit herb baths, which are naturally sourced from the ice and fire yin-yang well and the heavenly loam. Moreover, these top-grade spirit herbs had been carefully prepared by him and Douluo to assist in enhancing physical strength and accelerating the absorption of residual medicinal power from the spirit herbs within their bodies, which was undoubtedly beneficial for the 7 monsters. Their current achievements, although largely due to the spirit herbs, also could not be separated from their own efforts and the occasional benefits provided by MaHongjun. On a distant mountain, Flander, observing this scene with binoculars, couldn't help but speak to Zhao Wujia beside him with a look of disbelief. Old Zhao, how could you make such a low-level mistake? Didn't I tell you to prepare it by Gene? How did it turn into kilograms? Huh, how could this be? Although I'm not well-read, I can still recognize these characters. I saw that our Tianluo Duang's inventory in the warehouse was written in kilograms, so I prepared half of that. Who knew I would run into the poison Douluo? Who came to look for medicinal materials? After hearing my explanation, the poisoned Douluo personally selected the weights for them. This was the poisoned Douluo's intention. How could I dare to defy it? Zhao Wujia said helplessly. I see. Senior Dugu knows my disciple better than I do. It seems he believes my disciple's limits should be more than 500 gene. But does he understand the others in our academy as well? Flander realized, but then worriedly picked up his binoculars to observe the already training Shrek 8 monsters. Not to mention what they were thinking at this moment. MaHongjun was somewhat surprised by the master's judgment of his limits, completely unaware that this was due to the old poisoner, who had a close relationship with him, causing him trouble. MaHongjun felt that he should be able to complete the task before reaching his physical limits, but he overlooked the others. After one lap, everyone had already started to sweat, and the master, just like in the original story, prepared salt water for everyone. Although he was somewhat surprised by MaHongjun's strength, he remained calm, looking as if everything was under control. By the second lap, everyone had begun to feel noticeably fatigued. When they reached the third lap and saw the struggling steps of the others, MaHongjun couldn't help but curse himself for being foolish. He hurriedly called for everyone to stop, saying, "Everyone, let's take a break. We can't keep going like this, otherwise we won't even make it through 5 laps. Let alone 10. We need to cooperate to complete this seemingly difficult training." MaHongjun knew that someone was definitely watching their movements from behind, but just stopping to discuss strategy shouldn't attract any criticism. How do we cooperate? You tell us. Dai Mubai, taking the opportunity to catch his breath, felt parched and struggled to breathe, although the salt water kept him from dehydrating. Are we supposed to reduce wind resistance like you taught us before? Oscar, who was quick-witted, immediately understood MaHongjun's intention and exclaimed with excitement. It's not just that. The weights of Dai Mubai and Tang San are clearly beyond their limits for running 10 laps. We need to redistribute the weight, MaHongjun explained. In the end, MaHongjun took the 20-kilogram black iron stones from Dai Mubai and Tang San's baskets and placed them in his own basket on his back. He then lined up in front of everyone to reduce wind resistance. Zhu Zhuqing also took a 20-kilogram black iron stone from Xiao Wu and put it in her basket, while Oscar took one from Ning Rongrong's basket. Only Fat Tiger kept his original weight and continued forward, although Oscar and Zhu Zhuqing had increased their weight. With MaHongjun running in front to shield them from the wind, they didn't feel much difference. The other 4, who had suddenly reduced their weight, instead felt immensely relieved. After 7 laps, everyone had to stop again, looking at Zhu Zhuqing and Oscar, who had reached their limits. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong willingly took back their weights. Tang San and Dai Mubai exchanged glances and also took a black iron stone from Zhu Zhuqing and Oscar to put on their backs. MaHongjun, however, remained strong. Although he was drenched in sweat, his eyes were still shining brightly. He felt that he hadn't reached his limit yet, and went to support Oscar and Zhu Zhuqing to keep moving forward. With Dai Mubai and Tang San taking turns blocking the wind for the others, Fat Tiger, although not a beast martial soul, was naturally strong. If he weren't so overweight, he could share some pressure, but now he was also nearing his limit and could only follow slowly behind Tang San. By the 8th lap, Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu also reached their limits, while Zhu Zhuqing and Oscar, being supported by MaHongjun, had recovered some stamina and took back their weights. MaHongjun stepped forward again to support Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong. Tang San could only shake his head helplessly, saying nothing, as he too was about to give in. MaHongjun felt he was approaching his limits, but continued to share the burden, unafraid of collapsing, and instead felt unusually excited. He knew that meteor tears would soon come into play. Meteor tears wasn't something he could just use whenever he wanted. It would only unleash its healing properties when his life was in danger or when he reached his physical limits. At this moment, faint starlight began to flicker in MaHongjun's chest, but he clearly hadn't reached his limit yet. Although he felt he had no strength left, he could always burst forth with energy at critical moments. Damn, why haven't I reached my physical limit yet? I can't. MaHongjun awoke from his inner world, looking at the others who were supporting each other, and made up his mind. Without time to explain, he said directly, "Rongrong, Zhuqing, Oscar, give me your weights." Before they could object, he summoned his last bit of strength, snatched the large bamboo basket from Zhu Zhuqing's back, and poured Ning Rongrong and Oscar's weights into it, then carried it on his chest. Chapter 135. Breaking through limits. Only by doing this could he activate the power of meteor tears, break through his own limits, and enhance his strength. MaHongjun thought that if he didn't improve, he would have run 10 laps with weights for nothing. If pushing himself a bit could enhance his strength, why not? In a sense, it wasn't a wasted effort. The barriers between everyone dissolved with this scene of unity and cooperation, and the Shrek 8 monsters became unprecedentedly cohesive. Fifth brother, if you keep this up, you'll collapse under the pressure, Zhu Zhuqing said, wanting to reclaim her weight. However, as she took a step forward, she became too excited, her legs weakened, and she fell face first toward the ground. There were quite a few stones on the ground, and Zhu Zhuqing was already exhausted to her limits. Her hands couldn't support her body in time, and everyone had sealed their soul power using a special method to avoid using it. So there was no time to release it. If she fell hard, she would at least end up bruised. MaHongjun, who was closest, was taken by surprise and instantly unleashed the last bit of his primal strength, quickly catching the falling Zhu Zhuqing. However, he was already exhausted and couldn't hold her weight. So they both began to fall backward. Strangely, no matter how fatigued MaHongjun was, the meteor tears, which had remained unresponsive until now, suddenly reacted, emitting a peculiar energy glow. MaHongjun instantly felt his weary body filled with strength, as if he were shut in who hadn't seen sunlight for a long time, suddenly basking in warmth. Even his mental and soul powers became more solid and pure with the surge of this strange energy. MaHongjun felt that if he could experience this feeling one more time, the chaotic soul power caused by his twin martial souls would resolve itself. In the original story, Tang San could solve this problem due to his enhanced mental power and one of the top 3 physical strengths on the continent. However, that was a power Tang San possessed after becoming a soul Douluo, while MaHongjun was only a soul zone now. Therefore, his physical and mental strength couldn't be that formidable. Although Meteor Tears was powerful, it wasn't enough to allow him to leap through several levels at once. The growth it brought him was more about enhancing his life level. His current mental power was only slightly stronger than that of an average soul emperor. His physical strength was originally only slightly stronger than Dai Mubai when he used the White Tiger transformation, and he now felt a significant increase. Of course, if Dai Mubai were to use the Breath of the Sun, he definitely wouldn't be able to engage in close combat with him. The physical quality increase from the Breath of the Sun was absolutely a bug-like existence in the Douluo world. Soul power was born from within, instantly protecting both himself and Zhu Zhuqing, who was now directly against his chest. Hongjun, fifth brother, Zhuqing, are you all okay? Due to the sudden situation, everyone was distracted and stopped to ask with concern. However, no one stepped forward to assist. They all just looked at the two with concern. Ning Rongrong wanted to step in and separate them, but she had no extra strength left and could only watch with a bit of bitterness. It's fine. I seem to have made some progress in my soul power again. I feel full of energy inside. I'll support you both as we continue forward. Once we return to Shrek Academy, our mission will be complete. MaHongjun suddenly snapped out of that wonderful feeling and encouraged Zhu Zhuqing, lifting her up onto his back with a feigned calmness. The others had no spare energy to pursue any issues with MaHongjun, as they were already familiar with his quirks. However, from their expressions, one could see a kind of envious admiration for his abnormality. Only Oscar blinked, glancing at Zhu Zhuqing and then at MaHongjun, his expression mixed with a hint of ambiguity. The 8 of them continued to run, or rather walk, hand in hand. It's worth mentioning their positions, which allowed MaHongjun to benefit greatly. One hand held Zhu Zhuqing, while the other held Ning Rongrong, who then held onto Xiao Wu, who held onto Tang San. Feeling the strange energy still surging in his chest, MaHongjun tried to channel it from his hands into Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing suddenly felt a strange warmth in her palms, thinking that MaHongjun was secretly channeling soul power to restore her strength. However, after carefully sensing it, she realized it was not soul power. Slowly, she felt her body, which had been dragged along by MaHongjun, rejuvenated as if the shackles within her had shattered, akin to the wonderful feeling after breaking through her physical limits upon obtaining a soul ring. Zhu Zhuqing looked at the others and found nothing unusual. When she looked back at MaHongjun, he just gave her a subtle nod, signaling her not to make a fuss. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing's pale face regain its rosy hue, MaHongjun, taking advantage of the strange energy from the meteor tears still flowing within her, also channeled summoning Ning Rongrong on his right. Ning Rongrong, who had reached her limits, regained quite a bit of strength and glanced gratefully at MaHongjun. Without needing any reminders from him, she acted as if nothing had happened. Only her hand holding Xiao Wu slowly gained more strength, as they shifted from supporting each other to supporting Xiao Wu, instantly adding 2 more people with energy to the already exhausted group. Seeing the 3 girls still persisting, especially Ning Rongrong, the support type who was so vibrant, naturally, they were unwilling to admit defeat and seemed to unleash their potential. In just a short while, they saw the gates of Shrek Academy. Brothers, Let's push harder. Victory is in sight. At this moment, aside from MaHongjun, who still retained most of his strength, only Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong had a bit of energy left from absorbing the strange ability of the meteor tears. Victory was just ahead. Charge. Dai Mubai, feeling the most proud, was the first to release the arms of his teammates and began to accelerate forward. The others were also relying on their determination and willpower to hold on, although they were all close to or at the Soul Master level. The weight they were carrying was indeed a bit much. They're back. Xiao Gang, how did I tell you? Your method might stump others, but it can't stump my disciples. In fact, it's okay to tell you that my disciples' martial soul drawbacks have not only been controlled, but its quality has also significantly improved, absolutely possessing the potential for a title Duo or even God, seeing the Shrek 8 monsters already in sight. Flinder proudly patted the master on the shoulder and said with pride, no wonder my judgment was off. It makes sense. Only this can explain why he is so extraordinary. If I'm not mistaken, he should have mastered some kind of regeneration ability from the divine beast phoenix, which is why his stamina is so strong. The master, Yu Xiaojiang, rarely agreed with Flinder and mumbled to himself, a bit self-righteous. Yes, it should be like this. According to my observations, the 8 of them indeed did not use any soul power along the way. Only in the final stretch did Hongjun suddenly, without any warning, regain his stamina and seemed invigorated, helping the others to continue forward. Zhao Wujia suddenly recalled something and said with some approval, the strange energy waves emitted by the meteor tears of course he cannot perceive. Not to mention him. Even a god would not notice the issue without coming into contact with the strange energy. Because the energy level of the meteor tears is entirely different from the soul power in the Douluo continent. If these energies had levels, the energy from the meteor tears would belong to the top tier, while soul power would only be slightly better than the lowest tier. Wait for me. If Rongrong can do it, I can definitely do it, ah. Oscar also sprinted forward with incredible determination, following behind Dai Mubai. The others were the same, unwilling to fall behind, rushing forward one after another. Fortunately, in the final stretch, everyone supported each other and regained some strength, though they didn't feel it due to mental fatigue. Now, relying on their willpower, they quickly mobilized and dashed toward the academy gates. Only MaHongjun followed the others at a leisurely pace, ensuring no one encountered any mishaps. After all, everyone's soul power was sealed by themselves, and if they weren't careful, problems could easily arise when their stamina ran out. At the moment everyone rushed into the academy, Oscar was the first to faint, and Dai Mubai also lay on the ground, motionless. Fat Tiger was honored to become the second one to pass out. After all, aside from MaHongjun, Fat Tiger had shoulder pressure along the way that was no less than Dai Mubai's. He just remained silent, which is why he didn't attract attention. Although Fat Tiger was clever and sometimes sly, he was not as simple as he appeared. However, he had always been the most diligent in training, which was a crucial reason he kept pace with the other 6 monsters' training speeds. Seeing him faint, MaHongjun was not surprised at all. The reason he didn't help Fat Tiger lighten his load along the way was that he understood Fat Tiger and knew he would not accept his help. The reason MaHongjun didn't offer to help others with their burdens was that he had known Fat Tiger the longest among the group and naturally understood his physical condition best. Suddenly relieved of pressure, everyone collapsed in various positions. Even Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong felt immensely tired at this moment, sitting on the ground without regard for their image, which made them look even more enticing, like fairies descending into the mortal realm, adding a touch of humanity. Only MaHongjun stood there as if nothing had happened, slowly unloading the burdens from everyone before walking up to the master and saying, "You lost." "Yes, I lost. You won. You have the right to train them with me." The master did not seem angry or embarrassed, just nodded solemnly and turned to leave. MaHongjun was a bit puzzled, thinking the master couldn't accept the reality, and then looked at his teacher. Very good. As expected of my disciple. The master is going to prepare medicinal materials for your medicinal baths. He's actually a soft-hearted person despite his sharp tongue. He really cares about all of your health. This is the first time I've seen him concede in front of others. Flinder chuckled and explained to MaHongjun, but the proud smile on his face revealed his true thoughts. My disciple Hongjun possesses the potential of an emperor. Chapter 136. Changes in the Three Kingdoms world. MaHongjun was somewhat surprised by Flinder's words. He suddenly felt that Yu Xiaojing wasn't as detestable as he had imagined. Recalling the events from the original work, he realized that Yu Xiaojing's actions were not unforgivable. It was merely a matter of temperament. His emotional weakness made him look down upon himself. However, even if he were a good person, if he was at odds with MaHongjun, There was no difference between him and a bad person, which was MaHongjun's principle of living. For those who treat him well, MaHongjun would never hesitate to reciprocate and would treat them even better, as long as they weren't truly wicked. Some might say he was selfish, but this was the most authentic version of himself. In this world of the survival of the fittest, there is no absolute right or wrong, only differing positions. MaHongjun also lay in the medicinal bath prepared by the master. After all, this was the master's heartfelt intention, and according to Flender, it was funded out of the master's own pocket. Lying in the bathtub in his room, MaHongjun felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation and carefully sorted through the abilities he had mastered. Apart from the breath of the sun, the second hidden soul ring granted him a special skill called the 8 Gates of Douluo, which was even more powerful than the current breath of the sun in terms of combat strength. Reflecting on the events of the day, he suddenly realized that his trump cards were still too few, and he had almost been forced to reveal them all by the master. He found that excluding the 2 major special abilities, he only had the external soul bone to use as a trump card. The lucky clover, aside from the hidden soul skill, had temporarily become unusable due to the evolution of his martial soul. Is the weapon spirit still there? MaHongjun tentatively asked in his heart. However, there was no response. Since the last time his martial soul began to evolve, the weapon spirit had fallen silent. Not to mention obtaining kind points for a lottery, he couldn't even access the channel between the 3 kingdoms world and his own. In a somewhat helpless state, MaHongjun lay in the bathtub and fell asleep. Fortunately, his physique had grown significantly compared to his childhood, so he wasn't afraid of drowning in the bathwater. Meanwhile, in the 3 kingdoms world, 10 days ago, the 3 kingdoms world experienced unprecedented changes as Gongsun Zan, one of the overlords of Yuzhou, was on the brink of defeat. Suddenly, there was a great transformation in heaven and earth as 36 meteors fell from the sky, only to abruptly disappear without a trace. Following this was an explosion of spiritual energy in the 3 kingdoms world. The spiritual energy, which had become increasingly thin since the time of the first emperor, suddenly grew denser, allowing more martial artists and scholars to break through their original realms. The rich spiritual energy meant that people's physiques would also grow stronger with prolonged exposure to it. A visible black hole appeared in the sky. In an ordinary courtyard. Brother, what do you think that black hole in the sky is? Why does it seem like the other end of the black hole is another world? A man with a full beard, dark skin, and an upright demeanor looked up at the black hole and asked a tall, honest-looking young man beside him. It seems I'm not the only one who feels this way. Second brother, don't you think the other end of the black hole resembles another world? Liu Bei nodded thoughtfully and turned to a powerful, red-faced man with a majestic beard behind him. If the 3 meteors we obtained truly contain records of a universe, I believe it would be quite accurate. The red-faced man was none other than Guan Yu, known for his historical feats of flooding 7 armies and cutting through 5 passes. At this moment, he was also staring gravely at the massive black hole that had suddenly appeared in the sky 10 days ago. The reason it was described as massive was that no matter where one was on Chinese soil, they could see the location of the black hole as if it were a sun hanging in the air. Meanwhile, Yin Liang, who was chasing the remaining members of the White Horse Isong, suddenly froze in place. Not far in front of him was a handsome man dressed in white armor with a silver spear, whose weapon was waving to fend off enemies but suddenly became illusory. A spear shadow, which seemed to gaze intently, transformed into a phantom white dragon and charged towards them. They were all subordinates of Yuan Shao, dispatched to pursue the remnants of Gongsun Zan, numbering over 100. However, beneath this phantom white dragon, they were surprisingly weak. Without making any sound, wherever the white dragon passed, chaos ensued. At this critical moment, the large knife in Yin Liang's hand also became illusory, and a large knife about 30 meters long appeared behind him. Even Yin Liang himself didn't understand what was happening. The phantom great knife moved with his intent and blocked in front of the white dragon phantom. Perhaps due to significant consumption at the front of the white dragon phantom, it was unexpectedly halted by the suddenly appearing phantom great knife. This sudden scene surprised not only Yin Liang, but even the young man in silver armor and spear was somewhat bewildered. However, he was clearly aware of his situation. Seeing that both sides had stopped due to this unexpected occurrence, he quickly organized the remaining 30-man team of the White Horse Isong to continue breaking through. Strangely, as he broke through, the pursuers led by Yin Liang simply let them go. Heavens, things are changing. I can't waste any more time here with that silver spear boy. I need to report my suspicions to the Lord and make plans early. After glancing at the black hole that had suddenly appeared in the sky days ago, Yin Liang ordered a return to camp, leaving a deputy to handle the aftermath, and personally rode back to Jizhou overnight. At the same time, renowned martial generals across the land found their weapons undergoing similar changes to those of the Silver Spearman and Yin Liang. If MaHongjun were here, he would notice that these weapon phantoms bore a striking resemblance to their true martial souls, yet were also different. The next day, MaHongjun participated in the master's grueling training. After learning about the master's plan, he had no objections but made some corrections. Morning was for physical training, afternoon for mental training, and evening for soul power training. For physical training, MaHongjun called upon Zhao Wujia to utilize his soul skill, gravity enhancement, to boost their physical strength. In battles, they would endure Zhao Wujia's gravity enhancement soul skill, and during weighted running, sudden increases in gravity would add to their difficulty. For mental training, MaHongjun invited Lu Qibin, whose martial soul was the star chess, which was far superior to Flinder in terms of mental training. Being a control-type soul master, it was perfectly suitable for training the mental strength of the Shrek 7 Devils using his soul skills. Of course, the idea of training mental strength was MaHongjun's. The master only understood that obtaining soul rings was related to physical strength. But he didn't realize that after the 10,000-year soul rings, strong mental power was equally important. Combined with some advanced training methods from MaHongjun's previous life, the Shrek 7 Devils, including MaHongjun, were fully scheduled, and the 3-month grueling training officially began. Chapter 137. The first phase ends 3 months later. MaHongjun had completely stabilized the slight hidden dangers caused by prematurely absorbing soul rings due to his twin martial souls. He was now ready to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring again, and his overall physical quality had improved significantly, especially in the application of mental power. Although the soul power of the other Shrek 7 monsters has not improved much, it seems to be nearly 1 level higher, with the main improvement also reflected in their physical bodies and mental strength. Now, including the auxiliary system Ning Rongrong and Oscar, aside from Dai Mubai, who has already obtained the 4th soul ring, everyone else is confident in absorbing soul rings of over 8,000 years. This is also due to the special nature of the Star Chess martial soul and the effect of MaHongjun's wisdom skull. MaHongjun previously did not intend to absorb the wisdom skull immediately to address potential hazards related to the martial soul. However, 3 months ago, after resolving misunderstandings with the master observed the skull, and MaHongjun ultimately chose to absorb the wisdom skull, which is of over 50,000 years in quality. After absorption, MaHongjun not only elevated his mental strength to the soul sage level, but also gained a mental type auxiliary soul skill. One of the functions of the wisdom skull is to enhance mental soul skills. Although it seems quite useless at present, MaHongjun is very satisfied. With the enhancement of MaHongjun's mental auxiliary skill, teacher Lu Qibin's Star Chess martial soul skill has seen a significant improvement, allowing him to precisely control the size of his mental power freely, thus training everyone's mental strength without harming them. The Star Chess martial soul is inherited from the Star Luo Empire, is very mysterious, and is possessed by very few people. It is also very powerful, and very few have witnessed its capabilities. As one of the earliest students of Shrek Academy and a master of the Heavenly Network, MaHongjun naturally knows the roles of each teacher's martial soul at Shrek Academy, and teacher Lu Qibin belongs to the mental control system of soul masters. Moreover, according to what the soul-sleeping netherworld unicorn said before its slumber, the wisdom skull has undergone changes due to its own mutation, gaining the ability to evolve, which is similar to his external soul bone, allowing it to improve as his level increases. On the playground of Shrek Academy, everyone must be feeling tired after 3 months of training. The first stage of training has come to an end, and now I announce that we will enter the second stage of training. This stage of training will not take place in our academy, nor in Soto City. The master said in a loud voice to the students below while standing on the steps. Not in the academy, and not in Soto City? Where could it be? Could it be the Star Do Great Forest? Oscar asked in shock. After 3 months of training, the faces of several people showed obvious signs of fatigue. This high-intensity training is not only physically exhausting, but also mentally and psychologically taxing. No, although your levels are not low, the Star Do Great Forest is fraught with danger and is not a place where you can train freely at this stage. The next stage of training will not be as exhausting as the first stage. It can even be said to be quite free. However, you should not relax because this stage of training may very well be a phase that creates distance between you. The master glanced at Oscar and then explained. Hearing that it was not the Star Do Great Forest and that it would be quite free, MaHongjun could not help but ask, "Master, Our next stage of training won't be about fighting spirits, right? Originally, upon hearing the master say that the next stage would not take place in Soto City, MaHongjun thought it would be a trial in the Star Do Great Forest. However, hearing the master deny it and then say this, MaHongjun still had a 9-10 certainty that it would be like the original plot, engaging in fighting spirits in the Great Fighting Arena. That's right, but it won't be in the Soto City Great Fighting Arena. Instead, we will take you to Heaven-Do City to participate in the fighting spirits at the Heaven-Do City Great Fighting Arena. The master looked at MaHongjun appreciatively, clearly satisfied that MaHongjun could guess his plan. Go to Heaven-Do City? Participate in fighting spirits? Why not participate in Soto City and instead run to Heaven-Do City? Damu Bai, who was nearby, could not help but ask in confusion. Xiao-san, you tell Mubai why I want to take you to Heaven-Do City to participate in the fighting spirits instead of Soto City. The master gave Tang San, who was pondering, an opportunity to express himself. Oh, I think it should be because there are too few teams in Soto City suitable to be our opponents. As the imperial capital, Heaven-Do City certainly has many strong opponents, which will give us more motivation to train. There, we will encounter more opponents. Tang San quickly explained after coming back to his senses. Although he was just thinking about things, he kept a part of his attention outside and naturally knew what the master wanted him to say. You are right. Only in a place with pressure will you be able to improve your strength faster. Although Soto City is not small, it still has a significant gap compared to Heaven-Do City. In preparation for the Continental Advanced Academy Elite Preliminaries in a year, you must do your best to improve yourselves. Your current soul power is good, but most of it is due to the effects of fairy great herbs, not from your own cultivation. What I want to do is to ensure that you fully grasp your current strength before the preliminaries, even allowing you to reach a higher level. Only in this way can you possibly defeat the teams from the 2 Imperial Academies and the Spirit Hall and win the competition. The master said sternly as he looked at everyone. Xiao Gang, don't be so serious. The children have trained for so long, and it's time for them to relax. All right, it's my turn to say a few words. I also have something to say to the children. At this moment, a slightly magnetic middle-aged man's voice sounded from behind everyone. Flinder, with a smile, walked up beside the master and chuckled, looking at Flinder's warm and kind demeanor. Everyone except MaHongjun couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although the master has low soul power, he has established a strict teacher image in their hearts. When the master speaks, they all sit up straight and dare not show any signs of relaxation. However, Dean Flinder is different. He has always had a warm, smiling demeanor. Only MaHongjun was different, holding his breath and waiting for Flinder's next words. Dean, if you have something to say, just say it. We will not be vague about things we can do, right? Damu Bai, being the oldest among them, was the first to stand up and smooth things over. Yes. Everyone else expressed their agreement, except for MaHongjun, who remained silent. You must have already heard what the master said. In 3 days, I will personally take you to Heaven-Do City. This 3-day period is your rest time. What I want to say is your graduation requirements. The 3rd stage training prepared by the master coincides with the graduation requirement I have set for you, which is to win the championship of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite Competition. Only in this way can you graduate. Otherwise, I won't let you little monsters leave the academy. Flinder said seriously. Upon hearing Flinder's words, the smiles on everyone's faces froze. They had come to understand the strength of the members of the Heaven-Do Royal Battle Team Academy, which was above their current level. Although they had confidence in surpassing them in year, they were no longer as ignorant of the outside world as in the original story and had also heard about the extraordinary strength of the Spirit Hall Academy's golden generation, which was not something they could currently contend with. Chapter 138. Huaxia Soul Teacher, you say we should rest, but then you tell us the graduation requirements. Isn't that a bit much? MaHongjun said with shaking his head. Being a bitch and still wanting to set up a monument. Oscar muttered, voicing what MaHongjun dare not say. Flander's sharp eyes immediately turned to Oscar, who was instantly frightened and turned pale, cursing himself for his loose tongue. He quickly hid behind MaHongjun and explained, it wasn't me who said it. No, it was me who said it, but I was just helping Little Ma speak. This has nothing to do with me. I didn't say anything. MaHongjun very ungratefully stepped aside and said, Oscar, come to my office after class. All right, now I declare that class is dismissed. You can go have fun. Flander said with a smile and left with the master. MaHongjun didn't pay much attention to Flander's words. In fact, although the Shrek 8 monsters did not think much of Shrek Academy's chances of winning the championship, the more they understood, the more they realized they lacked information. Being familiar with academies like the Heavenly Doe and the Blaze, they naturally learned about the strength of the Spirit Hall team from them. However, MaHongjun was not worried about the Spirit Hall Academy. If everything followed the original plot, even without Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai's spirit fusion skill, he was confident that he could defeat the Spirit Hall and win the championship of the Advanced Soul Master competition based on his own strength. What he was truly worried about was that other unforeseen events might occur during the competition. So he wanted to take advantage of these 3 days of vacation to think carefully about his future path. He wondered whether the connection between the Three Kingdoms world and the Douluo world would affect the plot of the Douluo world. What kind of impact would it bring? Would he encounter those historical figures from Chinese history in the future? Would those figures also possess various unique and top-tier spirits? How would he compare to them? Would there be a war for world dominance between the Douluo world and the Three Kingdoms world? Why are you still not going to do your own things? What are you still doing here? Do I have flowers on my face? Upon regaining his senses, MaHongjun noticed that everyone, including Oscar, was not in a hurry to leave and was looking at him with eager expressions. The dean said that, how can we really focus on our training and go do our own things? Aren't we all waiting for you to express your opinion? Dai Mubai said helplessly, shrugging his shoulders. Yeah, little Ma, you're the most well-informed. Can you introduce us to the specifics of the Spirit Hall's golden generation? Fat Tiger flattered, nodding and asking MaHongjun. I thought it was something serious. It's just the Spirit Hall team. Are you afraid? MaHongjun understood their intention. They wanted to inquire about the Spirit Hall's golden generation. We're not afraid of their soul power levels, but we want to understand their soul skills in advance. You have the best relationship with the Poison Douluo and the Dean, so your news must be more reliable than ours. Tang Sen explained. Well, as long as you're not afraid. The most fearful thing in cultivation is losing the drive to improve. Although the Spirit Hall's golden generation is strong, as long as we work hard in our training over the next year, defeating them won't be difficult. I have a general understanding of their spirit skills and even their spirit fusion skills. They're indeed very strong, at least not something we can currently contend with. However, since you all have taken the immortal great herbs I provided, the remaining potency of those herbs is still in your bodies. So the comparison in soul power will definitely be greatly reduced. I will tell you more about the Spirit Hall's golden generation later. I have some things to handle, so I'll leave first. MaHongjun comforted them without mentioning the possible unforeseen events. He left the playground with a heavy heart and returned to his dormitory, pondering how he would act if the two worlds merged and war broke out. Undoubtedly, although he was a Douluo person in this life, he possessed the soul of Huaxia, and his heart still belonged to Huaxia. If he had to choose a camp between the two, MaHongjun would unhesitatingly choose to be a Huaxia person. Ding! Congratulations to the host for awakening the Huaxia soul and gaining the recognition of the heavenly Tao of the Three Kingdoms world. Spirit, are you awake? What is the Huaxia soul? MaHongjun asked in surprise in his heart. This spirit has not been asleep, so how can I be said to wake up? The Huaxia soul does not have any special abilities. It is merely a symbol of identity. All right. So I can be considered both a Douluo person and a Huaxia person? Can I now enter the Three Kingdoms world passage? MaHongjun felt that the spirit, which had disappeared for over 3 months, seemed to have gained a bit of intelligence, and he couldn't help but speak to it as if coaxing a child, while also seizing the opportunity to ask his doubts. Yes, you can. However, if the host enters the Three Kingdoms world, the passage to the Three Kingdoms world will appear on the Douluo continent ahead of time. What will happen if the passage appears on the Douluo continent? MaHongjun already had a guess in his heart, but still asked. Idiot, if the passage appears on the Douluo continent, it naturally means that others can also enter the Three Kingdoms world through the passage. However, people from the Douluo world entering the Three Kingdoms world will be suppressed by the heavenly Tao of the Three Kingdoms world. So that's how it is. It seems that I won't be able to keep training alongside the master in the next phase of training. Although MaHongjun was eager to ask the spirit how to enter the Three Kingdoms world, he couldn't just disregard everything and rush into the Three Kingdoms world. Therefore, he decided to go to Tiando City together in 3 days, and after settling down, he would prepare to head to the Three Kingdoms world, hearing that the heavenly Tao of the Three Kingdoms world would suppress Douluo people entering it. He was not worried about others entering the Three Kingdoms world causing harm to his fellow countrymen. Moreover, he actually very much hoped for the fusion of the two worlds, and he even hoped that the people of the Douluo world could bring some trouble to those ancestors who were fighting among themselves. Although those ancestors all harbored selfless national sentiments that only manifested when facing external enemies. When there were no external enemies, those lovely ancestors would not be as lovely as he imagined. Throughout Chinese history, there have been constant internal struggles. No matter the dynasty, various conflicts existed. However, once matters concerning national righteousness arose, countless heroes would stand up, risking their lives for righteousness, and such deeds would emerge endlessly. This is the true reason why the Chinese nation is strong. Qin Shi Huang Yingzheng unified the 6 states, laying the foundation for Huaxia, while Han Wudi Liu Che drove out the Xiongnu, forging the spirit of the nation. Chapter 139. The Secrets of Douluo Continent. It wasn't just these ancient heroes. Many modern heroes who dedicated themselves to the country and the people were also continuously emerging. It could be you, or it could be me. Every son and daughter of Huaxia has their own sense of national righteousness, just differing in scale. Coincidentally, MaHongjun was an absolute hot-blooded youth, and his sense of national loyalty had not diminished in the slightest even after one lifetime. Rather, it had grown stronger with the passage of time. He even anticipated that the fusion of the two worlds could potentially lead to a devastating war capable of annihilating clans. He could not let his Huaxia people become stronger in a short time. He did not have that ability, nor could he expect the ancient heroes who fought amongst themselves to set aside their prejudices and unite. The only things that could unite them were interests and national righteousness. So MaHongjun decided that if the channel could be opened early, then let it be opened early. After all, with the restrictions in place, people from the Douluo world couldn't possibly destroy the 3 kingdoms world over this. 10 days later, in the city of Tiando, the original Lamba Academy had now become a branch of Shrek Academy. In a small courtyard on the back mountain, MaHongjun, someone is looking for you. They are from the Tiando Royal Academy, and since they're your friends, I brought them over. Lu Erlong stood in front of a small house, knocking on the door as she spoke. After finishing, without waiting for MaHongjun to respond, she returned to her own room, where the master and Flender were still waiting for her to come back to play chess. If it weren't for the academy notifying her, and if MaHongjun hadn't restricted others from entering his courtyard, she wouldn't have come personally. Friends? Who could it be? Could it be Sister Yin Yin? MaHongjun wondered in his heart. Is Hongjun there? It's me. I need your help with something. A gentle voice rang out. MaHongjun opened the door and saw a graceful and cold beauty standing quietly at the door, her face slightly flushed. Lingling, it's you? Why isn't Sister Yin Yin with you? I will definitely help with whatever I can. MaHongjun asked with some confusion as he looked at the pure and untainted girl before him. Although he had a good relationship with Yi Lingling, it wasn't to the extent that he would agree to everything she asked. There are differences between men and women, and he really couldn't understand why Yi Lingling would come to find him alone. I want you to be my boyfriend. Yi Lingling's face turned red. Then she mustered her courage and boldly said, What did you say? You want me to be your boyfriend? No, we don't know each other well enough. I can't agree to your request. MaHongjun looked at Yi Lingling in disbelief, then calmed down and flatly refused. It was undeniable that MaHongjun had feelings for Yi Lingling. To say he wasn't moved would be a lie. However, he wasn't someone who would easily agree to her request. I know my request is a bit abrupt for you, but I also have my difficulties. If you're unwilling or feel that it's too fast, you can choose to just be my nominal boyfriend. Once I reach the title Douluo level, this favor will be considered fulfilled. If you agree, not only will I owe you a favor, but I can also tell you an important secret about the Douluo continent. Yi Lingling seemed not surprised by MaHongjun's refusal. Instead, she calmly looked around and said in a somewhat cautious whisper, A secret? What secret? What benefits does it have for me? MaHongjun, not wanting to let the cat out of the bag without seeing the rabbit, became curious upon hearing Yi Lingling's words. In fact, if it was just to let Yi Lingling be his nominal girlfriend, MaHongjun didn't think he would lose out. If he could gain a favor from it, he would feel it was worth it. The so-called secret was merely out of curiosity. He was just asking casually. I said it's a secret, so are you not going to let me in and talk about it? Yi Lingling looked at MaHongjun with some dissatisfaction. Oh, I was rude. Please come in, Lingling. My humble abode is simple. Please don't mind. MaHongjun quickly reacted and made a gesture for her to enter. It turned out that Yi Lingling wanted MaHongjun to be her boyfriend, not because she had really fallen for him. After entering, Yi Lingling explained to MaHongjun the reason she came to ask him to be her boyfriend. The Jiuxin Haidang clan was not as simple as it appeared on the surface, or rather, there were many hidden things on the entire Douluo continent. The Jiuxin Haidang clan, although a single lineage, had an extremely powerful hidden influence. The true power behind it was not inferior to the 7-treasure glazed tile school at all. In terms of the quality of martial souls, Jiuxin Haidang was on the same level as the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda, even surpassing the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda. However, unlike the 7-treasure glazed tile school, the Joshin Haidang clan would not emerge unless facing a crisis of extermination. This was because the Joshin Haidang clan lacked the most important thing needed to emerge, which was a kind of luck. As Shun Kwa of the Northern Song dynasty said in Mengshi Bitten, small is the crowd of men's ailments, and it follows the rise and fall of luck. The Joshin Haidang clan had a history of over 10,000 years, but since over 9,000 years ago, they had rarely interacted with the outside world due to insufficient luck. Once they emerged, they would surely head towards destruction. Therefore, the Joshin Haidang family was classified among the hidden families. However, unlike other hidden families, the main lineage of the Joshin Haidang clan, which possessed the Joshin Haidang martial soul, could freely emerge to hone their skills. The reason was the special nature of the Joshin Haidang martial soul. While there could only be 2 Joshin Haidang martial souls appearing at the same time on the entire Douluo continent, if a third appeared, someone would have to be sacrificed to ensure its continuation. However, there is a trade-off. The owners of the Joshin Haidang martial soul are not influenced by the power of luck. If nothing unexpected happens, the martial soul can continue to exist in the history of the Douluo continent. If the owners of the Joshin Haidang martial soul want to pass it down, they must make the necessary sacrifices, not just requiring the older generation of Joshin Haidang martial soul owners to sacrifice, but even marriage issues cannot be decided by themselves. They must marry a plant-type soul master. Only then can they give birth to children who can awaken the Joshin Haidang martial soul. And MaHongjun's lucky grass martial soul was not an important secret, and combined with the relationship of that person from the Joshin Haidang clan with the poison Douluo, it wouldn't be difficult to find out. Therefore, Yi Lingling's purpose for seeking out MaHongjun was self-evident. She was on a family mission. However, Yi Lingling told MaHongjun that she did not want to accept her family's arrangements, but rather wanted MaHongjun to first be her nominal boyfriend to fool them. This was because she didn't want her mother to go to her death, and her seemingly cold personality was closely related to this issue with her martial soul. The secret Yi Lingling wanted to tell MaHongjun was that the reason hidden families had not emerged was due to insufficient luck. In fact, there were quite a few sects on the Douluo continent whose strength was not inferior to the 7-treasure glazed tile school, and it was far from being as simple as it seemed. However, they could not emerge at all. Yet, for months ago, it seemed that everything had begun to change subtly. Some weaker hidden families or sects had started to emerge one after another. According to what my mother said, it seemed that the luck of the Douluo world had erupted again, and some hidden families or sects had met the conditions to emerge. Even my Joshin Haidang clan had gained considerable benefits. This is the secret I want to tell you. Actually, I don't care whether the Joshin Haidang clan emerges or not. I only care about my mother's life. Are you willing to help me? Yi Lingling was very close to MaHongjun, almost whispering in his ear, her tone very sincere. I believe what you say. It seems that the secret you want to tell me should be about those hidden families' powers gradually emerging in the future. A bitter smile appeared on MaHongjun's lips as he said helplessly. Upon hearing that it was something that happened 4 months ago, he had some vague guesses in his heart, feeling that it might be related to the Three Kingdoms world. He asked why the sect forces in Douluo continent were so simple, but it turned out there were some hidden forces that had not emerged. The Tianluoduang had only investigated the existence of hidden forces, but could not make contact with them, and that was the reason. I can agree to your request, but I have another question. Why is Tianluoduang gradually developing? Does Tianluoduang not need fortune? MaHongjun had a good impression of Yi Lingling, and this secret was indeed very important to him. However, he still had some doubts and couldn't help but continue to ask. Well, thank you very much. In the future, if there is anything you need help with, I will certainly do my best. Actually, even if you didn't ask, I would tell you. I know you're actually a person from Tianluoduang. Although our hidden family does not emerge, we still know a thing or two about some important events happening in Douluo continent, and we have a very sound intelligence system. The fortune of both individuals and forces is divided into 3 stages. The first stage is from nothing to something. The second stage is the peak period. And the third stage is from prosperity to decline. The fortune of hidden forces belongs to those that are transitioning from prosperity to decline. On Douluo continent, there is a well-known rule among hidden forces. Once a force can isolate itself from the world and use some special methods, it can achieve a certain degree of immortality, provided it possesses sufficient strength for self-preservation. Yi Lingling slowly explained to MaHongjun, her voice still somewhat low, and her eyes were very alert, watching the surroundings. I see. So the fortune of Tianluoduang is still in the stage of going from nothing to something. MaHongjun immediately understood the meaning of Yi Lingling's words. Smelling the faint fragrance in the air, he couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart, and there was a tendency for him to look up. Noticing MaHongjun's unusual reaction, Yi Lingling's pretty face flushed red, and she quickly explained in a low voice, "Don't misunderstand. I'm just afraid someone might overhear our conversation and discover something. There are definitely members of my family secretly following and observing my actions in the academy." MaHongjun quickly nodded. For a moment, neither of them spoke, and the atmosphere became somewhat awkward. In fact, Yi Lingling also had a good impression of MaHongjun. Otherwise, she wouldn't have followed her family's advice to come alone to discuss with him. With strong talent, outstanding appearance, good personality, and being a peer with immense potential, any opposite gender would naturally feel good about him. Unless that opposite gender was not the same kind. The aesthetic of humans and beasts is different, except for transformed spirit beasts of over 100,000 years. Chapter 140, World Passage, Part 1. Can you tell me about the uses of fortune and the specific situation? MaHongjun took the initiative to break the awkward atmosphere and said, "In fact, the rapid development of Tianluotuang is related to fortune. Fortune is intangible and has no specific explanation. Even the 3 stages of fortune were conclusions drawn after countless ancestors' explorations. The speed at which your Tianluotuang is developing is no less than the speed of the rise of the top 3 sects in the past. With the presence of a tidal, Douluo-level powerhouse like Dugu Bo suppressing the fortune of the Force 1T leak out. The rapid development is not surprising. But what puzzles us a bit is the leader of Tianluotuang," Yi Lingling said curiously, looking at MaHongjun with a hint of inquiry in her eyes. "What's wrong with the leader of Tianluotuang? Is there some saying?" MaHongjun also sensed Yi Lingling's probing tone, but he was not foolish enough to reveal that he was the leader of Tianluotuang. "Of course there is, but I can't tell you directly. Fortune is a secret among the hidden forces of the entire continent. Let me put it this way. Establishing a sect is not just about strength. The founder also needs to possess great fortune or fate. Otherwise, the development of the force will inevitably face numerous difficulties. Their fortune should be extremely powerful. According to our clan's elder, we estimate that your leader must at least be a tidal Douluo-level powerhouse," Yi Lingling said to MaHongjun in a somewhat indirect manner. "How are you so sure? What if our leader is not a tidal Douluo, just someone with strong fortune?" MaHongjun asked with some confusion, showing no intention of revealing anything. Because only tidal Douluo-level powerhouses can possess such powerful fortune. To allow Tianluotuang to develop rapidly in a short time, their fortune must be extremely strong. Our family understands Poison Douluo. Being promoted to tidal Douluo was already the last burst of his fortune. It is impossible for him to have such strong fortune to make a new force develop rapidly. Therefore, we deduce that your leader must also be a tidal Douluo, and not the kind like Poison Douluo, whose potential and fortune are nearly exhausted, but a tidal Douluo who is still constantly advancing," Yi Lingling said confidently, while also indirectly explaining the role of fortune to MaHongjun. "Is it impossible to have strong fortune if one is not a tidal Douluo?" MaHongjun's mind was a bit muddled. How did Tang San establish the Tang sect in the original text without any mention of fortune? To know that the current fortune of your Tianluotuang is almost on par with that of the bottom 4 sects. It is not impossible for someone below tidal Douluo to possess such strong fortune, but they must be a child of fortune. Yi Lingling glanced at the silent MaHongjun, her eyes flashing with a hint of surprise, clearly trying to discern MaHongjun's thoughts. MaHongjun responded, but fell silent, secretly pondering, so that's how it is. The child of fortune is none other than Tang San, right? In the original text, hidden families had no chance to emerge. It seems this is due to my butterfly effect, which has completely changed the power structure of Douluo continent. But that's fine, if everything stays the same. Where's the fun in that? You really are a blockhead. I'm your nominal girlfriend now. Don't you have anything you want to say to me? Yi Lingling said irritably. Didn't you also say it's a nominal girlfriend? Now that there are no outsiders, what can I say? MaHongjun was somewhat puzzled. He couldn't understand these women's thoughts at all. Otherwise, he wouldn't still be single. Yi Lingling couldn't help but feel a bit exasperated. She naturally liked MaHongjun in her heart. Otherwise, she wouldn't have told him everything she knew. However, she was afraid of being rejected, so she didn't dare to show it. Of course, this liking was still at the stage of attraction and had not yet reached the level of love. However, MaHongjun's attitude still made her a bit exasperated, and she even began to doubt her own charm. Usually, which boy would not act like a fool when seeing her? Only MaHongjun made her feel a loss. Then I'm leaving now. In the future, I will publicly announce that I am your girlfriend. Yi Lingling stood up from the wooden stool at the table and said coldly, but I will be leaving for a while soon, for at least 3 months or at most a year. I will return to Tiando City before the elite competition for high-level soul masters across the continent. Although MaHongjun didn't know why Yi Lingling's attitude had turned cold, he still felt it was necessary to clarify things with her. After all, no matter what, he was now her nominal boyfriend. What are you going to do? Yi Lingling suddenly stopped and asked. Training. However, that place is known to very few people, so the information will not connect with the outside world. It shouldn't affect your plans too much, right? MaHongjun asked tentatively. If there's an impact, he can only let Yi Lingling choose someone else. However, plant-type soul masters are easy to find, but geniuses are not. Tang San is also a plant type, but he already has Xiao Wu, so he probably won't agree to her. After thinking it over, it seems that he is the most suitable. No, there won't be any problems returning before the Soul Master competition, but if possible, it would be better if you tell Douluo about our relationship before you leave. Yi Lingling said meaningfully as she glanced at MaHongjun. No problem. MaHongjun didn't sense that Yi Lingling was testing him and directly agreed. After all, when it comes to meticulous thoughts, MaHongjun is still not as good as these girls, let alone those cunning people from the Three Kingdoms world. Yi Lingling's eyes showed a look of as expected, with MaHongjun's talent being one of the top in the heavenly net. It's not surprising that he could come into contact with the poisoned Douluo. Initially, she wasn't sure about MaHongjun's status in the heavenly net, but now that he agreed without a second thought, it was almost certain. Yi Lingling's eyes revealed a trace of satisfaction. She liked MaHongjun's purity without any schemes. She herself is like that, but due to family circumstances, she is more mature and thinks more than MaHongjun. Although she came to find MaHongjun with the intention of being sincere, she also wanted to test his status in the heavenly net. The Nine-Heart Sea Star clan has its own rules. In order to inherit the martial soul, if the soul master genius has no power, they must choose the way of a door-to-door son-in-law to combine with her, unless the power is strong enough to qualify for marrying her. She also has her own thoughts. If she could choose her own happiness, she might not choose MaHongjun. However, for the inheritance of the Nine-Heart Sea Star clan, she had no choice. And meeting MaHongjun was already satisfying. With MaHongjun's character, he definitely wouldn't be willing to be a door-to-door son-in-law. If MaHongjun holds an important position in the heavenly net, then marrying her in the future would avoid a lot of trouble. Chapter 141, World Passage 2, then I'll go back, goodbye. Yi Lingling said as she turned to leave, not giving MaHongjun a chance to keep her. It felt strange. Why does her attitude feel a bit odd? Sometimes warm and sometimes cold? Women are really troublesome. MaHongjun muttered in a very straightforward manner, then continued to sit cross-legged on the bed to cultivate his soul power. Outside the back mountain. Miss, the elder has ordered me to take you home. A black-clad man suddenly appeared in front of Yi Lingling and said respectfully, if MaHongjun were here, he would notice that the aura of this black-clad man was similar to that of Zhao Wujia. Did my mother know? Yi Lingling's previously relaxed expression turned cold with the appearance of the black-clad man as she asked faintly. The lady is also present. The black-clad man's attitude remained respectful. I understand. You lead the way. After Yi Lingling finished speaking, she followed the black-clad man away. She naturally knew the elder's purpose for calling her back, but fortunately, she had made arrangements in advance. Remembering MaHongjun's talent and identity, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. MaHongjun was unaware of what was happening here. Over the past 3 days, he had finished all the tasks he was assigned. Once Douluo had time, he would personally come to take MaHongjun to the Sunset Forest to obtain the 4th soul ring. Of course, due to the fact that the lucky grass needed to absorb the mysterious seeds and was in that peculiar state, the only soul ring he could currently obtain was the 4th soul ring of the evil fire phoenix. Although he was not yet familiar with the power levels of the Three Kingdoms world, the information he received from the weapon spirit was enough to deduce that it was definitely not a place where he could be reckless. Not to mention that it was a chaotic world filled with fierce generals and cunning strategists. Without some strength, he wouldn't dare step into the Three Kingdoms world. Otherwise, those ancestors wouldn't show him any mercy just because he was from Huaxia. Half a month later, with Douluo's help, MaHongjun successfully absorbed a 30,000-year soul ring from the Phoenix Winged Beast. The Phoenix Winged Beast is a descendant of the Phoenix and possesses the Phoenix bloodline. There is only one in the entire Sunset Forest. We heard Douluo mention this news. MaHongjun was extremely excited and immediately decided to consume the Rooster Crown Phoenix sunflower along with the soul ring. After spending nearly half a month searching for its trace, MaHongjun and the others finally found the nest of the phoenix winged beast. Naturally, under the direct action of the poison Douluo, it was easily subdued. After consuming the rooster-crowned phoenix sunflower, the evil fire within him was finally temporarily suppressed, and he looked even more handsome, exuding a unique aura that made people feel refreshed. Not having time to check his condition, MaHongjun looked over at the phoenix winged beast, which had been subdued by Douluo, not far away. The phoenix winged beast is an extremely rare flying soul beast, and to prevent it from escaping, Douluo had put in considerable effort to subdue it. It is worth mentioning that the appearance of the phoenix winged beast is not as elegant as its name suggests. It does not possess the noble aura of a phoenix. Instead, it looks extremely fierce and vicious, being a ferocious carnivore that usually preys on other soul beasts. Now that it has fallen into his hands, MaHongjun felt no pity at all. Survival of the fittest is the natural law. If it were a gentle soul beast like Xiao Wu, MaHongjun might have hesitated, but for such a ferocious soul beast, he felt no mercy. Adhering to the principle that if it is not of my race, its heart must be different, especially when dealing with such a vicious existence. He would not feel any compassion. Ignoring the hatred reflected in the eyes of the phoenix-winged beast, MaHongjun swiftly dealt with it. A circle of extremely dark soul rings lit up around it, and a flash of excitement passed through MaHongjun's eyes. How could he not be excited? This is a soul ring from a soul beast with a phoenix bloodline. Not only extremely rare, but also an essential step to resolve the evil fire within him. The evil fire has severely affected his daily cultivation and life, even influencing his character considerably. If he hadn't been suppressing his true nature, MaHongjun might have turned into a second-generation rich kid, a spoiled brat who couldn't move his legs when he saw a woman. He had considered inheriting the position of the god of desire, but after thinking it over, MaHongjun decided to give up. The god position that best suits his evil fire phoenix martial soul must be the fire god position. As for the lucky grass martial soul, it is very suitable for inheriting the position of the god of luck, but evidently this low-level world does not have a god of luck. So MaHongjun has secretly decided to pursue a self-created divine position route. However, it is still a bit far to talk about this now. He hasn't even found a clue about the fire god position. What the future holds, he cannot be sure. But he plans to take on the sea god 9 trials to quickly enhance his strength. Then, he would search for the fire god inheritance. MaHongjun is not in a hurry about this. Participating in the sea god assessment might attract the attention of other gods, just like Oscar and Ning Rongrong. But before that, MaHongjun has one thing that must be done. Otherwise, if his mindset is not clear, even cultivation will be affected. That is to go to the familiar hometown from his dreams. Although it seems to be from a different era, just a historical period of his own time, MaHongjun is very sure that it is indeed his hometown, because when he arrived in the world of the 3 kingdoms, he already had that feeling of being in his hometown. Now he wants to see if it is as he imagined. What a monster, a soul master under 13. Even the golden generation of the Spirit Hall can't do this. Douluo looked at MaHongjun, who was enjoying himself and effortlessly absorbing the 10,000-year spirit ring, and couldn't help but sigh. Soon, in less than an hour, MaHongjun successfully absorbed his first 10,000-year spirit ring. This was different from the last 10,000-year spirit beast sacrifice. It could be absorbed automatically without much danger. This time, it was entirely based on his own body and mental strength to withstand it. With a wisdom skull that concentrated his spirit, MaHongjun didn't have to worry about soul fluctuations at all. This was a spirit ring from a 30,000-year-old spirit beast, and it was a powerful phoenix bloodline spirit beast. Did you absorb it so easily? Douluo looked at MaHongjun, who stood up in disbelief and asked, "Yeah, why not? Did you want to see me struggle to absorb a spirit ring?" MaHongjun retorted, "You're actively absorbing a 10,000-year spirit ring for the first time. At least act a bit uncomfortable." You just frown a little, and that was it. Douluo felt a bit unbalanced in his heart, still unable to come to terms with it. When did 10,000-year spirit rings become so easy to absorb? He could only absorb 10,000-year spirit rings when he was a soul king, and even then, it was just an ordinary spirit ring that had just surpassed 10,000 years. Even so, he suffered greatly when he absorbed a 10,000-year spirit ring in his youth, almost losing his life. No one had told him these things, being from a grassroots background. Moreover, this was not an ordinary 10,000-year spirit ring, but a top-tier 30,000-year spirit ring. He only saw MaHongjun frown when the resentment from the spirit ring erupted, and then not long after, he successfully absorbed it. How could this not surprise him? Chapter 142, World Passage 3, Well, aside from the troublesome soul fluctuations, it doesn't seem very difficult. MaHongjun didn't intend to pretend. He genuinely felt it wasn't very hard. All right, if I keep talking, I'm going to start feeling jealous. Let us go back. Douluo rolled his eyes and said irritably, I'm not going back. You go back and tell the teacher and the others that I want to train alone for a while. I will try to return within a year. And it shouldn't delay me from participating in the finals of the Soul Master competition. MaHongjun shook his head and said, well, that's fine. You really should train alone. Although you seem more mature than your peers, you might not be as mentally developed as Tang-san. It's good to train alone. Just be careful. Douluo looked at MaHongjun in surprise. Although he had long known that MaHongjun wanted to go out for training, he didn't expect MaHongjun to be in such a hurry to leave. He spoke casually, but he couldn't help but feel a bit worried. And the last sentence revealed his concern for MaHongjun. Yeah, I will. You go back first. I still need to return to the ice and fire yin-yang. I had to prepare some defensive medicines. MaHongjun nodded Davidi. He didn't tell him the real reason, just that he lacked mental strength and needed to train outside. Initially, Flinder naturally disagreed, but in the end, he couldn't resist MaHongjun's insistence and had to agree. However, he thought that with the current strength of the Heavenly Net, as long as they were on the Douluo continent, they could definitely find MaHongjun and secretly protect him. MaHongjun naturally guessed this, but Flinder's calculations would surely fall short. The place he was going to was not something the Heavenly Net could easily handle. Even the gods of the Douluo world were only vaguely aware of the world of the three kingdoms at this time. In the Divine Realm, Xiaozi, what do you think that hidden mysterious passage in the Douluo world leads to? Even I can't fully see through it. A gentlewoman, filled with a soft aura, frowned and asked in confusion. I can't see through it either, but I have a bit of an idea. It should be a world similar to our Douluo Divine Realm universe. The youth referred to as Xiao Zi was one of the 5 divine kings in the Divine Realm, the Destruction God King. And the gentlewoman was naturally the Life Goddess. Side 2 worlds connected. I don't know if it's good or bad. The Life God King side. Her expression, somewhat melancholic. The Life Goddess is one of the 5 divine kings, supreme gods, of the Divine Realm Council, with her true form being the ancient tree of life. Her strength is awe-inspiring, her seniority is profound, and she has a kind heart. Being an elder figure in the Douluo Divine Realm, the wife of the Destruction God, she often carries a lively scent, making her a very approachable and gentle deity. Regardless of good or bad, war is certainly unavoidable. If they can eventually swallow that world, Douluo Star is very likely to evolve into a divine star where gods can survive. Excitement appeared in the Destruction Goddess' eyes. Everything in the Divine Realm seemed too boring to him. Although he was not as solitary as the Sea God, he was not much better off and had long grown tired of life in the Divine Realm. Now that he sensed another otherworld, how could he not be excited? In his eyes, aside from power, this was the only thing that could spark his interest. Aren't we doing well like this? Xiaozi, if you find that things cannot be violated, can you promise me not to take the initiative to provoke a war between the 2 worlds? The Life Goddess disliked war and preferred a peaceful life. Seeing the Destruction God's excited and warlike demeanor, she couldn't help but advise. All right, I know what I'm doing. I'll send a clone to check the situation. The Destruction God completely ignored the Life Goddess' advice. But he wasn't foolish and would not recklessly enter that mysterious world with his true self. After saying that, the Destruction God vanished, leaving the Life Goddess behind to sigh. Then, as if remembering something, she communicated with a strand of divine thought she had left on the Douluo continent, muttering to herself, now that this change has occurred, it seems that the Douluo continent will definitely not be peaceful in the future. It's also time for my legacy to come into the world. At the same time, the first-level gods among the members of the Divine Realm Council sensed something and began to communicate with their divine thoughts left in the Douluo world. Due to the sudden arrival of the world of the 3 kingdoms, they vaguely anticipated the future unrest in the Douluo world, which could even be described as an unprecedented upheaval. They all changed their previous strict requirements for legacies and began to set up contingency plans. Naturally, MaHongjun could not know any of this. The passage to the world of the 3 kingdoms directly connects to Douluo Star. If the world of the 3 kingdoms is swallowed, Douluo Star would be the first to benefit, and it has little to do with the Douluo Divine Realm or other continents. Of course, there are certainly benefits, but not as many as Douluo Star. However, conversely, if a world war breaks out, the Douluo continent would definitely be the first to suffer. Opportunities and dangers coexist, and the same goes for the world of the 3 kingdoms. The 13 regions of Huaxia will be the first to face the Douluo continent. Over here, MaHongjun has already picked a lot of various healing medicines and all kinds of top-tier spiritual herbs that help stabilize foundations from the ice and fire yin-yang eye. Naturally, he doesn't need these herbs to stabilize his foundation. He has other uses for them. After checking, MaHongjun found that he had a total of 9 top-tier spiritual herbs. It is worth mentioning that when MaHongjun left, he gave Flinder a 10,000-year ginseng king, whose medicinal effect was only slightly inferior to that of an immortal product. If this one is counted, the entire ice and fire yin-yang eye has only 10 plants. Of course, this is calculated without considering the Shrek 7 monsters. The teacher has consumed the 10,000-year ginseng king and will soon break through to the soul Douluo realm. With old poison around, there is no need to worry about soul rings. Don't worry, teacher. Even if the two worlds really clash, you will still be my teacher. MaHongjun has a strong premonition that in the future, one of the two worlds will inevitably submit or be destroyed. He will not allow the land of China to perish before his eyes, and he is willing to pay the price of his life for it. To be honest, he also intends to inform others. If it truly is the Grand China in his heart, he will definitely choose to expose the situation in the Douluo world. Between Douluo and the land of China, he would unhesitatingly choose China. Our Grand China, every stroke and dot is a backbone. Our land of China, every thought and sentiment is the future. Our vast 9 provinces, every word and ink is the blazing sun. This life, I have no regrets in joining China. In the next life, I will still be in the Chinese family. What is the spirit of China? 5,000 years ago, the Yellow Emperor issued an order to hunt deer in the Central Plains. 4,000 years ago, Duke Zhou spoke and was revered in all directions. 2,000 years ago, the Qin swept the 6 directions, and Han Wu marched into the desert, slaughtering the Xiongnu, their reputation spreading for thousands of miles. The Tang dynasty's emperor killed the Turks and dominated the world. That year, we educated the world. 5,000 years have passed, and the Western Greeks are gone. Alexander is gone. Rome is gone. Egypt is gone. Babylon is gone. Assyria is gone. Persia and Arabia are gone. Europe has shattered into pieces. The Middle East is in chaos, yet we still call ourselves China. This word has its origins back to 2000 BC. MaHongjun cannot achieve the magnificent deeds of the ancients, but for the future of the Chinese nation, he is willing to be that small person. Not to mention just selling information about the Douluo world. Of course, he is not foolish. Everything will proceed under the premise that he and his relatives are safe. MaHongjun was brought to a mysterious place called the Tongtian Sea by the weapon spirit through unknown means. He stopped in front of a mysterious black hole emitting a dark luster. From the end of the black hole, MaHongjun sensed a familiar aura, as if that were his home. Is this the world passage? Chapter 143, The Secret Realm of Tongtian Sea. Weapon spirit, how do I enter the passage? Will there be any danger? Looking at the dark passage before him, MaHongjun felt a bit excited, but couldn't help but ask. The scenery of this secret realm of Tongtian Sea was truly shocking. More than 90% of the area was covered by seawater. And what was slanting down from the azure sky was not rain, but seawater. It formed rivers several meters wide flowing down, and strangely, this seawater showed no sign of leaking, all converging into the sea. Like a tornado, swirling around, this stunning scene felt surreal, beyond description. Fortunately, the place where MaHongjun stood was the highest point of the entire secret realm, a small island. Otherwise, the splashes caused by the peculiar Tongtian River would have swept him away. Although MaHongjun could fly, he did not want to experience the feeling of being washed away by the flood. Meanwhile, at the nearest spatial node outside the secret realm, a young man in purple, radiating a destructive aura, looked at the passage of the secret realm, feeling somewhat hesitant. The world passage is actually above the Tongtian Sea. This is troublesome. The man frowned, muttering to himself. The Tongtian Sea is a trivial secret realm on the Douluo continent. Very few people know about it. Unlike the Douluo continent, no soul power can be mobilized within the Tongtian Sea, not even by a god. However, MaHongjun, who was in the Tongtian Sea, was an exception. His soul power circulated without any awareness of this, flames bursting forth. Weapon spirit, can I simply step into the passage to enter the world of China? MaHongjun was fully prepared, not daring to relax as he looked at the world passage before him. In this passage, he seemed to see great terror, an enormous energy capable of tearing him apart. Yes, host, rest assured, with the existence of this weapon spirit, stepping into the passage will pose no problems. Awesome. That is good. I'm coming to my great China. Hearing the weapon spirit's assurance, MaHongjun stepped in without hesitation. The space of the secret realm twisted, and a purple figure appeared in this desolate Tongtian Sea secret realm. Strange, there's another aura present. Who could it be? How could they enter the Tongtian Sea? Could it be a clone of Azura? No, this aura is very weak. Even if it were truly Azura's clone, it shouldn't have such a weak presence. The purple figure was the avatar of the god of destruction from the divine realm. Meanwhile, MaHongjun had already passed through the world passage under the protection of the weapon spirit's mysterious power, landing safely in the central region of the land of China. On Mount Mang. Mount Mang is located to the north of Luoyang, on the south bank of the Yellow River, and is a branch of the Qinling mountain range. The Shaoshan branch. At this moment, the phoenix wings behind MaHongjun suddenly seemed to fill with power, automatically spreading open as he landed. Unable to contain his excitement, MaHongjun flew upwards continuously. The first thing he saw was the imperial capital Luoyang, which had been burnt to ruins and rebuilt. As he ascended higher, MaHongjun gathered his soul power in his eyes and saw the mother river of China, the Yellow River, flowing endlessly. Continuing to fly higher, MaHongjun could hardly control his evil fire phoenix martial spirit. The phoenix wings seemed to be repelled by an unknown force. The martial spirit erupting with hidden power to resist that repulsion. Looking at the great wall that appeared before him like a giant dragon guarding the land of China, MaHongjun finally confirmed that this world was indeed his root. Ding! Host releases the heart of China to resist the rejection of world power. Would the host like to activate it? Activate! MaHongjun knew that here, he absolutely would not encounter the problem of being rejected by the world. So he did not show any panic, even though the height he was flying at had reached the limit of the phoenix wings, and if he were careless, the exhaustion of soul power could lead to death. He remained calm and composed. As he looked at the world passage in midair, resembling a black hole, MaHongjun was just about to descend to find a place to land when he suddenly discovered with horror that countless seawater was surging out of the black hole, slanting down towards the land of China below. Moreover, there was no sign of stopping. Thinking of the boundless seawater in the Tongtian Sea secret realm on the other side of the passage, MaHongjun's heart sank. Yes, this water, MaHongjun recognized at a glance, was the same color as the seawater in the Tongtian Sea. Knowing the situation on the other side made it easy to guess. The scene returned to the Tongtian Sea secret realm. Looking at the empty secret realm before him, the god of destruction's eyes revealed a hint of ruthlessness. The reason the Tongtian Sea secret realm is called the Tongtian Sea secret realm is that it contains endless seawater, which can instantly submerge hundreds of Douluo continents. No matter who enters the world passage, for me, the benefits outweigh the drawbacks. In the future, the Douluo world will definitely go to war with the world on the other side of the passage. The Tongtian Sea secret realm is located at the entrance of the passage between the Douluo world and that mysterious world, and it will surely be the first to bear the brunt. I must find a way to draw the seawater into the world passage. Otherwise, once the two realms go to war, the secret realm will collapse and Douluo Star will inevitably turn into a vast ocean. I'm sorry. The god of destruction pointed with both hands, drawing countless mysterious runes. As the runes condensed, the seawater of the Tongtian Sea secret realm began to flow slowly towards the other end of the world passage. Since someone has already gone to the mysterious world to investigate the situation, I will not go. However, the water from the Tongtian Sea secret realm cannot all stay here. Otherwise, once the battle begins, Dalu Star will surely be destroyed. The god of destruction revealed an inexplicable expression, nodding in satisfaction at his own masterpiece. The seawater of the Tongtian Sea secret realm is extremely special. No one knows where it comes from. Even the power of gods cannot evaporate it, but strangely, it gathers entirely in the Tongtian Sea secret realm without leaking at all. Once a power above a level 2 god enters the secret realm, it will collapse, and the seawater will continuously pour into Douluo continent like rain. The reason why the area of seawater on Douluo continent is far greater than that of the continent is because the water from the Tongtian Sea secret realm tilted long ago. This is the seawater of the Tongtian Sea secret realm. Damn, what's going on? Artifact spirit, I need a reasonable explanation. MaHongjun looked at the pouring rain with a grim expression and shouted. Knowing the history of Central Plains, MaHongjun was very clear about what such a heavy rain represented for the Huabei region located by the Yellow River. It represented a catastrophic flood, the separation of families, and the destruction of homes. It has nothing to do with me, nor with the host. It should be someone on the other side guiding the seawater of the Tongtian Sea into this world. Chapter 144. Huaxia Points 1. Is there any way to solve this? If it keeps raining like this, the Central Plains will definitely experience an unprecedented flood, and the people will be displaced. MaHongjun asked himself. He was not a good person, but he wouldn't just stand by and watch his compatriots suffer, unless there is a divine artifact to suppress it. Otherwise, disaster is unavoidable. The artifact's spirit provided a solution, but it was no different from saying nothing. As the rarity of divine artifacts is dozens of times rarer than the national treasure giant panda of the previous life. Sigh. With a soft sigh from MaHongjun, he descended onto the dilapidated city of Luoyang. Surrounding soul power formed an energy shield to prevent the rain from soaking him. Compared to other soul masters, MaHongjun's hot soul power consumed much less soul power at this moment. The torrential rain could not wet the corners of his clothes at all. Outside Luoyang City, those who were anxiously rushing to escape the rain did not notice MaHongjun's sudden descent. Mommy, my mommy was swept away by the flood. Who will save my mommy? Wah! A little girl's cry startled MaHongjun, who was still admiring the scenery of Luoyang City. The little girl was crying with tears streaming down her face, pointing at a helpless figure being swept away by the flood in the moat, crying out for help. Her thin clothes were soaked by the rain, yet she still didn't care, seeing that no one around was helping her save her mother. Despair flashed in her eyes as she looked at the moat, wanting to jump but too scared to do so. Don't cry. I'll go save your mommy. Just stay here and don't move. MaHongjun quickly stepped forward to stop her, comforting her as he spoke, then jumped into the moat. To avoid unnecessary trouble, MaHongjun chose not to release his martial soul wings. The little girl stared blankly at the big brother who suddenly appeared before her. Just as she got a clear look at his handsome face and was about to speak to him, he jumped into the moat. Actually, calling a moat is somewhat misleading. It was just a river a few dozen feet wide not far outside the city. Normally, walking along the river wouldn't be a problem, but with the heavy rain pouring down, it was easy for the river to breach its banks. It was no wonder the little girl's mother was swept away by the river. When MaHongjun saw the little girl, he could guess that she had been pushed out of the range of the flood by her mother, as although the ground was muddy. The nearby flood was clearly not enough to wash away the little girl. After entering the river, MaHongjun quickly rescued the little girl's mother. To be honest, the woman was extremely beautiful. Although she was soaked and her face was dirty, her inherent charm could not be hidden. Ding! Congratulations to the host for saving a Huaxia woman. Reward Huaxia points 10. There was no time to respond to the sudden voice in his mind. Seeing the rain getting heavier, MaHongjun quickly led the grateful young woman and the little girl into the city. The young woman, besides looking a bit frightened, behaved quite properly. The reason she still had the strength to walk was that MaHongjun had used soul power to help her recover some strength during the rescue. Upon entering Luoyang City, he took the two women, one big and one small, to an inn. Because of the heavy rain outside, there were quite a few people seeking shelter from the rain here. The woman appeared to have an extraordinary temperament and seemed to have some savings. Directly instructing the attendant to prepare a private room. I am Yin. Thank you, young master, for saving my life. Once I find my husband, I will definitely repay your kindness. The beautiful woman bowed respectfully to MaHongjun, although she felt a bit sticky on her body. She had no way to change clothes since her clean clothes had been washed away by the flood. Fortunately, the silver she carried with her was kept on her daughter. I am Lu Jun, madam, is too polite. As fellow children of Huaxia, it is natural to help each other. Since I encountered this, how could I stand by and do nothing? MaHongjun decided to follow local customs and spoke in somewhat awkward classical Chinese. Before the woman could say anything, the little girl, who had calmed down, was not happy. That's not true. At that time, many people around were afraid and avoided it. Why didn't I see anyone else saving my mother? Only big brother, you didn't care about the danger. The little girl pouted and said with a bit of pride. MaHongjun looked at the little girl, whose emotions had returned to normal, in surprise, secretly lamenting that girls these days have such big hearts. What I said ISNT wrong, right? Why are you looking at me like that? The little girl lowered her head shyly under MaHongjun's gaze and said softly. The girl was about 7 or 8 years old, and MaHongjun was not much older than her. He just looked more mature. Linger, don't talk nonsense. How could an ordinary person survive in such a flood? Moreover, to bring someone out. The woman was quite reasonable, but at this point, she couldn't help but look curiously at the young boy in front of her. It seems that not everyone is as powerful as Big Brother, but if it were my father, he would definitely be able to do it. His martial arts are the best in the world. The little girl didn't dare to retort against her mother, and suddenly spoke with an expression of admiration, as if recalling something. Young master, please don't take offense. My daughter has never liked needlework and loves martial arts. She greatly admires her father, who practices martial arts. The woman apologetically said to MaHongjun, "No worries. In my opinion, your daughter has an extraordinary physique and exceptional talent. It would not be a bad thing to practice martial arts in this chaotic world." MaHongjun began to mimic the mystics and praised her. Hee, just like what Daddy said, big brother must be as powerful as Daddy. It's raining so heavily outside, and the flood is so fierce, yet you were able to save Mommy. The little girl giggled happily, completely waking up from the merciless flood. Hearing her words, MaHongjun fell silent, suddenly realizing that he could not just sit and wait. Although the terrain within Luoyang City was very high and would not be submerged immediately, the farmlands and villages outside the city were not as safe. He couldn't help but stand up and head outside the city to see if there was any way to stop the torrential rain. Even saving one person would be worth it. What is the young master trying to do? Why is he suddenly in such a hurry? Is there something urgent? Seeing MaHongjun like this, Yanshi hurriedly stood up and asked, "The rain is so heavy outside. The rivers have breached their banks, and the farmlands are surely lost. But there are still many villages outside the city. I can't just stand by and watch them suffer." MaHongjun paused, turned to explain, and then his figure disappeared from the spot. Such a remarkable person exists in the world. Alas, if only my husband could have such awareness. How could his reputation be as it is now? The woman sighed and shook her head. However, she secretly remembered MaHongjun's appearance, thinking that once things settled down, she would definitely send someone to find him and repay his life-saving grace. In this era, people believe that even a small favor should be repaid with great gratitude, let alone a life-saving grace. Chapter 145, Huaxia Points 2. While rushing outside the city, MaHongjun did not forget to ask about the doubts he had when he saved people earlier. Spirit tool? Why is it Huaxia points, not kindness points? MaHongjun wondered in his heart. Beep. After merging the mysterious seed and the energy of meteor tears, the quality of the martial soul has undergone an unknown change. From now on, the host will no longer have other points, only Huaxia points. The rewards drawn from Huaxia points will mainly be historical famous ministers and military generals of Huaxia. Note, the summoned generals and ministers will default to being loyal to the host, but each has their own thoughts, and whether they can be controlled depends on the host's own efforts. Other treasures from various realms will be secondary. Although MaHongjun understood what the spirit tool said, he was still confused. What was going on? However, after carefully asking the spirit tool, MaHongjun finally understood the situation before him. The previous point lottery was affected by the extraordinary treasures like meteor tears and the mysterious seed, which caused significant damage to his own source. At the same time, upon entering this Huaxia world where it was born, he was granted this ability by the world's heavenly Tao to compensate for his own source. MaHongjun's heart became excited. He was being treated gently by the heavenly Tao. This was a privilege only the children of the heavenly Tao and the children of the plains could enjoy, and now he was experiencing this treatment. This was not just due to his luck. After being in the Douluo continent for so long, even with the luck bestowed by the lucky clover, he did not see much improvement in luck. Now, this kind of fortuitous opportunity had appeared instead. Can I summon legendary figures like War God Yang Jian and Great Witch Xing Tian? Holding back his excitement, MaHongjun began to think a bit unrealistically. Yes, however, the chance of summoning them is not much different from not being able to summon at all. Hearing the spirit tool say that he could summon those legendary figures, MaHongjun almost shouted out in excitement, breaking the calm demeanor he had maintained for over a decade. However, upon hearing the latter part of the statement, he deflated. Was this really okay? While walking in the heavy rain, MaHongjun saw many people in distress and did not hesitate to help them. It wasn't that he was particularly noble. First, it was because he had just returned to his beloved Huaxia after many years, and the sense of familiarity with his compatriots prompted him to act this way. Second, it was also because of his own interests, namely the Huaxia points. Looking at the 520 Huaxia points he had accumulated, a satisfied smile appeared on MaHongjun's face. Along the way, for every person he helped who was affected by the flood, although he did not gain as much as when he saved the first woman, it was still better than nothing. Eventually, MaHongjun left Luoyang City, specifically searching for some low-lying villages. MaHongjun was unaware that this torrential rain had come from the secret realm of the Tongtian Sea, wreaking havoc only in the Central Plains. Although other places also experienced the backflow of seawater from the Tongtian Sea, they were blocked by a mysterious force and did not see a single drop of rain. 3 days later, the mysterious power suddenly surged, enveloping the Central Plains, and only then did the rain finally stop. after 3 consecutive days of heavy rain. Just on the first day, Luoyang City and its surroundings had received at least the equivalent of 150 West Lakes worth of water. And the entire Central Plains area had more than 500 West Lakes worth of rainfall. If it weren't for the protection of the mysterious power, the entire Han Dynasty could have been affected by this sudden downpour. The land of human protection is a secret realm based on the 9 provinces of Huaxia, where the ancestors of the human race have lived for generations. It is primarily governed by the teachings of Confucianism and Taoism, with various schools assisting in the protection of humanity. The leader of the Taoist sect, Giguzi, is both the leader of the Taoist sect and the ancestor of the Zhongling school. His cultivation is at the peak of the combined body stage, with a lifespan of 10,000 years. At this time, he, along with a group of human race sages, successfully sealed the backflow of seawater from the Tongtian Sea. Fellow Taoists, listen to my words. Since King Wu's campaign against Zhou, the world's spiritual energy has withered, and the immortals have been separated. Thus we have lost contact with the upper realm. Now that the spiritual energy has reignited, it is time for us to step closer and embark on the path of immortality. I plan to enter the world again during this chaotic era to cultivate. I wonder what everyone thinks. Giguzi, dressed in black with black hair, exuded an air of twilight, though his face, despite looking old, showed no wrinkles. Appearing as youthful as an 18-year-old. I also have this intention. This collision of worlds may not be an opportunity for us. However, we can come out of the mountain, but we do not know how to end the chaotic era. We must understand that the fusion of 2 small worlds will inevitably lead to a battle. I wonder if you all have candidates to end the chaos. A middle-aged man, exuding the aura of battlefield slaughter, said sternly. What the grandson said is also what we mean, the other dozens of men echoed. This middle-aged man, who radiated the aura of battlefield slaughter, was also a powerful existence at the late stage of the combined body, equivalent to the peak of a level 1 god in the Douluo continent. He was Sun Wu, the founder of the military school. The other men behind him included Mozi, Yin Yangjia Zouyin, legalist Han Fizi, and founders of various schools such as Mingjia, Zheijia, Nongjia, Zaya Shuojia, Zonggengjia, Bingjia, and Yijia. The most important among them was Confucius, who stood alongside Giguzi, the founder of Confucianism. Within the entire human race secret realm, only he and Giguzi possessed the most powerful strength, positioned between the Douluo divine king and the peak of level 1 divine beings. They established various schools, assisted emperors, promoted the development of civilization, and possessed the cultivation methods of ancient Qi refiners, which allowed them to extend their lifespans and escape the cycle of the heavenly Tao. By relying on the fortune of establishing their teachings, they were able to transcend. In fact, it would not be accurate to say they transcended. After all, the gods of the Douluo continent could live for countless years. Although these ancient Qi refiners were not too far off in strength compared to the gods of the Douluo continent, their lifespans were vastly different. Of course, compared to each other, they also had their advantages. They did not need to abandon their physical bodies like the gods of the Douluo continent to focus solely on their souls, but instead, their bodies and souls progressed together. Though they had not become immortals, they remained the rulers of this world. The secret realm they inhabited was also the only remaining blessed land on Blue Star, roughly the size of half the Tiando Empire. Of course, at this moment, MaHongjun was unaware of all this. Although he believed that his hometown would definitely not be as weak as he remembered, he would never have thought that anyone could compare to the pinnacle of the first-level gods of Douluo continent. By this time, MaHongjun had been in Huaxia for 3 days, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when the heavy rain or flood finally stopped. At this moment, Gongsun Zan should have just suffered defeat, and Zhao Yun had not yet switched to Liu Bei's side. Although he admired Liu Bei's second brother, Guan Yu, he didn't want the loyal and righteous Zhao Yun to be ineffective under his command. Since the natural disaster had ceased, there was nothing more he could assist with. So it would be better to go find Zhao Zilong, Huang Zhong, and other temporarily unclaimed individuals to befriend. MaHongjun thought to himself as the heavy rain finally stopped. In fact, although he said he wanted to befriend them, his purpose was not so simple. He wanted to pull these talents into his camp for his future convenience. Chapter 146 Lu Ning, based on his understanding of history. MaHongjun guessed that Zhao Yun might have returned to his hometown in Changshan or Bianyi City. With a mindset of giving it a try, MaHongjun traveled while heading towards Changshan, Jizhou, Changshan, Zhending County. It was now the 4th year of Jianan, which was 199 AD. If you remember correctly, Zhao Yun should have joined Liu Bei in 200 AD. Since he was here, He couldn't let Zhao Yun make the wrong choice again. MaHongjun settled in Zhunding County, and he wasn't short of silver coins on his journey. Gold and soul coins were made of real gold. He had used his phoenix flame to create quite a bit of real gold, also known as horsehoof gold. Gold was the legal currency of the Han Dynasty, and due to its high value, it was generally not circulated directly in society. Copper coins were mainly used. However, gold could be exchanged for copper coins. As the master of the celestial web, his space soul guide naturally had an abundance of gold soul coins. So after settling down, he immediately purchased a mansion from a wealthy merchant in Zhunding County through special channels. He even lavishly hired several maids specifically to clean the house. After tidying up, he instructed the maids not to worry about him. MaHongjun didn't stay long in the mansion. Instead, he left and headed toward Zhao's village. Who exactly are you? What do you want with my brother Yin? The girl looked at the handsome young man in front of her warily and asked, I am nobody. No, I'm not a person. Wait, I am a person. I can't explain clearly, but you know I mean no harm. MaHongjun found himself at a loss for how to explain to the beautiful girl in front of him. It turned out that after MaHongjun arrived at Zhao's village, he easily found Zhao Yun's home, but he didn't encounter Zhao Yun. Instead, he met his younger sister Zhao Yu. However, when Zhao Yu heard that MaHongjun was looking for Zhao Yun, her attitude was not very friendly. She looked at MaHongjun with suspicion, fearing he might be someone under Yuan Shao. No matter how much MaHongjun explained that he didn't know any Yuan Shao, the girl still didn't believe him. MaHongjun felt that the girl's vigilance was a bit excessive. However, it was also his fault for not being able to find a suitable reason. Anyone who suddenly showed up at a stranger's house looking for someone without explaining would be seen as a bad person. The girl couldn't help but chuckle. This person looks just like my second brother. He shouldn't be a bad guy. Let me tease him a little more. The girl thought to herself, a glint of mischief flashing in her eyes. Oh, so you're not a person? If you're not a person, then what are you? Could you be the legendary little beast? Zhao Yu suddenly clutched her chest and pretended to be scared. Cough, cough. I really have urgent matters to discuss with you, brother. Please, miss. Don't tease me anymore. Just tell me where your brother is. MaHongjun scratched his head awkwardly. Having lived 2 lives, he could see that the girl was genuinely trying to mess with him, and he couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. Not interesting. Looking at you. You shouldn't be that old, not like Yuan Shao's men. My second brother went up the mountain and comes back every 3 days. You're just in time. You should be back soon. Zhao Yu said with a pout, looking unhappy. MaHongjun was surprised and then ecstatic. He was shocked that Zhao Yu, at such a young age, had such vigilance and knew how to buy time to keep him from danger. He was delighted that he would be able to meet Zhao Yun. With his abilities and his silver tongue, he was sure he could change Zhao Yun's fate. What MaHongjun didn't know was that even if he hadn't come, the trajectory of the entire world had already begun to change. However, there was no telling whether Zhao Yun would still follow the old path. With a straightforward and loyal character, he could easily be led astray by Lu Duras' words. Yue, your second brother is back. Yin brother is back. And he even brought back a tiger. Come out and help. A hearty voice came from outside. Upon hearing the voice, MaHongjun didn't think much of it and, like Zhao Yu, excitedly went out to open the courtyard door. He saw 2 figures standing outside. One was a handsome young man with an extraordinary demeanor, and the other was a strong man. The one who had called out was the seemingly simple-looking strong man. As MaHongjun looked at the young man, who was clearly in a dominant position, he felt a sense of pressure, as if he were facing a soul Douluo powerhouse. Second only to the pressure he felt when he first met Douluo. Who is this brother? The young man looked at MaHongjun with some confusion and asked, I am Lu Ning, courtesy name Ziyu, let's talk inside. MaHongjun fabricated a story without hesitation. He didn't use his identity from the Douluo continent, but instead used his name from his previous life. Brother, there's no need to worry. Lu Gu is specifically looking for you. He is not one of Yuan Shao's or other lord subordinates. Zhao Yu, who originally believed nothing MaHongjun said, surprisingly spoke up for him. I am Zhao Yun, courtesy name Zilong. I've met Lu brother. Zhao Yun looked into MaHongjun's eyes. Based on his years of battlefield experience, he could tell that although MaHongjun had a strong aura, he lacked the murderous intent typical of someone from the battlefield. So he felt relieved and introduced himself with a smile. Cannot. Zhao brother, I'm only 14 this year. Hee. I just grew up a bit too fast. If you don't mind, just call me Ziyu. MaHongjun hurriedly acted surprised and flattered. To be honest, with his robust physique and height of over 8 feet, if he didn't say anything, no one would guess his real age. Among those who developed earlier on the already fast-developing Douluo continent, MaHongjun was among the top tier, let alone here. Oh, a look of surprise flashed in Zhao Yun's eyes. He did not inquire further, but with the help of MaHongjun and Zhao Yu, dragged in the dangling-eyed white-striped tiger that Zhao Zhuang, the seemingly simple-looking strong man, had caught. Was this big creature hunted by Zhao brother? MaHongjun asked curiously as he looked at the nearly lifeless, dangling-eyed, white-striped tiger in front of him. From this big creature, he sensed an aura of the king of beasts that he had never felt from ordinary tiger-type soul beasts. Yes, this big creature has extremely tenacious vitality. It took me quite a bit of effort. Its attack power and speed are among the best I've ever seen. On the way down the mountain, I encountered this big creature that wanted to eat people. So I caught it and brought it back to exchange for some silver to buy some clothes for my little sister. Zhao Yun explained to MaHongjun in a very friendly manner, without actively inquiring about MaHongjun's background or motives. With MaHongjun's impressive aura and his age of less than 14, Zhao Yun assumed he must be a wealthy and well-informed young master from a good family who had heard about his recent victory over Yan Liang and Wen Chou, and wanted to befriend him. Chapter 147. Technique Brother Zilong. Since you want to sell it, if you trust me, why not let me handle it for you? I guarantee you'll get the best price. MaHongjun suggested to Zhao Yun, wanting to see if killing this seemingly formidable tiger would yield a soul ring. He didn't actually intend to sell it for Zhao Yun, but rather wanted to buy it himself for soul ring research. Even the Beast King that Zhao Yun had captured with great effort must be at least over 90,000 years old, and if a soul ring really appeared, MaHongjun could absorb it himself. Well, thank you, Brother Lu, Zhao Yun said with a slight fist salute. He usually spent a long time away from home and wasn't from a wealthy family, so he naturally didn't have good channel for selling it. Most people really couldn't afford such a fierce tiger. MaHongjun didn't say much more and shamelessly stayed at Zhao Yun's home. But he didn't just eat and drink for free. During this time, he had the maiden mansion buy quite a few daily necessities. Daily necessities in the Han Dynasty, grains, meat. Life here was evidently quite behind compared to the Douluo continent, but it made MaHongjun feel more at home. If it weren't for the many people he cared about in the Douluo continent, he really wouldn't want to go back. Although everything here seemed comparatively backward, the Hanfu was dazzling in MaHongjun's eyes. The diversity of Hanfu here, with brightly colored silk custom-made clothes, was simply vibrant and extremely luxurious. During this time, MaHongjun's strength also improved again, reaching the realm of level 42 Soul Master. After bringing the fierce tiger to Zhending County, he secretly bought it. After killing the severely injured tiger, a dark purple soul ring over 9,000 years old indeed appeared. Don't ask how MaHongjun knew it was over 9,000 years. With a spirit tool equivalent to a system, this judgment was not a problem at all. Half a year later, after half a year of understanding, MaHongjun had established a foothold in this chaotic world. Among them, the gold soul coins in the Spatial Soul Guide played a huge role. The path of cultivation emphasizes partners, wealth, and land. MaHongjun's current strength had reached level 50, only a soul ring away from breaking through the Soul Master realm. But MaHongjun's strength was not something that could be measured by realm. In this aspect of technique, he was not lacking. Over the past 6 months, aside from developing his power during the end of the Han Dynasty, MaHongjun had mostly been with Zhao Yun, this great master. With Zhao Yun as a companion, they often practiced together, mostly being thoroughly defeated by Zhao Yun. And both practical combat experience and soul power growth reached an unprecedented speed. In terms of wealth, he was even less lacking. Gold, although precious in the Douluo world, could not compare to the abundance available in the late Han Dynasty. The gold soul coins in the Spatial Soul Guide allowed MaHongjun to quickly establish his own power and collect many precious herbs for cultivation, although there was a lack of good land. The sudden surge of spiritual energy due to meteor tears and the merging of 2 realms in the late Han Dynasty was not bad, and MaHongjun still had the residual medicinal power of immortal herbs in his body, which enabled him to make rapid progress to reach level 50. After arriving in this world, MaHongjun realized that having too many martial souls was not good. Having too many soul rings was not necessarily a good thing. Therefore, in the past 6 months, he had not practiced the lucky grass martial soul, but thought it best to take a break. Both Zhao Yun and the legendary Elbu only had 1 martial soul, yet their combat abilities left MaHongjun in awe. For example, Zhao Yun's martial soul, the dragon dandling silver spear, had a quality that was on par with his evil fire phoenix martial soul, yet its power was several times greater than his own. Zhao Yun's true realm was only that of a soul sage, but in terms of actual strength from MaHongjun's perspective, he was definitely no less than Douluo. MaHongjun even felt that in a life and death battle, the one who would die would surely be Douluo, not Zhao Yun, who was only at the soul sage realm. The reason for this gap lay entirely in the technique. Unlike the singular nature of soul rings and soul skills, technique here represented a level of martial arts. Although there was no clear division, based on the strength of many generals, it could roughly be divided into 3 stages. The first stage of technique is form, which allows one to systematically display all that they have learned. Currently, MaHongjun was in this stage. The second stage is intent, which means comprehending the true meaning of techniques, achieving a unity of form and intent, and integrating them. This realm is extremely rare, and very few can reach it. It requires extremely high talent. MaHongjun only knew that Zhao Yun was currently at the intent stage. The third stage of technique is divine, where a person has reached the divine realm of technique, which can be said to be exceptionally gifted. It is said that in the past 300 years, only Xiang Yu had reached this realm. Techniques that reach the divine realm in this world can challenge the gods. Of course, MaHongjun was unaware of all this. China has hidden too much. Even generals are divided into 3 types: strength, body, and technique, with technique being just one way of cultivation for generals. Strength refers to qi cultivation, which is somewhat similar to the soul power cultivated in Douluo continent. The body naturally refers to body refinement. Before the Qin dynasty, there were many cultivation methods for scholars, but after the first emperor, most of these methods were lost, with only a very small number of people still possessing some incomplete cultivation methods. Some of these methods evolved from ancient qi practitioners, while others were developed by individuals with exceptional cultivation who observed the changes in heavenly principles and comprehended the wonders of nature. As for martial souls, they are a new phenomenon. This world has given birth to the marvelous cultivation method of martial souls, and the future direction of cultivation is full of unknowns. When MaHongjun first met Zhao Yun, he had just touched the threshold of technique form, and now he had reached the mid-stage of technique form. If combined with his powerful and wondrous martial soul abilities, he was confident he could defeat an average soul Douluo. It was a victory, not just a confrontation. As for confronting a title Douluo, MaHongjun still had no confidence. After all, the power of a title Douluo is not something that can be countered by mere breakthroughs in technique. In a dilapidated yet remarkably clean courtyard, 2 figures stood and lay, silently gazing at the distant sky. "Brother Liu, I intend to join Liu Bei. I wonder if you would like to go together." Zhao Yun, looking at the leisurely MaHongjun lying on a lounge chair, suddenly turned around and asked seriously, "I have no intention of going." MaHongjun seemed to have known what Zhao Yun wanted to say long ago and replied straightforwardly. "Why?" Zhao Yun asked, a bit excited. After 6 months of interaction, their relationship had rapidly advanced, becoming close confidants who shared everything. "Because I have other important matters to attend to and cannot go." MaHongjun recalled the matters in the Douluo continent and felt it was time to prepare to return. "What about the Penglai restaurant?" Zhao Yun frowned. "Leave it to you and your 36 brothers," MaHongjun said nonchalantly. "Why did you build such a powerful intelligence network?" Zhao Yun asked seriously, his expression shifting slightly. "For the strength of our nation, for the people of Huaxia. I have no intention of being a local lord, nor do I wish to unify the world. I just want to do my part to reduce conflict in this world. Will you stay and help me?" MaHongjun stood up, looking directly at Zhao Yun with sincerity. The Penglai Tavern was an intelligence agency that MaHongjun had established at great expense, with a tavern in every province of the Han Dynasty. And it had just started to get on track. The managers behind these taverns were introduced by Zhao Yun from the remnants of the White Horse Eat Zone, as they did not want to switch allegiances, possessing martial skills without a place to display them and lacking a specific trade. Therefore, MaHongjun naturally would not miss the opportunity and gathered them to help manage his business in the Han Dynasty. "Are you hiding something from me?" Zhao Yun didn't refuse or agree. Being cautious by nature, he had inevitably sensed something after a long time together. "Yes, but I can't say it now. Will you stay, Brother Yin?" MaHongjun said frankly. "Good brother, with your words, I will temporarily stay. I await the day you explain the situation to me," Zhao Yun said kindly, patting MaHongjun on the shoulder. I will definitely do that." MaHongjun nodded heavily, gripping Zhao Yun's hand with a look of gratitude in his eyes. Everything was unspoken. A month later, after instructing Zhao Yun on some tasks, MaHongjun bid farewell to Zhao Yu and left the Han Dynasty. He did not rush to meet those prominent figures of the late Han, or those heroes who would be remembered through the ages. These encounters would happen after the 2 worlds merged. Currently, although MaHongjun was only in the first stage of strength classification in the 3 kingdoms, he could still contend with a later stage Zhao Yun for a long time without defeat. Of course, just not being defeated. If it were a battlefield or a life-and-death struggle, MaHongjun would definitely not hold on. His killing techniques were meant for combat, and during sparring, Zhao Yun could demonstrate half of his power at best. However, MaHongjun could withstand for a while and could see that his strength was not trivial. Over the past 6 months, MaHongjun had successfully mastered the 8 doors of Dunjia. Unlike Might Guy's 8 gates, MaHongjun did not need to worry about the side effects of opening the 8 gates. With the meteor tears on him, he could absorb a bit of life force and open the death gate without any hesitation. This was also why MaHongjun could spar with Zhao Yun using only the Evil Fire Phoenix martial soul and some abilities of the 9-leaf swordgrass. When MaHongjun returned to the secret realm of the Sky Sea, all 10 of his soul rings lit up simultaneously. Those who did not know might think it was a divine manifestation. The 9-leaf sword grass martial soul had now added a 4th soul ring, along with 2 hidden soul rings, totaling 6, and with the 4 soul rings of the Evil Fire Phoenix, that made 10 soul rings. What surprised MaHongjun was that the white tiger he absorbed during the late Han had an exceptionally rare growth-type soul ring. He initially thought it was just a special soul ring over 9,000 years old, combined with his special feelings for his nation, hoping to absorb the essence of his people. Unexpectedly, he gained something unexpected. Later, MaHongjun learned that there was not a unique case. While not common, growth-type soul rings were not unheard of, though they could only be considered rare. Once discovered by the powerful beings of the Douluo continent, it would inevitably spark a deadly conflict between the 2 worlds. Even god-level powers would be unable to control their greed and would come to fight for it. As long as there were friends, family, and loved ones who had not broken through to god level, this growth-type soul ring, which could almost guarantee a breakthrough to god level and achieve immortality, was the greatest temptation. MaHongjun had already informed Zhao Yun of this secret before leaving, urging him to secretly seek ways to enhance his power, which also served as a repayment for Zhao Yun's teachings in martial cultivation. In the world of the Han Dynasty, while one could condense soul rings by themselves, who would still seek distant gains when there was a soul ring that could surely break through the godly bottleneck? Of course, there were exceptions, depending on personal fortune. In Tiando City, the Blue Tyrant Academy had now been renamed the Tiando Shrek Academy. "Teacher, I'm back," MaHongjun murmured to the academy's plaque, feeling a wave of nostalgia, as if it had been ages. "Kid, who are you? What are you doing standing here? Don't think you can sneak into our academy just by wearing strange clothes. Get lost. Our academy doesn't welcome you." A young man with a sharp face and monkey-like features immediately chimed in, looking like a complete lackey. Just as MaHongjun was about to head to the back mountain to meet his teacher and friends, an annoying voice from a spoiled rich kid reached his ears. A group of people appeared ahead, and the leader, a spoiled young master, stood in the middle of the road, pointing at MaHongjun and scolding him. "Are you a senior member of Shrek Academy, or a core member?" MaHongjun's expression remained calm, and his tone was indifferent. But he was already feeling a bit of anger rising. An imposing aura emanated from him, making the few people in front of him fall silent. He didn't expect Shrek Academy to still have such students. "Heh, I say this is my territory, and it is indeed my territory. If you're not convinced, you can report me to the teachers. You look like a new student, right? I know all the students in the academy. I advise you to change out of that outfit quickly. Otherwise, the next time I see you, I will definitely throw you out of the academy." The young man spoke threateningly, passing by MaHongjun without any signs of fear. One of the strong soul masters intentionally bumped shoulders with MaHongjun as he walked by. Bang! As expected, the burly soul master was sent flying back 7 or 8 steps before crashing to the ground. "Waste! Can't you watch where you're walking? Hurry up and get lost." "Hee, I'm really sorry for this, brother. My subordinate doesn't know the heights of the sky and the depths of the earth. I apologize for him. If there is nothing else, we'll meet again by fate." The spoiled young man retracted his arrogant smile, his attitude immediately shifting as he spoke with some trepidation. "He doesn't know the heights of the sky and the depths of the earth? Maybe. Remember, Shrek Academy does not allow cliques and does not allow bullying of the weak. If I see you again next time, regardless of your identity, you won't be able to stay." MaHongjun sneered disdainfully, turning his head without looking back as he walked smoothly toward the back mountain. This was also to give his old friend a face. Otherwise, MaHongjun would not allow such a person to continue staying in Shrek Academy. Chapter 149. Changes in the Douluo world. "Hongjun, you finally back? Brother, I miss you so much. If you didn't come back soon, we'd be too scared to return to our place because of your fiancé, yes." As soon as he arrived at the back mountain, he ran into a dejected Oscar, who looked at MaHongjun as if he had seen a savior, rushing over like a whirlwind. Stop! You're pretending to miss me, but the latter part is the truth, right? What did I have fiancé? Yes. I don't even know about it. MaHongjun quickly reached out to stop Oscar's actions and said impatiently, Huh, you finally came back. There's no rush on this matter. I'll explain the specifics to you later. First, tell me what level your soul power is now. Oscar stopped proudly, activated his soul power, and boasted, It's level 50, not bad, huh? You've actually reached level 41 soul power. Very good. It seems the master's devil training is indeed effective. MaHongjun took a glance and immediately saw through Oscar's specific strength. Pervert. Oscar hadn't even had the chance to say these two words when a group of boys and girls walked out from behind him, speaking in unison. It was the rest of the members of the Shrek's 7 monsters, along with Dean Flender from Shrek Academy. Teacher, why are all of you here? MaHongjun asked in surprise upon seeing Flender and his companions. Of course, we came to welcome you home. Aren't you underestimating the power of my martial soul too much? Hee hee, Flender chuckled. Haha, feeling the fluctuation of little Ao's soul power, we naturally came out to take a look. Otherwise, with his physique, he can't withstand a single blow from the enemy. That's why we sensed your presence and came out to welcome you. Dai Mubai also laughed, concealing his emotions, but his eyes clearly showed a hint of longing. Fourth brother, I missed you so much. You finally come back. Ning Rongrong was the first to step forward, linking her arm with MaHongjun's and expressing her heartfelt joy. It's good to be back. Zhu Zhuqing just glanced at MaHongjun and nodded, hiding her emotions well. Hee hee, Hongjun, your return is quite timely. The preliminary round of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite Tournament is in 3 days. Tang San said with a smile, and Xiaowu nodded in agreement beside him. Why don't I see Fat Tiger? MaHongjun slightly nodded, feeling a bit warm inside. Although it couldn't compare to the peace he felt during the Han Dynasty in the Three Kingdoms world, it was still one of the few warm places. A place of peace is home. Shrek Academy can also be considered half of MaHongjun's home. He's probably been forcibly taken away by those hidden families to inquire about your news. Dai Mubai shook his head helplessly. What were you doing? Allowing them to take Fat Tiger away like that. MaHongjun instantly exploded in anger, his eyes wide open and red, an invisible aura erupting instantly, almost as strong as Flender, who had already reached the soul Douluo realm. If a person remains indifferent when their companion is harmed, do they still deserve to be human? They promised to live and die together as the Shrek's 7 monsters, yet they watch Fat Tiger being taken away without a reaction. Can this be considered brotherhood? MaHongjun was momentarily overwhelmed with anger, and negative emotions surged up. Sigh, fourth brother, don't be angry yet. Fat Tiger is very safe. Listen to us, finish explaining, and then you can get angry, Ning Rongrong said, frightened by MaHongjun's fury, but still mustered the courage to speak. It was the first time she had seen MaHongjun so angry. All right, I will listen to your explanation. If your answer doesn't satisfy me, the Brotherhood of the Shrek 7 Monsters ends here. After his experiences in the world of Huaxia, MaHongjun had undergone changes in both temperament and understanding. Additionally, he had regained his original personality, no longer the polite and graceful MaHongjun, but a straightforward and genuine person who cared deeply for the land of Huaxia. Yes, at this moment, MaHongjun had clearly distinguished his relationship with the Douluo continent. Huaxia naturally ranked first in his heart, but among the people of Huaxia, aside from Zhao Yun and those he admired, it was the people from Shrek who were closer to him. They were friends. Whether from the Douluo continent or the land of Huaxia, they were all his friends. However, relatively speaking, his expectations for the people of the Douluo continent had increased significantly. This was human nature, and MaHongjun understood this point. He didn't think of himself as noble, and he even felt a bit rebellious. The title Douluo from the Nine-Heart Sea Butterfly clan said they wanted to find you and have you marry Yilingling soon. Although their attitude was a bit forceful, there was no malice. With the assurance of poison Douluo, they would take Fat Tiger away from time to time to inquire about your situation, Ning Rongrong explained slowly. MaHongjun's expression froze as he looked at Oscar and his teacher Flender. Oscar nodded heavily. Regardless of their matters, Fat Tiger's situation is one he voluntarily went to the Nine-Heart Sea Butterfly clan. Although the specifics were not explained, it seems the Nine-Heart Sea Butterfly clan also has its own difficulties, which is why they need Fat Tiger to personally explain your situation, Flender nodded, helplessly saying. Ultimately, it was due to their weakness. The Nine-Heart Sea Butterfly clan directly sent 2 titled Douluo strong fighters, and since there was no malice and Fat Tiger was willing to go, they didn't stop him. I understand now. MaHongjun was quick-witted and instantly figured out the whole story. Ultimately, it was still because of himself. He had promised before leaving to be Yi Lingling's boyfriend on the surface. Then, there must be some important figure from the Nine-Heart Sea Butterfly clan wanting to see him, but coincidentally he was not around, which is why they took Fat Tiger, someone he was familiar with, to inquire about his situation from time to time. MaHongjun couldn't help but secretly complain in his heart that the person must be too ugly to show themselves, which is why they didn't come in person. At the same time, he felt a bit relieved that the visitor had no malice. Otherwise, even if they couldn't defeat MaHongjun, they would still find a way to bring Fat Tiger back from their hands. Sure enough, as Ning Rongrong and the others said, as soon as it got dark, Fat Tiger returned safely to the back mountain of the academy. Through everyone's words and the information sent by Flinder, the latest intelligence from the Douluo continent, MaHongjun gained a new understanding of the current situation on the Douluo continent. The Spirit Hall still held the top position, but they couldn't claim to have unified the world. In the past 6 months, hidden families had emerged one after another, with each hidden family having at least one soul Douluo stationed, and some even had titled Douluo strong fighters. The Nine-Heart Sea Butterfly clan was one of the best among them. However, they were not the most powerful, only ranking in the top 10. The 3 most powerful hidden families were the Mo family, the Long family, and the strongest Luo family. These 3 families all had titled strong fighters above level 98 stationed, and even the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile School, where Ning Rongrong was, did not dare to provoke such existences easily. It seemed that the skies of the Douluo continent had begun to change. Even the Nine-Heart Sea Butterfly clan had more than one titled level figure appearing. After looking at the information sent by the Heavenly Net, MaHongjun couldn't help but feel a headache. He originally thought that with the various special cultivation systems from the Huaxiao world, he wouldn't have to fear the Douluo continent too much, and only the gods from the divine realm deserved serious consideration. Unexpectedly, so many high-end combat forces suddenly appeared, which was quite unexpected. Once the 2 worlds erupted in war, it was really hard to predict the outcome, and if the gods intervened, MaHongjun couldn't even imagine what kind of ending awaited his homeland. Of course, MaHongjun didn't know that there were also god-level powers in the Huaxiao world, although perhaps not as numerous as the gods of the Douluo continent. But it is definitely not an existence that can be easily bullied. If a real fight breaks out, it will surely turn the world upside down and reverse the situation. Chapter 150 Lucky Draw. Boss, you finally came back. You have no idea how terrifying the strength of those hidden families is. Even the lowest gatekeeper has a soul power of over level 40. After Fat Tiger returned and heard that MaHongjun was back, he immediately went to MaHongjun's residence. Excitedly, he told MaHongjun about the information he had gathered over the past few days. Although Fat Tiger appears honest and simple, he is actually quite shrewd. The reason the Yi family often takes him to their place, the Nine-Heart Sea Peach family, is not without his own deliberate guidance. Fat Tiger, you can't be so reckless next time. Let's just let this one go. Only you and the teacher in this world treat me like this, and I cherish our friendship very much. If my issues bring you trouble, I will live with guilt for the rest of my life. A flash of emotion crossed MaHongjun's eyes as he said, full of remorse. Fortunately, Fat Tiger was unharmed. Otherwise, even if it was the Yi family, a hidden family, he would dare to confront them. The forces of the Heavenly Net are not to be underestimated. Even if they are not as strong as the Yi family, they can still bite off a few pieces of meat. Moreover, the Heavenly Net's fortune is thriving, now surpassing the lower 4 sects to become second only to the upper 3 sections. Hidden families generally do not provoke such forces, even if they are powerful. This is also a rule of this world. Hidden families are indeed strong, but they are influenced by fortune. Perhaps in a war between the 2, it is not necessarily the stronger side that wins. If one is strong but lacks fortune, they may suffer attacks and suppression from multiple forces, ultimately losing to a weaker side with ample fortune. Of course, MaHongjun cannot be certain of this right now, but these speculations are based on Yi Lingling's words and his own guesses. After chatting for a while, Fat Tiger went back, and MaHongjun laid down in his room without any intention of cultivating. Although his strength is not particularly formidable, he is still considered outstanding among the younger generation. Even the geniuses nurtured by hidden families cannot compare to him, so MaHongjun has reason to relax a bit. The path of cultivation is not just about hard work. Opportunities are even more important. The second Spirit Souls lottery system is MaHongjun's opportunity. Yes, it is indeed a system, as MaHongjun feels that the very concept of a system is the spirit of the martial soul. Thus, calling it a system is not wrong. In the past 6 months, he has also gained quite a few points in Huaxiao and the 3 kingdoms, but unfortunately, his martial soul is still in the process of evolution, rendering the lottery system temporarily unusable. Otherwise, he would definitely want to try his luck again. Overall, MaHongjun is still very satisfied with this lottery system. After returning to the Douluo continent, the lottery system on the attribute panel in his mind has also undergone changes. He noticed that 2 lines of content had appeared below his attribute panel. Lucky draw, Douluo coins. You can obtain 1,000-year soul rings, 10,000-year soul rings, and 100,000-year soul rings through the lottery, with a 1 chance to trigger a critical hit, which can yield a 1,000,000-year soul ring. Lucky draw, Huaxia coins. You can obtain historical civil and military figures of Huaxia through the lottery. The military figures are divided into second-rate generals, first-rate generals, top generals, unparalleled generals, and unmatched divine generals. From the spirit of the weapon, MaHongjun learned that the lottery system is one of the core abilities of the spirit. And this is the most significant change that occurred after the spirit slowly fused with the energy of the meteor tears and the seeds of the 9-leaf swordgrass. Previously, the good points, faith points, and so on were merely a way for the spirit to imitate the core ability and create a powerful host. Even the spirit did not expect MaHongjun's fortune to be so abundant, actually obtaining both the meteor tears and the seeds of the 9-leaf swordgrass. Otherwise, if MaHongjun relied solely on his own cultivation, even if he became a god king, it would be impossible for him to awaken the true ability of the lucky grass. The core ability is the lucky draw, for each world recognized by the heavenly Tao. One type of lottery method can be awakened. The way to obtain lucky draw tokens has also changed significantly. There are now only 2 methods. The first is brutally straightforward. Killing enemies will absorb their fortune and convert it into lottery tokens. The second is changing the fate of the world as protagonist, allowing one to absorb the fortune of the world as heavenly Tao. Currently, MaHongjun's lottery panel shows Huaxia points, 1,000, obtained from establishing the Great Han Intelligence Pavilion. Douluo coins, 0, lucky spin, 1, Huaxia points, number of lottery chances. Ding. Mysterious energy fusion has reached 50, unlocking the lucky draw function. At this moment, a voice echoed in his mind, and MaHongjun couldn't help but reveal a delighted smile. Let's draw once and see how lucky I am. With nothing to do, MaHongjun lay on the bed and thought idly. As his thoughts moved, his attention shifted to the sea of consciousness. Lottery. MaHongjun flipped over like a salted fish and silently recited in his heart. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the first-rate General Cheng Yaojin of the Sui and Tang dynasties. Cheng Yaojin, age, 38, strength, level 81 soul Douluo, first-rate top general. Martial soul, mischievous battle axe, innate full soul power. Note, a standout among first-rate generals with a powerful martial soul talent and explosive power. Can battle title level experts within the first 3 moves, after which it will drop to the original level. Greetings, my lord. Suddenly, a burst of strong light erupted in the room, centered around MaHongjun, as the first martial soul, which had completed half of its evolution, appeared. A dark black hole emerged, and with a flash of strong light, outsiders could not perceive it. A robust man stepped out from the black hole and landed beside MaHongjun. You are Cheng Yaojin. MaHongjun was taken aback, and quickly stood up to ask in surprise. Although he had prepared himself, MaHongjun still thought it would appear in another form. He never expected it to cross time and space and appear before him in such an incredible manner. It's me, old chum. What orders do you have, my lord? I will definitely help you with your troubles, the man said with a simple smile, scratching his head. Nothing for now. Just guard the door for a while. I need to take a breather. MaHongjun rubbed his head, still unable to wrap his mind around it at the moment. Having suddenly turned into a summoning system, anyone would find it hard to adapt. Does the summoned character have memories of their own world? Why do they call me my lord? MaHongjun asked the spirit in his heart. Ding. Most memories have been sealed to prevent being discovered and expelled by the heavenly Tao within the Douluo world, as the summoned beings are all historical figures who have died. To be revived, they must obey the host. The power of the contract in the dark will cause them to automatically recognize the host as their master. As long as they don't want to die, they won't betray the host. However, everyone has their own thoughts, and if they feel too oppressed, there is a slight possibility they might choose to resist, resulting in mutual destruction. What constitutes too much oppression? Killing their parents, taking their wives. Oh, that's fine then. Unless someone is crazy, who would do such a thing? But do they have parents in this world? No. Then what is that slight possibility? They could have wives. Oh, that makes sense, but I'm not someone like Chow, so I won't do such despicable things. MaHongjun sighed in relief, feeling that he was about to rise. This is the awakened golden finger, a reliance that allows one to dominate the Douluo Three Kingdoms world. Chapter 151, Plotting the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger. Currently, MaHongjun's soul power is only at the Soul King level, and he hasn't even obtained a soul ring. But his real strength is not inferior even to an average soul emperor, whether in terms of the quantity or quality of soul rings. He is not comparable to an ordinary soul master. However, the urgent task is still to quickly obtain a soul ring. He won't fully trust the master's theory. Can the effects of training in a soul sect for a day compare to the effects of training with a soul ring for a day? Obviously not. Therefore, delaying the time to obtain a soul ring means delaying the speed of cultivation. It cannot be denied that the master indeed has a good understanding of martial soul research. But theory is, after all, just theory. Without practice, one has no say. It's not that MaHongjun looks down on the master. It's just the way things are. It's worth mentioning that upon returning, MaHongjun found that, unlike in the original work, Flinder did not give Lu Erlong to the master. Aside from being a bit emotional when she first met the master, Lu Erlong has not been clingy with Yu Xiaojing. Now, her attitude towards the two can be described as inscrutable, as if both are just her old friends. In order to obtain the desired soul ring and advance to Soul King as soon as possible, the next morning, MaHongjun had Cheng Yaojin secretly protect him, instructing him not to show himself, and he went alone to Ning Rongrong's residence. The main reason was that he hadn't figured out how to explain to his partners about the sudden appearance of a low-level soul master follower. After all, he didn't introduce anyone on the day he returned, and no one followed him. The next day, suddenly having an extra person would raise suspicions, regardless of who it was. To avoid worrying his teachers, he had to temporarily put Cheng Yaojin in a difficult position. When he actually arrived at Ning Rongrong's residence, MaHongjun hesitated. But in the end, he made up his mind, gently knocked on the door, and stood silently outside. Creak! It didn't take long for the door to open. In fact, MaHongjun's fifth soul ring was just to obtain a soul ring from a tiger-type soul beast that was over 50,000 years old. But there was only one such soul beast on the entire continent. However, relying solely on the strength of the heavenly net was still not enough. Even with the presence of the poisoned Dalu and Cheng Yaojin, it was completely inadequate. Because if MaHongjun's memory wasn't mistaken, that soul beast was called the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger. Although its age was around 50 or 60,000 years, its strength was not something an ordinary title Dalu could compare to. Even the super title Dalu, Sword Dalu Qinshin, with close to 97 levels of soul power, could easily be defeated by it if he was not careful. Fourth brother, what do you need from me? Ning Rongrong rubbed her sleepy eyes, and upon seeing MaHongjun, her eyes lit up with confusion. Although MaHongjun's evil Fire Phoenix martial soul has reached the quality of a top martial soul, it is still far from being a true divine-level martial soul, the 10-headed Fire Phoenix. In terms of appearance, aside from having fair skin, a handsome and domineering look, and a strong physique, there was nothing else. But Ning Rongrong just happened to be the type of person who easily develops feelings for such individuals. Although she has a little devilish personality, deep down, she lacks a sense of security. Not just her, but all support-type soul masters probably desire to be protected. It's like this: I've been at level 50 for a while now, but I haven't found a suitable soul ring. Recently, Old Poison said he encountered a soul beast suitable for my evil Fire Phoenix martial soul in the Stardow Great Forest, but I wasn't strong enough to handle it. So I want to ask your sect, Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, for help. I will definitely offer rewards that will satisfy both titled Douluos afterward. Can you help me convey this? MaHongjun tentatively asked Ning Rongrong. Before he could finish speaking, Ning Rongrong interrupted him directly. Oh, fourth brother, why didn't you tell me earlier that you need to obtain a fifth soul ring? Don't worry, leave this to me. Grandpa Jian and Grandpa Gu are very fond of me. They definitely won't refuse my request. As for the reward, forget it. Aren't we one family? I already gave you the fairy grass without asking for anything in return. So how can I ask you for anything? You mustn't be polite with Rongrong, or I'll get angry. Ning Rongrong said confidently, patting her small chest, and at the end, she pouted her lips and looked at MaHongjun angrily, as if to say that if he was polite, she would get mad. You are you. I don't want to make it hard for you. Although Uncle Ning has already designated you as the only heir of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, you are still not the sect master. Fourth brother is not being polite with you. He's just worried about putting you in a difficult position. Silly girl, MaHongjun was also touched by Ning Rongrong's words, and he affectionately reached out to rub Ning Rongrong's head and said indulgently, I'm not silly at all. Not at all in a difficult position. I'll go back to my room to tidy up first. After breakfast, I'll go invite Grandpa Jian and them out of the mountain. Ning Rongrong's pretty face turned slightly red, and she quickly dodged, pretending to be calm as she turned to go back to her room. After returning to her room, Ning Rongrong patted her small chest, her face flushed. Who fourth brother actually touched me? Come on, Rongrong. Fourth brother will be yours sooner or later. Ning Rongrong clenched her small fist and encouraged herself. What she wanted was not a reward, but MaHongjun himself. She was truly a greedy woman. Back in his own residence, MaHongjun was unaware that after he left, someone else had started thinking about how to obtain him. Of course, even if he knew, MaHongjun wouldn't think much of it. It's not that he didn't like beautiful women, but he couldn't accept being infatuated with beauty at such a young age. In fact, the main reason was that at this age, he didn't have the curves. So he couldn't get excited. If there was anything that could make his heart flutter, it would be Zhu Zhuqing. That figure, those legs. No one would believe she was just a 13-year-old girl. MaHongjun fantasized for a moment, then quickly stopped, slapping his head and saying, "This damned little evil fire." If others knew what MaHongjun was thinking, they would surely scold him for being shameless. This guy was too good at shifting blame. Cheng Yaojin, who was watching from the shadows, looked at MaHongjun with confusion, not understanding why his lord would suddenly hit himself. At noon, MaHongjun went to find Flender. In the afternoon, he went to find the poisoned Douluo, and by the time he returned to his residence in the evening, he counted on his fingers, happily thinking, Sword Douluo 96th level, Bone Douluo 95th level, Poison Douluo 92nd level, Cheng Yaojin 81st level. All of them can match an average 91st level title Douluo when fully unleashed. If I also bring the Master and Erlong Teacher, we should barely be able to match Cheng Yaojin. This should be enough to deal with the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger, right? It's not that MaHongjun was overly cautious, but dealing with the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger must be done with lightning speed to severely injure it. Otherwise, if dragged into its special skill arena of life and death, even a 99th level title Douluo could easily fail. Chapter 152. Departure, Destination, Star Do Great Forest. The preliminaries are only 2 days away, but MaHongjun has no intention of participating at all. For someone who has crossed into another world, the current soul fighting competition feels like child's play. The 3 soul bones awarded for the championship, while the wisdom gathering skull is somewhat useful. The other 2 either do not suit him or are too low in age for him to consider. However, under the strong insistence of Dean Flender, MaHongjun still chose to register for the competition with the Shrek 7 monsters. Of course, it's just signing up. There's no way to participate. These children's games can be left to Tang San. With the strength of the Shrek team, getting into the top 3 in the preliminaries is no problem at all. He has already planned to set off for the Stardow Forest before the competition starts, taking advantage of their ongoing competition to obtain the 5th spirit ring of the evil Fire Phoenix spirit. Due to the simultaneous cultivation of twin martial spirits and the technique of cultivation learned from Zhao Yun, MaHongjun's physical strength has already surpassed that of an average soul sage. Coupled with the energy of meteor tears, absorbing a spirit beast of 50 to 60,000 years is somewhat difficult, but not impossible. If it weren't for the high mental power requirement of a 10,000-year spirit ring, a 50 to 60,000-year spirit ring would be a piece of cake for MaHongjun. With the wisdom skull obtained from the sacrifice of the underworld unique horned snake, MaHongjun is quite confident in absorbing a 50 to 60,000-year spirit ring. Not to mention, he is about 80% sure. Originally, MaHongjun planned to place the Dark Devil Evil Tiger as his 6th spirit ring, but time does not wait for anyone. The emergence of hidden forces on the Douluo continent has made MaHongjun feel a sense of crisis, so he had to plan ahead. Risks and opportunities coexist. How can one avoid a bit of risk on the path of cultivation? Determined, MaHongjun finally stepped onto his path of cultivation. Ning Rongrong did not return to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, but communicated MaHongjun's request to Ning Fengji through the school's special communication method. In Heaven-Do City, at the residence of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Sword Uncle, what do you think? Is this matter worth you and Bone Uncle taking action together? Ning Fengji asked the white-haired elder behind him. Isn't sending so many people a bit of overkill for a 50 to 60,000 year spirit beast? Before the white-haired elder could respond, a black-haired elder with a broad skeleton and slightly thin figure beside him spoke tentatively. What do you know? Rongrong's classmate is not simple. I have had some understanding, and he is definitely not someone who acts without reason. Moreover, this is Rongrong's request. If you old bone don't want to go, that's fine. Just leave it to me. The white-haired elder glanced at him and said lightly. Although he was speaking up for MaHongjun, he also felt that it was a bit of overkill, and he was saying this purely to stir the pot. All right, you Chinexayan, no way. I insist on going too, just so you won't speak ill of me in front of Rongrong later. The black-clothed elder with a broad frame and thin body was naturally one of the two super-titled Douluos of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, known as Douluo, ranking among the top 10 powerhouses on the continent, alongside Douluo. Well, you two should not argue, although this matter is indeed a bit of overkill. We cannot forget the kindness that he has shown to our seven-treasure glazed tile school. This time, Gu Uncle, you just accompany Sword Uncle and work hard. Ning Fengji nodded and smiled. His elegant demeanor and gratitude made people feel as if they were bathed in spring breeze. Even if MaHongjun were present, he would not be able to find a single fault. After explaining the competition matters clearly to Master Tang San and the others, MaHongjun, along with the lucky General Chung Yaojin, Teacher Flinder, and Lu Erlong, met with Poison Doa Dagabo before they could actively head to the residence of the seven-treasure glazed tile school. Sword Doa and Bone Doa took the initiative to find the five of them. It must be said that after experiencing so much, MaHongjun had also opened up. His personality had become much brighter, and he regarded Tang San and the others as true friends. Although the Shrek's seven monsters each had their shortcomings, they were indeed worth befriending. Currently, Tang San's character had not yet shown the major flaws he would have later on. He also believed that with the opportunities he had gained, he was not comparable to Tang San, and that in the future, with his presence in this world, Tang San would definitely not become the ghostly figure he would later become. He conveyed this to Tang San privately. Little San, I'm going to obtain the 5th spirit ring of the Phoenix Spirit. You must work hard too. Among the Shrek 8 monsters, I have the most confidence in you. Although you are not the oldest, your character is the most stable. With you around, it doesn't matter whether I participate in the preliminaries or not. If all goes well, by the time the semifinals come, I should have become a Soul King, and then we brothers can dominate the young generation of Douluo continent together. If you're not here, then leave this matter to me. I will definitely not let you down. Tang San nodded quickly in response, sincerely grateful to MaHongjun. Without the heavenly treasures provided by MaHongjun, he would not have become a level 44 soul master so quickly. He said this to Dai Mubai. Big brother Dai, you are the oldest and the one with the highest soul power level besides me. Take good care of the others. I can rest easy with you around. You can rest assured, Hongjun, I will lead the team to win first place in the preliminaries. Dai Mubai patted his chest and assured him. MaHongjun didn't say much to Fat Tiger and Oscar. These two weren't particularly competitive. As for the 3 girls, MaHongjun didn't say anything either. He currently had no inappropriate thoughts about them, holding an attitude of going with the flow. Except for Xiao Wu. He didn't want to eat rabbits and wanted to see Tang San's performance. If it followed the same trajectory as before, MaHongjun might really break them apart. Because that version of Tang San was not worthy of someone as affectionate as Xiao Wu. If it were the current Tang San, there would indeed be no issues. As for Master, MaHongjun felt that he was too low in soul power and would be a hindrance. Moreover, he didn't want Master to get involved in his matters with teacher Lu Erlong. The Stardow Forest is one of the 3 major spirit beast forests on the continent and one of the most famous gathering places for spirit beasts in Douluo continent. Its area is almost equal to that of the Barak Kingdom and spans the borders of the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire. Of this, 2/5 of the area is in the Heaven Do Empire, while the remaining 3/5 is in the Star Luo Empire. It is a vast primitive forest with complex terrain, including wetlands, swamps, and so on. The spirit beasts, they're also extremely terrifying. The closer one gets to the center of the forest, the stronger the spirit beasts become. There are even spirit beasts that are over 100,000 years old. Any soul master, as long as their strength is sufficient and their luck is good, can find the most suitable spirit ring for themselves in there. Do you know where the spirit beast you are looking for is located in the Stardow Forest? In a luxurious large carriage, a few people sat across from each other, and Bondoa spoke first. What the ancient senior said. I have also checked in ancient books and roughly know the location of the spirit beast I am looking for. I will trouble the 2 of you for assistance this time. I will definitely not forget your kindness afterward. MaHongjun nodded and said gratefully. Chapter 153. Heaven knows, earth knows, you know I know. Little Ma, you are too polite. We are all family, so there's no need to be so formal. As for Rongrong's matter, we 2 old men haven't properly thanked you yet, so this pretense is really embarrassing for me. Bon Douluo quickly waved his hand and laughed. The accompanying Sword Douluo also rarely did not oppose him and even nodded in agreement. However, afterward, he turned his head indifferently to look out the window, no longer paying attention to the conversation among MaHongjun and the others. This was quite in line with Sword Douluo Chun'Xine's usual style, and MaHongjun naturally had no objections. The carriage moved forward slowly, and Lu Erlong took on the role of the coachman, mainly because the luxurious carriage was filled with a bunch of old men, and she was not used to staying with them, so she took the initiative to request to drive. In the carriage, only Douluo and Flander were chatting casually, while Chung Yaojin sat silently behind MaHongjun, like Sword Douluo, with his eyes closed, resting. Let's skip the formalities between us, old poison. How's the investigation I asked you to do going? MaHongjun asked as he looked at the solitary figure of Dugu, Bo, sitting in front of him. It's already taken care of, little monster. You truly are a monster. A person like you is destined for greatness in the future. I'm already old, but while I can still move, I can certainly pave the way for you talented young people. With so many people mobilized this time, you need not worry, Douluo said. Only Poison Daw understood what MaHongjun was talking about, and only he and MaHongjun knew the true power of the dark demon evil god tiger, which was only around 60,000 years old. Is it really that powerful? Am I, a titled Douluo, not a match for a mere 60,000-year-old soul beast? Does this soul beast have something special? At this time, Douluo, who had been chatting with Flander, couldn't help but interject with a puzzled question. Well, it is indeed different from an ordinary 60,000-year-old soul beast. If we were to face it individually, none of us here would likely be its match, Poison Douluo said, glancing at MaHongjun, who nodded before explaining to Flander and Douluo with a serious expression. That's right. This soul beast possesses the extremely evil attributes left by the evil god and has an incredibly domineering nature. Its growth does not come from its own cultivation, which is extremely difficult. It can only rapidly increase its power by devouring the soul power of other soul beasts or human soul masters. MaHongjun noticed the curious expressions on their faces and slowly explained based on the intelligence from Tian Wang and his understanding of the plot from his previous life. When he first established Wang without leaving the Douluo continent, he had already instructed them to gather information on the dark demon evil god tiger, precisely for this moment. Then, it is indeed quite special, but isn't it a bit excessive for a titled Douluo to be so wary? Sword Douluo Chinshin, who had been resting with his eyes closed, could no longer remain calm and slowly open his eyes to speak. If there are no special means, its strength is at most comparable to old poison's. The legend says that the evil god descended upon a white tiger, causing it to mutate, transforming its original light attributes into dark attributes. It developed black wings that represent corruption and an evil godhook resembling a scorpion tail. MaHongjun continued. Could the problem lie with the black wings and the evil godhook? Flander asked, stroking his chin. Initially, he was unaware of this matter. The black wings are formidable, but not enough to make us fearful. The real danger lies with the evil godhook, which possesses an extremely powerful soul skill capable of pulling people into a chaotic spatial battlefield. The time and space within are controlled by its power, capable of reverting opponents to their pre-awakened soul power state, turning them into children. In this case, if there is no one nearby to assist in breaking the space, the opponent would be like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, MaHongjun reminded them, noting that even Poison Douluo had only a partial understanding of this information. Hiss! Everyone collectively gasped in shock, exchanging glances. However, you all need not worry too much. I already have a way to break it. When the time comes, Sword Senior, just look at my signals. The two teachers and the two Douluo seniors will be on the offensive. Once it releases this soul skill, I will work with Sword Senior to break this space at the first opportunity, MaHongjun said confidently. In theory, this chaotic space is indeed not easy to break. But Sword Douluo is after all Sword Douluo, the continent's #1 attacking martial soul. With his own preparations, MaHongjun was 100% confident in their success. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought his teachers along to take risks with him. Master, what should I do? Chung Yaojin, who had been asked by MaHongjun not to speak recklessly and had been resting with his eyes closed, finally couldn't help but open his eyes and asked with a hint of grievance. Don't worry, I won't forget you. Your task is the most important. The soul ring of the dark demon evil god tiger can be sacrificed, but there is one thing that must not be let go. MaHongjun whispered a few words into Chung Yaojin's ear using a special method of sound transmission, which outsiders could not comprehend. Of course, this was also because the three titled Douluos were not interested in eavesdropping. As for what was said, only heaven, earth, you and I knew. What's going on with this mystery? Even the teachers aren't telling me. Sigh, ha, this kid has grown up and started having his own ideas, Flanders said, appearing dissatisfied. But in reality, he was trying to excuse MaHongjun, explaining with a smile to Sword and Bone Douluo. It's not that I don't tell you all. It's just that the fewer people who know about this matter, the better. MaHongjun thought nothing of it. If he were to speak about the value of that item, he truly wouldn't dare to say whether someone would develop ulterior motives. After all, one must always be wary of others. Sword Bone Douluo nodded slightly, showing no intention to probe further. They were there to help as a favor, so naturally, they wouldn't interfere in other matters. 10 days later, traveling at full speed without any breaks along the way, with supplies provided by various Tanawang leaders, they quickly reached the outskirts of the Douluo forest. Now Xiao San and the others must still be engaged in their incredibly difficult competition. I wonder how they're doing. Flanders said, looking towards the direction of Heaven-Do City, a hint of worry in his voice. Teacher, don't worry. With teacher Zhao Wujia's presence, their safety won't be an issue. MaHongjun quickly reassured him. At this moment, Tang San happened to be led out of Heaven-Do City by the Soul Sage from Tsanghui Academy, whom they had encountered before, and was experiencing a life-and-death crisis. Fortunately, Tang San had a good relationship with Poison Douluo, and during the time MaHongjun left the Douluo world, the two had explored pharmacological issues together. Like in the original story, he was taken to the Yin Yang 2 instruments I by Douluo, where they refined the king of Hell's letter, which could threaten titled Douluos. Not only did he successfully counterattack, but he also obtained a decent head soul bone. Chapter 154. Sealing. It had been 2 days and 2 nights since they arrived at the Douluo forest, with the fortunate Cheng Yaojin responsible for scouting the path. It was uncertain whether it was due to Cheng Yaojin's inherent fortune, but on the first day, they encountered a natural maze at the outskirts of the Douluo forest. After emerging from the maze, Cheng Yaojin remarkably reached the mid-level of an 84th level soul daw, simply because at the center of the maze grew a 10,000 old dragon beard fruit. The 10,000 old dragon beard fruit ranked among the celestial treasures, and since Cheng Yaojin found the maze and was the first to discover the center, it naturally fell to him. MaHongjun had no intention of taking any for himself. Mainly, he had already consumed several celestial treasures, and the medicinal effects had not yet been fully absorbed. If he were to absorb other celestial treasures, not only would the effect be greatly diminished, but he could even risk exploding from the overload. After absorbing the 10,000 old dragon beard fruit on the spot, Cheng Yaojin directly broke through to the mid-level of Soul Dalu, reaching the 84th level soul power. Due to the laws of the world, Cheng Yaojin, who was summoned to the Douluo world, did not cultivate using the methods popular among martial generals in the Huaxiao world, such as techniques and qi, but rather the soul power cultivation methods of the Douluo world. Now, the ghost-killing breathing method had less obvious benefits for MaHongjun, as it was clear that while the method was special, it had not reached a divine level. However, it's quite good for assistance, especially the breath of sound for holding concerts, the breath of water for taking baths, and the breath of fire for barbecuing, which are quite practical. Of course, this is also related to MaHongjun's significant strength improvement. Although MaHongjun has not yet obtained his 5th spirit ring, his strength is hardly inferior to that of an ordinary title Dalu. The techniques from lower worlds can already be declared obsolete. Even the 8 gates of Duanjia, which he has never opened, MaHongjun now confidently controls freely without relying on the energy of meteor tears. Now that he has opened the Death Gate, MaHongjun's strength is approaching that of a spirit Dalu. With the emergence of the lottery system and various opportunities, he is no longer limited to the power of spirit skills. Only special restriction-type spirit skills are useful for MaHongjun's strength enhancement. In the later stages of his technique, MaHongjun can easily handle ordinary attack-type spirit skills. From the information MaHongjun has gathered, most of the fierce generals from the 3 kingdoms cultivate strength, with a few practicing body techniques. The number 1 fierce general of the 3 kingdoms, El Bu, is at the pinnacle of strength, while Dian Wei, the top of the standing, represents body techniques. In MaHongjun's view, the throne of technique belongs to Zhao Yun. Of course, not now, but in the future. The strength of Cheng Yaojin, whom MaHongjun was fortunate enough to draw, is evidently enhanced by the ability of the artifact spirit system. Otherwise, it would be impossible to reach the level of an 81-level spirit Dalu. After all, Dalu continent is still a fantasy world, and the fantasy floor is still fantasy. MaHongjun feels that he has discovered the problem and can't help but feel a bit smug, unaware that in the special space of the late Han dynasty, a group of unique talents is preparing to emerge. There's also a mysterious figure in purple clothes who flashes by, freely traversing between the Douluo divine realm and the secret realms of China, leaving behind a vague remark. It is unexpected that there are indeed a group of powerful existences in this world. Even if I faced them alone, I wouldn't gain an advantage. Fortunately, these people seem to be disconnected from the laws of power, and I hide in the void, where even two existences not weaker than me cannot detect this clone. The purple figure exudes a breath of destruction, wandering in the special space, and with a swift movement, disappears. When it reappears, it is already not far from Kunlun Mountain in the world of the Three Kingdoms. If one looks closely, they can find a peculiar energy light gate ahead. In the eyes of the purple figure, the strongest martial generals of this world have an aura that is merely close to the peak of Spirit Douluo, far inferior to the level of Douluo continent. However, there's a secret realm on Kunlun Mountain in this world, and because of its mastery of the laws of power, it can ignore space. After a period of exploration, the purple figure has basically figured out the strength of the experts in this secret realm. The information has been transmitted to the main body, and now is not the time for this secret realm to surface. You shouldn't blame me for our different stances. The power of this clone is enough to block you for 10 years. Rest assured, I and the Douluo divine realm will not interfere in the disputes of the two worlds. As for whether the Douluo world will merge with this world or vice versa, it all depends on the capabilities of each world. After finishing speaking, the purple figure emits a powerful aura of destruction and silver light points. These light points seem to follow a pattern, forming peculiar lines that are imprinted on the entrance of the peculiar light gate of the Kunlun secret realm. From then on, all the ancient Qi cultivators of the 100 schools of thought who survived were sealed in the Kunlun secret realm by the god of destruction at the cost of a deity-level clone, unable to emerge. If MaHongjun knew this, he would surely curse and then escape from the Douluo world. Not to mention Douluo continent, even the Sun-Moon continent, where tidal Douluos are relatively few, has an overall strength far superior to that of the strong in the Three Kingdoms world. Letting the two sides compete would almost guarantee failure. At this moment, MaHongjun, based on the remembered location and the information collected by the Heavenly Net, finally found the activity area of the Dark Demon, Evil God Tiger. Cheng Yaojin, whether we can get that or depends on you. If not, don't push too hard. MaHongjun is still not at ease and comes to Cheng Yaojin to arrange. After the lottery function truly awakens to draw a martial general again, one must have enough heavenly Dao luck. MaHongjun lacks confidence in drawing again in a short time. Therefore, he cherishes this subordinate who calls him Lord. And even aside from that, as a fellow Chinese, he does not wish to see him come to harm. The mysterious orb, although an important treasure for the rise of the protagonist from another world, is really not a necessity for a hanging player like MaHongjun. Rest assured I, old Cheng, value my life the most. If it can't be done, I won't force it. Cheng Yaojin is moved in his heart, but quickly assures with a pat on his chest. After the experience, Hongjun has indeed grown a lot and has some tricks up his sleeve, but is this Cheng Yaojin really reliable? Lu Erlong pouted and quietly whispered to Flender. What we need to do now is to trust Hongjun's judgment. Hongjun should have prepared for this operation long ago. If we encounter danger later, Erlong, you must not act impulsively or recklessly. Flender, worried about Lu Erlong's hot temper, spoke sternly. What if the Dark Demon, Evil God Tiger gets angry and drags Lu Erlong into the death arena, choosing to fight to the death? That would really be hard to predict the outcome. The death arena does not only drag one person into the chaotic space, but can drag three. However, the more people there are, the worse the effect will naturally be. If only one person is dragged, it is enough to make a tidal revert to their state before awakening their spirit power. If it is 3 people, it might only be able to turn everyone into their teenage selves. Of course, these are MaHongjun's guesses based on the information, and the specifics will depend on the actual situation. Got it. Lu Erlong's face flushed, displaying a girlish demeanor. Flender coughed awkwardly, his expression unchanged, pretending as if he hadn't heard anything. Hongjun, after obtaining the spirit ring, when do you plan to participate in the Continental Elite competition? Teacher, how is the fusion skill training between you and Teacher Erlong going? MaHongjun's mind, chatting casually. It must be said that the shy Lu Erlong was indeed attracted to their topic. Hongjun, you're right. Our Golden Iron Triangle's martial soul fusion skill can be fused even with just 2 people. It's strange that we hadn't studied dual martial soul fusion carefully before. Thanks to your reminder, my and Flender's current strength is comparable to Tidal Douluo. Lu Erlong, not someone easily embarrassed, quickly expressed her gratitude with a serious look. MaHongjun merely nodded, not taking credit. Teacher Erlong is being modest. Even if I hadn't said it, you and teacher would gradually discover it over time. In fact, before MaHongjun left off continent, he had privately arranged some matters, including the martial soul fusion issue between Flinder and Lu Erlong, based on MaHongjun's memories from his previous life and his understanding of martial souls. He deduced that Lu Erlong and Flander must possess an exceptionally high affinity for martial souls. The requirement for the three-person martial soul fusion skill is much higher than that for the two-person martial soul fusion skill, which indicates that the two must have a strong martial soul affinity. The reason they did not fuse in the original work was that Lu Erlong had not let go of Yu Xiaojiang in her heart and was unwilling to cooperate. Now, due to the butterfly effect caused by MaHongjun, Lu Erlong's thoughts have returned to the right path. No matter what, I still want to thank you. Without you, I might still not be able to let go of that thorn in my heart, Lu Erlong said seriously. Teacher Erlong, you're too polite. We should be more cautious as we are approaching the domain of the dark demon evil god tiger. MaHongjun deliberately changed the topic, not wanting to delve deeper, as he had secretly done some things, instructing the spies of the Skynet to use some unscrupulous methods to help Lu Erlong let go of her grievances. However, MaHongjun felt no guilt about it. There was no need to discuss morality when dealing with a scumbag like Yu Xiaojiang. Those who are moral should be treated with sincerity, while those who are immoral should be dealt with ruthlessly. If it weren't for Yu Xiaojiang having some knowledge and a good relationship with Flander, MaHongjun wouldn't even want to associate with someone like him. MaHongjun had broken through to level 50 for quite some time, and within his spiritual domain, the surrounding environment was crystal clear. Although his probing range was not as strong as Tang San's blue-silver domain, it was clearer and more refined. One could say they each had their own strengths. MaHongjun's spiritual domain was awakened through the soul bone sacrificed by the netherworld unicorn snake combined with his own martial soul. MaHongjun was eager to possess the top strength on the continent. Only by having top strength could he have a voice when the two continents went to war. Once the two sides clashed, if he lacked strength, even within the Skynet, there would be serious divisions as the upper echelons and core forces were all from Douluo. However, as long as he had the strength of a top-title Dalu, MaHongjun was confident he could suppress internal issues. After all, this was a world where strength was paramount, and the situation in Huaxiao was different. Currently, MaHongjun still relied too much on the poisoned Dalu and those from Shrek Academy. His own strength was too low, and he had little prestige within the Skynet. That's why he was so eager to improve his strength. Suddenly, a tiger-like soul beast shadow intruded into his mind, and the surrounding light dimmed. This proved that this soul beast possessed a domain, which typically only 10,000-year soul beasts would awaken. However, judging by the aura of this tiger-like soul beast, it was clearly around 50 to 60,000 years old. The only top-tier soul beast that could appear in such a place and match that age was the dark demon, evil god tiger from the original work. Everyone be cautious. The prey has appeared, MaHongjun said in a low voice, and everyone present looked around warily. Sordaw, Chanexin, and Bon Do Gurong looked at MaHongjun in surprise because he was able to detect and alert them at the moment they sensed it, which amazed them with his perception. The poisoned Dalu, however, appeared unfazed. He was the one who understood MaHongjun the best, knowing that MaHongjun's true strength lay not in perception. MaHongjun focused intently on observing the movements of the dark demon, evil god tiger. When he saw that it did not flee upon discovering the group, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, we're stable. The stronger the soul beast, the greater the various attribute and soul power boosts it provided. With everyone's strength, they wouldn't need to exert much effort to deal with a 10,000-year soul beast. Handling a 50 to 60,000-year soul beast would be easy. Even if this soul beast had extraordinary talent, nothing unexpected would occur if they remained calm. Indeed, it is different. This is a soul beast with a dark attribute. If any of you have light attribute soul skills, don't hold back later, the experienced Swordler remarked, discerning at a glance that the dark demon, evil god tiger ahead was a dark attribute soul beast. That's right. I once saw records of the dark demon, evil god tiger in an ancient book. Legend has it that the evil god descended upon a white tiger, causing it to mutate, turning its light attribute into a dark attribute, sprouting black wings representing corruption, and a scorpion-like tail, MaHongjun said with a serious expression, emphasizing the wings and tail to alert everyone not to underestimate it. 7 kill. Sword Daluo, Chan Xen, with one hand behind his back, was the first to summon his martial soul, 7 kill sword. He pointed at the dark demon, evil god tiger, locking onto its aura. Upon realizing it was being targeted, The dark demon, evil god tiger, did not flee. Instead, it let out a roar, raising its paw with excitement and charging towards Sword Douluo Chunexin. It sensed that among the group, only Sword Douluo Chunexin posed the greatest threat. However, with its trump card, it felt fearless. If it could devour the group before it, especially the rich life energy emanating from MaHongjun, it could surely undergo a transformation, even breaking through the 10,000-year soul beast threshold. Once it became a 10,000-year soul beast, it would be the ruler of the entire Stardo forest. Even the legendary Black Dragon King Tion would bow beneath its feet, unable to resist this temptation. The dark demon, evil god tiger believed that if it could eliminate Sword Douluo Chunexin, the rest of the group would no longer be a threat. However, Sword Douluo Chunexin did not intend to fight it now. He deliberately feigned weakness, retreating while Bone Doagu Rome stepped forward to intercept the tiger's fierce claw attack. Proceed according to the plan. MaHongjun breathed a sigh of relief at this sight and also retreated. The poisoned Douluo, along with Lu Erlong and Flander, rushed in to form an encirclement, trapping the dark demon, evil god tiger in the middle. MaHongjun's tactic was quite ruthless, causing even the dark demon, evil god tiger to be momentarily stunned. Chapter 156, Martial Soul Fusion Skill, Holy Light Dragon. From a distance, MaHongjun saw that the surrounded dark demon, evil god tiger, did not appear flustered. Instead, it became serious, as if searching for weaknesses among the group. Suddenly, a glimmer of light flashed in the eyes of the dark demon, evil god tiger, as it focused on the weakest Lu Erlong. Not good. Everyone be careful. Summon your martial, soul, true forms. MaHongjun exclaimed in alarm, quickly warning. The dark demon, evil god tiger, moved the instant MaHongjun spoke, disappearing without a trace. Although Lu Erlong had not yet summoned her martial soul, true form, due to the warning, she still took a defensive stance. Suddenly, Lu Erlong felt a foul wind rushing toward her, and the surrounding air violently fluctuated, with strong gales swirling. This was the power of wind. How dare it look down on me? Lu Erlong realized that the dark demon, evil god tiger, had its sights set on her. The shadow of a dragon claw appeared on her arm, and she crossed her hands, delivering a fierce strike toward the air ahead. Boom! Two tiger claws manifested from the void. One claw striking Lu Erlong's cross-attack dragon claw, while the other aimed for her Dantian. If hit at the Dantian, it could lead to the loss of soul power and even render her incapable of fighting back. Be careful, Erlong. On one side, Flanders was constantly watching Lu Erlong's movements, which allowed him to detect the anomaly faster than the poisoned Bone Douluo. The martial soul, the double wings, flapped and rushed towards Lu Erlong at an astonishing speed, blocking in front of Lu Erlong. Flanders and Lu Erlong exchanged glances, using all their strength to finally break free from the dark devil god tiger's aura lock, rotating a shoulder. The tiger claw heavily landed on Flanders' back, striking hard against the muscles of his upper arm. Spurt. Blood splattered as the muscles on his back and shoulder were torn apart. After hitting the ground, Flanders rolled several times to dissipate the force of the blow and spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing that the dark devil god tiger had abandoned its attack on Lu Erlong and instead wanted to pursue and eliminate Flanders, who was a more troublesome flying-type agility attack Soul Douluo, the Bone Douluo was furious. A mere 60,000-year-soul beast dared to injure people under his watch and wanted to press the attack. Bone Dragon True Body. The martial soul True Body instantly manifested, locking onto the dark devil god tiger with its aura. The soul skill, Life Extension, was activated. If it dared to attack again, it would surely perish under his full force strike. From a distance, upon seeing Bone Douluo's actions, Sword Douluo, Chunexin, MaHongjun, and Cheng Yaojin stopped their steps, which were prepared to rush forward to help. Although MaHongjun was not yet a match for the dark devil god tiger, under the circumstances where all cards were on the table, he still had the qualifications to engage it. Even if he was not a match for the sake of his teacher, he had to charge forward. After all, this was for his own soul ring. The black-bone dragon exuded an imposing presence, surrounded by black light, capable of both offense and defense, engaging fiercely with the dark devil god tiger. Teacher Erlong, Old Poison, don't hold back. Although MaHongjun was anxious, he still resisted the urge to rush forward and shouted at Flanders and the others. Douluo and Flanders exchanged a barely noticeable glance and then looked at the still dazed Lu Erlong, silently nodding in agreement. At the same time, the three revealed their strongest trump card, Martial Soul Fusion Skill, Radiant Holy Dragon. Indeed, The martial soul fusion skill of the two was similar to the golden holy dragon of the three, slightly weaker in combat power, but perfectly suited for dealing with the dark devil god tiger. The soul rings on Lu Erlong and Flanders lit up simultaneously, and the martial soul phantoms behind them fused together to form a new martial soul, radiant holy dragon. The fusion skill of two soul Douluos, combined with the most powerful dragon martial soul among beast martial souls, had extraordinary power. In an instant, its might even surpassed that of Douluo's martial soul true body. Radiant impact. The two did not pause at all and instantly activated their soul skill. The powerful radiant energy was not inferior to the ninth soul skill of a title Dalu. The radiant energy charged towards the dark devil god tiger, which was still confronting Douluo. A hint of caution flashed in the huge tiger eyes of the dark devil god tiger, and with a flap of its wings, it attempted to use its wind ability to evade the attack once again. However, the prepared group was not so easily dealt with. Time freeze. The eighth skill of the poison Dalu, capable of controlling a certain range of time and freezing it for 3 seconds. Wanna run? It's not that easy. You beast, D. The poison Douluo sneered, releasing the headbone skill from Medusa. A strong purple light descended in an extremely strange manner around the dark devil god tiger. The movements of the dark devil god tiger were all restricted. Only its huge tiger eyes could barely move, but it could not act at all. The radiant energy attack would not wait for it to move. It ruthlessly struck down on that massive black tiger head. Bang! With a loud bang. The powerful energy impact nearly knocked the dark devil god tiger unconscious. Before it could recover, the fatal strikes from the poison Dalu and Dalu followed one after another. By phosphor divine light. The ninth soul skill of the poison Dalu, when paired with the eighth soul skill time freeze, could easily destroy a city. But the consumption was also enormous. Of course, the effect of this soul skill could also be controlled within a certain range, and in an instant, the space around the dark devil god tiger was corroded by a terrifying poison gas. The black tiger's skin instantly turned into a green hue, looking extremely gruesome. Bone transformation divine dragon. The ninth soul skill of Dalu, not only could it attack and defend, but also contained powerful spatial power. A strong attack once again struck at the vital points of the dark devil god tiger. Bang! The dark devil god tiger was instantly sent flying 100 meters away, then fell to the ground, remaining motionless, as if it had been struck dead in silence. MaHongjun's mouth opened slightly in surprise as he looked at the dark devil god tiger, which was completely unable to fight back, and couldn't help but have the illusion that if Sword Dalu Chen Xian joined in, it might be directly eliminated. However, he quickly shook his head. The sword Dalu was not suitable for a joint attack because the attack power of the 7-kill sword martial soul was not to be taken lightly. If he lost control and killed the dark devil god tiger, wouldn't he be a great loss? What he wanted was to capture it alive. So the difficulty naturally doubled. At this moment, the martial soul fusion skill of Flanders and Lu Erlong also separated. On the surface, they appeared relaxed, but in reality, their spirits were highly tense. Although they seemed to have a brief engagement and had the upper hand, they had actually not held back at all, coming in with their strongest soul skills and seamless cooperation. Even so, the life aura of the dark devil god tiger still existed. Therefore, they now believed that this soul beast was definitely extraordinary. Despite being beaten to this extent by their cooperation, it still had not died. Among them, especially Flanders was the most heavily injured. The other three, while not injured, had also expended a tremendous amount of energy. The consumption of the ninth soul skill was not comparable to other soul skills, generally reserved for the final moments. This was their first time fighting with such powerful soul skills right from the start. Sword Uncle, MaHongjun reminded. The sword Daluo's figure flashed, sealing off the escape route of the dark devil god tiger, with the 7-kill sword pointing towards it, locking onto its aura. The dark devil god tiger felt the threat to its life and was instantly enraged. It got up, and its right front claw suddenly slammed down on the ground, sending a black light in a straight line, rushing towards the poisoned Dalu, who posed the greatest threat to it. The evil energy from its tail followed closely behind. Be careful. It's the evil god hook. Don't take it head on. MaHongjun warned again. Oomph. The poisoned Dalu snorted coldly, but still did not take it head on. He swung out an energy barrier to block it momentarily and then flashed to the side of Dalu, who had the strongest defense. Sure enough, the poisoned Daluo's choice was the most correct. Among the group, he and Flanders had the greatest consumption. With that attack failing to hit the poisoned Dalu, it charged towards Lu Erlong. Unfortunately, Flanders was too cunning. Upon seeing the poison Douluo move, he also picked up Lu Erlong and flew to bone Douluo's side. Although the evil energy was powerful and the evil god hook was sharp, it still could not penetrate bone Douluo's defense. Damn it, you forced me. At this moment, the dark devil god tiger, severely injured, finally revealed its last trump card as the protective shield of the soul skill activated. Death Arena. It could pull opponents into a special space, where the laws of time were manipulated and everyone would return to their youth. Actually, MaHongjun doesn't know much about it, only having a vague impression based on the original work. Therefore, the prior information is not entirely accurate, but it doesn't matter. The most powerful among them, Sword Douluo Qinshin, has already made his move. Martial Soul, 7 kill. The sword is 4 feet 3 inches long, 3 inches wide, and the handle is 1 foot 2 inches long. The number 1 attacking title Douluo in the world. The soul ring instantly detached from its body and merged into the martial soul 7 kill sword. As a sword expert, he can sense the strength of energy, and decades of experience allow him to perceive the intensity of the energy shield from subtle clues. His body transformed into a giant sword. The 9th soul skill, body transformation into giant sword. Wind stirred, forest rose, and the powerful sword energy instantly shattered the energy protection shield of the soul skill. Then continued to slash towards the limbs of the dark demon evil god tiger without losing momentum. There was no obstruction, and the limbs were severed with a sound. The limbs of the dark demon evil god tiger were cut off, and the activation of the soul skill was thus interrupted. Jiang Yaojin, please. The situation unfolded so quickly and smoothly that MaHongjun was overjoyed. After arriving with Cheng Yaojin around the barely alive dark demon evil god tiger, he said, as for why I didn't let the more powerful sword Douluo Qinshin intercept the black orb, which is the life orb of the other world's protagonist Zhou Weiqing. It's naturally because I didn't want to owe a favor, and one must always be wary of others. Most importantly, MaHongjun had a strong premonition. Cheng Yaojin is a lucky general. How could someone without fortune obtain such a treasure? Holding the dagger, MaHongjun decisively slashed through the throat of the dark demon evil god tiger. Chapter 157. Obtaining the soul ring, upgrading the system. Indeed, before the black soul ring of the dark demon evil god tiger lit up, a black orb appeared on its corpse. At the same time, the space around the mysterious black orb fluctuated, creating a small black hole the size of a palm. The black orb, seemingly with its own spirit, quickly flew towards the black hole. The 3-title Douluo showed surprise, just about to intercept but were a step too late, watching as the black orb was about to enter the black hole. Meanwhile, Cheng Yaojin, who had been paying attention to the situation and had already summoned his martial soul, swiftly dashed out and threw his martial soul, the Tiangang axe, instantly. When the black orb was suddenly blocked by the axe, it rebounded towards MaHongjun. MaHongjun was overjoyed and, disregarding the soul ring that had already appeared, stretched out both hands to catch the black orb. The moment MaHongjun grabbed the orb, a voice resembling the system's spirit unexpectedly awakened in his mind. Ding! Detected the treasure of fortune, the evil god orb. Does the host wish to absorb it? Once absorbed, the evil god orb's abilities will complete the final upgrade of the system, and the fusion of the martial soul will also be completed in advance. Absorb. MaHongjun did not hesitate and immediately issued the command to absorb. Ding! Congratulations, host. The 9-leaf sword grass martial soul fusion is successful. Current martial soul level. Super divine level supreme martial soul. Ding! System upgrade complete. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the exploration function. Congratulations for obtaining the ability to quantify strength. Congratulations for obtaining the summoning system. Congratulations for obtaining complete ownership of the supreme treasure, the source of time and space. What supreme treasure? MaHongjun was a bit confused. Having read so many novels in his past life, he was bewildered by the scene before him. The spirit of this artifact is itself born from the supreme treasure. What else could it be? Is it that green light in his mind? And the thing that produced the attribute panel? MaHongjun suddenly had an idea. This artifact's spirit, oh no, this system is not a thing, oh. That's not right. I am a thing. The childish voice of the system echoed in his mind, making MaHongjun feel both amused and helpless. However, he roughly understood what was going on. There was no time to ask the system about the newly added abilities. MaHongjun quickly returned to his senses just in time to see the scrutinizing gaze of the sword bone Douluo. It's nothing. Just a pretty good orb that has some effect on soul power cultivation. I hope the seniors won't compete with me for it. MaHongjun took the initiative to occupy the moral high ground and said to everyone. Cheng Yaojin immediately stood in front of MaHongjun without saying a word, pretending to be indifferent on the surface, while secretly being on guard to prevent the sword Bon Douluo from coveting the treasure. Since it is something dropped by the dark demon evil god tiger, it naturally belongs to you. No need to be so nervous. Sword Douluo said dismissively. The senior is righteous and naturally wouldn't compete with a junior like you. Hurry and absorb the soul ring. We will protect you. Flinder, supported by Lu Erlong, also approached and said with great care. One must say that this shameless appearance was almost like a mold of MaHongjun. Dalu also nodded, then walked a short distance away to sit down and recover his soul power while protecting MaHongjun. Character, strength quantification, exploration function, summoning system, system. Let me explore Cheng Yaojin's information. Cheng Yaojin, strength, 85, cultivation, 85th level soul Dalu, command, 79, intelligence, 82, politics, 89, loyalty, 99, note, has partial memories and experiences from a previous life, revived by the system from the river of time and space. Wholeheartedly loyal to the host. Potential, divine level. First level divine potential. The potential to become a god, truly a chaotic demon king, Cheng Yaojin. System, explore my potential. MaHongjun, strength, 79, cultivation, 50th level soul master, intelligence, 85, command, 59, politics, 80, charm, 98, maximum potential, god king. MaHongjun was not surprised by the potential of god king. Instead, he felt it was only natural and even thought this potential was a bit low. However, he did not dwell on it excessively. Instead, he became very interested in the command and intelligence attributes. After all, a good man should aspire to greatness, wielding a 3-foot sword to establish unprecedented achievements. The reason he hadn't had such ambitions before was simply due to disinterest in the empires of the Douluo continent, lacking a sense of belonging, which naturally diminished his desire for competition. However, with the chaos of the late Han dynasty and the merging of worlds, some thoughts had naturally changed. System, I'm a good young man from the 21st century. Isn't this command a bit low? However, the system did not respond to MaHongjun's concerns, leaving him feeling quite awkward. It seemed that this lowly system was quite proud, always acting indifferent towards him. However, MaHongjun finally understood what strength quantification meant. Ding! Generally, the level of soul power corresponds to the basic strength points. However, some prodigies may possess special talent skills, or dual martial souls may have strength exceeding their own soul power. The electronic voice of the system seemed to know MaHongjun's doubts and appropriately echoed in his mind. Note, the strength value increased by skills is based on the current stage of strength. At the 80 stage, it increases by 5 points. At the 90 stage, it increases by 1 point. After the 90 stage, 5 points become 1 point. Finally, a bunch of miscellaneous information appeared, all added by the system, or related to the system of the late Han world. MaHongjun could no longer read it all, so he decided to save it for later browsing. MaHongjun sat cross-legged and summoned his beast spirit, the evil fire phoenix, to fully absorb the soul ring, not daring to be distracted for fear of missing the best time for absorption. An hour later, MaHongjun wiped the sweat from his forehead, slowly stood up, and revealed a satisfied smile. Mission accomplished. This place is not suitable for staying too long. Teacher, fellow seniors, let us leave here quickly. MaHongjun stood up without revealing what his 5th soul skill was. He didn't even tell anyone that his other martial soul had been unsealed and that the absorption of mysterious energy was complete, which shows how much MaHongjun had changed. The old MaHongjun would definitely not have held anything back from his teacher, but after living in the late Han period for half a year, he had grown and matured a lot. Overall, this operation went quite smoothly, with only Flinder suffering a minor injury and successfully interrupting the skills of the dark demon evil god tiger arena. On the way back, MaHongjun also checked the potential of those accompanying him. Flinder, combat power, 83 intelligence, 89 leadership, 65 politics, 80 favorability, 92 teacher of the host, has great expectations and fondness for the host. Note, favorability is different from loyalty. Once truly submitted, favorability will convert to equivalent loyalty. Highest potential. Medium title law teacher's potential is a bit low. It seems I need to find a way to enhance his potential in the future. MaHongjun thought to himself. Lu Erlong, combat power, 81 highest potential, level 98 title Dalu charm, female charm 90. Note, charm is divided into ruler's charisma and female charm. Poison Douluo Bow, combat power, 94 favorability, 90 highest potential, level 95 title Douluo, sword Douluo, Chunixin, combat power, 97, soul power, level 96, favorability, 65 highest potential, ultimate title Douluo Bone, Douluo Rome, combat power, 95 favorability, 70 highest potential, level 98 title Douluo, although the combat power of these individuals was quantified. MaHongjun knew that some things could not be quantified by the system. In a real fight, the combat power difference would not be significant. The outcome would depend on each side's hidden cards and tactics. Ding dong. This system's detection ability is unparalleled in the world. The enhancement of true strength can be manifested through skills, but to detect special talent skills requires spending Huaxia points or Douluo coins, which by default are not used. MaHongjun's current system panel is as follows. Huaxia points, 1,000. Obtained from establishing the Great Han Intelligence Penglai Tower. 1,000 Huaxia points can be exchanged for 1 lottery chance. Douluo coins, 0, can be used to draw various years of soul rings, and can also be used to increase 4-dimensional attributes other than combat power. Lucky wheel, 0, number of lottery chances. Exchange 1 Huaxia points lottery chance and draw. Tip: the current stage of the civil and military summon system has been perfected. The host can remove 2 individuals from the 5 provided names and randomly select from the remaining 3. List 1. Shueli, courtesy name, Ringue, also known as the Shoulder King, basic combat power, 98, level 91 title O, leadership, 100, intelligence, 90, politics, 85 list 2. Yufei, courtesy name Pengju, national hero, basic combat power, 97, level 91 title O, leadership, 102, intelligence, 89, politics, 59 list 3. Lu Ji, courtesy name Bowen, founding hero of the Ming Dynasty, famous strategist. Combat power, 91, level 91 title O, leadership, 93, intelligence, 99, politics, 95 note, whether strategist or military general. Soul power is uniformly raised to the level of title Douluo at level 91. The difference in combat power indicates different battle capabilities. The number of levels that can be surpassed varies. At this stage, talent skills are not included. Talent skills can increase combat power by 1 to 5 points at the title Douluo stage. Important note, level 99 ultimate title Douluo is not included. No matter how powerful the skills are, they cannot enhance to level 99. Level 99 remains the strongest combat power, having reached the level of a god. However, with both at combat power level 98, the enhancement from skills is equally important. Different base combat powers indicate significant strength differences. List 4. Yang Lin, courtesy name Huchen. A supporter of the Sui dynasty, one of the 8 heroes of the Sui and Tang dynasties. Combat power, 95, leadership, 95, intelligence, 85, politics, 85 list 5. Lin Shong. Leopard head Lin Shong, one of the 108 generals of Liangshan and Water Margin. Combat power, 95, leadership, 80, intelligence, 72, politics, 60, removing Yang Lin and Lin Shong. There's no hesitation. Although Lu Ji's combat power is not strong, the help he brings to a force is absolutely the greatest. Before becoming a god, the role of such a strategist is more significant. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the god-level potential civil minister Lu Ji. Lu Ji, combat power, 91 intelligence, 99 politics, 95 leadership, 90 loyalty, 99 highest potential, half-step God King unifying the world, Lu Bowen. Unexpectedly, it's half-step God King potential. But why is this combat power higher than Cheng Yaojin's? Ding dong. System upgrade. The unified summon characters are at the level of title Douluo 91. Unlike military generals, the special talent skills possessed by civil ministers cannot be used to increase their own combat power. Unfortunately, there are no Huaxia points and Douluo coins now, so I can't check. Otherwise, I would like to see what the special skills of military generals and civil ministers are like and what the differences are. MaHongjun thought curiously, but his footsteps did not stop at all. Under Cheng Yaojin's Tiangang axe clearing the way, they quickly left the Stardow forest. Note, the system cannot actively hear the protagonist's thoughts. It only listens and responds when the protagonist actively asks the system questions. Chapter 158. The potential levels of the Shrek's 7 monsters after exiting the Stardow forest. Everyone casually found a small inn to rest. In one room, system. Why hasn't Lu Bowen appeared yet? MaHongjun lay on the bed, puzzled. Ding dong. Detecting that the summoner is a civil minister, if summoned, there's a certain possibility of losing 1 to 2 intelligence points. Would you like to summon? What? Losing intelligence? No way, no way, what a joke. MaHongjun instantly exploded. This is unacceptable, so he quickly asked with a sullen face. Damn, why didn't you remind me before? Is this your oversight? Is there any way to solve this problem that doesn't involve losing intelligence? Think of something quickly. This host can overlook the past. Chung Yaojin is a military general. Intelligence is not very useful, and he's also a famous lucky general in history, so the probability of losing intelligence is extremely low, which is why he can be summoned directly. The host can choose to summon in the late Han world. Oh, in that case, hurry up and summon my supporting minister, my future right-hand man, in the late Han. MaHongjun's eyes lit up, having decided that after finishing matters in Douluo, he would return to the late Han world to develop. Although there are many small countries in the Douluo world, it is not chaotic. With two major empires and the Spirit Hall suppressing it, it is very difficult to establish a new country. The chaotic era at the end of the Han dynasty is quite different. It is very suitable for establishing a new institutional state. Although MaHongjun currently has little interest in founding a new dynasty, and his thoughts are just beginning to sprout, having such a system, how could he not achieve great deeds and strengthen his own nation? The emergence of Liu Ji, also known as Liu Bowen, further prompted MaHongjun to contemplate this issue. Liu Ji, courtesy name Bowen, a politician and writer at the end of the Ming dynasty, a founding figure of the Ming dynasty, hailing from Qingtian, Zhejiang. He was well-versed in various schools of thought, proficient in military strategy, and was praised as a living Zhongliang, surpassing Zhuge Liang. Zhuge Liang divided the world into 3 kingdoms, while Liu Bowen unified the realm. With such a person assisting him, even without ambition, he would be pushed to a high position. Ding! Congratulations to the host for summoning strategist Liu Ji, Liu Bowen, at the location of the late Han dynasty, Penglai Tavern, implanted with the identity of a person sent by the host to manage the Penglai Tavern. Good heavens, when did I send him? MaHongjun was dumbfounded. The system implanted a memory that he was already a vassal during the late Han period. Then how could Zhao Yun easily trust him? Implanted with the identity of their acquaintance. Fine, you are impressive. What else can I say? MaHongjun could only accept the system's implantation function and expressed admiration, as it could actually change a person's memory. He observed the rule changes in the late Han dynasty, and after half a year of understanding, MaHongjun discovered that not many people in this world could awaken their martial souls. However, those who could awaken their martial souls had at least superior ones. In the late Han dynasty, martial souls were not called martial souls but battle souls. MaHongjun had seen Zhao Yun's battle soul, a dragon spear with a silver sheen, containing the soul of a white dragon, one of the top-tier battle souls. Not inferior to MaHongjun's evil fire phoenix martial soul at all. Tiando City. After everyone returned to Tiando City, the preliminary rounds of the Soul Master competition officially ended, and the Shrek team, just like in the original story, entered the top 3. In half a year, they would battle with Soul Academies from all over the continent to select the top 5 academies, which would then go to the Spirit Hall to participate in the finals of the Continental Elite Soul Master competition. The reward was 3 pieces of soul bones over 10,000 years old. To be honest, MaHongjun was really not greedy for such soul bones. It would be better to gather Douluo coins and Huaxiao points to draw items than to establish a force to change the continental pattern for fortune points. But who could blame him when Flender was his teacher? His wish was to win the Continental Elite Competition Championship and lead Shrek Academy to glory. As a disciple, he naturally had to fulfill this wish, so he could complete his own tasks with peace of mind. In half a year, the dimensional barrier would allow Tidal Douluo and above to break through. It seemed he also had to work hard. For MaHongjun, he could break through the dimensional barrier at any time and enter the late Han 3 Kingdoms world from the secret realm of the Tianhai. Thus, MaHongjun was not in a hurry. With Liu Bowen and Zhao Yun around, his forces in the late Han would definitely not be eliminated. And indeed, the current situation in the late Han world had largely stabilized, but wars were still incessant. The remaining major lords with the strongest forces were Yuan Shao, Cao Cao, Sun Tzu, Yuan Shu, and the still developing Liu Bei. The remaining Liu Biao, Tao Qian, and others had relatively large territories, but could not be called major lords, at most. They were merely preserving their lands with insufficient ambition for progress. Yuan Shao occupied the most prosperous regions of Jizhou, Yuzhou, and parts of the Sili, while the future unifier of the north, Cao Cao, only occupied the relatively impoverished Yanzhou and created the famous treasure-hunting organization in later generations for resources. Currently, Yuan Shao had just recently defeated Gongsun Zan, and various forces were entering a phase of peaceful development. Unlike history, Yuan Shu, who declared himself emperor, was not defeated by Cao Cao and El Bu, and continued to control the Yangzhou region, enjoying a carefree life in the rich areas like Runan and Sichuan. The historical year was the 4th year of Jinan, 199 AD, and it had not yet entered 200 AD. However, MaHongjun knew that the history of the late Han world, awakened by battle souls, would inevitably collapse. He had already lost the best time. But as long as he became powerful, there would still be plenty of opportunities. For example, MaHongjun had absolute confidence in Liu Bei and his brothers. The three of them would definitely achieve something. Some people are born under divine protection, possessing strong talent and destiny, just like Tang San. After returning to Shrek Academy, MaHongjun immediately checked the potential information of the Shrek team members. Ning Rongrong, Combat Power, Level 45 Healing System, Soul Master. Leadership, 80 Intelligence, 85 Politics, 80 Charm, 98 Talent Potential, Half-Step God King. Note, potential only represents the limit that one can reach at the current stage. It may break through the limit or may not achieve one's potential. MaHongjun thought this was reasonable. After all, if one did nothing and did not strive to cultivate, no matter how high the talent, it would be useless. However, Ning Rongrong's talent, potential, and feminine charm still surprised MaHongjun, as her talent was at the same level as his right-hand man Liu Ji, Liu Bowen, which made MaHongjun, who had already entered puberty, develop some unusual thoughts. This was not to blame MaHongjun's ambitions. His biggest goal was longevity, and the second was to make the Huaxiao people strong. If he could marry Ning Rongrong, it would not only weaken the Douluo world, but also allow him to accompany him in achieving immortality, meeting the conditions. To some extent, the two worlds were oppositional. Weakening the top combat power of the Douluo world would enhance the strength of the Huaxia people. The protagonist's shamelessness is somewhat high. Zhu Zhuqing, Combat Power, 49, Level 44 Agility Attack System, Soul Master. Charm, 98 Talent Potential, Peak Level 1 God. System, check the ranking of talent potential levels. If you don't understand, just ask. MaHongjun did this part very well. Talent potential ranks from low to high. Soul Master, Soul Master, Soul Venerable, Soul King, Soul Emperor, Soul Sage, Soul Daw, Title Daw. Title Dalu is relatively special and can be subdivided into low-level title 91 to 93, mid-level title 94 to 95, high-level title 96 to 98, and a 99-level ultimate title Douluo. God-level potential can break through 100 levels, which is the talent of a god. Level 3 God, Level 2 God, Level 1 God. Main God, Half-Step God King, and Child of Destiny. The Child of Destiny cannot be measured by talent. At the very least, it can reach the level of a half-step God King. Tang San, Combat Power, 69, Level 45 Control System Battle Soul Master. Talent Potential. See you next time. Chapter 159, Another Half-Step God King Talent Potential. Tang San, Combat Power, 69 Leadership, 90 Intelligence, 90 Politics, 85 Charm, 89 due to future character issues. Charm -11, Talent Potential, Child of Destiny. Damn, I knew this kid was no good. He really is a child of destiny. MaHongjun felt a bit unbalanced in his heart and couldn't help but curse inwardly. He thought he had already crushed Tang San in all aspects, but unexpectedly, Tang San's potential talent was still above his. The potential of the other members of Shrek was also not low. Daimobai. Talent Potential, Level 1 Deity Fat Tiger. Talent Potential, Level 2 Deity Oscar. Talent Potential, Level 2 Deity. After returning and training in the simulated environment with his partners for a few days, MaHongjun felt a sense of incongruity. So he simply stated that he wanted to enter seclusion for cultivation and stop training. Because of MaHongjun's presence, Tang San did not act independently. It was impossible for him to go to the Eye of Ice and Fire for cultivation, as that was MaHongjun's territory. The Eye of Ice and Fire. I found out that the reason the Soul Master Elite competition was postponed for 6 months was reportedly due to some hidden families pressuring the Spirit Hall and the two empires. Poison Douluo frowned and said seriously to MaHongjun, "Is it troublesome?" MaHongjun replied lightly, as he had already suspected this. The Soul Master competition is manageable, but the power structure of the continent will inevitably undergo earth-shattering changes. Many forces are even stronger than our heavenly Luo net. Poison Douluo expressed his concerns and found a place to sit cross-legged next to MaHongjun. MaHongjun had been cultivating in the Eye of Ice and Fire for the past few days because he discovered that his speed of soul power enhancement there was twice that of other places. He speculated that it was likely related to the nine-leaf sword grass martial soul. How was the strength of the younger generation? MaHongjun couldn't help but ask with concern again. Little monster, do you still care about the strength of the younger generation? But you can rest assured, it's strange that although these hidden families have strong, top-tier combat power, the strength of their younger generation is generally weak, and only a few can compare to the Shrek team. Poisoned Douluo teased, noticing MaHongjun's concerned expression. He had no idea about MaHongjun's true thoughts. If he did, he would certainly educate this guy who was turning his elbow outward. It turned out that MaHongjun's surface request for Poison Dalu to investigate this information was to win the championship of the Soul Master competition. But in reality, it was to pass the message back to Han Mo. Well, that makes me feel much better. Tang San was holding Xiao Wu in his arms, nervously looking at his father whom he hadn't seen for many years. It seems you've already discovered this girl's identity. There's no need to be nervous, Xiao San. I'm here to enhance your strength. As my son Tang Hao, how can you be surpassed by your peers, even by partners? Come with me. And if the little girl is willing, she can come along too. Tang Hao suddenly appeared in front of Tang San, who was on a date with Xiao Wu, and said directly, having observed Tang San for a long time, he naturally knew that Tang San's talent had always been overshadowed by MaHongjun, because the preliminary rounds had ended and the elite competition had been postponed. Tang Hao appeared early to see Tang San. Dad, where are we going? Tang San, seeing his father whom he hadn't seen for many years, immediately hugged him like a child. Now that he had recognized Titan, he naturally knew that his father was the youngest and most famous title Dalu in the continent. Hao Tian Dalu. All right, child, you're already an adult. I came this time for your other martial soul. Tang Hao tightened his grip on Tang San's arm and then pushed him away. Another martial soul? Does that mean Dad wants me to start cultivating another martial soul? But the teacher said that I can't add any soul rings to it before becoming a title Dalu. Tang San asked in confusion. The master is correct. It is indeed not suitable to add any soul rings to the Hao Tian hammer before you become a title Dalu. But who told you that you can't cultivate the Hao Tian hammer without adding soul rings? Tang Hao turned his back, ignoring Xiao Wu, who was standing aside. At a loss. Dad means that I can cultivate without adding soul rings. Tang San, being a smart person, quickly understood Tang Hao's meaning. Yes, little girl. Go tell your teacher that I want to take you away for some training. Only then did Tang Hao look at Xiao Wu standing aside. At the age of 13, MaHongjun reached the Soul King level, breaking the record he had set in his youth, which truly stimulated the proud Hao Tian Dalu. Therefore, he placed his hopes on this son who had once made him proud, but was now somewhat complex. Yes. After hearing this, Xiao Wu sighed in relief and ran toward the principal's office to find Flinder and explain the situation. After Xiao Wu disappeared, Tang Hao sighed and looked at Tang San and said, Xiao San, Xiao Wu is a good girl. Since she has chosen to become human, just like your mother, we can no longer view her with the eyes of soul beasts. You must not follow your father's old path. Protect her well and help her quickly raise her soul power to maturity. Only then will she truly become a human. Mom, is my mom the same as Xiao Wu? A gentle look flashed in Tang San's eyes as he stammered. Yes, your mother is named Ayin, a 100,000-year soul beast, the blue-silver emperor, transformed into a human. She is the most beautiful woman in this world, Tang Hao said solemnly, filled with longing and nostalgia for Ayin. Due to the butterfly effect of MaHongjun, Tang Hao took Tang San away early and casually took Xiao Wu with him. Because of the falling meteor tears, the fortune of Douluo continent began to surge, and the emergence of some hidden forces and families also led the future of Douluo continent into the unknown. Let us not mention this for now. On MaHongjun's side, he was living in a gentle world. During the time he spent at Shrek Academy after coming out from the Eye of Ice and Fire, Yi Lingling, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing would find various excuses every day to get closer to MaHongjun. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing were fine, as they were all in the same team. So it made sense to pull each other for training opportunities. Yi Lingling seemed to sense a crisis, as she would bring MaHongjun heart-shaped breakfast every morning, asking about his well-being. Yi Lingling, combat power, level 45 healing system, soul master. Charm, 98, national beauty, host, hurry up. Talent potential, half-step deity, not awakened, no way system. In the original work, Yi Lingling seems to have only become a title Dalu in the end. How can her potential be on par with Ning Rongrong's? MaHongjun questioned the system's judgment. Beep, please explore on your own. Yi Lingling indeed possesses potential not lower than Ning Rongrong after taking celestial products. Then if Yi Lingling also takes celestial herbs, will she reach deity potential? Possible, but the likelihood is low. Deity potential cannot be achieved solely through celestial herbs, but due to the uniqueness of the nine-heart begonia, it is not impossible. Chapter 160. The Rebellious One's Uniqueness? Does the nine-heart begonia have other secrets unknown to ordinary people? MaHongjun silently thought and asked the system. Beep. Insufficient permissions. Unable to probe. What the hell? How can there be insufficient permissions? Am I not the host? Beep. Here, permissions refer to strength. Please do not cause a scene, host. To avoid the entanglement of the three girls, MaHongjun had to arrange everything and return to the Eye of Ice and Fire to cultivate in seclusion again. Half a year later, MaHongjun's strength had significantly increased, rapidly progressing to the level of a high-level Soul King at level 58. During this time, MaHongjun did not add any soul rings to any martial souls. He solely relied on hard work and closed-door cultivation to achieve a 7-level increase in half a year. It can be seen that MaHongjun's soul power cultivation talent has, to some extent, surpassed that of Tang San, the Son of Destiny. The reason his potential is still at the peak of the God King level is due to the world's level limitations. Although the Son of Destiny has the best potential talent level, it does not mean that the talent is stronger than the peak of the God King. In the world of Douluo, the peak of the God King is the top-level talent. Even the Son of Destiny can only achieve such a level of power. And some special genius talents are not inferior to the Son of Destiny. These individuals have a unified name, the Rebellious Ones. This is also something MaHongjun learned from the system over the past 6 months. Talent potential is granted by the world's heavenly way. And no matter how powerful a person's opportunities are, they cannot break through the limitations of their talent potential. However, the Rebellious Ones are an exception. Although their talent potential is not strong, they can break through the limitations of their talent potential to achieve greater accomplishments. At the same time, MaHongjun also realized his uniqueness. He exists between the Rebellious Ones and the Compliant Ones. The lucky Clover martial soul allows him to be favored by the heavenly fortune, becoming an existence second only to the Son of Destiny, possessing top-level talent. The appearance of the system is equivalent to an enhanced version of the Rebellious Ones, enabling him to continuously break through his own potential limits in the future and reach unknown levels. In the world of the three kingdoms, due to the emergence of martial souls and the enhancement of personal martial power, many forces similar to sects have appeared that do not openly participate in the struggle for supremacy. The most famous among them is the Penglai Tavern, which has sparked a craze for fierce generals. 6 months ago, at the beginning of the world's great change, the Penglai Tavern, modeled after the famous schools of thought and history, launched a ranking of martial generals. Currently, the list only includes 12 individuals. 12th, Xiahou Yuan, martial soul, white earth divine spear, a general under Cao Cao. 11th, Xiahou Chun, martial soul, main body martial soul, unique dragon eye. 10th, Daishichi, martial soul, crazy song halberd, second martial soul, vast sea bao, twin martial souls. 9th, Sun Tzu, martial soul, overlord spear. 8th, Su Chu, martial soul, fire cloud blade, main body martial soul, skin, twin martial souls. 7th, Huangzhong, martial soul, 9 phoenix morning sun blade, second martial soul, 8 treasures Qilin bao, twin martial souls. 6th, Zhang Fei, martial soul, 8 zhang snake spear. 5th, Ma Chao, martial soul, dragon rider spear. 4th, Guan Yu, martial soul, green dragon crescent blade. 3rd, Dian Wei, companion martial soul, crazy song dual battle halberd. 2nd, Zhao Yun, martial soul, dragon gallbladder bright silver spear, second martial soul, white dragon. 1st, Elbu, martial soul, Fong Tian painting halberd, second martial soul, battle soul, Wushuang. Aside from Elbu, who awakened a special Wushuang battle soul and is recognized as the #1 martial general in the world. The rankings of the other 11 individuals are not in any particular order. Note, although the martial souls of the other generals are also called battle souls on the surface, they are not recognized by the system. Originally, during the late Han period, these renowned generals had only just awakened a martial soul, but gradually, some began to awaken a second martial soul. The person in charge of the rankings is Liu Bowen from the Penglai Tavern. Due to MaHongjun's interference, Zhao Yun and his brothers from the White Horse Yidong seized the opportunity brought by the world's changes ahead of time, rapidly increasing their strength to the point where each could match a soul sage. As a result, the Penglai Tavern became the most powerful and mysterious tavern in the Han Dynasty, with 5 people daring to provoke it. The The rankings were primarily arranged according to MaHongjun's requirements. Otherwise, those with twin martial souls would surely rank even higher. This is also the information collected by the Penglai Tavern's intelligence system about the martial generals. The details are so thorough because they were gathered according to the names provided by MaHongjun. There are countless powerful individuals in the wild, such as the acknowledged god of spears, Tong Yuan, and the sword saint, Wang Yu, who possess strength equivalent to a level 95 super title Douluo. The two rely on the second stage of technique and the peak realm of intent, and even when facing a level 97 title Douluo, they do not fall behind. Whether in technique or body, these cultivation methods are divided into two types: internal power cultivation and realm cultivation. Internal power cultivation is akin to soul power cultivation in the Douluo continent, focusing on the level of strength, while realm cultivation enhances combat power through secret methods, similar to the soul ring skills in the Douluo continent. During the past 6 months, MaHongjun returned briefly due to concerns about the situation in the late Han period. And through a short understanding, he learned about the changes in the rules of the late Han world. Therefore, MaHongjun decided to focus on technique cultivation in the future, using soul ring skills as a supplement. Regarding the understanding of battle souls, MaHongjun is only partially informed, but it is roughly equivalent to the domains in the Douluo world, providing a significant boost to combat power, especially when combined with the training methods of technique and body in the late Han world, increasing its power exponentially. As the first existence to awaken a battle soul after the transformation of the late Han world, Elbu, known as El Fengxian, rightfully stands as the #1 martial general of the late Han period. The battle soul domain sounds even more powerful than the martial soul domain of the Douluo continent, and is more suitable for commanding troops in battle. MaHongjun recalled Liu Bowen secretly leading the information collection regarding Elbu and couldn't help but reflect on it. The changes in the late Han Three Kingdoms world are undoubtedly immense. In terms of collected intelligence, the overall strength of the late Han has increased almost 5 times faster than that of the Douluo continent. Although the overall strength of the Douluo world is already a level stronger than that of the late Han world, this gap has undoubtedly narrowed considerably. If the hidden families that have emerged do not contribute to the strength of the Douluo continent, the current late Han is not weaker than the visible strength of the original Douluo world. The only area where it falls short is at the peak combat power level of the ultimate Douluo, where it is at a disadvantage. Overall, its strength is no longer inferior. Just as MaHongjun was preparing to leave the Eye of Ice and Fire, he suddenly brightened up when he discovered that several immortal herbs had appeared among the. Previously, he had been so focused on closed-door cultivation that he had not noticed the changes in the surrounding immortal herbs. Due to the increase in the world's fortune, the world's spiritual energy has also become denser, making cultivation easier. The Eye of Ice and Fire, which already had abundant spiritual energy, naturally saw a rise in its spiritual energy levels. The explosive increase in spiritual energy has allowed some immortal herbs that originally required 10,000 years to mature to develop in just a short span of 6 months. Chapter 161. Solving Xiao Wu's problem. MaHongjun was delighted in his heart, but his hands moved quickly, soon packing these mature immortal herbs into his Rui Baobao pouch. Some of these were immortal herbs that appeared in the second level of Douluo, while others had never appeared before. MaHongjun didn't mind this, as the arrival of meteor tears, the enhancement of world fortune, and the changes in world rules were all quite simple. It would be good to prepare a suitable immortal herb for Zilong. MaHongjun thought to himself. Zhao Yun's strength is still somewhat lacking compared to a title Douluo, probably equivalent to a peak soul Douluo. In a real life-and-death battle, he might not be weaker than a title Douluo, but his strength level is merely that of a low-level soul Douluo. If Zilong consumed an immortal herb under normal circumstances, his single combat strength might be comparable to that of the old poison. As MaHongjun thought about this, his eyes brightened. Of course, the deeper reason MaHongjun did not express was that if he gave Zhao Yun an immortal herb, with Zhao Yun's loyal and grateful personality, he would definitely be grateful to MaHongjun. Even if he were to acknowledge MaHongjun as his master because of this, it would not be surprising. With this thought, MaHongjun became somewhat impatient. However, what is most important now is the Elite Soul Master competition hosted by the Spirit Hall, which is the highest honor that young soul masters can achieve. Although MaHongjun prides himself on being mature, having lived over 30 years in 2 lifetimes, due to his rebirth, his temperament still leans towards that of a youth. He claims not to care about such competitions, but in reality, winning the championship would still bring him joy for a while. However, Before participating in the competition, he needed to resolve Xiao Wu's issue. MaHongjun picked some extra celestial herbs and left the ice and fire Yin-Yang Eye, arriving at Shrek Academy. The residence of the Shrek 7 monsters is on the back mountain of Shrek Academy, and Tang San and Xiao Wu had returned 3 days earlier. MaHongjun was the last to return to the team. After all, experts always make their appearances last. After a small gathering, MaHongjun called Tang San aside and said expressionlessly, "Xiao San, your father should have already told you about Xiao Wu's identity, right?" Tang San's face immediately showed a flustered expression, and he thought to himself that something was wrong. MaHongjun had indeed seen through Xiao Wu's identity. Was he planning to target Xiao Wu? Instantly, countless images of brothers turning against each other flashed through Tang San's mind. After all, a 100,000 year soul ring and soul bone were too tempting. It was hard to guarantee that treasures would not sway hearts. You don't need to worry. Xiao Wu is also my sister. If in the future you dare to wrong Xiao Wu, I definitely won't let you off easily. Seeing Tang San remain silent, a hint of vigilance and panic showing through his silence, MaHongjun couldn't help but say impatiently, "This guy really shows a cautious demeanor towards everyone. It's a pity to waste the celestial herbs he received." However, there was nothing to be done. After all, Tang San was a reborn individual, and it was normal not to fully integrate into this world. Just like MaHongjun, who was also in the same situation, so he naturally wouldn't blame Tang San. But he still felt a bit annoyed. Hongjun, thank you. I will definitely not let Xiao Wu down." Tang San, realizing MaHongjun's dissatisfaction, quickly woke up and expressed his gratitude and assurance. "The reason I called you out this time is to discuss the matter of concealing Xiao Wu's identity. I originally thought that Lord Hao Yin would find a way to conceal her identity, but I didn't expect him to be so careless. Such a level of concealment might fool ordinary title Dalu, but it absolutely wouldn't fool Bibi Dong, who is the Pope." MaHongjun said somewhat exasperatedly. He had seen Xiao Wu on the way back, and her specific profile was as follows. Xiao Wu, combat power, 49, soul power, 45. Charm, 98 talent potential, half-step God King identity, 100,000, year soul beast transformed from a lightning rabbit, hidden. Can fool the probing of title Dalu below, level 95. If he was not mistaken, Tang Hao was at the level of a title Dalu of level 95. But let us not forget, there were more than just the Pope Bibi Dong above level 95 appearing in the Soul Master Finals. Even the Sword Dalu, Chan Xan, and the Bone Dalu Gurong were super title Dalu above level 95. So how could they possibly be fooled? Could it be that my father said he could no longer see Xiao Wu's identity, which is why he let's come back? Tang San said somewhat disbelievingly. But he couldn't help but feel a bit anxious inside, because his own purple extreme magic eyes could see Xiao Wu's true identity. However, even so, due to his trust in Tang Hao and his admiration for the Tang sect martial arts, he didn't think others could see through it. But since MaHongjun could say this, it indicated that he had already seen through it, so he had no choice but to believe it. "What method did your father use to conceal Xiao Wu's aura?" MaHongjun couldn't help but ask curiously. "It's a method that my dad deduced based on some things left by my mom and the situation when she entered maturity, which he has been comprehending over the past 2 years." Tang San, now feeling guilty due to his earlier suspicion of MaHongjun, let go of the last bit of his guard and spoke honestly. "Indeed, there are some merits to it, but I have a better method. Take this and give it to Xiao Wu." After saying that, MaHongjun took out a herb glowing with starlight from his Rui Hunter treasure bag. Star Hidden Grass, celestial herb. Effect: after consumption, it can conceal all of one's aura, undetectable except by deities, and has a good effect on strengthening the foundation and nurturing vitality. Below were some scattered introductions and harvesting methods. This was also one of the 3 functions provided by the system after the upgrade, the probing system's effect. The probing function could not only detect anyone's martial soul potential and strength information, but also uncover some uses and basic information about treasures. This celestial herb was naturally one of the few that had regrown, and it was considered the least effective herb among celestial herbs for strengthening the foundation and nurturing vitality. But its main purpose was to conceal aura, making it perfect for hiding Xiao Wu's identity. Although MaHongjun had not fully integrated into the world of Douluo continent, he still had no qualms about giving a celestial herb to relatives and friends. This is too precious. I can't accept your celestial herb." Tang San instinctively wanted to decline, but upon seeing MaHongjun's expression gradually turning unfavorable, he quickly stopped. as he wasn't too foolish and vaguely felt that MaHongjun might have some misunderstanding about him. This is for Xiao Wu. Tang-san, remember not to let Xiao Wu down. She is a very good girl, worthy of you protecting her for a lifetime. MaHongjun, due to his heart leaning towards Huaxia, naturally saw his impression of Tang-san, the future ruler of the Douluo world, plummet. However, due to past affections, he had no intention of hostility. He just found Tang-san increasingly displeasing and thought he must educate him more in the future to prevent him from going astray. After saying this, without waiting for Tang-san's response, he returned to his residence to rest. Chapter 162. Ning Rongrong's room. MaHongjun walked away leisurely, but deep down, he felt a bit uncomfortable. He hadn't even found a partner yet, and he was trying to matchmake Tang-san and Xiao Wu. Perhaps it was time to find a girlfriend. Although the issue with the evil Fire Phoenix martial soul had basically been resolved, and he understood what he needed to, he still could not escape the fact that he was a novice. I really am a good person, but damn it, it seems I need to find a girlfriend soon. MaHongjun thought to himself, originally planning to return to his residence, but suddenly stopped and turned toward the direction of Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong's residence. Don't get me wrong, MaHongjun was going to find Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong was in the same direction as Zhu Zhuqing's residence. MaHongjun was definitely not the type to eat from one bowl and look at another. Just as he was saying this, in a moment, MaHongjun arrived at a fork in the road, with Zhu Zhuqing's residence 10 meters to the left and Ning Rongrong's residence 10 meters to the right. Smells good. MaHongjun thought of Ning Rongrong's talent of half-step God King and decisively changed his mind, deciding to go find Ning Rongrong for a heart-to-heart talk. He absolutely did not want to live off a woman. He just felt that Ning Rongrong, as a support-type soul master, needed his protection more. Although Zhu Zhuqing's impressive figure was indeed more tempting, how could MaHongjun be seduced by a woman? His pursuits were the stars and the sea. However, MaHongjun's intention to find a woman to talk to fell through. Upon entering Ning Rongrong's courtyard, he found that not only was Zhu Zhuqing present, but even Xiao Wu was here. Sixth brother, weren't you talking with Xiao-san? Why did you suddenly come here to Rongrong's place? Xiao Wu exclaimed in surprise upon seeing MaHongjun frozen at the door. Oh right, we just finished talking. And Xiao Wu is probably looking for you around the academy. You should go take a look. MaHongjun suddenly woke up and quickly thought of a way to send Xiao Wu away, because MaHongjun was the one in charge. The life of the Shrek 7 Devils was naturally not as hard as in the original work. Each person had their own independent courtyard in the back mountain of Shrek Academy. Ning Rongrong, being a support-type soul master, lived next to Zhu Zhuqing for safety reasons. Is that so? Rongrong, I'll leave first and come find you tomorrow morning to participate in the soul master competition together. Xiao Wu quickly stood up and left the stone table, saying to Ning Rongrong, and ran off in a flash. MaHongjun smiled slightly. With the troublesome person gone, he was not actually lying to Xiao Wu. Tang-san was definitely also looking for Xiao Wu, eager to have her take the star-hidden grass. Sixth brother, how come you have time to come here? Do you miss me? Or do you have something good for me? Seeing Xiao Wu leave, Ning Rongrong, who was standing beside Zhu Zhuqing, had no intention of leaving and stood up to jokingly pull MaHongjun's arm. Seeing Ning Rongrong so bold, MaHongjun tightened his grip on her arm and teased back. Yes, I've been in closed-door meditation at the ice and fire yin-yang for too long. I missed you two little fairies, Rongrong and Zhuqing, so I came to see you. Hate it. You big-hearted carrot. Rongrong won't talk to you anymore. Hearing MaHongjun's teasing, Ning Rongrong felt happy inside, but pretended to be angry and huffed. Zhu Zhuqing beside her felt a fleeting blush and quickly turned to look at the flowers outside. The two girls had long had feelings for MaHongjun, or rather, it was more than just feelings, and they both knew it. However, MaHongjun had always kept himself clean, neither rejecting nor accepting. Today, he was acting out of character by saying such embarrassing things, which naturally made the two girls happy, even though it was said in a joking tone. Regarding sharing a husband, although the two girls were unwilling in their hearts, they could accept it. After all, both Ning Rongrong's father, Ning Fengji, and Zhu Zhuqing's father, the head of the Zhu family in the Xinglua Empire, had more than one wife. Therefore, the two girls were mentally prepared for this. And their relationship with each other was not just about going through hardships together. They were as close as sisters. If you won't talk to me, then I'm leaving, Zhuqing. I'm going to sit with you. MaHongjun said extremely shamelessly. Okay, sixth brother. Zhu Zhuqing said succinctly, stood up, and walked outside without any hesitation. Ooh, you bully me, I'm going to tell Grandpa Jian. Seeing this, Ning Rongrong immediately shed tears and cried. Ah, Rong, don't cry. I was just joking. Six brother was wrong. I want to leave. I want to leave. Six brother will stay here with you today, okay? MaHongjun felt a bit flustered. He just wanted to make a joke, but he didn't expect Ning Rong to react so strongly. He hurriedly looked at the crying Ning Rong and said, even when she confessed to him before and he didn't agree, Ning Rong didn't react this much. PFF. No way. Dream on. I want to live with you. Today I'm going to stay with Zhu. We're going to rest. Six brother, you should go back. Seeing MaHongjun's anxious expression, Ning Rong immediately stopped crying and smiled proudly as she pulled Zhu hand and walked toward the room, leaving MaHongjun standing there. MaHongjun suddenly felt like he had fallen into a trap. He had said his thoughts out loud, and yet he was rejected. But who was MaHongjun? How could he leave in embarrassment? After 2 lifetimes. Since he had decided to clarify the relationship with the 2 girls, he naturally would not back down, closely following the 2 girls and slipping into Ning Rong's room. Six brother, have you changed your mind and want to accept us both? Or is there a problem with your martial soul again? Zhu, who had been silent, spoke first when she saw MaHongjun follow them. Yes, six brother, you're not having an evil fire outbreak, are you? Ning Rong looked suspiciously at MaHongjun, who was like a tail following behind them. Do I look like I'm having an evil fire outbreak? MaHongjun retorted unapidi. Not all exactly, the 2 girls said in unison. MaHongjun felt embarrassed and found a place to sit down, starting to look around Ning Rong's room. It must be said that the layout was indeed very beautiful, more than 10 times prettier than his own room. The room was very tidy, with flower pots arranged on the desk and windowsill, surrounded by fragrance and fresh air. The head of the bed had a large pink bear pillow, and there was a red phoenix pattern on the headboard, which looked quite similar to his martial soul upon closer inspection. The overall layout leaned toward the cute style while not losing elegance, unlike his own room, which had only a desk, chairs, and bed, along with books documenting business accounts. Not bad. Your place is much prettier than mine. Actually, my sudden visit this time might have been a bit abrupt, but I will make it up to you in the future. What I want to tell you is that I like both of you, which is why I've been hesitant. You can scold me for being a scumbag or a jerk. I'll accept it. However, I still want our relationship to progress further in the future, and I wonder if you are willing. MaHongjun, seeing the atmosphere ease a bit, looked seriously at the 2 girls and said, as long as you can make me stronger and always treat me well, I'm willing. The usually bold Ning Rong hadn't spoken yet, but Zhu, on the other hand, was the first to say without hesitation, good, I will definitely not let you down in the future. Although I may be a bit fickle, I am definitely not promiscuous. Even with the drawbacks of my martial soul, I have never fallen into the realm of love and affection over these years. The reason I found you 2 now is that I'm confident I can control the evil fire of my martial soul, so that's why I'm here. Zhu, Rong, I hope you can both accept me. Although it might seem a bit unfair to you, I can't let down either of you. And you wouldn't want me to be a heartless person, right? MaHongjun looked deeply at the 2 girls, shamelessly using his background as a reason. Sure enough, upon hearing about MaHongjun's martial soul's evil fire problem, Ning Rong's previously hesitant expression instantly disappeared, and she firmly said, I'm willing too, but you have to promise me that you can't touch me or Zhu until we come of age. Okay, I promise you both. Seeing both girls agree, MaHongjun excitedly reached out and took their jade-like hands, sat on the head of the bed, and started whispering sweet nothings. Chapter 163. The cause of the competition. Under MaHongjun's sweet talk, he successfully stayed at Ning Rong's place for the night. I will just sit. I won't do anything else. I will just hold hands, absolutely not touching anywhere else. I will just hug, absolutely not doing anything bad. I will just give a kiss. I definitely won't stick out my tongue. And so, MaHongjun's first kiss was successfully given to the 2 girls. The 2 girls gradually fell under MaHongjun's sweet words. However, MaHongjun still did not forget his promise to Ning Rong. He wouldn't really touch the 2 girls until they came of age. However, the places that should be kissed still needed to be kissed, and the places that should be touched were still touched. MaHongjun was not a saint who could resist temptation. The next morning, as planned, MaHongjun only observed the match and did not go on stage to participate in the competition. Only Tang San, Zhu, and Fat Tiger appeared, along with a few substitute players like Jiang Zhu and Tai Long, as they easily passed through 5 obstacles and defeated 6 opponents, leaving no chance for MaHongjun and the others to take the stage. Soon, the day's competition ended without any suspense. Compared to the original work, there were indeed many unfamiliar battle teams. MaHongjun estimated that they were likely the temporary teams formed by those hidden families. However, The strength of these teams was somewhat lacking, even slightly inferior to the Five Elements Academy, let alone the much stronger Shrek Academy. Only two of the teams caught MaHongjun's attention, but their strength was about the same, at most on par with the Shinkei's Academy, led by Feng Xiaotian. The increase in teams led to each academy participating in at least 4 or 5 matches a day. MaHongjun really couldn't muster the desire to compete, and simply found an excuse to slip away the next day. He then found Cheng Yaojin, whom he had forgotten at Shrek Academy, took him through the system, and entered the Tongtian Sea Secret Realm, heading to the Three Kingdoms world. It's worth mentioning that in addition to summoning characters, MaHongjun was also unable to bring local people into the Han Dynasty world. This was because, at this stage, people from the Douluo world lacked the strength to enter the Han Dynasty world and would be perceived as enemies and eliminated by the awakened heavenly Dao consciousness. Only powerful beings like those who wished to destroy the God King could evade the probing of the heavenly Dao consciousness. The souls of summoned characters actually possessed the same soul aura as this world, which was why they were not rejected. MaHongjun learned this from the system, which is why he brought Cheng Yaojin to the Han Dynasty in advance. He needed to establish his own power first. Just as MaHongjun was about to enter the Three Kingdoms world, he discovered something astonishing. Deep in the passage, a familiar blue planet appeared, a scene that had appeared countless times in MaHongjun's dreams. What was going on with the system? How did Earth appear in the Black Hole Passage? MaHongjun remembered that the last time he came here was only 3 months ago, and he hadn't seen anything then. Ding! Because the Three Kingdoms world is about to merge with the Douluo continent into the same plane, the distance between the two worlds is constantly closing, so the host can naturally see Earth. Plane? So is this Earth related to the previous Earth? MaHongjun eagerly asked. Ding! Detecting that the current Three Kingdoms world is a parallel plane to the host's previous life Earth. If the host can allow the heavenly Dao of the Three Kingdoms world to devour the heavenly Dao of the Douluo world after the heavenly Dao's promotion, some top-tier powerhouses will gain the ability to traverse time and space. What? Time travel? Does that mean I might have a chance to return to Earth? Ding. Yes. But there are 2 prerequisites. First, it can only traverse time and space based on the main world's heavenly Dao. Second, the host must reach the realm beyond the peak of the God King. I understand the second one, but what does the first prerequisite mean? If the heavenly Dao of the Douluo continent devours the heavenly Dao of the Three Kingdoms world, then even if the host has the ability to traverse time and space, the world traversed will be a parallel world based on the history of the Douluo continent. MaHongjun fell silent, momentarily stunned, lost in thought. Previously, he only felt that he needed to not lose to Tang San, completely unaware of the meaning of his rebirth, or his ideals. He simply wanted to live freely and become a god, not being bullied, which was really too superficial. Or perhaps it was because he had no goals in life, so he could only identify with these basic desires. Wanting to become a true powerhouse was far from enough. Fortunately, the appearance of a world resembling Earth ignited a desire within MaHongjun, a strong desire to become powerful. As for this life, he had no feelings for whoever his mother and father might be. His true parents were from his previous life, those who possessed the bloodline of Huaxia. Since the emergence of the Three Kingdoms world, the thoughts that MaHongjun had buried deep in his heart finally surfaced at this moment. The longing in his heart was magnified infinitely. What had happened to his parents after he disappeared? Did they miss him? Were they heartbroken because of his departure? He made up his mind. He needed to become powerful, immensely powerful, and then find the true world of his previous life and locate his parents. Moreover, this time could not be too long. He had at most 30 years. It might even be only 20 years, assuming there were no unexpected circumstances. After deducting the 14 years spent in the Douluo continent, it meant that his previous parents were already nearly in their 50s. Living for another 20 years shouldn't be a big problem, considering they were still relatively healthy. As for what might happen after 20 years, that was uncertain. So MaHongjun had to make himself strong as soon as possible. Only by doing so could he extend his parents' lives after finding them. The historical world of the Three Kingdoms, the world of his previous life, had appeared, and the emergence of Earth was not far behind. Relying solely on his own strength to confront the entire world was evidently insufficient. He needed to dismantle the opposing will from both the outside and the inside. It seemed that competing for supremacy was inevitable. This time he would set things up in the Han Dynasty, and next time he would truly belong to this world. After obtaining the championship for the Shrek team in Wuhuan City, he would immediately head to the City of Slaughter. After acquiring what he wanted there, He would fight alongside Zilong, Bo One, and the others. MaHongjun recalled the magnificent scenes of war, and an involuntary surge of passionate blood welled up in his heart. Being able to fight and live alongside these historical heroes was something he had never dared to dream of in his previous life. Whether it was Guan Yu, who flooded the 7 armies, Zhao Zilong, who rescued the young lord 7 times at Changban Slope, or Zhuge Kongming, who was known for his brilliant strategies, or the genius Guijia, they were all figures MaHongjun had admired deeply in his past life. 3 days later, MaHongjun's figure reappeared in the Tongtianxi secret realm. This time back in the Han Dynasty, Lu Bowen gave MaHongjun a great surprise. With his silver tongue, he had successfully persuaded Zhao Yun over the past 3 months, making Zhao Yun accept MaHongjun as his master. MaHongjun couldn't refuse, and with the newly born ambition in his heart, he had to temporarily agree to Zhao Yun's acknowledgement as his master. But he also expressed that next time he returned, he must become sworn brothers with Zhao Yun. Chapter Uzaltmesturt, Figting Lubu, Zha Yun gains fame. At the same time, Zhao Yun's panel amazed MaHongjun even more. With the changes in the world rules, the system was slowly updating and improving. Zhao Yun, Combat Power, 91 Martial Soul. Dragon Spear 2nd Martial Soul. White Dragon Sealed, Realm. Minor Mastery of Technique. Soul Power 86 to 89. Talent, Divine Official, above average innate ability. Extraordinary comprehension, unparalleled in the world. If he can break through his innate limits, he will become a defier of heaven. In the future, if intelligence and other attributes fall below 85, they will no longer be listed. What level is a divine official? MaHongjun was puzzled at the time, having long predicted that Zhao Yun might become a defier of heaven. Lowest level of the divine realm. This shouldn't be. How could Zhao Yun's talent be so poor? Is there a mistake? MaHongjun felt indignant for him. Ding. Reminder. Even the lowest rank of divine realm is still a divine realm, definitely not considered poor, and reaching level 100 is a significant threshold. The closer one's talent and aptitude are to level 100, the easier it becomes to break through. On the day of the breakthrough, it is even a time of defiance against the heavens. Upon hearing this, MaHongjun was immediately delighted. From this, it seemed that Zhao Yun's talent was comparable to that of ordinary martial generals, but he also possessed divine-level potential and was even more likely to break through. Once he did, with his unparalleled comprehension, he would surely become a defiant figure. After all, historically, Zhao Yun was famous for his exquisite techniques and brave combat style. Yet he rarely sustained injuries, and his physical talent was not on par with top generals like Elbu and Dianwei. The reason he could be mentioned in the same breath as these figures was entirely due to his understanding of martial arts techniques, though it cannot be denied that his inherent qualities were also not weak. Moreover, talent is ultimately talent and cannot be used as a standard to judge physical quality. It can only serve as a reference. With diligent training, one can make up for some gaps in talent. Therefore, it is understandable that no differences are visible below the divine level. Besides that, he naturally leveraged his own advantages. The Penglai Tavern was known for its wine. With the recovery of spiritual energy, food production had greatly increased, and fine wine had naturally become more popular. After 2,000 years of refinement, Penglai wine became the most popular tavern at the end of the Han Dynasty, praised as the immortal brew of Penglai. Consequently, the business of the Penglai Tavern miraculously flourished at the end of the Han Dynasty. Of course, another main reason was that the Penglai Tavern allegedly had at least 3 title de law. Its own strength was extremely formidable. General warlords typically had at most 1 or 2 title de law. The foundation of having 3 title de law was also a crucial reason for the expansion of the Penglai Tavern. The Penglai Tavern did not actually have 3 title de law. Counting Zhao Yun's master, Tong Yuan, and Lu Bowen, there were only 2. The reason the outside world believed there were 3 was that Zhao Yun had once fought with Elbu, known as the #1 martial general in the world, and returned unscathed. Coupled with the unique method of concealing one's aura from his school, outsiders could not discern his true realm. It was said that Elbu was the first person in the Han Dynasty after the older generation, and although he appeared to be at level 89, he was a rare martial artist who mastered both physical strength and techniques. He had defeated the sword Saint Wang Yu, who was titled. Thus, although he was not titled, he was akin to one. 2 months ago, Zhao Yun had gone to Suzhou, where Elbu was, because Elbu had drunk at the Penglai Tavern without paying and even wanted to take over the tavern. Naturally, he went with Lu Bowen to Suzhou. Thanks to the recovery of spiritual energy, individual strength had increased, and it took only a day to travel from Jizhou to Suzhou. After the appearance of Battle Souls, The internal strength within martial generals had significantly increased, making the consumption of internal strength during the journey negligible. At the Penglai Tavern outside of Xiaopei in Suzhou, the two engaged in a battle that shook the heavens and made ghosts weep. Unlike the original history, with Elbu occupying Xiaopei and possessing the strength of a titled Dalu, no one would oppose him over a few cities. As long as they were not the imperial city, it was not a problem. This is the power of a title. This is the majesty of a title. Yet the Penglai Tavern dared to take action against such an existence. Under Lu Bowen's guidance and covert assistance, Zhao Yun and Elbu fought for 300 rounds without a clear winner, ultimately managing to subdue Elbu with Lu Bowen's intervention, forcing him to apologize to the Penglai Tavern in front of everyone. Although Elbu was proud, he could not hold his head high in front of Lu Bowen, a titled Douluo, and Zhao Yun, who was not far behind, and with a guilty conscience, he publicly apologized. The status of the Penglai Tavern was thus completely solidified at the end of the Han Dynasty, becoming an existence no one dared to provoke. Zhang Liao and Gao Shun under Elbu, although they were also extremely outstanding, could only choose to watch coldly under the pressure of Lu Bowen, a titled Da. When MaHongjun learned of this, he showed a look of surprise. The real reason was that Elbu had actually chosen to engage Zhao Yun in a battle without allowing his troops to form a formation to besiege. Feeling invincible in the world, he wanted to fight against the second-best martial general in the world as depicted by Xiaosheng, but unexpectedly, he ended up enhancing Zhao Yun's reputation. In fact, their reckless approach to Elbu seemed impulsive, but everything was within Lu Bowen's expectations. Elbu's character did not allow him to repel the two with the might of a formation. Once victorious over Elbu, the strength of the two would naturally gain fame, making outsiders dare not covet the Penglai Tavern. Additionally, the publicly acknowledged title gun god, Tong Yuan, would make it 3 title figures. Although the two could not break through Elbu and his general's formation, it was still not difficult for them to leave if they wanted to. Even if an accident occurred, Lu Bowen had contingency plans. Zhao Yun's master was observing from a hillside outside the city, and with his vision and perception, he could see everything happening within the city. Although Tong Yuan did not acknowledge MaHongjun as his master, he willingly accepted the position of elder protector at the Penglai Tavern. Zhao Yun was his favorite disciple, and naturally, he was worried about the battle with Elbu and wanted to support his disciple. Besides sending Cheng Yaojin to the Penglai Tavern, MaHongjun also told Zhao Yun about the secret of twin martial souls. Although due to changes in the laws of heaven and earth, the first batch of awakened martial generals had all possessed strength above Soul Saint, and their physical strength was adequate. Thus not needing to worry about the drawbacks of the second martial soul, it still indicated that the later the second martial soul rings were applied, the greater the benefits. Although compared to the Douluo continent, the end of the Han Dynasty could automatically absorb soul rings. It was only equivalent to the best soul ring ratio and lacked control type skills. Martial generals relied on martial arts techniques to fight, and while strong, if both could be combined, wouldn't their strength be even more formidable? Therefore, MaHongjun emphasized to Zhao Yun not to condense soul rings on his own after breaking through the bottleneck, but to go to the wilderness to find powerful wild beasts to absorb growth-type soul rings. With the recovery of spiritual energy, ferocious beasts had also become more powerful, with some strengths not even inferior to Soul Douluo. Zhao Yun's 8 soul ring was a growth-type white tiger soul ring, which was also what set Zhao Yun apart from other martial generals, or rather was his advantage. Sending Cheng Yaojin to the end of the Han Dynasty also considered factors for Cheng Yaojin's 9th soul ring. After returning to Tiando City, 3 days had passed, and the matches in the Tiando competition area had entered a heated stage. The Shrek team continued to sweep through their opponents, with a current record of 12 wins and 0 losses. The other teams maintaining an undefeated record were Shunfeng Academy, Long Academy, and Luo Academy. According to intelligence, these 2 schools belong to the Long family and the Luo family, respectively. As for the Mo family, one of the 3 major families, they unfortunately encountered the Shrek Academy early, resulting in a record of 11 wins and 1 loss, tying for second with Chihua Academy and Tianshui Academy. Although they had some strength, they still could not compare to the Shrek Academy and the Spirit Hall. But with these forces appearing, the Spirit's arrogance would surely be somewhat curbed, which was not a bad thing. MaHongjun muttered to himself, already imagining a scenario where the 2 sides would inflict heavy losses on each other. Chapter 165, A Terrifying Reflection. Hongjun, you finally returned. The next opponent is a bit tricky. I plan to have Dai Lao and Xiao Wu, along with Zhu Qing, take action, while you and Rongrong should hold back as trump cards. What do you think? In the audience, Tang San, seeing MaHongjun return after 3 days, showed a hint of displeasure on his face, but due to MaHongjun's influence in the team, he still symbolically consulted MaHongjun. Originally, as the control-type Soul Master besides MaHongjun, Tang San's position as the core of the team was unquestionable in MaHongjun's absence. With his extensive knowledge of martial souls, it was only natural for him to take on the role of the team's commander. However, MaHongjun had disappeared for 3 days without a word during the competition, which undoubtedly made the stubborn Tang San uncomfortable. Nevertheless, the entire team owed MaHongjun a huge favor, especially he and Xiao Wu, so on the surface, he still maintained a close relationship. No need, Xiao San, you were just too cautious. With our strength, there's no need to hide it. We could just push through directly. MaHongjun was really not interested in such strategies, as he was eager to go to Spirit City to win the final championship. Thus, he directly rejected Tang San's opinion. MaHongjun estimated that if he could win the preliminary, qualifying, and final championships, his influence would surely be greater, and his still developing system would definitely be able to absorb luck and earn Douluo coins for his own lottery. Although MaHongjun did not intend to absorb soul bones other than external spirit bones and wisdom spirit bones, the rewards he drew could still be used by others. If he were to obtain a 100,000-year soul ring, that would be even better, as it could serve as the 5th or 6th soul ring for his 9-leaf sword grass martial soul. As for the 6th soul ring of the evil fire phoenix, MaHongjun had already thought it through. It had to be the 10-headed sun snake from the City of Slaughter. Once he absorbed its inner core, the disadvantages of his martial soul would all transform into advantages, evolving his martial soul into a more perfect form. MaHongjun had a feeling that his phoenix martial soul was at a bottleneck. Unlike the original MaHongjun, after absorbing the inner core of the 10-headed sun snake, his phoenix martial soul might break through the 10-headed limit and reach 11 or 12 heads, becoming a true divine-level martial soul. What MaHongjun did not know was that because his Yuan Yang had not been released, the foundation of his martial soul was much deeper than the original MaHongjun, who often released his energy. He merely thought it was a pure coincidence that he had more opportunities than the original. Once he upgraded to a divine-level martial soul, the increase in strength was secondary. The main thing was the enhancement of innate potential. Although MaHongjun's current innate potential had already reached the peak of this world, there was certainly excess potential that would manifest in the form of combat power. Even the 12-winged angel martial soul could not compare. If passed down, it could very well produce children with an innate level 20 soul power. Of course, this was just a small speculation in MaHongjun's heart, and the specifics would have to be judged based on future circumstances. If possible, MaHongjun hoped that his future children could inherit his 9-leaf sword grass martial soul. The 9-leaf sword grass martial soul had now separated from the system. The real system had long since become indistinguishable from him. Even so, the 9-leaf sword grass martial soul still could not be summarized by the martial soul rules of this world. MaHongjun even felt that the 9-leaf sword grass martial soul could not even be called a martial soul because it truly did not match. However, the martial souls of the Douluo world also had their own advantages, which were their immense potential for continuous growth. Of course, the premise was that they could break free from the rules of the Douluo world. Did you not see that even when the Huaxiao world descended, this world could not escape the influence of its martial soul rules? He had never thought deeply about the reasons for the formation of martial souls before, but now he realized that it was terrifying to think about. There must be astonishing secrets hidden behind it. When MaHongjun thought of this, he suddenly felt a shock in his heart and secretly said to himself. However, he quickly buried this matter deep in his heart, as he was far from qualified and capable of uncovering such unknown things. Although MaHongjun's mind was wandering, he was always paying attention to Tang San's expression. Sure enough, upon hearing MaHongjun's differing opinion, Tang San hesitated for a moment but still spoke up. Well, okay, I have no objections. Let's settle this quickly. Everyone vote to decide whether to agree with Hongjun's plan. Seeing this, Tang San agreed, primarily based on the opinion of his teacher, Master Yu Shaojing. With his intelligence, how could he not see the current strength of the Shrek team? Aside from the Spirit Hall, there was basically no threat. No matter how much they hid their strength, it was useless. However, he could not disregard the teacher's opinion, thinking it was not a bad thing. So he agreed with the master strategy. Agreed. Fat Tiger and Dai Mubai were the first to agree, especially Dai Mubai, who had long wanted to show off his skills. Agreed. The 3 girls also expressed their agreement. Agreed. We must agree. I've said it long ago, with our strength, there's no need to hide. If we can win, we can win. If we can't, hiding is useless. Our only target has always been the Spirit Hall. Oscar complained from the side. His intelligence could be said to be the strongest among Shrek, except for Tang San. He had long seen the flaws in the master strategy. However, being in a low position, no one would listen to the opinion of a food-type soul master. On the surface, the master's hidden strategy seemed harmless, but in reality, it posed considerable risks. If they encountered a powerful opponent with hidden cards, they might unintentionally fail to secure first place, as in the original preliminary competition. Although as long as they ranked in the top 5, they could go to Spirit City for the finals, it would not affect the final championship. But the influence would definitely be diminished, which was not what MaHongjun wanted. What he wanted was influence. The greater the influence, the better. So the rewards given by the system would be more abundant. It was obvious that the champion of the Continental Soul Master Elite competition would gather a lot of luck from the continent. Once he obtained the championship, he would almost certainly receive Douluo coins converted from luck. The system would not issue any tasks to obtain Douluo coins or Huaxiao points. One had to accomplish significant feats or achieve certain accomplishments. Well, since everyone agrees, let's draw lots to decide who will participate in the next match. With the exception of Xiao Wu. MaHongjun joked as he saw Xiao Wu eager to participate. Huh? I don't want to. Xiao Wu pouted, looking at MaHongjun with teary eyes. She was clearly more attached to MaHongjun than at the beginning, and looking at the system panel, Xiao Wu's soul power had already reached the same level as Dai Mubai's. Level 48 indicated that she had consumed the immortal grass, hidden star grass. And Xiao Wu knew that it was MaHongjun who helped her, so the pure-hearted Xiao Wu naturally became even closer to him. You don't want to participate, right? No problem. I didn't expect Sister Xiao Wu to be so righteous, willing to give her chance to everyone. MaHongjun teased. I want to participate. Xiao Wu shook MaHongjun's arm, completely oblivious to Tang San's increasingly grim expression. All right, since that's the case, let's draw lots to decide the participants. MaHongjun helplessly patted Xiao Wu's head, released her arm, and shrugged. Chapter 166. Luck has formed Xiao Wu. Girls shouldn't be so unruly. Tang San seized the opportunity to reprimand her and pulled Xiao Wu back. The others, seeing this, all had a look of indifference, especially Ning Rongrong, who secretly felt pleased, thinking that now her man had rebuffed Xiao Wu. However, these were just fleeting thoughts. The bond among the sisters was still very deep, and they wouldn't get angry over such trivial matters. They all understood Xiao Wu. She was not the scheming type, but acted out of gratitude towards MaHongjun. MaHongjun didn't care how Tang San viewed him and Xiao Wu. He sat down at a stone table, prepared some paper slips, and wrote down 7 participants and 1 non-participant, crumpling them up and finding an opaque cup to shake them. To be fair, you guys can choose first. Just leave one for me. Let's see who has the weakest luck. Although MaHongjun wanted to go on stage himself for a greater impact, he also had to consider his teammates' feelings, so he said. He had privately discussed luck with the Shrek 7 Devils, and what Yi Lingling mentioned is no longer a secret at Shrek Academy. If he were to choose first, he really had quite a few ways to get the paper for going on stage. All right, everyone was polite, all of them focused, including Tang San. Each person took a crumpled piece of paper. As everyone picked up the paper, an invisible aura of luck enveloped them. Each of the Shrek 7 Devils felt as if they were aided by divine intervention, and they all opened their papers. They were all proud individuals. It was fine not to go on stage, but admitting to having the weakest luck was unacceptable. Although MaHongjun didn't say it directly, everyone was already aware of the issue. After everyone had picked their papers, MaHongjun opened the only remaining crumpled paper on the stone table, which clearly read "Go on stage." Indeed, my luck is outstanding among the Shrek 8 monsters. If we consider the misfortunes in the original story, the probability of not going on stage is definitely out of the question. MaHongjun thought to himself. He initiated this little game because he knew about the existence of luck and wanted to give it a try. Moreover, this method of choosing last inherently held a disadvantage. But even so, he was still going on stage, which already said it all. Little Ma, I'm not going on stage. I'll cheer for you guys from the sidelines in the next match. Among us, I have the lowest soul power and the least impact, so it's just right for the strongest lineup. Everyone looked pleased, except for Fat Tiger, whose face was a bit bitter. But he still scratched his head in an honest manner and said awkwardly. Everyone knew that the Shrek team was about to make their mark, and this was definitely the beginning of Shrek's fame across the continent. No one wanted to miss the opportunity to go on stage, and no one wanted to be at the bottom, especially for Dai Mubai and Ning Rongrong, who came from noble backgrounds. Didn't the pre-selection members consciously refrain from coming over to compete for the last few crucial match opportunities? After all, coming would only lead to elimination. Or perhaps it would be more accurate to say being at the bottom. Well, don't be discouraged. In every match except the finals, we 8 will decide the participants this way. MaHongjun comforted Fat Tiger by patting his shoulder. Without surprise, it further confirmed his suspicions. Compared to the original 7 monsters, on the surface, Fat Tiger's opportunities and soul power were not inferior to theirs, but in terms of luck, he was still lacking quite a bit. MaHongjun had anticipated that Fat Tiger would likely take the only paper that stated not going on stage. Ha, brother Fat Tiger. If you draw again in the next match, I won't fight for it. I'll let you go on stage. Oscar, as a food-type soul master, actually provided less impact compared to Fat Tiger. Plus, he had to expend energy to ensure Fat Tiger's safety, so he felt a bit guilty. Well, I'm not insistent on going on stage. Once I've had my fill, I will definitely give up my chance to go on stage. Damu Bai was also happy, believing that as the second prince of Xinghua, his luck would surely be strong, and he wouldn't draw an undesirable or unwanted result. The girls were also secretly pleased, as no one wanted to be the weakest, even if luck was ethereal. You all think this way. The next draw won't be based on luck. I didn't expect such a simple game test would really have luck as a factor, Tang Sen said solemnly. But he also secretly breathed a sigh of relief, further convinced of his strong luck. Yes, the mention of luck is indeed true. I really felt like I was aided by divine intervention just now, and I believe the one I picked is definitely what I wanted. Ningrong site etsitedly. Me too, Zhu Zhuqing succinctly agreed. We all feel this way. Everyone except Fat Tiger shared the same sentiment. In the past, luck was invisible. Now it is gradually becoming tangible and traceable. I don't know if this is good or bad. Xiao San, which academy are we facing in the next match? MaHongjun said lightly, though he felt a hint of worry about the increasing strength of the Douluo continent. However, it was useless to think about that now. When he thought of the next opponent, MaHongjun began to truly focus on these hidden family opponents. It was the Dragon Academy of the Hidden Dragon Clan. The Dragon Academy only recruits students with dragon bloodline martial souls, and its strength is not inferior to the Shenyang Academy. I even have a feeling that each of them seems to have deep hidden cards. This information about the Dragon Academy's team was sent over by the master of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. Tang San stated truthfully, and after that, he took out a stack of information from his spatial soul guide and placed it on the table. Just like in the original work, Tang San had a very close partnership with the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, providing them with hidden weapon services. Therefore, MaHongjun was not surprised by this and confidently led everyone to the preparation room, sitting down at the most central position of the square table, laying out the information and beginning to plan strategies. Regardless of the location, strength is paramount. After all, Tang San's strength was only that of a soul master while he was a soul king, and soon to be a soul emperor. So when MaHongjun returned to the team, everyone naturally regarded him as the leader. Everyone resonated with MaHongjun's assertion about tangible luck and strongly agreed, something that would have been unimaginable in the past. These hidden family academies are deeply rooted. Just as Tang San said, each of them has different hidden cards. However, everyone need not worry. Their innate talent is not as good as ours. They are merely jumping clowns relying on their family's residual glory. Seeing that everyone had a serious expression because of Tang San's words, MaHongjun was the first to speak up to comfort them. Family's residual glory? Everyone looked puzzled upon hearing this, temporarily setting aside their apprehension towards the hidden families. Well, it's just hidden cards like soul bones. As long as we are careful in dealing with them, defeating them won't be difficult. Our real opponents are the Spirit Hall team. MaHongjun explained casually and indifferently. In his view, the skills brought by soul bones, apart from a few special cases, were just that. Having already entered the realm of the 3 kingdoms techniques, MaHongjun was not lacking in soul bone skills. Note, there are 4 types of cultivation methods in the 3 kingdoms. One is technique, one is physical arts, one is energy arts, and the other is the spiritual methods cultivated by strategists. Chapter 167, Dragon Academy Team, The Methods of Spiritual Cultivation. Although Liu Bowen also has them, and at a high level, they are not suitable for MaHongjun to cultivate or, in other words, cannot be used for cultivation at all. Any technique carried by a character summoned by the system is restricted by system rules and can only be cultivated by the summoner personally, making it a unique cultivation method. The most precious in the 3 kingdoms cultivation methods is the spiritual cultivation method, which is mostly considered a closely guarded secret. If MaHongjun wants to obtain the most precious spiritual cultivation method, He must find a breakthrough from other strategists of the Three Kingdoms. Hongjun is right. I was overly cautious just now. However, everyone must not let their guard down. In the next match, especially we need to pay attention to the vice-captain of the Dragon Academy, Long Ener. From what I've observed, her mastery of spiritual power is extremely strong. Even I do not have absolute confidence in winning. Tang San's words rekindled the lost confidence of the crowd, and he also realized the adverse effect his earlier comments had on everyone. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he scratched his head but continued to remind everyone not to let their guard down. It was no wonder that the group had lost confidence. After all, without MaHongjun's help to break through their potential, they could only be considered relatively ordinary geniuses. The drastic changes in the mainland situation over the past 6 months, the emergence of hidden families, and the visible aura of fortune they had just witnessed had all brought them immense shock, which was a fear of the unknown. Moreover, with the hidden families re-emerging at this critical moment, it was hard for them not to connect everything together. Therefore, in front of an unknown opponent whose cards they could not see, their confidence was inevitably affected. Even you, Xiao San, can't match her mental strength. It seems we all need to pay more attention. Dai Mubai echoed, as they all understood the strength of Tang San's mental power. Apart from MaHongjun, they were largely inferior to him. In fact, even MaHongjun might not be able to surpass Tang San in terms of mental strength. Based on MaHongjun's estimation, Tang San's mental strength was likely at the Soul Saint level, and if he could absorb the Wisdom Spirit Bone awarded for winning the Continental Elite Soul Master competition, he could easily reach the Soul Douluo level. Although MaHongjun's mental strength was also exceptional, it was just a notch above that of an ordinary Soul Master. Currently at the level of a high-ranking Soul Emperor, Tang San, having cultivated the Purple Extreme Magic Eye, was trained by his father for 6 months ahead of time, and, after some fortuitous encounters, had now reached the mental strength of a high-ranking Soul Saint, with the potential to enter the Soul Dalu realm at any moment. However, MaHongjun was confident that he could catch up to Tang San in a short time. Once he attached all the soul rings, including the hidden ones, to his 9-leaf sword grass martial soul, both his mental strength and overall power would significantly increase. Due to the evolution of his martial soul into the 9-leaf sword grass, the hidden soul rings were no longer restricted by the laws of heaven. As long as he reached the appropriate level, he could apply suitable soul rings to the hidden soul rings, coupled with the inner core of the 10-headed sun serpent, which was highly compatible with his evil fire phoenix martial soul. MaHongjun's mental strength also had a great chance of entering the Soul Dalu realm. Having read the original work, MaHongjun knew very well the importance of mental strength in the later stages. It was a crucial element in becoming a god. Additionally, he harbored a subtle concern. If the two worlds became hostile in the future, how could he become a god and gain the recognition of the Douluo gods? If he could not earn that recognition, he would have to pursue the path of becoming a god on his own. Right now, he was unaware that in the Three Kingdoms world, there existed a group of beings not weaker than the gods, sealed within a special spatial secret realm. Well, perhaps with the 100,000-year-old wisdom skull, this vice-captain will be handed over to you, Xiao San. The rest won for each, and the captain is mine. So don't fight over it. This time, MaHongjun did not refute Tang San's words. He had never intended to target Tang San, only discussing matters as they were. As for the notion that his refutation would lower Tang San's prestige in the team, it could only be said that MaHongjun was quite straightforward and preferred to speak plainly. Team Leader Long Kong, Level 48 Attack Type Battle Soul Sect. Age, 18 years. Martial Soul, Flame Flying Dragon. Their leader possesses a powerful attack type fire attribute Dragon Martial Soul that can fly, making MaHongjun the most suitable opponent to deal with him. Tang San glanced at MaHongjun and then explained to everyone. MaHongjun already knew the information about the Dragon Academy's battle team members very well without needing to look at it. Even the 7-treasure Glazed Tile School could not match his intelligence-gathering capabilities with the Tianluo Dine intelligence system. Well, a flying opponent is indeed difficult to deal with. Although Xiao Ao's mushroom sausage allows us to fly temporarily, it still pales in comparison to dealing with flying martial souls. Dai Mubai shook his head helplessly. Being the oldest in the battle team, he had long set his sights on the oldest team leader, Long Kong. However, upon seeing that it was a flying martial soul, he reconsidered and thought it would be better for MaHongjun to be his opponent. He also knew he could not compete with MaHongjun, who had always been recognized as the strongest in the Shrek team. However, MaHongjun did not think so. As a high-ranking Soul King, he could easily deal with anyone, taking them down with just a few soul skills. Many thought he had just recently entered the Soul King realm, but only he knew the extent of his capabilities. Even Zhao Wujia's soul saint-level strength was no match for him when he revealed all his trump cards. Of course, Zhao Wujia had now entered the Soul Duo realm ahead of time, reaching level 83 thanks to the resources of the Tianluo Dian. Rather than attributing his progress to Tianluo Dian, it was more due to MaHongjun's assistance. Though he could not access celestial herbs, in fact, he was reluctant to part with them. He still had plenty of items that were a step below celestial herbs. MaHongjun would never forget the favor of being carried to Soto City in his youth, including how Flinder's current level far surpassed that in the original work. MaHongjun had been raised by Flinder since childhood, and although he rarely returned to Wutong Village due to his cultivation and martial soul, he still had Ma Shaodai bring back many nourishing spiritual herbs. With the help of those herbs, Village Chief Dima was revitalized and reached the soul master level he had always dreamed of, allowing him to live another 20 years without a problem. Dalu, let us just follow behind Hongjun and enjoy the fruits of his achievements. With Hongjun around, even the Spirit Hall is merely a stepping stone for our Shrek team. Oscar saw Dai Mubai's helplessness and patted his shoulder, stating bluntly. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up and Fat Tiger nodded repeatedly, looking as if that was indeed the case. Ning Rongrong looked at her boyfriend with adoration, while Zhu Zhuqing smiled slightly without speaking. They were already full of confidence in MaHongjun. Even without Oscar's reminder, the two of them were among the least worried about failure in the group. They had just been momentarily distracted due to the changes in the world and the overwhelming aura of fortune. Chapter 168. Spirit Hall's Ambush 1 Vice Captain. Long Ener. Martial Soul. White Dragon Unicorn. Level 48 Control Type Battle Soul Sect. Their Vice Captain, Long Ener, like Team Leader Long Kong, was also a powerful figure close to the Soul King level, having achieved an undefeated record by controlling enemies with her unique mental power. And her soul ring skills were all related to mental power. Tang Sen stepped forward to open the data, pointing to the second page about Vice Captain Long Ener to introduce her to everyone. Tang San was right. Everyone should pay more attention during battles. MaHongjun also reminded appropriately. In the afternoon battle, Shrek faced off against the Dragon Academy, and Shrek Academy showcased their full strength, proving that they were not comparable to the Dragon Academy. Tang San successfully suppressed the Dragon Academy's Vice Captain Long Ener, successfully delaying MaHongjun to eliminate the Dragon Academy's team leader Long Kong. In the end, with MaHongjun's assistance, they successfully defeated Long Ener, while Dai Mubai's opponent was also caught off guard and thrown off the stage. Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, and the others similarly dealt with their opponents one by one. This impressive suppression battle successfully showcased Shrek Academy's prowess, making them a strong contender for the championship. After the subsequent matches, the Shrek team continued to sweep and crush their opponents, ultimately winning the championship of the promotion tournament. They became the pride of the Heaven Do Empire, and as the hottest team, even the Imperial representatives, who were seed teams and did not need to participate in the promotion tournament, were now inferior to Shrek in the hearts of the citizens. Unlike the Heaven Do Royal Team, which was promoted and supported by the Empire, the Shrek team earned their reputation through real battles. Additionally, the lovely and beautiful appearances of Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing attracted a large number of fans for the Shrek team. Of course, a significant portion of them were old fans gathered from concerts, loyal supporters. After the Heaven Do royal family granted titles ranging from the highest Earl to the lowest Baron to the 16 teams that advanced, the promotion tournament officially concluded. As the champion team, MaHongjun also became an Earl, belonging to the noble class in the Douluo continent, shedding the halo of his grassroots origins. What? The master has already gone ahead to Spirit City? MaHongjun frowned and asked Tang San, who was still in a daze. Flinder, Tang San, and MaHongjun were sitting around a stone table in a courtyard discussing matters. Well, Dean, I'm not sure of the details. The teacher only left me a letter explaining the situation, Tang San said, taking out the letter and looking at Flinder next to MaHongjun. Xiao San, you are my hope for survival. I can't bear to see you in trouble. The power of the Spirit Hall is something you don't understand, but with the teacher here, you will definitely be safe. I'm going to Spirit City early to resolve your troubles. Although the teacher doesn't know the specifics of the grudge between you and the Spirit Hall, he can guess roughly, based on my understanding of the Spirit Hall. They will never let you appear safely in Spirit City. Flinder, my good brother, I entrust Xiao San to you. Be sure to watch out for the assassins from the Spirit Hall. I know that you, including Erlong, have joined the core of the Tianluo Wang forces, and your strength is not to be underestimated, But please do not confront the spirit hall without absolute certainty. Remember. Seeing this, MaHongjun thought to himself, wow, so you understand the spirit hall so well. You know there's danger around Tang San and went to resolve it for him. Aren't you afraid he might be assassinated by the spirit hall on the way? Or are you just avoiding danger? Of course, these were just malicious speculations from MaHongjun. With the master's level of soul power, even if he stayed behind, he wouldn't be of much help. In the original work, they could still form a three-person martial soul fusion skill, but now, the martial soul fusion skills of Lu Erlong and Flinder were not at all inferior to the three-person fusion, so leaving him behind would only add to the trouble. Thus, MaHongjun was somewhat pleased with this outcome. As for the unfortunate master Yu Xiaojing, MaHongjun felt no sympathy at all. Not being a burden was already quite good. Sigh, Xiaogang, why do you have to do this? With your uncle's protection, even the spirit hall would have to think twice. Why are you so stubborn and insistent on proving yourself? Is there anything more important than family? Flinder sighed, a bit exasperated. Everyone has a reverse scale that others cannot understand. I believe the reason the teacher has achieved so much in spirit research is closely related to his obsession with it. He also hopes to prove himself to the people he cares about. He has been alone all these years. Hearing Flinder's dissatisfaction, Tang San couldn't help but explain for Yu Xiaojie. Those who are pitiful must have their faults. MaHongjun sneered inwardly. So, Xiao San, what is your reverse scale? MaHongjun asked, pretending to be indifferent as he noticed Xiao Wu and the others approaching from behind Tang San, blinking his eyes. My reverse scale is probably my family. I do not offend others, but if someone touches my loved ones, they violate my reverse scale, and it doesn't matter who it is, even the spirit hall cannot. Seeing that MaHongjun wasn't taking it seriously, Tang San, wanting to establish his authority within the team and challenge MaHongjun, deliberately put on a very serious expression. His gaze sharp and his tone very cold. MaHongjun was indeed powerful, but Tang San had even more confidence in himself. Believing that if it came to a life-and-death battle, MaHongjun, a child who had not seen much blood, would definitely not be a match for his hidden weapons. Then am I considered one of your family, Xiao San? Xiao Wu suddenly asked from behind Tang San. Xiao Wu, why are you all here? Tang San's cold demeanor instantly dissipated, and he awkwardly said, Xiao San, you still haven't answered me. However, Xiao Wu ignored Tang San's words, her eyes glistening with tears, and continued to question, as Tang San's expression just now was so similar to that of the murderer who killed her parents, making her feel scared from the bottom of her heart. Xiao Wu is my closest family. How could she not count? Silly girl, you are someone I will fight to protect. I shouldn't have lost control of my emotions just now. I'm sorry for scaring you. Tang San was also smart, quickly starting to comfort Xiao Wu with a sincere expression. Ugh, annoying. I know third brother is the best. I believe third brother will definitely protect me well. Xiao Wu indeed believed Tang San's sweet words, wiped her tears, smiled through her tears, and nestled against Tang San's chest. Ahem, all right. You guys should pay attention to your surroundings and the impact of your actions. I have things to handle. You little monsters should relax for a day. We will set off for Spirit City tomorrow. The journey might not be peaceful. Flinder coughed to ease the atmosphere and stood up to say, I don't have two girlfriends who show affection like you guys. MaHongjun grumbled unhappily to himself. As for Tang San's display of authority, he found it normal. However, he was also confident in himself, believing Tang San was definitely not his opponent. Even if Tang San could deal with the Soul Sage level, he could not handle MaHongjun. Chapter 169, The Spirit Hall's Assassination. Cultivation method. Currently, MaHongjun's strength was at level 58 of soul power, and he had reached the first stage of technique cultivation, minor achievement. Once he cultivated to the second stage, major achievement, just one move would be equivalent to the power of a 100,000-year soul skill. Coupled with his patriotic feelings from his previous life, MaHongjun placed great importance on technique cultivation, spending most of his time deeply training in his mind. Otherwise, his soul power would have increased even more. Although the improvement from entry to minor achievement seemed small, it brought a qualitative change to his strength. With technique cultivation at entry level, one move was equivalent to the power of a weaker 100-year soul skill. Now at minor achievement, MaHongjun's casual move was equivalent to the power of a 1,000-year soul skill. However, that wasn't the main point. The main point was that the consumption was much smaller than that of a 1,000-year soul skill. Of course, these theories had not been verified because even Zhao Yun's master, the gun god Tong Yuan, was only at the second stage of minor achievement. And the second stage of major achievement was still a legend. Those who reached this level had to trace back to figures from the early Han dynasty, such as Xiangyu, or even further back. Even so, with MaHongjun's current soul power, he was capable of battling for 300 rounds with others, with each move not weaker than the power of a 1,000 year soul skill released at his current strength. The greatest advantage of technique cultivation was its low consumption, which could amplify the power of moves. Ordinary moves, after amplification, could present dozens of times the increase in power. Even the power cultivation method has a high amplification, not weaker than the technique cultivation method. It just falls short in terms of the intricacy of techniques. Overall, the theoretical system of cultivation is the same as that of technique cultivation. Originally, the two belonged to a completely new cultivation model that was entirely different from the Douluo cultivation system. However, due to the fusion of the two worlds, the cultivation systems will gradually become similar. As of now, the cultivation system of the Three Kingdoms world has almost completely transformed and is approaching the Douluo system. This aside, MaHongjun has only a partial understanding of this. He is diligently practicing the technique cultivation method, but because of the feelings in his heart, he only vaguely speculates about the advantages of technique cultivation. The technique cultivation method that MaHongjun practices is among the top-tier techniques, called the Phoenix Scripture, which is a low-grade heaven-level technique and is the core technique of the gun god, Tong Yuan's lineage. In the Three Kingdoms world, techniques are divided into 4 levels: heaven, earth, mystery, and yellow, each level further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. It is said that above heaven level, there exists an even more formidable ultimate level. As for the most mysterious spiritual cultivation methods, MaHongjun knows little about them, mostly learning from Liu Bowen. The spiritual cultivation method dates back to the spring and autumn and warring states periods, with the most accomplished practitioner being the legendary figure, Giguzi. It is said that this spiritual cultivation method was created by Giguzi in pursuit of the immortal path, which was later perfected by various schools and families, leading to the most mysterious spiritual cultivation method in the Three Kingdoms world. Cultivating the spiritual method to the saint level can extend one's lifespan, potentially reaching 1,000 years, far superior to the martial god realm of the martial cultivation method, which can only live for 300 years. However, this strength does not refer to combat power. In terms of combat power, 10 saint-level practitioners would not be able to match a martial god. What MaHongjun does not know is that those at the top of the Three Kingdoms world are specifically practicing the spiritual cultivation method and have further advanced several levels beyond the saint level, rivaling the main gods of the Douluo world. In terms of realms, there are even wise ones at the divine king level. In about half a year, the passage between the two worlds will be linked in the Tongtian Sea secret realm, which will also emerge from the spatial layers of the two worlds. Title low-level powerhouses will have the qualification to enter the Three Kingdoms world, and, conversely, those in the Three Kingdoms world equivalent to title low-level strength can also enter the Douluo world. However, comparatively speaking, Douluo continent has a greater advantage. The number of title low-level individuals in the Three Kingdoms world can be counted on one hand, while the Douluo world has at least over 100 title Douluo, not counting the powerful individuals from the Sun and Moon continent on the other side of the mainland. Just the hidden forces on Douluo continent have no less than 50 title Douluo powerhouses, which is almost 10 times the number in the Three Kingdoms world. 3 days later, on a canyon passage about 80 kilometers outside Wuhuan City, hundreds of horse-drawn carriages were moving through the canyon passage, surrounded by thousands of knights for protection, a force several times stronger than that in the original work. Report: Commander, the road ahead is narrow, and there may be enemies lying in ambush. Should we halt and assess the enemy situation? A knight responsible for scouting rode up to the front line and reported solemnly. Send my orders. The honor of the Empire's knights must not be trampled upon, not even by the Wuhuan Hall. Strengthen our defenses and continue forward, said the knight captain without hesitation after observing the terrain ahead. Inside one of the carriages, Ning Rongrong, hearing the knight captain's words, expressed her confusion. If we go further past this canyon, we will leave the territory of the Tiando Empire and enter the domain of the Wuhuan Hall. There are definitely assassins from the Wuhuan Hall lying in ambush ahead. We have already warned them in advance. How can this knight captain still choose to proceed directly? It's simply too reckless. Rongrong, your conclusion is too hasty. You are only seeing the surface of things. This knight captain is not simple. He understands the formation techniques. Knowing that there are tigers in the mountains, he still chooses to walk towards them. He truly deserves to be a battle-hardened soul Douluo knight. His status in the Tiando Empire is probably not low. I didn't expect the Tiando Empire to reveal such a trump card in advance. It seems the Wuhuan Hall will suffer a loss this time, MaHongjun said, pulling back the curtain of the carriage, his pupils narrowing, and then spoke with a hint of amusement. The fiercer the conflict between the two sides, the happier MaHongjun felt inside. Of course, he wouldn't say such things out loud, as that thought was somewhat sinister and ungrateful. After all, the Douluo world had raised him for over 10 years. Such thoughts were indeed a bit inhumane. However, it has always been difficult to balance loyalty and righteousness. Between the Three Kingdoms and Douluo, he could only choose the Three Kingdoms, as the Three Kingdoms world was a reflection of his previous life's homeland. One's glory is shared, and one's losses are shared. He could only do this to return home. What is the formation technique? Ning Rongrong asked in confusion. All right, Rongrong, now is not the time for gaining knowledge. Go inform Dean Flender according to the original plan. Do not reveal our strength, MaHongjun said, standing up and stretching his limbs inside the carriage. If you don't tell me, what's so great about that? Ning Rongrong jumped off the carriage and walked towards the carriage of Flender and the other teachers behind them. Why didn't you send me away too? Aren't you afraid I'll be a hindrance? Zhu Zhuqing asked coldly after Ning Rongrong entered the carriage behind her. I really can't hide anything from you. You're too smart, Zhuqing. When the battle starts, our vehicles, as talented students, will definitely be the first to be attacked. With my current strength, I cannot contend with a title Douluo, let alone protect Rongrong. You, have rich combat experience and can take care of yourself. So it's naturally fine for you to stay, MaHongjun said with an awkward smile, then took Zhu Zhuqing's jade hand, saying somewhat flatteringly, that's more like it. MaHongjun, you remember this. No matter what happens in the future, you must not abandon me. We women are not just pretty vases. Rongrong is an auxiliary system soul master, but I am the eyes and important support of the team, Zhu Zhuqing said, her cold expression softening slightly. With a hint of pride. My Zhuqing is the best. How could I bear to abandon her? Seeing this, MaHongjun took the opportunity to wrap his arms around Zhu Zhuqing's waist, grinning. Smooth talker. Who knows how many girls' hearts you'll capture in the future? Zhu Zhuqing swatted MaHongjun's hand away, snorting softly. Sigh with you all Suddenly, a loud rumble interrupted MaHongjun. Enemy attack. Form up. MaHongjun hadn't finished speaking when he was interrupted by the sound of falling rocks. I didn't expect the Wuhuan Hall's attack to come so quickly. Hongjun, promise me. You must not act recklessly later. Don't try to show off, okay? Zhu Zhuqing grasped MaHongjun's arm, her tone slightly pleading. Rest assured, I currently possess 20,000 pounds of great strength. I am not much weaker than a title Douluo. Even if I can't win, self-defense won't be a problem, MaHongjun said. Though he wasn't referring to his normal strength. Even with his Soul King realm, having 1,000 pounds of strength would be impressive. The reason he said he could have 20,000 pounds of strength was because of the 8 gates of Duanjia. Although the enhancement from the 8 gates of Duanjia had peaked, it still allowed MaHongjun to exert that power easily. Plus, with the healing holy object, Meteor Tears, on him, it would be difficult for MaHongjun to die, considering he was a man with a blood-locking cheat. The new martial soul, 9-leaf swordgrass, also has hidden soul rings, but it no longer has the ghostly flame-breathing technique or the miscellaneous low-level rewards like the 8 gates of Duanjia. The 9-leaf swordgrass martial soul currently only has 1 skill, but MaHongjun expressed his satisfaction. Although this reward requires MaHongjun's 9-leaf swordgrass martial soul to be enhanced with 8 soul rings to unleash its full power, it still excites him greatly. This is because it is called the 8 Fiends Sword Array, an ancient killing formation from the perfect world and one of Shi Hao's early killing moves. MaHongjun is unaware that the seed of the 9-leaf swordgrass was carried by Shi Hao for a period of time and was personally sent off by him. Thus, during Shi Hao's cultivation, it absorbed some of his cultivation methods. The 8 Fiends Sword Array can seal off the space within a radius of hundreds of meters, forming a sword formation with astonishing sword energy and powerful might, capable of killing beyond levels. MaHongjun is aware of his shortcomings. He is certainly far from the Emperor of Desolation, especially in terms of combat experience and fighting will. Therefore, the plan formulated in response to the attack from the Spirit Hall is for MaHongjun to resolve the crisis by himself, and then to vigorously promote his name through the heavenly net, making it widely known throughout the world. To achieve this step, combat and crises are inevitable. A moment's carelessness could lead to death at the hands of a title Douluo. Although MaHongjun once proved his strength by enduring 30 rounds against the poisoned Douluo, it does not signify much. After all, the poison Douluo's strength has never been in one-on-one combat. In terms of single combat ability, he might not even be as strong as some assault-type soul masters close to title Douluo level. MaHongjun's 9-leaf sword grass martial soul currently has only 6 soul rings, including the hidden ones. Once he reaches 8 soul rings, he will have a powerful trump card that can turn the tide of battle, enough to contend with title Douluos. The reason he has not applied 8 soul rings is that MaHongjun understands his shortcomings and wants to break through the existing limits like the young Emperor of Desolation. He aims to reach the strength of a Soul King battling a title Douluo and a Soul Emperor battling a title Douluo. The strength among title Douluos is also divided into different ranks. As long as one is below the level of a 95-level super title Douluo, they can compensate with strength and trump cards. Therefore, after winning the championship in this Soul Master competition, MaHongjun plans to head to the City of Slaughter for training to enhance his combat awareness and level. He intends to obtain a beast inner core that is very suitable for his evil fire phoenix martial soul, and then begin cultivating his first martial soul, the 9-leaf swordgrass. MaHongjun has always struggled with his cultivation, which can be said to be broad but not deep. He has many mixed techniques, but none can be considered a true trump card. He has gradually realized this, but has no way to change it, as the world's limitations are present. The appearance of the 8 Fiends sword array may be an opportunity for change. What MaHongjun can do now is to lay a solid foundation, and nothing more. I've always had confidence in you, Zhu Zhuqing said proudly, tightening her grip on MaHongjun's delicate hand. MaHongjun secretly rejoiced, but on the surface, he maintained a composed demeanor. His ears twitched as he took Zhu Zhuqing's hand and walked out of the carriage. What could be more gratifying than being admired by his girlfriend? Suddenly, as they just stepped out of the carriage, a blade of wind energy attacked from behind, shredding the carriage to pieces. Little brother, why don't you continue your sweet talk? I love hearing those mushy words. A sharp voice that was neither male nor female reached MaHongjun's ears. Indeed, not far ahead, a slender white figure appeared, gathering soul power in his hand. Behind him, numerous figures emerged. MaHongjun did not speak. He simply scanned and found that there were over 100 people surrounding the Shrek team. The convoy heading to Spirit City comprised 36 carriages, each with around 200 black-clad individuals, totaling about 7,000 people. However, only the black-clad individuals in front of Shrek were all Soul Masters, with the lowest being Great Soul Masters. It seems our Shrek Academy is the real target of the Spirit Hall this time. Zhuqing, be careful. MaHongjun instinctively stepped forward to protect Zhu Zhuqing. The leader attacking our convoy is very strong. Hongjun, you should be careful too. Zhu Zhuqing said seriously, her tone slightly worried. It's fine, just a little flower. Your man can handle it, right? MaHongjun guessed the identity of the incoming individual upon hearing that, and provocatively said, Damn it, I hate being called little flower. Who are you to guess my name so quickly? The white figure, dressed in white and looking handsome, became furious, resembling a little girl angry, which made MaHongjun shudder. You came to attack us. How could you not have investigated our identity? Why ask a question you already know the answer to? MaHongjun said, but he was on high alert, not daring to be careless. This was the first time in his life facing a powerful enemy at the title Douluo level. A slight mistake could lead to annihilation. As expected of a young man capable of establishing the heavenly net, truly a hero among the youth. Such spirit, I wouldn't want to kill you. How about this? If you become my disciple, I'll let you and the little girl behind you go. The white-clad youth smiled charmingly, fingers forming a flower shape, saying so convincingly. Chapter 171, Battle Array against the enemy. What are you? You want me to be your disciple? I am invincible at my current level. If you can claim invincibility at the title Douluo level, what is wrong with becoming your disciple? The question is, can you? MaHongjun spread his phoenix wings behind him and mocked with a domineering tone. He extended his right hand, and a small grass that was entirely green and emitting a faint glow appeared, looking extremely ordinary and not much different from regular grass. Even more mundane than blue silver grass. You're just asking for trouble. The flower Douluo only considers you because he respects you and wants to take you as a disciple. A second martial soul that is just an ordinary weed dares to be so arrogant. Is this your trump card? Truly seeking death. Before the white-clad youth, the flower Douluo, could speak, one of the black-clad individuals spoke first. Get lost. The flower Douluo's face turned cold, and with a wave of his hand, an energy attacked the black-clad individual behind him. Bang! The black-clad individual was sent flying, crashing against a nearby stone wall, and spitting blood. Oomph. You have no right to speak here. Stay put, or next time, I'll make you pay. The flower Douluo scolded. Cough, cough. Your Highness. The Pope's command is to execute the master of this heavenly net along with Tang San on the spot. If the Pope gets angry, we won't have a good explanation here. The black-clad individual stood up, not daring to show any dissatisfaction on his face, but still stubbornly advised. He was even more in awe of that existence. If the Pope were to blame, perhaps the flower Douluo would be fine, but he, Lilidiera, being just a soul Douluo, would surely face punishment. In other places on Douluo continent, soul Douluo might be a leader of a faction or a tyrant, but within the Spirit Hall, he was merely a small red-clad bishop, with many people above his level. I have my own measures. I will personally explain to the Pope. I indeed cannot claim invincibility at the same level, but if you are willing, I can take you as my disciple on behalf of His Highness the Pope. What do you think? The flower Douluo displayed great patience. From the moment he first saw MaHongjun, he recognized his identity and felt a strong desire to nurture talent upon sensing MaHongjun's soul power approaching the level of a soul emperor. Besides loving flowers, he actually has another hobby, which is cherishing talent. I don't want to. MaHongjun said word by word. Well said. As expected of my disciple Flender. Go back and tell your Pope that my heavenly net is not just for show. Erlong. A voice of approval came from behind Flender, filled with pride, as he activated his martial soul and stood next to MaHongjun. So much nonsense. Even the title of Douluo, I see it's more like a rambling Douluo. If you want to fight, let's fight. I'm not afraid of you. A powerful figure surrounded by a green dragon also appeared beside MaHongjun in an instant. It was his beloved teacher, the female Tyrannosaurus No Lu Erlong. Following her was Ning Rongrong, her pretty face full of determination and fearlessness, with her 9-treasure glazed tile in hand, colorful and flowing. Erlong, you mustn't be unreasonable. I have seen the title Douluo. Why are you blocking the path of my Tiando Empire? Are you afraid we will take your championship? Flender held back the eager Lu Erlong, saying not to be unreasonable, but his words were hardly better. Seeking death. You don't appreciate the chance given to you. If you refuse a toast, you'll have to drink a forfeit. Then take them down. The young man in white, the title Douluo, suddenly turned cold, then looked at the flying Lordia and made a gesture. Yes, my lord. 3 black-clad figures emerged behind him, releasing their martial souls alongside Lordia, advancing towards the Shrek crowd. Hundreds of black-clad individuals, with strengths ranging from soul masters to soul emperors, began to attack the other teams of Shrek Academy. The 3 black-clad figures behind Lordia were all powerful beings comparable to Flender and the others. Huh? Want to use numbers to overwhelm us? I, Zhao Wuji, won't allow it. In the rear team, Zhao Wuji shouted loudly, and with a punch, he repelled a wave of black-clad attackers. He then joined the other teachers from Shrek Academy. Tang, San, Daimu Bai, and others also repelled the intercepting enemies, rushing over to face the ambush from the Spirit Hall, with no one backing down. Although the title Douluo did not rush to act, even so, Shrek's side was still not their opponent. Just when everyone thought they were outnumbered and facing a desperate situation, the Tiano Knight Corps at the edge of the convoy suddenly shouted loudly. Instantly, thick fog enveloped the area. Nearly 100 black-clad individuals suddenly lost their traces. And this scene was not only happening with the Shrek convoy, but also with the other Academy's convoys. What a Tiando Empire. I didn't expect you to have such means. I underestimated you a bit. The title Douluo, quick to react, unleashed his martial soul, producing dozens of petals that struck the fog formation, instantly allowing dozens of black-clad individuals to find their way and gather. However, unfortunately, the formation was incomplete and could only trap beings below the Soul King level. The true body of the title Douluo was released in an instant, deciding to personally intervene to complete the task assigned by the Pope to prevent any further complications. It turned out that due to the appearance of the heavenly net, coupled with being close to Tang San, MaHongjun's talent had already posed a significant threat to the Spirit Hall, leading their higher-ups to unanimously decide to eliminate or subdue MaHongjun first, before dealing with the hidden threat of Tang San. One could say that Tang San was indeed a disaster, but MaHongjun would not regret it. Looking at the 5 black-clad individuals led by the title Douluo before him, MaHongjun silently activated the system detection, and several lines of data appeared before his eyes. Lordia, level 85 Soul Douluo, Fortune Transformation, Strength Enhanced compared to the original work. Martial Soul, Eagle Sculpture Potential, level 91 Title Douluo. Dubai, level 82 Soul Douluo, Martial Soul, Dragon Pattern Plate Potential, Level 89 Title Dalu. Dia. Level 81 Daira. Level 81 Title Dalu. Level 94 Title Dalu. Martial Soul. Wondrous Heaven Flower. Potential. Level 98 Title Dalu. Teacher, leave the title Dalu to you, and we will take care of the 4 black-clad individuals. MaHongjun said, taking to the air first, choosing his suitable opponent, Lordia. The two, having martial soul fusion skills, were undoubtedly the best candidates to hold back the title Dalu. Although MaHongjun believed that after unleashing the 8-fiend sword array, his strength was sufficient to contend with a title that was ultimately a life-saving trump card that could not be exposed too early. Moreover, the consumption of the 8-fiend sword array would leave MaHongjun's soul power exhausted once it was fully unleashed. Thus, at this stage, the 8-fiend sword array was only suitable as a trump card. This little monster looks a bit tricky. I might as well handle it, Zhao Wuji said with some concern upon seeing this. I know what I'm doing, Teacher Zhao. You don't need to worry. I'm better suited to deal with this flying soul master. MaHongjun sensed Zhao Wuji's concern and explained without hesitation. Chapter 172. The Difficulty of Becoming a God. Alright, just be careful. Zhao Wuji hesitated for a moment, choosing another soul Dalu close to Lordia, deliberately pulling the battlefield closer to MaHongjun after engaging, so he could intervene in case of an accident. As for his own opponent, he never thought he would be at a disadvantage. Ordinary soul masters of the same level are no match for his immovable king and great strength Diamond Bear. Although private sparring had already proven MaHongjun's strength, that was merely sparring, and actual combat inevitably involves some differences. As soon as MaHongjun engaged, he felt Lordia's strength and was secretly surprised. In terms of speed and physical power, he was at a disadvantage. However, he was not without the ability to fight back, under the combination of his dual martial souls. They exchanged blows back and forth. The remaining 2 soul Dalu were restrained by other soul sage and soul emperor teachers from Shrek, while the Shrek 7 monsters worked together to deal with the hundreds of black-clad individuals, making it somewhat difficult to manage, relying only on their tacit cooperation to hold on. Only Flinder and Lu Erlong remained, their expressions serious as they stared at the title Dalu before them. Although theoretically, ordinary title Dalu should not be a match for their martial soul fusion skill. As always, there is a gap between theory and practice. Martial soul fusion skills. Unexpectedly, 2 soul Dalu-level martial soul fusion skills have appeared on the continent. Heh, it really brings back memories. I really don't want to kill you. The words of the title Dalu sent chills down the spines of everyone who heard it. Let's talk. Who wins and who loses is still uncertain, Lu Erlong said with a sharp voice, and the martial soul fusion skill formed by the 2 launched the first attack. The title Dalu, being one of the most familiar with the power of martial soul fusion skills on the continent, would not truly underestimate the 2, and thus unleashed his true strength. In an instant, the 2 sides were at odds, presenting a situation of equal strength, with neither able to gain the upper hand. Meanwhile, MaHongjun was gradually mastering the rhythm of the battle and began to subtly gain the upper hand. However, without revealing his trump card, it would not be easy to take down Lordia. After all, he was a soul Dalu powerhouse. Damn it, how troublesome. Old Ghost, why don't you hurry up and act? If we continue to stalemate, we will be in trouble before the Pope. The title Dalu, feeling frustrated by being restrained by Flinder and the others, could not help but shout towards the sky behind him. Isn't it your own arrogance that made me keep an eye on that old poisoner who hasn't shown up? A shadow like a ghost appeared, speaking while its figure did not stop for a moment, instantly arriving not far behind Zhu Dalu. Seeing this, Flinder and his companion felt the power of their martial soul fusion skill increase by 3 points instantly, tightly entangling Zhu Dalu and preventing the 2 from making contact. According to the information from the Heavenly Spider Network, Flinder was well aware of the relationship between the ghostly titled Dalu and Zhu Dalu. The martial soul fusion skill they formed was definitely one of the most famous martial soul fusion skills on the entire continent. You're dead, Zhu Dalu exclaimed, unable to escape, as the metallic-like petals of the chrysanthemum in his hand formed a massive great sword and advanced toward Flinder and his companion. The person instantly jumped out of the battlefield, leaping out of Flinder's martial soul domain and standing beside the newly appeared Ghost Dalu. It turned out that as Flinder and Lu Erlong became more proficient with their martial soul fusion skill, they were able to create a special martial soul domain. As long as one was within the domain, they would be entangled by the massive body of the Holy Light Dragon. This was also the reason why Ghost Dalu did not rashly enter the combat area. However, a title Dalu is still a title Dalu, and with keen perception, He could see at a glance that although Ghost Douluo was entangled by the martial soul domain, he had the ability to jump out of it. This was also a flaw of the 2's martial soul fusion domain. While it could entangle a titled Douluo, as long as the titled Douluo did not wish to be entangled, they could not keep him. Although MaHongjun was in battle, his spiritual power was always focused on the changes in the entire battlefield. Seeing this, he no longer dared to hold back. He had to first resolve the trouble at hand before figuring out a way to help the others. At this moment, not only were Flinder and his companion in dire straits, but even the Shrek 7 monsters were also encountering trouble. Relying on Tang San's hidden weapons, they had unexpectedly eliminated dozens of black-clad individuals, and during the subsequent fighting, their teamwork and hidden weapons had taken out many more black-clad soul masters. However, hidden weapons were consumables and were soon running low, while there were still nearly 100 black-clad individuals remaining. The Shrek 7 monsters, along with several substitute team members, were facing 7 or 8 enemies each, and Tang San was facing 15 at once, relying on the entangling ability of his blue-silver grass to handle so many soul masters simultaneously. However, eliminating the enemies was still not very realistic, as there were many equally ranked soul masters among the black-clad individuals. If it weren't for Ning Rongrong and the substitute team member Dai Zhu's enhancements and healing support, they would have already been defeated. On the other side, the other teachers from Shrek Academy were not faring much better. Even with the realm of Soul Sage and Soul Emperor without powerful soul skills, it was a bit challenging for a few to take on one. Fortunately, Lu Qibin's martial soul, the Star Compass, was peculiar, and with the strength of Qin Ming and Li Yusong's martial souls, they had not been defeated by the opposing Soul Douluo yet. As for the other food-type support Soul Sage from Shrek Academy, Xiao Xian, who possessed the Candy Bean martial soul, he was now a level 79 Soul Sage, and his combat ability was not as strong as Li Yusong's, so he was left at Shrek Academy to guard it. If he were here to assist, perhaps with their cooperation, they could indeed defeat the Soul Douluo Dia ahead. Li Yusong, Martial Soul, Dragon Pattern Staff. Level 69, Assault-type Soul Emperor. Potential, Title Douluo. Lu Qibin, Martial Soul, Star Chess. Level 68, Control-type Soul Emperor. Potential, Title Douluo. Qin Ming, Martial Soul, Mutated Martial Soul, Firewolf. Level 67, Assault-type Soul Emperor. Potential, Level 98 Title Douluo. MaHongjun did not go into detail about the attributes of Li Yusong and the others, just giving a rough glance. Even the so-called most talented genius after Hao Yin, Qin Ming, had a maximum potential of only a high-level super titled Douluo, not reaching the talent level of the 99-level limit Douluo. This shows that the talent of limit Douluo is already the pinnacle of genius in the Douluo continent. This is also what MaHongjun found confusing. Why could any well-known general in the Three Kingdoms world have the potential to become a deity, while the top geniuses of the Douluo continent barely reached the potential of limit Douluo? If it weren't for the celestial herbs that could enhance the potential of soul masters, MaHongjun would even suspect whether there were any beings on the Douluo continent who could become deities. Chapter 173. 2 Instruments Stillness Domain Lodia. Let me show you what true martial arts moves are. The 8 Fiend Sword Formation. Seeing this, MaHongjun no longer hesitated and decided to use his trump card. He would first eliminate Lodia and then think of a way to resolve the troubles of others. MaHongjun raised his hands to the sky, and the sky seemed to be obscured by a pair of giant hands. Night falling as expected, with great momentum, even stirring the forces of nature. What is this soul skill? Even I feel a hint of fear. In the distance, Flinder, who was being brutally attacked by 2 titled Douluos, watched in shock as Douluo and Ghost Douluo simultaneously stopped, staring at MaHongjun, who was releasing his skill. It is known that only at the level of super titled Douluo can one stir a part of the natural forces. Even limit titled Douluo cannot completely master the forces of nature. MaHongjun's 9-leaf sword grass martial soul instantly transformed into 7 soul rings, forming 7 sharp long swords that fell around Lodia. It was actually a domain soul skill. Clearly, a kid who even reached the level of a Soul Emperor could simultaneously release dual martial soul rings and obtain such a powerful domain soul skill. Given this kid's current soul power level, the soul skill must have been acquired not long ago, and it wasn't perfected yet, which would leave obvious weaknesses. One of the 8 directions needed to be guarded. This kid must be eliminated, or he would become a future threat to the Spear Hall. Douluo was secretly astonished, but his mind was particularly serious as he looked at the direction guarded by MaHongjun and the 7 long swords. Thinking he had found the weakness of MaHongjun's 8 fiend sword formation, quickly attacking toward MaHongjun. However, this was not the case. While it seemed that MaHongjun's guard was missing a long sword, it was actually the strongest point in the 8 directions. In contrast, the directions of the other 7 swords could not unleash the true power of the 8 fiend sword formation because the 9-leaf sword grass only had 7 soul rings. Currently, MaHongjun's 9-leaf sword grass only had 6 soul rings, consisting of 4 ordinary soul rings and 2 hidden soul rings. The hidden soul rings came from the 100-year-old ghost vine and the 10,000-year-old underworld horned serpent, while the ordinary soul rings were from the 100-year-old green phosphor snake. The 1,000-year-old heavenly material and earthly treasure, the ink jade bamboo, the 1,000-year-old human-faced demon spider, and the 10,000-year growth soul ring. The incomplete 8 fiend sword formation had more than one weakness. It had 2 weaknesses located in 2 of the other 7 gates. The 7 directional soul ring long swords were merely a distraction created by MaHongjun based on the soul rings of the evil fire phoenix. This was also an idea that struck MaHongjun, specifically to confuse the enemy and prevent them from finding the weaknesses of this incomplete 8 fiend sword formation, thus preventing the exposure of the weaknesses to a certain extent. Fool! Stop! Douluo was caught off guard and fell for the trap, but nearby, Douluo, who had more experience in battle, instinctively sensed the problem and shouted a halt. However, it was already too late. Trying to retreat was futile. The destruction of the 8 fiends sword formation. MaHongjun formed hand seals, just as he made the final seal, and the entire 8 fiends sword formation began to converge inward, squeezing toward Douluo from all directions. Hearing the reminder from Douluo, Lord Dalu instinctively stopped his attack. In an instant, the hairs on his body stood on end as he wanted to retreat, but he found that there was nowhere to retreat. 8 swords had already converged towards him. Break! With the faint sound of the word from MaHongjun, everything in the sword space instantly shattered. Sword energy crisscrossed, and spatial cracks filled the entire battlefield, continuously expanding outward. Even Douluo and the others subconsciously retreated far away from the battlefield. In the center of the spatial cracks, Lord Dalu, a formidable soul Douluo, didn't he even have the chance to scream before he vanished from this world. For a moment, all sounds between heaven and earth fell silent, and all battles ceased, captivated by the situation of the fight involving MaHongjun. What kind of power is this? It's terrifying. Both Ju and Douluo had such doubts flash through their minds. After exchanging glances, the two immediately clasped their hands together. Perhaps only by doing so could they calm their hearts. Martial soul fusion skill, 2 instruments, stasis, domain. Quick battle, quick resolution. This was the most genuine thought in their hearts at that moment, and it was no wonder they were cautious. The destruction caused by the 8 fiend sword formation was truly unsettling. The shattered space was damage only a limit Douluo could cause. In an instant, Flinder and the others were enveloped by the martial soul domain, rendered unable to move. Taking advantage of this, Ju and Douluo launched their attacks. In the blink of an eye, Flinder and Lu Erlong's martial soul domain was covered by the two, and under Ju and Douluo's fierce attacks. They lost their combat capability and were forced out of their martial soul fusion state. It seems that this old bone of mine still needs to go down and stretch its muscles. We can't let anyone underestimate us. On a mountain peak stood 2 figures. One was straight-bodied and slender, looking like a javelin, with dark green hair and dressed in a green robe. The other was like a sharp sword, wearing a spotless white robe, with white hair and a head of neatly combed silver hair, appearing ancient. The one speaking was indeed Poison Daw, saying they couldn't let anyone underestimate them, fearing the might of the spirit hall. Yet in his heart, he thought, the little monster is about to collapse. I can't let the little monster get hurt. In MaHongjun's words, he was a bit Sundara, knowing that the spirit hall had ambushes in place. How could the Heaven Do Empire not send out a real countermeasure? The reason they did not appear earlier was firstly to train the students, and secondly, to allow MaHongjun to truly make a name for himself across the continent, rather than just gathering a large number of believers due to his singing. Now, having cut down a soul Douluo with the body of a soul king, it would be hard for MaHongjun not to make waves across the continent. Let us wait and see how these students from Shrek Academy will react when faced with danger. Beside him, the sword Douluo Chan Xian, dressed in white, waved his hand with indifference and said, "Cut, sound nice, but you just want to see how your Ron performs. So pretentious seeing this." Poison Douluo couldn't help but complain in his heart. but it was not urgent at this moment. With the sword Douluo's words, the two Ju and Gui Doa below could not threaten the lives of the people below. Although the sword Douluo's martial soul was known as the strongest attack martial soul, his speed was not something an ordinary title Douluo could compare to. Once the Shrek group encountered danger, it would definitely be that the person hadn't arrived yet. But the sword had already struck first. This was the power of a 97th level title Douluo. The difference between below 95 and 95 title Douluo was a completely different concept. Even the so-called most talented Haoyan Douluo would not dare to say he could surpass a 95 level sword Douluo at level 90. The scene shifted back to the battlefield, where MaHongjun, who had just triggered the sword formation, used the last bit of soul power left in his body to move to the battlefield of the Shrek's 7 monsters. Seeing this, Fat Tiger and the others immediately forced back their stunned opponents and surrounded MaHongjun in the middle for protection. Even Tang San rushed over to protect the injured MaHongjun. Chapter 174. Young man, don't be too eager. The surrounding men in black naturally did not want to miss the good opportunity to capture MaHongjun and gathered around. On the other side, Flinder, heavily injured, quickly seized the opportunity, picked up Lu Erlong, and flew to the side of the crowd. Get out of the way, I can still fight at this moment. MaHongjun did not want to be protected. He stubbornly stepped forward, but a wave of emptiness hit him, causing him to almost fall backward. Zhu Zhuqing was the first to react, supporting MaHongjun with her arm. Oof. Even like this, you still want to show off? Zhu Zhuqing shot a glare at MaHongjun and said somewhat angrily. I sigh. Forget it, MaHongjun wanted to explain, but suddenly didn't he know how to say it. Was he supposed to tell everyone in front of them that he had meteor tears to replenish soul power and heal his injuries? At this point, it must be mentioned that the 9-leaf sword grass martial soul, which fused with the core energy of meteor tears, had another function: life recovery. Life recovery was inherent to the martial soul. Eating the 9-leaf sword grass, which was transformed from martial soul energy, could instantly replenish the soul power of soul masters below title Douluo to full capacity, and also had certain healing functions. Although it was not as powerful as the healing function of the meteor tears themselves, it excelled in being actively usable and could enhance its effects with the increase of soul rings. The most impressive part was that it did not require soul power. The only regret MaHongjun had was that he could not have two at the same time. He could only generate the next one after consuming the first. Even so, this effect was not something soul skills in the Douluo world could achieve, and MaHongjun was somewhat greedy. As the saying goes, the sun, moon, and stars all belong to the heavenly way, and the so-called rules and regulations cannot escape the laws of the heavenly way. However, the existence of the 9-leaf sword grass clearly transcended common sense and departed from the heavenly way. As MaHongjun retreated, he subtly consumed the 9-leaf sword grass formed by life recovery in his hand, and within just a breath, the soul power in his body returned to its peak state. If you want to harm my companions, you'll have to step over my corpse first. Dai Mubai was the first to stand up. His martial soul manifested, and he stood firmly at the forefront, facing the black-clad men and the slowly approaching Ju Doa duo. Kid, I really underestimated you. Damn Lord Dalu. Dead is dead. As long as you, huh? This is the aura of the rare heavenly chrysanthemum, you little brat. Did you eat a heavenly grade herb not long ago? Originally, Zhu Douluo had not taken Dai Mubai seriously and wanted to recruit MaHongjun, but with Dai Mubai's aura suddenly erupting, revealing the aura of the heavenly grade herb that had not been fully absorbed, all of Zhu Douluo's attention was drawn to him, staring intently at Dai Mubai. With just a wave of his hand, Dai Mubai's body uncontrollably flew towards him, stopping in front of him as he seriously examined Dai Mubai like a piece of art. Damn it, where's that old poison? Why hasn't he made a move? Flinder clenched his fists, filled with resentment, looking around and preparing to disregard his injuries to rescue. Don't worry, with the sword Douluo here, the kid will be fine. The voice of Poison Douluo echoed in his ear, reassuring him. Huh. Upon hearing this, Flinder instead relaxed, exchanging glances with Lu Erlong, and calmed down. So what if I've eaten it? You could do as you please if you want to kill or torture me. If you want to harm my companions, you'll have to step over my corpse first. But I must remind you, as one of the heirs to the throne of the Star Luo Empire, if anything happens here, the Star Luo Empire will not let it go easily. Dai Mubai's eyes flashed with a hint of hesitation and fear. But he did not answer Zhu Douluo's words, instead speaking with determination. He is naturally afraid of death. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to Shrek Academy to waste his time. However, Interacting with the other members of the Shrek's 7 monsters made him understand the true meaning of his existence. If it were a suffocating death, he would naturally be unwilling. But dying for his companions made him feel that death was worth it. Moreover, he did not sense the killing intent directed at him, which is also the main reason for his firmness. This guy has indeed made significant progress in his understanding of life. It seems he should be helped more in the future. Otherwise, he might be underestimated. MaHongjun couldn't help but view Dai Mubai with new respect. Regardless of whether it was because the Chrysanthemum Douluo had no killing intent, the fact that he could say these words indicated that he truly had this mindset. What is the Douluo Empire? It can only rely on those lowly commoners to maintain its fate of not being devoured. Our spirit hall does not fear anyone when doing business. Before the Chrysanthemum Douluo could speak, a soul Douluo named Dia, with a face that looked like it had been run over by a curb, scolded him. The scars on his face were obviously from a recent repair, and his opponent was Zhao Wujia, who was known as the Immovable King. Shut up, you disgraceful thing. Young people shouldn't be too hot-headed. Can you tell me where you obtained that extraordinary mushroom, the heavenly chrysanthemum? The Chrysanthemum Douluo scolded, then turned to Dai Mubai with a gentle inquiry. The ghost Douluo, who knew his old friend's quirks, stood quietly beside the Chrysanthemum Douluo, silently watching the inquiry, giving the Chrysanthemum Douluo a great face. Although they were currently handling official business, the two had a very good personal relationship, and everyone knew that their feelings for each other didn't need to be elaborated on. Old buddy, since this little guy is stubborn and refuses to speak, then let us twist off one of his arms before asking. One side interjected upon seeing Dai Mubai still stubbornly silent. Old ghost, scaring the little kid like this isn't good. For those who are stubborn, forcing them is useless. To find their weaknesses, you should start from their strengths. Don't you think so, Tang-san? After saying this, the Chrysanthemum Douluo's figure vanished like a ghost. Little San, be careful. MaHongjun reacted immediately, his figure flashing as he appeared in front of Tang-san, using the earth whip that he had long forgotten to block the Chrysanthemum Douluo's attack. With a crisp sound, MaHongjun was sent flying but did not suffer any substantial harm. The defensive capability of his external soul bone was applied very well. Of course, the Chrysanthemum Douluo's attack was not that weak. It was just that Tang-san was not his target. He only intended to capture him and did not use all his strength. After one failed attempt, the Chrysanthemum Douluo's figure flashed again, instantly appearing beside Zhu Zhuqing. Although Zhu Zhuqing seemed calm on the surface, she was actually startled by the sudden attack and momentarily forgot to dodge. However, even if she hadn't forgotten, what did she do? Even though she was a sensitive attack-type soul master, her martial soul was the Nether Cat, and she couldn't compare in speed to a tidal Douluo, being caught by the Chrysanthemum Douluo in the blink of an eye. Damn it, looking for death. How dare you hurt Zhuqing? Where are the members of the Heaven's Net? Commanded the Master of Heaven's Net. Chapter 175, Zhao Zilong descends. At your service. At your service. At your service. Several figures appeared, their soul power fluctuations varying from soul sage to soul Douluo. General Changshan, Zhao Zilong, is here. Who dares to harm my master? A person in white clothes and on a white horse, looking handsome and valiant, broke through the outer perimeter into Shrek's ranks. Boom! The sound of hooves came closer, and wherever they passed, the black-clad members of the Spirit Hall were all cut down. Where righteousness goes, life and death follow. Heaven bears witness. The white horse is the proof. With a loud slogan, a white divine dragon phantom hundreds of feet long formed in the sky. I pay my respects to the Lord. What? There's actually a hidden army like this? What a strong momentum. What a strong fighting force. This is definitely not the army of the Tiando Empire. The Ghost Law exclaimed in surprise. Zhao Zilong pays his respects. A powerful voice rang out as Zhao Yun appeared in front of MaHongjun, kneeling on one knee. Quick, there's no need for that. MaHongjun hurriedly helped the white-clad Zhao Zilong up, excitedly saying, Brother Zhao, hurry and help me save Zhuqing back. Don't hold back against them. After speaking, he looked at the members of the Spirit Hall who were preparing to threaten Zhu Zhuqing and urged anxiously. MaHongjun had absolute confidence in Zhao Yun's strength. Whoosh! A green figure suddenly appeared, saving Dai Mubai, who had been thrown to the ground. It was a slightly embarrassed Dugabo. I pay my respects to the master. After putting down Dai Mubai, he walked to MaHongjun's side and slightly bowed. MaHongjun had no intention of blaming him or asking why he hadn't acted sooner. Because it was unnecessary, he had his own trump card, possessing the ability to traverse between two worlds. In another world, Zhao Yun had developed his forces in an orderly manner, and with the assistance of Liu Bowen, he had become the only powerful neutral force in the Three Kingdoms, becoming an important target for various parties to woo. After the competition with the Dragon Academy ended, MaHongjun returned to the Three Kingdoms world to explain the situation here to Liu Bowen. Liu Bowen's rarely serious expression proposed that Zhao Yun should come to assist, as only this way could MaHongjun establish authority and truly grasp the power of Heaven's Net. Upon discovering that the rules of the two worlds were gradually becoming similar, and that it was now permissible to bring people into the Douluo world, MaHongjun decisively followed Liu Bowen's advice, leading Zhao Yun and the 300 elite soldiers from the White Horse into the Douluo realm. Afterward, MaHongjun concealed their presence, instructing everyone to hide their auras and follow the Tiando army heading to the Spirit Hall from a distance. Naturally, they arrived early to conceal themselves when they discovered the battle ahead, waiting for MaHongjun's command. The poisoned Douluo felt a bit awkward, while secretly astonished that MaHongjun privately possessed such an army. Although the number was not large, only around 300, each one was a soul master at the soul master level. The White Horse righteous army having so many soul masters was largely related to the revival of spiritual energy in the Three Kingdoms. But it also relied on the herbs provided by MaHongjun from the Yin-Yang Eye. Yes, Zhao Yun glanced at Douluo, sensing a pressure from the old man. However, it was just pressure. After taking the celestial herb prepared by MaHongjun, his strength was not much less than that of Elbu. In a life-and-death struggle, Elbu might not even be able to defeat him. Battle Soul, activate. Yes. The 300 White Horse righteous soldiers simultaneously released their martial souls, forming a Battle Soul Phantom resembling a white seven-headed divine dragon. The Battle Soul Phantom was several times larger than those formed by martial soul fusion techniques, and just looking at its might, it was not comparable to the martial soul fusion techniques formed by Flinder and Liu Erlong. Stop. Quickly stop. Do you want her to die? Only then did the chrysanthemum Douluo realize the rapidly changing situation, tightening his grip on Zhu Zhuqing's neck as a threat. A fierce look flashed in MaHongjun's eyes as he prepared to call for Zhao Yun to stop, but saw a shadow similar to a martial soul fusion technique slowly forming behind Zhao Yun. The white figure wielded a long spear like a dragon, and as it waved, the wind and sand rose. Freeze! A voice that seemed to come from the depths of the soul echoed in everyone's heart. It was a special domain similar to the two instruments' stillness domain. No matter how much the two Douluo, Zhu, and Gui struggled, they couldn't move an inch. Master, quickly, save the lady. They can't hold on for long. Zhao Yun's tall figure was also fixed in place like everyone else. He turned to look at his companion, the White Horse Yitong, and then spoke to MaHongjun. All right. A flash of gratitude crossed MaHongjun's eyes, knowing that Zhao Yun was giving him the chance to be a hero and save the beauty. MaHongjun spread his phoenix wings and, in the blink of an eye, embraced Zhu Zhuqing while casually throwing his carefully prepared small evil fire onto Zhu Douluo's hair. Crackle, crackle. A series of scorched sounds accompanied by a burnt smell emerged. My hair, my eyebrows, I'm furious. Zhu Douluo shouted in a shrill voice, losing his composure instantly. Fortunately, Zhu Douluo was powerful enough to finally break free from the restraints at this moment. Otherwise, his clothes would have turned to ashes like his hair. MaHongjun didn't want to kill Zhu Douluo just yet, so the small evil fire was only aimed at his hair. The reality was that he still needed the Spirit Hall and the internal strife of the two empires to buy precious time for the Three Kingdoms world. He didn't want to attract the full wrath of the Spirit Hall. Although he had already offended the Spirit Hall to some extent, he hadn't harmed its foundation. At most, he would just make the beauty-conscious Zhu Douluo hate him to the core. He wasn't afraid of facing the revenge of a titled Douluo alone, not to mention the strength of Zhu Douluo's subordinates. Just his own strength was enough to give a titled Douluo a headache. A wise man doesn't suffer losses at present. Don't you understand this, Zhu Douluo? With his friend and me here, your ambush mission has already failed. Poison Douluo stepped forward, actively protecting MaHongjun to prevent Zhu Douluo and Gui Douluo from unleashing their martial soul fusion technique to harm him again. Damn it, how dare you? You're just my defeated subordinate, Dai. Zhu Douluo shouted as he frantically grabbed Gui Douluo's hands and, with a passive Gui Douluo, unleashed their martial soul fusion technique. The humble Zhao Yun didn't waste words. With his spear, he spun and unleashed 9 spear flowers, preparing to stab a few empty spots on the two of them. 2 instruments, stillness domain. Break. The spear flowers that Zhao Yun had spun out didn't dissipate. Instead, they formed a protective shield. While Poison Douluo was still struggling, Zhao Yun was completely unaffected. He fought against the two, and the scene was chaotic with flashing lights. Even the onlookers, including the Soul Masters Flender and Lu Erlong, couldn't see their figures. Only Tang San, who had trained his eye skills, could catch glimpses of them. Chapter 176. White Horse with a Loud Bang. Zhu Duo was sent flying, and the martial soul fusion technique formed with Gui Duo was shattered by Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun and Gui Duo were not in much better condition. Zhu Duo was injured, Gui Duo's hair was disheveled, and Zhao Yun had blood at the corner of his mouth. The moment Zhao Yun sent Zhu Douluo flying, Gui Duo instantly unleashed his martial soul true form, using the ghostly claws of his true form to tightly grip Zhao Yun's dragon spear. Zhao Yun's combat experience was incredibly rich. In an instant, he thought of using the spear's point to complete a beautiful flip, twisting Gui Douluo's arm around. Although it didn't injure Gui Douluo in his ghostly state, it prevented him from exerting his full strength and mobilizing all his soul power. At the same time, Zhao Yun gripped the spear tightly, his internal power suddenly erupting, activating his secret technique, and his combat power skyrocketed. He shouted, "Let go!" Indeed, even Gui Douluo, despite being in his martial soul true form, did not dare to take this move and decisively let go and retreated. "With me, Zhao Zilong, present, who dares to harm the unowned? Withdraw quickly and let you all go." Zhao Yun planted his spear firmly, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and domineeringly surveyed the situation. It turned out that the outer Tinshui Empire Knight Corps was gradually falling into a disadvantage, as the people from the Spirit Hall were all at least Soul Master level. Tang San, consider yourself lucky this time. With the help of the Tinshui Gate Master and so many partners protecting you, we concede. To be honest, our true target this time was only you. See you in Wuhuan City. Retreat. Zhu Douluo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, standing up in tattered clothes, looking unwillingly at Tang San, who seemed unharmed. With Zhu Douluo's command, the two Douluos, Zhu and Gui, along with the remaining four Soul Masters, began to lead their subordinates to retreat. Phew! Oscar and Fat Tiger sat on the ground, gasping for breath, disregarding their image. However, everyone's eyes, including Tang San's, were fixed on Zhao Yun, filled with admiration. In the distance, on the hillside, Sword Douluo's gaze wandered between Zhao Yun and MaHongjun. This kid has some skills, loyal and righteous. Not bad. He can recruit such a powerful ally. He is not much worse than me and is indeed worthy of Rongrong. Sword Douluo secretly nodded, then disappeared from his spot. The reason Sword Douluo delayed his action was not to watch Ning Rongrong's performance, but to see how this future son-in-law of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School would perform. On another hillside, Tang San, wearing a bamboo hat, couldn't help but shake his head, somewhat satisfied with Tang San's performance, but more envious of MaHongjun. Envious of having a son like MaHongjun. "Master, I arrived late to rescue you. Please punish me." Zhao Yun, showing no interest in others' gazes, approached MaHongjun and apologized again. No need for such formalities. This time, it's thanks to Zilong's timely arrival. You have contributed without fault. Please rise. To establish his authority, MaHongjun did not personally help him, but said loudly. With a wave of his hand, he looked at the white horse Idong lined up behind him and said, "You all disperse for now and protect the perimeter." "Yes." A deputy who looked like a commander stepped forward and respectfully addressed MaHongjun. As the team set off, everyone thanked Poison Douluo and MaHongjun before returning to their carriages. Only Flender, Lu Erlong, and Poison Douluo remained with MaHongjun. Due to the destruction of the battle carriages, everyone had to proceed on foot. Zhao Yun quietly followed alongside MaHongjun, and even Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, who were also nearby, couldn't help but admire this cold-faced, powerful young man with their beautiful big eyes. "All right, you two, don't be curious. Let me introduce you. This is my brother, Changshan Zhao Yun, Zhao Zilong. These two are my wives." MaHongjun took Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong's hands and introduced them to each other. "Greetings to the two ladies." Zhao Yun quickly bowed and saluted. MaHongjun helplessly thought that while everything was good in the Three Kingdoms, there were too many formalities, and one often had to kneel. Fortunately, Zhao Yun wasn't overly pedantic and only bowed. "I've met Brother Zhao." The two ladies also quickly released MaHongjun's large hand and bowed in return. Both were from prominent families and were quite familiar with etiquette, much more so than MaHongjun, who was somewhat rustic. Although the two worlds were different, they were quite similar in noble etiquette. Then Ning Rongrong whispered a few words in MaHongjun's ear. MaHongjun realized and introduced Zhao Yun to the teachers of Shrek Academy and the Poison Douluo. In terms of social skills, MaHongjun was indeed not as clever as the quirky Ning Rongrong. After understanding the relationship between MaHongjun and Zhao Yun, Ning Rongrong felt relieved, knowing that Zhao Yun, who seemed cold and not good at speaking, was actually like this because he had to protect MaHongjun and had important matters to attend to. Under MaHongjun's introduction, Flinder and the others got to know this suddenly appeared mysterious powerhouse. When introducing his background, MaHongjun naturally didn't tell the whole truth. He only said that he saved a soul master during his training, and after recovering from his injuries, he followed him and secretly trained his family S-Knight regiment. After leaving the valley, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing deliberately slowed down a few steps to meet up with Xiao Wu and the others who were following behind. And the three girls began to whisper together. Fifth brother is really amazing. His knight regiment is so cool. Rongrong, can you borrow a white horse for me to ride for a bit? Just for a little while. Xiao Wu said absent-mindedly, while looking back at the white horse knights guarding the perimeter. The appearance of the white horse knights was naturally different from the horse-type soul beasts on Douluo continent. They were extremely beautiful and could attract the attention of countless girls. With the revival of spiritual energy, these horses had improved in both appearance and abilities. Riding on a white horse felt like descending from the heavens, both majestic and handsome. Plus, the white horse knights had rescued them in times of crisis, naturally causing admiration to arise in their hearts. Not to mention Xiao Wu. Even the aloof Zhu Zhuqing wanted to ride one and experience what it felt like to ride a white horse. It's not just men who love being handsome. Women love it too. The white horse refers to a beautiful steed, as the saying goes, with a silver saddle on a white horse, swift as a shooting star, killing one person every 10 steps, leaving no traces for 1,000 miles. Once the matter is done, I brush off my clothes and hide my achievements and fame. It did not have the unique horn of a soul beast. It only had soft, flowing white hair, lacking the ferocity of a soul beast, with only well-proportioned and beautiful limbs. No way, Xiao Wu, I just tried it. But fifth brother said those white horses are the second life of the cavalry and can't be borrowed casually. Ning Rongrong said with a somewhat troubled expression. Huh? Well, okay. Xiao Wu's pretty face showed a disappointed expression, which was quite adorable. However, fifth brother promised me that, after this competition, he would give me and Zhu Qing each a white horse. Should I ask fifth brother to give you one too? Seeing Xiao Wu's expression, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but want to tease her. Okay. Hee Rongrong is so nice. Xiao Wu suddenly became excited and hugged Ning Rongrong, giving her a kiss. Zhu Zhuqing rolled her eyes. MaHongjun didn't say he would give them 2 horses, but rather one for each of the 7 monsters. Didn't you see Oscar and Fat Tiger looking around, wanting to sneak to the back to get close to the White Horse Knights? Even Tang San and Dai Mubai were occasionally glancing back at the White Horse Knights. These little guys regarded your White Horse Knights as their saviors, filled with admiration. If it weren't for your powerful strength, I think they would have already come over to watch you. Speaking of which, those white horses do look pretty good. If I were a few years younger, I want to ride one too. Flinder, with his keen martial soul perception, couldn't help but joke with Zhao Yun. These white horses are from a special place in the north, and we found them after a long search. If everyone likes them, I don't mind giving a few to you when we meet. Zhao Yun tried hard to make his tone sound closer to Douluo's habits, but it still sounded a bit strange. Fortunately, the 2 worlds were merging closely, and the rules were similar. So even the language had become remarkably similar. Or rather, the 2 languages were originally quite similar, almost indistinguishable from Chinese, but were bound by rules. Chapter 177. Life and Death in a Thought. It has been more than a month since the Soul Master competition in the Heaven Do Empire Division ended. Excluding the 3 days of travel, MaHongjun spent the remaining month preparing extensively for the competition in the Soul Master City. Due to luck and the system, MaHongjun was not only interested in winning the championship for the Team Soul battle, but also did not want to give up the individual competition championship. Soul Master City. Upon arriving at Soul Master City, the Soul Hall was abuzz with discussions about the youngest title Douluo on the continent, Zhao Yun, and the emerging force. The master of the heavenly net, MaHongjun. Because of the battle in the canyon, there were no less than tens of thousands of participants, all elite forces from various factions and academies. So the news spread quickly, especially with the help of the Heavenly Net. The names of Zhao Yun and MaHongjun have become known far and wide, dominating Douluo continent, being referred to as the twin marvels of Douluo. One marvel is the king, and the other is the minister. One is a young man who founded a large faction no less than the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, while the other broke the record for the youngest title Douluo set by Tang Hao. Zhao Yun is individually recognized as the strongest among the new generation. Having broken through to title Dalu at such a young age, around 20, and possessing unparalleled combat power. He even has an astonishing record, defeating the title Dalu Ghost Dalu, who possesses a martial soul fusion skill, with his own 91 level title Dalu strength. It is worth noting that both are 95 level title Dalu powerhouses. The difference in soul power after reaching title Dalu is significant, let alone a 4-level difference. Under such circumstances, Zhao Yun and MaHongjun have become idols for countless boys and girls, especially Zhao Yun, who has become the male god in the hearts of many women. Even MaHongjun couldn't help but feel a bit jealous. Just one appearance, and he gained countless fans. However, there was more to be secretly pleased about. There were indeed followers like Zhao Yun on Douluo continent, and they had a common name, Protectors of the Way. After arriving in Soul Master City, MaHongjun and his companions were surrounded by enthusiastic soul masters who began asking questions, all with expressions of admiration, resembling fans in their previous lives. With no other choice, MaHongjun had to take Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong's hands and instantly disappear from spot. 9th Leaf, Sword Grass, 5th Soul Skill, Instant Teleportation. Teleport within the range of perception, carrying a maximum of 3 people. Although this 5th Soul Skill seems a bit useless, it is actually a life-saving skill. And it is also a growth-type soul ring obtained in the Three Kingdoms world. The reason it wasn't used during travel was naturally due to consumption. Although it consumes much less than other people's teleportation skills, it is still not insignificant overall. MaHongjun's soul power could only allow him to teleport continuously about 100 to 80 times. The maximum distance is just 100 meters. And as the age of the soul ring increases, the range of teleportation will naturally be enhanced. Divine Realm. Do you feel it? The Angel God. A powerful title Dalu around 20 suddenly appeared on Dalu continent. The god of destruction, dressed in purple, said with a serious expression. So what if you feel it? The Divine Realm Committee has regulations that gods cannot interfere with mortal affairs without reason and cannot descend in their true forms to Dalu continent. Are you, as the god of destruction, planning to break this rule? The Angel God said nonchalantly. The rules of Dalu continent cannot withstand the energy of divine level. Once one becomes a god, they must leave the continent within 100 years to report to the divine realm. Upon becoming a god, one gains a long lifespan. But who knows that compared to the divine realm, Dalu continent is the more suitable place for survival. Destruction said helplessly upon hearing this. The divine realm appears as a huge, colorful spherical entity, wrapped in thick divine power mist, and is a special space formed by the thoughts of various planes. Compared to the Dalu divine realm, which could be destroyed and swept away by spatial turbulence at any moment, Dalu continent is indeed more suitable for survival. With the most real sun and moon, day and night. You are a high-ranking god. Just say what you need. Although I have a stronger connection to the Dalu divine realm, my divine position is shattered, and what I can do is extremely limited. The previous angel god, with gray hair, is a peaceful-looking old man. Then I'll speak plainly. Dalu continent has undergone significant changes, connecting with a special plane that is not inferior to Dalu continent. That world is rich in spiritual energy, and in one special space. There are beings comparable to a god king. However, fortunately, their cultivation methods differ from ours. It seems they lack something, and their combat power is not strong. I used a clone to seal that special space, and they won't appear for a short time. The god of destruction said with a serious expression. What does that have to do with the 18-year-old title Dalu you mentioned? The angel god was startled, and upon hearing that it was sealed, breathed a sigh of relief and then asked in a serious tone. It should be known that beneath the Dalu divine realm, there are many worlds under its control. Although the Dalu divine realm is powerful, it can withstand forces just like Dalu continent. And there are limits. This is why there is a divine position setting. Dalu continent is just one of the more powerful continents, where many gods have been born. I'm not sure. It seems his aura is obscured by something. But even in the spiritually rich ancient times, an 18-year-old title Dalu is extremely rare. Therefore, I think you should inform your descendants in the lower realm to investigate this person. The god of destruction finally revealed the purpose of his visit. Although the god king of the Three Kingdoms world seems to possess only the strength of a first-level god and does not regard it highly, after sealing that place, the god of destruction felt a wave of unease and kept an eye on the movements in Dalu continent. If it weren't for the rules protecting the Three Kingdoms world, the mortals there would surely be annihilated by the cruel nature of destruction. Are you saying there might be a relationship between the two? The angel god, being exceptionally clever, instantly understood the issue. I don't know, but it's not impossible. Although the two worlds have not fully merged yet, without divine-level strength, one cannot traverse space wormholes. However, this suddenly emerged title Douluo is still somewhat suspicious. And even if there is no connection between the two, such a young title Douluo is bound to achieve something extraordinary in the future. So it is necessary to pay more attention to him. The god of destruction said this and then relaxed a bit. After all, a title Douluo is still a title Douluo and cannot possess divine power. If it weren't for the destruction of his clone and the need for great cost to reconsolidate it, he wouldn't have come to trouble the previous angel god. Moreover, under the condition that divine-level powers are sealed, he does not believe Zhao Yun can traverse space wormholes alone. But he has not given up on investigating Zhao Yun's background. MaHongjun is unaware that he has unknowingly gone through a life-and-death experience. Fortunately, he used the power of the system to bring Zhao Yun to Douluo continent in advance. If he had waited another 6 months, as the connection between the two worlds became closer, he would surely have been detected by the god of destruction of the Douluo divine realm. Even if breaking the rules could potentially lead to Zhao Yun being captured for research, they could tolerate a world with a god king but weak combat power merging with Douluo continent's rules. But they would never allow a world with unparalleled combat power and a god king to exist. When two world rules merge, the weaker side will definitely be devoured. It is called merging, but in reality, it is devouring. They can allow Douluo continent to devour other worlds, which would also benefit them, but they absolutely will not allow themselves to be devoured. Chapter 178. Clouds. There is only one day left until the finals of the Soul Master Elite competition. Zhao Yun has been extremely busy this day, going back and forth among the various manufacturers in Soul Master City, and finally managed to obtain what he wanted after spending a considerable amount of gold soul coins. The first, of course, is papermaking. Compared to the industrialized technological level of the Douluo world, the technology of the Three Kingdoms world is still in its infancy. Other items include the production of glazed pottery, fireworks, and other common but advanced items in the Three Kingdoms. Meanwhile, MaHongjun auctioned a soul guide ring with an approximate 10 cubic space at the auction house. Hotel. MaHongjun's room. My lord, the matters requested by Mr. Liu have been taken care of. Please open the passage and send them away. Zhao Yun said excitedly in a low voice. Ever since seeing the excellent paper production of Douluo, Zhao Yun's spirit has been in a state of excitement. It turns out that MaHongjun only mentioned the basic situation of the Douluo world, but Lu Bowen, discovered an important factor that could allow them to rise in the short term from it. This time, he specifically instructed Zhao Yun to find production methods that the Three Kingdoms world does not have, especially the advanced papermaking technique. In the Eastern Han Dynasty, paper was worth its weight in gold, and knowledge was held by few. If they possessed advanced papermaking techniques, they would surely accumulate enough wealth to achieve their goals in a short time. Others may need to worry about their insufficient strength, but they do not. Zhao Yun, Tong Yuan, Lu Bowen, and the comparatively strong Cheng Yaojin make up the 3.5 title Douluo combat powers. Although they lag behind the deeply rooted families like the Yuan family, they're not far behind in top combat power. Therefore, the establishment of the Penglai Tavern naturally has the strength to protect such things, but money can be enticing, and Lu Bowen will surely pay attention to the papermaking technique. Compared to these true strategists, MaHongjun suddenly felt that his intelligence was lacking too much. He often traversed between the two worlds without discovering the immense business opportunities hidden within, while Lu Bowen could find differences and utilize them for just a few words. One must say, as expected of Zhuge Liang of the Three Kingdoms and Lu Bowen, who unified the world. Thinking of this, MaHongjun couldn't help but consider the time progression of the Three Kingdoms world. After he handles the matter of Douluo, the Three Kingdoms world will also reach 200 years, leaving only 7 years until Zhuge Liang emerges. According to the age difference, Zhuge Liang should now be around 20 years old and presumably has achieved great success in his studies. Alright, but now there are many eyes and ears from various forces in Soul Master City. To avoid attracting attention, it's safer to handle this matter outside the city at night. MaHongjun naturally had no objections, but he thought that even with the help of the system, it would not be possible to send someone back without a sound. So he said, yes. Zhao Yun bowed respectfully. Brother Zhao, I've told you many times. We don't need to be so polite between us. Later, Rong will have some questions for you. You can explain the reasons appropriately, but you still can't expose your identity. MaHongjun helplessly helped Zhao Yun up and then turned to remind him. Brother Zilong, Didn't you just advance to title Douluo? Why are the two old title Douluos not your match? Ning Rongrong looked at Zhao Yun with curiosity and asked. It turned out that after arriving in Wuhuan City, Ning Rongrong was instructed by her father, Ning Fengji, to investigate the reason behind Zhao Yun's extraordinary combat power. Rest assured, my lord, the sir has made everything clear. What shouldn't be said, I guarantee won't be said even a half word, Zhao Yun replied, fully aware that the secrets of his world should not be revealed easily. The sir he referred to was Lu Bowen, a historical figure summoned by MaHongjun. Zhao Yun's loyalty to MaHongjun was greatly influenced by Lu Bowen, just as Zhuge Liang had once made Zhao Yun willingly serve as a guard in the original history. With Lu Bowen's extraordinary wisdom and eloquence, it could be said that Zhao Yun was sincerely willing to acknowledge him as his master, both in terms of ambition and personality, as well as the analysis of the current situation in the world. After receiving MaHongjun's consent, Ning Rongrong could not wait to find MaHongjun. Requesting to talk to Zhao Yun alone, are you saying that when the number of soldiers exceed 100, it is possible to condense cloud energy? And the reason you defeated the two title Douluos is because of the effect of cloud energy? Ning Rongrong asked, her tone filled with confusion. Yes, you can understand it as a special fusion soul skill. This is a newly emerged rule, which many people have yet to master. However, it won't be long before it becomes widespread. You can have the guard team of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School prepare in advance to gain an advantage, Zhao Yun said, understanding her concerns. He knew well about Ning Rongrong's relationship with his lord, so he appropriately explained the existence of cloud energy. Of course, what he said wasn't entirely accurate. His immense combat power wasn't solely due to cloud energy. His inherent strength was of utmost importance, even without using cloud energy. His overall strength was above that of an ordinary 95th level super title Dalu, although he might still be slightly inferior to the peak title Dalu like the sword Dalu in terms of martial soul quality and attack power. The difference would not be significant. The only disparity was in soul power levels. Once Zhao Yun cultivated to the 96th level, approaching the 97th level of title Dalu, the sword Douluo would definitely not be his opponent. Perhaps they could match each other in sword techniques, but one must not forget that this was Zhao Yun. The dual mastery of spear and sword was not to be taken lightly. After handing over advanced techniques like papermaking to a deputy commander-level figure, a soul emperor named by MaHongjun, MaHongjun, and Zhao Yun secretly returned to the city. However, unbeknownst to them, after they left the secret realm of Tontianxi, a spatial fluctuation arose from the already calm spatial passage. Vague silhouettes of 3 figures attempted to break through the barrier between the two worlds. If discovered by MaHongjun, he would be surprised to find that these 3 individuals were neither martial cultivators nor literary cultivators, but a brand new energy system. The 3 could stand in the clouds like tidal Douluos, looking down at the beings below. Unexpectedly, the feeling was indeed correct. Our world has indeed undergone changes. The conclusion of the chaos of the 5 barbarians may see a turning point. Poor my disciple, who has made sacrifices for this world. Heaven, yellow sky, and blue sky are all about to change. An old man in a yellow Dao robe murmured to himself. Although there was a turning point in the chaos of the 5 barbarians, a greater crisis arose. Was the information provided by the yellow sky the same as that given by the blue sky? A serious old man with a white beard asked the other old man in a purple robe with youthful features beside him. Sai, the heavenly secret. The young emperor has already been tightly grasped by Cao Cao. You still want to defy heaven and change fate, letting that unskilled Yu-Ji manage the blue sky. Is it really worth it for this Lu family world? The old man in the purple robe answered evasively, looking at the white-bearded old man. Yuan Fong, you still don't understand me. What I protect has never been the Lu family world, but the Orthodox Han dynasty. The white-bearded old man, named Tianji, glanced at the old man in the purple robe and then looked at the Bai Ma-Yizhong messenger, heading towards the Peng line below. This person carries great fortune and returns. His lordship possess means we do not know of. However, as long as it is beneficial to the world, we should not intervene. The old man in the yellow Dao robe looked at his 2 old friends, seriously observing the comings and goings below the clouds. Rest assured, we all understand the rules. Although this collaboration has not broken the restrictions of the rules to explore another world, I believe that if we do it once more, we will have the opportunity to check out another world. The white-bearded Tianji nodded and fell silent. For the 3 of them, no one understood the changes in this world better than they did. Chapter 179, A Hidden Beauty Beneath the Bed. We 3 are restricted by the power of this heavenly way. our strength and realm have been suppressed to the half-immortal level, unable to advance, nor participate in mortal affairs. But we can provide guidance. This matter is left to you, old man Zhuosai. The Tianji old man looked at the nearby MaHongjun run and finally addressed the youthful Zhuosai. After speaking, without waiting for a response, he vanished in a thin air, turning into a wisp of green smoke. This decaying Han dynasty indeed cannot be destroyed yet. Thank you for your hard work, Tianji. The rest is up to us. The Savior's saint displayed in the heavenly way will be entrusted to me. Zhuosai looked in the direction where Tianji had disappeared and couldn't help but sigh. The task of protecting the way for the past sages will be entrusted to me, Nanhua. Although the spiritual realm has been sealed by a powerful, mysterious force, I can still traverse freely with the power of the yellow sky. Now is not the time for them to emerge. Otherwise, it would draw the attention of hidden enemies, and our world would have no chance to advance further. After speaking, he also disappeared into the clouds. As the figures of the three gradually disappeared into the clouds above, the MaHongjun deputy commander successfully delivered the spatial soul-guiding device given by MaHongjun to Lu Bowen, who was coordinating the overall situation at the Punlai Tavern. It seems that even if the Lord does not wish to participate in the struggle for hegemony, it cannot be avoided, Lu Bowen said with emotion, holding the soul-guiding device in his hand. The principle of having treasures brings guilt is understood by all, in the absence of external threats. The lords of the world will not care for the greater good of the nation. In their eyes, there is only profit in the world of the three kingdoms. The position of the Punlai Tavern is not low due to having three top-titled Douluo powerhouses. However, compared to the great lords like Yuan Shao and Cao Cao, its foundation is still lacking. If the profit is substantial enough, these lords will certainly forcefully threaten it. Therefore, Lu Bowen is currently treading on thin ice. If it weren't for the reputation of Zhao Yun, the god of the child gun, and the verbal promise to maintain neutrality, these lords would never allow such a force to exist. Even now, if given the chance, Cao Cao and Yuan Shao would not hesitate to swallow the Punlai Tavern. This special emerging force. It can be said that under Lu Bowen's planning, the Punlai Tavern is in a delicate state in the current situation of the world. No one dares to act against the Punlai Tavern first. If they do, it might give other forces an opportunity, and that would be a loss. No matter who the Punlai Tavern aligns with, it would bring significant breakthroughs in top-level strength to other forces. The scene shifts to the Wuhuan city of Douluo world. After MaHongjun and Zhao Yun returned, they each went back to their rooms to rest, both appearing extremely calm about the events happening outside. After all, they were just titled Douluos. What was there to make a fuss about? If it were the slaughtering of gods causing such a stir, MaHongjun and the others might have felt some waves of emotion. MaHongjun lay on the soft bed, which carried a hint of fragrance, smiling as he gradually fell asleep, seemingly unaware of a small head peeking out from under his bed. Should I leave or not? Would fifth brother do something to me? Although I am his girlfriend, is it inappropriate to enter his room without permission? Maybe I should pretend I just arrived? Ning Rongrong was deeply conflicted, her pretty face slightly flushed, still lingering with some fragrant sweat. Due to her cultivation of soul power, there was little suppression in her body, and the effect of the made her naturally exude a faint fragrance, which became more pronounced as she sweated. Summer was already hot, and with Ning Rongrong's fear of being discovered, her princess dress was quite damp from sweat, especially the snow-white area on her chest, which was quite tantalizing. After reporting the matter of the cloud energy to her father, Ning Fengji hurried off to verify the truth of Ning Rongrong's claims, leaving no time to pay attention to her. Bored, Ning Rongrong found herself outside MaHongjun's room before she knew it. Just as she arrived, the cleaning staff were tidying up, so Ning Rongrong took the opportunity to lie down in the room as the lady of the house, waiting to see MaHongjun's figure. But he never appeared. When the cleaner finished and was about to leave, Ning Rongrong wanted to see where MaHongjun had gone, using MaHongjun's words, checking the room. Some young girls always like to keep track of their boyfriend's whereabouts. Otherwise, they would let their imagination run wild. But at that moment, she suddenly felt that such behavior was suspiciously voyeuristic and prepared to wait outside for MaHongjun to return, when she suddenly heard a noise and hid under MaHongjun's bed. Now, Ning Rongrong's heart was racing, especially seeing MaHongjun on the bed wearing only his underwear, his strong muscular physique making her blush even more. She quickly covered her eyes, but couldn't resist her curiosity and peeked through her fingers. With such a commotion, how could MaHongjun, with his sharp senses, not notice? Even if he didn't notice at first, the noise when Ning Rongrong crawled out was enough to wake him up. However, To avoid embarrassment, MaHongjun pretended to be asleep, but the scanning gaze from Ning Rongrong made him internally exclaim that he was in trouble. Even the small fire he had long since controlled inside him showed signs of rekindling. The changes in his body made Ning Rongrong, who was already blushing, even more flustered, leading her to a bold guess. He is awake. He is pretending to sleep. Although she wanted to escape directly, she thought, this is my boyfriend. What am I afraid of? Why be shy? So, with her naturally bold personality, Ning Rongrong boldly walked over to the edge of MaHongjun's bed and sat down. What are you pretending for? Are you intentionally wearing so little? Ning Rongrong huffet softly, tentatively asking. At this moment, MaHongjun saw that he had been exposed and stopped pretending to be asleep, slowly opening his eyes and helplessly saying, Rongrong, you're wronging me. It's so hot. I can't sleep in clothes. I just discovered you. MaHongjun quickly sat up to cover his embarrassment. Although he had lived 2 lives and understood many things, he was still inexperienced and felt quite nervous. I don't care. It's all because of you. You have to take responsibility for me. Ning Rongrong suddenly hugged MaHongjun, playfully pounding on his strong chest. All right, as long as you're willing, I'll definitely take responsibility. The competition is tomorrow. How about you go back and rest early? MaHongjun comforted her while inappropriately ruffling Ning Rongrong's hair. For a moment, the atmosphere became extremely awkward. One could only say that he was indeed a straight man of steel. Although he wished he could hold the beauty and rest together, his face remained serious. I'm leaving. Ning Rongrong huffed, standing up. Stinky fifth brother, stinky straight man, I don't want to talk to you anymore. After leaving the room, Ning Rongrong saw that MaHongjun didn't chase after her and couldn't help but curse this big straight man who didn't understand how to cherish a girl. Chapter 180. The finals come to an end, Part 1. The final Soul Master competition posed little challenge for MaHongjun, and nothing unexpected happened. The only noteworthy point was that not only did the Chihua Academy and the Shinkei's Academy merge into one team, but the Long Academy of the Tiano competition area also reformed a new team with another academy represented by a hidden family. Besides the Tiando Royal team, where Yi Lingling was, there was also the Xingluo Royal team and a more powerful team called the Azura team, coming from the strongest hidden family, the Luo family. However, none of this had any significance to MaHongjun, no matter how strong they were to him. It was just a matter of breaking through with force. As expected, in the individual competition, MaHongjun easily defeated the Luo family's genius Soul King and then consecutively defeated 3 talented Soul Kings from the Spear Hall. Individual competitions are different from team competitions. In terms of rewards and influence, team competitions are more important. However, Hongjun, your individual strength has far surpassed that of the younger generation of Soul Masters, and the other team members cannot gain the experience they should have. So I suggest you take charge in the back, observe changes, and rescue team members while the other 6 take action. What do you think? Master Yu Xiaojing cautiously proposed, gazing at the calm MaHongjun. No matter where it is, only those with great strength will be respected, and even the so-called righteous master is no exception. Well, that works as long as I can personally participate. It doesn't matter if I go out or not. I will ensure their safety from behind. MaHongjun was not a selfish person. It wasn't that he didn't want to let Fat Tiger take the stage. But the rules were such that once they reached the finals, they couldn't change personnel at the last minute. Moreover, even if the rules allowed it, the Shrek teachers wouldn't permit MaHongjun to be replaced, willingly giving up the easily obtainable championship. Although in the original plot, Shrek won, the world has undergone significant changes. It's not just the 3 Kingdoms world that has seen a revival of spiritual energy. The Douluo world, as spiritual energy, is also slowly increasing. However, comparatively speaking, the increase in the Douluo world is not as evident. The only noticeable difference is that this generation of golden students from the Spirit Hall has generally increased in strength by 1 to 2 levels. Once they reach the Soul King level, the higher the soul power level, the harder it is to improve, and the corresponding strength gap will become greater. The golden generation of the Spirit Hall that has already improved in soul power will have a clear advantage over the Shrek 7 monsters, who do not possess a soul fusion skill. However, with MaHongjun present, it wouldn't be a problem. Having someone capable of single-handedly challenging a Soul Douluo as a high-level Soul King to anchor them. What reason would they have to lose? Sure enough, the competition proceeded as scheduled. First, they encountered their arch-rivals, the Xingluo Royal Academy. MaHongjun hardly had to make a move from the back, as Tang San and the others resolved them. Although the victory was quite difficult, they managed to win, especially Zhu Zhuqing, who made a significant contribution. She first defeated her opponent, her elder sister Zhu Zhiyun, causing the Xinghua Royal Academy's soul fusion skill to lose its source. After defeating her sister, Zhu Zhuqing simply tossed her over to MaHongjun, who didn't do anything else. He tied up Zhu Zhiyun with 9-leaf swordgrass and took a small stool to watch the show. Zhu Zhiyun's teammates wanted to rescue her, but it was difficult to break through the defenses of Tang, San, and the others. Even if they managed to break through Shrek's formation, MaHongjun could easily repel them with just a few flames. Although MaHongjun's Phoenix Flame had not yet reached the legendary level of true Phoenix Flame, it was not an ordinary fire that could be compared. Any soul master hit by it would be flustered and struggle to defend themselves. MaHongjun felt that the power of the Phoenix Flame had already reached the peak of extreme fire, but there was no concept of that at the moment. To further improve the quality of the flames, he would have to enhance the quality of his martial soul again. This opportunity lay in the city of slaughter, and MaHongjun did not want to rely on others to obtain it. So even though the changes between the two worlds were imminent, he wanted to seize this opportunity first. He had done all that he could do, and the remaining tasks could be handled by his subordinates. Even if he stayed, he could not change much. MaHongjun thought to himself, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Soon, Shrek's team met the golden generation of the Spirit Hall in the finals, just as the audience below had anticipated. Even though MaHongjun was the champion of the individual competition, the golden generation of the Spirit Hall was favored by most people and had the majority of supporters. After all, the spirit competition focused on team strength. Although MaHongjun had defeated a soul Douluo, it was rumored by some that he had used special means to achieve that result, leading most people to believe that MaHongjun had already exhausted his trump cards. The idea that a soul king could defeat a soul Douluo sounded too unbelievable and was hard to accept, so people instinctively thought it was due to some hidden tactics rather than his own strength. Moreover, the spirit competition strictly prohibited the use of external means, including soul-guided devices. Due to the numerous forces involved and the proposal led by Ning Fengji, the spirit competition was held in the square in front of the angel statue of the Spirit Hall, but the situation could be broadcast live in real time. In an instant, soul masters from surrounding cities gathered, filling the entire spirit city, where soul masters, usually rare, were now everywhere. At the same time, there was also an undercurrent of movement, as Bibi Dong, the Pope, began to mobilize members of the Spirit Hall to maintain order in the Spirit City. In the final match, I will not use that move on the arena, but I will fight alongside you. Our goal is to defeat the Spirit Hall with overwhelming force. Does everyone have confidence? On the eve of the finals, everyone gathered in Flinder's room for a pre-battle mobilization. Although MaHongjun thought it was unnecessary, Flinder insisted it was better this way. After explaining that this could help boost morale, enhance team cohesion, and promote unity, he finally let go of the somewhat impatient MaHongjun. Although MaHongjun showed some impatience towards Flinder's nagging, he also realized his own shortcomings. This small flaw was present in the original story's MaHongjun, but he was a good youth. How could he have the same personality as the fat man? So MaHongjun decisively recognized his mistake and corrected it, taking the initiative to step forward and start mobilizing. We have confidence in you. As little fans, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing were naturally the first to stand up to support MaHongjun. We have confidence. Xiao Wu thought less about it. As her benefactor and elder brother, she unconditionally supported him. It must be said that women were more emotional in this regard. We have confidence. Although Oscar and Fat Tiger couldn't help but make comments about MaHongjun's mobilization skills, they had to stand up and support him. Tang San and Dai Mubai helplessly could only pretend to be enthusiastic, cooperating with MaHongjun's self-indulgence. Chapter 181. Shueringui MaHongjun was very satisfied with his teammates' cooperation, and proudly looked at his teacher Flinder, who, with a hand on his forehead, appeared to be saying, "I don't know this kid." Zhao Wujie couldn't help but wonder how this kid resembled him so much, not at all like his teacher. Little monster, although your words are rough, they are not without reason. With your strength, it is indeed possible to end the battle quickly. We'll see how much effort the little monster is willing to put in. Since there's nothing to do, I'll go back to sleep. Tomorrow is the finals, so you all need to rest well. The poisoned Douluo showed a satisfied smile. He liked straightforward people and straightforward talk, not dragging things out. As for Zhao Yun, he did not appear with Flinder. Only the master, Flinder, Zhao Wujie, and the well-informed poisoned Douluo were present. After the host grandly introduced the strengths and information of both teams in the finals, the battle began. In the end, the result was the same as in the original story, with Tang San serving as half of the team's firepower output, especially after the opponent used their martial soul fusion skill. Ultimately, Tang San paid the price of the 8 spider lances and fought to a standstill with the Spirit Hall, causing both sides to lose their combat abilities. Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Fat Tiger had already lost their combat power earlier and were currently being protected by MaHongjun while healing. Although Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing still had combat ability, they were also severely injured and exhausted. Seeing Tang San injured, Xiao Wu appeared anxious, and MaHongjun shook his head. As his palm turned, soul power surged, and a crystal-clear leaf appeared in his palm, which then transformed into several petals. After sending them into the mouths of the Shrek members, MaHongjun finally stood up and looked at the other Soul Kings with combat ability, saying, "You should admit defeat. I don't want to take action personally. Otherwise, your fate won't be any better than theirs." After speaking, he glanced at the 2 siblings, Yin and Xiaoyu, whom they were protecting. The 3 were in tatters, toxins almost spilling out of their bodies, and they looked like they were on the verge of collapse. Among them, the injuries of the Xiaoyu siblings were naturally caused by Tang San, but the most tragic one, Yin, had been dealt by others. Xiao Wu's 8. Zhu Zhuqing's ghostly claw, Ning Rongrong's soul skill enhancement, combined with MaHongjun's domain suppression, was truly a sight to behold. Although MaHongjun did not take action, his domain was still open, greatly restricting the golden generation of the Spirit Hall. Without the restrictions of MaHongjun's martial soul domain, how could the golden generation of the Spirit Hall be easily defeated? His soul skill domain had now transformed with the advancement of his martial soul to the 9-leaf swordgrass, becoming even more powerful, no longer manifested in the form of soul rings, but completely as his own domain. The bicolor snake venom within the domain, although seemingly ineffective against those of the same level now, still required considerable effort to resist. A slight mistake could lead to poisoning of the marrow. Once the poison entered the marrow, even the poisoned Douluo, who controlled the bicolor snake martial soul, would be helpless. The Spirit Hall concedes. Bibi Dong on the high platform had a grim expression and immediately signaled an elder beside her to concede. Let us congratulate Shrek Academy on successfully winning the championship of the Continental Soul Master Elite Competition. The referee, seeing this, immediately announced Shrek Academy's victory. Hu Laiina's face turned pale. Upon hearing the announcement of the Spirit Hall's concession, the proud expression on her face vanished, replaced by unwillingness. She was unwilling to lose to Tang San like this. If it weren't for MaHongjun's domain covering the entire competition venue, it would have had a huge impact on them. If it weren't for this, how could she, with a soul power already at level 55 and in the martial soul fusion skill formed with her brother, possibly lose to a mere 49th level soul master? MaHongjun didn't care about their expressions, smiling slightly at them, his eyes filled with admiration as if to say that practical people are the true heroes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the Continental Elite Soul Master Competition Championship, completing the fortune task, and obtaining fortune points, officially activating the fortune system. Ding! Fortune points 1,000. The system sprite, which had already separated from the martial soul, unexpectedly reappeared in MaHongjun's mind due to the activation of the fortune system. MaHongjun had long since gotten used to the system disappearing from time to time, and he didn't want to rely too much on it himself. In fact, it sounds nice, but mainly the system disagrees with being overly dependent. Otherwise, who would want to stand when they could lie down? MaHongjun didn't pay attention to Bibi Don, who was preparing to announce the competition rewards on stage. His entire focus was on the system in his mind. After the system was improved, it was the first time he had obtained so many fortune points. The last time he got 1,000 was when he established the Penglai Tower Intelligence Network, and he received it directly as Huaxia coins. That 1,000 Huaxia coins was used by MaHongjun to summon Lu Bowen, while Cheng Yaojin was a semi-finished product summoned using various random points like kindness before the system was perfected. Summon. I want to summon. System. Give me a general. MaHongjun did not choose to draw a soul ring or soul bone, but directly summoned a general. Although one should rely on oneself rather than others. The summoned ones are titled Douluos. Even if he got a 100,000 year soul ring and was promoted to Soul Emperor, the increase in combat power would still be limited and not as strong as a titled Douluo. Moreover, the generals summoned by the system are all loyal, and their combat power is at least that of a titled Douluo, with some even comparable to top-level Douluos like Haoyan Douluo. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, MaHongjun was already prepared to summon generals to enhance the high-end combat power of his forces. The addition of a titled Douluo is worth celebrating even for the Spirit Hall, let alone the developing Penglai Tower and the Tian Waterway. Ding! Congratulations to the host for summoning the king of the Tang dynasty, Shueli, courtesy name Ringui. The voice of the weapon spirit was serious yet gentle, sounding much more mature. MaHongjun didn't notice anything unusual. He didn't know that the weapon spirit had integrated the remaining consciousness and memories of the nine-leaf sword grass. Thus its temperament was affected. It was truly too painful and sorrowful for the person standing in front of that perfect world, making it hard to feel joy, facing the source of darkness alone. Even though he is now above the realm of a mortal emperor, facing the source of darkness still makes him feel somewhat powerless. However, no matter how strong the enemy is, he will not retreat. He cannot retreat and does not dare to retreat, facing all enemies alone. He is not afraid of battle. As the Emperor of the Wasteland, who has fought his whole life, is either in battle or on his way to battle. Originally, the nine-leaf sword grass had the most hope of becoming an existence to fight alongside them, but unfortunately it fell. As the weapon spirit fused with the nine-leaf sword grass, she inevitably was also affected. Leaving those aside, MaHongjun was not at all displeased to have directly summoned Shui Ringui. Although Shui Ringui cannot be considered the top general in Huaxia, he can still compete for a spot in the top 10. Shui Ringui, 92nd level title Douluo combat power, 96th level super title Douluo potential, half-step divine king. Martial soul, Fong Tianhua halberd, holy beast white tiger. Chapter 182, Danghao Su Setfun Sumon. Summoning location, Wuhuan City. MaHongjun looked at Zhao Yun below the stage in the direction of Wuhuan City outside the Hall of the Pope, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. On my left is Zhao Yun, on my right stands Shui Ringui. What do I have to fear from you, Pope Bibidon? In fact, if possible, MaHongjun would certainly want to use this to enhance his own strength, but the current situation does not allow for that. He could only choose to summon ancestral generals to strengthen his own forces, using the power of his subordinates to add to his own leverage, and in the long run, individual strength is always inferior to that of a group. Even the Emperor of the Wasteland, who is the absolute ruler in the realm of fantasy, needs partners like Yi Chu, the two heavenly emperors, to completely eliminate the source of the bizarre. He certainly does not dare to have the imposing manner of the Emperor of the Wasteland. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how he would die. Shaking his head, MaHongjun removed the clutter from his mind and calmly watched as Bibidon walked toward the podium to present the awards. You are very good. I have high hopes for you. On behalf of the Spirit Hall, I formally invite you to join. As long as you join the Spirit Hall, you will be our next holy son. Bibidon genuinely wanted to cultivate this young man in front of her. As for her deeper intentions, whether she wanted to take Tiamat Wang along with it is unknown. No need, Pope. I'm used to being free and cannot stand the constraints of rules. Can you issue the rewards now? I have celebrations waiting with my partners. MaHongjun directly refused, his words lacking disrespect but tinged with a hint of impatience. With someone like you wanted to be a subordinate? If it were someone like the Emperor of the Wasteland or the Heavenly Emperor Yi, perhaps it would be different. MaHongjun thought disdainfully. Not bad, good courage. In that case, they're all yours. Pope Bibidon unexpectedly did not get angry. Instead, she sincerely praised him. Thank you, Pope. MaHongjun put away the 3 soul bones, suppressing the slight disdain he had for Pope Bibidon. After failing to ambush MaHongjun and realizing that things were unmanageable, Pope Bibidon had actually temporarily given up her hostility toward MaHongjun. After all, up until now, the only person she truly loathed was Tang Hao and his son. At this moment, she held the intention of either eliminating him or making peace with him, as long as she successfully completes the divine examination. No matter how strong the talent, in her view, it is impossible to become a deity. She did not see the unique aura of the divine examination on MaHongjun. Naturally, before MaHongjun accepted the divine trial, he would not have the aura of a deity on him. Therefore, in her heart, becoming a deity is the most important thing. Compared to that, even Tang Hao and his son are insignificant. Once she becomes a deity, the entire continent will submit at her feet. Fortunately, MaHongjun had concealed Xiao Wu's aura, and Bibidon did not notice anything different about her. However, when MaHongjun finished distributing the soul bones from the competition rewards and was preparing to leave, the elders of the Spirit Hall blocked everyone wanting to exit. Bibidon's eyes were cold, no longer showing the appreciation she had for MaHongjun, and she spoke condescendingly to everyone below. Since the rewards have been distributed, you may leave. You must stay. After speaking, she pointed to Tang San, who was secretly relieved that Xiao Wu's soul beast identity had not been exposed. Everyone's gaze turned to Tang San, their eyes filled with confusion. Does the Pope have any grievances against Tang San? Why is he being treated like this? Tang San protected Xiao Wu, suppressing the hatred in his heart, and asked knowingly, "You have not offended my spirit hall, but your father, Tang Hao, is a mortal enemy of my spirit hall. So how could I possibly let you leave? What face will my spirit hall have left? Blame your father, Tang Hao." Bibi Don said calmly, her expression unchanged. Why impose the old generation's matters onto the younger generation? Pope, you're being too unreasonable. Today, if you want to harm Xiao San, you'll have to step over my dead body first. Yu Xiaojiang was the first to stand up and block the way, saying with righteous indignation, "Heh, how ridiculous. Xiaojiang, you really are still so naive and self-righteous. Do you think that with the grievances between the Spirit Hall and Tang Hao and his son, he would be able to let the Spirit Hall go? Would he be able to let me go? Can you guarantee that he won't take revenge on the Spirit Hall?" Bibi Dong's eyes flashed with a hint of sadness as she looked at Yu Xiaojiang and asked him 3 questions in a row. Yu Xiaojiang looked at Tang San, who was suppressing his emotions beside him, and for a moment, he couldn't answer the question. MaHongjun sneered in his heart, and instead felt that Bibi Dong was much better than someone like Yu Xiaojiang. He would reluctantly step in to save the situation for the sake of the Shrek team's unity, but this time, it wasn't necessary for him to intervene. Ever since he saw Bibi Dong's attitude towards him, he knew that the Spirit Hall wouldn't make things difficult for the Heavenly Luo Network in the short term. For the development of the Heavenly Luo Network, he wouldn't actively offend the Spirit Hall. If it weren't for knowing that Tang Hao was hiding in the shadows, this matter would indeed be a bit tricky. He didn't want to incur such a significant cost to save Tang San, which would affect the development of the Heavenly Luo Network. The Heavenly Luo Network was related to the future struggles between the two worlds. He wouldn't recklessly act for Tang San, at least not on the surface. Naturally, he wouldn't. Boom! A hammer fell from the sky, landing above the Pope's palace. The powerful surge of soul power struck the ground directly, causing numerous buildings within the palace to collapse. If it weren't for the critical moment when Pope Bibi Dong used her martial soul and her staff to block this attack, MaHongjun had no doubt that the Pope's palace would have been reduced to ruins by this overwhelming energy. The staff in Pope Bibi Dong's hand, representing supreme authority, shattered, finally dissipating the force of the blow and preventing the giant hammer from hitting the ground. How could the hatred between us be so easily resolved? This hammer is merely an interest. In front of Tang San, a tall, middle-aged man, looking disheveled and wearing a tattered cloak, appeared and said with hatred, "Tang Hao, how dare you show up? You're really looking for death. Elders of the Spirit Hall, obey my orders. Capture Tang Hao and his son, regardless of life or death." Bibi Dong's expression turned difficult, and she was completely enraged. If it weren't for the need to retain strength to pass the divine level assessment, how could she allow Tang Hao to be so arrogant? Suddenly, several figures soared into the air, all of them titled level powerhouses, surrounding Tang San and his father. Zhao Yun quickly protected the Shrek crowd as they retreated, noticing that Xiao Wu wanted to step forward. MaHongjun hurriedly exchanged glances with Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, and the two subtly nodded, pulling Xiao Wu to the left and right. "Xiao Wu, trust Brother Wu. He won't let Brother San suffer. Our presence will only distract them and won't help," Ning Rongrong gently comforted, holding Xiao Wu's small hand tightly. "This Pope doesn't intend to make things difficult for us. Let's observe the situation for now. The Shrek 8 monsters are united, and if we need to act, we won't stand by." Zhu Zhuqing spoke more directly, though conveying the same message, which reassured Xiao Wu even more. Chapter 183. Champion Separation. Okay then. Seeing Tang San protected by Tang Hao's imposing figure, Xiao Wu couldn't help but feel relieved and replied, "The name of a person is the shadow of a tree. Who doesn't know the reputation of the Hao Douluo? Today, I will temporarily spare you. When the time comes, I will bring my son to avenge my wife." Tang Hao noticed the aggressive approach of the Spear Hall crowd and didn't intend to confront them head-on. He grabbed Tang San and slightly nodded at Yu Xiaojiang, glancing at the Shrek group before using his soul skill to disappear from the spot. MaHongjun made eye contact with him, feeling that Tang Hao's gaze was specifically directed at him. However, MaHongjun wasn't afraid and boldly met his gaze, with Zhao Yun present. Even if Bibi Dong wanted to harm him, it would be extremely difficult. Don't forget, Shui Ringue must have arrived by now. With such a commotion happening in front of the Pope's palace in Spirit City, if Shui Ringue doesn't show up, MaHongjun would begin to doubt his loyalty and question the system's capabilities. In Spirit City, after Shui Ringue appeared, he began walking toward the Spirit Hall due to an instinctive sensation, but he walked slowly to familiarize himself with the rules of this world. Dressed similarly to Zhao Yun, In white horse armor and white clothes, the only difference was in their weapons. He wielded a silver Fong Tianhua halberd, wore flowing cloud boots, and the saddle of his white horse was adorned with an extraordinary silver dragon bow and arrows. In fact, the martial spirits of generals differ from those in the Douluo world. The martial spirits of generals are real entities that exist and are formed into divine weapons after being endowed with battle spirits. Although Douluo martial spirits also seem to exist, MaHongjun felt that they had a sense of being somewhere between virtual and real. For example, before advancing to nine-leaf swordgrass, MaHongjun felt a sense of unreality. But fortunately, after merging with the mysterious seed and meteor tears, that virtual feeling of the martial spirit completely disappeared. Even if it existed for a long time, it wouldn't consume soul power, which felt somewhat similar to the martial spirits of Huaxia. As Tang Hao took Tang, San, and vanished, the gazes of the elders from the Spirit Hall turned toward the Shrek team. They were just waiting for BB Dong's command to capture these classmates who were closely related to Tang San. Regarding Tang Hao's actions, MaHongjun couldn't say he disliked them, but he wouldn't say he liked them either. Anyone caught in such a situation wouldn't be happy. Just as BB Dong was angry and hesitating whether to abandon her plans for a tight net and capture Xiao Wu, who seemed to be close to Tang San, a powerful voice resonated in front of the Pope's palace. Shuai pays respects to the Lord. Shuai knelt on one knee in front of the Pope's hall, and the guard of the Spirit Hall beside him seemed to be oblivious, allowing Shuai to approach the hall. Upon closer inspection, it became clear that it wasn't that these guards didn't want to move, but rather that they couldn't, as the aura emanating from Shuai was simply too powerful. Soul masters below the Soul Emperor level found it exhausting just to move a finger. Pope, don't be angry. Brother Shui, why did you arrive only now? The competition has already ended. Let's return to the Heaven Do Empire. Oh, by the way, Your Excellency the Pope, if there's nothing else, we'll take our leave. MaHongjun seemed oblivious to the increasingly unpleasant expression on BB Dong's face and spoke to himself. Shuai, too, regarded these four individuals as inconsequential, and his aura erupted once more, rivaling that of Pope BB Dong, complimenting MaHongjun's performance. BB Dong cast a cold glance at Shuai, then looked at Zhao Yun and the poisoned Douluo who were guarding MaHongjun's side. Ultimately, she decided against making things difficult for MaHongjun and the others. Her caution was only part of it. More importantly, the Spirit Hall was not yet fully under her control. The influence of the heavenly Luo net had already taken shape, and it was not something that could be easily eradicated unless there was a planned and deliberate effort. Similar to how the original story depicted the destruction of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Otherwise, once they alarmed the snakes in the grass and triggered a coalition of other forces, even the Spirit Hall would not want to see such a situation arise. Withdraw. Pass on my orders. Spare no effort in capturing Tang Hao and his son. Anyone who dares to harbor thieves is an enemy of the Spirit Hall. Whoever opposes the Spirit Hall shall be killed without mercy. BB Dong is still BB Dong. She quickly calmed her emotions and then ordered. Unaffected by the appearance of MaHongjun and Shuai, MaHongjun thought it was a pity, but then felt indifferent. The appearance of Shuai surprised the members of the Wuhuan Palace for a moment, delaying them for a few breaths, which was enough time for Tang Hao and his son to escape. As Tang San's classmate and partner, he has done his utmost, which is much better than what Tang San and his father have done. Although he had many opinions about Tang San in his previous life, in this life, they are partners, and MaHongjun has always been sincere and dedicated to his partner. Otherwise, how could he possibly share the celestial herds with others? In this regard, Tang San is quite similar to MaHongjun, so MaHongjun still feels a sense of mutual understanding with Tang San now. After leaving Wuhuan City, everyone was relatively quiet on the way. No one spoke, and the atmosphere was filled with reluctance and sadness, eventually arriving at a special crossroads. Continuing forward leads to Tiando City, the direction of Shrek Academy, while going back leads to Wuhuan City, and turning right goes to the Star Luo Empire. All right, children, I announce that you have officially graduated today. Let's part ways here. Flander was the first to stop, turn around, and wave his hand, pretending to be calm as he spoke. After saying this, he turned his back to everyone, looking towards the distant direction of Shrek Academy, maintaining a high-minded demeanor. Dean, I won't take my leave just yet. I need to go back to Shrek and discuss our future path with the teacher, Oscar said, feeling a bit down. But seeing the usually frugal-looking Dean in this state, he comforted him. Everyone clearly saw the reluctant and gratified tears in Flanders' eyes. Becoming the champion of the Continental Elite competition was the original intention and wish of every academy founder. In the past, he wouldn't have dared to even think about it. But this batch of students fulfilled his wish, and this was also the batch he invested the most energy in. Now that they are leaving the academy to venture out, he naturally feels a lot of reluctance, but he wouldn't stop them. After all, a young eagle must eventually leave the wings of the eagle to fly alone. Otherwise, it will never grow into a mighty eagle. Do as you wish. The wind and sand here are a bit strong, haha. The academy won't miss you for your one meal, and the others are the same. You are the pride of Shrek Academy. When you return, I will definitely spend a fortune to carve statues for you to encourage future students. Making Shrek Academy the #1 academy on the continent, Flanders said, rubbing his slightly red eyes, turning around with a proud expression. All right, Flander, that's enough. Let's head ahead and wait. Let the last moments of farewell be given to the children. Xiao Wu's godmother won't keep you either. Xiao San, following His Majesty Hao Yin, is the safest. You must pay attention to your safety while venturing out in the future, and come back to the academy to see your godmother. Lu Erlong shot a glance at Flander, who was getting more and more excited. Finally, he comforted the somewhat downcast Xiao Wu, saying with a mix of reluctance, I will definitely come back to see my godmother and everyone, Xiao Wu replied, feeling relieved, holding Lu Erlong's jade hand reluctantly. Everyone doesn't need to be so sad. How about we make a 5-year appointment? 5 years later, we will meet again at Shrek Academy, Dai Mubai suggested, appearing much more cheerful. Having won against his brother in the competition, he was now going back to the Star Luo Empire to inherit the position of Crown Prince. Okay, then let's set a 5-year appointment. MaHongjun agreed as well. Naturally, everyone followed suit in agreement. Finally, MaHongjun bid farewell to the teachers and his companions. The first group leading Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing down the left path. As for Fat Tiger, he planned to follow Dean Flander back to the academy to become a teacher, possibly going out for training in the meantime, but not too far. Xiao Wu followed MaHongjun's suggestion and headed towards the Stardow Forest, and after meeting Tang San, she informed him about the 5-year appointment. The 7 of them made their agreement and no longer felt sad, each heading towards their respective futures and leaving this place. MaHongjun, along with Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, was not taking the 2 of them to the Slaughter City for training, but was instead sending them to the world of the 3 kingdoms. Not long after, they saw Zhao Yun and a group of White Horse Isong waiting ahead, along with Shui Ringgui also waiting there. As for the somewhat unpredictable Poison Douluo, MaHongjun did not restrict his freedom and had already said goodbye to everyone after leaving Wuhan City. Chapter 184. Going home, are you 2 planning to go home with me first, or head directly to the secret realm world I mentioned for training? MaHongjun asked Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, looking a bit apprehensive after everyone had gathered. Finally, he was about to take his girlfriend home to see. At this moment, MaHongjun was naturally a bit excited and anxious. Home. The 2 girls looked at MaHongjun with some confusion, as they had not received any notice from him and were caught off guard by the sudden mention. Yes, back to the village. Come with me to meet Grandpa Debon. MaHongjun said seriously, looking at the 2 girls. He hadn't seen Grandpa Debon, who raised him, for a long time. Previously, it was due to the issues with the Wuhuan's little evil fire, and later he was busy participating in competitions, leaving him no time to go back and visit. He also wondered how that kind and gentle old man, who had raised him, was doing. Going home, the 2 girls did not make MaHongjun wait long. After a brief consideration, they replied in unison. Since they had chosen MaHongjun as their man, they naturally centered around him. The fact that MaHongjun could take them home meant that his feelings for them were serious, and at this moment, they didn't care about training. That could be set aside. MaHongjun nodded in satisfaction, and then took the opportunity to send Zhao Yun and the White Horse Isong back to the 3 kingdoms, while only Shui Ringgui remained by his side for protection. Without strong escorts, entering the Slaughter City would still be quite troublesome. Without the god of slaughter to escort him, MaHongjun could only choose the more powerful Shui Ringgui to accompany him. With Shui Ringgui's strength not inferior to Tang Hao's, it should be no problem dealing with the King of Slaughter. Of course, as long as the King of Slaughter had not turned into Tang Chun, MaHongjun would not feel apprehensive. Thinking of this, MaHongjun said, Brother Shui, there shouldn't be any danger on the way home. This is the address of the Slaughter City. Take it and go ahead to scout, and remember to be careful. Yes, my lord, Shui Ringgui, who was summoned by the system, naturally followed MaHongjun's orders. Without asking the reason, he took the map and headed towards the Slaughter City as indicated. MaHongjun did not know that with Shui Ringgui's departure, aside from Tang Hao, there would be another god of slaughter in the world. If one were to consider who had the strongest combat power and killing skills on the Douluo continent without using soul power, it would undoubtedly be these truly battlefield generals. Among the generals, the strongest are naturally those divine generals. The characters summoned by the system are all at the peak of history, and the peak state of Shui Rengue is undoubtedly worthy of the title of divine general. 3 days later, MaHongjun finally arrived at Soto City in the Bala Kingdom with Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong. After meeting with MaAnna, MaHongjun found his sister, Ma Xiaodai, and brought her home, but unexpectedly, MaAnna also followed him. MaHongjun couldn't help but feel a headache. Having too many women was also a very troublesome matter. As the saying goes, 3 women make a play, and now, with Ma Dongmei included, there were 4 women. Fortunately, with Ma Xiaodai mediating in the middle, the 3 women did not end up fighting due to jealousy. Since seeing MaAnna, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing had become vigilant, teaming up against the mature and composed MaAnna. Now over 25, MaAnna could be considered in her prime, exuding a mature yet slightly sexy charm. What man would not be moved upon seeing her? Although the 2 girls are indeed stunningly beautiful, they're still too young, only around 14 or 15 years old. Although the girls in Douluo continent are generally precocious, the youthful innocence on their faces cannot be hidden by physical maturity. In Wudong village, on a country road, a group of 5 people, 1 man and 4 women, walks along. While Wudong village does not have the legendary parasol trees, there are still many tall and sturdy trees evenly distributed on both sides of the road. There are numerous species of birds in the trees, and occasionally, one can even see soul beast-level birds. There are so many birds here. I really love it here. Ning Rongrong, dressed in a light green princess dress, happily twirls like a fairy on the country path. Haha, as long as you like it, when I have time in the future and have kids, I'll bring you all here to enjoy retirement. Even MaHongjun, with his usual composure, couldn't help but dream upon seeing this scene. Who wants to retire here with you? How shameless. We're still young. Ning Rongrong stopped and shot MaHongjun a glare upon hearing his words. You are quite young indeed. MaAnna glanced at Ning Rongrong and couldn't help but pout, almost causing Ning Rongrong to explode in anger. Oof, that is still much better than someone being an old cow eating young grass. Who is Ning Rongrong? The little princess of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. The little witch naturally wouldn't back down. Faced with this battlefield of emotions, MaHongjun chose to keep his eyes on the ground and pretend not to know anything. Since he had chosen to accept them, they were equal in his heart, and as long as it didn't involve principles, he would let them argue. Otherwise, helping one side would make him look bad. Fortunately, Zhu Zhuqing had a cold personality and didn't like to argue. Otherwise, MaHongjun would have a bigger headache. However, although Zhu Zhuqing said nothing, the trace of sadness in her eyes still pained MaHongjun's heart. At the same time, MaHongjun became even more determined not to get involved with other women. After entering the village ahead, MaHongjun took the 4 girls to a rather nice small villa, next to which was a clean and tidy little courtyard. This was the small house where MaHongjun used to live alone, and it could be considered his first home. Upon opening the villa's large door, he happened to run into Grandpa Dima, who was about to go out. Good boy, you, how come you're back? Did you solve the problem with your martial soul? Seeing MaHongjun and Ma Xiaodai, Grandpa Dima immediately approached MaHongjun with tears of joy in his eyes. Yeah, I'm back, and I solved it, Grandpa. Look what I brought you. MaHongjun's eyes also turned a bit red upon seeing Grandpa Dima's gray hair. He quickly took out a 1,000-year-old ginseng king from his spatial soul guide and said, You've grown up and even taller. Grandpa can't reach your shoulders anymore. However, Grandpa Dima did not immediately take the precious medicine from MaHongjun. Instead, he held MaHongjun's big right hand and said with satisfaction. Only after MaHongjun's persistent persuasion did Grandpa Dima accept MaHongjun's filial piety, and with MaHongjun's assistance, he refined the medicinal power of the 1,000-year-old ginseng king, successfully breaking through to the Great Soul Master Realm. After finishing the meal together, MaHongjun did not stay in the small villa, but returned to his own small nest. A golden nest or silver nest is not as good as one's own doghouse. The 3 girls also wanted to move in, but there was only 1 room, so they had to stay in the small villa. Fortunately, Grandpa Dima often disturbed the courtyard, which looked very clean, so they could go to sleep without cleaning up. After spending 3 days in Wudong village with Grandpa Dima, MaHongjun personally sent Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong to the 3 Kingdoms world. He had them handle some matters, which also acknowledged their status, but the most confidential matters still had to be kept from the 2 girls, as they were not from the Huaxiao world. Chapter 185. The newly emerged killing god Shuireng, martial soul upgrade, the 10-headed fire phoenix. After settling the two girls and preparing to head to the city of slaughter for training, information through special channels of the heavenly net reached MaHongjun, who was on his way to the city of slaughter. A newly emerged killing god arrived in the city of slaughter, defeating 10 opponents in a single battle on the first day, 30 on the second day, and completing a 100-person kill on the third day. The king of slaughter personally invited him, wishing to promise him the title of killing god ahead of time, discussing for 2 hours, but it was unclear what was said. The next day, the newly emerged killing god bravely ventured into the hell road alone, passing with flying colors. The name of the killing god was well-deserved. His name and power were unknown, but he was known to be extremely young, dressed in white clothing and armor. Adept with a bow and arrow and a Fangtian painting halberd. He became another young titled Dalu after Zhao Zilong from Changshan. Various forces across the continent speculated about the origins of the white-clad killing god, as only powerful titled Dalu could earn the name of killing god. So no one doubted the strength of the white-clad killing god. When MaHongjun arrived at the city of slaughter, he had already guessed that aside from Shuireng, there probably wouldn't be other young titled Douluo in the Douluo world. To MaHongjun's surprise, the inner core of the 10-headed sun snake had also been obtained by Shuireng in advance and presented to him. MaHongjun could only take the inner core and, together with Shuireng, enter the deep mountains and forests to begin refining it. Based on the original story, the process of MaHongjun refining the inner core was not without risks and difficulties. He could not be disturbed by any external factors. Otherwise, the failure would be trivial compared to losing his life. If the danger was targeted at the physical body, MaHongjun believed that the 9-leaf swordgrass, infused with meteor tears energy, could revive the dead. But absorbing the inner core of the 10-headed sun snake directly affected the martial soul. And since the martial soul was connected to the soul, injuries to the soul were harder to heal than physical injuries. With the current level of the 9-leaf swordgrass, it was still insufficient to avoid all risks related to the soul. Therefore, he could not be careless. With the idea of being cautious, MaHongjun decided to wait until he reached level 60 before absorbing the inner core and then head to the city of slaughter for training. Naturally, Shuireng looked up to MaHongjun and hurriedly took him to the nearest soul beast forest. No one knew that at this moment, Shuireng and MaHongjun had already attracted attention, or rather, MaHongjun was just an incidental target. In the heavens above, in the Douluo divine realm, the Shura god stared solemnly at Shuireng, who was looking up to MaHongjun. This person, although lacking the aura of that world, was clearly not someone from the Douluo realm, but rather had some similarities to the methods of that kid Tang Sam from the previous world. Perhaps he could trace the origin of this person named MaHongjun. It turned out that once Shuireng began his journey through the Hell Road, he caught the attention of the Shura god, who had left methods along the Hell Road. Such a person was most suitable to become his successor. However, he found that this person's attacking methods did not resemble those of the Douluo realm. He planned to observe further and indeed discovered this unprecedentedly stunning genius, who was being looked up to by someone who had not yet reached the rank of Soul Emperor. How could this not pique his curiosity? Moreover, the gods who often observed the continent were not unfamiliar with MaHongjun. They had some impression of him. After all, he was someone who often mingled with the children of the plains and was not crushed by them, so such a person must have a strong fortune. Even a usually indifferent fire god began to observe this kid. MaHongjun was unaware that he was now under the watchful eyes of these gods. In another mysterious place, the entire world seems to be filled with lava, with the sky ablaze. The temperature is enough to instantly evaporate any soul master below the Soul Emperor level. Originally thought to have mediocre talent, I never expected such an opportunity to arise. It seems my grandson still has many secrets and has found a way to that world. An old man dressed in a red robe has a special flame floating in front of him, and the scene inside clearly shows MaHongjun's current situation. That world cannot be explored unless one reaches the level of a first-tier deity. The news brought back by the avatar of the god of destruction has made everyone curious about that world. If it were just a world without deities, it would naturally not attract their attention, but is a world that possesses powerful god kings. Even a god king who is not good at fighting is still a god king. Therefore, the entire divine realm was in an uproar, and factions began to lay plans on the Douluo continent. As the most prestigious elite soul master competition in the Douluo continent, it was closely monitored by various forces in the divine realm, and the outstanding MaHongjun naturally caught the attention of all factions. In the end, it was still the old fire god who, despite the opposition, took possession of MaHongjun. The way MaHongjun sent Zhao Yun and the others back also unfortunately fell under the surveillance of the old fire god. Fortunately, for some unknown reason, this old fire god was particularly lenient towards MaHongjun, treating it as an opportunity for him and did not disclose it. The old man suddenly seemed to sense something and drew a special flame energy towards the direction of the Douluo continent. In an instant, the Azura god, who was spying on MaHongjun and the others, lost the target of his gaze. It is important to note that unless in a special place, even a god king cannot continuously track the situation on the Douluo continent. Only in a special location, based on the methods left by deities in the past, can one lock on and continuously follow the scene. Now that the breath is lost, tracking again becomes difficult. The ancient fire god. This old guy is still so stingy. It was just a matter of observing that kid. How unlucky. He even erased the aura of that kid I was interested in. The irritable and serious Azura god surprisingly did not fly into a rage, but instead stopped his investigation of the Douluo continent, feeling unlucky. MaHongjun suddenly felt a wave of relief. Ever since the competition ended, he had felt as if he was being watched. After careful investigation, he found no abnormalities, and he did not sense any malice. However, after meeting Shui Rengui, that feeling became even stronger, and he had a vague sense of impending danger. This was also the reason why MaHongjun chose not to break through to the Three Kingdoms world, and he held some doubts since Shui Rengui had just come out of the City of Slaughter. With this in mind, MaHongjun relaxed and began to cultivate his soul power. 3 months later, MaHongjun successfully broke through to level 60 in soul power. After absorbing the inner core of the 10-headed sun snake without any incidents, MaHongjun's evil fire phoenix martial soul completely transformed into the 10-headed fire phoenix martial soul. Host, MaHongjun soul power, level 61 talent. Sealed martial soul, 9-leaf sword grass, 10-headed fire phoenix subordinates. Shui Rengui, Lu Bowen, Cheng Yao Jin, Zhao Zilong. Subordinate Legion, White Horse Isong Chapter 186. Grass character sword technique. As soon as the 10-headed fire phoenix was born, its martial soul quality reached divine level. Although the name was the same, the quality was different and far surpassed the original work. MaHongjun was reborn from the flames. The flesh on his face disappeared, and his muscles contracted, becoming more restrained. A tall, handsome young man emerged from the flames, even more handsome than the already handsome Shui Rengui beside him, and his short red hair added a touch of vitality to his charming face. Let's go to the City of Slaughter. MaHongjun felt more confident in his current strength. Not only was he powerful, but even his previously above-average appearance had become incredibly handsome. Therefore, sometimes a person's appearance determines their confidence, generally. Good-looking people tend to be more confident, like the one lying in bed. Under the guidance of the newly minted killing god, Shui Rengui, MaHongjun entered the City of Slaughter without any obstacles, receiving a personal reception from the King of Slaughter. It was simply because Shui Rengui was too strong. The restrictions of the City of Slaughter were as nothing to him. Shui Rengui did not rely on soul techniques at all. Every move he made was the strongest. After MaHongjun expressed his intention to experience, Shui Rengui provided him with great convenience. After Shui Rengui left, MaHongjun began his own training in the City of Slaughter. Without using martial soul power, even an ordinary title Dalu would not dare to underestimate MaHongjun's strength. Of course, MaHongjun did not dare to be careless. He focused on honing his sword intent. The main focus of MaHongjun's current training was the simplified version of the grass character sword technique, which had already been mastered and was an important part of his strength without using soul power. As he delved deeper into the grass character sword technique, MaHongjun felt that compared to the training methods in the perfect world, everything in the Douluo world was inferior. Even the cultivation methods of the flower-growing family were lacking in comparison. Of course, this was also because these appearing cultivation methods were merely basic training methods. Both the Douluo and the flower-growing cultivation methods had their unique characteristics. The only difference was the level of power. Even the so-called deities were merely the starting point of cultivation. From his understanding, if the perfect world could be considered a great world, the Douluo world might at most be considered a small world. Therefore, even the simplified version of the grass character sword technique greatly enhanced MaHongjun's strength. Otherwise, with his battle experience, how could he be a match for the vicious characters that had long been entrenched in the City of Slaughter? Ever since MaHongjun entered the City of Slaughter, he found that his soul techniques had been sealed, and he could only mobilize his soul power. For Douluo powerhouses who relied on soul techniques to battle, this was simply hell. It seems my strength is still too weak. Otherwise, with the power of my martial soul, even divine-level strength might not be able to seal it. This was just MaHongjun's thought. Although he guessed correctly, if he could truly break the seal here with the special power of his martial soul, it would definitely attract the attention of the Azura King again. If such a thing happened, it would not only be a major earthquake for him, but also for the flower-growing family. However, fortunately, MaHongjun had no intention of entering the Heavenly Sea secret realm here, and was vaguely worried about attracting the attention of the deities. With each battle honing his skills, MaHongjun's sword techniques and combat experience became increasingly proficient. On several occasions, he was even surrounded and severely injured. If it weren't for the 9-leaf sword grass infused with Meteor Tear's life energy, he might have been finished. The grass character sword technique, after systematic optimization, is divided into 9 levels. The first level is entry, the 4th level is minor success, the 7th level is major success, and the 9th level is perfection. Reaching the 4th level can rival a title Douluo, while major success can slay gods. This is similar to Zhao Yun's training in 100 Birds, Facing the Phoenix, and 7 Explorations of the Dragon, which does not rely much on soul power or internal energy. This cultivation method is the most unique technique, as the improvement of technique relies on the comprehension of martial arts moves. The enhancement of martial arts moves can promote the level of internal energy, soul power. The improvement of the grass character sword technique can also promote the level of soul power, which is why MaHongjun focuses on cultivating the grass character sword technique. It's not that all martial techniques can promote soul power. It depends on individual talent and opportunity, as well as mastering the cultivation method of technique. As Zhao Yun's lord, MaHongjun naturally studied the cultivation methods of martial arts in private and has been practicing continuously. It wasn't until recently that he discovered the resonance and binding connection between the grass character sword technique and the martial arts cultivation method. Zhao Yun's strength far surpasses that of other martial generals because he has simultaneously bound the 100 Birds, Facing the Phoenix, and the 7 Explorations of the Dragon. The 7 Explorations of the Dragon, which Zhao Yun created, is a martial art that is not weaker than the grass character sword technique, but unfortunately, it only has 7 levels, and currently, it is not yet complete. The 7 levels are merely an idea. The complete 7 levels of the 7 Explorations of the Dragon are absolutely not weaker than the 7th level of the grass character sword technique. And in terms of battlefield killing, it is even superior. It is important to note that on the battlefield, with the enhancement of cloud energy, everyone's strength will be suppressed. So this type of battlefield killing martial art is truly a battlefield divine skill. 3 months later, MaHongjun's grass character sword technique finally reached the 3rd level, just 1 step away from minor completion. Now, even without using soul skills, MaHongjun can contend with the title Douluo, and once he reaches minor completion, he will possess title Douluo strength. In the Killing City, where soul skills cannot be used, even title Douluo experts no longer pose a threat to MaHongjun. Indeed, only fighting is the fastest way to progress. Now, this place can no longer provide me with the experience I need. It seems I have to leave here. MaHongjun sat up from the bed in his room and took a deep breath. With the grass character sword technique reaching the 3rd level, his soul power also increased by 1 level. When he reached the 2nd level, his soul power also increased by 1 level, making MaHongjun's current strength that of a level 63 assault type, Soul Emperor. In fact, describing him as an assault type isn't very suitable for MaHongjun's martial soul characteristics. Whether assisting and healing teammates or in combat, the 9-leaf sword grass enhances MaHongjun in every aspect. Fortunately, MaHongjun's personality leans towards being unrestrained and humorous. If he had a more cheerful and carefree character, he would likely be boasting to the world about being an all-round soul master by now. MaHongjun pushed open the door and walked step by step towards the soul arena, where he had arranged for his final battle. These would be his last 9 matches. If he wins all 9, he will achieve the honor of being a god of killing. However, for the last 9 matches, MaHongjun does not plan to proceed one by one. Instead, he took the back door of the King of Killing, increasing the difficulty by merging the original 9 matches into one. The Soul Masters who should have appeared in the last 9 matches, those below title Daw, were all passed over by MaHongjun through the back door. It wasn't out of fear of being seen by many, but because the Soul Masters below title Daw posed no threat to him here. Concentrating all the title Douluo together for the final match undoubtedly increased the difficulty countless times. Chapter 187. A blade of grass can cut through sun, moon, and stars. As MaHongjun stepped into the arena, the entire arena erupted with cheers, calling out MaHongjun's title. Sword God! Sword God! Indeed, it was not the god of killing or the god of Azura, but rather the seemingly ethereal god among swords. In his past battles, MaHongjun did not display scenes of brutality and bloodshed. Compared to other bloody battles, he often sealed his enemies' throats without spilling blood. He would cause his enemies to meet their end without any visible bloodshed. Even those with great strength would tremble in fear when facing MaHongjun in the arena, not daring to be careless. When MaHongjun arrived at the arena, his 9 opponents were already gathered. These were all desperate individuals, their soul power reaching the level of title Dalu, just a soul ring away from becoming top-tier powerhouses on this continent. If they could complete the 100 consecutive kills and leave the killing city, they would undoubtedly become powerful title Dalu. Unfortunately, without completing the 100 consecutive kills, no one could leave this place unless they possessed strength far beyond everyone else and force the king of killing and others to fight 100 matches and win before they could exit. MaHongjun looked at these ruthless individuals, their minds gradually clouded by killing intent, with only slaughter in their eyes, and couldn't help but sigh. If these people could be utilized by him, they would undoubtedly be a powerful force, capable of influencing the outcome of the world's conflicts to some extent. Unfortunately, only one side can leave this arena, and each of these 9 individuals has over 90 consecutive wins. Though influenced by the killing aura, their instinctive combat awareness has not diminished in the slightest. Instead, they have become even more frenzied and fearless of death due to the influence of the killing aura. If I could, I really wouldn't want to kill you, but I'm sorry, you must die for me to leave here. After saying this, MaHongjun activated the 8 gates of Douluo, instantly doubling his speed and combat power. The 9 title Douluo had blood-red eyes, but they still retained a trace of rationality thanks to their powerful soul power, and they all attacked MaHongjun together. One title Dalu, with a martial soul of a meteor hammer, was the first to attack MaHongjun's head. MaHongjun leaned back to dodge, but before he could counterattack, he felt a chill at his back. Not daring to hold back, he immediately summoned the double wings of the 10-headed phoenix, martial soul, and flew at high speed into the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 ice arrows radiating chilling energy landed where MaHongjun had just been. A voluptuous woman dressed in black robes, with her entire body concealed, was preparing to shoot at MaHongjun with a bow and arrow. Long spears, great swords, clubs, bows and arrows, meteor hammers, large knives, and even whips were all coming at MaHongjun from extremely tricky angles. These individuals attacked with incredible speed. Indeed, they were not to be underestimated. MaHongjun narrowly avoided making a grave mistake, realizing the danger of being careless. Relying on the doubled speed from the 8 gates of Douluo, MaHongjun dodged the incoming attacks and hung in mid-air, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. These individuals said nothing, only continuously attacking MaHongjun. Although there were no intricate techniques, every attack was a straightforward killing move. After a quarter of an hour, MaHongjun finally grasped their attack patterns and began to counterattack in kind. For a time, both sides fought fiercely, but upon closer inspection, one could see that MaHongjun's injuries were gradually increasing, while the 9 title Dalu appeared to be in much better condition due to sharing the damage. If this arrogant kid were to die here, that person would definitely return to destroy the killing city. He must not encounter any mishap. In a private room, a strange person with 2 horns and red patterns all over his body stared intently at the situation in the arena, thinking to himself, "My lord, rest assured, this person has already signed the Azura contract. In the arena, life and death are left to fate. Besides, we also advised him not to challenge so many powerful opponents at once, but he insisted on doing so. Even if that person knows, there is no reason to blame us." A sexy woman in black was holding a cup of blood-red wine for the strange person and said upon seeing this, "What does it matter if we are blamed? At worst, we can just escape from here. This kid is looking for death. Even I cannot break the rules of the match, or else the punishment that comes will be even more tragic than that person's." The king of killing snorted coldly, expressing his dissatisfaction. He both hated and felt helpless towards the person who had suddenly appeared a while ago, as he was completely unaffected by the rules of the killing city. On the other side, MaHongjun suddenly repelled the attacks of the crowd, summoned a leaf, and ate it. His injuries instantly disappeared, and in the blink of an eye, he charged back into battle again. Seeing MaHongjun's drastic changes and cheating behavior, all 9 people were furious. However, the king of slaughter in the private room, instead of getting angry, breathed a sigh of relief and thought to himself, This person's soul skill can indeed circumvent the rules here to some extent. No wonder he is the one brought by that person. MaHongjun has been comprehending killing techniques in battle, and whenever he couldn't hold on, he would cheat and consume a leaf of the 9-leaf swordgrass. After advancing to the Soul Emperor, MaHongjun had summoned 6 leaves in one day. Although he still couldn't have multiple leaves exist at the same time, holding on for half a day's battle was sufficient. As the battle time progressed, the opposing title Douluos also felt a wave of fatigue. Before they could react, MaHongjun had already made a move. I have a grass that can slay immortals, destroy gods, and kill. I have a sword that can cover the sky, hide the moon, and sever stars. The 9-leaf sword grass, which had transformed into a sword, now turned into a grass shape and flew out. The sky over the entire Slaughter City changed from blood red to dark red, exuding a shocking sword intent that soared into the clouds, appearing over the entire Douluo continent. Within the Slaughter City, all sword-shaped weapons and martial souls inexplicably shook and presented a kneeling posture towards the direction of the 9-leaf swordgrass. Taking advantage of the pressure from the 9 titled Douluos, MaHongjun broke through to a small success in the grass character sword technique. The small success of the grass character sword technique successfully activated a portion of the 9-leaf swordgrass's own power. Anomalies appeared in the heavens and earth, influenced by this sword intent. At the same time, a white-haired elder in white robes from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School in the Tiando Empire suddenly grasped his long sword. Such a strong sword intent, even from such a distance, made my martial soul, the 7 killing sword, feel a sense of battle intent and even a hint of fear. It seems that another remarkable sword cultivator has emerged on this continent. I should also take action. Alas, I wonder how that girl Rong is doing. If I see that brat again, I will definitely beat him to the ground. Swordduo, Chan Xin looked towards the direction of the Slaughter City where the sword intent came from, feeling an inexplicable respect, and then remembered his granddaughter who was taken away by someone. Chapter 188, Stabilizing the Chaos, Laying the Foundation, Achieving Greatness with a Single Sword Strike. The heavens and earth lost their color. Under the small success of sword intent, the titled Douluos ceased to exist. The 9 titled Douluos were simultaneously killed by the dazzling and piercing sharp sword energy. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for slaying 9 titled Douluos, pseudo, and obtaining a golden treasure chest 9. MaHongjun was shocked. He didn't expect that killing titled Douluos would actually come with a reward. Looking at the surrounding environment, MaHongjun felt it was not suitable to check the system information for the time being. MaHongjun stepped down from the arena and looked towards the private room where the King of Slaughter was located. Sure enough, a blood-red figure with demon wings, resembling the attire of the Demon Lord, soon walked out. It could be announced now. The King of Slaughter tried hard to conceal a hint of shock deep within his eyes, silently nodded, and then looked at the still shocked crowd below, saying, "Congratulations to number 9333 for completing the killing challenge of 100 consecutive kills, obtaining the qualification to enter the road to hell. Of course, esteemed Mr. 9333, you can also choose to leave here directly." After speaking, he turned to MaHongjun and said in a flattering tone. This time, he was not being humble for the sake of Shui Rengui, but because he was intimidated by MaHongjun's sword power. However, at this moment, MaHongjun had no words to express his difficulties. All his soul power had been exhausted under that sword, and he didn't even have the little soul power needed to summon the healing 9-leaf grass. Now he could only remain still and watch the King of Slaughter announce the result, secretly recovering his soul power. Fortunately, the soul power recovery ability of the Breath of the Sun was extremely strong. After the King of Slaughter finished announcing, he had already recovered a lot and could summon the 9-leaf grass again. The road to hell is unnecessary. Just send me out. MaHongjun did not immediately consume the 9-leaf grass condensed in his palm, but looked at the King of Slaughter and said lightly. He had secretly sent a message to Shui Rengui, and not out of fear of death, but from the heart. As long as he wasn't foolish, he would know that at this time, it was still safer with someone to deter them. As for the road to hell, it had already been destroyed by Shui Rengui, significantly reducing its training effect, and it no longer posed a threat to MaHongjun. The domain of the god of killing was not what MaHongjun sought. He didn't want to be monitored. Although Shui Rengui had condensed the domain of the god of killing through the road to hell, it was not an ordinary domain of the god of killing. It was a special domain formed by his own understanding of killing intent under the rules of the domain of the god of killing, detached from the domain itself. Due to the different cultivation methods, the domain of the god of killing could not be attached to Shui Rengui, who had no soul rings. So he naturally could not investigate Shui Rengui's situation based on the domain. It can only be tracked step by step by locking onto the target to possibly be explored. Good, this is the best. I will send you out. The King of Slaughter's mood improved significantly in an instant. The fewer god of killings in this world, the more he liked it. In his joy, he couldn't help but mimic the way that person spoke. After all, although he hadn't interacted much with the person in front of him, he thought their relationship was quite profound. MaHongjun looked at him in surprise. Could this guy be a flower planter? Why does he sound like that? But he didn't say much, just nodded coldly, then bit down on the 9-leaf grass, instantly restoring his soul power and alleviating his injuries. Before long, just as the King of Slaughter was about to send MaHongjun away, he suddenly looked up, his expression grave as he gazed at the space in the sky. A massive hammer descended with unparalleled might, and a dignified voice followed. I am the god of killing Tang Hao. My son will come here to train in a while, and I hope the King of Slaughter can take care of him. After speaking, the gigantic Haotian hammer transformed into energy and vanished from the spot. What has happened on the continent during this time? Why are so many people suddenly coming to the Slaughter City to train? Yes, fortunately, this time it isn't those gods of killing coming personally. Otherwise, like last time, the Slaughter City would be on the brink of destruction. You don't want to die, with the King of Slaughter stationed here. The Slaughter City won't fall into chaos. Except for that previous existence who is unaffected, no god of killing within the Slaughter City is a match for our king. The Slaughter Knights turned pale with panic. Seeing the Haotian hammer disappear, they breathed a sigh of relief and began to discuss. The King of Slaughter did not respond but turned to MaHongjun and said, Young master, please don't mind. The Slaughter City has been a bit unstable lately, so I will send you away immediately. No need to be polite. Salute to the Lord. Congratulations on the Lord's return from training. Just as MaHongjun stepped out of the portal opened by the King of Slaughter, the first person he saw was Shui Rengui. So this is the reason why the King of Slaughter dared not do anything sneaky. MaHongjun thought to himself, then revealed a helpless smile as he helped Shui Rengui up and said, Brother Shui, how many times have I said it? You don't need to be so formal with me. Just treat me like a brother. Why don't you listen to my advice like Brother Zilong? Lord, please do not make it difficult for your servant. There's a difference between ruler and minister. The ruler is the ruler, and the minister is the minister. If in the future the Lord can unify the chaotic world, your servant will definitely lay down his armor and return to the fields to be a brother with the Lord for a lifetime. How could I refuse such a great fortune in my 3 lifetimes? The Lord should prioritize great matters. After standing up, Shui Rengui hesitated, and finally, after gritting his teeth, he spoke his mind. Alas, fine, for the sake of being brothers with you. I will definitely end this chaotic world and achieve the unification of Huaxia. MaHongjun also did not press further, responding earnestly. MaHongjun discovered that whether it was Lu Ji, Cheng Yaojin, or Shui Rengui, they all had an obsession with unifying Huaxia, constantly urging him to make progress. However, MaHongjun did not feel repulsed by this. Unifying the flower planting was also his goal. He wasn't sure if it was because the system thought he was used to being lazy, so it kept updating and summoning generals who also urged him to complete the great cause of unification. Let's go back to Tianzhou City first and report to the teacher. Then we can go quell the chaos and lay the foundation for our great undertaking. MaHongjun's eyes revealed a determined longing, completely unaffected by the killing intent around him. The Lord had been in the City of Slaughter for so long, yet he was not influenced by the rules and killing intent of the City of Slaughter. Truly, he was the chosen one, Shui thought to himself. MaHongjun didn't think too much about it. He believed it was probably because he had preconceived notions, knowing that the people of the City of Slaughter were all vicious characters with blood on their hands. He did not realize that the killing intent born within him was being gradually devoured by the 9 leaves, sword, grass, martial soul, evolving himself. After returning to Tianzhou City and handling some matters related to the Tianluo Diwang, MaHongjun organized the current situation of the forces in his hands. Douluo Continent. Forces, Tianluo Diwang. Affiliated Academy, Shrek Academy. Intelligence Organization, Tianwei. Note, to distinguish from the flower planting Baixiaoxing, MaHongjun had replaned the organization upon returning from the Three Kingdoms world. Three Kingdoms world, Forces, Penglai Tower. Intelligence Organization, Baixiaoxing. Chapter 189, The Start of World Fusion. Shocking secrets through the investigation of the intelligence forces, MaHongjun discovered that there were many pieces of information in this world that outsiders did not know. Almost all top forces had their own intelligence organizations, except for those hidden families that had not yet established an intelligence network. The martial Soul Hall and the two great empires of the upper three sects had powerful intelligence forces. Fortunately, the intelligence force established by MaHongjun had the help of the poison Douluo and the spiritual herbs within the Yin-Yang 2 Instruments Eye, combined with the backing of the Shrek Academy's faculty, and within less than 10 years, had established the powerful Douluo Diwang intelligence force. Moreover, because he focused on developing the intelligence force, its strength was not inferior to that of the upper three sects intelligence organizations, and may even surpass them. Even the intelligence force of the Martial Soul Hall would not be much stronger than Douluo Diwang. The Douluo Diwang was initially established as an intelligence assassination force, so its development was not surprising. However, due to MaHongjun's ghost-killing breathing technique, the strength of the mid- and lower-level forces of Douluo Diwang continually increased, subtly showing signs of becoming the continent's #1 intelligence organization. If the Martial Soul Hall did not have the presence of the martial soul branches from all over the continent, Douluo Diwang would have already become the #1 intelligence organization. In terms of hidden intelligence forces, if Douluo Diwang said it was second, even the Martial Soul Hall would not dare to claim first. Intelligence forces are generally hidden, but due to the Martial Soul Hall's formidable strength, they have a powerful intelligence system both in the open and in the dark. It seems Douluo Diwang also needs to start thinking of ways to develop its open forces. MaHongjun muttered to himself. The reason MaHongjun sent Zhu Zhuqing to the Three Kingdoms world was also here. He wanted Zhu Zhuqing to grasp the hidden power of Penglai Tower. Only in this way could Liu Bowen escape to prepare for the great undertaking. Ringwei, how about we go to the Xingluo Empire? It's not yet time to return to the Three Kingdoms world. Even if we go back, we can't do much. MaHongjun thought of the obstacles faced by Douluo Diwang's development, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, Shui Ringwei, who was currently playing the role of a guard, constantly protected MaHongjun's side. He only thought of Zhu Zhuqing's martial soul being suitable for assassination in the dark, but forgot that Zhu Zhuqing was backed by a large family. If he could gain the Zhu family's support, the assassin strength of Douluo Diwang would surely develop rapidly. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but think of Tang San's Tang Min and shook his head secretly. The Min family of the affiliated sect of Haoyan sect was also the best helper for collecting intelligence, but unfortunately could not be used for himself. However, if they cooperated under the name of Shrek Academy, they should not be rejected. With this thought, MaHongjun took out the paper and pen from the desk and wrote down the development direction of Douluo Diwang. Seek cooperation to further enhance intelligence sources, develop assassin strength, enhance overall strength, ultimately shift from dark to light, develop strongholds, both in the light and the dark. However, with the development of MaHongjun's Douluo Diwang forces, he gained another lottery opportunity. A year later, boom, boom, boom. 3 loud explosions drew the attention of all the strong beings in both worlds. The worlds were connected, becoming 2 connected but not integrated worlds. The 2 worlds were separated by the Tongtian Sea secret realm, allowing any martial artist or soul master to freely shuttle between the 2 realms. Almost on the same day, a shocking battle broke out within the Tongtian Sea secret realm, causing heavy losses to the Douluo realm, which was caught off guard. What was puzzling was that after the battle, the mainland forces led by Douluo Diwang, with the support of the 7 Treasures Glaze sect and the 9 Heart Begonia clan, surprisingly joined the foreign domain and pledged allegiance to a force called Penglai Tower. It should be noted that in the past year, Douluo Diwang's strength had been continuously growing, attracting countless affiliated forces to join. Even the Zhu family of the Xingluo Empire had unknowingly been subdued and joined Douluo Diwang. Not only that, but for 2 consecutive days, hidden families entered the Tongtian Sea, never to return. 3 days later, Three Kingdoms realm. Sai, Hongjun, is relying on the foreign domain really the right choice? Can you truly break free from the invisible shackles and gain freedom? Are you telling the teacher this out of your own selfish desires? Flinder looked at his disciple in a complicated manner, seriously asking MaHongjun. There is some selfishness, but what I said is not a lie. To become a god in the Douluo realm, one can only choose to inherit the god's trial and cannot cultivate to become a god independently. After becoming a god from the sea god belief, all beings can no longer control their own destiny, and the path to becoming a god independently has been severed. Only the Three Kingdoms realm has the opportunity to cultivate independently to become a god. MaHongjun, seeing the complexity in his teacher's eyes, comforted him. It turned out that in the past year, with the growth of Douluo Diwang, MaHongjun had obtained a lottery opportunity by subduing various forces. This time, he did not draw generals but chose to draw from all things. The rewards he received were 2 items, but they completely disrupted all of MaHongjun's plans. One was a comprehensive analysis of the origin of the Douluo world. The other was a comprehensive analysis of the origin of the Three Kingdoms world. Both rewards contained vast knowledge and secrets. It turned out that the reason the Douluo world could no longer cultivate independently to become gods was ostensibly due to the lack of world origin being insufficient to give birth to more powerful beings. But behind it lay a shocking conspiracy, one that even a god king was kept in the dark about. The heavens are impartial, so they are merciless. The great path is simple, and enlightenment comes from heaven. The way of heaven is natural and selfless, and once the way of heaven has desires, this world is not far from destruction. The way of heaven in the Douluo world not only has desires, but also attempts to control the gods invisibly. This was also the main reason why MaHongjun let several nearby forces turn against him during the outbreak of the Great Battle. He no longer had time to plan and could only explain the situation of the Douluo realm to everyone, stating that staying in the Douluo realm was not safe, and their lives could be taken by the Douluo way of heaven at any moment. If everything had followed the original trajectory, there would naturally be no life-threatening dangers. Following Tang San, the son of destiny in this world, would only bring benefits. However, the appearance of the Three Kingdoms world changed everything. If the heavenly Tao of the Three Kingdoms intends to devour the heavenly Tao of Douluo, the already selfish Douluo heavenly Tao will definitely fight to the death, even sacrificing all living beings in the world. If the heavenly Tao wants you dead, it would be futile to leave Douluo continent. The Douluo world is not as simple as just Douluo Star. Only in the Three Kingdoms world, which is not under the Douluo heavenly Tao, can one escape the heavenly Tao's reckoning. Therefore, MaHongjun unhesitatingly chose to rebel, decisively shrinking his forces during a phase of rapid growth, gathering helpers, and collectively siding with Penglai Tower, although it is termed as siding with them. Only MaHongjun and the higher-ups of Penglai Tower know that this is merely the reorganization of the forces from 2 worlds. Naturally, those who followed MaHongjun to ally with Penglai Tower included many high-ranking members of Shrek Academy, among the Shrek 8 monsters. Only Tang San and Dai Mubai chose to remain in the Douluo world. Even Xiao Wu and De Ming Ming came along. Tang San could not leave the Douluo world because, as the son of destiny, if he left and sided with the Three Kingdoms world, it would definitely cause the disturbances of destiny to anger the Douluo heavenly Tao prematurely, provoking its intervention. Although Dai Mubai is not the son of destiny, he carries the legacy of the fate of the Douluo continent. The Douluo continent is the center where the fate of the entire Douluo world converges, making the importance of the Star Luo Empire to the heavenly Tao self-evident. Everything has its predetermined fate. As long as one does not change the predetermined fate, the heavenly Tao will not easily intervene. Otherwise, once detected by the gods, it would certainly provoke resistance from all beings, which is something the heavenly Tao does not want to see. The entry of so many powerful forces naturally attracted the attention of the lords, but fortunately, Penglai Tower acted as a mediator, allowing each major lord to gain benefits and receive the allegiance of many hidden powerful forces. Otherwise, how could they allow these people to enter their territory, even if most of them had faces like those of flower-growing families? Shapteret Hundaniti, Fuhan, Wuhan, Weihan. The new Three Kingdoms stand in balance. The analysis of the Three Kingdoms world left MaHongjun astonished, as if his jaw had dropped. The Three Kingdoms world was originally an auxiliary world of a larger world, having separated from it due to special reasons. The name of that larger world was something MaHongjun was extremely familiar with, the Honghuang Great World. At the same time, MaHongjun also gained a general understanding of the concept of worlds. The Honghuang Great World, the foremost among the 3,000 great worlds in the universe, although it is named the foremost, is not connected to other great worlds. It is a closed world, much like the Douluo world, completely isolated from the outside world. However, the Douluo realm is merely a relatively special small thousand worlds. The reason the Honghuang realm is called the foremost among the 3,000 great worlds is that the figures within the Honghuang realm are numerous, and almost every world has their legends. However, no one knows that the real Honghuang realm underwent a great calamity of extinction over a decade ago, leading to its destruction and subsequent re-evolution, while the Three Kingdoms small world was the lucky one that narrowly escaped during the destruction. MaHongjun learned these secrets because he drew the complete analysis of the heavenly Tao of the Three Kingdoms world, which also prompted him to change his future. MaHongjun speculated that he might have been a person from the Hongwang realm before its destruction, brought to the Douluo world by the system before the destruction. He hoped the system could take him away from this world to a higher level. When the world is destroyed, true spirits will re-evolve according to destiny, and he must find his parents and relatives from his previous life. Hope reignited in MaHongjun's heart, this time feeling more real, with a clear goal in mind. However, before that, he needed to become even stronger. Otherwise, even if he found a way to the Hongwang realm, in that place where Daluo walk freely and golden immortals are as common as dogs, a mere soul emperor would have nowhere to go. Of course, it's possible that the newly evolved Hongwang realm has not yet produced any living beings. If that is the case, MaHongjun wouldn't mind going there to seek a future. However, the flow rates of each world are different, and the actual situation is unclear to anyone. In the Three Kingdoms world, due to the revival of spiritual energy, the powerful lords became even stronger, while the weaker ones, though somewhat enhanced, became even weaker. Thus, the remaining lords are few, and a major event currently happening is Liu Bei's 3 visits to the cottage to invite Zhuge Liang out of retirement. 6 years ahead of historical records. MaHongjun had previously sent people to search, but Zhuge Liang refused to join, determined to restore the Han dynasty. MaHongjun did not insist, as without Zhuge Liang, Liu Bei would be like a fish dreaming of swimming in the ocean without water. As a Han person, MaHongjun hoped for the strength and prosperity of the nation. Thus, he no longer pressed the issue until the eve of the world connection. When Zhuge Liang finally came out to assist Lu Ning was MaHongjun's name in his previous life, so he naturally felt a kinship with Liu Bei. However, the figure he admired most among the Three Kingdoms lords was Cao Cao, compared to the ambiguous righteousness of Liu Bei. Cao Cao's grand strategy was more convincing to MaHongjun. He did not want to offend either of these two figures, so the more conservative Sun Wu suffered. As the Three Kingdoms had not yet been established, MaHongjun's policy was to replace Eastern Wu. Once the Three Kingdoms were established, he would join forces with Cao and Lu to annex the Douluo realm. The current Three Kingdoms and Douluo can no longer be considered one world, hence the term realm is used. 3 years later, the situation of the world gradually stabilized, with lords either surrendering or being annihilated, leading to a tripartite balance of power among the Three Kingdoms: Shu Han, Wu Han, and Wei Han. Penglai Tower replaced Sun Wu to become Wu Han, and Cao Wei also became clear ahead of time due to the revival of spiritual energy, and with Cao Cao's heart leaning towards the Han dynasty. It was renamed Wei Han. All Three Kingdoms now bear the name Han. MaHongjun changed his name to Liu Ning, claiming to be a descendant of the Han dynasty, using Penglai Tower as a foundation to eliminate the Sun family and declare himself the king of Han Wu. Slap. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could that brat Liu Ning possibly subdue that traitor Elbu? Doesn't he fear being backfired? Haven't you heard of Dong Zhuo's call? Cao Cao was in his military tent, eating rice while reviewing intelligence reports sent by his subordinate officials. Suddenly, upon seeing the content of the report, his expression changed, and the rice in his hand suddenly lost its flavor. He turned over the rice bowl onto the table and shouted loudly, Someone, go spread the news. Issue a recruitment decree. Wei Han is thirsty for talent. Regardless of status, from this day forth, we will establish a hall of worthies and a hall of divine generals. Cao Cao needed no one, having quickly transitioned from disbelief to acceptance of the facts. In the blink of an eye, he thought of countermeasures. It turns out that MaHongjun, also Liu Ning, after establishing Wuhan, had been vigorously recruiting commoners, learning from Cao Cao's recruitment decree. The scale of this effort was astonishing, showing no regard for the opposition of the scholars. Compared to Cao Cao's approach of appeasing while seeking talent, the effectiveness was many times better. Many military and civil officials who had lost their power came to join. Due to the increase in personal strength, even powerful figures like Elbu and Ma Chao lost their support, and since they had no grievances with MaHongjun, they flocked to him. These people, at this point, did not care about any factional views. Although strategies would still be essential in the future, strength was the true path. The concept of aristocratic families had not changed in time, and this should be our opportunity. Lu Ji waved his feather fan and smiled as he spoke. Indeed, the strategist's insight is high. Not only have we gained General Elbu, but we have also acquired the fierce General Ma Chao. Ha, this is truly delightful. Cheng Yaojin held his belly and laughed triumphantly, saying, This time we've seized the initiative, but we shouldn't underestimate the determination of Liu Bei and Cao Cao. I believe that after seeing our achievements, they will reassess the relationship between the aristocracy and the commoners. MaHongjun, sitting on the throne, also couldn't hide his excitement. After all, this was a fierce general worth 2 lottery chances. I think we can increase our efforts to summon talented individuals. Unlike us, even if they want to fully support the commoners, they will still consider the feelings of the aristocracy. We have food in hand, so we don't need to care about what the aristocracy thinks. Zhao Yun analyzed our advantages and expressed his opinion. Well, good. Then issue order for the Heavenly Guards to continue recruiting talent. MaHongjun commanded. Yes. The Douluo realm is not short of food. It has vast land and a sparse population. Therefore, 5 years ago, the Heavenly Net began to buy up food on a large scale. Almost all spatial, soul-guiding devices were packed to the brim. Since we aim to conquer the world, Lu Ning naturally wouldn't forget the most important food supplies. Thus, the Wu Kingdom was not so polite with the aristocracy. Before pacifying the Wu region, they began to drive away the disobedient aristocracy. People could leave, but treasures could not be taken away. Coupled with the accumulation of several forces in the Douluo world, wealth could be said to be uniquely abundant among the 3 kingdoms. Of course, the reputation among the aristocracy was also the worst, almost cutting off most avenues for aristocrats to seek refuge. However, MaHongjun was not worried about this. Truly discerning and capable individuals would not be influenced by such matters. As long as he had the means to enhance his strength, he was not afraid of lacking support. The world had changed. It was no longer an era where the aristocracy could dominate alone, but an era that valued strength and opportunity. Chapter 191. Luck 10 consecutive draw rewards. Although MaHongjun spent a lot of time conquering Sun Wu over the past 3 years, he never neglected his cultivation. Now, he was a genuine soul Dalu, needing only to add a few soul rings to the 9-leaf sword grass martial soul to elevate his soul power to the level of a titled Dalu. However, MaHongjun did not plan to do this. Instead, he intended to cultivate to the level of titled Dalu before adding soul rings to the 9-leaf sword grass martial soul. Only soul rings drawn from the system that were over 100,000 years old were worthy of the 9-leaf sword grass martial soul. MaHongjun would not add ordinary soul rings. Even the Phoenix martial soul now had 200,000 year soul rings. Purple, black, red. Moreover, the 7th martial soul's true body soul ring had a hint of gold amidst the red. This was the configuration of the Phoenix martial soul. The 9-leaf sword grass martial soul was equally impressive. The soul ring configuration was purple, black, red. 6 soul rings, plus 4 hidden soul rings in black. The yellow soul ring was naturally due to the system's influence, enhancing the soul ring's age, which was also why MaHongjun prioritized cultivating the Phoenix martial soul. MaHongjun's requirements for the 7th martial soul's true body soul ring of the 9-leaf sword grass martial soul had reached a perverse level. Established as one of the 3 kingdoms, Wuhan gathered a lot of luck and naturally had numerous lottery chances. Over the past 3 years, MaHongjun had only used it 3 times, once gaining an enhancement that allowed him to allocate a 30,000 year soul ring limit, once obtaining a 900,000 year soul ring, and the last time acquiring a method to establish a dynasty of luck. Unfortunately, establishing a dynasty of luck required a treasure of luck to carry the luck. But MaHongjun currently did not possess such a treasure. The remaining lottery chances were all rewards after establishing Wuhan, totaling up to 10 chances. As for why he was only titled King of Wu and not crowned Emperor, it was naturally because the Han Dynasty's luck had not yet run out. As Emperor Xian of Han was still alive, and the luck of the Han Dynasty persisted, which was a predetermined outcome. Once someone dared to declare themselves Emperor prematurely, they would surely be met with the wrath of heavenly luck. MaHongjun did not want to lose his source of luck. He had no thoughts of becoming emperor. Everything he did now was merely to obtain luck. Even if MaHongjun did not intervene, the Han Dynasty would eventually perish within a fixed time frame, as it was the last dynasty of luck in human history. With the Imperial Jade seal suppressing luck, luck would only dissipate on its own and could not be extinguished by human hands. This was also why Emperor Guangwu Lu Xiu could establish the Eastern Han Dynasty. Favored by luck. Dynasties of luck also have levels, ranging from low to high. Dynasty, Imperial Dynasty, Celestial Dynasty, Emperor Dynasty, Divine Dynasty, and a Legendary Saint Dynasty, totaling 6 levels. The Han Dynasty, having achievements in defending its territory and resisting foreign tribes, reached the status of an imperial dynasty at its peak, known historically as the Great Han Dynasty. Similarly, The Qin dynasty, with its achievements in unification and territory expansion, reached the peak of the imperial dynasty. Going further back, one would trace back to the Shang and Zhou dynasties, and the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. The unprecedented gathering of human luck during the era of the 3 sovereigns was merely a divine dynasty. Even sages were wary of it. Unfortunately, since Emperor Xianyuan was suppressed at Huiyun Cave, the luck gathered by the 5 emperors has never reached the level of a divine dynasty again, especially after the Shang dynasty. The primordial world shattered, making it difficult for human luck to coalesce into an emperor dynasty. During the time of the Great Shang, humanity stood tall, unafraid of immortals and gods, daring to contend with heaven and fight against it. At that time, immortals and gods might have descended upon Chaoga, perhaps walking into the court, showcasing the grandeur of an emperor dynasty. Ancient humanity did not lack resistance. Dalu established the 9 provinces Ding to determine human luck, and King Zhou's diligent governance and extensive reforms were a rebellion against the oppression of sages, bringing the luck of the emperor dynasty close to the level of a divine dynasty. Unfortunately, even so, it was still suppressed, leading to a decline in the luck of human dynasties with each passing generation. All of this was learned by MaHongjun through the analysis of the rewards in the system's 3 Kingdoms world. The 3 Kingdoms world is a projection of a human dynasty during a certain stage of the primordial era, which is why there is a notion of predestination. Without the power of sages, it is impossible to change the grand trend of the 3 Kingdoms world. The projection world is also a real world, but the grand trends that occur within it have their predestined outcomes and cannot be altered. What puzzled MaHongjun was that the current 3 Kingdoms world had changed beyond recognition, apart from the lingering luck of the Han dynasty. Everything else was completely different from what he understood. System, meteor tears. It seems that this is the reason for changing the grand trend. MaHongjun muttered to himself, then set aside his worries and opened the system panel, saying, "System, perform a 10 consecutive draw. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 million units of spiritually infused food. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the immortal sword, Bixiao sword. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1,000 sweat blood horses. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained a perfect world pass. Great. There's a path forward. Although it's a bit dangerous, but what's the path of cultivation without challenges? Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the favor of the emperors from the perfect world, 80 points. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the favor of the emperor of the wild, 60 points. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the favor of the emperor of the leaf, 60 points. MaHongjun's face darkened. What the hell is this? What use is this favor given my current situation? I'm not foolish enough to enter the perfect world. That would be seeking death. Even if I gained the favor of these 3 big shots, I wouldn't go. But I can't say it's useless. It's just not useful right now. System, stop giving me favors from the perfect world, please. Well, I wanted something useful in the current stage. Sure enough, it seemed the system heard MaHongjun's call. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained 90 points of favor from Giguzi in the 3 Kingdoms world. Thank you very much. MaHongjun was taken aback, then couldn't help but curse. Hey, wait. Giguzi? What the hell? This is the 3 Kingdoms. And you tell me there's Giguzi here? MaHongjun was filled with questions. In the analysis given by the world of the 3 Kingdoms, it only mentioned the existence of extraordinary powers, but did not specify who possessed these extraordinary powers. Therefore, MaHongjun was unaware and always thought that there was a world above the 3 Kingdoms similar to the Douluo divine realm. Host, don't be too surprised. As you think, Giguzi is the existence at the peak of this world. The system responded to MaHongjun in a timely manner. Is that so? Then this reward is not bad. 90 points of favorability, almost reaching the level of immediate loyalty. MaHongjun began to get excited. Host, it's better not to think too much. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Some characters may develop a fondness for the system due to system rewards, but they will never pledge loyalty to you because of this. Everything still relies on the host's own efforts. The system's cold voice ruthlessly shattered MaHongjun's fantasies. Sieg, Fina. It seems that the usefulness of this favorability will be significantly discounted. There are still 2 chances left. Great ancient human emperor, ancestors of the human race, please bless me to draw a fortune treasure and establish the Yunqiao. After MaHongjun learned about the history of the human race, he stopped worshipping immortals and gods and began to respect the ancestral sages of the human race. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained 10 million year soul rings. What the hell, I'm going crazy. This is directly taking off. Thank you, ancestral sages of the human race. MaHongjun was so excited for the first time that his usually calm demeanor could no longer be maintained. Continue. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the human race's fortune treasure, the map of mountains and rivers. MaHongjun knelt down with only one thought in his heart. In life, he would be a human, and in death, he would be a ghost of the human race. Chapter 192. Absorbing the million-year soul, Ring Luning put on the fairy sword, and the supplies were still in the system. He finally took out the map of mountains and rivers, excitement flashing in his eyes. Establishing the Yunqiao would enhance his cultivation speed and strength. Now that he had been stuck at the Soul Douluo level for a long time, it was really too difficult to break through to the title Douluo level without relying on a second martial soul in a short period. Even with MaHongjun's talent, 3 years had passed, and he was only at the 85th level soul Dalu realm. To cultivate the Phoenix martial soul to title Douluo in a conventional manner would take at least 5 years, even for MaHongjun. However, fortunately, MaHongjun had the system. As long as he obtained a lottery opportunity, he could draw treasures to enhance his strength. Although it was rare to draw items that directly increased soul power, MaHongjun was very satisfied with this lottery, as not only did he obtain the subsequent soul rings for the 9-leaf swordgrass, but he also received the foundation of the Yunqiao, the fortune treasure. Pass on the message to Chung Yaojin to enter the palace. MaHongjun shouted to the outside of the main hall. Now, Luning's identity was publicly that of a great hero, having claimed kingship in Jianya, and naturally, he also had his own palace. After becoming king, Luning did not forget to confer titles to his ministers and subordinates, with Chung Yaojin volunteering to serve as Luning's Imperial Guard commander. Although he was a king, the specifications were not much different from those of an emperor. If it weren't for the concerns of the predestined fate, how could Emperor Xian of Han survive in his current situation? My lord, Chung Yaojin came over and bowed. He did not ask anything, adopting a pose of waiting for Luning's orders, demonstrating a keen understanding of politics as in history. Rise. I'm going to the secret chamber to cultivate. Please guard for me, Yaojin, Luning said directly, accustomed to the respect of his subordinates. My lord is going to break through again? Chung Yaojin asked in surprise. Sort of. Luning did not explain much, thinking that absorbing the million-year soul ring from the 9-leaf swordgrass would definitely bring a breakthrough in soul power, so he did not elaborate, as it was hard to explain anyway. Although Chung Yaojin was summoned by the system, he did not know of the system's existence, which was Luning's biggest secret, and now was definitely not the time to expose it. MaHongjun was Luning, and Luning was MaHongjun. Since the name MaHongjun sounded too strange for a king, he used his previous life's name, Luning. By the way, Yaojin, you first go and bring Rengu into the palace. I have something to instruct him. Luning suddenly thought of the 1,000 sweat-blooded horses in the system space before entering seclusion, and thus instructed Chung Yaojin. Soon, Shui Rengue, who was stationed in the capital, hurried over. Your servant greets, Your Highness. Shui Rengue's address was more formal than Chung Yaojin's, as he was now the Grand Marshal of Wu State. Describing Shui Rengue with the pillars of heaven and the purple gold beams of the sea was not an exaggeration, and all of these were given to him by Lu Ning in addition to his own abilities. As a national marshal, it was evidently inappropriate to address the Lord. Please rise, Rengue. Zilong is currently guarding the national gate outside. I have just acquired 1,000 sweat-blooded horses, so I'll give you the benefit. Take out the best 200 for me to reward the meritorious officials, and the remaining 800 sweat-blooded horses will be sent to your army. I only have one request. Build a secret special cavalry team that surpasses the white horse Yixing. Do you have a confidence? MaHongjun asked with a glint in his eyes. Does your highness have any requirements for the strength of the special cavalry? Shui Rengue did not immediately guarantee, as the strength of the 3,000 white horse Yixing was now nearly all above the soul sect, and he had long been envious of the special cavalry unit in Zhao Yun's hands. They cannot be below the Soul King. You can freely allocate the spiritual medicines from the royal treasury. Personnel can be drawn from the elite of the army or recruited from the common people. The intelligence from the Tian Wei will also be available for your reference. Luning's expression was solemn as he spoke with a gentle smile. Your servant accepts the order. I will definitely complete the task assigned by your highness. Hearing Luning's assurance, Shui Rengue could no longer hide the excitement in his expression and knelt on one knee. This was 800 sweat-blooded horses. Even now, with the revival of spiritual energy and a significant increase in the number of excellent horse breeds, gathering 800 sweat-blooded horses was no different from climbing to the sky. The entire Han dynasty could only gather up to 800 sweat-blooded horses at most, and even with other top mounts that were not inferior to sweat-blooded horses, it would not exceed 5,000. With Tianwei recruiting talents and the supply of spiritual medicines, if he still dared not take on the task, Lu Ning would be disappointed in him. Seeing the excitement in Shui Rengui's eyes, MaHongjun knew he had entrusted this task to the right person. After Shui Rengui left, MaHongjun began to enter seclusion to absorb the soul ring. Because it was a million-year soul ring, MaHongjun was particularly cautious. So he called Cheng Yaojin to guard him. Although he knew that his territory was already secure, he still felt a bit uneasy, as this was MaHongjun's first time absorbing such a high-quality soul ring, making him anxious. If possible, given MaHongjun's aversion to conflict, he would have definitely waited until after reaching tidal Douluo to absorb the million-year soul ring for the 9-leaf swordgrass. But time was of the essence. The war at Tongtianxi was about to enter a white-hot stage, and even Zhao Yun had been dispatched to guard it, so he had to take the risk. Although it was called a risk, it was actually just a bit painful. For MaHongjun's strong physique, a million-year soul ring was not enough to destroy his body. After taking out the soul ring and starting to absorb it, scared MaHongjun even used the 8 gates of Duanjia. Although the enhancement was limited, he filled all the resistances he could increase. The result was that MaHongjun realized he was making a big deal out of nothing. In just half a day, he successfully absorbed the soul ring, and his body easily withstood the energy of the soul ring. The main issue was the impact on his soul, which left MaHongjun in a state of wailing. Fortunately, the secret chamber was completely enclosed and had good soundproofing. Otherwise, MaHongjun's screams would have been enough to echo throughout the entire palace. Even so, Cheng Yaojin, who was guarding outside the door, faintly heard MaHongjun's screams. He anxiously paced back and forth but did not dare to go in and check, fearing it might disrupt MaHongjun's breakthrough. Finally, hard work paid off. After absorbing the energy of the Golden Soul Ring, MaHongjun's soul power broke through 3 levels, reaching the 88th level of the High Soul Douluo realm. Taking out the fortune treasure, MaHongjun shook his head secretly. Now was not the time to establish it. The battle between the 2 realms was imminent, and people like Zilong, Fengxian, and Mengqi Bowen were temporarily unable to free themselves. However, it was time to prepare. Establishing the Yunxiao was not just a matter of saying it could be established. It required various preparations. Not only did officials need to be present, but it also required ancestral sacrifices to comfort the human emperor. As a general of Wuhan's, Zhao Yun and others could not be absent. At that time, everyone present would receive the blessings of the Yunxiao's fortune, gaining an increase in strength, especially those responsible for presiding over the ceremony, who could almost attain benefits equal to those of the harem's master. Zhu Qing, Rong, and Ling Ling also needed to be brought into the palace as soon as possible. MaHongjun thought of the many preparations needed to maximize benefits. Now, MaHongjun was already 18 years old. In this era, there were very few lords who had not taken concubines, but MaHongjun only had 3 girlfriends, and none had entered the door. It must be said that MaHongjun's patience was honed to perfection by the little evil fire of his childhood. Chapter 193. The edict of the first Emperor MaHongjun did not notice that when he took out the fortune treasure, in a space above the 3 kingdoms realm, in a dilapidated room, an old man with 4 moles on his forehead, a full forehead, white hair, and a youthful appearance suddenly opened his wise eyes and exclaimed, "The variables are about to take shape. The great number is 50, and its use is 49. Divide it into 2 to symbolize 2, hang 1 to symbolize 3, and use 4 to symbolize the 4 seasons. Return to the strange with the symbol of a leap year. 5 years for another leap year, hence the leap, and then hang. Heaven 1, Earth 2, Heaven 3, Earth 4, Heaven 5, Earth 6, Heaven 7, Earth 8, Heaven 9, Earth 10. The heavenly number is 5, the earthly number is 5. The 5 positions correspond, and each has harmony. The heavenly number is 25, the earthly number is 30. The total of heaven and earth is 55. This is how changes occur and how ghosts and gods act. The great way is 50, heaven evolves 49, and 1 escapes. Thus there's a glimmer of life. The constants of each world are not fixed. There will always be variables. However, even a million small worlds may not produce a single variable. Only a great world like the primordial chaos has the potential to produce variables. However, because variables often gather immense fortune, those born in the primordial chaos often have their destinies controlled by others. Characters like Yang Jian and Neza are postnatally generated variables. and their fates are controlled. In contrast, Sun Wukong, a naturally occurring variable, comes to know but still cannot escape the control of stronger beings. On the other hand, variables that appear in small worlds are more likely to break free from the control of the strong and take control of their own destinies, changing the predetermined fate of the world according to their own will. The fate of humanity can be changed. Wei Liao, go awaken your master. Our opportunity has appeared. The old man with white hair and a youthful appearance was none other than Giguzi, who had been sealed in the spirit realm by the god of destruction. He spoke to the shadow outside the room, his voice not loud, but the person outside heard it clearly. Isn't the exit of the secret realm sealed? A middle-aged scholar-like man walked into the room, somewhat surprised but still with a puzzled expression. The formation is unique, but I have long understood the method to break it. It's just that it's not easy to cause conflict now. You just go ahead. Giguzi glanced at the direction of the secret realm's portal and said lightly, as if he could see through everything. Yes, master. Wei Liao had no doubts, respectfully exiting the room and gently closing the door. No one knew the background of the person in this dilapidated room. They only knew he was the strongest sage of humanity, named Giguzi. Only he himself knew who he was. He was from the primordial humanity, but not from this epic's primordial humanity, rather from the previous epic's primordial humanity. Although he was exceptionally gifted, he was still constrained by fate and could not become immortal. His strength was not strong, but he was adept in all strategies and esoteric arts. He spent his life pursuing immortality, but remained on the road without achieving any progress. Even if he obtained a fortuitous opportunity and accidentally arrived in this world, reaching a certain level of cultivation, he was still limited by the world's ranks. Breaking through the limitations of the world was incredibly difficult. He was about to give up, quietly waiting for his lifespan to run out. However, the appearance of the Douluo world ignited a glimmer of hope in his previously quiet heart. This hope was further magnified after MaHongjun entered the Douluo world. Having lived long enough to see much, his experiences were naturally unparalleled. He knew that the variables of fate could bring tremendous changes to the world, even leading the world to upgrade. Therefore, he felt a favorable impression towards that variable, especially since that variable was also one of his own kind. As one of the strongest among humanity, he could naturally sense the changes in humanity's fortune, which made him feel even more connected. The god of destruction had no idea that the seal he set, at the cost of a clone, had long been broken and was still complacently thinking that he had completely sealed the passage from the spirit realm to the Three Kingdoms world. Little did he know, although Giguzi's cultivation was only equivalent to the early stages of a god king, and he was not adept at combat, he was well versed in the laws of the Tao, and even some esoteric techniques and left-hand paths were mastered by him. In an imperial tomb in the spirit realm, terracotta warriors were scattered everywhere, exuding a strong military aura. At a high point in front of the terracotta warriors, there was a circular command platform. The middle-aged man Wei Liao, who had just been thousands of miles away, suddenly appeared on a command platform covered with teleportation array patterns. Minister, I seek an audience with your majesty. Wei Liao, with a respectful expression akin to how he treated his master Giguzi, bowed respectfully towards the higher black area ahead. What is it about? A slightly sharp voice rang out. Reporting to Minister L, this matter was instructed by my master. I hope Minister L will inform your majesty. If it is your benefactor's instruction, then come with me. After speaking, a pale-faced, beardless figure appeared and walked deeper into the imperial tomb. Deeper in the tomb, in a black dragon hall with 9 golden chains, a coffin that did not touch the ground, a middle-aged man with a stern expression stood atop the coffin, gazing into the distance. The fortune of humanity has actually increased. Interesting. Has the variable foretold by Elder Gigu appeared? The middle-aged man was none other than Qin Shi Huang, the ancient emperor who unified China and swept across the 6 realms. His physical strength was unfathomable. Merely looking at him felt like gazing into an abyss. Yet he did not exude any signs of cultivation, not even possessing internal energy. Wei Liao, what is he here for? Could it be that Elder Gigu has some plans regarding the variable that requires me to come out? Suddenly, the first emperor looked towards the 2 figures walking from the underground palace, surprised. Minister, I pay my respects to your majesty. After many years, you seem even more heroic. Wei Liao bowed down, a fervent faith radiating from his eyes. I am no longer the human emperor. There is no need for excessive formalities. What brings you to the imperial tomb? The first emperor's eyes flashed with a hint of loneliness. Then he spoke solemnly. My master said, the variable has emerged, and your majesty can re-enter the world, lead humanity to ascend to the 9 heavens, and break the predetermined fate. Wei Liao said excitedly. He was a powerful minister beside the first emperor hundreds of years ago, and contrary to rumors that he distanced himself from the mundane world to practice after the first emperor's death. He instead accompanied the seemingly dead first emperor to the spirit realm to seek help from the master Giguzi. There, Giguzi used the technique of crossing the sea with a slight trick to alter the first emperor's fate and conceal his destiny. As the eternal emperor and the hope for the rise of humanity, Giguzi naturally couldn't bear to see him fall, so he used a great formation to obscure his fate, making it undetectable by the heavens. However, this meant that the first emperor, who unified the world and was as fierce as a tiger, could not leave the dragon coffin even a step. Fortunately, El Buwei, the leader of the miscellaneous school who also faked his death, underwent a complete transformation, obediently following the first emperor's orders and building a new mausoleum modeled after the first emperor's tomb from the Three Kingdoms world. Not only that, many mighty generals who were destined to be eliminated by history were also saved by Giguzi using various miraculous formations. They just couldn't appear outside the formations again. Now, Wei Liao surprisingly said he could descend to the mortal realm soon, and the first emperor couldn't hide his excitement, laughing heartily. Good. Our humanity can also bring about changes in the world, truly worthy of being my humanity. Haha. Then let me and him contribute our strength for the rise of humanity. As he stepped forward, the entire mausoleum seemed to tremble, and countless terracotta warriors suddenly came to life. Proclaim my decree, the edict of the human emperor, the heavens respond. The holy virtue is vast, shaking the four seas. I know my strength is limited, so I lower my status as the human emperor. From now on, all beings may call themselves emperor. May all beings be like dragons. Thus it is. Immediately, a golden decree appeared in the first emperor's hand, and without hesitation, he stamped it with the seal of the human emperor. Chapter 194. For internal affairs, consult Zhang Zhao. Golden light filled the air, blood energy surged, and countless terracotta warriors suddenly came to life, kneeling and saying, "The old Qin people obey the decree." Then, various strange phenomena appeared throughout the spirit realm, with countless humanoid phantoms half-kneeling to receive the decree. Confucians obey the decree. Strategists obey the decree. Yin-yang masters obey the decree. All schools obey the decree. At this moment, the spirit realm's luck was unprecedentedly condensed, and the disputes among the 100 schools vanished. In truth, the various factions were not as harmonious as they seemed on the surface. But when it came to the great righteousness of humanity, that astonishing cohesion could indeed leave all races in the world dumbfounded. No destruction, no establishment. Only through destruction can there be establishment. The changes have occurred, and clinging to the incomplete status of the human emperor has become meaningless, and instead, it would hinder the future of humanity. Truly worthy of being the eternal emperor, indeed full of resolve. Outside the broken door, Giguzi looked at the first emperor's mausoleum with satisfaction, nodding in appreciation. Among the 100 schools in the spirit realm, only the Taoists were absent. However, the Taoists, mastering the three heavens, indeed did not need to kneel to the human emperor's decree. If it were a truly peak and complete human emperor's decree, even the legendary and most mysterious founder of Taoism, Laozi, who had already ascended, might bow and salute. Even Giguzi had little understanding of Taoism's Laozi, remembering only when the Tao Te Ching was left behind as he ascended beyond the Han Pass. The mysteries of the primordial era cannot be described in words. Perhaps in the blink of an eye, 100 years have passed in the outside world, or perhaps in the blink of an eye, 10,000 years have passed in the primordial era. The reason for this is that the primordial era is located at the center of the universe's chaos, amidst chaotic time and space, at the center of the river of fate. Now, speaking of MaHongjun, it was strange. He felt as if the invisible pressure of luck had suddenly disappeared. Could it be that Emperor Xian of Han, Lu Xia, had passed away unexpectedly? MaHongjun was studying the treasure of luck, the Shanhe too, in his hand, feeling his own luck surge, almost increasing by 30%. And couldn't he help but murmur. However, it was a good thing, so he didn't dwell on it too much, only instructing the heavenly guards to closely monitor the situation of Emperor Xian of Han and report at any moment. After finishing his administrative duties, MaHongjun let out a long sigh. He had been studying how to handle state affairs in the imperial study these days, and all orders were given from there. Cheng Yaojin, the commander of the imperial guards, was also not having it easy, staying outside day and night. Phew, finally finished these tedious matters. These chaotic things are indeed not my forte. Oh, my strategist. When will you come back to save me? It wasn't that MaHongjun didn't want to rest, but there were simply too many accumulated administrative tasks. Ever since the strategist Liu Bowen took command on the Tongtian Sea front, the political affairs of Wu had fallen solely on MaHongjun's shoulders. Wu did not lack other talented individuals. It was just that Liu Bowen had suddenly gone to strategize at the front due to urgent military matters, and, for a time, no suitable person could be found to take the lead. MaHongjun didn't feel comfortable handing it over to others, which led to the current situation. For external affairs, consult Zhou Yu. For internal affairs, consult Zhang Zhao. It seemed necessary to promote some of the veterans in Wu. Bring Zhang Zhao into the palace. Thinking of this, MaHongjun had to promote some people to escape the political whirlpool. This year, the lives of the common people of the Han were particularly difficult. It seemed that after handing over the state affairs to Zhang Zhao, he should relax a bit and secretly visit the people to understand their situation. But who should he go with? MaHongjun decided to set aside state affairs and suddenly felt a wave of lightness in his heart, then shook his head helplessly, suddenly realizing that having too many women wasn't good either. Not that he meant to be Versailles, but having too many women would definitely lead to a scene of chaos, which MaHongjun deeply understood. Now that he was already an adult, he had long since brought 3 women into the palace since establishing the kingdom of Wu. Liu Ji left political affairs behind to head to the Tongtian Sea when Wu was established for less than 3 months due to the urgent military situation. The secret realm of the Tongtian Sea had now transformed into vast territories, islands, and roads due to the fusion of the 2 realms. Coincidentally, aside from the islands, the secret realm of the Tongtian Sea also had 3 main roads leading directly to the Douluo domain, with Wu naturally guarding one of them. Moreover, due to the world's fusion, the Sun and Moon Empire had also merged into the Douluo continent, dramatically increasing its power and compensating for the gap in strength caused by MaHongjun leading everyone to the Han. The urgent military situation at the front was also significantly related to the addition of the Sun and Moon Empire, but fortunately, both sides were striving to restrain themselves, enhancing their own strength against the backdrop of this great era, with no intention of making a full-scale effort. Otherwise, even MaHongjun, the king of Wu and Han of the 3 kingdoms, would not be able to sit so leisurely at the back. Just as he was thinking about things, a eunuch's announcement came from outside, saying that Zhang Zhao had arrived. "Greetings, your majesty." Zhang Zhao merely bowed slightly, and then stood up, waiting for MaHongjun to speak. With a somewhat arrogant expression, Zhang Zhao was originally a key minister under Sun Tzu, later entrusted to Sun Quan's son. After MaHongjun conquered eastern Wu and established Wuhan, although he surrendered, MaHongjun did not immediately reuse him, but instead demoted him 1 rank to observe. Although Zhang Zhao was very talented and understood that those who adapt to circumstances are the true heroes, he was still not very familiar with MaHongjun. And given his historical record of surrendering to Cao Cao during the Battle of Chibi, his proud personality made MaHongjun uneasy about him. However, due to MaHongjun's influence, the Battle of Chibi clearly could not have any further issues. Upon seeing Zhang Zhao appear, MaHongjun couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed, reflecting that he had indeed been too petty and needed to align his demeanor more with the ancestral dragon. Zhang Zhao, courtesy named Zibu, had the realm of Soul Saint and was evaluated as a capable minister for governing the world. Potential, God-level loyalty. 90, diligent and responsible. Absolutely no second thoughts, Mr. Zibu, you finally arrived. Come, take a seat, take a seat. MaHongjun greeted enthusiastically without a hint of royal airs. The main reason he sat in this position was largely due to the system and Liu Ji pushing him into it. Seeing Zhang Zhao's loyalty, MaHongjun couldn't help but want to slap himself a few times. Although he had met Zhang Zhao a few times, they had never talked in detail privately, so he naturally hadn't paid attention to Zhang Zhao's panel. Thank you, your majesty. I wonder why your highness summoned me? Zhang Zhao did not show the typical surprise of being favored. Instead, he calmly sat in front of MaHongjun and asked directly, I want to promote you to be in charge of the affairs of the Wuhan rear, overseeing everything from the back. I just want to know how you feel about it. MaHongjun knew that Zhang Zhao was always bold enough to speak frankly and was not afraid of authority. So he also spoke directly. Historically, Zhang Zhao's importance in Sun Wu was comparable to that of Sun Yu in Chao Wei, serving as a strategist. The reason he never attained the position of chancellor was not due to a lack of ability, but because Sun Quan was petty and could not tolerate his straightforward admonitions. Coupled with the stain from the Battle of Chibi, Zhang Zhao had always been in an awkward position of fluctuating status. A wise ruler indeed. Your Majesty is truly a sagacious monarch, and I did not misjudge you. Oh, so Zibu is confident in overseeing the rear affairs for Wuhan? MaHongjun was not angered by Zhang Zhao's boldness. Instead, he felt that it was genuine character. If I am to oversee the rear affairs, I will not fail your majesty's trust, ensuring that General Liu has no worries from behind and serving your majesty with utmost dedication until death. Upon hearing MaHongjun's candid words, Zhang Zhao became bolder, stepping forward and kneeling on one knee to request the decree. It turned out that Liu Ji had met with Zhang Zhao alone before the expedition. Although it was unclear what was said, Zhang Zhao had completely pledged allegiance to MaHongjun since then. Afterwards, MaHongjun couldn't help but feel helpless. Liu Ji knew his character and capabilities well and had already prepared a backup for him. However, he hadn't spoken out due to concerns about suspicion. After all, he already held significant military and political power, and if he interfered with rear affairs, it would inevitably arouse other suspicions. Good, Zhang Zhao, receive the decree. You are to take charge of the Wuhan rear affairs, primarily responsible for alleviating all concerns for the frontline troops. In your spare time, handle some of my miscellaneous matters. MaHongjun immediately issued the imperial order, granting Zhang Zhao significant authority. Chapter 195. The Copper Sparrow locks away the two Qiaos. The strategist is indeed a strategist. Fortunately, I have the system, or I really wouldn't have such great courage. Besides Zhang Zhao, Lu Bu's allegiance initially made MaHongjun wary, but he still chose to accept the heavy responsibility, even though his loyalty was a pitiful 70 points, just above the threshold. The main reason for this decision was that Lu Bu's wife and daughter had a deep connection with MaHongjun. Don't misunderstand. MaHongjun naturally did not share Cao Cao's interests or have any special quirks. Instead, he had saved Lu Bu's wife, Yin, and daughter, El Qiling, from a flood. And El Qiling treated MaHongjun almost as a second parent, even closer than to Lu Bu. This was because, outside Luoyang, he had saved the pair from the flood caused by the influx of the waters from the Tianwei Sea. Lu Bu, for this reason, had brought notable ministers and generals such as Zhang Liao, Chen Gong, and Gao Shun to pledge allegiance when his territory was seized and he was left homeless. MaHongjun could refuse Lu Bu and Chen Gong, but he truly couldn't bring himself to reject the valiant Gao Shun, known for his 800 elite troops, and Zhang Bibi, who historically struck fear at Ziyijin. To speak frankly, with your daughter and wife's hearts in my hands, what do you have to rebel with? How dare you rebel, unless Lu Bu wishes to lose his family? From MaHongjun's understanding, although Lu Bu had a rebellious streak, he was particularly loyal, especially to his family. After handing over the political affairs to the energetic Zhang Zhao, MaHongjun felt unprecedentedly relaxed and slept in the next morning until the sun was high in the sky. You're already a founding monarch, yet you're still so lazy. If I had known, I would have had your father come to wake you up, Ning Rongrong said playfully as she brought over a basin of water for washing. If my father-in-law is willing to help me, I would naturally be more than grateful. I also need to thank you, Rongrong, for your trust in leading the entire sect to live in this other world with me. MaHongjun expressed his gratitude, quickly jumping up and moving to embrace Ning Rongrong. Rongrong, you're becoming more and more beautiful and alluring. MaHongjun teased, inhaling the fragrance of the beauty as he held her slender waist. He regretted not having taken more time the previous night when he had rushed to Ning Rongrong's palace and fell asleep without any preamble. Just as he was about to get closer, the fairy in his arms suddenly transformed into a sorceress. I warn you, there are palace maids outside. If you dare to indulge in daylight fantasies, I will. Ning Rongrong said with a soft but fierce expression. MaHongjun instantly felt a chill run down his spine. No, all right, the political affairs are not too busy these days. How about I take you all out for a stroll? We've been here for so long, and I haven't taken you for a proper outing. MaHongjun awkwardly changed the topic. As if you dare. I'll go call Zhu Qing and Lingling. If you dare to stand me up again, I want to let you off. Ning Rongrong pretended to be fierce, but her heart was actually filled with joy as she immediately turned and ran to call her good sisters. In MaHongjun's large harem, there were only these 3 women, showing just how much he spoiled them. MaHongjun respected them, and they understood that women held a low status in the Han Dynasty. Now that they heard MaHongjun wanted to set aside political affairs to take them out for fun, they couldn't help but feel even more delighted. Although in the past 3 years, she had traveled with Zhu Qing, they had not gone very far. Due to the constraints of Confucian ideology in the Han Dynasty, women faced many inconveniences when traveling far, even when disguised as men. However, it would be much better if someone accompanied them. Being by MaHongjun's side would allow them to set aside all their worries. The first stop for MaHongjun was Zhejiang, formerly known as Chaisang, the site of Zhou Yu's command platform and the place where the Battle of Chibi began. This was purposeful, as there were many preparations needed for the establishment of the dynasty. Although Tianwei had already started preparations, there were still some things that required his personal involvement. When Sun Wu was destroyed, Zhou Yu did not follow Sun Quan. Instead, he was spared by MaHongjun's grace and settled in Chaisang. MaHongjun's visit this time was also to see if he could win over this beautiful Zhou Yu. Remembering the truth behind Sun Tzu's demise, MaHongjun was filled with anticipation for this trip to Chaisang. Thinking of this, MaHongjun couldn't help but recall the Battle of Chibi. The folding fan remains unsold, and the iron has not yet rusted. Washing away the past, the east wind did not favor Zhou Yu, and the copper sparrows lock away the two Qiaos. Among them, Xiao Qiao was Zhou Yu's wife, who was now naturally with him, while the Qiao, mourning Sun Tzu's death, was also kept close by Zhou Yu as a sister-in-law. This information could be easily found. MaHongjun, possessing one of the world's most powerful intelligence organizations, knew these things with ease. Apart from the already fragmented Han dynasty, MaHongjun is confident that his Tianwei is the intelligence king of this world. Perhaps during the peak of the Han dynasty, they could have a hand-wrestling match with Tianwei. But now that the Han is in pieces, it is estimated that it is only comparable to Tianwei's subordinate force, by Shaosheng. The importance of intelligence is self-evident. Almost all the lords in this era pay great attention to it. Guo Jia and Zhuge Liang, the military advisors under Cao Cao and Liu Bei respectively, are both top-notch strategists who have established entirely new intelligence networks based on the Han dynasty. MaHongjun did not make a grand appearance, but chose to go undercover with his 3 concubines. The 3 women disguised themselves as men, surrounding MaHongjun. Otherwise, with their unparalleled beauty, it would be difficult to travel peacefully. Not far away, a seemingly ordinary carriage is moving slowly, with the occasional roar of strange beasts coming from both sides of the official road. A handsome young man with silver hair is driving the carriage. Hubby, do you think the strange beasts outside will one day dominate a large forest like the Douluo continent? Zhu Zhuqing asked curiously while lying on MaHongjun's lap. No, there isn't a large forest here like the Stardo forest that is suitable for soul beasts to grow, and the Han dynasty is the world of humans. MaHongjun replied gently and confidently while stroking Zhu Zhuqing's hair. Ning Rongrong had already fallen asleep on the soft bed beside them, as a support-type soul master. Her physical fitness is naturally not comparable to Zhu Zhuqing's. The one driving the carriage is Yi Lingling, the princess of the 9 Hearts Begonia clan. The 2 women inside the carriage have returned to their feminine attire, though they are still wearing men's clothing. Chapter 196, Pestilence Human Race? Why race? Are there other races besides soul beasts and humans? Yi Lingling, who was driving the carriage, curiously turned her head to ask. Of course. Although humans are the leaders of all beings, in some worlds, humans are not the dominant race. And in some places, they are even at the lower end of the food chain among all races. MaHongjun replied with a slight smile, then answered somewhat sadly. I see. Yi Lingling was taken aback, but chose to trust MaHongjun without asking further. Why do you insist on having us call you hubby? I feel husband is more suitable for the trend of this era. I actually prefer to call you that. Before MaHongjun could lament the weakness of the human race, Ning Rongrong's soft voice suddenly came from her sleep, her eyes flashing with cunning. Yes, I wish to know you. May our lives be long and unbroken. When mountains crumble and rivers run dry, when winter thunders and summer snows, when heaven and earth unite, I dare to sever ties with you. People in this era are very poetic. No wonder Sister Rongrong wants to call you husband. Zhu Zhuqing teased from the side. Since you want to call me husband, then in public, I will be husband, and in private I will be hubby. Hubby also has a profound meaning. It represents my boundless love for you. MaHongjun explained patiently, his emotions indeed changing back to his usual demeanor. What meaning? Ning Rongrong asked curiously. The hubby in hubby means accompanying you until old age, and the meaning of hubby is more complex. You know that eunuchs are also called gong gong, right? It means I will listen to you and obey you like a eunuch to his master. Don't you think this is a term of endearment for you? MaHongjun explained half-truthfully. Hearing MaHongjun's explanation, the 3 women were all moved to tears, making MaHongjun feel a bit awkward, and he couldn't help but sigh that women indeed need to be coaxed. After calming them down, seeing the scorching summer outside, he simply took over the driving from Yi Lingling. Once they left the boundaries of Jianya City and reached the Chaisang area, the scene before MaHongjun greatly shocked him. As they walked, many emaciated citizens began to appear on the official road, with scenes of disputes over a piece of bread. I'll stop and see what is happening up ahead. You three stay inside and don't come out, MaHongjun said as he halted the carriage and quickly walked over. My bread? This is my bread. You bunch of robbers, this is all my family's food. Where's your conscience? A woman with 2 children cried out desperately, watching 3 middle-aged men fighting over a piece of bread. Stop. How can you do such a thing in broad daylight? You are truly bringing shame to the citizens of Wuhan. MaHongjun's face turned extremely ugly as he witnessed the citizens of Wu fighting over a piece of bread in broad daylight. If this kind of thing were to be known by Wei Han or Shu Han, how could he show his face? It would be a direct social death. Seeing MaHongjun appear, exuding the unique aura of a higher-up, the 3 men fighting over the bread felt as if they were being stared at by a giant beast, their hair standing on end. My lord, spare us. We are just too hungry. We haven't harmed her. We truly know we were wrong. My lord, spare us. One of the middle-aged men was the first to kneel and plead for mercy. The other 2 quickly swallowed their last bite of bread and hurriedly knelt down to beg for mercy. You, Sai, how did it come to this? How did my people of Wu come to this? MaHongjun couldn't help but sigh, while a surge of nameless anger rose within him. My lord, don't be angry. My lord, spare us. My lord, please spare us. We had no choice. The citizens have nothing to eat. We were driven to this point. The 3 men immediately knelt down like fallen garlic, each with a pale and powerless expression, yet still desperately pleading for mercy. Yes, now that disasters are rampant. The authorities only distribute seeds for us to plant, but do not provide food. At most, they give you a bowl of thin porridge to relieve the urgent need, which cannot fill our stomachs, another man hurriedly explained. Since the founding of Wuhan, it has not been smooth sailing, and the authorities also distribute food and seeds. Why are there still no harvests? Why are there disasters? MaHongjun looked at the mother and daughter nearby with disbelief, wanted to see if the 3 were deceiving him. The common woman greets you, my lord. Alas, what they say is true. We indeed have a locust disaster here. The woman said sorrowfully as she accepted the reality that the 3 men had shared the bread. MaHongjun has always adhered to the principle that it is better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. Not providing porridge for relief only helps in emergencies. He usually distributes food and seeds, allowing the citizens to work hard for their own sustenance. After thinking for a moment, MaHongjun realized this was his oversight. He never expected this outcome, and it was due to the policies he had implemented. No wonder Tianwei did not dare to report the disaster here. Locust disaster? Suddenly, MaHongjun noticed the implication in the woman's words and fell into deep thought. He then took out 6 meat pies and threw them to the 3 men, asking, what kind of locusts? Even the 2 small children, 1 boy and 1 girl, received a meat pie. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord. Thank you for your generosity. Thank you for the meat pie, big brother. Oh, it's so delicious. Big brother, you eat too. Oh, it's so good. The youngest little girl couldn't help but break off a piece of the meat pie and take a bite, then reluctantly looked at MaHongjun and handed him half of it. Haha, big brother won't eat. Good girl, save it for later, MaHongjun said, gently ruffling her adorable head with a smile. Thank you, Lord Xie, for saving my life. The monster possesses sharp claws and is covered in black and red armor, instilling fear in the hearts of the people. Good farmland has been destroyed, and the common folk are saying that this is a sign from the heavens, with demons running rampant. The women are quite polite and only explain again when MaHongjun looks at them. Yes, wherever this bug appears, nothing grows. It leaves behind slimy juices and a foul smell in the air. It initially appeared only in the rice fields, but in just a few days, these monsters have begun to appear in the homes of the common people, causing all of us to be unable to return home. My lord, you should leave quickly and not go any further. Just as she was saying this, an old man passing by came over to persuade them. MaHongjun looked ahead and saw a sea of people coming this way. Oh, where are you going, old man? MaHongjun concluded in his heart, swallowed hard, and asked the old man, Sai, do you see the people behind? They are all unfortunate souls fleeing to the capital. Some common folk have fallen into the pile of bugs and have been bitten to death in an instant. We are all suffering because of this big bug. The old man sighed helplessly. Chapter 197, The Young Xiao. To be honest, I am an official sent by the court to resolve this insect disaster. Having just come from the capital, when I arrived, I also saw this kind of bug, and I think it has spread everywhere by now. However, the court has already devised a solution, and I believe it has been managed properly. Why not come back with me, and we can check the results of the management within a day? MaHongjun thought carefully about his words and spoke gently. At the same time, to convince them of his abilities, he waved his hand and summoned a heavenly fire from above, while behind him, fiery phoenix wings unfolded and soared, demonstrating his strength. Floating in mid-air, his face was like a sheath, with beautiful features, handsome appearance, sharp eyebrows, and bright eyes, exuding an imposing aura without anger. Heaven bless the Wu Kingdom. My lord is an awakener, or rather an incredibly powerful awakener, who can even fly. Truly a divine being. Heaven bless the Wu Kingdom. It seemed to pressure others, but in reality, these people respected the strong even more. Ordinary people of the Han Dynasty understood reverence better than those in the Douluo continent. Everyone was amazed by MaHongjun's astonishing strength, and they returned to Chaisang before MaHongjun's carriage. Although the physique of ordinary people in the Han Dynasty has improved due to the revival of spiritual energy, most are still at the ordinary person stage, with limited improvement, and they have a divine-like reverence for the strong. Only soldiers who train regularly show significant improvement, and the awakened martial souls are either weapons or their original forms. With no flying-type martial souls having appeared, the old man could see this because he had encountered people who fled from the Douluo world. The current Douluo continent was no longer a secret to the Han Dynasty. The warlords of the three kingdoms had long since reconciled since the establishment of their nations, and the news of their alliance to guard the secret realm of the Tongtian Sea had already spread. This was also one of the reasons MaHongjun was confident in inviting Zhou Yu to come out of retirement. Let us go. I'll treat you all to a feast. After everyone turned back to Chaisang, MaHongjun happily smiled at the three women in the carriage. Aren't we going to resolve the insect disaster? Maybe we should prioritize that. National affairs are urgent. Let us go check on the insect disaster first. Yi Lingling said understandingly. The other two women also nodded in agreement with Yi Lingling, not wanting to delay national matters for their own amusement, nor wanting to cause the common people to suffer. Don't worry, eating a feast and resolving the insect disaster are not conflicting. Once we have our feast, the insect disaster will naturally resolve itself. MaHongjun was almost eager to validate his thoughts, so he briefly explained and then drove the carriage behind the fleeing people. Half an hour later, upon seeing the appearance of the insect disaster with small pincers and black-red armor on the road, MaHongjun completely relaxed, thinking it would be simple now. Zhu Qing. Prepare a larger wooden tub and fill it halfway with water. We will head to the Zhou residence first and collect the pests we see on the way and throw them into the tub. After arriving at the post station and settling the carriage, MaHongjun instructed Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing was usually silent in front of outsiders, but after leaving the carriage, she returned to her usual ice-cold beauty. This little bug doesn't seem to have much soul power. Why are these people so afraid of them? Ning Rongrong picked up a small bug with a handkerchief and asked curiously. Its scientific name is crayfish. It really doesn't have much power, and any ordinary person can eliminate a group, but if you accidentally get pinched by its claws, it still hurts quite a bit. If there are many, it can also be deadly, especially to the crops in the rice fields. MaHongjun explained with a smile, his eyes shining with an inexplicable light. The crayfish in Ning Rongrong's hand suddenly lifted its claws and pinched at her jade hand through the handkerchief. Bold demon. Great dragon of heaven. Great Luo spell. I messed up. Let us start over. Be careful. Are you okay? After saying that, MaHongjun cruelly pried open the crayfish's claws and asked with concern. Ugh, why are you being so bloody? Ning Rongrong threw away the handkerchief stained with crayfish innards and said angrily. I can't help it. This thing won't let go unless it's dead. MaHongjun didn't mind the mess, picked up the handkerchief from the ground, and wiped his hands with the clean part, saying helplessly. Yi Lingling, on the other hand, was sulking on the side. How is it? You were trying to be nice, and you deserve it. I'm back. Just then, Zhu Zhuqing returned with a large tub. Why so fast? MaHongjun looked suspiciously at the bucket of water in Zhu Zhuqing's hand. There's no one in front. Do you need the ones we picked up on the way? If not, I'll take it back. Zhu Zhuqing's face turned red, pretending to be calm. Of course, Zhu Zhuqing wouldn't tell MaHongjun that she had picked this up from a wealthy household, getting half a bucket of water from the well. However, she was a petty thief either. She left a gold soul coin on the stone by the well and scratched a note with her little cat paw indicating the intention to buy the bucket. Thus, the three of them continued asking and collecting the scattered crayfish crawling along the road into the water bucket. Soon, they arrived at a rather grand and dignified residence, the Zhou residence. At the entrance of the Zhou residence, people were lining up next to the stone lions, where someone was distributing porridge. MaHongjun walked in and saw that the ones in charge of distributing porridge were two exceptionally beautiful women dressed simply yet elegantly. The older woman was not much less in stature than Zhu Zhuqing, especially her long legs, which were comparable to the tall and strong MaHongjun. "Hey, big brother, who is in front distributing porridge to us?" Although MaHongjun had some guesses, he still pulled a thin, haggard, middle-aged man from the line to ask. "This, sir. You might not know. You must be from out of town. The two in front are the famous Zhou's wife and sister-in-law from Jiangdong. These days, we've been able to eat thanks to their charity. They are our lifesavers. I see you are also from a wealthy family. So please don't compete with us for food." The middle-aged man, seeing MaHongjun dressed in luxurious clothing, did not dare to be disrespectful and patiently explained before quickly rushing back to the line. MaHongjun shook his head helplessly. Just as he was about to reward the man, he ran off so fast. MaHongjun glanced at the two women and, along with the three women disguised as men, walked towards the main entrance of the Zhou residence. "Please inform that someone from Jinling City has come to meet the head of the Zhou family and present a solution to the pest disaster." MaHongjun handed a jade pendant to the servant at the gate, demonstrating his respect for talent. Jianya is also known as Jinling City, and MaHongjun had long wanted to change the name of the capital Jianya to Jinling. However, due to the delays caused by the war at the Tongtian Sea, this was no longer a secret in high society. As Jianya prospered, many people privately referred to it as Jinling. "Please wait a moment, noble guest. I will report to the family head right away." The servant's eyes lit up upon hearing that someone from Jinling City had arrived and hurried to report. If Zhou knew you were so courteous in your meeting as a king, he would certainly be favorably impressed, Ning Rongrong said happily beside MaHongjun, though there was a hint of sadness in her eyes. Upon closer observation, it was clear that she, like Zhu Zhuqing and Yi Lingling, frequently glanced toward the places where the disaster victims were receiving rice porridge, clearly wanting to personally distribute porridge and help those in need. "I hope so. You don't need to look anymore. Since I'm here, I will definitely provide a solution to the pest disaster," MaHongjun said, keenly perceiving the thoughts of the three women and offering them comfort. Chapter 198. Spicy Lobster. The three women looked at MaHongjun with admiration and joy. Only Zhu Zhuqing, after calming down, kept glancing between the lobster in her hand and MaHongjun, unable to figure out how he would solve the pest disaster. Soon, a handsome young man walked out of the mansion, sizing up MaHongjun from head to toe. "I apologize for not welcoming you in person, noble guest from Jinling. Please come in," Zhou said, initially pleased that Jinling had sent a solution to the pest problem, but his expression changed dramatically upon seeing MaHongjun. He maintained a calm demeanor as he greeted and invited MaHongjun. "You are too polite, Zhou family head. Rongrong, you and Lingling go find a place to stay at the family inn first. Zhuqing and I will talk with Zhou and then come to find you." MaHongjun replied, returning to U.S. greeting. He knew Zhou had recognized his identity, so he instructed Ning Rongrong and the others to leave. It wasn't out of fear that Zhou might do something, but rather because bringing the whole family into the mansion would not be appropriate. Hence he intentionally sent the two women away. This was also a display for Zhou, showing his trust in him. After all, on the surface, the two women were also Soul Sage-level powerhouses, and having them by his side would instead make it seem like he didn't trust Zhou. Like many famous figures in the Three Kingdoms world, Zhou had received the enhancement of the Meteor Tier's energy, rapidly improving his strength and talent. He had now become a Soul Douluo powerhouse, just like MaHongjun. MaHongjun and Zhou walked side by side into the Zhou family mansion, while Zhu Zhuqing easily followed behind with a water bucket. The grand entrance and the brick-carved plaque above, along with the floral decorations, all appeared exceptionally clear and beautiful. The courtyard structure was exquisite and unique, showcasing the owner's prominence and elegance. There was no need to mention the grandeur of the main hall and its intricate carvings. Even a corridor connecting to the backyard was meticulously designed, creating its own scenic view. Upon reaching the main hall, Zhou voluntarily offered the main seat to MaHongjun and sat in the guest seat instead, surprising MaHongjun greatly. This was not the same Zhou who had refused to recruit him when the Wu Kingdom was just established. "All right, you may all leave. I have important matters to discuss." "Who is this?" Zhou first spoke to dismiss those around him, and then looked at Zhu Zhuqing and asked. "My wife." MaHongjun replied without hesitation, taking a sip from the tea on the table. "Greetings, Your Highness, and greetings, Princess. I apologize for the lack of courtesy upon Your Majesty's arrival. May I ask what solution you have for the pest disaster?" Zhou said, appearing to express regret. But in reality, he didn't show much reverence toward MaHongjun. He directly asked the reason behind MaHongjun's courtesy. Eat. Although MaHongjun knew Zhou Yu cared for the common people of Jiangdong, he still didn't use this to coerce Zhou Yu into allegiance. After all, these were his own subjects and compatriots. He would never joke with their lives. Eat? Bugs? How is that possible? Zhou Yu's stomach churned at once, looking at MaHongjun with a terrified expression. Shocked. Who is this person? This is too bold. In his understanding, lobsters and cockroaches are no different. A person who eats cockroaches, just ask if you're convinced, afraid, or impressed, and such fierce words come from the mouth of an emperor. Actions speak louder than words. Zhu Qing, give me the bucket. Gongjin, please go find a cast iron pot and various ingredients to send to the kitchen according to my instructions. MaHongjun had various ingredients and an iron pot in his spatial ring. However, to give Zhou Yu a sense of involvement, he assigned him a task. Naturally, to better recruit Zhou Yu. On the surface, MaHongjun appeared harmless, but in reality, he was quite cunning, especially after becoming an emperor. He unconsciously began to employ imperial methods, which had become a habit, though he still had much room for growth. While it is said that great achievers do not sweat the small stuff, MaHongjun placed great importance on his future subordinates, and anything related was not considered trivial in his eyes. Zhou Yu merely smiled and did not seem concerned, calmly instructing the servants to bring the necessary items and personally assisting. As a top strategist and commander, he understood that MaHongjun's purpose was not just to solve the pest disaster. Yet, he was pleased with this. After the events of the Tongtian Sea spread, he had the thought of serving the court. However, clever people have their own methods and pride. A genius is a genius because they understand how to utilize their value and read the room. Sometimes, waiting for a favorable price is more beneficial than actively seeking cooperation, making it easier to gain the upper class's attention and manifest one's value. All right, I've instructed the servants to prepare. Can these bugs really be eaten? Zhou Yu returned to his position after giving orders and looked at MaHongjun, his gaze carefully observing MaHongjun's expression changes. Yes, MaHongjun affirmed confidently. Well, since your highness is so confident, I will wait and see. If you can solve the pest problem, I will certainly treat you with utmost respect. If you cannot, then so be it. Please move to the east kitchen. Zhou Yu secretly nodded, making a decision as he stood up and invited MaHongjun. A gentleman's word. MaHongjun quickly stood up, excitedly saying, this phrase simply meant, I see through your intentions. If you can solve the pest disaster, then we can talk. If not, then you can leave. It must be said that MaHongjun was still too inexperienced. Just one word about eating led Zhou Yu to vaguely guess MaHongjun's intentions and focus on whether or not they could be eaten. Through other subtle hints, Zhou Yu once again deduced MaHongjun's purpose for coming, proving how incredibly clever these wise individuals were. After all, although the Zhou family was currently the largest family in Chaisang, they were not actually the ones managing it. A horse can't catch up. Zhou Yu replied affirmatively. Just because of their great reputation, it might be understandable, but it would never be the king personally coming, so there must be other motives. However, just by piecing together these hints, Zhou Yu was able to guess MaHongjun's intentions, which was enough to demonstrate how smart these wise individuals truly were. Due to the connection with the Douluo world for 3 to 4 years, the ingredients in the Three Kingdoms world had also diversified. Garlic, chili peppers, and other essential ingredients are readily available and very cheap. Almost every household can get them. As for the saying that gentlemen should stay away from the kitchen, that's not entirely true. In special circumstances, one can still cook, and this phrase does not imply that men cannot cook. MaHongjun taught the servants and Zhu Qing how to devein the shrimp, and the reason he personally did it was that the servants had a fear of the crayfish. So he had to set a good example. A large bucket of crayfish was quickly processed. Half an hour later, the fragrant aroma of the crayfish filled the entire eastern kitchen, making everyone's appetite increase and eliminating their fear of the crayfish. MaHongjun couldn't wait to break open a crayfish, revealing the tender shrimp meat, paired with spicy broth. Taking a bite was a delightful experience. Both tender in texture and stimulating in flavor, truly addictive. So delicious. I haven't had such good food in a long time. Come on, Zhu Qing, you should have one too. MaHongjun said, quickly peeling another crayfish and handing it to Zhu Qing. He then couldn't help but peel one for himself, the tender shrimp meat revealed, dipped in the spicy broth, and taking a bite was hot and refreshing, truly exciting. Seeing MaHongjun enjoy his meal, Zhu Qing couldn't resist picking up a crayfish that MaHongjun had peeled and putting in her mouth, immediately feeling delighted and unable to stop, licking her fingers in appreciation. Come on, Gongjin, sit down quickly. We can't finish all this. After saying this, MaHongjun looked at the stunned Zhou Yu beside him and spoke without reservation, as if he were at home. A table full of crayfish truly realized the freedom of eating crayfish. Garlic crayfish, spicy crayfish, 13-spice crayfish, steamed crayfish, and various other ways to enjoy them. P.S. I hope everyone can first choose to read and subscribe on Qidian to support, and secondly on QQ Reading, which offers free support through the QQ browser. The last two options are now free. Finally, I hope friends from Bkuj can come and make a first subscription. Afterward, those who want to read for free can go to QQ browser and let me see how many people are there, so the author can regain confidence to keep writing. Lastly, thanks to every reader for their support. Thank you all for your understanding. Chapter 199, The Grand Commander of the Water Army. Seeing MaHongjun test the waters, Zhou Yu dared not remain standing and quickly sat down, mimicking MaHongjun's actions to eat the crayfish. Just as it went down his throat, his pupils contracted. After eating one, he realized it had no fishy smell at all. It was incredibly delicious. What do you think? Do you think these methods of preparation will resolve the pestilence? MaHongjun finally set aside his desire to keep eating, wiped his hands, and smiled at Zhou Yu. Yes, you bows to your highness. According to our agreement, from now on, you will serve you with utmost loyalty. Zhou Yu quickly wiped his hands and stood up to bow. Please rise. Having you, Gongjin, assisting me is like having Han Xian by the side of Gaozu, like a fish in water. MaHongjun also showed great humility, and as he stood, he neglected the chair that had fallen over in his excitement, quickly supporting Zhou Yu's shoulder and saying, he hadn't expected to win over Zhou Yu so easily. Originally, MaHongjun planned to resolve the pest problem first before thinking of ways to win him over, and he had prepared quite a bit for it. But he didn't expect it to go so smoothly. To assist your highness in pacifying the chaotic world and eliminating foreign troubles is also my lifelong wish. Zhou Yu said, feeling moved. Which minister does not wish to be valued by the king? Zhou Yu assisted Sun So because of their deep bond, and assisted Sun Quan due to Sun So's dying wish, and because Sun Quan valued him greatly. Moreover, because of the intelligence network spread throughout the world, Sun So's death would reveal many doubts upon investigation, and it was highly likely to be internal conflicts within Sun Wu. And who was the biggest beneficiary in the whole of Eastern Wu at that time? It was undoubtedly MaHongjun, who only launched his attack on Eastern Wu after Sun So's death. Eastern Wu, under Sun Quan, lasted less than 3 years before being completely pacified. In the years since the establishment of the Wuhan state, there has been significant development in all aspects, and the people's lives are very prosperous, with every household having surplus grain. If it weren't for the pestilence, it would have been even more flourishing, especially in the capital Jinling. Utilizing the advantages of modern industrial technology from the Douluo continent, combined with the craftsmanship inherited from Huaxia, it was transformed into a world-renowned city in just 6 months. Such a magnificent ruler. How could it not inspire admiration? Even someone as clever as Zhou Yu could not escape this allure. Gulme, as the providers of the people's food and clothing, we must set a good example and not waste food. Let's continue eating. Oh, by the way, why not invite your wife and sister-in-law to enjoy the food together? Suddenly remembering the busy figures of Xiao Qiao and De Qiao outside the door, he suggested, Yes, Your Highness. Someone, please invite the lady and sister-in-law to the main hall for dinner. Zhou Yu showed no hesitation on his face and did not mention any futile ideas. Didn't he see Zhu Zhuqing sitting beside him, enjoying the food? With Zhu Zhuqing's figure and beauty, no matter how she tried to disguise it, it was obvious she was a woman. Anyone not foolish would refrain from saying anything like women should not enter the hall to avoid offending a royal consort, or even a future consort. MaHongjun nodded in satisfaction. Talking to a smart person was different. He didn't have to worry about anything. Before long, the two women came into the main hall in a change of clothes, slightly bowing to MaHongjun before sitting down beside Zhou Yu. The naturally lively Xiao Qiao, smelling the delicious aroma, couldn't help but ask first, what dish is this? It smells so good. She looked at the crayfish on the table while glancing at Zhou Yu. Haha, this is the crayfish personally made by His Highness, specially for you to taste. Zhou Yu explained with a hearty laugh, showing great affection for his wife. Crayfish? Xiao Qiao expressed she had never heard of it. As for MaHongjun's identity, the servants had already informed them on the way here. Yes, it's what you refer to as a bug. Do you dare to eat it? MaHongjun peeled a crayfish and handed it to Zhu Zhuqing, then looked at the two women teasingly. What is there to be afraid of? I want to taste it too. Xiao Qiao, unable to resist the challenge, saw Zhu Zhuqing enjoying it and quickly picked up a crayfish, imitating MaHongjun's actions to peel it, eagerly eating it. Zhou Yu looked apologetically at MaHongjun, as if his eyes were saying, Your Highness, forgive me. My wife is not very sensible. MaHongjun had no intention of holding a grudge and turned to the quietly observing De Qiao, gently saying, "Lady's son, why don't you try it too? To see if we can truly resolve the pest problem, we must lead by example." "Thank you, Your Highness." De Qiao also picked up a crayfish and started eating. The meat was fresh and delicious, tender and juicy. Before long, the five of them had eaten more than half and were already too full to continue. "We can't waste it. Please pack this up for me. I want to take it back to the post station for my two wives to taste." MaHongjun stood up and washed his hands in the basin prepared nearby. He was still not quite accustomed to the speech and habits of ancient people, but fortunately, many people had come from the Douluo realm over 3 years ago, so everyone was not surprised by this way of speaking. Rather, it was very popular because the language was simple and easy to understand. Only in very formal occasions would they use elaborate language. Privately, it was of course best to speak simply. "Your Highness truly has a deep affection for the three princesses," Xiao Qiao said enviously to Zhu Zhuqing beside her. After the meal, through Xiao Qiao's initiative to socialize, she had become much more familiar with the usually taciturn Zhu Zhuqing, and they had become good friends. Sometimes communication between women is that simple. Often, just a few words in, there's a feeling of having met too late. Especially in MaHongjun's previous life in online games. It often took less than 3 sentences before they started calling each other wife. MaHongjun declined a request from the Zhou family to stay over, taking Zhu Zhuqing back to the inn. Upon entering, he even used the temperature of the phoenix flame to heat up the crayfish in the spatial soul guide. The next day, a long line of food stalls was set up in front of the Zhou residence, specifically distributing crayfish and steam buns, with business booming to the point that several women went over to help. The servants of the Zhou family simply couldn't keep up. A large sign was also put up, stating, "Buying crayfish, 5 copper soul coins per pound, equivalent to the modern purchasing power of 5 yuan. Due to the preciousness and superiority of the Douluo gold coin system, the current Han government was almost entirely recalling old copper coins in exchange for gold, silver, and copper soul coins. The streets were filled with citizens, each bending down to catch crayfish, and within half a day, the crayfish in the city had been caught clean. In the following days, citizens began to spontaneously venture outside the city, to rice fields, small villages, and any place that might harbor crayfish, clearing everything out. The power of food lovers is immense. In just a week, crayfish were nearly invisible in the farmland, and there were hardly any left even in the rice fields. By this time, the plague of pests had almost passed, and nearly everyone could prepare crayfish. Everyone loved eating crayfish, except for the occasional person with a crayfish allergy who couldn't eat too many. It had almost become a staple food for every household. Some prominent families even discovered a business opportunity and began to raise crayfish artificially. As long as they followed the requirements for breeding, MaHongjun wouldn't interfere, and in fact, he welcomed it. Soon, the Zhou family began to relocate, with Zhou actively requesting to move the family's focus to Jinling City. The main goal was to send his relatives into Jinling City, eliminating all of MaHongjun's suspicions. MaHongjun did not disappoint Zhou, handing out an imperial edict appointing Zhou as the Grand Commander of the naval forces, allowing him to set off for the Tongtian Sea, where he would lead a total of 50,000 naval troops from Wuhan. It is important to note that within the Tongtian Sea, aside from 3 major roads leading directly to the Douluo continent, there were also endless sea routes, making the Navy's role in warfare self-evident, almost a lifeline for a nation. Zhou understood that he excelled in naval battles. Wuhan had plenty of naval generals, but lacked a naval commander. Currently, the water defense line of Wuhan in the Tongtian Sea was guarded by the 2 naval generals Gan Ning and Jiang Qin. Although both were highly skilled in water combat and possessed maritime skills, they still felt somewhat inadequate when facing the advanced soul-guided warships from the Douluo continent, bearing immense pressure. After that, Zhou set off with his troops to the secret realm of Tongtian Sea, while MaHongjun continued to travel with the 3 women to gain experiences and insights into the people's livelihoods. Speaking of MaHongjun's busy yet leisurely time, let's discuss why the Douluo realm suddenly intensified its offensive against Huaxia. This traces back to a while ago when the Crown Prince of the Sun and Moon Empire personally piloted a top-tier soul-guided ship to the battlefield. To ease the tensions with the powers on the Douluo continent, the Sun and Moon Prince stepped into the battlefield of the Tongtian Sea. However, he encountered the general of the Shu Kingdom, Guan Yu, who was on patrol. After a fierce battle, the Sun and Moon Prince, despite his advanced soul-guided equipment, was still no match for the exceptionally brave Guan Yu. It seemed that Guan Yu had received some fortuitous opportunity, as his strength not only increased significantly, but reached the level of a title Douluo after unleashing his full power, especially in the first 3 strikes. Even a mighty Bu, considered the strongest general of the 3 kingdoms, felt immense pressure on the battlefield. For a time, Guan Yu, under the protection of Wei and Wu, displayed unparalleled power, seizing numerous advanced soul-guided devices and directly capturing the crown prince of the Sun and Moon Empire, achieving a resounding victory. Although the aftermath of the battle led to discord among the 3 kingdoms due to the spoils of war, they all found the situation with the crown prince of the Sun and Moon Empire extremely troublesome. Whether to release him or not was a dilemma. Releasing him would show fear of the Sun and Moon Empire, risking increased aggression upon his return, while not releasing him was like holding a hot potato, potentially provoking even fiercer wars. At the same time, the Sun and Moon Empire, in conjunction with the 2 major empires of the Douluo continent, issued a notice to the Shu Kingdom, released the Sun and Moon Prince, hand over Guan Yu, and assist in capturing the Sun and Moon Prince along with the Shu Han naval troops, or they would send extreme title Douluo to assassinate Guan Yu and launch a full-scale attack on Shu Han. As the elder brother of the sworn brothers of the Peach Garden, he immediately responded that he would never hand over the Sun and Moon Prince, let alone his sworn brother. He also consulted with the other 2 allied nations on how to deal with the Sun and Moon Prince. Meanwhile, MaHongjun, who was accompanying the 3 women on their scenic journey, received a letter from Tianwei inquiring about how to handle the Sun and Moon Prince and whether to protect Guan Yu. MaHongjun sighed, realizing that the war in the Tontian Sea would not end anytime soon. Zhou Yu's arrival should alleviate some of the pressure on the strategist. Matters of the imperial court would require long-term planning. After Zhou Yu officially recognized his role, MaHongjun became even more aware of Zhou Yu's talents, especially as he discovered a more detailed method of using the exploration system. By consuming a bit of fortune value, he could check the talents, strengths, and skill trump cards of his subordinates. Zhou Yu's stats were: Strength, level 79 Soul Sage. Martial Soul Water. Potential, Main God Potential. Talent Skill, God of Water Warfare. When commanding the Navy, he occupies both the advantage of time and location. His trump card skill, Quick Movement on Water. He can mobilize seawater to increase the marching speed of the army at sea, up to 3 times faster. MaHongjun thought to himself without any hesitation and directly wrote back: First, protect Guan Yu at all costs. He must not come to harm. Send Wuhan's top General Bu to ambush around Guan Yu, waiting for the extreme title Douluo to arrive. Second, take custody of the Sun and Moon Prince. Imprison him in the Sky Prison to share the pressure for Shu Han. They must not be defeated individually. Third, drive back the Douluo allied forces and return to Wuhan for major discussions. MaHongjun did not mention the imperial court matters to anyone, nor would he inform others through letters in advance. Among the 3 kingdoms, Wuhan had the strongest top-tier strength, while Shu Han was the weakest, which is why MaHongjun would take on the Sun and Moon Prince for the greater good of the nation. This suggestion seemed thankless, but in reality, it set a great example of righteousness for Wuhan and demonstrated national integrity, promoting the unity of the 3 kingdoms. After completing these tasks, the 4 continued to travel around several villages surrounding Jinling City. The first stop was MaHongjun's ancestral home, Wutong Village, where all the residents had moved from the Douluo world over 3 years ago. Notably, many teachers from Shrek Academy, as well as students willing to bring their families to Huaxia, were stationed near Wutong Village. The second stop was Qibao Village, which, as the name suggests, housed disciples of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and members of affiliated families like Jian Gudoa. The third stop was the Jiuxin Haidang clan, located in the southern part of Jinling City, which is behind it. The fourth stop was Zhu Family Village, which is also MaHongjun's in-laws, Zhu Zhuqing's ancestral home. The 4 factions were responsible for guarding Jinling City, forming a strategic alliance that complemented the city's status. Though called villages, they were not much different from some relatively underdeveloped towns, especially in terms of economy and infrastructure. The only difference compared to towns was their size. The saying, though small, it is complete, could not be more appropriate to describe them. Especially Shrek Academy, as the only Soul Master Academy, has become famous in the Han Dynasty in a very short time, comparable to Yingchuan Academy. In the entire Han Dynasty, only these 2 academies have the ability to awaken martial souls. Unlike the Douluo world, the awakened martial souls are referred to as battle souls. And as long as one awakens, they will have good talent. If one cannot awaken, they will not produce a martial soul. There is no concept of waste martial souls. So the status of these two academies is evident. MaHongjun is also very curious about how Yingchuan Academy possesses the magic array for awakening and the tools for testing soul power. However, according to intelligence from Tianwei, their awakening method is still somewhat different from the martial soul awakening in Douluo continent, and the formations used are unprecedented. Nevertheless, since they ultimately lead to the same outcome, there was no excessive focus on it. Jinling City is as stable as a mountain. After the journey, MaHongjun does not intend to return immediately, but instead begins an inspection of various places in Wahanzi with the three women. Eventually, as the inspection deepens, MaHongjun discovers the biggest problem troubling the common people: salt. Yes, it is salt. Although salt occupies a significant portion of the various resources brought from Douluo continent, it is ultimately a non-renewable resource. Moreover, compared to the fine salt from his previous life, the coarse salt on Douluo continent is still lacking. Therefore, MaHongjun starts to devise methods for refining salt with the three women. Based on his somewhat blurry chemical memories from his previous life, after a week of research, MaHongjun finally refine sedible fine salt. Subsequently, he summons Tianwei to handle this matter and requires strict confidentiality regarding this method, ensuring that the salt mines are strictly controlled by the government. Eventually, the method for refining sea salt is also researched by MaHongjun and handed over to Tianwei in one go. Half a month later, the people of Wahanzi spread the news and spontaneously took to the streets to praise MaHongjun's merits and wise leadership. The price of salt plummeted, with fine salt costing only 1 copper coin per pound. This is an exciting development. The salt price has decreased by more than 10 times. It is known that an ordinary person needs 2 copper coins for a meal. Subsequently, the major families in Wahanzi began to express dissatisfaction, petitioning to raise the salt price. MaHongjun, helpless, could only return to court and adjust the salt price to 3 levels, focusing on packaging. Ultimately, the price of table salt was divided into 3 categories: edible salt, fine salt, and tribute salt from low to high. At the same time, he allowed these families to use their channels to sell within the Han dynasty, with the court selling at the original price to these families, who could then sell at a price not exceeding 5 times the original, but they could not sell within Wahanzi. This temporarily silenced these families, who understood that MaHongjun, as the founding emperor, had absolute concentrated power and therefore did not dare to push too hard. If MaHongjun had not greatly affected their interests, they would not have dared to jump out and make a fuss. Subsequently, the 3 types of edible salt from the Wahanzi quickly swept the entire Han dynasty's edible salt market. At the same time, the refining of table salt began to lag behind, but fortunately, there were many personnel in Tianwei, and they selected users with water and fire martial souls to assist in the refining, which stabilized the situation. The treasury of Wahanzi became overflowing with wealth. Husband, why do you give the refined table salt to those families to sell? If they're not satisfied, just suppress them. Ye Lingling, Somat displasit, asked while sitting opposite MaHongjun at the dining table. The 3 women had no good feelings toward these families that disturbed their journey. Lingling, even if we do not grant these families the right to sell, they will still buy within Wahanzi and then smuggle it away and Shu for a high price. Ning Rongrong explained, showing her understanding of politics. Yes, it is better to control the table salt at a certain price and authorize them. And it is not only them who can sell in Wei and Shu. The bulk still belongs to us officially. How much supply we give them is still up to me. Without the manufacturing method, they will always have to rely on us, tightly binding them to our ship. MaHongjun explained to the 3 women with great affection. All right, haha, I knew you wouldn't back down to these people. Then my Jirshin Haidang clan should also have a share. Yilingling's eyes lit up, and she became happy. I want it too. The 7-treasured glazed tile school also wants to bind to the ship. Ning Rongrong also eagerly requested. Me too, Zhu Zhuqing, still a bit cold and reserved, added. Okay, haha, you're truly my good wives, always thinking for me. I'm really happy to have you. MaHongjun felt a wave of happiness at the harmonious interaction with the 3 women. This is the kind of woman he likes. If the 3 clans knew that the 3 women were ostensibly fighting for their maternal clan's interests but were actually diverting their elbows outward, they wouldn't know whether to laugh or cry. Chapter 201. Meal restriction order. On this day, MaHongjun, who was overflowing with wealth, started a grand banquet for the ministers, inviting their families to celebrate the treasury's abundance. That evening, a large temporary tent was set up in the vast square outside the palace, with lights lit, and over 100 tables of delicious dishes were prepared. Who would have thought that during this period, something happened that made MaHongjun extremely angry and frustrated. After eating, he came to the rear palace. Damn it, it's really damnable. The insect plague among the common people has just passed, and most families have no surplus grain. The soldiers in the Tongtian Sea battle only have inedible military rations. These ministers are truly ungrateful. I invite them to a grand banquet, and yet they waste so much food, leaving more than they eat. It is simply unforgivable. MaHongjun arrived at Ning Rongrong's residence, sat at the table, and as he thought more about it, he couldn't help but slap the table and complain to Ning Rongrong. What kind of waste are you talking about? Ning Rongrong poured tea for MaHongjun and asked gently. Sigh, the delicious mountain delicacies are acceptable, but most of them were barely touched. The ordinary dishes were not touched at all, and some were even just poked once. MaHongjun sighed helplessly, picked up his teacup, and as he thought more about it, he put it down and said helplessly, due to his identity as the king. MaHongjun naturally sat at a high position in the square, and with his keen eyes, he could see everything happening in the square. Perhaps these civil officials are used to eating mountain delicacies and are not accustomed to these home-cooked dishes. Ning Rongrong recalled her own experience when she first arrived at Shrek and explained, They have princess syndrome, even worse than you when you first arrived at Shrek Academy. The food at Shrek Academy was indeed not good, lacking any meat flavor, but these are dishes prepared by imperial chefs. Even the worst dish is better than the best meals we had at Shrek Academy. MaHongjun said irritably. Ning Rongrong fell silent, puffing her cheeks, sulking, and pretending to be confused. I'm not talking about you. Dear Rongrong, you are much better than them. Noticing Ning Rongrong's slightly changing expression, MaHongjun quickly got up and comforted her. As long as you know, I'm no longer as willful as I was in my youth. Ning Rongrong finally chuckled, proudly saying, Exactly, my Rongrong has long become gentle and virtuous, 1,000 times better than these ministers. MaHongjun quickly followed up with praise. This finally made Ning Rongrong happy, and the two soon moved to the bed to whisper. They engaged in a significant life event. Afterward, the mosaic disappeared, and the volume returned. I'm a bit confused. Even if they waste food, shouldn't His Highness be so angry? Ning Rongrong sighed, hugging MaHongjun's sturdy chest with some doubt. If it were just a regular waste of food, I would turn a blind eye. But thinking of the common people outside who are still struggling to make ends meet, relying on the court's relief to barely fill their stomachs, severely affected by the pestilence, I get angry. If the food wasted by these people were sent to remote areas, I wonder how many people it could feed. MaHongjun expressed the reason for his anger. In fact, MaHongjun's reasoning wasn't without merit. The food saved by the ministers could definitely alleviate the impact of the pestilence. There is indeed a way to prevent them from wasting food outside, but it depends on whether you are willing to set an example. Ning Rongrong said with a sly smile. What method? MaHongjun asked curiously. Limiting the ministers' dining outside to a maximum of 6 dishes and 1 soup. Ning Rongrong sighed playfully. All right, let's do it your way. After all, the 4 of us usually eat like this. MaHongjun laughed heartily, finding it reasonable. Early the next morning, as he entered the court, MaHongjun prepared to announce this seemingly harsh regulation. All ministers rise. Did you enjoy the banquet last night? MaHongjun asked with a laugh, showing no signs of anger. We enjoyed it. Your Majesty is wise. The ministers nodded in agreement, praising him. However, I can't help but think of the beautiful scenery from a few days ago and remember what I saw when I visited the common people. The pestilence is widespread, and although it has been properly resolved, the people are still affected, starving and struggling to survive. MaHongjun fiend, asurro sig. This. The ministers whispered to each other, unsure of what MaHongjun meant. Your servant requests to speak, Your Majesty. I observed that during banquets, most officials consume dozens or even hundreds of exquisite dishes. If the disaster victims learn that the officials of Wuhan indulge in such luxury, it will surely cause trouble. Therefore, I request that Your Majesty issue a dining limit order before the disaster is resolved. Zhang Zhao, as MaHongjun's trusted aide in the court, was the first to stand up and propose. What is the dining limit order? MaHongjun asked, pretending not to know. Ning Rongrong, who was secretly observing from behind the screen, couldn't help but roll her eyes. If she didn't know that the two had already colluded, she would really think MaHongjun was unaware of this dining limit order. Your Majesty, the dining limit order only restricts high-ranking ministers. On ordinary family banquets, the number of dishes must not exceed 6 dishes and 1 soup, and when entertaining friends, it must not exceed 9 dishes and 3 soups. Zhang Zhao stated clearly, not caring about the disapproving looks from the other ministers. This is very good. What do you all think, ministers? MaHongjun asked the other ministers, including several old ministers from Eastern Wu. especially some clever ones, who observed carefully and neither rejected nor supported it, included notable figures from Eastern Wu, such as Lu Su, El Meng, Xiao Xian, and Lu Sun. MaHongjun turned to the honest Lu Su and asked, "What do you think, Zigan? I leave it to your majesty's decision." Lu Su quickly bowed and said. MaHongjun felt helpless. Even the honest Lu Su was so cunning, unwilling to offend anyone. He looked at El Meng and the others, and they were the same. He then turned to Zhuge Jin from the Zhuge family and asked, "Ziyu, your servant is terrified. I leave it to your majesty's decision. I will definitely obey your majesty's will." Zhuge Jin's face turned pale as he hurriedly bowed his head and said, "Among them, he had the lowest rank. So how could he dare to offend the entire court?" Seeing no one respond, MaHongjun could only look to Gu Yong, the representative of the aristocratic officials. Replying to your majesty, "I believe this dining limit order, while it may alleviate the impact of the pestilence to some extent, is not conducive to attracting talented individuals. As the saying goes, people come from afar to serve as officials, primarily for food and clothing. If even dining is restricted, what talented individuals would come serve?" Gu Yong, seeing the hopeful eyes of the aristocratic officials behind him, gritted his teeth and stood up to respond. "Nonsense. This is simply sophistry. We are only issuing a dining limit order during the disaster period. Its impact on recruiting talents is negligible. Instead, it will encourage truly talented individuals to sincerely come and serve. The court is not a place for idle gluttons. How dare you indulge in extravagant feasting with the court's provisions?" Before MaHongjun could say anything, Zhang Zhao was the first to stand up and scold. Gu Yong's face turned red. As a disciple of a great scholar, he was unwilling to be insulted like this and responded without courtesy. Elder Zhang, being old and frail, naturally does not need to eat and drink excessively. Have you not heard that Gaozi once said, "Food and sex are nature. Benevolence is internal, not external. Righteousness is external, not internal." How can you switch concepts? Even in old age, Lien Pa could still eat 2 pounds of meat in one meal. I dare say my appetite is not weaker than before. How dare you deceive me? Is 6 dishes and 1 soup not enough for your usual meals? Zhang Zhao was instantly furious. The two were more than 10 years apart in age. Compared to him, he was indeed older, but he refused to admit it and shouted angrily. This question left Gu Yong speechless. To be honest, even he usually only had 6 dishes and 1 soup, which did not greatly affect him. But those from the aristocratic families were far from enough. I usually have enough with 6 dishes and 1 soup with the 3 princesses. I believe this is sufficient. MaHongjun interjected when he saw Gu Yong had nothing to say. Replying to your majesty, "It is enough." Gu Yong finally breathed a sigh of relief when MaHongjun spoke, following his lead. "Since that's the case, from today onwards, I, along with the ministers, will abide by the dining limit order until the impact of the pestilence disappears." MaHongjun waved his large sleeve and loudly ordered, "We obey." The ministers, seeing this, could only compromise and did not dare to obstruct the royal decree. At the same time, he also ordered the reduction of taxes and the opening of granaries. Chapter 202. The martial hero Guan Yu versus the valor hero El Bu in the imperial study. These aristocratic families really have countermeasures from above and policies from below. But this is a good opportunity to establish official kills. MaHongjun looked at the intelligence sent by his subordinates on the table and smiled disdainfully. It turned out that to cope with the dining limit order, the officials' aristocratic families used their connections, and the next day, large porcelain tableware appeared on the market, with separated large bowls capable of holding 3 dishes. MaHongjun was not angry, but had anticipated this, knowing that with his knowledge of history, such things were difficult to prevent, and he could only take the initiative. Let's see if your porcelain is better or if the porcelain from the official kills is better. In the future, I will take charge of the tableware for Wuhan officials. I wonder if you will thank me or thank me. MaHongjun thought to himself. During the Eastern Han period, Eastern Wu's porcelain began to appear, and it has now become quite popular. However, since it has only recently emerged, it is far from the diverse styles of later generations. MaHongjun seized on the luxurious habits of these official families and was determined to vigorously develop the ceramics market to live up to his identity as a time traveler. Sure enough, soon, Celadon porcelain began to appear on the market, and white porcelain also developed well. Additionally, at this time, there were innovations in decorative techniques, such as the use of additional clay pieces for decoration. Although porcelain existed in the Han Dynasty, due to the low firing temperature and fragile texture, it could only be considered primitive porcelain. By the Tang Dynasty, not only had the glaze formula matured, but the firing temperature could also exceed 10 degrees Celsius, marking the true beginning of the porcelain era. The most famous kilns of the Tang dynasty were the Yu kiln and the Qing kiln. At present, extraordinary powers are constantly emerging in the three kingdoms. A mere temperature is naturally not a problem. As long as a general direction is provided, subordinates can create hard, practical, and aesthetically pleasing porcelain. After MaHongjun personally gave a rough direction and guidance at the official kiln. He set the requirements for the porcelain to be blue as the sky, bright as a mirror, thin as paper, and resonant as a chime. Sure enough, a month later, the official kiln completely occupied the Wuhan porcelain market, and those officials and aristocrats who cared about their image spontaneously raised the price of the official kiln. Meals had to be served with porcelain tableware produced by the official kiln. Otherwise, it would be seen as losing status. As a result, MaHongjun's pockets became even fuller, and the national treasury had been expanded several times. The dining limit order issued by MaHongjun was also successfully and perfectly implemented. After all, the more powerful the magic, the higher the Tao. You are still too young to fight me. MaHongjun secretly felt proud. As for the officials and aristocrats starting to put effort into the dishes, with various mountain delicacies and new cooking methods emerging endlessly, MaHongjun was actually pleased to see this, as it could promote refinement and diversity in the culinary world, and of course, he had no objections. Report! A voice urgently shouted an 800-mile urgent report, completely startling the entire Jinling city. Outside Jinling city, a messenger with several tattered command flags behind him, wearing a blood-stained white robe, sat on a white horse that was snorting loudly, looking quite exhausted. 800 miles urgent. 800 miles urgent. A yellow dust rolled in as the steed galloped in, and in the blink of an eye, the figure jumped off the horse. He shouted at the city gate guards, 800 miles urgent. The imperial gold medal is here. Those who obstruct will die, and those who oppose will perish. He then mounted the horse again and galloped into Jinling City's royal city, exuding an imposing aura. Looking back, the dust was rolling, and the rider had already left. At this moment, the ancient road was shrouded in clouds, and the clear sky was startling. The 800-mile urgent letters were the safest. These letters were crucial for the court, but were just waste paper for bandits. The risk of robbery was very high. Not only would it not bring benefits, but could also easily lead to the extermination of their entire clan. Even bandits wouldn't be foolish enough to intercept 800-mile urgent messages. This person has such strength. What military situation could make him deliver 800-mile urgent news to the royal city? Someone exclaimed in shock. This is the most powerful elite of the Wuhan. The white horse Isong. I know this person. He is a distant cousin of my wife's younger brother's wife, who joined the 3,000 white horse Isong 5 years ago to bring glory to his family. Someone beside him immediately responded with pride. The soldiers must have encountered some urgent military situation ahead. Alas, I wonder if my child can survive and return. An old man bent over, leading his 3-year-old grandson, sighed and headed toward the poor area in the north. Grandpa, the horse he rides is so handsome. When I grow up, I want to serve the king like my father and join the white horse Isong. The little grandson innocently raised a small fist and said, Good, good. My grandson is so obedient, not to mention how the common people on the street discussed it. Let's get back to the main point. In the main hall, report. Your Majesty, the armies of Wei, Shu, and Wu have simultaneously erupted into large-scale wars. The 3 empires of the sun, moon, and stars have sent a large number of soul masters to join the war, and the Huaxia coalition has suffered heavy losses. The military advisor requests 800-mile urgent assistance from the royal city. MaHongjun frowned tightly upon hearing that the messenger indeed brought bad news. His mood became even worse. If Liu Bowen is asking for help, it seems the situation has become very severe. How is the situation at sea? Remembering Zhou Yu, MaHongjun couldn't help but ask. Before the foreign lands launched a war, they had frequently initiated small-scale naval battles for testing, all of which were easily resolved by Governor Zhou, who even suffered some losses. Thus, this war mainly focuses on land. The messenger knelt on one knee and reported truthfully. Why did the war suddenly break out? MaHongjun asked, puzzled. My subordinate was just about to report that General L and General Guan had worked together 10 days ago to kill a limit title Dalu from the Sun Moon Empire. The soldiers, hearing MaHongjun's words, quickly bowed and spoke, their excitement barely concealed. Good, good, ha ha. Truly worthy of Elbu among men and the Red Rabbit among horses, truly worthy of slaying Yin Liang and capturing Wenchou, passing 5 passes and slaying 6 generals. Raising the prestige of our Huaxia, they deserve rewards. Ha ha. MaHongjun slammed the table and instantly stood up, laughing heartily. The ministers also smiled while stroking their beards, and the military generals all showed longing expressions, praising loudly, especially Shui Ringue and Cheng Yaoji. Shui Ringue had now completed the task assigned by MaHongjun, returning to the court and successfully training an elite force not inferior to the White Horse Isong. Your Majesty, although they are both part of the Huaxia coalition, Guan Yu is after all from Shu Han. Will our rewards for him be seen as biased? Gu Yong stepped forward to speak. As fellow descendants of Huaxia Yin and Huang, regardless of the country, contributions must be rewarded. Gulme, take 2 precious herbs from the national treasury and bestow them upon the 2. Additionally, draft a decree to the Han Emperor to confer El Iching the title of Wan Ho and General Guan. MaHongjun did not directly confer official positions to the 2, but decided to let Cao Cao's camp grant the rewards. After all, the Han Emperor is nominally still in place, and as a king of a nation, he can confer official titles, but conferring dukes would be overstepping. However, due to the coalition of the 3 kingdoms, Cao Cao would not refuse MaHongjun's request. He also ordered Shui Ringue to lead 20,000 troops to the Tongtian Sea to support the military advisor, granting him the title of deputy commander of the army, with the authority to act independently. MaHongjun did not forget about the request for aid, and after a moment of thought, he dispatched half of the military force from the imperial city. I accept the order. Shui Ringue excitedly stepped forward, kneeling on one knee to receive the decree. In Xuchong, Cao Cao, who also received the news, was in a terrible mood, feeling like he was the one being bullied and implicated. The most hateful part was that MaHongjun and Liu Bei had both sent messages to request titles for Elbu and Guan Yu. Elbu was fine. He had already been conferred the title of Wan Ho by Dongzhuo, and now it was just a reaffirmation of his return to the Han orthodoxy. But who is Guan Yu? He is a figure that Cao Cao can only dream of having, someone he thinks of day and night. Why should he need others to request rewards for him? At the same time, he lamented that none of his subordinates were able to participate in the ambush to kill the limit title. Then, Cao Cao waved his brush and directly conferred Guan Yu the title of martial sage and granted him the rank of Wu Ho. The Han Emperor had no real power. Cao Cao only needed a hand over the prepared imperial decree for him to stamp. Chapter 203. Fierce Generals Like Clouds. Strategists like rain to slay a limit title Douluo at the peak of the Grand Master realm with innate strength is simply unbelievable. As various powerful experts continue to emerge within the Han dynasty, a unified classification of strength has begun to spread from somewhere. It is said to be recorded in ancient texts that regardless of whether it is the 3 methods of training, technique, body, and energy, or other scattered special training methods, they have been categorized into certain realms. Below the title Douluo, the innate realm is uniformly divided into the acquired realm, with the energy within the body referred to as acquired true qi, while above the title is called the innate realm. The acquired realm is divided into body refinement, energy refinement, bone refinement, and the acquired realm after level 70 soul saints. Each realm is further divided into 3 stages: beginner, intermediate, and advanced. Body refinement corresponds to below the Great Soul Master. Energy refinement corresponds to below the Soul King. Bone refinement corresponds to below the Soul Saint. And the acquired realm is below the title. It should be noted that in the entire Han dynasty, there are only a handful of grandmasters at the peak level, and there is a certain limit to this number. Even the innate realm is restricted to within the number of 365 cycles of the heavens. The innate realm corresponds to the true qi internal strength level of title Douluo, while the power of the Grandmaster equates to the super title Douluo realm. The Grandmaster at peak level naturally represents the limit title realm. Among the 2, Elbu is a half-step Grandmaster, equivalent to a level 94 peak, while Guan Yu is at the innate peak, equivalent to a level 93 title Douluo realm. They are still a great realm away from the Grandmaster's great perfection. Although it is 2 against 1, being able to jointly kill the ultimate title is still inspiring. However, no one knows that at the same moment they killed the ultimate, the King of Slaughter in the City of Slaughter on Douluo continent suddenly woke up and successfully revived. Am I the King of Slaughter? No, I am Tang Chun, the former sect master of Haotian sect. Tongtian Si. This guy actually dared to sneak attack my second brother, truly unaware of his own mortality. If he dies, it'd serve him right. If I weren't tied up, how could there be an opportunity for that 3-surnamed servant to make a name for himself? After the great battle, in the Shu Han camp, a black-faced man, 8 feet tall, with a leopard head and ringed eyes, a tiger beard, a voice like thunder, and a momentum like a galloping horse, was complaining loudly to the person in charge of the camp. Ida, such words should not be mentioned again. El Fengxian is now our ally. We must put aside past grievances and resist the foreign invaders together. Sitting in the commander's position is a scholar, also 8 feet tall. With a face like a crowned jade, wearing a silk cap, draped in a crane cloak, exuding an aura of a celestial being. He holds a feather fan and is none other than Zhuge Kongming, the commander of Shu Han and Liu Bei's military advisor, known as the Sleeping Dragon. I don't understand those lofty principles. This time that guy saved my second brother, so I won't scold him as a 3-surname servant. Zhang Fei snorted coldly. Seeing Zhuge Liang's expression was not good, his tone inevitably softened as he spoke. Well, Ida, don't be discouraged. The battle with the foreign invaders has just begun. There will be plenty of opportunities to face those top opponents in the future. Zhuge Liang, satisfied, stroked his beard to comfort him, showing approval for Zhang Fei's performance. It's important to note that before the establishment of the Huaxia allied forces, this rough man Zhang Fei would not yield to anyone except Liu Bei and Guan Yu, often clashing with himself. Now, this performance is entirely due to his clever strategies and outstanding military achievements that won him over. I don't envy that guy. My second brother's injuries have already healed under the celestial grade medicine of King Wuhan. When does he plan to return to the battlefield? Zhang Fei asked, his teeth tinged with sourness but still stubbornly inquiring. It will take some more time. After a life-and-death battle, with the help of celestial-grade herbs, Yin Chang has made a new breakthrough, but needs a few more days to stabilize his true energy. Yi De, Han Feng, and all the generals still need to work hard for a few more days, maintaining strict vigilance, focusing on defense. I have already reported the situation here to the Lord. I believe reinforcements will arrive in a few days. Zhuge Liang instructed everyone in the tent, especially Zhang Fei and MaHongjun. The 3 armies of the 3 kingdoms have established a tight defensive line, creating towering walls like the Great Wall to guard Huaxia. Yes, we obey your orders. The generals bowed and accepted the command. If MaHongjun were here, he would certainly find that Shu Han's formation is not much inferior to his own. Besides the 2 brothers Guan and Zhang, there are also the unfathomable old Huang Zhong, the valiant Wei Yin, the well-rounded adopted son Liu Feng, the steadfast old generals Yin Yin, Fu Tong, and the vanguard Liao Yuanjin, led by Liao Hua, who is not a great general. In terms of strategists, there are also Fa Zheng, Liu Ba, Jin Yong, Sun Qian, Ma Liang, and others, coupled with Li Yin, e.g., Huang Quan, and others who are handling rear affairs within Shu Han. They're also not ordinary figures. The 3 kingdoms have almost sent their strongest formations under their command. Defending Huaxia is an unshirkable duty. Liu Bei and Cao Cao are well aware of the threat posed by the foreign invaders, hence they hold nothing back. Compared to Shu Han's abundance of talent, the powerful Wei Han is even more enviable. Not only is their military strength stronger, but their generals are also not much weaker than those of Shu Han. And in terms of strategists, even MaHongjun would willingly concede. On the battlefield of Tongtiansi, led by Sun Yu, top strategists such as Guojia assist. There are the genius Guojia, the talent of a King Sun Yu, strategist Sun Yu, along with Cheng Yu, Chun Kun, Hua Xian, Lu Yi, and Zhong Yao, among others. The rear court has even more, including Sima Yi, who is not trusted by Cao Cao, Su Shu, who is of 2 minds, Jia Su, who is good at hiding and preserving himself, as well as Shi Jitsai, Xian Pai, Man Chong, Chui Yin, Jiang Ji, Yang Xiu, and Mao Jian, among other famous figures. MaHongjun is particularly envious of Jiasu, having long sent out the heavenly guards to make contact privately multiple times. Jiasu rarely offers strategies for Cao now and has not genuinely pledged allegiance. Because of him, Cao lost his eldest son Chaoong and the great general Dian Wei. Although Dian Wei was rescued later, he has not been heard from since. Thus, Jiasu shows no aversion to the contact from MaHongjun's subordinate heavenly guards. Rather, he hints at a desire to join. Almost similar to Shu Han's formation is that of Wuhan, where military advisor Liu Bowen sits at the center, along with Deputy Commander Shui Rengui, Navy Commander Zhou Yu, and General Zhao Yun. Under him are fierce generals like El Bu, Zhang Liao, Ma Chao, Peng De, Tai Shirzi, and Gan Ning, as well as Eastern Wu generals like Jiang Qin, Huang Gai, Han Dang, and El Meng. Additionally, El Bu's 8 valiant generals, besides Zhang Liao and Gao Shan, are still alive and have joined MaHongjun. Chao Xing, Zhang Ba, Hao Meng, Chao Xing, Cheng Lian, Wei Su, Song Xian, and Ho Cheng. Ma Chao's 8 valiant generals include Liang Xing, Ho Xian, Cheng Yin, Li Can, Zhang Heng, Cheng Yi, Ma Wan, and Yang Qiu. Among the more unusual figures is the poisoned Douluo from the Douluo world, the titled Old Jack, and the sword Douluo from the Nine-Heart Begonia clan. There are also legendary figures like the legendary hunter MaHongjun and the late bloomer Dingfeng from the Three Kingdoms history. Some of the old generals from Eastern Wu. Apart from a few who have defected, either died on the battlefield early, followed their old masters, or retreated to the mountains. After establishing Wu Han on the foundation of Eastern Wu, MaHongjun did not annihilate the people of Eastern Wu. He first used Liu Bowen's strategy to ruin son Quan's reputation, leading to his wife leaving him and causing his subordinates to become disloyal, before ultimately annihilating Eastern Wu with overwhelming strength. That is why so many former Eastern Wu officials have defected. Therefore, Liu Bowen's position in MaHongjun's army is self-evident, acting as a strategic stabilizer for Wu Han. He has only 2 advisors, Lu Sun and Zhang Hong, assisting him. However, with the capable commanders Shui, Run Gui, and Zhou Yu present, there is indeed no need for many strategists. Chapter 204. The appearance of the God Level 9 test, the Sun-Moon Empire, is the most powerful force on the Douluo continent, while the Spirit Hall holds a top-tier status with a unique position. Initially, the Spirit Hall raised the banner of war, and Wu Han faced the Spirit Hall's attacks in a relatively equal footing, with strength not far apart. Every time small-scale wars broke out, there was no clear victor, and the situation gradually stabilized. However, as the Sun-Moon Empire joined, the Spirit Hall began to hide behind the scenes, gradually positioning itself to counter Wu Han, which is why Liu Bowen sought assistance from MaHongjun. On the Douluo continent, in Spirit City, in the Offering Hall, Xuya, we cannot defy the will of the Angel God. We can only obey. You must accept the Angel God's divine position inheritance. Only then can the inheritance of our Spirit Hall endure. I would even be willing to pay the price of my life for it. The grand offering of the Spirit Hall, Dalu, said solemnly, trying to persuade her, but in his heart, he wished he could devour MaHongjun. If it weren't for MaHongjun, if it weren't for that person leaving the Douluo continent, spreading the matter of divine position inheritance to limit the emergence of God-level powerhouses on Douluo continent. It particularly emphasizes the need for human sacrifices. Qian Rinxue had already accepted the angelic divine assessment in advance. Therefore, Dalu tried various methods, even threatening to die, and finally, not long ago, he managed to persuade Qian Rinxue to willingly accept the inheritance assessment. I understand, Grandpa. You have sacrificed so much for the future of the Spirit Hall. I will definitely stand in front of that woman and successfully complete the Angel 9 tests. A flicker of unwillingness flashed in Qian Rinxue's eyes as she finally made up her mind. No one knows that the Spirit Hall has shrunk part of its power because it has felt the pressure from various hidden forces on the continent. Its status is no longer as transcendent as it once was. See God Island. Although most of the people from Shrek Academy have been lost, fate continues to unfold like history, with Tang San, along with Dai Mubai and the talents affiliated with Tang Sect, arriving here. They successfully awakened the Sea God 9 tests. City of Slaughter. Tang Chun has completely awakened and has also prevented the fate of the City of Slaughter from being destroyed. Soon, Haotian Sect announced its entry into the world, and Tang Chun officially declared his return, becoming a power second only to the Spear Hall. Tong Tian Si. Wufans Faktiun. General Shui, you've worked hard all the way here. Currently, our army's main problem is how to deal with the Sun-Moon Empire's prince and how to face the military might of the Sun-Moon Empire. I wonder what insights you have. Liu Bowen looked at Shui Rongye, who was sitting on his right, and spoke frankly. I dare not speak of insights, but I do have a brilliant plan to offer to the strategist, and I hope the strategist can refine it. Shui Ringue quickly replied with a cupped fist. General Shui is being too modest. Since the Lord has granted you autonomy, you must be very confident in your abilities, but it's still possible to discuss it together. Liu Bowen, wearing a silk cap and holding a feather fan, was dressed almost like Zhuge Liang. I plan to first release the Sun-Moon Empire's prince and send him back to Shu Han, but he must hand him over to the people of the Tiando Empire. Like this. Shui Ringue used internal energy to convey his plan to Liu Bowen and Zhao Yun. Fortunately, Elba was not here due to absorbing the immortal grass. Otherwise, with his temperament, he would definitely seek to duel Shui Ringue. Good. This is indeed a brilliant plan. General Shui is truly a talented leader capable of both civil and military affairs. Even if this plan fails, at least on the surface, we still occupy the moral high ground. Liu Bowen immediately praised and agreed with Shui Ringue's method. It turns out that Shui Ringgui used a linked scheme combined with a divide-and-conquer strategy. Essentially, they would publicly return the Sun-Moon Empire's prince to Shu Han, feigning fear of the Sun-Moon Empire to numb their opponents. Secretly, they would ally with Zhuge Liang to create a situation where the pressure became unbearable, prompting the request for peace from the Sun-Moon Empire's prince to be returned to the Tiando Empire. They would secretly dispatch experts to assassinate the Sun-Moon Empire's prince within the Tiando Empire's territory. At the same time, they would create a smokescreen, spreading propaganda that the Tiando Empire had assassinated the Sun-Moon Empire's prince to take credit for breaking through the Shu Han camp first, while attempting to frame the Huaxia camp. Well, this matter still requires the participation of General Fengxian and Zilong to ensure everything is foolproof. Shui Ringgui nodded and said again. He had privately witnessed El Bu's strength, and since they both used the same weapon, the Fengtian Huaji, a duel was inevitable. That's no problem. Zhao Yun succinctly expressed his willingness, and the audience had no objections to this action. Some military operations naturally couldn't be made known to everyone. Then let's wait until tomorrow when Fengxian exits the pass before notifying him. Lu Bowen nodded. With Lu Bowen unifying the land, Zhuge Liang dividing the world, and adding a top commander from Huaxia, Shui Ringgui, the three collaborated to strategize, which naturally wouldn't be as simple as it appeared on the surface. There are many details that won't be elaborated on here. Meanwhile, MaHongjun was also not idle. His desire for strategists prompted him to intensify his efforts to win over Jia Su. At the same time, there was a pleasant surprise. The Feng Chao from the Sleeping Dragon, Crouching Tiger duo, Pang Tong, was currently staying within Wuhan's territory. However, despite MaHongjun mobilizing the entire Tianwei to search, he could not find any trace of Pang Tong, who seemed to be deliberately avoiding the Tianwei people. In comparison, MaHongjun was not disappointed. Since he had come to Wuhan, it indicated a willingness to seek refuge. Otherwise, in the current clear situation, even if Wuhan led the territories of the Han Dynasty's 13 states, including Yangzhou, Jingzhou, Guangzhou, and Jiaozhou, Pang Tong might still leave his hometown to head for Shu Han or Wei Han's territories. As for avoiding himself, it was likely that he wanted to observe further, to see if MaHongjun was worth his allegiance. Although he was not handsome, his character was undoubtedly proud. The more insecure a person is, the more proud they tend to be. This insecurity about his appearance made Pang Tong's personality particularly proud from a young age. Historically, although Pang Tong actively sought to ally with Liu Bei, he did not acknowledge him as his lord, more like observing Liu Bei. So, just as MaHongjun expected, Pang Tong's attitude towards him was the same. Currently, Pang Tong was traveling within Wuhan, observing the lives of the Wuhan people, and comparing them to his experiences in other places. The more he observed, the more shocked he became. Not long ago, a locust plague occurred in Wuhan, and although the civilians had no surplus grain at home, they were all full of energy, nourished by the crayfish and aided by the court, leaving them without worries. Their faces no longer bore the pallor of not being able to afford meat. They were all cultivating rice fields and farmland, and even some usually lazy individuals would often go to the fields to help with farming, while also catching crayfish. Most of the people had smiles on their faces. Compared to the time of Dongwu, when they resorted to cannibalism, the current situation was several times better. The people were filled with hope for their future lives. Chapter 205. Feng Chao returns to Wu. It seems that I made the right decision to investigate in the Wu Kingdom. I just don't know if this miraculous young monarch will value me. If he is just a shallow person who judges by appearance, then I will have to look for another wise lord. A scholar of exceedingly unattractive appearance, with thick eyebrows, a prominent nose, a dark face, and a strange expression, was currently shaking a bamboo fan in his hand and thoughtfully watching the commoners laboring in the fields, who displayed simple smiles, muttering to himself. Although his words were affirming, there was also a sense of pride, as if only those in high positions of power in a certain faction would be worthy of him. Those who do not understand him might think he is arrogant. Historically, both Sun Quan and Liu Bei underestimated him due to his appearance and character. Fortunately, in the end, Liu Bei sincerely admitted his mistakes, which allowed for the establishment of the Shu Han. In this timeline, due to the enhancement of personal martial power, Liu Bei established Shu Han in advance with the strong strength of his two brothers and the enhanced strategies of Zhuge Liang before encountering Pang Tong. This led to the loss of this top strategist skilled in unique strategies. Although Lu Bowen is known for unifying the world, Zhu Yuanzhang's rise from a beggar to the founding monarch of a unified empire was definitely not solely due to Lu Bowen. Liu Bowen unified the world. Zhuge Liang divided the world. This does not mean Liu Bowen is superior to Zhuge Liang. Without discussing the enemies Zhuge Liang faced among the strategists of Shu Han, the only one comparable to Zhuge Liang was the deceased Pang Tong. Moreover, Zhu Yuanzhang had many types of strategists under him, such as the #1 charlatan of the Ming dynasty, Zhang Zhong. Zhu Sheng, known for his eloquence, proposed the strategy of building high walls, accumulating grain, and delaying the claim to kingship. There are also those extremely skilled in political affairs, such as Taoan, who after his death was referred to by Zhu Yuanzhang as a strategist unmatched in the national dynasty and the foremost in literary works. Alongside him is Li Shanchong, the second best civil minister after Liu Bowen. Therefore, the difference between personal effort and team strength is not trivial. As the saying goes, 3 ordinary generals can match 1 Zhuge Liang, which is the meaning behind it. With Li Shanchong and other strategists, they can definitely produce the strength of another Zhuge Liang. Adding Liu Bowen, who is not inferior to Zhuge Liang, means there are 2 Zhuge Liangs, making unifying the world not surprising. Moreover, the enemies they face are not fierce heroes like Cao Cao, nor top strategists like Guo Jia, Sun Yu, and Sun Yu. The above are all personal views of MaHongjun, which is why he has an almost eager attitude toward strategists. Sure enough, after Pang Tong stopped deliberately hiding his whereabouts, MaHongjun received news about him the very next day. At this moment, Pang Tong was on his way to Jinling City. Jinling City has now become a great city comparable to Luoyang City, which is naturally related to the industrialization technology of the Douluo world. However, its appearance still retains the aesthetics of ancient times, preserving its own architectural style. In MaHongjun's words, the trend of worshipping foreign cultures is undesirable. Otherwise, it will be difficult to change in the future. In his previous life, MaHongjun had a strong preference for ancient Chinese architecture and felt an inexplicable closeness to retro buildings. In this life, he is determined to preserve this cultural heritage. This does not mean he cannot accept other advanced foreign cultures. For example, in terms of construction methods, he has integrated the technology of the Dalu industrial era. In terms of aesthetics and appearance, he must strictly maintain the scale, learn from strengths, and make up for weaknesses, and never just copy others' ideas. Ancient Chinese retro architecture is not inferior to others. To get back on track, MaHongjun had already been waiting outside Jinling City for 2 hours. Without a drop of water, his gaze fixed intently on the official road. "My lord, what kind of person is worth your long wait?" Cheng Yaojin, dressed very plainly, curiously asked while following the dapperly dressed MaHongjun. Left arm and right arm, half of the country. Seeing Cheng Yaojin's anxiousness, MaHongjun jokingly said, half seriously, "What? Left arm and right arm? Half of the country? That's impossible. This is an honor only worthy of a military strategist." Cheng Yaojin said with disbelief, "Nothing is impossible. Talents abound in our great land of China. Isn't it normal for a few figures to match military strategists?" That seems to be true, but those who can match military strategists have already joined Wei and Shu. Does my lord know this person's name? Cheng Yaojin thought of the last time he saw Zhuge Liang and Guo Jia and couldn't help but shiver. These two were simply terrifying when scheming. Cheng Yaojin would rather offend the battlefield killing god, known as Tidal Dalu, than face these 2 strategists who never forget a grudge. Now, Cheng Yaojin has successfully advanced to Tidal Dalu through training, yet he still feels apprehensive about Guo Jia and Zhuge Liang. The origin of this goes back to the establishment of Wuhan. Last time they met, Cheng Yaojin, feeling it was his territory, looked down on the 2 strategists who came to pay their respects, deliberately giving them a show of strength. He did indeed succeed, but afterward, Cheng Yaojin's misfortune was almost predetermined, as he was schemed against to the point where he had to worry about whether stones would suddenly fall from the sky while he was using the toilet. It wasn't until the 2 left Jinling that Cheng Yaojin realized the insidiousness of these strategists and their vengeful nature. You know Zhuge Kongming, right? This person shares the same name as him, the Phoenix chick from the Sleeping Dragon and the Young Phoenix. He is now on his way to Jinling. MaHongjun said gently. MaHongjun's character has always been gentle unless faced with situations that cannot be softened. "Congratulations, my lord, congratulations. You have gained such a talented person." Cheng Yaojin immediately brightened up and congratulated. "Don't be too happy too soon. Although the possibility of the Phoenix chick coming to join us looks great, we cannot rule out other possibilities." MaHongjun shook his head helplessly, looking towards the distant official road with a sense of unease. People came and went. Carriages and horses were bustling, yet there was not a single person he wanted to see. Finally, before the sun set, A small figure emerged from the distant sunset glow. From afar, it looked almost divine and sacred. However, as it approached, Cheng Yaojin took 2 steps back. This person appeared to have a strange face, looking somewhat foolish. It would not be an exaggeration to say his mouth was crooked and his eyes were slanted, yet he was dressed like a scholar. MaHongjun thought to himself. As expected, showing no signs of contempt on his face, he excitedly stepped forward to block his way. In his previous life, those with IQs so high that they were akin to genius beings like Wei Shun, if you thought they were fools, you would realize that the real fool was yourself after getting to know them. Brother, why are you blocking my way? Is there a misunderstanding? Pang Tong looked at MaHongjun in confusion, not understanding what this was about. Because MaHongjun's martial soul can hide its aura. Pang Tong could not see through MaHongjun's strength on the surface. Pang Tong, realm, innate, titled though a martial soul, fire phoenix potential, god king level talent, strategic insight, military formation strategic insight, extremely high IQ, adept at winning through unconventional means, can conceal changes in heavenly secrets when launching strategies. Military formation, when leading troops in battle, comprehensively enhances the overall combat power of the army, increasing intensity based on one's own strength. Military formations and the battle soul of a general appear similar, but differ in some aspects. Now, as MaHongjun's own strength has improved, the system has become increasingly perfect, only displaying the information he wishes to see. There is no misunderstanding. I've been waiting for you for a long time. MaHongjun cupped his hands and greeted. Chapter 206, Lottery. Innate Spirit Treasure. Oh, may I ask who you are? Pang Tong looked at MaHongjun with a puzzled expression, clearly not expecting someone to specially come to welcome him. My lord is the ruler of Wuhan, who has been waiting here for you for quite some time. Cheng Yaojin stepped forward to explain first. What? Pang Tong was immediately shocked, feeling a sense of being overwhelmed. There is no need for you to be surprised. In the past, Lu Xuanda even visited Zhuge Kongming 3 times to invite him out of seclusion. Now, I only need to wait a few hours outside the city to invite such a talented person as you to join me, which is already an unprecedented fortune. I hope you can come out of seclusion to assist me in achieving great undertakings, and I will treat you as the right strategist of Wuhan. MaHongjun wasted no time and immediately pointed out his intention to recruit. The story of Liu Bei visiting the thatched cottage 3 times is already famous throughout the world. As a ruler of a nation, MaHongjun waiting outside the city for Pang Tong for a day is a gesture of sincerity that is no less than Liu Bei's 3 visits to the thatched cottage when he was just a small warlord. However, Pang Tong is not Zhuge Liang. Although he is touched in his heart, he still maintains a scrutinizing appearance. Seeing that MaHongjun does not exhibit any disdain for his own appearance, he decides to become even more resolute. Suddenly, oh no, coming from afar, I'm somewhat exhausted and can't walk anymore. Pang Tong disregarded his image and directly sat down on the ground, patting his legs. MaHongjun's eyes narrowed, secretly thinking that indeed, these famous figures are not so easy to win over. He sighed helplessly in his heart and stepped forward, saying, I will help you into the city. My lord, let me do it. Cheng Yaojin saw Pang Tong sitting on the ground without regard for his image, and with his dirty and disheveled clothes and his ugly appearance. He couldn't care less about being disdainful and hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. Pang Tong remained silent, simply looking calmly at MaHongjun, his eyes seemingly saying, I want you to come. Step back. MaHongjun said lightly. However, Cheng Yaojin wanted to say something, but was interrupted again by MaHongjun. I said I'm coming. MaHongjun said calmly. Cheng Yaojin, however, dared not say anything further and could only look at Pang Tong with a stern gaze, warning him not to go too far. MaHongjun's expression remained gentle as he approached Pang Tong, bending down and smiling with his back completely facing Pang Tong, saying, Sir, let me carry you into the city to rest. Pang Tong paid no attention to Cheng Yaojin's warning and unceremoniously lay on MaHongjun's back. Just like that, MaHongjun, indifferent to the gazes of passers-by, carried Pang Tong step by step into Jinling City. Some soldiers guarding the city gate, seeing Cheng Yaojin following behind MaHongjun, were even more shocked and did not dare to approach and question them. This person is so ugly. This young master is so handsome. He can't possibly be his son. Yes, he really is ugly. This person looks like he has hands and feet. Why does he still need someone to carry him? Although it was close to sunset, the streets of Jinling City remained bustling with traffic and crowds, extremely prosperous. Cheng Yaojin followed closely around MaHongjun, preventing anyone from getting too close, but he could not stop people's curiosity. Seeing such a strange combination, They pointed and whispered among themselves. Fortunately, MaHongjun had a thick skin and continued to chat and laugh with Pang Tong on his back, even unconsciously quickening his pace. Soon, the three arrived at an inn. The Ponglai Inn. "All right, let's get down here," Pang Tong casually said after picking his nose. "All right." MaHongjun complied and stopped, feeling a sigh of relief while also worrying about what trouble this guy might cause again. "I will rest here today. Come to see me at midnight." Pang Tong neither accepted nor rejected MaHongjun's invitation and simply strode toward the inn. Just before stepping inside, he turned to look at MaHongjun and said, "All right, I will definitely come to see you on time." MaHongjun finally felt relieved and smiled in response. On the way back to the palace, Cheng Yaojin appeared hesitant and unhappy. "If you have something to say, just say it directly. Why the hesitation?" MaHongjun looked at Cheng Yaojin helplessly and said, "Yes, my lord, I really can't understand how a person so arrogant and conceited could be like a military strategist. Could it be that he is a fraud who deceived you?" Cheng Yaojin cautiously looked around before speaking honestly. "Do you think anyone could deceive me? You will know the result if you come with me tonight at midnight." MaHongjun smiled mysteriously and then happily walked toward the palace. After arriving at the inn, Pang Tong rented a room and immediately requested boiling water and a bath bucket to tidy himself up. The Ponglai Inn. At midnight, he had a light sleep and refused Ning Rongrong's request to accompany him. MaHongjun arrived at the door of the Ponglai Inn with Cheng Yaojin. Sure enough, as MaHongjun expected, Pang Tong had already tidied himself up and had been waiting at the inn's entrance for a long time. "I greet my lord." As soon as they met, Pang Tong knelt down at MaHongjun's feet, his attitude extremely sincere. "There is no need for such formalities. Please get up quickly." MaHongjun hurriedly helped Pang Tong up, excitedly saying that he knew this was a sign of Pang Tong's loyalty. "Today, I have received your highness's favor, not considering my lowly status, and humbling myself to wait for you. First, there was the feeling of waiting, then the intention of carrying you. Hence I willingly bathe and change clothes to come under your command," Pang Tong said, tears streaming down his face, feeling the sentiment of a scholar who would die for a true friend. Since childhood, he had been exceptionally intelligent, but because of his appearance, he often faced ridicule, which led to a proud and unruly character. Now, he was moved by MaHongjun's sincerity, and the importance MaHongjun placed on him made him feel the sentiment of dying for a true friend. Thus he could no longer care about anything else. After bathing and changing, he once again saw MaHongjun arrive on time and immediately bowed down. "All right, I have gained the Phoenix Chick. Just like Emperor Gaozu gained Zhang Liang. It's like a fish finding water." MaHongjun, not minding the glitch, joyfully exclaimed. Cheng Yaojin scratched his head beside them, not understanding why someone who was arrogant during the day was now completely transformed at night. He did not realize that everything during the day was merely a test of loyalty, and now that the test was over and a decision had been made, he naturally bowed down. "Scholar, follow me into the palace. Tonight, I want to discuss matters with you." MaHongjun happily pulled Pang Tong toward the palace. "Yes, my lord, I still have a gift to present to you. 3 years ago, I accidentally obtained one of the 2 drops of a gemstone that has the effect of enhancing talent and healing injuries." Saying this, he took out a tear-shaped pearl and handed it to MaHongjun. "Congratulations, host. You have obtained one of the Meteor Tears fragments, gaining 1,000 luck points, which can be exchanged for 1 lottery opportunity." As soon as MaHongjun received it, he received a prompt from a system. After accepting it discreetly, he headed toward the palace while silently thinking of the lottery. "Congratulations, host. You have obtained the innate spiritual treasure, Heavenly Curtain." Heavenly Curtain, a curtain used by the Jade Emperor to conceal one's aura. Lowering the curtain can block all forms of probing, including that of saints, with only one function. MaHongjun was extremely satisfied. Although its current usefulness was limited, its level was indeed there. Chapter 207. Implementation of the plan. Heavenly Curtain? Could it be the curtain that the Heavenly Curtain General is responsible for lowering? Should I also match it with a Heavenly Curtain General? Who should I use? However, MaHongjun soon thought that this item should be more useful in the conference hall. Using it for show was not very useful. It could prevent leaks when discussing political matters. If even saints could be blocked, then the trivial heavenly Tao of the small 1,000 worlds would naturally be no problem. It wasn't too useless. Perhaps it would be useful in the future. MaHongjun had no intention of taking it out, but automatically placed it in the system space for storage. The next time he met Anna, when receiving messages from the Douluo continent, it could be used to prevent eavesdropping. MaHongjun thought of Maon, Na hidden in the Douluo continent. MaHongjun led some remnants of forces in the Douluo continent, responsible for gathering intelligence, so confidentiality measures had to be in place. Although MaHongjun had the ability to freely traverse the two realms, due to the current formal connection between the two realms, there were many titled powerhouses stationed in the Tongtian Sea, so MaHongjun could only sneak into the Douluo continent once every 6 months. Now, with the heavenly curtain, he need not worry about his aura being exposed. Not to mention titled Douluo, even a god-level powerhouse could not detect his information, allowing him to come and go freely in the Douluo world. Pang Tong's arrival not only brought MaHongjun the innate spiritual treasure, but also provided him with strategies to improve people's livelihoods, invisibly bringing powerful world luck. As one of the sleeping dragon and phoenix chicks, he inherently carried a large amount of luck, favored by the world's luck, which could bring good fortune to his master. With one of the sleeping dragon and phoenix chicks, one could secure the world. If one of the four dies, the Han dynasty would struggle to rise. Among the four, although MaHongjun only captured Pang Tong, he was still very satisfied. After all, I don't solely rely on the talents from the three kingdoms, but rather on the talents from the system and the foundation from Douluo continent. Meanwhile, Liu Bei, who was discussing matters with Fa Zheng, Liu Ba, and others in Shu, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart, as if something important in his life had been taken away. What's wrong with the Lord? Liu Ba asked worriedly when he saw Liu Bei suddenly clutching his heart. It's nothing, you don't need to worry. It's just a sudden heartache. I suppose it's because my second brother's injuries haven't healed, and brothers share a bond, Liu Bei said, not revealing the deeper feelings in his heart, merely finding an excuse. Sigh, the 3 passages of the Sky Sea. One is located at the gates of my Shuhan, one is in Weihan, and one is in Wuhan. I wonder if it's just a coincidence. Liu Bei sighed, feeling concerned about the situation within the Sky Sea. The Sky Sea surely hides a tremendous secret, as if a part of space had appeared out of thin air and was forcibly added, but the space is not completely integrated. Liu Ba, upon hearing this, breathed a sigh of relief while calmly analyzing. Perhaps that mysterious lord of Wuhan, Lu Ning, knows something. Fa Zheng suddenly had a flash of insight and affirmed this. Why do you say that, Xiaozhi? Liu Bei asked Fa Zheng with confusion. I'm not sure. I was once friends with Su Jing, so I have some understanding of observing people's faces. However, ever since I saw Lu Ning with my own eyes last time, I felt a sense of clarity. And once I encounter someone who can evoke such a feeling, they must know a lot, Fa Zheng explained as he recalled the last time he saw MaHongjun. But what about Su Xiao, the brother of Su Xiao from Runan, who is responsible for the monthly evaluation? Liu Bei looked at Fa Zheng excitedly. Indeed, I didn't expect the Lord to know both Su Xiao and Su Jing. Fa Zheng responded with surprise. How could I not know the name of Chao Man, who was evaluated as a capable minister in governing the world and a tyrant in chaotic times? I wonder if Xiaozhi can recommend both of them for me. Liu Bei asked Fa Zheng with excitement. The Lord speaks too highly of me. I was just about to recommend Su Jing for your use, but unfortunately, his brother Su Xiao's whereabouts are uncertain, and he cannot be used for the time being. Fa Zheng replied with a smile, quickly bowing in response. Happy to seek a career for his friend, but regretting that he could not fully succeed. After Pang Tong arrived, Zhang Zhao's pressure significantly decreased, and MaHongjun's life became even more comfortable. MaHongjun spent more time on cultivation and had now broken through to the level of an 86th level soul Douluo, not far from the 90th level innate titled Douluo realm. Once he enters the innate Douluo realm, his lifespan can reach over 300 years, and every time he levels up, he can increase his lifespan by 100 years. If title Douluo can live this long, where have the more powerful figures from the Preqin Aragon? MaHongjun, not omniscient, felt puzzled by this question. It couldn't be that they all died in battle or vanished from this world, could it? Little did he know that many powerful martial artists who broke through their limits had long been taken to a higher level world, the spirit world. Although the world level of the spirit world is not as high as that of the Douluo God realm, it is not far off, both belonging to the small thousand worlds. Moreover, unlike other small thousand worlds, the spirit world's previous location had left traces of temporal turbulence. Therefore, the time ratio is significantly different from that of the Three Kingdoms realm, almost reaching a ratio of 10:1, where 1 year in the spirit world equals 10 years in the Han dynasty. In the Sky Sea, at the gates of Shuhan, the prince of the Sun Moon Empire was personally sent to the gates of the Tiando Empire by Zhuge Liang's envoy. Unlike the Huaxia alliance, Wei Shu and Wu were able to set aside past grievances for the greater good of their nation, while the alliance between the Tiando and Xinglua empires was to divide interests. The The Tiando Empire did not feel anything wrong about returning the prince of the Sun-Moon Empire, but their attitude was somewhat reluctant. This was because returning the prince brought them little benefit and could reduce the Sun-Moon Empire's attacks on the Huaxia Alliance, as well as decrease the supply of soul guide devices to the Tiando and Xingluo empires. Consequently, the Tiando Empire would need to deploy more troops to the battlefield. Naturally, they wouldn't be happy about it. Before the Tiando Empire's front line, after the negotiations between both sides ended and the Shu Han troops departed, the Tiando Empire was preparing to return to their positions when suddenly a fierce wind arose and thunder roared across the sky. Whoosh! Whoosh! Several masked figures dressed in black appeared. One long-bearded, black-clad man suddenly took the lead, wielding a Qinglong Yanyue Dao, blocking the path of the Tiando Empire's Prince Xuexing and a titled Dalu from the Tiando Empire. A tall figure behind him held a silver spear, while another brandished a red halberd. Innate titled strongman, Prince Xuexing, himself a titled Douluo, was taken aback upon seeing this. The three did not respond. Qinglong Yanyue — the leading figure, without hesitation, directly struck at the Sun-Moon Prince with a clear target. Prince Xuexing immediately reacted and shouted, "Stop him! Quickly! We can't let anything happen to the Sun-Moon Prince here in our Tiando Empire." Within the Imperial Gate, countless strong figures flew out in response. Chapter 208. Potential Crisis. The three figures were none other than Guan Yu, Zhao Yun, and Elbu. Upon seeing the Tiando Empire's guards take action, the one holding the spear among the three also moved. With a twist of his wrist, he unleashed a move that rivaled the power of a martial soul skill. A glimmer of cold light struck first, followed by a spear that shot out like a dragon. In one sweep, all those who attempted to break through and provide rescue were blocked by that terrifying momentum. Meanwhile, on the other side, Prince Xuexing and the titled Dalu joined forces to brace against Guan Yu's attack. Break! Suddenly, a shadowy old man appeared and instantly countered Zhao Yun's spear momentum. A terrifying force of nature, carrying a formidable technique, surged towards Guan Yu. Proud as Elbu was, he did not dismiss this move, but looked solemnly at the suddenly appearing shadowy old man. Zhao Yun's expression was grave as he unleashed 9 spear flowers, transforming into pure energy, successfully countering this attack and letting out a sigh of relief. "Who are you?" Elbu was the first to ask. "I am Montaxi, the elder of the Mo family." "You are insignificant. Who are you?" "Hurry and retreat, and if you do, I won't hold it against you." The shadowy old man assessed that Zhao Yun had easily countered his 60 strength attack, and, after weighing his options, felt he could not guarantee leaving behind such powerful individuals. So he spoke. "Enough of the nonsense. I, Zhao Yun, will not change my name or surname. Today, I will ensure you have no way back." Elbu blushed and began to argue with Mo Xie according to their plan. How dare you insult me? Who doesn't know that Zhao Yun is a master with a spear from Wuhan? You, wielding a halberd, think you can impersonate him? Your intention to sow discord is a miscalculation. Mo Xie coldly snorted and loudly reprimanded, thinking he had seen through everything. Here, it should be noted that due to the intelligence system's shortcomings, the intelligence capabilities of Douluo continent are far inferior to that of MaHongjun, who focuses on developing intelligence forces. Their understanding of enemies is still limited to the level of weapons. Elbu was speechless, unsure of how to respond to such foolishness. Should he say, "You truly are a genius or a big fool? It seems you are the strongest in the Tiando Empire's gate. I, Elbu, have come to meet you." Suddenly, Shui Rongui, hidden in the shadows, couldn't help but reveal himself, surrounding Prince Xuexing and his 2 companions in a 4-corner formation alongside Guan Yu and the others. Shui Rongui held a Fong Tianhua halberd, and while the weapon matched, he was noticeably shorter than the tall and muscular Elbu. If there were to be an investigation afterward, it would definitely not match up, especially since the intel from Douluo continent indicated that both Elbu and Guan Yu were severely injured and in seclusion for recovery. How could they possibly appear here? He was definitely not Elbu. That devil was taller than him. "Elder Mo, please save me. After this, the Sun and Moon Empire is willing to provide a permanent 30 discount on soul tools to the Mo family." At this moment, the role of the Sun and Moon Empire's prince was revealed. However, as he spoke, the Sun and Moon Prince glanced at the real Elbu, thinking to himself that the height of this masked man was indeed quite similar to that of the villain Elbu. Elbu was severely injured and couldn't possibly appear here. "If you are willing to let the Sun and Moon Empire's prince go, we can shake hands and part ways. How about it?" Upon seeing Shui Rongui appear, Mo Xie was not angry this time and ignored the useless Sun and Moon Empire prince. instead discussing in a calm manner. From his observation, although none of them were his match, together they were definitely not inferior to him. Moreover, the prince of the Tiando Empire and the prince of the Sun and Moon Empire were still in the hands of the opponent. Dream on. Suddenly, all four of them spoke in unison and turned to attack Prince Xuexing and another titled Douluo. As for the Sun and Moon Empire prince hiding behind the two, it seemed to be overlooked by everyone. Bang! Boom! Before Elder Mo could react, Prince Xuexing and the unknown titled Douluo were killed on the spot. Seeking death, Elder Mo was completely enraged and rushed forward, ready to start a battle without regard for anything else. However, retreat. Whoosh! Whoosh! The four of them ran faster than rabbits. Just as Elder Mo prepared to chase, he saw the four splitting into four directions. At that moment, he suddenly heard the weak voice of the Sun and Moon Empire Prince. Cough, cough. Help, help. The Sun and Moon Empire Prince exerted all his strength to crawl out of the large pit created by the bombardment. 3 days later, Tiando Empire Palace. Damn it, the Mo family truly harbors ill intentions, intending to swallow my Tiando Empire. The Snow Knight Emperor was furious, raging uncontrollably. It turned out that after the incident that day, news had already returned, and the Tiando Empire had lost 2 of its few titled Douluos, one of whom was the Snow Knight Emperor's brother. Due to the butterfly effect caused by MaHongjun, the Snow Knight Emperor was not killed by Qianren, but was instead healed of his poison by a hidden family. However, because of this, the military power of the Tiando Empire was gradually infiltrated by hidden families. This time, a peak titled Dalu from the Mo family was present and managed to kill 2 titled Douluos belonging to the Tiando Empire royal family. While only the sole master-level prince of the Sun and Moon Empire survived, anyone would feel something was amiss. Xingluo Empire. It seemed the Tiando Empire was about to suffer even more as the influence of these hidden families was truly pervasive. This incident seemed to have a considerable relationship with the hidden families as well. The emperor of the Xingluo Empire was also very unsettled. Like the Tiando Empire, although the situation in the Xingluo Empire was much better, the gap in top-tier strength made the hidden family's position in the Xingluo Empire very transcendent. Naturally, the empire would not have any good feelings toward these transcendent forces. Among the hidden families, they were not a monolith. Some hidden families from the Tiando Empire secretly rejoiced, while others acted even more recklessly in the Tiando Empire. For a time, as rumors spread among the people, the Snow Knight Emperor began to retract military power, significantly reducing the pressure on the Tongtian Sea and the Shuhan camp. Moreover, due to Wuhan's return of the Sun and Moon Empire Prince, the pressure on the Wuhan camp also greatly decreased. Although there was an incident along the way, the Sun and Moon Empire did not suspect Wuhan. And with the Sun and Moon Empire Prince's injuries improving, many forces began to calm down. With both sides' military strength evenly matched and the gap in upper-level combat power not significant, even though the Douluo continent side knew that once they invaded another country, they could receive divine rewards, they would still exercise restraint. After all, who would be foolish enough to take money without life? After the pressures of both countries decreased, the royal family of the Xingluo Empire naturally also followed suit to retract military power, coupled with the already reduced forces to complete the God examination. The situation in the Tongtian Sea became unprecedentedly calm. All of this was progressing according to MaHongjun's expectations, as he sensed a great crisis from the world and urgently needed to enhance his top-tier strength for self-preservation. He knew that according to the timeline on Douluo continent, the appearance of divine-level powerhouses was not far off. Tang San, Qianren, and Bibi Dong would become divine-level powerhouses within 5 years at the most. By then, Tang San might reminisce about the past, or perhaps battle the Spirit Hall. But regardless of who wins or loses, they would definitely choose to annex the Huaxiao world. Dominating the acquisition of world advancement would gain the world's favor and immense merits for promotion, which was something MaHongjun did not wish to see. Divine-level powerhouses could turn the tide of war. It was not just talk. Even the condensed fog of top-tier armies would become vulnerable before divine powerhouses. Only by quickly consolidating luck and establishing a dynasty could there be a chance to resist. Chapter 209. Establishment of the dynasty. On the eve, with rumors spreading, the contradictions between the empires and hidden families on Douluo continent erupted completely. Meanwhile, everything in the Tongtian Sea seemed to return to calm, with only some important deputy generals remaining at the Tongtian Pass guarded by Wuhan. Surprisingly, the person in charge at the top was none other than Guan Yu of Shuhan. It turned out that the people of Wuhan had all been recalled by MaHongjun. After the last cooperation, Guan Yu, who had received benefits, voluntarily requested to help guard the narrow pass. Guan Yu was a person of great loyalty and always sought to repay kindness, having received the favor of Wuhan. He had long wanted to return the favor. This recall of key generals without recalling military forces clearly indicated that something significant was happening. After receiving a message from Liu Bowen, Guan Yu naturally felt it was his duty to respond. Only with a fierce general could the army's fog be maximally utilized, and a commander general's elite troops could truly be considered elite. Guan Yu happened to embody both a fierce general and a commanding general. The Tongtian Sea. As an important strategic location between the two worlds, MaHongjun would not want to neglect its defense if he had a choice. The Tongtian Sea's secret realm was vast and uninhabited, rich in spiritual energy, even removing most of the sea area. The land area occupied was still larger than any of the 13 continents of the Han Dynasty. Jinling City. 3 days later, the army returned victorious. Although only 1/3 of Wuhan's cavalry returned, the spectacle was still grand. The streets inside and outside Jinling City were filled with citizens welcoming the triumphant army. For the people of the Han Dynasty, these heroes who fought for the nation were celebrated as long as they returned alive. Almost every 6 months, a batch of newly grown soldiers would be sent to the Tongtian Sea, and most families had someone serving in the army, reflecting the cruelty of war. As for the name of Jinling City, MaHongjun had officially ordered it to be renamed Jinling City prior to this moment. At this time, Jinling City gathered nearly 1/3 of the civil and military officials from the Three Kingdoms era. If placed in later generations, who would dare to say that Jinling City had no men? Holding great power, MaHongjun did not need to consider the feelings of the families in matters of great importance. Anyone who dares to obstruct will wake up the next morning to find a dagger marked with the Celestial Guardian insignia at their bedside. Who wouldn't be afraid of that? Therefore, the renaming of the capital was easily accomplished by MaHongjun with the return of the meritorious officials. The victorious soldiers were divided into several groups, with the first being the White Horse Isong, who instilled fear in the enemy on the battlefield. Next were the light cavalry led by Tai Shirtzi, followed by the heavy cavalry commanded by El Bu, which was not inferior in momentum to the White Horse Isong. Liu Bowen led the central army, surrounded by numerous generals and scholars, with the main elite troops closely following. Lastly, the cavalry formation at the rear. Although they appeared less fierce, and some still had youthful faces, no one dared to question their strength. About 1,000 men, each at the peak of the Qi refining realm equivalent to that of a Soul King, formed the great Han Dragon Riders. Brought together by Shui Ringgui from all the talents within the Wuhan territory, all mounted on pure-blooded horses. It was unexpected that such a rare breed of horse would actually be organized into a unit. Indeed, the Lord was not someone ordinary. On the city gate tower, Zhang Zhao looked pleased, stroking his beard and smiling. Yes, how could the likes of Cao Cao and Liu Bei be compared to our king? Mere flies and dogs. Many ministers also praised our king for his wisdom and martial prowess, with some seizing the opportunity to belittle Wei and Shu. MaHongjun could only shake his head helplessly and no longer pay attention. Each of these civil officials had 800 ulterior motives. He genuinely did not like them, but he was still very pleased when capable and principled civil officials like Zhang Zhao flattered him. It must be admitted that while most Huaxia people would not falter on matters of national righteousness, there were still some who were corrupt to the core. The corruption here is not merely about embezzlement, but a broader sense of decay that includes thoughts and behaviors. These people see only interests with no bottom line, and some even lack basic familial affection, willing to betray brothers, let alone the country. A simple, kind, and principled ruler like MaHongjun could not understand how such people came to be. From the data provided by the investigation system, MaHongjun learned that 1/3 of the court officials had just barely passed the loyalty threshold, teetering on the edge of betrayal. There were even a few members of noble families who didn't even reach the passing mark. Fortunately, these individuals held positions that were more ceremonial than powerful, posing no threat to Wuhan's rule. We pay our respects to the king, Lord. After the troops arranged themselves, they all knelt in a spectacular display. Soldiers, rise. You are the foundation of our Wuhan, and the tense war across the world cannot be separated from your guarding efforts. You have worked hard, not hard at all. The soldiers rose in unison, then shouted with great momentum. On the city tower, MaHongjun stood in midair. Today, I have prepared bathing tubs and clothing for you. You may bathe at the military camp, and those with homes in Jinling may return to visit family after bathing. I hope you will return early tomorrow. I will ascend the throne at the hour of the dragon. Perhaps you do not understand why I claim the title of emperor while the Han Emperor still exists. But this is a matter of great importance concerning the safety of Wuhan and even the entire Great Han Dynasty. Please wait for tomorrow's result. MaHongjun waved his sleeve, speaking with grand confidence. Preparing bathing tubs and hot and cold water for these soldiers took considerable effort. However, there was no choice. These soldiers were too filled with hostility, which could be detrimental to the establishment of a new dynasty. Every prosperous dynasty enjoys years of peace after its founding, during which the luck is most concentrated, but the Wu army, just off the battlefield, clearly did not meet this requirement. Therefore, bathing and changing clothes were necessary to better gather this luck. A dynasty's soldiers could be fierce, but must not harbor hostility. Long live our king. We obey your command. The soldiers all showed excitement, expressing gratitude for the ruler's allowance to visit family. And upon hearing about the ascension to the throne, they eagerly knelt again, shouting long live. Currently, the Han Emperor has long been a mere name. It is only a matter of time before the throne is claimed. These ordinary soldiers even hope their lord ascends as soon as possible. The sense of national honor among the people does not arise only now. It is akin to how, in the future, if our country becomes the world's #1 power, most of us would react similarly. Soon, the army began to camp outside the city, while officials of rank dismounted and entered the city. After returning to the camp, the soldiers received orders and quickly scattered, finding bathing tubs to soak in hot water. Inside the palace hall, the core civil and military officials gathered, with MaHongjun naturally seated on the throne. Liu Bowen and Zhao Yun sat in the positions of honor on either side, with others following in order of rank. Even the headstrong El Bu and Ma Chao became much more subdued in front of MaHongjun. I have already informed our allied nations Wei and Shu about my ascension to the throne, and they have acknowledged it. Moreover, under the right conditions, they are willing to become a vassal kingdom of the new nation. MaHongjun stated directly, shocking everyone. Huh? Why is that? The generals looked at MaHongjun with puzzled expressions, knowing there was more to come. Although the three kingdoms were allied, they only united to resist external enemies out of necessity. Once the external threat was resolved, they would still be the greatest enemies. The reason is that the dynasty I will establish tomorrow is the ancient Luck dynasty. MaHongjun explained slowly. May I ask, what is the ancient Luck dynasty? What benefits does it bring? Liu Bowen finally couldn't help but ask. Even though he was extremely intelligent, he was still unclear about it. But upon hearing it was the Luck dynasty, he showed a thoughtful expression. Chapter 210. Jiasu's defection regarding the concept of luck. Liu Bowen had some understanding due to his heritage, and he was even more knowledgeable about the methods of cutting luck, but he knew nothing about the Luck dynasty. You may not know, but the Luck dynasty is an ancient tradition of humanity that emerged before the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. And it is also the means by which humanity survived among the myriad races in ancient times. MaHongjun explained slowly to the official below. These military and civil officials were all his trusted aides and truly loyal to him. Even the former officials of Eastern Wu had a loyalty level above 85. Ancient humanity? The generals all showed expressions of surprise. Even if they did not know what ancient humanity was, just hearing the name indicated its great antiquity. Legendary stories from ancient times have been passed down through the ages. Indeed, in the distant ancient times, our humanity once had glory, but unfortunately, some traitorous members of humanity, along with foreign races, nearly brought about our destruction, and the legacy gradually waned after the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. MaHongjun recalled the records in the secret text with a solemn expression. At the same time, he sighed inwardly, realizing that regardless of the dynasty, one must never underestimate the weaknesses of human nature. Fortunately, he had a system to discern people's loyalty. It turned out that the reason why the ancient human legacy was severed was due to betrayal by some traitors seeking power, colluding with foreign races, and uniting with hostile foreign entities, leading to countless deaths and injuries among the top-tier powerhouses. Eventually, humanity fell to the point of becoming fodder for the even stronger demon and undead races. Otherwise, with the existence of those top-tier powerhouses of humanity, although they might not be able to match the demon and undead races, they would definitely not fall to the level of becoming sacrificial lambs. If it weren't for the emergence of such astonishing talents as the last 3 emperors and 5 sovereigns, who protected the human race, humanity would have likely been extinguished, let alone become the main character of the later celestial realms, spreading across the myriad worlds. How infuriating! If such traitors existed in our time, they would be swiftly executed. Zhao Yun was the first to slam the table and say resentfully. Even Elbu showed anger upon hearing the story of MaHongjun, clearly displeased and extremely disgusted by such individuals. Although Elbu had changed masters twice, those were internal struggles. His attitude towards foreign races had always been resolute. He had once killed the Xiongnu in Bingzhou, preventing them from grazing their horses southward. Indeed, the situation of us descendants of Yin and Huang is not optimistic today, especially since the Northern Wei and Han not only have to face harassment from northern foreign races, but must also guard the Tongtian Sea at all times to fend off external invasions. If our dynasty sees the emergence of such scoundrels again, the Yin and Huang human race will undoubtedly face destruction. Moreover, as far as I know, the forces from the outer realms are about to be reshuffled, and god-level powerhouses will appear. At that time, if we maintain the current situation, we will surely face defeat. Thus, the establishment of the Yunqiao is so urgent. Only by establishing the Yunqiao can we effectively prevent the harm caused by traitors' betrayal. Anyone belonging to the Yunqiao will be enveloped by its fortune, but those with ulterior motives will surely suffer backlash from the fortune. MaHongjun explained slowly, word by word. In this world, no one has the means to resist the backlash of the Yunqiao's fortune. Once one joins the Yunqiao, it is equivalent to being bound to the same boat. MaHongjun did not disclose this to the two subordinate nations, as at that time, without bloodshed, the two nations would have to consider the Yunqiao. Although both were leaders of subordinate nations, their status was only second to MaHongjun, but in terms of interests, they were completely bound together, making betrayal impossible, allowing them to enjoy the benefits of the Yunqiao's fortune simultaneously. Meanwhile, the Tianluo Diwang forces on the Douluo continent suffered a devastating blow from the Wuhuan Temple. Even the leader, Mei Anna, was captured by the Wuhuan Temple due to the emergence of a traitor within the Tianluo Diwang forces. With MaHongjun's explanation, everyone became indignant. They expressed that the establishment of the Yunqiao was imperative. Zhou Yu, who had been seated below Lu Bowen, could not help but stand up to break the atmosphere and ask sharply what everyone was thinking at that moment. After establishing the Yunqiao, will we be able to rapidly increase our strength with the blessing of fortune? Zhou Yu could not help but ask. As long as the spiritual energy is sufficient and the fortune is abundant, one can quickly enhance their strength. The cultivation speed will vary based on individual official rank and level. MaHongjun answered Zhou Yu's question without any intention of concealment. Upon hearing this, even the generals who usually did not care much about official ranks turned their heads, their eyes shining with excitement, especially Elbu and Ma Chao, whose gazes were filled with desire. Dare I ask, my lord, can the rank increase the cultivation speed? Elbu, unable to contain his excitement, quickly stood up and clasped his hands in inquiry. Yes, but the specific enhancement effect is still unclear. It should be similar to the enhancement from official rank, and it won't be much weaker. Ranks and positions can enjoy the fortune's blessings, and the two do not conflict. MaHongjun replied affirmatively. Upon hearing this, the ministers and military generals below cast envious glances at Elbu. Thank you for your grace, my lord. From now on, I will certainly follow your lead. Elbu, after bowing to express his gratitude, returned to his seat with a satisfied smile, bowing to everyone in acknowledgement. Although he had joined later and was not as high in military rank as Zhao Yun and Shui, he could enjoy two sets of cultivation benefits. What was there to be dissatisfied about? It should be noted that Wen Ho is a single character title, which is quite noble in ancient times. Aside from a few special double character titles like Wen Ho and Jianjun Ho, single character titles were considered more prestigious, thus enjoying a greater fortune blessing. In the future, the more fortune the Yunqiao accumulates, the more enhancement effects on cultivation speed there will be. Everyone should work hard to cultivate for the founding of the Wuhan territory and to strive for our Lord and the world. With Lu Bowen's statement, the banquet reached its climax. The crowd began to raise their glasses to celebrate the impending establishment of the Yunqiao. The next morning, the army began to assemble. The entire city was under martial law, and various military branches surrounded the city of Jinling in 3 concentric circles. Members of various great families trembled with fear, not daring to make any moves. The Wei Han and Emperor Xian of Han announced their abdication, and the entire city of Jinling celebrated, with the entire Han dynasty spreading the word that the Wu Han dynasty was about to be established. Cao Cao and Liu Bei both hurried to Jinling with their subordinates. With their strength enhanced, the speed of message transmission accelerated, and on their journey, they covered great distances in a day. Even with hurried travel, Liu Bei and Cao Cao arrived just before the establishment of the Yunqiao. Although both were somewhat skeptical of MaHongjun's words, he guaranteed on behalf of the entire Wuhan that he would not interfere in their national affairs, only requiring them to enjoy the benefits. Only Cao Cao needed to privately pay the price to have Emperor Xian of Han abdicate, allowing the entire nation to enjoy the fortune blessing and exponentially increase their cultivation speed. What more could they ask for? Naturally, they all rushed over. Although those who did not come could also enjoy the fortune blessing, the more people who came, the more fortune they could seize, and the more fortune the Yunqiao could condense. Therefore, even the military leaders from various places in the Tongtian Sea, such as Sun Yu, Guijia, and Zhuge Liang, rushed back. Unfortunately, among the Peach Garden brothers, only Liu Bei came this time. The fortune they occupied was undoubtedly greater than that of others, and only Zhao Yun and El Bu could compare. Meanwhile, upon hearing the news of Liu Bei and Cao Cao's arrival, MaHongjun felt happy, yet somewhat regretful. Nothing can be perfect. The three brothers' bond brings a connection of fortune, and since Liu Bei is the eldest, he should be able to bring a significant portion of the fortune they can gather. Liu Bowen, fanning himself, smiled and comforted him. That's fine. Zhang Fei needs to lead the Shu Han troops, and Guan Yu is helping us guard the passes. That's already the best outcome. MaHongjun consoled himself. Fortunately, the presence of people from Wei and Shu did not significantly affect Wuhan's interests. On the contrary, the more people from the two nations came, the more fortune they would take away, although this fortune originally belonged to them. However, the overall amount of fortune does affect the hierarchy of the dynasty. If it were originally a mid-tier dynasty but got stuck in the early stages due to that little bit of fortune, it could drive people to despair. Not to mention MaHongjun's worries. Among those following Cao Cao, a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance but keen insight discreetly left the group and secretly followed someone into the palace. Your Majesty, Jia Su requests an audience, reported Cheng Yaojin from outside the palace. Quickly invite him in. MaHongjun, who was playing chess with Liu Bowen, immediately stood up excitedly and walked towards the door. This left Liu Bowen alone, feeling disheveled in the wind, as he was just one move away from winning. However, seeing MaHongjun's demeanor did not seem intentional. He also curiously stood up and followed to see who could excite the Lord so much. Su has seen His Majesty. Congratulations. Your Majesty, congratulations. Upon seeing how young MaHongjun was, Jiasu was secretly shocked but quickly regained his composure and bowed respectfully. No need for such formalities. There is no need to be so distant. I have been looking forward to you for a long time, hoping you can assist me wholeheartedly, and I will treat you with high regard. MaHongjun, seeing Jiasu's respectful demeanor, secretly scolded the old fox and directly promised without beating around the bush. I pay my respects to my lord. I, Su, wish to serve your Majesty wholeheartedly. Upon hearing this, Jiasu's eyes squinted with a smile. Secretly pleased with MaHongjun's generosity, he directly addressed the yet-to-be-crowned MaHongjun as your Majesty, clearly with his own intentions. Seeing that MaHongjun was not avoiding the topic and directly offering high positions, it showed his sincerity and regard for him. Jiasu, age, 53 years old. Strength, early innate stage, equivalent to a 91st level title Dalu. Potential, level 1 divine. MaHongjun glanced at Jiasu's strength and was astonished to find that he was actually an innate realm expert. This old fellow was truly deep hidden. There had never been any news of him being a strong innate expert before. MaHongjun had grown too lazy to check the martial soul. The limitations of martial souls on the strength of the Huaxia talents could be said to be minimal, as these were all naturally gifted geniuses. Compared to the talents of those from the Douluo continent, they were far superior. Almost every historically notable figure possessed divine level or higher potential. From the world's secrets, MaHongjun learned why the levels of this world were clearly lower than those of the Douluo continent, yet the talents were so much better. It turned out that the Huaxia people inherited their talents from the primordial Great World. Although overall they were not as strong as those from the primordial Great World, the top talents were not much different, especially figures like Zhao Yun, Shui Rengue, and El Bu, who were exceptional geniuses, even better than most of the primordial human race's talents. However, due to the limitations of the world, they had not been able to reveal themselves. At this moment, MaHongjun was walking step by step towards the sacrificial altar, about to establish the ancient Yun dynasty, but his mood was far from joyous. He had already received news of the Mei family's destruction and Mei Anna's capture. The Mei family had been a significant support for him in establishing his power. second only to the help he received from Shrek Academy. He had never forgotten this kindness, but unfortunately, Mayanis strongly requested to stay, and most of the Mei family naturally remained on the Douluo continent. Fortunately, the head of the Mei family, MaHongjun, had followed MaHongjun to the Three Kingdoms and survived. Otherwise, MaHongjun's debt to Mayana would have been even greater. Anna, wait for me. I will definitely rescue you home soon. MaHongjun silently vowed in his heart. Upon reaching the altar, MaHongjun looked down at the densely packed crowd below. His heart filled with ambition. He took out the innate spiritual treasure, the Shana map, raised it high above his head, and shouted loudly. The Wuhan dynasty takes Jinling City as its capital, with Lu Ning as the emperor, relying on countless human beings as its foundation, and using the innate spiritual treasure, the Shana map, as the treasure of fortune to suppress the dynasty's luck. Wuhan dynasty. Stunt. With a shout, a deafening sound echoed with MaHongjun's voice, reaching the hearts of every Wuhan citizen. Such a divine phenomenon was not inferior to a divine-level assessment. MaHongjun's starry eyes slightly widened as he released invisible waves of luck, drifting toward the direction of the palace, where a golden dragon of fortune formed above the palace. The golden dragon let out a roar. Immediately, countless fortunes gathered from all directions and entered the mouth of the golden dragon's phantom. Those who saw this scene, whether civil or military officials or guests from Wei and Shu, were all astonished. However, they quickly knelt and called out for the protection of the human race's ancestors, proclaiming that the throne was destined for the emperor. Even Liu Bei and Chao had to slightly bow to express their respect for the lord of the dynasty. With the enhancement of fortune, MaHongjun's cultivation continuously broke through, nearly reaching the half-step innate realm before he stopped. Then, MaHongjun looked at the crowd below, feeling he could not miss the opportunity to strengthen his followers. Today, I ascend the throne with the help of all of you. Therefore, I will grant great titles to my ministers. Chao, Liu Bei, step forward to receive your orders. MaHongjun shouted, showing no mercy and exuding great authority. Chao's expression was not very good, but he still reluctantly stepped forward and slightly cupped his hands. Liu Bei, on the other hand, maintained a calm expression and slightly bowed as he stepped forward, waiting for MaHongjun to speak. From today, I appoint both of you as the kings of the Wuhan dynasty's vassal kingdoms. From now on, we will share honor and loss, and you can share the luck of the dynasty. I will reward my ministers. MaHongjun said lightly, with no reluctance in his heart, unafraid of the two nations surpassing him in power. In fact, there was something MaHongjun did not say. No matter what, the strength of the two nations could never surpass his own, because the two nations were vassals. Wuhan could not only use their fortune for himself, but also decide the extent of the shared fortune for the two nations, even if it were maximized. As vassal states, they would always remain one tier below the suzerain nation, just like the first-rank officials and military generals of Wei and Shu receiving enhancements equivalent to Wuhan's second rank. Even the amount of fortune the kings could enjoy was merely equivalent to the peak of the ministers, similar to that of Wuhan's foreign kings, slightly higher than that of first-rank officials. Then, MaHongjun began to reward Zhao Yun, Shui Ringue, and others. Both were awarded the rank of first-rank general and first-rank officials, while others like Elbu and Ma Chao were either second-rank or below. It was not that MaHongjun was stingy and unwilling to grant more first-rank generals, but rather due to the restrictions of the dynasty's hierarchy. This child is indeed extraordinary, having condensed a dragon of fortune. No wonder he could break the odds, overthrow Eastern Wu, and establish Wuhan. There must be an astonishing secret within him. An old man, who had mixed into the crowd, looked at MaHongjun on the altar with a face full of suspicion. Unlike those who were kneeling or bowing, this person merely looked coldly at MaHongjun on the altar. If I can obtain this secret, then this world will be at my mercy. Even the divine king of that world would be nothing in my hands. The old man's eyes sparkled with intensity, and, as he slightly moved his feet, the void trembled, intending to take action against MaHongjun on the altar. However, noticing the flourishing luck above the palace from the corner of his eye, he showed a look of caution and halted his steps. Consider yourself lucky, boy. As long as you leave this world or enter the heavenly sea, you will still fall into my hands. The old man deeply looked at MaHongjun before turning and disappearing from the spot. MaHongjun, feeling the enhancement of fortune, looked curiously at the place where the old man had vanished, puzzled in his heart. Strange. I just felt like I was being targeted by a fierce tiger. Could it be that a divine being has come to investigate? Unless it was a divine expert, otherwise, MaHongjun would never have felt this way. At this moment, MaHongjun had already been enhanced by fortune, continuously breaking through, and had reached the terrifying level of 89. Without relying on any divine inheritance and relying solely on his own cultivation, he reached the peak of the 89th level soul Douluo realm at the age of 18. Such talent, if spread, would undoubtedly shock both realms and intimidate all directions. Not only MaHongjun benefited from the first enhancement of fortune, but Zhao Yun, who was close to the Master Realm, a 95th level title Dalu, was the first to break through. With the help of the power of fortune, he broke through the Master Barrier. Furthermore, Shui Ringgui made remarkable progress and successfully broke through to the Mid-Master stage, equivalent to a 96th level title Dalu's Mid-Master Realm. Just like the recently broken through Elbu, together, they became the highest-ranking martial generals in the Wu Kingdom in terms of cultivation. As for who was better among the two, even MaHongjun could not say for sure. Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! As the sounds of kneeling like pounding garlic rose from the audience, MaHongjun finally woke up from his daze, set aside his doubts, and continued to bestow titles. Shui Ringgui was conferred the title of Grand Marshal of the Wuhan First Rank, a significant rise to power. Zhao Yun was the head of the 5 Tiger Generals, esteemed as first rank, with the title of Cloud Dragon General. Elbu also ranked among the 5 Tiger Generals, with the title of Ghost God General, but due to the limitations of the dynasty's rank system, he was relegated to second rank. Ma Chao, also a 5 Tiger General, held the title of General of Heavenly Might, also second rank, while the other 2 5 Tiger Generals were held by Tai Shirtzi and Gan Ning. MaHongjun was very satisfied with this, the only regret being that Guan Yu and Zhang Fei did not belong to the Wuhan camp. Otherwise, the ranking of the 5 Tiger Generals might have needed comparison. Apart from this, the 3rd and 4th rank generals were individually conferred titles by MaHongjun, while those below 4th rank needed to draft a decree after the meeting to receive their titles. Liu Bowen was the head of the civil officials, conferred as Left Chancellor, a 1st rank minister, also benefiting from the fortune and breaking through in cultivation. Jia Su, being new, was conferred the title of Deputy Minister of War, 2nd rank, while the position of minister was vacant. Zhang Zhao was appointed as Deputy Minister of Personnel, also 2nd rank, with the minister position vacant. Zhou Yu was Liu Bowen's assistant, serving as Deputy Minister of the Central Secretariat, 2nd rank, to establish a better title system for the dynasty. MaHongjun had already implemented the 3 provinces and 6 ministry system, so no one was surprised by this. Of course, with his modern knowledge, MaHongjun could not simply copy the system. He improved many aspects. As for other vacant positions, MaHongjun was not in a hurry to confer titles, with lower-ranked officials temporarily filling the duties. Chapter 212. The Arrival of Killing Intent with the Establishment of the MaHongjun Dynasty. The power of the 3 kingdoms rose to a new level, nearly matching the number of powerful figures in the Douluo continent. Many martial artists, civil officials, and heroes who were originally stuck at the innate threshold broke through their bottlenecks. In an unknown realm, 2 streams of noble and mysterious energy were devouring each other. The originally disadvantaged, tricolored energy stream suddenly received nourishment from a mysterious force, stabilizing the situation while becoming even more extraordinary, seemingly more agile and intelligent. Damn, this is a rise in world levels. A divine will filled with shock and anger emerged. It was the heavenly Tao consciousness of the Douluo world. The world consciousness of the 3 kingdoms world was somewhat lacking, possessing only instincts and a faint, infant-like awareness. The heavenly Tao consciousness generally could not speak or respond. However, judging by the supernatural nature of that energy stream, it was likely that its intelligence had approached that of living beings, not inferior to that of a human child. But because it had not taken on a form resembling human beings like the Douluo heavenly Tao, it was evidently at a disadvantage in the battle of devouring one another. However, this was the correct manifestation of the heavenly Tao. Only in this state is the heavenly Tao selfless, operating solely according to the world's trajectory, without selfishness. It is worth mentioning that apart from the 3,000 great worlds, it is rare for a world consciousness to give birth to a heavenly Tao. Therefore, the birth of the heavenly Tao consciousness in the 3 kingdoms world could be considered a miracle, while the kind of heavenly Tao filled with humanity in the Douluo world is even rarer. This kind of Douluo heavenly Tao is often referred to as the destruction heavenly Tao. Once born, it leads to great disaster. The birth of a human will from the heavenly Tao is even more rare. If a selfish human consciousness is born, it would be a devastating disaster for the surrounding world. Fortunately, the Three Kingdoms world is also special in possessing a heavenly Tao consciousness, and fortunately, it lacks a selfish human consciousness, possessing only instincts and intelligence akin to that of a human child. Wuhan Dynasty Rank, Intermediate Dynasty. Effect can increase cultivation speed by up to 10 times. Monarch, Liu Ning. Left Chancellor, Liu Bowen. Grand Marshal of the Army, Shui Ringwei. Sivetiker Generals, Cao Yun. Ma Cao, Dai Sisi, Gan Ning. On the innate spiritual treasure, the river map, lines of small characters appeared, detailing the basic information and position introductions of the dynasty. Why does this thing feel so similar to the legendary list of deities? After returning to his palace, MaHongjun did not rush to stabilize his cultivation, but opened the river map with a surprise thought. Meanwhile, other high-ranking generals and officials hurriedly left to stabilize their cultivation after the establishment of the dynasty, leaving only some minor officials and commoners celebrating throughout the city. Even at night, Jinling City was brightly lit, flourishing and extraordinarily lively. The river map, being an innate spiritual treasure of a very high level, used by you as a treasure to suppress the fortune of the dynasty, would naturally be different from other fortune treasures. In fact, apart from the human race of the primordial great world, there are many dynasties in the myriad worlds that use innate spiritual treasures as fortune treasures. The system's gentle voice rarely echoed in MaHongjun's mind, resolving his doubts. Are there other human race dynasties? MaHongjun asked happily. Clearly, after learning about the history of the primordial human race, MaHongjun was not in a good mood, feeling as if he were being crushed by a mountain, eagerly wanting to find allies among the human race. Not only are there human race dynasties, but there are also fortune dynasties established by other myriad races. Although the primordial great world is honored as the origin of all worlds due to issues of isolation and time flow, the actual strength is not much stronger than that of other great worlds. The system seemed to be in a particularly good mood today, patiently explaining to MaHongjun. I see. MaHongjun revealed a thoughtful expression. Having been exposed to modern internet culture, he quickly understood this perspective and even speculated some other cosmological views based on what he knew. Simply put, this is a world with primordial mythology and is the origin of all worlds. There are also 3,000 eternal great worlds that are not weaker than the primordial world. Countless middle and small worlds. The levels range from high to low, with the Douluo continent and the Three Kingdoms world belonging to the small worlds. But they are special in that they have given birth to a heavenly Tao consciousness, and even the heavenly Tao consciousness has developed intelligence. To get back on track, with MaHongjun performing sacrifices to honor the ancestors of the human race and establishing the dynasty, the Three Kingdoms world advanced from a relatively ordinary level among the small worlds to a higher level. The sky was filled with colorful clouds, and seven-colored light illuminated all directions, the might of the dynasty intimidating all, with all evil spirits unable to hide. The entire Han dynasty appeared prosperous. However, some individuals began to develop other nefarious ideas. Due to MaHongjun's autocratic and independent behavior, some families seeking power and profit, even willing to betray their lord for personal gain, began to take small actions, cutting land and paying reparations to benefit their families. Such people are not rare in any era. At night, in a splendid and expansive family estate in Jinling City, report to the family head. The entire web of the Spirit Hall in the Douluo domain has been pulled out, and the King of Wu will definitely investigate the internal forces. What should we do next? A man in black knelt before an old man with a goatee. The Wu Emperor is powerful and has always looked down on families. So we cannot blame ourselves for leaking information to the Spirit Hall. With the talismans provided by the second brother, our Chui family is not afraid of military oppression, but we fear the suppression of their army. So we should proceed cautiously in our future actions. The Chui family was a prominent family during the Three Kingdoms period and was the first to pledge allegiance after MaHongjun established Wuhan. However, MaHongjun's attitude towards the families determined that they would not be heavily relied upon, and seeing one promoted official after another without a member of the Chui family, resentment began to brew. Thus, we have the current scene. This person is named Chui Yi, the head of the Chui family of Qinghe. Although he is a scholar, his strength should not be underestimated, having reached the level of a titled Dalu. His younger brother is the rather mysterious Chui Zhouping of the Three Kingdoms world, known for being elusive like a dragon, a famous recluse. Suddenly, a sinister wind blew through, causing the doors and windows of the Chui residence to creak, as if hell had descended and demons had arrived. He, with me here, why fear a little brat? An old man with white clothes, white hair, and a white beard suddenly appeared before Cui Yi, smiling eerily. This person was the mysterious elder who had shown killing intent towards MaHongjun earlier that day. As the laughter rang out, all strange phenomena dissipated, as if they were mere illusions. Yuji Shangren, is your younger brother's Master Yuji Shangren? Kui Yi asked in astonishment, unable to believe it. You're Cui Zhoping's elder brother, Cui Yi, right? Are you willing to listen to my orders? After the task is accomplished, there will be plenty of benefits for you. Yuji nodded and said with satisfaction, I will follow your orders diligently. Receiving a clear response and seeing the unfathomable power of the elder left no room for doubt. The head of the Cui family, Cui Yi, quickly bowed and saluted. Very good. I was thinking I would have to weigh some words, but now that I hear your conversation, it seems you both are not satisfied with your emperor. It seems that fate has destined for Emperor Wu to fall. You two listen to my instructions and lure Emperor Wu to Tontian-si, like this. The elder slowly revealed his plan. Chapter 2:13, Bad Premonition, all right. Let's do it this way. Emperor Wu has no offspring to this day. If anything happens to him, it will surely shock the world and cause great chaos. Our Cui family is now the #1 family in Wuhan, and that will be our opportunity. Thank you for the guidance, ancestor. After hearing Yuji Shangren's plan, the head of the Cui family, Cui Yi, suddenly slapped his thigh, stood up, and applauded. Meanwhile, Yuji Shangren, sitting in the main seat, wore a kind expression, sipping tea and stroking his beard, smiling benevolently and comfortably, as if discussing a trivial matter, showing no hint of plotting against an emperor. The scenery here is nice. I will stay here for the next few days to implement my plan, and you will surely benefit. Breaking through to the master level will not be a problem, Yuji Shangren assured while savoring his tea. It seemed that the threshold of a 95-level master was nothing in his eyes, regardless of the truth. Just the fact that he could say such a thing indicated that his strength must be above that of a master or even a grandmaster. If MaHongjun were to encounter such a being's assassination, it would be very hard to say whether he could survive. Since his rebirth, MaHongjun had never faced such a life-and-death crisis, especially without his knowledge. Right now, MaHongjun was contemplating how to go to the continent to rescue his elder sister, completely unaware that he had already been targeted by a terrifying existence. Rest assured, ancestor, even if we do nothing, Emperor Wu will travel to Douluo realm. He will definitely pass through Tontian-si, and when the time comes, it will be easy for you to take action, Cui Yi said with a sinister, confident smile. Yuji nodded lightly, having no objections to this statement. Meanwhile, MaHongjun was completely unaware of the brewing danger, frowning at the table, looking troubled. Anna cannot have so easily exposed her whereabouts. Even if she did, there would be time for a reaction to send a message. Someone must have leaked the secret. After rescuing Sister Anna, we must thoroughly investigate internally. If those families intervene, then they have no reason to exist. MaHongjun's expression darkened, secretly vowing. Inside the palace, everything was as usual, but at this moment, a large number of experts had gathered. Besides Liu Bowen, who had already set off for Tontian-si, Zhao Yun, Ma Chao, Elbu Taishirtsi, Gan Ning, Shui Ringue, and the 5 tigers and 1 commander were all present. Of course, there was also Chang Yaojin, who had been promoted to a second-rank commander of the Imperial Guard and had successfully broken through to the innate title Duo level, not to mention his legendary combat skill. The 36 axes of Tiangang, which was suspected to be divine level. His combat power was not to be underestimated, although he had only mastered 3 axes. You fear my most important left and right arms. I will not hide anything from you. This time, I plan to take you deep into the tiger's den and go to Douluo Convent Spirit Hall to rescue someone. There's a great possibility of life-threatening danger. If you're unwilling to go, you can stay, MaHongjun said with a serious expression. These words came from the heart, with no other motives. Because these people might face a life-and-death crisis, it was better to keep their useful lives guarding the Yin Huang human race at Tontian-si. MaHongjun was confident in keeping his own life safe. If it weren't for the Spirit Hall's pressure forcing him to go in person, he wouldn't be going now. He couldn't act heartlessly, nor could he stand by while Anna was in trouble. Even though this was a major taboo for an emperor, come to Spirit City within 3 days, or else that traitor Anna will be dead. The note was signed Bibi Dong. On a piece of paper glowing with golden soul power, there were only these 2 lines of small characters. Without parents, without attachments, all I hope is to follow the Lord. What harm is there in the mountains of knives and seas of fire? Cheng Yaojin was the first to kneel and pledge loyalty. We are willing to serve the Lord, even if it means death. The others, although not as slick as Chung Yaojin in expressing their loyalty, were all willing to kneel on the ground. It should be known that it was MaHongjun who gave them the opportunity to break through, and they had all pledged allegiance to him. In ancient times, loyalty and righteousness were highly valued. Whether out of loyalty or righteousness, they would not allow MaHongjun to go to the Spirit Hall alone. But they also knew they couldn't dissuade him, so they all decided to go together. Good. Are you all afraid of strong enemies? Perhaps this time is a trap aimed at us. MaHongjun saw that and did not stop them. Those willing to follow him, he would not abandon any of them. Haha, a mere Spirit Hall of Douluo cannot stop us. Leibu, holding his Fong Tianhua halberd like a demon from hell, was the first to stand up and laugh, showing no concern for the so-called trap. Fengxian is right. Even if 10,000 generals stand in our way, we can carve out a bloody path for our lord. Zhaoyun also slowly stood up, his dragon dagger shining brightly like a lurking dragon in the abyss. The others also knelt to pledge their loyalty, not to mention Shui, Rengui, and Chung Yaojin, who were summoned characters. The other 5 were all outstanding talents of this era, gifted and exceptional. But without MaHongjun's appreciation and trust, they would not have their current status and strength. Therefore, they were all extremely loyal to MaHongjun, especially Zhaoyun, who had a brotherly bond with him. Elbu also had a debt of gratitude for saving his daughter and wife, while Tai Shirzi and Gan Ning had feelings of promotion and recognition. Thus, they were all willing to follow MaHongjun to the Spirit Hall. Although they were all strong in battle, their killing techniques were equally formidable, each with their own life-saving trump cards, so they were not afraid of falling in a foreign land. In Jinling City, at the peak of the Forbidden City in the palace, after a night without conversation, everyone was saying goodbye to their wives and children. Except for Zhaoyun and Chung Yaojin, the others all had families. Zhaoyun could still bid farewell to his sister, while Chung Yaojin stood alone before the palace, looking at the hazy night sky without any attachments. The scenery of his hometown was so beautiful that it was intoxicating. He didn't know if he, old Chung, would have another chance to enjoy it. The Lord had treated him well, so he could not go. If he could return, he must marry several young ladies. Chung Yaojin, holding the drunken flower brew rewarded by MaHongjun, took a sip now and then. Sigh, actually you don't have to go, Lao, Chung. Among us, you're the weakest. What if something unexpected happens? MaHongjun suddenly appeared next to Chung Yaojin, saying helplessly. When he said this, MaHongjun's heart didn't race, and he showed no sign of embarrassment, completely disregarding his own peak soul Douluo strength. After all, his grass character sword technique had also reached a small completion, capable of contending with titled Douluo, which is why he said so. If the Lord doesn't accompany the ladies, how would he have time to see me? Lao, Chung. Chung Yaojin chuckled and asked. Clearly, the two of them privately disregarded the concept of monarch and minister. I couldn't sleep, so I came out for a walk, and just happened to see you here alone, so I came to check on you. To be honest, I've had this uneasy feeling lately. MaHongjun took a sip from the wine bag in Chung Yaojin's hand, his expression not looking too good. My lord, don't worry. We will definitely rescue the lady. Chung Yaojin comforted him while also taking out a wine bag from his spatial soul guide and started drinking with MaHongjun. Chapter 214. The 7 great generals head to the Spirit Hall. Why has the 9th trial turned into killing MaHongjun? Is there some other connection behind this? It seems that the so-called god is not as selfless as it appears. A trace of cold light flashed in Bibi Dong's eyes as she muttered to herself in a low voice. Although the god she inherited was once the evil god, gods are generally perceived as selfless, profound, exalted, and untouched by the mundane world. Now that the content of the god-level 9th trial has changed, how can it not give rise to other thoughts in Bibi Dong's heart? Although she still decided to kill MaHongjun to inherit the divine position. If there were other ways to become a god, she would unhesitatingly choose another method rather than be manipulated by the so-called god. I hope that little girl from the Mei family can really lure out MaHongjun. Otherwise, if he stays in the 3 kingdoms realm for the rest of his life, am I destined to fail the divine assessment? Bibi Dong thought to herself. Reporting to Your Holiness the Pope, the scout has returned with news that MaHongjun, leading several top-titled Douluo under him, has already headed to the Tongtian Sea, and they will soon arrive in Spirit City. A ghostly figure appeared, kneeling on the ground to report. This person was actually one of Bibi Dong's right-hand men, Ghost Douluo. If MaHongjun were here, he would find that Ghost Douluo had already reached level 95 as a titled Douluo. Not only were they improving, but others were also advancing. Especially with the outburst of spiritual energy. At this moment, everyone had surpassed the soul power level of the original timeline. Well, understood. Keep an eye on that girl. Has Elder Ju not broken through level 95 yet? Bibi Dong nodded lightly, restoring her authoritative demeanor as she spoke. Almost there, but the breakthrough will happen in a few days. Ghost Dalu answered truthfully. Well, once Elder Ju breaks through, we will use the martial soul fusion technique together. Its power will definitely not be inferior to the 98-level Elder of the Worship Hall. Bibi Dong casually mentioned. Compared to your holiness, we are still far behind. No matter how strong we are, both Elder Ju and I are your most loyal subordinates. Bibi Dong fell silent, then slowly nodded without saying anything. If there's nothing else, then I'll take my leave. Seeing this, Ghost Dalu flattered her and humbly said. On the other side, after MaHongjun finished handling everything in Jinling City, he quietly brought Zhao Yun and others to the Tongtian Sea. Looking at the scarred roads and the bloodstains that had not been cleared away, MaHongjun couldn't help but sigh. Sigh. The war between the two realms is relentless. Countless casualties on both sides. I don't know who is right or wrong. MaHongjun was still young, and as a king, he had been on the battlefield relatively few times, so he was naturally not accustomed to such scenes. This visit to the Tongtian Sea left him with many thoughts. The struggle between races and the war of worlds are so brutal. There is fundamentally no right or wrong. Their enemies are my heroes, and vice versa. The others were much colder, unperturbed by it, clearly used to life and death. Only Zhao Yun, with a kind heart, couldn't help but explain a few things. MaHongjun had no right to stand on a moral high ground to blame others. The road was chosen by him, so he had to continue down it. This path was destined to be filled with life and death. It's either you die or I live. If a choice had to be made, he could only choose the Yanhuang descendants over the Douluo people. This was his selfishness, seeming a bit selfish toward his wife and friends. But it was a responsibility for countless Yanhuang compatriots. All he could do was let them get less of the Douluo people's blood on their hands, nothing more. Others would still fight. There is no war without casualties. Since death was inevitable, it would naturally be a case of friends die before me. He didn't mind others calling him selfish or accusing him of betraying the Douluo continent, especially because of his lack of parents. Many things about him had already circulated on the Douluo continent and among the major powers. They had confirmed that MaHongjun was a spy sent to the Three Kingdoms world through special methods. This was undoubtedly the handiwork of Tian Wei. Although he didn't care about his reputation, wanting to take control of the Three Kingdoms world required these actions. With a top strategist like Liu Bowen behind him, MaHongjun would definitely not encounter any problems regarding his identity. MaHongjun shook his head slightly and smiled, saying, I understand. There's no need to comfort me. You brothers are all my elder brothers in private. This trip to Douluo is extremely dangerous, so I will trouble you all to rescue Sister Anna. MaHongjun felt that he was currently very powerful, even not weaker than Zhao Yun. He had reached a strange realm, a half-step innate Douluo level, and the quality of his soul power had already changed. As long as everything went smoothly, he could quickly break through to level 90 and reach the innate titled Douluo realm. Of course, all of this was MaHongjun's self-feeling. He had no idea about the true strength of his subordinates. However, it wasn't surprising that MaHongjun felt this way. The Golden Finger had given him too many trump cards and means. In a real life-and-death battle, MaHongjun might not be the opponent, but he was the one most likely to survive in the end. He was like an immortal cockroach. Although weak, his vitality was extremely robust. Merging the life essence of Meteor Tears and the Lucky Grass martial soul from the Nine-Leaf Swordgrass, he could almost be considered the most tenacious existence under the god level. Seeing this, the others didn't say anything more. They were all exceptional individuals, and wouldn't look at MaHongjun differently just because of a few friendly words. Especially Elbu and Ma Chao, although their loyalty to MaHongjun was unquestionable. They were far from the point of exchanging their lives for his. If it were a life-for-life situation, Ma Chao wouldn't say much. But a self-serving person like Elbu would definitely not agree. Of course, MaHongjun wouldn't force them. It was already a personal friendship for them to be willing to follow him to Douluo continent to save people. Although they belonged to the same camp, MaHongjun, as a king, was still far from being able to cover the sky with one hand. This time, he was also going to Douluo in a personal capacity. Otherwise, as a king, such actions would be hard to justify, and while it wouldn't lead to his downfall, it would certainly bring endless trouble. As they were walking, Zhao Yun, who was scouting ahead, suddenly stopped. His ears twitched, and his expression changed dramatically. Someone, Zhao Yun, raised a spear, protecting MaHongjun behind him. The others also became vigilant. Having no doubts about Zhao Yun's words, as his perception was the sharpest among them. The stronger the perception, the more one can avoid certain dangers. At a certain level, one can even foresee dangers in advance and evade them, which is also why he rarely gets injured in battle. The others, seeing this, also hurried to protect MaHongjun, especially Chung Yaojin and Shui Rengui. These two system characters treated MaHongjun as if he were their own child, anxiously watching the quiet surroundings, tightly guarding him without saying a word. As soon as they entered the Tontian Sea, someone began to follow them. It must be that someone wants me dead. You sneaky little ones, come out. MaHongjun thought to himself, his expression unchanged as he loudly scolded the empty space around him. He didn't know if anyone was there and couldn't sense anything, but he trusted Zhao Yun's judgment. Clap, clap. Applause sounded. Unexpectedly, even a mere mortal realm could detect my movements. Truly impressive, as expected of the leader of the 5 Tiger Generals. It wasn't in vain that I personally pursued this. The white-haired old man Yu walked out with a smile. But inwardly he was cursing that this kid was too quick, having almost instantly reached the Tontian Sea. He certainly didn't know that MaHongjun had the ability to traverse the Tontian Sea at will, nor did he know that within the Tontian Sea, MaHongjun could ignore distance. Seeing Yu appear, everyone felt a sense of impending danger. You are Yu, one of the 3 immortals? Didn't you die at the hands of Sun Tzu? MaHongjun exclaimed in surprise, quickly asking. Zhao Yun and the others were immobilized, clearly already restrained. Just a clone playing with the child. And why do you think that kid was so easily assassinated? Yu laughed without speaking, completely unconcerned about the predatory gazes of Bu and the others. Not knowing why the immortal has come, if there is anything I can assist with, I will certainly not refuse. MaHongjun pretended to be insincere, while secretly communicating with his golden finger, preparing to lead everyone to skip the transit point of Tontian Sea and enter Douluo continent. Yu had no idea of MaHongjun's plans and did not believe that MaHongjun and the others could escape right under his nose. Hand over the treasures on you, the supreme treasures that can gather fortune, and respect me as the supreme emperor. I might consider sparing your lives. Yu said with deep-set eyes, speaking lightly. Go to hell. Move. MaHongjun shouted loudly, wanting to pull everyone away from this place instantly. However, when he moved, he found that the space around him was sealed by a mysterious force, making escape impossible. If you refuse to drink the wine offered, then stay here for the punishment. Yuji's expression darkened as he pointed at MaHongjun, causing MaHongjun's body to uncontrollably fly toward him. Stop! Protect the Lord! Several shouts rang out. Axes, arrows, halberds, spears, and swords all came out, emitting a faint cold light aimed at where Yuji stood. The weapons in the hands of the 7 exuded an astonishing red aura of slaughter, and in an instant, their internal blood energy erupted, breaking through Yuji's spatial confinement, once again protecting MaHongjun in front of them. Seeing this, MaHongjun was overjoyed and quickly began to secretly transmit sound, urging everyone to hold hands and grab onto him. Bang! A yellow energy shield appeared around Yuji, blocking all the attacks, and a surprised expression crossed his face. A few mere mortals can actually break through my confinement. Indeed, you are the pride of this era. You may leave. Killing you would be detrimental to my cultivation. Yuji's expression remained calm, as if he were discussing something trivial. Dream on. If you want to harm the Lord, you'll have to step over my dead body first. Zhao Yun's expression was grim as he took a step forward again. The others also moved, breaking free from their confinement and holding hands. Yuji, unaware of the unusualness, prepared to forcibly grab MaHongjun again when he suddenly sensed a ripple of spatial energy, causing him to be alarmed. Who? Go! MaHongjun pulled the closest Chung Yaojin and prepared to disappear from the spot. Seeing this, Yuji swung the whisk in his hand at the crowd, and a yellow energy shot toward them at high speed, intending to break the spatial disturbance. Seeing this, several people swung their weapons to block it, but they all spat blood and fell to the ground, sustaining serious injuries. Fortunately, they managed to block the attack together, once again holding hands and disappearing from the spot. Douluo continent, outside Heavendo City. Several figures appeared. Although they successfully escaped Yuji's confinement, they were all seriously injured. So strong, we didn't even have the power to fight back. Is this the power of a god? Bu's face was pale as he gritted his teeth and muttered. The others were not surprised. Bu had always been arrogant, and this incident had clearly dealt him a significant blow. No matter how strong, it still couldn't stop us from leaving. Let us go. We'll act after we recover from our injuries. MaHongjun glanced at Elbu and said lightly. MaHongjun's calmness also reassured everyone a bit, making them curious about his abilities. How did the Lord manage to bring so many of us here? Cheng Yaojin asked in amazement as he looked around at the somewhat familiar environment. Just some small tricks, nothing much. MaHongjun had no intention of explaining. Such matters would only complicate things further. The spiritual energy here is so rich. Could this be Douluo continent? Tai Shirtzi and Ganning also came back to their senses and looked around, asking about the environment, neglecting to treat their injuries at first. MaHongjun, feeling helpless and understanding their intentions, could only summon his martial soul and, after separating, give each person a dose. Yes, let us go first. Let us find a place to settle down. MaHongjun, having sustained no injuries but feeling a bit mentally suppressed, led the group onward. Chapter 215. A chance encounter with Dianwei. All of them were powerful individuals, and for safety's sake, they did not expose their whereabouts and rested in a small town. Of course, they did not come to enjoy the scenery. After settling down, they began to head to the surrounding cities to gather information. They did not know that after their departure, spies within the Tongtian Sea were rampant, and various intelligence flew toward the two major domains. The families of the three kingdoms naturally received the news, and their reactions to MaHongjun's escape were quite complex. They certainly wished for the strength of their homeland, but they hoped more that it was due to the strength of their own families, not the power of the dynasty. The two were interdependent yet competitive. Even if MaHongjun's martial power could suppress all families, as long as he had not reached the divine level, he would be powerless to do so. The influence of the families was not as simple as it seemed. Whether it was grasping talent or monopolizing knowledge, feudal families had done everything they could to the limit. Once one family was targeted, the entire clan would be thrown into panic and unite, marking the beginning of war. There are no wars without casualties. Deaths would inevitably weaken national power and fortune. To reduce casualties, MaHongjun had also put in considerable effort. He had worked hard within the Tongtian Sea. Almost every distance in the entire Tongtian Sea secret realm had a soul master or above monitoring the surroundings with spiritual power, forming a powerful intelligence network. This was also the reason that news could spread quickly. Douluo continent, as a life and death enemy, had naturally made similar arrangements. Spirit Hall, a mysterious powerhouse from the new realm? To think he would assassinate King Wu, this is getting more and more interesting. After receiving the news from her subordinates, Pope Bibi Dong murmured in surprise. She wasn't very clear about the Three Kingdoms world, as most of her knowledge came from the accounts of others. Aside from those who had initially aligned themselves with the Three Kingdoms world, very few others had ever entered it. Whereas many scattered warriors from the Three Kingdoms world roamed the Douluo world. In the Sunset Forest, the spiritual energy in this world was indeed abundant. Dianwei could actually live again in this world. Speaking of which, he had to thank the senior Gui Guzi. If it weren't for him, Sai Mingde, don't blame me for leaving you. I have already sacrificed my life for your preferences and cannot continue fighting for you. At this moment, a burly, fierce-looking dark-skinned man was walking with a spear in one hand and a tiger-type 10,000-year-old beast in the other, looking pensive. He didn't notice the approach of two auras not far away. There's a powerful aura approaching us from ahead. It should just be passing by. Should we avoid it, Your Majesty? Gan Ning exclaimed, then turned to MaHongjun beside him. No need. The people in this world aren't necessarily all enemies, and someone with such strong vitality may not even be from Douluo. MaHongjun waved his hand, feeling curious about the approaching aura. After the two left their resting place, they separated from others to conceal their tracks, intentionally hiding their auras. Moreover, the person ahead clearly had the courage of a skilled individual and did not investigate closely. So it was normal not to be discovered. MaHongjun had really never seen a soul master or soul beast with particularly strong vitality in the Douluo world. So he stopped to observe the situation. Although the Three Kingdoms world practiced inner strength, they cultivated vitality. Regardless of the cultivation method, as strength increased, vitality would also become stronger. Of course, the mental strength cultivated by scholars was not included here. That is a topic for another time. The newcomer moved swiftly, and just as the person approached, MaHongjun hurriedly called out, "Hero, please hold on." The newcomer stopped as requested, looking at MaHongjun and his companion with confusion. "Did you call me? Flower planter?" MaHongjun was momentarily taken aback, and then asked, "How do you know?" Anyone can tell from the tone of the ancient flower planter's speech. Dianwei replied, not really being foolish, but counter-questioning. "What? Dianwei has long been dead, hasn't he?" MaHongjun exclaimed in surprise. Are you also a Han person? Wei, unfazed by MaHongjun's offensive words, curiously asked. Yes, we are both Han people. Ha! Brother Lai, how are you here? MaHongjun quickly responded, no longer asking foolish questions, but instead kindly voicing his curiosity. Sai, it's a long story. It seems you're the person the senior mentioned I was to wait for. Let's South leave this place and talk while we walk. Hearing the closeness in MaHongjun's words, Wei did not refuse but sighed and warmly invited him. The three headed towards Wei's residence. And MaHongjun was not in a hurry to check the ice and fire yin-yang eye. MaHongjun was indeed eager to recruit Wei as a subordinate. As they walked, with Wei's explanations, MaHongjun learned why Wei was still alive and appeared here. It turned out that Wei had been saved by Gue Guzi and had come to settle in the Douluo continent under Gue Guzi's guidance. I didn't expect Senior Gue Guzi could foresee the future and have you wait here. Truly incredible, MaHongjun marveled, gaining some understanding of Gue Guzi's existence. At the same time, the massive stone pressing on his heart was slightly lifted. It turned out that the Three Kingdoms world also had a group of divine-level beings. It became clear that the Huaxia human race was filled with talent, and there were many strong individuals among them. MaHongjun learned a lot from Wei, giving him a general understanding of the current situation. The world could still function even without him. In the past, he had seen himself too highly and only now realized that there are always stronger beings beyond oneself. Past strategies seemed trivial now, and while MaHongjun was amazed, he also felt a bit dazed, as if his fate had been seen through by someone, and a sense of reverence for Gue Guzi arose in his heart. Wei was part of Gue Guzi's plans, and Gue Guzi had long anticipated the current situation. This was something MaHongjun was certain of, but judging by Wei's demeanor, it seemed he only knew the general idea. After being saved by Gue Guzi, he had traveled for a while before being sent to the Douluo continent. At this moment, in the sealed spirit realm, Gue Guzi waved his hand, and the destruction seal at the boundary instantly vanished. Several figures disappeared from the spirit realm, and in the blink of an eye, the seal reappeared at the portal. Brother Eli, are you willing to come out of the mountains, support Huaxia, and lend a hand to your hometown? After everything was clear, MaHongjun invited straightforwardly, without hesitation. That is my wish. I would not dare refuse. Wei replied humbly. Chapter 216. Returning to the ice and fire yin-yang eye. Wei had already agreed to Gue Guzi's request, so naturally, he had no hesitation and directly acknowledged MaHongjun as his master. This made MaHongjun extremely happy. He had gained a fierce general whose strength was not much less than Zhao Yun's. Gue Guzi's goodwill was now evident, and MaHongjun could only comfort himself this way. Lord, please allow me to return once. There are still some things in my residence that I haven't taken. Wei said with some hesitation. However, since we've clarified things, I won't go back with you. I still have matters to attend to. Let's meet at Spirit Hall in 3 days, MaHongjun said directly, not minding. On the way out, MaHongjun had already explained the purpose of his visit, so he did not need to reiterate the reason again. This time, he had come to the Sunset Forest to check on the ice and fire yin-yang eye and see if any immortal herbs had been regrown over the years. Immortal herbs might have limited effects on the strength of tidal Douluos, but they were extremely useful for restoring soul power or refining into healing pills. With the revival of spiritual energy, the growth rate of immortal products in the ice and fire yin-yang I had naturally increased exponentially. Nowadays, not only were well-known precious places like the ice and fire yin-yang I capable of producing immortal products, but even some places rich in spiritual energy could potentially give birth to them, despite the countless deaths and injuries during the battles between the two realms in recent years. The number of strong individuals from both sides had only increased, with precious lands and spiritual herbs accounting for a significant portion of this factor. The world was on the brink of a breakthrough. This unprecedented qualitative change in history was bound to be the greatest opportunity for both realms. Consequently, the number of soul masters in the Douluo world had now reached 1/10 of the total population. Some ordinary people who originally had no soul power talent had suddenly developed soul power aptitude. This change was unpredictable, and it was uncertain whether it was good or bad for the world, especially since the Three Kingdoms world had even greater talents. As long as one worked hard to cultivate, anyone could become a soul master-like warrior regardless of their talent. Hopefully, I can gain something this time. Tang, since shouldn't go to steal immortal herb from my ice and fire yin-yang I right. MaHongjun thought to himself as he quickly arrived at the ice and fire yin-yang eye. Fortunately, the concerns MaHongjun had did not materialize. It wasn't that Tang San had not thought about it, but the net of heaven and earth had just been destroyed, and he hadn't had the chance yet. At that moment, Tang San was on Sea God Island undergoing the Sea God's 9 trials. Otherwise, with his personality, it was hard to say whether he would do such a thing. The spiritual energy here is so dense that practicing for a day is equivalent to 10 days. Or even longer in the outside world, Gan Ning said in shock as he looked around at the environment. Right? How did I not think of that? This place may not be suitable for cultivating soul power, but it doesn't hinder the cultivation of inner strength. The speed of inner strength cultivation still depends on the amount of external spiritual energy. The denser the spiritual energy, the faster the cultivation. MaHongjun slapped his forehead, cursing himself for being slow-witted. Of course, the speed of inner strength cultivation is also greatly related to the cultivation method. With that thought, MaHongjun couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart. But thinking about needing to go to the spirit hall to save someone, he felt a bit regretful. That can wait for later. It's better to have such a precious place in my hands. As for whether Tang San will come, what does it have to do with me? This is mine. If he dares to come, I'll beat him to death. MaHongjun muttered unhappily in his heart. My lord, what are you talking about? Gan Ning looked at MaHongjun with a puzzled expression. Huh? Oh, nothing. I just said this place is really nice. From now on, it will be my private garden. Oh, wait, this is already my garden, MaHongjun said, shamelessly after coming to a realization. At this moment, the poisoned Douluo, who was still stationed in Jinan City, couldn't help but sneeze. Ashu, it must be that little monster missing me again. By now, that kid is probably already in Tiando City. I've heard that Douluo continent has also benefited from some changes in the heavens and earth, and the spiritual energy has greatly increased. I wonder how my ice and fire yin yang is doing. At this moment, Douluo was still thinking about his precious land, completely unaware that it had already been shamelessly claimed by someone else. Isn't this the ice and fire yin yang I? I heard this seems to be the place of Senior Dugu. Does he dare to come here now? With his current fame? Appearing on Douluo continent would mean instant death. Since he can't appear here, there's no problem with me inheriting it. Besides, he already promised to give this place to me. MaHongjun said, as a matter of course. Did he? Who cares? I don't remember. Anyway, this place belongs to me now. After being ambushed and nearly killed, MaHongjun deeply realized his weakness. If it weren't for the system's abilities, he might have perished in the sky sea last time. MaHongjun, reflecting on his painful experience, felt that he should change his way of living. To become strong, one must first be shameless, and that is a necessary step. This isn't really shameless, is it? I call this. Forget it, who cares? MaHongjun thought to himself, and without slowing down, he began collecting the celestial items. Are these herbs celestial items that can change one's aptitude? Gan Ning, seeing MaHongjun so engrossed in collecting, felt a bit embarrassed and interrupted. I guess so, but they can only be divided among people. If I want to continue improving my aptitude, even eating all the celestial items here won't have much effect. At most increasing my soul power a little, MaHongjun explained while continuing to work. All of it. Gan Ning looked at the celestial items in MaHongjun's hands, which were filled with energy, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh, this is a dragon stargrass, different from other celestial items. Its effect is quite good for us, specifically used to enhance soul power. I'll give it to you, even an ordinary title Dalu would probably increase 2 or 3 levels of soul power from eating one." MaHongjun casually explained, tossing the celestial item to Gan Ning without a care. Nowadays, his understanding of celestial items was actually above Tang San's. He had spent the last 3 years learning about the profoundness of Chinese culture. Gan Ning was speechless. Is that what he meant? Is he that kind of person? Is that what he wanted? All right, what? Title Dalu can also increase strength. Not bad, I'll take it, he thought as he carefully stored it in his spatial soul guide. Celestial items with poor cultivation effects are generally considered the lowest value among celestial items. But that is for ordinary people. For those of us with God-level talent, celestial items that enhance soul power are still quite useful, MaHongjun said as he stopped collecting, casually explaining. Who is he? The great Emperor Wuhan. How could he do something like digging 3 feet in the ground? Only a fool would do that. This is my territory. If it weren't my territory, that would be another story. Chapter 217, Outside Spirit City, my lord. Do you really have confidence in going to the Spirit Hall to save people in 3 days? Gan Ning hesitated for a while before finally asking. Normally, he wouldn't consider such issues due to his personality. However, he couldn't resist MaHongjun's straightforward style. In the past, Gan Ning had relied not only on bravery to dominate around Yunmeng Lake. Don't worry, I'm well aware of the Spirit Hall's strength. Even if something unexpected happens, it will be within a certain range. The people are still the same, and I have confidence in your strength. MaHongjun comforted him nonchalantly. As a reborn person, he naturally had a good understanding of the characters in Douluo, especially the people and trump cards within the Spirit Hall. He was almost completely clear about them. But he didn't know that once a person is targeted by the heavenly Tao, there will no longer be such a thing as certainty. At this moment, on Sea God Island, Tang San, the son of Fate of the World, had reached the 9th test of the Sea God. Unlike in the original work, Tang San had already obtained the Sea God's inheritance ahead of time and opened the door to the inheritance. But he had not fully integrated it yet, because he had not completed the 9th test. 9th test of the Sea God. Participate in repelling enemies from other domains and achieve certain results. Reward. Fusion of the complete Sea God inheritance. Could this be Hongjun and the others? Tang San looked at the Sea God assessment card in his hand with a complex expression. After a moment of hesitation, he comforted himself. It's good that it's just repelling rather than killing. It seems Hongjun has become extremely strong. Even with my strength, I can only play a role in repelling. Xiao-san, thank you so much this time. If it weren't for you bringing me here, I wouldn't have reached the Seoul Douluo level. It's really a pity that Xiao Wu and Rong Rong didn't come with us. Dai Mubai, who didn't see the content on Tang San's card, said with a joyful expression as he looked at Tang San walking out of the Sea God Hall. Everyone has their own opportunities. At least Xiao Wu won't be spied on in the other world. I've heard that in that place, humans regard soul rings as optional. Tang San smiled slightly as he put away the card and comforted him. What's the content of the 9th test? The situation on the continent is changing rapidly. I might not be able to leave with you, Dai Mubai said, scratching his head a bit embarrassedly. Repelling some enemies from other domains doesn't necessarily require killing. There's a lot of room for negotiation. Tang San hesitated for a moment, but still briefly explained. With his intelligence, he could naturally guess that it was related to MaHongjun. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been targeted by the Sea God. He always felt that MaHongjun's act of betraying Douluo continent was impulsive and irrational. With MaHongjun's talent not inferior to his own, obtaining divine inheritance would be easy. Now, because MaHongjun had led a portion of people to betray the continent 3 years ago, he was naturally targeted by all the gods of the Douluo world, completely cutting off his hope of becoming a god. However, MaHongjun did not regret this. He believed that the limit of Huaxia martial arts would not stop at the divine level, and with the system, he wouldn't have to worry about becoming a god. It was just a matter of time. Outside Spirit City, soldiers were like clouds, forming a siege around Spirit City. From a distance, one could see that the entire Spirit City was in a state of high alert. The Spirit Hall truly values us. They have long known that some people are not honest. This time, upon returning, we must definitely clean up our ranks. MaHongjun said with a playful tone, looking toward the not-so-distant Spirit City with his hands behind his back. Our movements have likely reached the Spirit Hall's ears 3 days ago. They deliberately released news of Miss Anna in these days to lure us to Spirit City to meet our doom. Shuirengue said with a serious expression. Everything is within my expectations. Since the foundation of the heavenly net was destroyed, I knew there was a problem from within. With our strength, as long as no God-level beings intervene, no one in Spirit City can stop us from rescuing Sister Anna. MaHongjun said confidently. He knew that according to his guess, the current high priest of the Spirit Hall would not easily intervene because Qian Rinxue was at a critical moment of obtaining the angel inheritance. As long as it wasn't about destroying the Spirit Hall, Qin Dalu would definitely ensure his peak state for the sake of his granddaughter becoming a god. Compared to the relaxed demeanor of other martial generals, only Shui Ringue's expression was serious. After hesitating for a long time, he finally spoke. I heard that the great high priest of the Spirit Hall, Qin Dalu, is extremely powerful, and his strength in the air can even rival demigods. Don't worry, he may not necessarily intervene to stop us this time. MaHongjun said with a slight smile. Under extreme conditions, I am invincible. Elbow looked disdainfully in the direction of Spirit City. Don't be careless. Pope Bibidong is not so easy to deal with. Zhao Yun reminded. I didn't expect the famous Zhao Zilong to also have moments of fear. I truly feel honored to have so many experts come. A gentle yet authoritative voice sounded. Bibidong's figure appeared before MaHongjun. Bibidong, release Sister Anna, or today will be the day of the Spirit Hall's destruction. MaHongjun said fiercely. Of course, only he knew he was bluffing. If they wanted to destroy the Spirit Hall, they wouldn't be able to return to Jinling City unscathed. I didn't expect the Emperor Wu to come personally. This is truly unexpected. Bring her out, Bibidong said to the figures behind her. Soon, Someone went down, and before long, they brought a beautiful figure over. You can take the person, but the spirit hall needs a promise from you. Bibi Dong said lightly, looking at MaHongjun, feeling mixed emotions. The junior she once viewed now needed her to treat him as an equal. Save her, MaHongjun said directly without thinking. Seeing this, Zhao Yun's figure flashed like lightning, bringing Anna back before the spirit hall's people could react. This was Zhao Yun's secret technique, which he wouldn't easily use. It was extremely fast, but also consumed a lot of energy. Now, to save someone, he wouldn't hold back. Hongjun, why are you here? It's all my fault for not hiding our whereabouts well and dragging you into danger. Mayana looked at MaHongjun and the others with tears in her eyes, touched. Clearly, she didn't expect MaHongjun to really put aside state affairs and come personally. It's okay. I'm here. You stay behind for now, MaHongjun said, and then looked at Bibi Dong with confusion. He didn't understand what Bibi Dong meant. He didn't believe that Bibi Dong's strength couldn't stop Zhao Yun. What do you want to do? You can say it now. I actually don't like fighting and killing. Isn't this better? MaHongjun shrugged and said, after all, one should not strike a smiling face. Bibi Dong deliberately let Anna go, so he couldn't just turn hostile immediately. I want your promise that during my time in the spirit hall, you will not take advantage of the chaos to interfere in matters of the Douluo continent. Bibi Dong finally stated her purpose. Synopsis: combining elements of Douluo and historical figures from the three kingdoms. Can Tang San still dominate the Douluo world in front of the protagonists and heroes of the three kingdoms in this life? Can Douluo become a backyard? MaHongjun, a modern soul who has crossed over with a mysterious martial spirit. A single leaf can cover the eyes, a single leaf can cut stars. Coupled with the upgraded evil fire phoenix, active among the heroes of the three kingdoms, watching them strive to devour Douluo together.